System. Host. Do you not aspire to contribute to the advancement of humanity and become a hero for all? Su-chung, not at all. System. Do you not wish to become the supreme deity of the planet, commanding everything and possessing boundless power? Su-chung, stop talking. Are you not merely attempting to trick me into going to the moon to establish a so-called new home for humanity? I refuse. System. What if I were to provide you with a team of beautiful women to accompany you? Would you reconsider? Su-chung momentarily halted his steps, his eyes brightening at the prospect. With a stern expression, he replied, "Why did you not mention this earlier? It's merely about establishing a new home on the moon." "Fine, I shall go." Beep. Side quest activated successfully. Journey to solar system A518. The moon, and establish a habitat conducive to human survival. Quest progress detailed. Current progress, 0. Quest duration. Time remaining until task completion. 364 days, 23 hours, and 30 seconds in the human era. Completion rewards. Based on the host's progress, varying rewards will be granted. Rewards are categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, advanced, and ultimate. As soon as Su-chung uttered the words "I will go," a series of notifications echoed in his mind, affirming that the events unfolding were indeed real. How this system became bound to him was a mystery to Su-chung. He had merely awakened from slumber to find himself entangled with this system, incessantly proclaiming the impending doom of Earth, followed by persuading him to journey to the moon to create a new home. Su-chung was acutely aware of his own insignificance. Merely a nameless drifter, the notion of establishing a new home on an alien planet seemed utterly fantastical. However, the revelation of Earth's impending destruction filled him with trepidation, just as he was chosen by the system. Before he had the chance to revel in his newfound status, he was faced with the prospect of imminent demise. It was perplexing, and the reason he hesitated to accept the system's task was simply a desire to extract some benefits from it. Upon hearing the system announce the task and then fall silent, Su-chung grew anxious. "System, I've already agreed to undertake the task. Is there no beginner's gift or anything?" System, given the host's current civilization level is exceedingly low, a beginner's gift is not warranted. The system will provide all necessary technologies for establishing the new home on the moon. The host merely needs to ensure the continuation of human civilization and facilitate the migration of humanity once the new habitat is established. Su-chung, I regret my decision. I do not wish to go. Is that permissible? System, once a task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded, otherwise the host will be eliminated by the system. Hearing the word eliminated sent a shiver through Su-chung's heart. How could it be that, having inherited a system, he was now threatened by it? Su-chung, exasperated, remarked, "System, you are truly something." Indeed, it seemed he had no choice but to endure. System, host, please complete your task promptly. Earth will enter an era of destruction in 1 year. At that time, solar flares will directly obliterate the Earth's ozone layer, and all life on Earth will cease to exist. Furthermore, Earth will vanish from the cosmos. Are you jesting? If Earth is truly to be destroyed, then the moon, as Earth's satellite, will lose its gravitational tether and meet the same fate, will it not? Su-chung raised an eyebrow and continued, "If that is the case, why should I bother establishing a lunar base?" System, everything this system states is true. The moon, being a relatively small celestial body classified as a satellite, can be transformed for interstellar travel, thus aiding humanity in the search for a new home. Upon hearing this, Su-chung adopted a serious demeanor. "So, according to your assertion, after establishing a lunar base, I must pilot the moon itself for cosmic voyages in search of habitable planets?" System, indeed. Su-chung. Then why not simplify matters and choose another planet within the solar system for transformation? Would that not suffice? System, given the host's current level, after transforming one of the 8 major planets, Earth will have already perished. Su-chung. System. Thus, transforming the moon is the host's optimal choice at present. Su-chung. In other words, my current level is insufficient, and I lack the necessary system permissions. System. Correct. At this point, Su-chung found himself at a loss for words. However, if Earth were truly to perish, based on contemporary human scientific understanding, humanity would undoubtedly follow suit, even if he miraculously survived with the system. Living alone on the moon would be far worse than succumbing to death. Regaining his composure, Su Chung organized his thoughts. His mission was not solely to establish a new homeland on the moon. More critically, he needed to facilitate the migration of humanity from Earth. Su Chung, system, if we are to preserve the flame of humanity, how many must we migrate to achieve that? System, a migration of 1 million will suffice. System prompt. At 518, the celestial body referred to as the moon in the host's current world is uninhabitable for humans. The host must proceed with transformation to establish an ecological sphere before migration can commence. Su Chung grasped the essence. At least 1 million humans must be relocated. Moreover, prior to migration, an ecological habitat suitable for human existence must be constructed on the moon. With the system's assistance, Su Chung need not fret about the moon's transformation. His current task was to contemplate how to persuade all of humanity to trust him. In essence, he needed to devise a strategy to convince humanity to migrate. Clearly, traditional advertising techniques employed by major advertisers would not suffice. He sought not merely recognition, but the unwavering belief of all individuals in his vision. It was evident that such advertisements would fail to achieve this effect. People would only choose to believe once they could see and touch the reality. It seems there is but one solution: a live broadcast. A live broadcast to another celestial body would surely convince everyone of its possibility. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chung inquired of the system, I wish to establish a prominent presence early on. Could you assist me in creating a live streaming room that can be pinned at the top, ensuring it remains perpetually visible? The system replied, no problem, that can be easily arranged. A smile crept across Su Cheng's face as he declared, very well, I shall initiate a global live broadcast to establish a new home on the moon. Here's my plan. Chapter 2. A Journey to the Moon. The Longxia Tiger Shark platform is the largest live streaming platform in Longxia. Su Chung promptly had the system assist him in creating a live streaming room, which he then pinned to the homepage. He swiftly made his way back to his modest rental apartment. Upon entering the streaming room, he contemplated a name and decided to call it Live to the Moon. System, are you ready? Su Chung nodded slightly, donned a cap, and instructed the system to obscure his face with a void of darkness. The live stream commenced. However, as the live broadcast unfolded, the environment around Su Chung transformed dramatically. He found himself standing upon a surface composed of shades of gray. The ground was uneven, and the entire world appeared monochromatic, illuminated by the dazzling twinkle of distant stars above. This was, indeed, the moon. Of course, Su Chung was not physically there. He was leveraging the system's advanced technology, interstellar projection. His image was projected onto the lunar landscape, which he then presented through the live stream. Once the broadcast began, being featured at the top of the homepage attracted a considerable number of viewers who instinctively clicked to see what was happening. While the audience was not vast, it was certainly significant. Wow, where's the host? Is this an outdoor live stream? Survival in the wilderness? According to the title, Live to the Moon. Don't tell me you are actually on the moon. Astonished exclamations filled the chat. I can only express my disbelief with a resounding wow. Viewers came and went in the live stream, but the majority chose to stay. Captivated by the extraordinary backdrop, Su Chung presented. This was not your typical outdoor program. Rather than flirting in the city, Su Chung had become the focal point of an unconventional extreme challenge broadcast. As the viewer count surged into the tens of thousands, Su Chung finally spoke. Hello everyone, I'm your host. Welcome to my live stream. As you can see, my content is neither gaming nor singing and dancing. It is a journey to the moon. I can unequivocally assure you, I am currently on the moon. Before Su Chung could finish his statement, the chat erupted. Proof that this host is just a joker. If you are genuinely on the moon, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while eating. Well, you know, brother, the outdoor scene looks impressive, but claiming to be on the moon is just too far-fetched. Do you think the host could really be on the moon? Catch this fool upstairs. Setting aside the debate over Su Cheng's authenticity, the moon, while a satellite of Earth, is inhospitable to humans without proper equipment. Observing the lively discussions and speculations within the chat, Su Chung smiled and remarked, I understand that what I am saying may seem unbelievable, but now I shall present some tangible evidence. Turning his phone's camera, Su Chung revealed a magnificent blue planet that appeared before the viewer's eyes on the live stream interface. Everyone is acutely aware of what this planet before us truly is. Su Chung offered a faint smile and continued, perhaps, even in light of this, some may still harbor disbelief. Therefore, I invite you all to tune in to tomorrow's news. With that, Su Chung took a marker and inscribed upon the surface. This young master has visited here. The host's antics were quite remarkable. Is this truly the moon? I remain skeptical. Believing would be absurd. This live broadcast is indeed captivating. However, if certain visual effects were prearranged, they could certainly be achieved. One must acknowledge the substantial investment the host has made for the sake of effect. Su Ching glanced at the barrage of comments, most of which were filled with skepticism. Unperturbed, he stated, "For now, we shall conclude here. Let us reconvene at this same time tomorrow." As a gesture of gratitude to his fans, he announced, "Simply send a comment to partake in a lottery. The reward is a staggering 100 million in cash. 10 million will be distributed every hour, culminating in 10 distributions." With that, Su Ching ended the broadcast. Indeed, the rewards were genuine, orchestrated with the assistance of the system, aimed at enticing a greater audience to his live stream. At the very moment Su Chung concluded his broadcast, both the Sam Nation Space Agency and the Longxia Space Agency made astonishing discoveries. At the heart of these two nations' space agencies, colossal projection screens displayed footage captured by lunar satellites. The footage revealed a man, clad in a checkered shirt and sporting flip-flops, standing upon the lunar surface. He held a smartphone, live streaming, and ultimately inscribed a message upon the moon's surface before inexplicably vanishing. The camera zoomed in, clearly revealing the message he had left behind. This young master has visited here. Chapter 3. A million bullet screen read envelopes quick. Zoom in on the footage of that person from earlier. In the central office of the Longxia Aerospace Bureau, a man shouted loudly at his colleagues. He was Zhou Yuhang, the head of the bureau responsible for celestial exploration. His eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion flushed, displaying a complex array of emotions, shock, fear, and a glimmer of joy. The discovery of humanoid life on the lunar surface was a monumental revelation for humanity as a whole. Behind him, the sound of frantic keyboard clattering filled the air. Soon, the footage zoomed in, switching to the scene of Su Chung standing on the moon's surface. Upon seeing a man from Earth in the footage, Zhou Yuhang was rendered speechless. The astonishment was not his alone. The entire office was enveloped in a similar state of disbelief. "Director, is that a human from Earth?" Before he could fully process the shock, Zhou Yuhang hastily issued another command. "Quick, zoom in further. Can we see the man's face?" The camera gradually focused on Su Cheng's visage, yet it was obscured by a mosaic blur. "What is happening?" Zhou Yuhang furrowed his brow, suspecting a technical glitch. "Director, the camera feed shows no issues. This is the captured footage," came a response from one of the staff. "What is he holding?" "A phone. It seems he is live streaming." Zhou Yuhang exclaimed. "Immediately investigate which streamers have been broadcasting related content recently." After leaving that directive, he hurriedly exited. For there were more pressing matters at hand. This situation was of monumental significance and required immediate reporting. A similar scenario was unfolding at the Sam Country Space Agency, as both Longxia and Sam Country satellites had fortuitously captured Su Cheng's image. Meanwhile, on the Longxia Tiger Shark platform, a game streamer was anxiously communicating with the management regarding an issue with today's recommended positions, as this time slot was originally designated for his homepage feature. Upon checking his homepage, he was dismayed to find that his live stream had not been featured. What is happening? Why is this streamer in the recommended slots? After receiving feedback from the game streamer, management promptly began an investigation, discovering Su Cheng's live stream. Initially suspecting a system error, they aimed to swiftly remove Su Cheng's stream to reinstate the game streamer in the recommended positions. However, while attempting to make adjustments in the back end, they found themselves unable to proceed. Management was left utterly bewildered. Subsequently, the issue was escalated to their superiors, leading to an emergency meeting at Tiger Shark platform, which concluded with the alarming realization their platform had been hacked. The incident has directly alarmed the upper management of the Tiger Shark platform. Can someone enlighten me on what exactly transpired? Our backend systems at Tiger Shark have been breached by a hacker, and what measures has your technical department taken? The manager entered the conference room, vocally questioning the technical team. The head of the technical department appeared utterly distraught. It wasn't that they had failed to act, but rather that they were unable to identify the source of the problem. The intruders' methods seemed to surpass their capabilities, tormenting these technicians as if they were mere elementary school students. However, in response to the manager's inquiries, The technical supervisor could only muster a strained reply. The intruder's tactics were exceedingly sophisticated, leaving no trace behind. We are currently unaware of the technology they employed to infiltrate our systems, seemingly bypassing our foundational directives. The manager furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Speak plainly. The technical supervisor, chastised, could only respond like a dutiful student, eventually stating, essentially, in this live broadcast room, we are rendered powerless. Akin to a small nation nestled within the territory of a larger one, yet not governed by it. Just then, a staff member rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Manager, the viewership in that live room is skyrocketing, surpassing 20 million concurrent viewers, breaking our half-year record for live broadcast popularity. What content is he streaming? The manager was taken aback by this revelation. The staff member's expression was somewhat abnormal as he replied, The streamer has just concluded the broadcast. The manager's face lit up as he turned to the technical supervisor and asked, Can we remove the recommendation from the homepage now? The technical supervisor, with a wry smile, lamented, It seems I've been speaking in vain. He shook his head in resignation, his expression one of utter despair, and said, No, it's impossible to operate. Upon hearing this, the manager's face mirrored his frustration. How is it that even after the streamer has concluded the broadcast, they still occupy the top recommendation? This is absurd. Manager, the viewership in that streamer's room is still increasing. At that moment, the staff member monitoring Su Chung's broadcast chimed in once more. Viewership is still rising even though he is signed off? What is so special about his broadcast? The manager, perplexed, reflected on his years of overseeing Tiger Shark. He had encountered numerous prominent streamers, yet none had experienced a post-broadcast surge in popularity like Su Chung's, which had shattered the 6-month record. The staff member responded. He was distributing red envelopes in the chat. Ah, so it was the red envelopes. The manager realized, yet soon felt something amiss. Even with the distribution of red envelopes, such high viewership seemed implausible, especially after the broadcast had ended. Turning to the staff member monitoring Su Chung's live room, the manager inquired with skepticism, Was it solely the red envelopes? The staff, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, He has distributed a red envelope worth 100 million. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the entire conference room. Chapter 4. The 10 million redemption points at this moment. Within the streaming room of Su Chung, the popularity had surpassed 20 million and continued to escalate rapidly. 21 million, 22 million, 25 million. In less than 5 minutes, the viewer count had surged by another 5 million. The majority of those joining were undoubtedly drawn by the generous red packets issued by Su Chung. On the Barrage Red Packet page, a prize pool amounting to 100,000,000 Loanxia coins was prominently displayed. Incredible! A staggering 100 million in red packet rewards. This streamer is a magnate. Amazing. Why did this streamer go offline? This is undoubtedly the most magnanimous streamer I have ever encountered. Launching with 100 million in red packets. I truly adore this. May we have more streamers like this. The countdown is approaching. It's almost here. It must be me who wins. I must win 5 million. Follow, like, and comment. Let's make it a triple play. I'm sure I'll be on the winners list. Su Chung had set the first round of the lottery to take place 30 minutes later, followed by subsequent draws every hour. Each lottery session would yield a total of 1,000 winners, with a prize pool of 10 million. In essence, every round of winners would receive a cash reward of 10,000. Moreover, those fortunate enough to win would also receive a redemption code, which they could enter in the rewards input box for their winnings to be automatically credited to their accounts. Naturally, the Tiger Shark platform was not equipped with such functionalities at present. All of this was orchestrated by Su Chung with the system's assistance. I won. Haha. Today must be my lucky day. I can't believe I actually won. Incredible. Alas, my limited vocabulary only allows me to express my excitement with a few exclamations. As he gazed at the frenzied viewer count in the streaming room, the manager of the Tiger Shark platform stared in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that this streamer was indeed distributing 100 million in cash red packets. How could someone so wealthy come to play on my platform? The manager looked around the dimly lit streaming room, his face a mask of despair, nearly brought to tears. Unable to match the technical prowess of such a streamer, he lamented the fact that despite having no substantial content, the viewer count was already approaching 30 million. What truly defines a master streamer? Those so-called legendary and popular streamers pale in comparison to Su Chung. The surge in popularity also resulted in an exponential increase in followers for Su Cheng's streaming room: 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. By the end of the day, the peak popularity of Su Cheng's streaming room had shattered Tiger Shark's records, reaching an astonishing 12 million. Meanwhile, the follower count soared to an astounding 23 million, all within a mere 10 minutes of broadcasting. The following day, Su Cheng rose early. Upon awakening, he received a notification from the system. Host, your current redemption points have reached 10 million. You may proceed to the exchange marketplace to select your desired products. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Exchange points? He hurriedly accessed his personal attributes interface. Host, Su Cheng. Current life tier level, secondary life form. Personal attributes and skills, none. Acquired system products, none. Personal exchange points, 10 million. Upon seeing that his exchange points amounted to 10 million, Su Cheng could not help but smile. These points are accrued only through the goodwill of others towards him. The sudden influx of exchange points is undoubtedly a reflection of the success of his live stream from the previous day. System, what do you think I should exchange for at this moment? Gazing at the 10 million exchange points, Su Cheng remained composed and sought the system's counsel. After all, he aspired to immigrate to the moon to establish an empire, and naturally, he could not be intimidated by such trivial matters. Moreover, these exchange points must be utilized judiciously. The host currently has the option to select a life sample collection robot, designed for the purpose of gathering current life samples from Earth. This would facilitate the rapid cultivation of life forms upon arrival on the moon, enabling the construction of an ecosystem suitable for human habitation. Chapter 5. The collection robot. Is it a life sample collection robot? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately immersed himself in the system's marketplace. He navigated to the robot section and was greeted by a dazzling array of robotic options: offensive robots, defensive robots, versatile robots, and collection robots. At a glance, there were at least a dozen different types available, even with Su Cheng's currently limited access level. Should his access level increase, he would unlock even more varieties. Upon selecting the collection robot, Su Cheng noted the price: 500,000 exchange points each. This seemed rather affordable. System, how many should I purchase? He inquired leisurely, without haste. The collection robot can gather hundreds of life samples within a single day. Presently, the Earth's ecosystem boasts over 10,000 life samples. It is advisable for the host to purchase 20 collection robots at once, the system suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng felt a twinge of reluctance. He had hoped to reserve some exchange points for other valuable items, yet the system insisted on a full expenditure. However, considering the system's assertion that one collection robot could procure hundreds of samples daily, 20 robots could potentially gather over 2,000 samples in a day. He could complete the collection of Earth's life samples in just a few days. Is that really necessary? Su Cheng asked, harboring a sense of hope. If the collection could be finished in just days, what would he do afterward? Surely, he wouldn't be heading straight to the moon. The time allocated for the host to construct the lunar base is limited. It is imperative for the host to prioritize the collection of relevant materials to earn exchange points and subsequently proceed to the moon to establish the base, the system replied. All right, fine, Su Cheng conceded, waving his hand dismissively, though he couldn't help but murmur, don't forget your promise to send me a team of beautiful companions. The system shall not renege on its word, came the prompt response. Encouraged by the system's unequivocal affirmation, Su Cheng decided not to dwell on it further and exchanged all 10 million of his points for collection robots in the marketplace, holding them in his hands. These collection robots appeared as diminutive as mosquitoes. Doubts crept in, can such small robots truly gather so many samples? Of course, this system's creations are products of a level 6-dimensional cosmic civilization, far surpassing Earth's technology by hundreds of trillions of light years, the system asserted. Su Cheng was taken aback. While he was aware of the system's prowess, he hadn't anticipated it to be so extraordinary. Technology that transcends Earth by hundreds of trillions of years. What kind of marvel was that? It seemed to suggest limitless capabilities. Yet, curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to inquire further. System, what exactly is a level 6-dimensional cosmic civilization? And regarding my personal attributes, as a level 2 life form, how many levels of life forms exist in the universe? The 6th-dimensional cosmic civilization is an existence that belongs to a divine level of civilization, possessing technologies that can permeate the entire universe, with exploration of the cosmos having reached its zenith. Within the universe, each advancement in civilization level results in a crushing dominance over lower-tier civilizations, as they do not exist on the same dimensional plane. For instance, the Earth civilization, which currently resides at a secondary level, would be utterly powerless under the oppression of a tertiary civilization. In the event of a conflict between these two tiers, the tertiary civilization could traverse entire star systems and launch assaults against the secondary civilization, which would be left with no means of defense, facing annihilation in but an instant, unable even to react. Thus, for lower-tier civilizations, the gravest folly is to emit signals deep into the cosmos, as this could incite the covetous gaze of higher civilizations. Su Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine, for to this day, Earth has unknowingly sent forth countless signals into the depths of the universe. Although the system's explanation was straightforward, Su Cheng could vividly imagine the scenario. Should a tertiary civilization discover Earth, they could annihilate it from the safety of one or several star systems without ever needing to set foot on Earth itself. In the face of such civilizations, one must ponder how the Earth civilization could ever hope to resist. Chapter 6. The levels of cosmic civilizations and dimensional life forms. What exactly are these life forms? Su Cheng continued to inquire, seizing this rare opportunity to delve deeper into the subject. Life forms correspond to the biological life levels among civilizations of varying degrees. A Level 1 life form is a simple, unicellular organism. Level 2 life forms resemble the myriad of creatures found on Earth. Level 3 life forms are entities capable of traversing the cosmos independently, having transcended the confines of their planetary origins to evolve into planetary life forms. Level 4 life forms correspond to those at the galactic scale, while Level 5 life forms are associated with clusters of stars. Level 6 life forms represent cosmic entities, as civilizations of this tier are referred to as divine civilizations. Thus, Level 6 life forms are often termed divine beings. Upon attaining the status of a Level 6 life form, one becomes akin to the omnipotent deity described by humanity, omniscient and omnipotent. However, even Level 6 life forms are not without limitations, as they are confined within the universe. It is rumored that above Level 6, there exist Level 7 dimensional life forms. Yet no records of such entities have ever been documented. The Level 6 divine civilization that created me faced a backlash from the universe while attempting to ascend to Level 7, ultimately leaving me as the sole remnant, a system tasked with assisting the host in unveiling the mysteries of the Level 7 dimensional civilization. Currently, our objective is to aid the host in advancing human civilization to a higher tier. Our immediate task is to establish a lunar base and facilitate immigration to the lunar body of star A518. Listening to the system's exposition, Su Cheng found himself utterly astounded. He was completely taken aback by the revelations presented by the system. It became clear that extraterrestrial life had always existed in the universe. Not merely a figment of human imagination, but rather something unseen by humanity until now. Furthermore, a crucial piece of information emerged. The levels of civilization and life forms are indeed subject to advancement and evolution, igniting a fervent passion within Su Cheng's heart. The prospect of becoming a Level 6 life form, akin to the omnipotent divine entities described by the system, filled him with exhilarating anticipation. Su Cheng pressed on, "System, how does one upgrade a life form?" The system replied, "The level of a life form is fixed from the moment it is born. Generally, life forms cannot be upgraded. However, with the assistance of this divine system, the host can indeed attain the status of a Level 6 divine life form." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was even more exhilarated. The system continued, "Thus, I implore the host to diligently fulfill the tasks at hand. Upon completion, the system shall bestow corresponding rewards to aid the host in becoming a Level 6 divine life form." Su Cheng listened with rapt admiration, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Undeniably, this relentless system possessed a remarkable ability to captivate him, effortlessly drawing him back into focus with just a few words. "Rest assured, I shall become that Level 6 divine being. Now, it is time to commence the construction of the lunar base." At this moment, Su Cheng has set his very first ultimate goal in life, to become a Level 6 being of the universe, a divine entity. With remarkable agility, he rises from his bed, dresses, freshens up, and takes care of himself. After enjoying a bowl of noodles, he hurriedly returns to open his live streaming room. Within the streaming room, the final round of a colossal 10 million yuan red envelope giveaway is underway. Countless viewers, who have been fervently spamming the chat for an entire night, eagerly anticipate the outcome. Some who have already claimed their share of the chat, unable to withstand their exhaustion, have chosen to take a rest. Nonetheless, even while resting, The majority have taken the same action, following this streamer and enabling notifications for when the broadcast begins. A streamer, whose true visage remains unseen, has astonishingly bestowed his fans with a staggering 100 million yuan in red envelopes at the outset. What might follow is a source of immense anticipation for many. The final wave of red envelopes approaches. I've waited all night without receiving anything. I am on the verge of despair. I must win this time. Raise a paw. Just like the one above. Raise a paw 1. Raise a paw 2. Raise a paw 10,085. What kind of streaming is this? The host has already distributed such a multitude of red envelopes before even beginning the broadcast. It is truly exhilarating. The name of the stream reads, Live to the Moon. It is confirmed that this is an outdoor comedic streamer. To be able to distribute a supersized red envelope of 100 million yuan at once. This host is simply extravagant beyond measure. Many individuals from other streaming platforms have flocked here solely to partake in the red envelope frenzy. The leg-shaking enthusiasts have arrived. The Kuaishou army is charging in. The Longyu Brigade has reached the battlefield. As the myriad viewers engage in light-hearted banter within the streaming room, the screen suddenly comes alive. The broadcast has commenced. In an instant, the chat erupts into a frenzy. Wow, the host has started streaming. 666. Oh, great and wealthy host. Do you require a loyal follower? My goodness, I have finally awaited your arrival. I am filled with anticipation to discover what this host is actually broadcasting. Host. I am a soft-spoken girl. Can I bear you a child? Chapter 7. The figures contested by various nations in this scene. Su Cheng once again opted for an interstellar projection on the moon. Hello everyone. I am your host, and it brings me great joy to reconnect with you all. With this opening line, Su Cheng greeted the multitude of viewers in the live stream. Host, where exactly are you? The background appears strikingly reminiscent of the actual moon. Surely, you cannot be on the moon. This must be a special effect. Nonsense. This is a live broadcast. The backdrop is a genuine representation. Host, what are your intentions? As Su Cheng glanced at the barrage of comments, he could only catch a fraction of them, for the comments were flooding in at an overwhelming pace, prompting him to selectively respond. I trust that many of you have secured the red envelopes from yesterday to today. Some of you may wonder why I chose to distribute red envelopes and why I would release a staggering 100 million in one go. Host, please clarify. Is it not to attract traffic and hype? Boss, quickly tell me, are you truly on the moon? The background is too convincing. With a calm smile, Su Cheng responded. Some of you have guessed correctly. Indeed, I aim to attract traffic and attention, but I harbor no interest in wealth or fame. Neither of these holds any allure for me. Nonsense. How could the former underdog, Su Cheng, possibly be indifferent to such things, even if he were to learn of Earth's impending doom? Altering his ingrained habits would be an impossible feat nevertheless. He feigned indifference for the sake of the broadcast's effect. When asked again about his location, he confidently declared, I can unequivocally state that I am presently on the moon. As for how I am able to survive here alone, that remains a secret for now. Today, our live stream will be dedicated to showcasing the marvels of the moon. After Su Cheng's few remarks, the live stream erupted with excitement once more. The big boss is incredible. This boast truly reaches the heavens. No, it ascends to the moon. Could it be? This genuinely resembles the moon. I am a student of astronomy, and this background is virtually identical to the lunar surface. Within the live stream, a portion of the audience began to accept Su Cheng's claim, yet the vast majority remained skeptical. After all, the notion of a human being on the moon without any equipment was quite a departure from reality. However, due to the enticing effect of the red envelopes, Su Cheng's identity as a wealthy benefactor was solidified. Even while witnessing his grandiose claims, many were willing to believe. This phenomenon led to an increase in the popularity of his live stream. Ding! At that moment, a conspicuous notification appeared in the live stream, presented in a bold, oversized red font. All who beheld this text were momentarily taken aback. It was the exclusive font reserved for the super administrators of the Tiger Shark platform. Super admin, host, please check your private messages. The message was dispatched by the technician responsible for monitoring the activities within Su Cheng's live streaming room. Upon observing Su Cheng's online broadcast, he sought to engage in a private conversation to resolve the issue of Su Cheng's persistent dominance in the top recommended position. Wow, the host is incredible. Even the admin has sent a private message. I sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Host, you are amazing. I humbly request another round of red envelopes. Su Cheng glanced at the private message from the admin, who was essentially suggesting that he voluntarily relinquish his recommended position, offering that he could propose any conditions he desired. At this point, Su Cheng merely scoffed. With the system at his disposal, did he truly require the admin stipulations? Nonetheless, this incident allowed Su Cheng to appreciate the remarkable capabilities of the system, as he had continuously occupied the prime recommendation spot on the Tiger Shark platform, indicating that the admin had likely noticed. However, the fact that he remained at the top suggested that the admin was utterly powerless to rectify the situation, leading him to reach out privately. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the Longxia Space Agency, an extraordinarily important meeting was underway. This gathering not only included Director Zhou Yuhang, but also high-ranking officials. It is believed that everyone is aware of the purpose for which we convened. At precisely 3:10 p.m. yesterday afternoon, our lunar satellite captured an image of a human male appearing on the surface of the moon. Due to technical limitations, we were unable to clearly discern the individual's features, but through investigation, we have already identified several potential suspects. The purpose of this assembly is to enlist your assistance in systematically investigating these targets to ultimately pinpoint the individual in question. Now, allow me to share the information we have thus far. Firstly, the individual is a young male engaged in the live streaming industry, aged between 20 and 30 years. Secondly, based on his physique, attire, vocal characteristics, and manner of speaking, it is highly likely that he is of Longxia descent. Thirdly, after a night of investigation, we have confirmed that this individual is broadcasting on our Tiger Shark platform. After presenting this information, the director displayed the footage captured by the satellite of Su Cheng on the moon yesterday. Take a look. This is the image our satellite recorded yesterday. Based on the aforementioned information, does anyone have anything to add? Our current task is to swiftly locate this enigmatic man and ascertain his relevant details. The significance of this matter is abundantly clear. This individual likely possesses technology that surpasses our current capabilities. Whether we seek to foster a relationship or oppose him, he has now become a figure of contention among nations. Chapter 8. Leaping over the abyss, it has now been confirmed that the adversary is broadcasting on the Tiger Shark platform. Yet we are still unable to accurately ascertain their location. At this moment, the Grand Elder, who had remained silent in the foremost position, finally spoke up. The Grand Elder. The opponent's methods of concealment are remarkably sophisticated. We have intervened with the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. However, although this person's stream is hosted on Tiger Shark, it operates independently, making it impossible to determine their location through the platform. Zhou Yuhang turned around and earnestly explained to the Grand Elder before him. This Grand Elder was a man nearing 50 years of age. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Then let us employ every available resource to locate this individual. We could even resort to issuing a public announcement or convening a press conference to inform the public about this matter." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuhang's mouth fell slightly agape, clearly taken aback. Are we to disclose this information? This individual, Su Cheng, has become a figure of immense interest. No one wishes to divulge what they know, as it would essentially provide an advantage to other nations. As if sensing his apprehension, the Grand Elder tapped his fingers on the table, the sound resonating sharply in the tense atmosphere. Observing this, everyone felt a rush of seriousness. This mysterious man has indeed become a highly sought-after figure. However, let us remember that this is within our own borders. Any outsiders must be expelled. You must have confidence in your own nation. With these words, Zhou Yuhang felt a wave of reassurance. Grand Elder, I understand what must be done. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, proceed. Just as Zhou Yuhang was about to turn and leave, a staff member hurriedly approached, breathless and anxious. Grand Elder, Director. That mysterious man has begun another live stream. This time, it's on the moon. What? Zhou Yuhang halted abruptly, swiftly pivoting to shout at the technical personnel. Switch the live feed to me immediately. Meanwhile, within the high-level conference room of Tiger Shark, another meeting concerning Su Cheng's live broadcast was convened. However, this time, several unfamiliar faces were present, individuals from various government departments, with key figures from the space agency among them. Outside the office, elite police officers stood ready, all uniformly armed. The atmosphere within Tiger Shark had reached a peak of tension, with everyone daring not to draw a breath. Tiger Shark had now been temporarily taken over by the government. Before this assembly, the large screen displayed Su Cheng's live broadcast from the moon. Upon receiving the notification of the temporary takeover, the senior management of Tiger Shark was left in a state of confusion. Initially, they feared their enterprise had infringed upon serious regulations. But as the relevant personnel accessed Su Cheng's live stream, The gravity of the situation became immediately apparent to all. The individuals above are not targeting them, but rather the enigmatic broadcaster within the live stream. Simultaneously, observing those nearby who are diligently analyzing and recording lunar data, the higher-ups at Tiger Shark instantly comprehended. This person is indeed live streaming from the moon. Leader, is this person genuinely broadcasting from the moon? For reasons unknown. The manager of Tiger Shark momentarily lost his restraint and audaciously posed this question. Ahead, upon hearing the inquiry, one individual turned his head, glanced at the manager, and then nodded in tacit acknowledgement. Witnessing this scene, everyone present from Tiger Shark was once again rendered speechless. The shock they felt was utterly palpable. As for the unusual movements from Tiger Shark and related governmental entities, as well as actions from certain international nations, Su Chung held little interest in knowing. He was not concerned about being discovered. Even if he were, it would be a fortuitous event for him. His aim was to elevate his notoriety. Should nations assist him in voicing his stance, that would be even better, as it would significantly hasten his accumulation of popularity and points. Dear friends, what you are witnessing now is a location on the far side of the moon. Do you see the vast crater ahead? Su Chung continued with his live stream, simultaneously demonstrating his operations while addressing his phone. As everyone knows, the gravitational force on the moon is exceedingly low. Shortly, I will guide you through the exhilarating experience of leaping over this colossal crater. Chapter 9. Captivating the audience, Su Chung, holding his phone aloft, began to run. Not far ahead of him lay a massive pit, measuring over 40 meters in length and width. Through the assistance of the system, although Su Chung was physically situated in his room, his consciousness had been transported directly to the surface of the moon. The system had constructed a virtual body for him. As he sprinted, he could distinctly hear the rush of wind whistling past his ears, his body feeling remarkably lighter, as if he were defying gravity. After just a few strides, he felt himself begin to lift off the ground. In his mind, Su Chung couldn't help but exclaim, "This sensation is utterly exhilarating and so incredibly real. By the way, system, could this pose any danger to me?" The system replied, "Host, you are currently immersed in a virtual reality scenario. This system has connected your nerve endings to the lunar surface, meaning your main consciousness has entered the moon while your physical body remains on Earth. Even if danger arises on the moon, your consciousness will return to your physical body in an instant. There is no need for concern regarding your safety." Upon hearing this, Su Chung nodded slightly. "I understand." Previously, he had only encountered virtual reality games through online platforms or in films, never realizing such technology truly existed. With his mind at ease, he focused intently on his live broadcast. With the system acting as his guardian, what could he possibly fear? With a powerful push off the ground, Su Chung soared into the air above the vast pit, leaping gracefully toward the edge. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the audience erupted in excitement. "Wow, the host is flying. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This is amazing. I genuinely believe the host is on the moon now. I can't believe it. I feel like I'm dreaming. A person flying in the air?" As the viewers witnessed this astonishing spectacle, the barrage of comments flooded the screen once more. Those who had doubted Su Chung's presence on the moon began to waver in their skepticism. In the conference room of Tiger Shark's upper management, the individuals present were not like the casual viewers in the live stream. They were well aware of the truth. Su Chung was indeed on the moon. As they observed him running across the lunar surface and soaring into the sky, their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, faces etched with astonishment. "Is there anyone with a registered account in the live stream?" One of the leading personnel from the space agency inquired, glancing at the staff member recording the proceedings. The staff member nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes." Hearing this, the lead personnel quickly urged, "Hurry. Send a gift to attract the host's attention and request that he showcase more of the moon's unique scenery." The staff member nodded and swiftly began to operate the system. They now possessed control over the back end of Tiger Shark, allowing them to augment their accounts with mere numerical entries. With a simple gesture of the hand, 10 super rockets are instantly launched. The super rocket is classified among the lavish gifts of the Tiger Shark super package, and when such gifts are bestowed, the entire live stream, as well as the Tiger Shark platform, is adorned with special effects and notifications. Each super rocket costs 2,000 coins, and with 10 launched, a staggering 20,000 coins vanish in an instant. Observing from the sidelines, senior executives of Tiger Shark could not help but feel their resolve weaken. Witnessing their own funds squandered on their platform, with half of it destined for the streamers, the spectacle before them suggested that without a few million or even tens of millions, one could hardly hope to compete. Wealth is certainly not amassed in such a manner. Despite the overwhelming sense of frustration and dissatisfaction within, they could only stand by, rendered powerless. Chapter 10. The announcement of a superpower with a sudden thud. Su-chung was propelled from the air, plummeting swiftly towards the surface. However, rather than landing safely behind the edge of the crater, he lost his balance and tumbled down the sloping face of the pit, crashing from a height of over 10 meters, his body embedding into the lunar surface. Instantly, the live stream descended into silence, soon followed by a flurry of sharp discussions and greetings. Huh, don't make me laugh, host. Are you trying to make me die of laughter, just so you can inherit my credit? How amusing. I seriously suspect this host did it on purpose. Host, are you alright? Get up. You haven't just kicked the bucket, have you? This live broadcast is absolutely epic. To the wealthy patrons, I am not swayed. I am in awe of you. In the Tiger Shark conference room in the space agency, those witnessing the scene could not help but feel a tightening in their chests. Falling from such a height, even with the moon's low gravity, could still result in injury. At that moment, Su-chung's hand moved, and he propped himself up to rise. Dusting off his clothes, he lifted his phone and smiled, saying, "Apologies for the blunder. It was my first time. Phew goodness. You scared me. Thank heavens the host is unharmed. Are you some sort of indestructible being, falling from such heights and emerging unscathed?" After assessment, it appears the host possesses advanced technology, able to withstand any fall. Thanks to Su-chung's mishap, the atmosphere in the live stream became markedly lighter and more joyful. Just then, a flurry of gifts began to flood the screen once more. Agency Lee from the space agency gifted the host 20x super rockets. Wow, another affluent supporter. This tycoon is impressive. What a unique name. Could it really be someone from the National Space Agency? As the audience engaged in lively banter, a prominent red text appeared. Agency Lee. Host, could you take us to explore other regions of the moon? Su-chung noted the username Agency Lee and promptly inquired within his mind. System, is Agency Lee affiliated with the National Space Agency? After tracking and analyzing anti-particle information, it has been confirmed that Agency Lee is indeed from the Space Agency. Host. The system then transmitted a visual feed of the individuals in the Tiger Shark conference room, watching his live broadcast. Observing this, Su-chung couldn't help but smirk, realizing that attention from higher authorities had turned towards him. The impact was promising. He could continue. Now aware of the true identity of his audience member, Su-chung chose not to expose it. Instead, he smiled at his phone, saying, "Thank you for the generous gift, my friend. However, in my live stream, I would appreciate it if everyone refrained from sending gifts, as I do not lack funds. Now, let us continue to explore other fascinating locales on the moon." Wow, so ruthless. The phrase "I am not lacking in money" deeply pierced my heart. The streamer is indeed affluent, capable of directly issuing 100 million in bullet screen red envelopes. A truly conscientious host. Oh, esteemed streamer, might I beseech your favor? Oh, illustrious benefactor, may I serve as your loyal follower? Thereafter, Su-chung proceeded to continue with the subsequent live broadcast, while simultaneously, the internet was once again stirred by a fervor surrounding extraterrestrial civilizations. This was prompted by an announcement from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which convened a press conference. Not only the Longxia Space Agency held a press conference, but the Sam Country Space Agency also followed suit with their own statement. Both Longxia and Sam Country are esteemed superpowers, and their announcements bore striking similarities. They proclaimed the discovery of humanoid figures on the moon. Chapter 11. A phenomenon that swept across the internet. The announcement from two superpowers declaring the discovery of life on the moon sparked an immediate and fervent reaction. As soon as this communique and the subsequent press conference were released, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. Major media outlets scrambled to report and disseminate the news. Today's headlines include, "Shocking. Our National Space Administration discovers humanoid life on the moon." TX highlights, "Biological entities on the moon, alien civilizations confirmed." And exclusive news, "Suspicion of humanoid life on the moon. Is it a leap in earthly biotechnology or the advent of extraterrestrial life?" Simultaneously, numerous newspapers and mainstream media in the United States raced to cover the story. The velocity with which this information spread across the internet was astonishing. In no time, viewers in the Sioux City live stream room began to learn of the extraordinary revelation. Zhu Xiaoming, a programmer enjoying a well-deserved day off, who typically spent his leisure time at home indulging in films from the Sun Country and browsing through images of beautiful women. When boredom struck, He would often tune into the Tiger Shark livestream platform to watch gaming, singing, or dancing performances to pass the time. Upon seeing a recommendation for the Sioux City livestream room on the homepage, he clicked in without hesitation. However, upon discovering that the topic revolved around a livestream from the moon, Zhu Xiaoming shook his head in dismay, muttering, "These streamers will do anything for fame and views. It's utterly ridiculous." After expressing his disdain, he exited the livestream. Yet, as he clicked into another familiar beauty streamer's channel, he was taken aback to find her content consisted of watching others' live streams, specifically, the very Sioux City stream he had just left. At that moment, a notification popped up on his phone's homepage. Being a programmer, Zhu Xiaoming recognized this as a common modern SEO promotion tactic, wherein the phone system or browser curates content based on one's personal reading and viewing habits. Expecting to find something of interest, he was instead confronted with several bold headlines. Humanoid life discovered on the moon, suspected to be human life. What on earth? Zhu Xiaoming stared at the notification in astonishment. The brief content was accompanied by a few photographs, at the bottom of which was a disclaimer indicating that these images were authorized by the National Space Administration, with a stern warning reading, "Copyrighted material, unauthorized use prohibited." The moment he glimpsed the images, Zhu Xiaoming's shock deepened. The individual depicted was none other than the streamer he had just exited from moments ago. Returning to the homepage, he found that all notifications, even the pinned official announcements, were uniformly themed around life discovered on the moon. Goodness, this is actually true. That streamer is indeed on the moon. Zhu Xiaoming regained his composure, unable to suppress a curse that escaped his lips. Swiftly and adeptly, he reopened the Tiger Shark live broadcast. The homepage of Su Cheng's live stream remained prominently featured. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xiaoming clicked enter. Many others, sharing a similar experience to his, flocked back into the live stream. In an instant, the chat was abuzz with excitement. "Host, you are truly remarkable. You are actually on the moon. Please tell me, how did you get there?" An announcement circulated across the internet. Humanoid life forms have been spotted on the moon. In essence, they were referring to the host. What is being discussed upstairs? I suggest you open your mobile browser and take a look. News alerts are flooding in about humanoid life forms on the moon. This is undoubtedly about the host. Host, you have become an overnight sensation, truly igniting the entire internet. Chapter 12. Subsequent plans. At this moment, Su Cheng was traversing the surface of the moon, intent on establishing a sustainable ecosystem for humanity. Naturally, understanding the moon thoroughly was paramount. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, he noted a remarkable shift in the tone of discourse, piquing his curiosity. Previously, many had expressed skepticism about his claims of being on the moon. However, now the chat was flooded with affirmations regarding his lunar presence. "System, what is happening?" Su Cheng inquired. "Host, the current announcements from the two great nations, Longxia and the Sam Nation, have declared the discovery of humanoid life forms on the moon. Consequently, the entire internet is abuzz with this news. And now the majority of viewers in the live stream believe you are indeed on the moon. Well, at least that is good news for me," Su Cheng mused. Recognizing that this development paved a path for his future plans, he then turned back to the live stream, smiling as he addressed his audience. "Dear friends, there is no need to panic. Now that everyone believes I am on the moon, I shall share a little secret with you all. I intend to establish a base here. Please, dear host, reveal how you ascended." Host, lacking any equipment, how do you manage to survive on the moon? How do you eat, drink, and relieve yourself up there? Oh great host, do you possess advanced technology? Impressive, impressive. Even if you claim to be capable of space travel, I would believe you. Amidst the myriad of inquiries flooding the live stream, Su Cheng selectively responded. "One of you is quite astute. I indeed possess advanced technology that far surpasses the current scientific understanding on Earth. With such rapid technological advancements at my disposal, the essentials of life are, naturally, not an issue." Witnessing Su Cheng's declarations, the elders at the space agency, including the Grand Elder and Zhou Yuhang, were left in a state of astonishment. Su Cheng had openly acknowledged his possession of technology beyond contemporary Earth capabilities, and furthermore, expressed his intention to construct a base on the moon. "Grand Elder, how much credence do you lend to his statements?" Zhou Yuhang queried, his skepticism evident as he glanced toward the Grand Elder seated prominently. With a grave countenance, the Grand Elder responded, "It is better to believe in the possible than to dismiss it outright. He has already manifested on the moon. What else could be deemed impossible? Nations on Earth are now capable of establishing their own space stations in succession. If this mysterious individual truly possesses technology that surpasses our current capabilities, constructing a base on the moon may well be a straightforward endeavor for him. At this juncture, the Grand Elder paused momentarily, then issued a command. Your mission now is to exert every effort to locate this enigmatic individual. Then, establish a friendly rapport with the other party to cultivate a harmonious relationship. If we can harness his expertise, our nation's scientific and technological advancements will experience a transformative leap. Understood, esteemed elder. Remember, you now have merely 3 days to complete the task. Within this time frame, I can grant you the highest level of authority, enabling you to mobilize various resources and departments to assist in accomplishing your mission. After speaking, the elder rose and departed the conference room, likely to consult with others regarding subsequent matters. All right, my friends, our live broadcast will conclude for now. Later this evening, I shall resume the stream, but by then, I will already be on Earth. Farewell. With that, Sucheng promptly shut down the live stream, while the chat room continued to flood with messages. Streamer, don't go. Please don't end the broadcast. Streamer, we beg you to take us back to the moon. Wow. Just a few hours from the moon to Earth. Do you have a special spacecraft? Master, I bow to you. Where are you from, streamer? Can I become one of your followers? Chapter 13. Please command. Master, upon exiting the live broadcast, Sucheng promptly examined his personal attribute page. Host, Sucheng. Current life level, level 2, organism. Personal attributes and skills, none. Acquired system products, 20 collection robots. Personal exchange points, 28 million. Upon noticing that his exchange points had once again reached 28 million, Sucheng could not help but feel a slight surge of joy. He then inquired of the system. System, may I now exchange for some items of my preference? He refrained from asking the system what he should redeem, as the sensation of being led by the nose was decidedly unpleasant, even if the one doing the guiding was the system itself. System, certainly. The personal exchange points belong solely to the host, granting the host the autonomy to select items for redemption. However, based on the host's current exchange points and circumstances, it is advisable to opt for defensive robots. Sucheng was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? System, the host's current actions have garnered attention from various nations on Earth. In light of such scrutiny, your personal safety will be at risk. Upon hearing this, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Sucheng's back. Thankfully, the system had provided this warning. Otherwise, he might not have considered this aspect. Although he had not revealed much, merely being able to manifest independently on the lunar surface was already enough to attract attention. As the system stated, he had indeed become the center of focus. Some individuals may harbor friendly intentions, while others may not. When people encounter something of value, their immediate thought often becomes, I must possess it. If the item in question does not belong to them, they will seek ways to acquire it, employing both benevolent and malevolent methods. System, I comprehend your meaning. Sucheng nodded slightly, and then accessed the system marketplace, locating the defensive robots, which were categorized into 3 tiers, low, medium, and high. Next, Sucheng examined the pricing. Low-level defensive robot, cost, 5 million exchange points. Capable of autonomous form switching. With resistance level, able to withstand attacks from level 2 civilization technological means. Sucheng pondered, is not earthly civilization currently classified as a level 2 civilization? A mere low-level defensive robot could withstand assaults from earthly civilization. Does this imply it could resist the most fearsome nuclear and hydrogen missiles of today? Medium-level defensive robot, cost, 500 million exchange points. Capable of hosting a transplanted consciousness with resistance level, able to withstand attacks from level 3 civilization technological means. High-level defensive robot, cost, 5 billion exchange points. Equipped with a microsystem for independent operational programming, with resistance level, able to withstand attacks from level 4 civilization technological means. As Sucheng gazed upon the introduction of the 2 types of defensive robots, he found himself astonished. Although he yearned for them, he was acutely aware of his modest exchange points, totaling 28 million, which would only suffice for a basic defensive robot. Nevertheless, this was adequate for him. At least on Earth, no one could pose a threat to his safety anymore. Thus, he resolved to exchange for a basic defensive robot. Upon making his selection, a robot materialized before him, its imposing mech form leaving Sucheng momentarily speechless. When he touched it, he felt its cool, smooth surface. Was it not capable of autonomously shifting forms? Then let it transform into the likeness of a beautiful woman, he commanded. The system responded, the current robot has not yet been activated. Please initiate activation, which can be done simply by a thought. Upon hearing this, Su-chung promptly set about activating the robot. With a flash of intent in his mind, the robot's eyes suddenly illuminated, startling him greatly. Once activated, the robot pivoted its form towards Su-chung and announced, "Defensive robot number 8576 has been activated. Please issue your commands, Master." Chapter 14. From now on, you shall be called Xiaosong. Upon hearing the command, Su-chung wasted no time and spoke directly. Switch to a human female form. Robot, initiating connection to Earth's database. Searching for female forms. Robot, search complete. Please select your desired female criteria, Master. As Su-chung uttered a word, a mechanical electronic voice resonated from the mech robot, and immediately a virtual projection appeared before him. The projection displayed an array of various beauties. Su-chung gazed in awe, unable to suppress a quiet exclamation. The diversity of women seemed almost overwhelming. There were beauties from Europe and America, and from the land of the rising sun. Ultimately, Su-chung opted for a beauty resembling those from his own country, as he found such familiarity more pleasing to the eye. This one, he pointed to a particular figure among them, and the robot began to transform with a series of mechanical sounds. With a hum, a radiant aura of energy emanated from within the robot, enveloping it completely. 3 seconds later, a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing an exquisite appearance, stood before Su-chung. Transformation complete. Please issue the next command, Master. As the robot assumed the form of a stunning beauty, its voice transformed into a melodious and enchanting feminine tone. "Wow," Su-chung exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "This is quite extravagant. If I do not issue any commands, will you simply remain idle?" he inquired, looking at the beautiful robot before him. "Beautiful robot, in the absence of commands from the Master, I shall fulfill my primary directive to ensure your personal safety, accompanying you 24 hours a day for close protection." Su-chung, impressed, could not help but admire the system's quality. He pressed further. "Can you become invisible?" "Beautiful robot, affirmative." Su-chung replied nonchalantly. "Then become invisible and follow me closely. I shall issue further commands later. Also, from now on, you shall be called Xiaosong." "Xiaosong, understood, Master." With that, Xiaosong entered an invisible state, and Su-chung stepped out the door. "System, could you assist me in transferring some funds into my account? This environment is rather disheartening, and I find it impossible to stream effectively under these circumstances." As he walked along, Su-chung addressed the system, eager to seize the fleeting moments for relaxation and enjoyment. Having lived over 20 years, he still found himself in a rather humble position. Just when he had acquired the system, he was abruptly assigned to construct a human ecological base on the moon, a notion he found utterly perplexing. "System, affirmative." Ding. Just as the system's voice faded, Su-chung's phone vibrated with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message indicating funds had been credited to his bank account. "Longxiao Bank, your account has been credited with 5 billion Longxiao coins." Su-chung gazed at the long string of numbers behind him, a smile stretching across his face as if it might split. With this wealth, he found himself free to spend as he pleased. A staggering 5 billion, sufficient to indulge for quite some time. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decided to grab a bowl of noodles. As he observed the funds being credited to his bank account, the thought arose almost instinctively. After all, having lived in poverty, his first impulse upon receiving money was to savor a bowl of noodles. Alas, this wretched life, now possessing 5 billion. Yet all he yearned for was a simple bowl of noodles. Su-chung sighed in resignation, unable to refrain from mocking himself. Chapter 15. Resolving life's major affairs well. Now that I have amassed 50 billion, perhaps it is time for a change of scenery. Su-chung swiftly began to gather his belongings. However, in this modest rented room, there was little to collect. He took only his identification and pertinent documents, then dragged his suitcase away. As for clothing, apart from the casual outfit he wore, he left everything else behind. "Andy, I've transferred the rent to your account. I won't be renting anymore." Su-chung called out to the middle-aged woman washing clothes downstairs, who was indeed reminiscent of a landlord. "What are you up to, you rascal? Suddenly come into money?" Auntie quipped with a teasing tone. "Just earned a bit, striving for a better life." "I'm off," Su-chung replied, waving his hand and departing the alley without looking back. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Andy for these past months. Were it not for her leniency, he might have found himself homeless, having fallen behind on rent for nearly 4 months. She had been understanding, only requiring him to settle the dues once he was financially stable. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose to leave. "Are you really not considering my offer?" Annie shouted after him, watching his retreating figure. No need to think it over, Auntie, Su Chung replied with a smile, slipping away into the alley as he hummed to himself, humph. Trying to buy me off with a house and marrying me to a daughter even plumper than you? Dream on. I'm off to find a lovely lady. Hailing a taxi, Su Chung made his way to the city's largest and most luxurious hotel. With the world on the brink of destruction, investing in real estate seemed futile, and besides, he was inherently lazy. He had no desire to toil over cooking. He booked a lavish presidential suite for 3 months, spending less than $300,000 in total. Upon entering the opulent suite, Su Chung was elated by the spacious and magnificent surroundings. After ordering a meal from the hotel, he began contemplating his significant life matters. Having lived over 20 years, he still remained a virgin, an embarrassing fact to admit. He resolved to resolve this aspect of his life before leaving Earth. Today, he would finally shed his virginity. Seated on the sofa, gazing out at the breathtaking view, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the beauty of Earth, soon to face obliteration. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chung turned his attention to his life's pressing issues, dismissing anything beneath his standards. After all, he aspired to become a man of extraordinary caliber. How could he entrust his first experience to anything less than exceptional? The system. Please assist me in filtering for beautiful women within the city, specifically those who possess a beauty rating of 9 or above. With the capabilities of the system at my disposal, it would be foolish not to utilize it. System, currently processing. According to your request, there are 432 individuals in the city whose beauty meets the specified criteria, out of which 115 may satisfy your preferences. Please proceed with your selection. 115 individuals? Is there truly such a number? Su Chung was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his standards were perhaps too lenient. Let me refine the search based on profession. I am interested only in models, flight attendants, lawyers, and celebrities. Su Chung articulated his request with further specificity. System, there are 85 individuals who meet the current criteria. Su Chung was astonished. There are still so many? Surely, some of them must be married. I prefer those who are unmarried, ideally, those who are still innocent. With such a plethora of beauties, would it not be overwhelming to pursue them all? System, there are 5 individuals who meet the current conditions. Upon hearing this, Su Chung felt a slight sense of relief. This wretched system nearly led him astray by including married individuals. Please retrieve the profiles of these 5 individuals for my review. Su Chung wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. Chapter 16. Chinyu Su Chung reclined on the sofa. Before him projected a virtual image. The display showcased 5 breathtakingly beautiful women, accompanied by their respective profiles. Zhaoya, a model, unmarried, 25 years old, currently engaged in part-time work. Qin Miao Miao, a flight attendant, unmarried, 24 years old, presently enjoying a bath. Sun Lan, a second-tier celebrity, unmarried, 26 years old, currently filming a commercial. Deng Huixin, a lawyer, unmarried, 25 years old, presently shopping. Chen Yu, a university lecturer, unmarried, 25 years old, currently en route to the department head's office. Su Chung meticulously perused the profiles of these 5 women, and without exception, they all possessed the ethereal beauty of legendary figures, like fish that fall and geese that alight, or the moon that shies away from the flowers. Ah, it shall be Chinyu. He chose the last woman, Chinyu, a university lecturer, who, according to the system's information, had only been in her position for a year and harbored a profound yearning for wealth. In truth, it was not only Chinyu who craved money, the other 4 women shared the same desire. Yet, Su Chung found himself particularly drawn to Chinyu's type. Tall and graceful, her figure was alluring, her skin as pale as fine jade, and she exuded a subtle, sweet aura, reminiscent of someone still in their student years, an unforgettable presence. Su Chung picked up his phone and dialed Chinyu's number. At that moment, she was on her way to the department head's office, aware of his intentions towards her. However, she found herself in dire straits. Her gravely ill sister in the hospital needed urgent funds for medical expenses. Without them, she would not survive the next 3 months. The department head had promised her that with a single encounter, he would provide her with 100,000, along with a future promotion. Just then, her phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued, Chinyu answered the call. Hello? Her voice was soft and melodious, a quintessential sweet beauty. Su Chung replied, I know you are in dire need of money. 50 million. Come to room 888 at the Motion Grand Hotel. Taken aback by the man's voice, Chinyu froze momentarily. Who was he? How did he know about her financial plight? His proposition was unmistakably clear. one encounter with him would yield a reward of 50 million. This was not merely 500,000. Shinyu was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. The department head, who had been eyeing her, was only offering her 100,000, just enough to cover her sister's medical fees. The man on the line was clearly employing a tactic to exert control over her in the future, compelling her to acquiesce. But who was this stranger who dared to offer her such a sum for a single meeting? Shinyu considered herself neither a promiscuous woman nor a loose woman. She yearned for a tranquil life, ultimately hoping to find a good man to marry, to nurture a family, and to lead a blissfully sweet existence. However, life can often be cruel and unforgiving, compelling her to bow her head in submission. In the throes of inner turmoil, she seemed to arrive at a resolution and, with a determined resolve, agreed. Very well, I shall come over tonight. No, you must come over now. 100 million. The voice on the other end of the phone was assertive, raising the offer to an astonishing sum. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million, Chun-Yu was utterly taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her heart racing at the revelation that someone was willing to part with such a fortune to win her over. Could it be that he was a super-rich heir? Su-chung sat calmly on the sofa, outwardly composed, yet inwardly he was fraught with anxiety. When the silence stretched on the line, he finally spoke up. Is that insufficient? If it is, do not hesitate to ask for more. Name your price. Chapter 17. Old classmates, who are you? How did you obtain my phone number? And how do you know I'm in dire financial straits? Chun-Yu, fearing she had fallen into a trap, cautiously inquired. Immediately after posing her question, she regretted it, apprehensive that the caller might hang up in anger. Yet, remaining silent filled her with dread, as she feared plunging into an irretrievable abyss. Check your mobile banking. I have already transferred 50 million to you. As for my identity, you need not concern yourself with that now. You will naturally discover it when you arrive. The voice replied. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yu hastily retrieved her phone and accessed her mobile banking app. Her balance had surged from over 3,000 to 50 million and 3,000. The transaction history indicated that the funds had just been credited. At this revelation, Chun-Yu felt an immense sense of relief. The money had indeed been transferred, suggesting the caller's intentions were purely physical in nature. All right, I'm on my way, Chun-Yu declared, gritting her teeth as she promptly exited the office of the department head, heading towards the Grand Hotel, as mentioned by Su-chung. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhang had assembled a rapid response team. The members of this group comprised the nation's elite operatives, each a unique individual accustomed to operating independently and only under special orders. Yet today, these top-tier professionals had converged for a singular purpose: to ascertain Su-chung's precise location within 3 days and establish a rapport with him. This rapid response unit had been formed, mobilized, briefed, and set into action in less than 2 hours, exemplifying their exceptional efficiency and distinctive operational style. Number 1. Based on the narrow demographics we previously identified, we have now pinpointed 314 individuals. There is a development you may need to be informed about. One of the members spoke, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yuhang. Within this unit, each member was assigned a specific code name, and Zhou Yuhang was designated as number 1, commanding their actions over the next 3 days. What is the situation? Zhou Yuhang inquired swiftly. While tracking the data of these 314 individuals, I discovered that one account has suddenly received a substantial sum of money. The source of these funds is untraceable, and recent expenditures indicate activity at the Grand Hotel in the Magic City, the member replied, turning the computer towards Zhou Yuhang. What? Zhou Yuhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This individual was likely the target we are seeking. Proceed with reconnaissance immediately, but remember, do not allow yourselves to be detected. Our primary objective is to cultivate a favorable relationship with the target while ensuring his personal safety. As he spoke, Zhou Yuhang's tone subtly shifted, revealing a hint of lethal intent. Now, other nations have commenced their exploration of the target. If my intuition serves me correctly, within the next couple of days, a considerable number of foreign friends will arrive to set their sights on our objective. Ultimately, Zhou Yuhang issued the command. All right, let's proceed. Just 2 of you will suffice. The rest. Continue to closely monitor the movements of the remaining 313 individuals. Understood. Su-ching waited quietly in his hotel room. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, a faint smile graced Su-ching's lips as he recognized that the principal party had arrived. He opened the door to reveal a woman of graceful stature, clad in a light pink professional skirt suit. Come in, Su-chung said with a gentle smile. before turning to enter the suite. Upon seeing Su Chang, Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. She had expected that someone capable of presenting a billion in pursuit of romance would, in any case, possess a rather unique demeanor. However, she never anticipated that it would turn out to be an old classmate. Indeed, Su Chang and Chinyu were, without a doubt, former classmates. Chapter 18. The Glances of All Parties. Su Ching. How could it be you? Chinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. She and Su Chang were high school classmates, but their interactions had been minimal. Throughout middle school, high school, and even university, Chinyu had always been the belle of the class, the department, and the school. It would be impossible for Su Chang to claim he had never harbored feelings for such a beauty. Upon reviewing the profiles of 5 women and encountering Chinyu's, Su Ching was momentarily taken aback, only to be inspired to fulfill his adolescent dreams of making the goddess his own. Now, that dream was tantalizingly within reach. Surprised. Are you? Su Ching turned with a smile, gazing at her as he spoke. I told you that once you arrived, you would know who I am. See. Now you know, don't you? He could assure her that she would recognize him upon her arrival, for during their school days, he had openly pursued her. A pursuit that had become the talk of the entire school. Forgetting him was an impossibility for Chinyu. Regrettably, his attempts had ultimately been in vain. As Chinyu was wholly devoted to her studies, with little interest in romance, Chinyu opened her mouth, momentarily lost for words. It was Su Chang who broke the silence, saying, You may go wash up. I will wait for you. We are all adults here. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. Upon hearing this, Chinyu silently set down her handbag and made her way to the bathroom, confronted by the realities of life. She found herself compelled to comply. What eased her apprehension was the fact that this man, who had purchased her, was a familiar face from her past. When he emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, Su Chang pounced like a ravenous wolf. Thus, he fulfilled his long-held dream from school days, finally winning over the goddess he had once failed to pursue. Although his methods were less than honorable, the outcome was precisely what he desired. To Su Chang's astonishment, he discovered that Chinyu was still a virgin. His requirement was that she had never been married. Whether or not she was a virgin had not been a stipulation. I know you need money to treat your sister, so go ahead, but remember to come back to me tonight. For 3 days, I only ask for your companionship. After that, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Lying on the bed and holding the woman in his arms, Su Chang spoke. Upon hearing his words, Chinyu was initially taken aback and confused, but soon a tender affection filled her gaze. She had not anticipated Su Chang's indirect offer of assistance. Her perception of him began to rise dramatically. Su Chang, thank you. Chinyu leaned closer, pressing her enticing red lips against his, and then, with a swift motion, she mounted him. An hour later, Chinyu departed the room. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Su Chang's mind. The system informed the host that currently 4 distinct forces were approaching, 3 of which harbored hostility. Upon hearing this, Su Chang could not help but slightly raise his eyebrows, murmuring, Have they arrived so swiftly? He then commanded the system, reveal the origins of these forces. A subtle smile graced Su Chang's lips. Given that adversaries sought to do him harm, he had no qualms about unleashing a massacre before ascending to the moon. To establish his prestige, he knew that the most effective means often lay in the simplest methods. Chapter 19. Witnessing cutting-edge technology among the 4 forces currently detected. 3 bear hostility and originate from the United States, the Sun Kingdom, and a certain nation known for its sticks. The remaining force, however, approaches with goodwill from the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile crept onto Su Chang's lips. Are not the Sun Kingdom and the Stick Nation merely puppets of the United States? It was indeed within Su Chang's expectations that the Dragon Summer Kingdom would come with benevolence, for they must have realized he is one of their own, wielding extraordinary cutting-edge technology. Moreover, he had not explicitly aligned himself with an adversarial stance, which likely prompted their amicable approach. The historical legacy of the Dragon Summer Kingdom emphasizes a doctrine of moderation and gentleness, aligning perfectly with their customary way of conduct. Gazing out at the sky, a subtle smirk appeared on Su Chang's face as he declared, It is time to commence the live broadcast. Shout song. At Su Chang's call, a beautiful robotic assistant materialized before him, sweetly responding, Master. With a frigid demeanor, Su Chang commanded, Come with me outside. Yes, master. Shout song replied obediently. Stepping outside, Su Chang activated the live stream on his phone, which had already garnered significant attention and provoked immense social discourse. The reason was simple. 2 superpowers had announced the discovery of humanoid creatures on the moon. coinciding perfectly with the content of his previous broadcasts conducted on that very celestial body. Through the power of the internet and live streaming, he quickly became a household name, capturing the public's fascination. As soon as the live stream commenced, the number of viewers surged exponentially. At last, we have awaited your broadcast. Oh, great one. Huh? Isn't the host on the moon this time? 6666. The esteemed host finally reveals his visage. He looks rather dashing. Oh, great host. What grand venture do you have in store this time? Is it true what you said about establishing a base on the moon? Within the live stream, comments flooded in, and the audience continued to swell, encompassing a diverse array of individuals from the common folk to the affluent, government officials, and even foreign friends who had joined in. The Dragonfish Brigade has arrived to report. Our comrades from Bear Nation have come to lend support. Hey, get out of here, you little devils. Observing the frenzied barrage of comments in the live stream, Su Chung spoke up. Greetings, everyone. I am the host, Su Chung, a citizen of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. This marks my first appearance on live broadcast. As I previously mentioned, the next time I stream, it will be from Earth. Perhaps many of you remain skeptical about my earlier claims of establishing a base on the moon, so today's broadcast theme is to showcase my cutting-edge technology. 6666. Excellent. Splendid, truly impressive. A triple salute to the host. Cutting-edge technology? The host is finally set to embark on a grand endeavor once more, and anticipation fills the air. I am quite eager to witness the host's vision of establishing a base on the moon. Su Chung, observing the increasingly harmonious barrage of comments in the live stream, couldn't he help but smile softly. He called out to the concealed figure beside him, Shout Song, come forth. In the live stream, a flurry of comments erupted. Shout Song? Host, who are you calling? Teacher Song? Master Host, are you preparing to confront the air? As the comments flooded in, a sweet voice resonated from behind Su Chung. Moments later, a stunning woman clad in sleek black leather attire emerged, her beauty captivating all. Yes, Master. Shout Song revealed herself, stepping out of her hidden state to present herself before the audience in the live stream. Goodness, is this some sort of magic trick? And she materialized as an exquisite beauty. This move from the host is absolutely brilliant. What kind of sorcery is this? Transforming a living person without any prompts in a live stream, truly a marvel of technology. As Shout Song appeared abruptly, the audience in the live stream erupted into a frenzy. However, what left them even more astonished was yet to come. Chapter 20. Withstanding the nuclear strike, Su Chung, Shout Song, switched to mech form. Shout Song, yes, Master. In the live streaming room, under the astonished gazes of the audience, the exquisite beauty known as Shout Song transformed into a resplendent humanoid mech with a series of mechanical sounds. The transition into mech form was entirely guided by Su Cheng's consciousness. At that moment, an extraordinarily peculiar atmosphere enveloped the live streaming room. As the previously frenzied barrage of comments abruptly ceased, everyone was left in awe, mouths agape, utterly unable to believe their eyes. If Su Cheng's earlier conjuring of Shout Song could be deemed a trick, then this transformation into a mech was beyond mere sorcery. This was a manifestation of true cutting-edge mech technology. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground base of Longsha Kingdom, several national leaders were engaged in a covert discussion, the subject of which was none other than Su Cheng. Beneath them sat a group of researchers at the forefront of contemporary technology. Upon witnessing the dazzling mech displayed by Su Cheng, they were left utterly astounded. What kind of technology is this? One of the elders, who had authorized Zhou Yuhang to act independently, stared wide-eyed at the Shout Song mech on the screen. This is the advanced three-dimensional mech technology we are currently developing. Yet, we are still in the research phase and have not achieved any success. We are merely at the initial stage. One of the mechanical researchers interjected. Moreover, it is equipped with a human-like chip processor system and an autonomous form-switching system. This technology is at least 50 years ahead of us. Just as they remained in a state of shock, the Shout Song mech began to transform once more, as Su Chung issued another command, connect to the main control. Subsequently, the Shout Song mech autonomously morphed, expanding until a humanoid space was created within. Observing this, Su Cheng stepped inside the mech and began to operate it. The live streaming room erupted once again. Whoa, Transformers? Iron Man? The streamer is incredible. A true master, I am utterly in awe. I've never witnessed such a mech in reality. I thought it was only in movies. I can't believe this is real. My goodness, I must be dreaming. If the streamer can go to the moon, what can't he achieve? Everyone, please sit down. Basic operations, don't spam. Although Su Cheng had entered the mech, he could still see the comments flooding the live stream. He then spoke. Now, I will provide a brief introduction to this mech. As he gazed at the mech's structural documentation, he began to read it aloud. This mech is constructed entirely from a stellar alloy, meticulously extracted from cosmic ores, which boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, enabling it to withstand the impact of nuclear weapons unscathed. A stellar alloy, you say? What precisely is this alloy? Incredible. Can it truly resist the force of a nuclear strike? Is this for real? Oh dear. Host, I confess my knowledge is limited. Please do not frighten me. Esteemed host, I acknowledge your remarkable prowess. You are indeed extraordinary. However, to assert that your mech can endure a nuclear assault seems a tad excessive. Oh divine being. Is this truly the case? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Chapter 21. Chuck's movements amidst a cacophony of skepticism echoing within the live stream. Su Cheng merely smiled, choosing to disregard the naysayers as he continued to elucidate the intricacies of the mech. He himself was still grappling with a comprehensive understanding, and this moment provided an opportune chance for deeper exploration. The mech system comprises three primary components. Firstly, the defense system. Secondly, the firepower system. And thirdly, the transport system. While I shall refrain from elaborating extensively on the defense system, allow me to focus on the transport and firepower systems. The transport system. The mech's limbs and back are equipped with propulsion engines capable of harnessing solar energy as fuel, achieving astonishing speeds of up to 50 times the speed of sound. As he spoke, Su Cheng extended his palm, revealing vortex propulsion engines in the mech's hands, feet, and back. With a thunderous roar, the engines across 5 points ignited simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of scorching blue flames. In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng vanished from the ground, soaring into the skies as he effortlessly breached the atmosphere. Startled by the sudden ascent, this being his inaugural experience controlling the mech, he had inadvertently exerted too much force, propelling himself to an altitude of several thousand meters. Within the live stream, viewers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Su Cheng's mech as it ascended, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, leaving behind merely a long trail of air in its wake. Where have you gone, streamer? He truly took flight. Incredible. With such velocity, traversing the globe in this mech would be a breeze. If the streamer were to sell this mech technology, he could easily become a tycoon. The streamer is already a wealthy figure. No, he is a god among the affluent. Soon, Su Cheng expertly maneuvered the mech back, although this time, he did not descend directly to the ground, but instead hovered gracefully in midair. His mobile phone, unable to keep pace with the mech's speed, was left abandoned on the earth below. With a simple gesture, Su Cheng summoned the device, which adhered to his command and once again hovered before him. Observing the live stream filled with admiration and astonishment, Su Cheng chuckled. This is a bit embarrassing. It's my first time piloting a mech for flight, and I inadvertently exerted too much force. Streamer, I now believe it. This mech can indeed reach 50 times the speed of sound. Goodness, that is utterly terrifying. 50 times the speed of sound? To put this into perspective, the most advanced fighter jets in the world only achieve a fraction of that speed. This mech outpaces terrestrial fighter jets by a staggering margin. I am in awe. I find myself at a loss for words to describe my emotions at this moment. Forget fighter jets. At this speed, even missiles would struggle to keep up. Streamer, do you have any more of these mechs? Could you possibly sell me one? Likewise. Esteemed host, I too yearn to procure such a machine, and I am open to your pricing. Capturing the fool above, do you truly believe you possess great wealth? Even if you do you think that wealth alone can procure such a mech? Without several hundred billion, such aspirations are futile. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. The maximum speed of modern fighter jets is limited, yet the cost of a single aircraft is exorbitantly high. A simple search for the F-22 Raptor will reveal this truth. Witnessing the mech piloted by Su Cheng vanish into the sky, only to re-emerge perched above, has left the leaders of Longxia in a state of agitation. This, indeed, is anti-gravity technology. We are still merely in the exploratory phase. This engine propulsion technology is at least a century ahead of us. The elder, now losing his composure, promptly issued commands. Connect me to Zhou Yuhang. Yes, elder. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuhang's communication was established. As he began to address the elder, the latter, filled with urgency, commanded, Zhou Yuhang, expedite the completion of your mission. You must establish contact with the target before foreign personnel do. Even if contact cannot be made, ensure the target's safety at all costs. Yes, elder. We shall ensure the mission's success. Our team has successfully concealed themselves around the target and has now confirmed its location. Well done. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, within the conference room of the White House, a group of leaders congregated, observing the live broadcast from Soo-chung. The president, Chuck, seated at the forefront, spoke gravely. Alice, what technology is this? This is anti-gravity technology and an engine propulsion system that surpasses our understanding by countless generations. The mech technology embodied by that individual is at least 2 centuries ahead of our current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chuck's white-haired brow furrowed as he turned to General Ollip, who sat across from him. General Ollip, what progress has been made by the operatives you dispatched? Ollip, gazing intently at the unfolding scene, replied solemnly. The personnel have successfully infiltrated Longxia and are rapidly approaching the target. Chuck nodded, stating, utilize every means necessary to bring that individual back to me. Even if the person cannot be retrieved, we must acquire that mech. If we can fully comprehend its technology, our nation will undergo a monumental transformation, and we will emerge as the true arbiters of power on this planet. Although Ollip felt a surge of fervor at Chuck's words, an unsettling sensation gripped him as he beheld the mech on the screen. One might say it was a chill that ran down his spine. As a soldier, he understood this feeling all too well. It was an instinct honed through years of navigating life and death situations, a bodily intuition that could not be overstated. Such instincts often enabled soldiers to evade numerous lethal dangers. Ollip contemplated persuading Chuck to cancel the operation, but upon observing the Special Forces personnel already crossing into Longxia, he refrained from doing so. Having arrived at this juncture, there is undoubtedly no reason for retreat. I can only hope that my concerns are unfounded. Should we not contemplate the consequences? What if we are unable to apprehend this individual? To provoke them at this moment may prove unwise. Just then, an elderly man with white hair spoke up. He was Defense Minister Ike. Although Chuck currently held the highest authority, he recognized that such actions could easily plunge his nation into calamity if approached carelessly. This enigmatic figure has already demonstrated the ability to appear on the moon alone and now commands such formidable machinery. Who knows what other terrifying capabilities he may possess? He must consider the safety of his country and its people. Upon hearing this, Chuck's expression darkened instantly, his gaze toward Ike tinged with hostility. For this subordinate had audaciously opposed him. This behavior irked Chuck greatly. Chapter 22. Encountering artillery assault. At this moment, Soo-chung was still broadcasting live, fully aware of the approach of the 4 factions. However, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Allow me to introduce the formidable firepower system. The Palm is equipped with a plasma cannon, capable of obliterating the most resilient reactive armor of modern tanks with a single shot. As he spoke, Soo-chung piloted his mech into the sky, soaring over to a forested area by the sea. Raising his palm, he unleashed a powerful blast at a towering tree below. With a thunderous roar, a beam of azure energy shot forth from his hand, striking the designated tree with blinding speed. In an instant, the majestic tree was reduced to mere dust. In the live stream, the audience was left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Goodness, the power is terrifying. It's so frightening that I want to rush home to my mother, they exclaimed. If this were utilized in modern warfare, the consequences would be unimaginable. Streamer, with such advanced weaponry, why not assist our nation? Silence. This is the streamer's personal property and technology. Why should it be surrendered? Sugad, I agree. Your technology should bolster our nation, making it even stronger. This power is so immense that even a regiment of guards would be annihilated in an instant. After testing the plasma cannon on his palm, Soo-chung proceeded to evaluate the miniaturized pulse cannon installed on his arm. On my mechanical arm, there is a row of pulse cannons. As he spoke, a series of miniature pulse cannons emerged on either side of his arms, though Soo-chung refrained from firing them. With a bright smile revealing his pearly whites, he addressed the live audience. I won't conduct a test here, as the negative repercussions of the pulse cannon are too significant. A single shot would disrupt electronic devices within a radius of thousands of miles, leading to widespread power failures. My own city would inevitably suffer the consequences. Now, allow me to introduce the mightiest weapon, the laser cannon, Soo-chung declared, activating the laser cannon. 2 small gun barrels resembling machine guns immediately rose from his shoulders. The power of the laser cannon is equivalent to that of an intercontinental missile. One shot could devastate an entire city. Additionally, the barrel can switch to laser mode, transforming into a laser beam. Given the immense power of the laser cannon, I shall refrain from demonstrating it here and instead showcase the laser beam. As he concluded his statement, The laser cannon transitioned into beam mode, and a brilliant red light began to gather at the muzzle, targeting the waves below. Su Cheng unleashed a dazzling laser beam. The laser beam descended upon the ocean, resulting in a colossal chasm measuring 30 meters in length and over 10 meters in width carved into the sea's surface. Above the water, steam began to rise, and the previously tranquil blue waves surged violently in response. This singular blast of laser penetrated the depths of the ocean, striking the seabed below. Su Cheng observed in mild astonishment, having controlled the intensity, yet he was taken aback by the extent of devastation inflicted. This vividly illustrated the formidable power of the laser cannon. In the live stream, the audience was once again left in shock by the spectacle. Goodness, I am utterly astounded. The sheer power sends chills down my spine. If this were to strike a person, they would scarcely survive a second. It's terrifying. The scene is far too harmonious. This should be restricted for viewers under 18. I nearly soiled myself in fright. Su Shun, such advanced technology must not be sold to foreign entities. This is astonishing. Su Shun, why not just launch 10 laser blasts at the Sun Nation? Seeing those little fellows sends me into a frenzy. As Su Cheng monitored his exchange points, which were rapidly increasing, he could scarcely contain his laughter. Suddenly, a rocket soared from the ground and struck Su Cheng directly, causing the live stream to abruptly cut off. What the hell? Why has it suddenly gone black? It looks as if a missile just struck the host. Host, Su Shun, are you still there? Who in the world dares to fire a rocket at Su Shun? Is this a death wish? Who possesses such audacity? Has someone consumed the courage of a lion? The abrupt blackout ignited chaos in the live stream, particularly as many viewers witnessed the moment Su Cheng was hit by the missile. This was swiftly followed by an explosion of flames, and the broadcast was severed. Was this an attack orchestrated by a terrorist faction? Were they coveting Su Shun's technology, prompting them to strike? I trust the host will emerge unscathed. Have you forgotten? The host mentioned that his mech could withstand a nuclear strike. A mere missile poses no threat. We await the host's return. In that very instant, Zhou Yuhang, stationed with the rapid response team, abruptly stood up. They had been observing the events through technologically enhanced transmissions, witnessing the scene of Su Cheng being attacked with crystal clarity. What is happening? Why would someone suddenly launch an attack? Immediately connect me to Unit 5 and inquire about the situation. Unit 1, this is Unit 5. We have just encountered a group of foreign armed forces engaging the target and request fire support. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he shouted at the other personnel nearby. What are you all still doing here? Go and provide support immediately. Number 5. Spare no effort to ensure the safety of our target. Understood. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, the live stream flickered back to life. This time, Su Cheng was not broadcasting via his mobile phone. Instead, he utilized the mech as a terminal to connect to the live stream and resumed broadcasting. However, this time, the audience could see only Su Cheng's face inside the mech. Oh my goodness. The host is back. You scared me. Host, what just happened? It seemed like there was an explosion. Host, where are you now? Host, were you attacked by a missile just now? Chapter 23. Establishing Authority. My apologies, dear friends. I recently encountered an unidentified barrage of firepower that severed my connection. I am now back online via my mech and will continue the live broadcast. Shout song. Switch the stream to first-person perspective. I wish to unveil those audacious enough to assail me. These words were exclaimed by Su Cheng as he broadcasted live, his intention being to assert his authority before all. Received. Shout song responded. The scene swiftly transitioned, and the audience within the live stream witnessed the shift from Su Cheng's youthful visage to his current viewpoint. Just as the viewers were still grappling with shock and confusion, several more projectiles descended upon them. This time, the audience observed with remarkable clarity. Within the mech, several crimson circles rapidly materialized before Su Cheng's eyes, locking onto the missiles emitting white plumes ahead. Boom. Su Cheng activated the mech, blue flames erupting from the soles of his feet and palms, accelerating to evade the oncoming missiles with deft precision. Rumbling. As he altered his course, the audience witnessed the rockets strike the ocean's surface, generating colossal waves that surged skyward. The live stream fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, with some unable to suppress their nervous gulps, while most felt a cold sweat for Su Cheng. Swish. At that moment, 4 more rockets were launched from below, targeting Su Cheng directly. The onslaught seemed relentless. Provoked, Su Cheng resolved to unleash a devastating counterattack, a decisive move to instill fear and respect. This time, instead of evading, Su Cheng charged directly towards the incoming missiles. Be careful. Sue God, evade. Who could be so audacious? Boom. The audience had barely begun to voice their concerns when another explosion resonated within the broadcast, yet the stream remained uninterrupted. Dense smoke and flames engulfed the screen, the viewers acutely aware that these were very real dangers confronting Soo Chung. The searing heat and destructive force of the missile explosions were enough to obliterate a person in an instant. 1 second passed, then 2. 5 seconds elapsed. The broadcast continued uninterrupted until suddenly, the scene cleared, revealing Soo Chung unscathed on the opposite end of the sky. The live stream erupted in celebration. Sue God is incredible. That was close. I thought the host was finished. Is the host all right? Why did rockets suddenly target him? As the scene shifted, Soo Chang's gaze honed in on a squad of soldiers swiftly maneuvering through the jungle. Observing them, he coldly commanded, "Shout song, identify the targets." The camera zoomed in on one shadowy figure racing through the underbrush, revealing a foreign face strikingly different from that of the Dragon Xia nation. Simultaneously, an introduction of the shadowy figure appeared on the information panel. James, Sergeant of the Sam Nation Marine Corps. Shortly thereafter, the details of another soldier were displayed. William, Corporal of the Sam Nation Delta Force. Following that, the information of the third and fourth soldiers, along with several others. Swiftly refreshed on Soo Chang's current information panel, all were servicemen of the Sam Nation, showcased live in the streaming room. Upon seeing this, the viewers erupted in outrage. Damn it, those dogs are worse than the devils. Those cursed Delta Devils have even extended their claws into Longxia. This is infuriating. Elite members of the Special Forces from the Sam Nation have actually been dispatched to assassinate Sushin. Sushin, teach them a lesson. They must understand that Longxia is not a place they can come and go as they please. Those who offend Longxia shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Su Qing gazed at the fleeing team below, his expression calm, yet deep within his eyes, flames of fury flickered. He quietly observed as this group of soldiers boarded 3 military off-road vehicles. Coldly, Su Qing spoke, "You think you can just run after laying hands on me? It's not that simple." With a roar, Su Cheng activated his battle armor and instantaneously soared into the air before the 3 vehicles. "Drop your weapons, and I may spare your lives," he declared coldly, his words translated into the Sam language by shout song, leaving him a potential avenue of retreat. If he were to directly engage and kill these soldiers, he would likely find himself ensnared in a maelstrom of public opinion. After all, he remained unharmed while having slain over a dozen of them. Faced with Su Cheng's interception, the soldiers did not yield. Instead, they raised their weapons, aiming at him, and without hesitation, pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets converged, frantically shooting towards Su Cheng's form, yet he remained unscathed. Not even a scratch marred the surface of his armor. Only the sparks of bullets colliding against it erupted in a dazzling display. Goodness, this is outrageous, infuriating. Su Shin was willing to let them off, yet they persist. They thought they could act like the overlords, daring to rampage within Longxia. With a frigid gaze, Su Cheng stood tall in the air, then raised his hand as the plasma cannon charged instantaneously, glowing with blue flames. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells were launched in succession, striking the 3 off-road vehicles below. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, flames shooting high into the sky, smoke billowing over 30 meters high. As the smoke began to dissipate, nothing remained in its wake. At this sight, the viewers in the streaming room were not shocked. Instead, they felt a profound sense of relief. Well done. It is utterly infuriating, despite the warnings. They remain obstinate. This is the inevitable consequence of recklessness. Su, I suggest you unleash a few more strikes to obliterate their very atoms. As for the old adversary, should you dare to provoke again, this will be your fate. Consider it wisely. How presumptuous to think oneself significant. Before Su, you are nothing but refuse. Su gazed into the live stream, which now displayed his visage, his expression cold and detached. I'm aware that those who dispatch these soldiers are undoubtedly watching my broadcast. I implore someone to rise and voice their stance. I shall grant you but 1 hour. If, after this time, I receive no response, do not blame me for my merciless actions. Chapter 24. Rampant destruction. The host exudes an imposing presence. We must staunchly support the host. This time, we must impart a profound lesson to the so-called Old America. Indeed, do they truly believe themselves to be the sovereign rulers of Earth, free to act as they please? This is Longxia, not a playground for the likes of Old America. Host, how do you intend to proceed? Perhaps launch a few missiles at their stronghold and see if they dare to remain so arrogant. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in a conference room in Sam Country, Chuck and a group of leaders gazed at the unfolding scene, utterly astonished. This small assembly comprised the Armée de la Armée of their elite ranks, yet they found themselves utterly unable to withstand even a single maneuver from their adversary. Particularly, when Su Chung demanded that someone step forward to address the recent assault, Chuck's face turned a deep shade of green with fury. Although the opponent did not explicitly mention them, it was evident that Su Chung was referring to their nation. Who were they? They had long proclaimed themselves the dominant power on Earth, consistently imposing their will upon others. They had never before faced such a threat, particularly one emanating from a single individual. Chuck's eyebrows bristled with anger, yet he hesitated to issue direct orders to engage Su Chung, whose previously displayed weaponry was far too formidable. Moreover, in the presence of the public, he could never admit to such a vulnerability. Chuck inquired, "Have we managed to analyze their capabilities? Does their weaponry terminal possess mecha defenses, and can we withstand or penetrate them?" Alice replied somberly, "Currently, we are only able to analyze the situation through the live broadcast. Further information remains indeterminate." Defense Minister Ike interjected, "I believe the wisest course of action is to distance ourselves from this situation. Given the uncertainty regarding the opponent's threat level, any rash actions we take could potentially plunge our nation into calamity." The military strategist, Olip, observed with an indifferent tone, "Do you genuinely believe that one individual can pose a real challenge to us?" Chuck, observing the heated debate among his colleagues, furrowed his brow and asked, "What of the personnel from the Sun Nation and the Stick Nation? Why have they not taken action? Were they not supposed to serve as the vanguard?" The attendees of the conference snapped back to attention at Chuck's words. "Yes, we could allow the forces from the Sun Nation and the Stick Nation to test the waters once more, but this time we must tread carefully, ensuring we incite the adversary's ire." Ike, feeling increasingly anxious as he surveyed the increasingly reckless attitudes of those around him, cautioned, "Incite their wrath? Can we truly withstand the fury of that individual? It is critical to remember that the technological advancements at their disposal are light years ahead of ours." As Ike's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, it was Chuck, the leader of the meeting, who broke the stillness. "Let us first inquire about the whereabouts of the special forces from the Sun Nation and the Stick Nation. If they are near the target, instruct them to create disturbances, enabling us to maximize our analysis of the mecha worn by the target individual." At this moment, Sioux City stood aloft, its information panel having once again locked onto two factions. However, these factions had already become embroiled in a fierce conflict with another force. Fortunately, this skirmish was contained within the dense foliage below, sparing the city from any repercussions. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. What on earth? How can there still be gunfire amidst the jungle below? What is the situation here? Could it be yet another malevolent force attempting to strike against the deity of Sioux? Watching the live broadcast, Sioux City displayed the results analyzed by the system, explaining, "The factions engaged in combat below consist of three entities. One is our own Longxia Kingdom's force, while the other two are the Special Operations Team from the Sun Kingdom and the Special Forces from the Stick Kingdom. Currently, the troops from Longxia are restraining and even suppressing the forces from the Sun and Stick Kingdoms." With a calm demeanor, Sioux City remarked, based on the casualty reports, "If this trend continues, within an hour, the forces from the Sun and Stick Kingdoms will be utterly obliterated." Why have armed forces from the Sun and Stick Kingdoms suddenly appeared? The viewers inquired. Isn't it obvious? They are clearly targeting the broadcaster. However, our elite forces have them contained. Historically, the Sun and Stick Kingdoms have been lackeys of the Sam Nation, with the Sam Nation's special operations members deployed. I thought there would be no lackeys this time. It seems they have faltered here instead. Su God, please intervene. This would at least reduce our warriors' casualties. Yes, broadcaster. We implore you to assist us. Please, act swiftly, and give these two nations a proper lesson. Amidst the chorus of pleas for assistance, Sioux City ultimately chose to take action. The rationale was simple. These two nations bore ill intentions, akin to the Sam Nation, wishing to eliminate him, while the troops from Longxia had come to safeguard him. The distinction between foe and ally was immediately apparent. Boom. Sioux City soared through the air in his mech, diving into the jungle below. Though the defensive robot primarily emphasized protection, it was still equipped with a formidable weaponry system, with technology that far surpassed Earth's. Even the secondary weaponry was more than sufficient to overpower the special forces below. Boom, boom, boom. Sioux City activated the plasma cannon set to its lowest power. Thanks to the system's target lock, he had no concerns about misfires. He simply descended and unleashed a barrage of fire. Retreat. Retreat. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We must withdraw. Among the remaining special forces from the two nations, a frantic retreat commenced, for Sioux City's entrance had showcased an overwhelming advantage, resulting in an immediate loss of over 70% of their members. They could hardly even touch the opposing mech. How can they continue to fight when the slaughter is so one-sided? Trying to flee? I shall not let a single one escape. Sucheng's gaze was devoid of emotion as he fixated on his target, ruthlessly opening fire. He harbored no semblance of fondness for the Sun Nation or the Stick Nation, particularly in light of their intent to take his life. Such a scenario is intolerable to any individual. Meanwhile, within the Dark Palace, the onlookers were momentarily petrified, the atmosphere thick with silence. They had contemplated reaching out to the special forces of both nations to issue commands, but it was now evident that such measures were no longer necessary. Chapter 25. The catastrophic demotion within the live broadcast. Chaos erupted as the once lush forest lay in ruin, reduced to charred remnants. Sucheng chose not to retreat, but instead remained steadfast. At that moment, a formidable man, exuding an aura of lethal determination, approached Sucheng and, with a sharp salute, introduced himself as Number 5, dispatched by Zhou Yuhang, to ensure Sucheng's safety. Concurrently, another team was swiftly compiling a combat report. The mission had been accomplished, and the target was currently secure. Target? Sucheng raised an eyebrow at the mention, though he refrained from dwelling on it. Instead, he turned to the soldier beside him and remarked with a smile, I must say, your response time is rather impressive. Mr. Sucheng, is it? If you don't mind, our leader wishes to speak with you privately, Number 5 inquired tentatively. With a light chuckle, Sucheng waved his hand dismissively. Not at the moment. I prefer to avoid contact with military or governmental officials. Taken aback, Number 5 chose not to press further. Very well, Mr. Su. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I trust you are aware of how to contact us. With that, he signaled for the team to commence the cleanup and retreat. As a tide of personnel swiftly departed, Sucheng glanced at the clock. 10 minutes had already elapsed. System, has anyone emerged to take responsibility for this incident? He inquired. No, came the system's response. A cold smile crept across Sucheng's lips. Excellent. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, do not blame me for my merciless actions. He had already resolved that once the lunar base was established, he would exclude the immigrants from Sam's country, along with his two sycophants. Addressing the live audience, Sucheng calmly stated, 15 minutes have now passed, and still, I have yet to see anyone step forward to take responsibility or offer an apology. I have made it clear that I would allow only 1 hour. Now, merely 45 minutes remain. With a resounding slap of his palm against the table, Chuck in the Black Palace conference room seethed with anger. Never before had anyone dared to threaten them in such a manner. Yet, Sucheng's choice of a live broadcast had laid bare the identities of their Special Forces members, revealing them to be their own operatives. Any further aggression towards Sucheng would undoubtedly plunge them into a maelstrom of public opinion. I have a suggestion that might help us navigate this storm, Alice interjected. This operation involved more than just us. We can easily shift the blame onto the Koreans. Upon hearing this, Chuck's eyes sparkled with excitement. The way he deflected responsibility was nothing short of masterful. He promptly declared, we shall convene a press conference immediately to articulate our stance on this matter, and simultaneously sever all ties with both nations. Meanwhile, Shanjiam, the current prime minister overseeing all affairs of the Sun Nation, had dispatched a special operations team in response to a summons from his superior, Sam. He, too, was attentively watching the live broadcast from Sioux City, eager to grasp the unfolding situation. However, when he witnessed the total annihilation of his forces, he slumped onto his chair, overwhelmed with frustration, and began pacing anxiously. Shanjiam barked orders to his subordinates. Get me Chuck on the line immediately. Moments later, a subordinate rushed in, panting. The president is currently unavailable. He claims to be ill and recuperating at home. He advised us to call back in a couple of days. Enraged, Shanjiam swept everything off his desk, cursing vehemently. What an utter disgrace. They sought us out when they needed cannon fodder, but now they cast us aside when things go awry. Startled, his subordinate timidly inquired, what should we do now? Shanjiam replied, get me in touch with Gali at once. I need to strategize with her. Faced with the threat from Sioux City, Shanjiam could not afford to underestimate the situation. A nation capable of independently reaching the moon, armed with advanced mecha technology, surely had formidable contingencies he dared not speculate upon, nor attempt to confront. Before long, Shanjiam connected with Gaoli, and they reached a consensus to remain silent for the time being and observe how Sioux City would maneuver. They concluded that Sioux City would not dare provoke an entire nation single-handedly. Half an hour later, Chuck's press conference commenced, leaving Shanjiam momentarily speechless upon receiving the news. The speed of this turnaround was astonishing. The blame was now squarely placed upon him, and it was tightly secured, impossible to shake off. Sioux City inquired, "System, have there been any responses?" The system replied, "Sam has just held a press conference, stating that they are not involved in this incident. The actions were autonomous, carried out by troops stationed in the Sun Nation, directed by them." Sioux City scoffed, saying, "What a remarkably sharp deflection of responsibility." He continued to press, "What of the Sun Nation and the Dog Nation? Have they issued any statements?" The system responded, "There has been no activity from either nation as of yet." Sioux City remarked, "Sam has shifted blame. Yet these two loyal lapdogs remain steadfast in their allegiance. Their commendable loyalty, however, will come at a price they may not be able to bear. System, lock onto all their bases. I intend to decimate them directly and also target the armed forces stationed in the Sun Nation." The system confirmed, all military bases of the two nations have been locked on, totaling 56. It is recommended that the host choose a downgrade obliteration strike. Sioux City paused, inquiring, "What does a downgrade obliteration strike entail?" The system, the degradation annihilation strike, belongs to the category of extermination strikes. The target of the strike will instantaneously evaporate, reduced to an atomic state, and the strike's range will not release any residual shockwaves. Su Chung was taken aback and inquired, "Does my mech possess such a weapon system?" The system replied, "No. The system will activate a vessel remaining within the Milky Way to employ offensive measures." Su Ching, astonished, widened his mouth and asked, "A vessel within the Milky Way? Can it achieve precise strikes from such a distance?" The system explained, "The degradation annihilation strike is a cross-dimensional civilization attack, currently akin to a Type 3 civilization striking against the Type 2 civilization of the host, disregarding spatial distance and capable of traversing star systems to execute an assault." Chapter 26, Global Tremors. Wait a moment, System. What do you mean by the spaceship remaining in the Milky Way? System, the host is required to proceed to the moon to establish a base, necessitating a spacecraft for navigation. Su Ching, are we departing for the moon right now? System, the spacecraft will reach the Earth's atmosphere in 3 days. Please prepare yourself, host. Su Chung, so, I can only linger on Earth for 3 days? Su Ching, do not forget your promise of a team of beautiful companions accompanying me. System, an hour later. Su Ching gazed at the live stream and remarked, "The hour has elapsed. Those who err must face the consequences of their actions." With that, he abruptly closed the live stream. In the live stream, chaos ensued. Why did the screen suddenly go black again? Darn, he's offline. Su God, what's happening? Are you about to take action against those 3 countries? Please resume the live stream. We wish to witness this monumental moment together. I truly want to see Su God unleashing his might. Having closed the live stream, Su Ching then opted to return to his hotel. Meanwhile, the system had already activated the spacecraft, initiating a devastating strike. In mere moments, a colossal, pitch-black spaceship materialized within the Milky Way, its size comparable to that of an island. The chilling, dark exterior exuded an aura of foreboding. At that instant, the main cannon at the ship's underside suddenly revealed itself, rapidly gathering energy before erupting with a thunderous boom. A deep blue beam of light shot forth from the cannon, instantly illuminating the obsidian void of space. With a resounding impact, it seemed as if a barrier of water had been breached as the deep blue beam vanished from sight, only to split into multiple streams of blue light that hovered above the military bases of 2 nations. Boom! In a fraction of a second, dozens of blue flames erupted over the territories of both nations, the explosive sounds resonating instantly, even triggering a considerable earthquake. A massive mushroom cloud surged skyward, soaring to heights of 1,000 meters. Yet, in the next breath, the enormous mushroom cloud swiftly retracted, disappearing as if it had never existed. The military bases below were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only deep craters several hundred meters in depth. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Chung discovered that Qin Yu had already arrived. Seeing Su Cheng, Qin Yu quickly set aside her phone, her face alight with a smile as she approached him, personally assisting him in removing his coat. "Where have you been? I thought you might not return," she inquired. Su Cheng, taken aback, noted the significant shift in Qin Yu's demeanor towards him. Indeed, one cannot solely blame Qin Yu. Primarily, she was also engrossed in his live broadcast. and the moment she beheld Su Cheng's visage, it utterly startled her. She could never have fathomed that the enigmatic figure, the mysterious streamer at the center of such uproar, was the very man before her. Upon realizing that Su Cheng was indeed that elusive broadcaster, Chenyu naturally felt compelled to treat him with utmost respect. She harbored a fear that a mere flicker of anger from him could lead to her downfall. Su Cheng, taken aback by Chenyu's sudden shift in demeanor, quickly dismissed the thought. Why her attitude had transformed was of little consequence. Like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey, he decisively pinned Chenyu onto the sofa. With only 3 days remaining on Earth, he was determined to indulge in activities that brought him joy. Thus, Chenyu found herself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Night and day, Su Cheng labored fervently. The following day, Su Cheng collapsed onto the sofa, perusing the day's news on his phone, while Chenyu, clad only in a bathrobe, lovingly fed him grape after grape. As Su Cheng scrolled through the information on his device, he noted that the majority of the headlines pertained to him. The identity of the mysterious streamer revealed, a citizen of Longxia. Foreign forces suddenly invade, targeting the mysterious streamer. The streamer displays his strength, decisively obliterating 3 armed factions. Military bases across multiple nations obliterated instantaneously, suspected to have been attacked by advanced civilization weaponry, leaving no trace. Massive protests erupt in the United States, a public outcry against Chuck's monumental blunders. The Prime Minister of the Sun Nation voluntarily resigns. What connection does he have with the devastation of the military base by advanced civilization forces? As he absorbed these reports, a faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips. Particularly astonished by the announcement of Prime Minister Shan Jiao of the Sun Nation's voluntary resignation. It appeared that he recognized the gravity of the situation and sought forgiveness through this act. The combined forces of both nations' military bases, numbering in the millions, had been utterly annihilated in an instant, leaving not even a remnant behind. If Su Cheng's prior assault had not been enough to stir global commotion, this incident certainly would. The simultaneous and complete destruction of military bases in 2 countries, with no advance warning detected by any nation on Earth, instilled a palpable sense of dread across the globe. What are you laughing at so heartily? At that moment, a gentle female voice whispered in Su Cheng's ear. He turned to see Chenyu beside him, smiling. Are you aware of the mysterious streamer who has recently become the talk of the town? Chenyu, startled for a brief moment and a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, quickly composed herself and replied with a smile, of course, it's practically common knowledge now. Isn't it? Su Cheng was taken aback. Had he truly become so renowned? However, he quickly regained his composure and turned to Chenyu, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he remarked, I was wondering why your attitude towards me shifted so suddenly yesterday. It turns out you were already aware of my true identity. I had been so careful to conceal it from you, fearing it would cause you worry. Yet you had known all along. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Chenyu replied, Oh, come now, you've already shown your face. How could I possibly be unaware? Chapter 27. Another major discovery in the room. A man and a woman were playfully bantering. Chenyu embraced Su Cheng's neck, her eyes sparkling with affection as she softly said, Su Cheng, I know you are no ordinary person. I only wish that you would not forget me in the future. Is that possible? A subtle smile played on Su Cheng's lips as he replied, Since you are aware of my mysterious identity, you should also know the theme of my live stream, right? I truly intend to establish a base on the moon, and in just 2 days, I shall embark on that journey. At this juncture, Su Cheng paused briefly before asking, Would you be willing to accompany me to the moon? Chenyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Both she and Su Cheng were acutely aware of the nature of their relationship over the past couple of days. It was, in essence, a transaction. However, upon learning of Su Cheng's extraordinary identity, she found it increasingly difficult to forget him, as his image incessantly occupied her thoughts. Now, with Su Cheng's proposition, could this be considered an indirect confession? The joy she should have felt was overshadowed by a whirlwind of complex emotions. If this were indeed a confession, the manner and conditions of it were rather unconventional. He wanted her to join him on the moon. What kind of place was the moon? Could humanity truly survive there? Even if it were possible, there would be nothing there. Could she truly relinquish everything she had on Earth so easily? Noticing Chenyu's silence, Su Cheng did not press her, but simply smiled and said, I believe I already know your answer. In truth, Su Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment. He was certain that if he revealed to Chenyu that Earth would face destruction, she would undoubtedly agree to accompany him to the moon. Yet, that was not the outcome he desired. 1 year. If you have not forgotten me after a year, come find me, and I shall be entirely yours, alive as your man, and in death, your spirit. As soon as Su Chung uttered this, Chinyu responded swiftly. Su Chung was taken aback. This woman, living up to her reputation for both academic excellence and beauty, was indeed astute. At this moment, she managed to turn the tables and counter him with such a retort. A year from now, his lunar base would have been completed, and her proposal of a year's time was likely a means for her to evaluate the results of his endeavors, determining whether it was worth following him. It provided him with ample room for retreat. Moreover, her response could be construed as an indirect acceptance, placing him in a passive position should he refuse. It would imply a lack of sincerity. If he were sincere, a mere year was not a significant sacrifice. With a smile, Su Chung said, "Very well. I shall come for you in a year. However, during this time, you must guard both your body and heart for me. Can you manage that?" A sweet smile graced Chunyu's lips as she leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Cheng's cheek, replying, "I can." Subsequently, Chinyu leaned close to Su Cheng's ear, exhaling softly as she whispered, "Su Cheng, I desire you." The bathrobe draped over her body had seemingly slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, at NASA, just as a preliminary relationship with Su Cheng had been established, an astonishing discovery emerged when everyone thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Director, we have a significant breakthrough. An object has been detected within the Milky Way, approaching Earth at an unimaginable speed. According to current projections, it would reach Earth in less than 2 days." Zhou Yuhang was taken aback, rising abruptly. "What?" "Display the visuals immediately." After technical processing, the image was quickly brought up. Though it appeared exceedingly blurred, Zhou Yuhang frowned at the sight. "Is there no way to enhance the clarity?" "Utilized reverse optical focusing already," replied the technician. "This is the clearest image available at present. Promptly ascertain the object's size, shape, and trajectory to determine if it will strike Earth. If so, pinpoint its landing site. Report: the object is moving too swiftly for analysis. However, based on its current trajectory, it will directly collide with Earth." Zhou Yuhang's frown deepened. It remains uncertain whether this is a meteorite or something else. Meteorites typically do not travel at such astonishing speeds. They would have ignited long before reaching Earth. Furthermore, if it were indeed a meteorite, such rapid velocity would usually indicate external forces, such as collision or explosion, suggesting a series of reactions rather than a solitary meteorite. With this in mind, Zhou Yuhang commanded, "Immediately check for any other high-speed objects on the same trajectory. Report: none detected. Only this unknown object has been identified. Is there any indication of acceleration or deceleration in its movement?" Report: no, it maintains a constant speed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuhang's eyes widened in realization, swiftly dismissing the possibility of the object being a meteorite. A more plausible conclusion emerged: a spacecraft. Initiate real-time monitoring of this object's movements. Not a second should be wasted. With that, Zhou Yuhang quickly departed. If his hypothesis held true, and it was indeed a spacecraft, the implications would be monumental. First, Su Cheng appeared on the moon. Then introduced technology far surpassing Earth's capabilities, and now a spacecraft was on approach. These events collectively pointed to one undeniable truth: the existence of extraterrestrial life. As this alien spacecraft hurtled toward Earth, its intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, remained shrouded in uncertainty. At this juncture, Zhou Yuhang found himself unable to make a decisive call and felt compelled to escalate the matter, seeking the counsel of the elder. Upon hearing Zhou Yuhang's report and analysis, the elder fell into a contemplative silence, only to subsequently utter a remark of profound significance. "Do you believe this matter could be related to the broadcaster Su Cheng?" Zhou Yuhang was taken aback and replied, "Elder, are you suggesting that if this pertains to a spacecraft, it might indeed belong to Su Cheng?" The elder furrowed his brow slightly, neither affirming nor denying the implication, and stated, "In the absence of certainty, we cannot dismiss any possibility. You must endeavor to ascertain the situation with Su Cheng. Remember, your approach is crucial." Zhou Yuhang nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood." Chapter 28. Departure. As Su Cheng was indulging in tender moments with Chunyu in his room, an unexpected phone call interrupted their intimacy. He glanced at his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number. Initially inclined to dismiss the call, he hesitated upon seeing the system panel indicate that it was a call from someone at the space agency. Ultimately, he chose to answer the phone, though the enchanting activities beneath him continued unabated. "Hello? Mr. Su, greetings. This is Zhou Yuhang, the director of the space agency. I apologize for contacting you at this hour. The call was from Zhou Yuhang himself, who spoke with a courteous demeanor, as instructed by the elder. Attitude is paramount. Feeling the tantalizing sensations beneath him, which seemed to elevate him to another realm, Su Cheng couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. Zhou Yuhang misinterpreted this reaction as astonishment at his identity. However, Su Cheng swiftly dispelled any ambiguity. I am aware that the group covertly protecting me was dispatched by your agency, correct? Now, what do you require of me? Zhou Yuhang was momentarily taken aback, but upon recalling the advanced technology wielded by Su Cheng, he quickly regained his composure. We have detected an object resembling a spacecraft rapidly approaching Earth within the Milky Way. We would like to ascertain whether this matter is connected to you. Su Cheng paused, then accessed the system panel, which displayed footage intercepted by the space agency. He inquired of the system, "Is this your spacecraft?" Indeed, came the affirmative response. A smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he replied into the phone, "It is my spacecraft." The line fell silent for several seconds, before Zhou Yuhang finally responded, "Understood, Mr. Su." He then shifted the conversation. "We hope to have the opportunity to discuss this matter further with you. When might you be available?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow at the inquiry, firmly declining, "No need. I am not inclined to engage in such discussions at this moment." Zhou Yuhang, while having anticipated this response, felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing the silence on the other end, Su Cheng pressed, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing further. I shall not take up any more of your time," Zhou Yuhang replied with a smile. Once the call ended, Su Cheng tossed his phone onto the bedside table. After his previous phone had been destroyed during a live broadcast, he had relied on the system for communication. Yet he still preferred using a traditional phone on Earth and eventually purchased a new one. "Little beauty, you have truly captivated me." With that, he turned his attention back to the lovely Chinyu nestled in his arms. An hour later, "System, can you display the footage of the spacecraft?" "Footage has been transferred." As the system's voice faded, a notification window materialized before Su Cheng's eyes, presented in a video format. The imagery revealed the desolate and frigid expanse of the cosmos, punctuated intermittently by distant twinkling stars. At the center of the scene, a colossal spacecraft sped towards Earth. This was Su Cheng's spacecraft, entirely cloaked in black, forged from an unknown rare metal that exuded an aura of chilling coldness. Gliding through the universe, it resembled a monstrous steel beast, poised to devour anything in its path. Su Cheng was taken aback by the sight before him. Was this to be his future conveyance? It appeared overwhelmingly majestic. A slight smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he conversed with the system in his mind. "I truly admire this style, haha. By the way, do not forget the promise of a team of beautiful companions." System. Upon receiving Su Cheng's response, Zhou Yuhang promptly reported to the elder. The elder inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhou Yuhang replied, "We have received a definitive response from the other party. It is indeed Su Cheng's spacecraft. I subtly expressed our desire for collaboration, but the proposal was declined." The elder fell silent, clearly shaken. While they had anticipated that Su Cheng's technological prowess surpassed that of Earth, the revelation that this was his spacecraft left them astounded. Particularly, upon hearing that Su Cheng was not inclined to collaborate, the elder's brow furrowed slightly as he solemnly stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot afford to offend him." Zhou Yuhang acknowledged, "Understood." At that moment, a smile tugged at the elder's lips. "Now, let us see what other nations will devise." In truth, after the destruction of numerous bases from 2 countries, nations around the world had fallen into a profound silence. Although everyone knew Su Cheng was responsible, no one dared to voice their opinions. This exemplified the power of military deterrence. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Today, the spacecraft would breach the atmosphere of Longsha country, while Su Cheng prepared to journey to the moon to establish a base. Dressed appropriately, Su Cheng glanced at the beauty lying on the bed and said, "You may leave now." Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, but she uttered no further words. Silently, she dressed and approached Su Cheng's side, saying, "I will be waiting for you." With that, she planted a kiss on Su Cheng's cheek before departing the suite. Su Cheng watched her retreating figure, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. However, he quickly reined in his emotions. Su Cheng inquired, "System, how is the collection robot performing?" The system responded, "The collection robot has completed its task and has autonomously returned to the host repository." Su Cheng nodded slightly and then strode out of the hotel with purpose. Upon exiting the hotel, Su Cheng gazed up at the brilliant sun overhead, his eyes instinctively squinting slightly as he murmured softly, "Today marks yet another splendid day for a live broadcast. Alas, it is also the final day on Earth. In that moment, Su-Ching accessed his personal attributes panel to review his exchange points, discovering that they had surged to over 100 million. Moreover, the tally continued to rise. Observing this, a broad smile spread across Su-Cheng's face, for these exchange points would soon be the cornerstone of his fortune and existence. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed as the ground began to tremble violently. Chapter 29. Boarding the spaceship, the Earth trembled, causing the crowd on the ground to stir restlessly. Just as everyone assumed it was an earthquake and prepared to flee in panic, the sky above darkened abruptly, the clouds were shattered, and a colossal black object loomed at the horizon, filling the spectators with awe. Ultimately, this immense entity hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ground. In truth, the spacecraft had merely stationed itself in the upper atmosphere, yet Su-Ching opted to lower it slightly to create a spectacle. The crowd gazed up at the gigantic black disk materializing in the sky, their eyes widening in disbelief. A cacophony of exclamations erupted, echoing their astonishment. My goodness, is this a spaceship? What on earth is this? Run, disaster is imminent. Is this truly a spaceship? It's enormous. The arrival of the spacecraft above Longxia not only captured the attention of the local populace but also garnered global intrigue. As the vessel approached Earth, it did not cloak its detection signals, leading numerous nations to identify it almost immediately. Chuck sat in his chair, feeling utterly despondent. For days, he had lived in a state of anxiety, scarcely managing a decent night's sleep. Their stationed forces in the Sun Country had been obliterated by Su-Ching, and just when they thought he would strike their homeland, he vanished without a trace. For the past 2 days, he had been consumed by worry regarding this matter. Then, at 4 o'clock this morning, he was abruptly awakened by one of his subordinates, who informed him of an unidentified object entering Earth's atmosphere. The imagery was captured clearly by satellites, revealing what everyone feared, a spaceship the size of an island. At this revelation, Chuck was utterly stunned. Their technicians promptly began analyzing the spacecraft, yet after nearly a full day of effort, the outcome was the same. It remained unexplainable. The vessel lingered in the atmosphere for a staggering 10 hours, during which time speculation arose that it might be a product of extraterrestrial technology, potentially heralding the arrival of alien life. Then, the spaceship stirred. It descended once more, ultimately settling above Longxia. Concurrently, Su-Cheng's live broadcast commenced. He emerged, navigating through the crowd, and directly commanded Little Tsang to pilot a mech, soaring into the skies, precisely towards the spacecraft. With the initiation of the live stream, countless viewers flooded in. Su-God has begun his broadcast. I've waited 2 full days for this moment. Su-God, you have finally revealed yourself. Su-God, a spaceship has appeared over your city. Is this your doing? Oh look, Su-God has flown near the spaceship. Brothers, I wager a packet of spicy strips that this spaceship belongs to Su-God. 6,666. As I gazed at the live stream, witnessing the instant surge of over 1 million viewers, Su-Ching couldn't help but smile. He confidently addressed the audience, saying, "Greetings, my friends. I am back once again. I trust you have all noticed the immense presence behind me. This colossal black steel beast. Today's live stream theme revolves entirely around it." Upon uttering this statement, the chat exploded with a flurry of 666 messages. Huh, I told you, something so extraordinary must undoubtedly belong to Su-Ching. Having previously set foot on the moon, adorned in a mech suit, and having decisively taught a lesson to 2 neighboring nations, all signs indicated that the appearance of this abnormal spacecraft was intrinsically linked to Su-Ching. Stop spewing nonsense upstairs. Have you witnessed Su-Ching in action? Such matters cannot be carelessly acknowledged. Observing the jovial atmosphere in the chat and the increasing exchange points displayed in the corner of his information panel, Su-Ching continued, "Today, I shall lead you all to explore the interior of this spacecraft, allowing you to witness what true high-tech innovation looks like." Only through sufficient novelty and awe could he continually refresh the contributions bestowed upon him in exchange points. The entirety of the live stream was driven by this principle. With that, Su-Ching leaped toward the spacecraft. As he approached, a portal on the side of the vessel swung open, and a radiant staircase of light extended from within. Reaching down to Su-Ching's feet, the viewers, witnessing this spectacle, erupted once more with 666 in the chat. Wow, this maneuver is absolutely mind-blowing. Su-Ching is amazing. Please, take me along. I am willing to trade a decade of my life for a chance to follow Su-Ching as a loyal companion. Basic operation, basic operation. Calm down everyone. Take your seats. Chuck and several leaders stood in stunned silence, their expressions betraying their shock. This spacecraft belonged to the enigmatic broadcaster. They were in deep trouble. The sheer magnitude of the vessel alone hinted at terrifying technology. Not to mention the fact that they couldn't even decipher the data from its exterior. Should Su Cheng choose to hover above their empire in such a craft? The consequences were unthinkable. Chuck, his face dark as coal, gravely inquired, "Can anyone tell me what measures we should take against Su Cheng? Should we still adopt a hardline stance?" Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to respond. It was evident to any discerning observer that provoking Su Cheng was a perilous endeavor. Whoever dared would meet their demise. Upon entering the spacecraft, Su Cheng was immediately captivated by the futuristic technology and decor surrounding him. The floating virtual images and data chains created an atmosphere reminiscent of a vivid sci-fi realm, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. It is truly remarkable. I have never encountered anything so sophisticated. It is genuinely astonishing. Is this the interior of a spacecraft? It is incredibly spacious, and within it, one feels as though they are on solid ground. The experience is overwhelmingly breathtaking. Oh, esteemed Su, might I inquire what conditions and requirements must be met to serve as your devoted follower? I find myself increasingly disinclined to remain on Earth. Ah, dear Su, I long to bear your offspring, yearning only for the opportunity to ascend and behold the wonders above alongside you. Chapter 30. Xiaoyu and Xiaojin greetings, Master. The moment Su Cheng stepped into the spaceship, a melodious female voice reached his ears. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? I am the artificial intelligence system of this spacecraft. I will soon introduce you to the various components and their functions. You may assign me a name, Master. Pondering for a moment, Su Cheng exited Shaotsang's mech, revealing his true self. Listening to the spaceship's voice, he stroked his chin and then smiled. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoyu. The character for rain in Xiaoyu phonetically resonates with the character for universe in spaceship, making it convenient for Su Cheng to address her without the burden of complex names. Understood, Master, Xiaoyu replied. At that moment, Chenyu was at the hospital, keeping vigil over her sister. With the 100 million Su Cheng had provided, she no longer needed to work at the school or face the lecherous director who had been eyeing her. With the arrival of Su Cheng's funds, her sister's surgery was promptly conducted, and she had now been transferred to the intensive care unit. Chenyu was watching Su Cheng's live stream on her phone when she saw the name he had chosen for the spaceship system, a sweet smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She believed Su Cheng had named it deliberately for her sake. In reality, Su Cheng had not given it much thought. It was merely for ease of reference. Simultaneously, Su Cheng communicated with the system in his mind. System, what do you think? Should I give you a name as well? It feels a bit strange to keep calling you System. The system responded with silence. How about this? From now on, you shall be called Xiaojin. The system replied. This system was created by a level 6 civilization of cosmic godlike civilization, possessing its own pride and a corresponding name. It was designated as Light of Hope upon its creation. Su Cheng burst into laughter at this revelation. What? Light of Hope? That name sounds far less appealing than Xiaojin. It's rather kitsch. Henceforth, you will be Xiaojin. Oh. The system retorted, seemingly at a loss for words. Xiaojin, Su Cheng continued, I see that my personal points for exchange are nearing 200 million. What would you suggest I redeem? Considering the impending destruction of Earth and his future residence on the moon, as well as potential voyages through space. The items he exchanged for needed to be practical. The system replied, the host may choose to redeem a manufacturing factory. Once you reach the moon, you can commence the construction of related items. Su Cheng contemplated this for a moment and murmured, a manufacturing factory? Let me check the price. Upon accessing the system store, he was taken aback to find that the cost of the manufacturing factory was an astounding 150 million points. Faced with such a hefty price, Su Cheng felt disheartened. Well, there's no rush to redeem it. I'll decide once we reach the moon. Su Cheng regained his focus and resumed the live broadcast. Dear friends and fans in the chat room, today I shall guide you in exploring the inner workings of this magnificent spaceship. Xiaoyu, please greet everyone in the live stream. Xiaoyu responded. Greetings to all the brothers and sisters of Earth. I am Xiaoyu. Her melodious voice flowed like a symphony, resonating within the hearts of the audience and uplifting their spirits. Wow, that voice is truly enchanting. I absolutely adore this spaceship's intelligent system. The sound is exquisite and delightful. I envy the host for having such a beautiful companion. Su Shen, please grant me the status of your loyal admirer, exclaimed a viewer, overwhelmed by the charm of her voice. With a gentle smile, Su Qing addressed the audience. Xiaoyu, please introduce the various systems and components of the spaceship to everyone. Certainly, Master, Xiaoyu replied. At this moment, leaders from around the globe, as well as experts in astronomy and aviation, were all attentively listening. Even though they were aware of the technological superiority of the spaceship, gaining insights into its components could spark tremendous inspiration and ideas, potentially leading to the creation of their own spacecraft models. The spaceship consists of 6 primary components: the central control room, the weapon system control terminal, the living and resting area, the transportation system, the propulsion system, the forging area, and the escape pod and cryogenic chamber. The central control room serves as the captain's office. The weapon control terminal is designated for the spaceship's personnel, but as there are currently no operators, I am the one in control. The living area is where the crew resides and takes their rest. The transportation system, located within the circular internal space of the spaceship, is responsible for energy conversion and operation. The forging area is dedicated to physical training for the crew. The escape pod and cryogenic chamber exist as a separate entity, prepared for emergencies. Su Qing nodded in understanding, recognizing that the spaceship could be broadly categorized into the control room, operational systems, weaponry, and areas for rest and exercise, with provisions for escape in case of emergencies. Master, please follow me to the control room, Xiaoyu invited. Su Qing smiled and replied, all right. As he spoke, a virtual humanoid image materialized before him and the audience, a graceful, silver-hued robot with a curvaceous form. The moment Su Qing laid eyes on it, he was reminded of a female character from a shooting game he had played, Emma from Counterattack. In truth, this is a data projection meticulously crafted by Xiaoyu, reflecting Su Qing's subconscious. The image of Xiaoyu ahead paused after a brief moment of movement. Master, please step onto the hover escalator. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. But soon after, a platform resembling a scooter materialized before him. With a smile, and without hesitation, he stepped onto it. Whoosh! In the next instant, Su Qing soared forth like a tempest, swiftly darting away. Wow! Witnessing this spectacle, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. Goodness! The speed of this slide, no. The hover escalator is astonishingly rapid. So God, how does it feel? Is it akin to soaring against the wind? Chapter 31. Virtual reality game. As Su Qing boarded the hovering express lift, he initially harbored concerns that its rapid velocity might destabilize his balance. However, once he stood upon it, he discovered it felt as stable as standing on solid ground. Brothers, it may appear perilous from this vantage point, yet in reality, it is remarkably safe. Standing here is akin to being on the ground. Aside from the sensation of speed, there is hardly a whisper of wind. Su Qing remarked with a smile while observing the live broadcast. Surrounding the lift was an invisible barrier, providing protection to its passengers. The lift accelerated swiftly, reaching a speed of approximately 80 miles per hour. Yet, it took several minutes before Su Qing finally arrived at the central control room. Goodness, has it really been 5 minutes? Just now reaching the central control room, he exclaimed. How immense is this spaceship? I am in awe. Such advanced technology. Even moving within one's own vessel requires a mode of transport. Incredible, oh broadcaster. I truly wish to be one of your loyal followers. Upon entering the main control room, Su Qing was immediately struck by the scene before him, which contrasted sharply with his expectations. The expansive interior, measuring over 1,000 square meters, contained but a single object, a platform at the center. This platform was pristine white, over 1 meter in height, resembling a podium for speakers. However, its supporting column was merely the thickness of a thumb, and instead of a square shape, the hand gesture area was bifurcated into 2 sides, each displaying a palm-sized screen. At this sight, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the central control room? He inquired. Indeed, Master, replied Xiaoyu. How astonishing, Su Qing remarked, unable to suppress a twitch of his expression as he quipped. Isn't this a bit too simplistic? He then turned to address the live audience, adding, in truth, this is my first time aboard a spaceship. Please proceed to the central platform to activate the ship's systems, Master. Xiaoyu instructed. Activate. Su Qing paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he asked, what does that entail? Xiaoyu's sweet voice chimed in once more. The spaceship is in a semi-hibernation state. Aside from the basic flight systems, all other functions remain dormant. Activation is required from you, Master. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled knowingly. Following Xiaoyu's guidance, he approached the central platform. Please place your hands upon the screens on either side to verify your life form for activation. instructed Xiaoyu, though slightly puzzled. Su Cheng complied with her request, placing his hands on the respective barriers. Instantly, a mechanical electronic voice resonated within the control room. Secondary life form gene chain has been verified and activated. System is booting. Before Su Cheng's eyes, the control room began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The originally desolate room began to materialize with an array of high-tech control consoles and electronic devices. Contrary to his expectations, these control instruments and gadgets existed solely in a holographic form. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds resounded. The platform beneath Su Cheng's feet transformed. The ground abruptly elevated, revealing a fantastical chair radiating an ethereal glow behind him. The control panel before him also morphed, presenting a joystick reminiscent of a steering wheel. In less than 10 seconds, the control room had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. In the live broadcast room, the audience was left in utter astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, "Incredible, truly remarkable. This is the epitome of sophistication and grandeur." Compared to Su Shen's control room, ostentatious sports cars and luxurious villas seem utterly pedestrian. Are we now flaunting our status with spaceships? I'm utterly awestruck. Alas, I lack the eloquence to express my admiration. Su Cheng mused. Do you need an assistant, Su Shen? This control room was nothing short of enchanting. Standing in this space, he could easily envision himself piloting such a spacecraft through the cosmos. It was lavish, commanding, and utterly magnificent. Sir, would you like to initiate a connection with the main consciousness for control? Inquired Xiaoyu. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, Not for now. Please take me to explore other areas, particularly the living quarters. Certainly, master. Please follow me, Xiaoyu responded, transforming once again into the robotic image of Emma, leading the way. Su Cheng ascended the floating escalator, quickly following her. A few minutes later, he arrived at the relaxation and recreation area for the crew aboard the spaceship. As he looked around, he saw a veritable feast of dining and entertainment options. Goodness, this is nothing short of a grand entertainment venue. Is this really a dining area? It's astonishingly advanced. A karaoke section as well? My horizons have been broadened. And there's a swimming pool, a fitness center. Is this a lounge? This must be the presidential suite of presidential suites. Upon his arrival, before he could even begin his introduction, the live broadcast room erupted in excitement, with viewers passionately discussing the spectacle before them. Su Cheng strolled through the area, first approaching a gaming entrance. At that moment, a kawaii girl clad in a midriff-bearing outfit appeared before him, greeting him with a sweet smile. Welcome to the virtual reality game entrance. Please select the game you wish to enter. Immediately, a vast pop-up window appeared, listing dozens, if not hundreds, of games. Wow. What is this? A virtual reality game entrance. My goodness, this is something I've only ever seen in movies. I'm absolutely thrilled, and it even includes my favorite game. Celestial Chronicles. Su Shen, hurry, hurry, hurry. Choose a game and give it a try. Su Shen, select the game interface. We implore the streamer to play a match of League of Legends. Su Shen, how about a shooting game? Observing the unified calls from the live stream audience urging Su Cheng to enter a game, he did not decline. He smiled and said, Very well. I shall choose a game to test. Ultimately, Su Cheng opted for a shooting game with which he was quite familiar. Once selected, an electronic voice from the system resonated. Current game. Tomorrow after. Consciousness transmission in progress. Su Cheng felt a whirlwind in his mind, and in the next moment, he found himself in a brand new world. Chapter 32. Arrival at the moon in the depths of the night. Amidst the dilapidated streets, nostalgia-laden vehicles lay scattered, their disarray evident. In the distance, flickers of flames danced against the darkened sky. Above, the once luminous moon had dulled, casting a sparse glow upon the scene. This was the realm of the game where Su Cheng currently resided, after tomorrow. A world besieged by a zombie outbreak, where humanity clung to survival. Su Cheng's consciousness had merely entered this realm, yet the sensations felt overwhelmingly authentic, as if he were truly present. Current objective, survive for a day in a zombie-infested neighborhood. Soon, a notification window appeared before Su Cheng, indicating his progress in the game, still a novice, with equipment reliant on combat. Suddenly, a chilling zombie roar pierced the air. Before Su Cheng could react, a zombie lunged towards him with alarming swiftness, sinking its teeth into his neck. Mission failed. Please select an action. Before long, another pop-up materialized, offering the options to restart the game or to exit. With a resigned sigh, Su Cheng chose to exit. His initial experience had also ended abruptly, leading him to believe he was an experienced player. only to find himself swiftly defeated once more. The realism was overwhelming when the zombie attacked. He found himself paralyzed with shock. This was compounded by his current reflexes and physical condition. Upon exiting, the streaming room erupted with laughter. Viewers mockingly commenting on Su Cheng's poor performance. Huh, you died as soon as you entered the game. Su Chen's gaming talent is unmatched. If it were me, I could survive for at least 10 minutes. Stop boasting from above. Yet, it was not entirely Su Cheng's fault. The game's realism was to blame. Indeed, when that zombie suddenly appeared, it startled me as well. I thought it was real. Most people wouldn't be able to react in time. Su Chen, try another game. Let's switch games for a change. Su Cheng observed the barrage of comments in the streaming room, shaking his head with a smile. Everyone, let's take a break from playing for now. Let's explore other areas first. We have plenty of time to play games later. Today, I want to give you all a proper tour of this spaceship. He was equally eager to familiarize himself with the spacecraft. After all, as the captain, it would be a folly to be unfamiliar with his own ship. Moreover, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, it was essential to know how to navigate and respond. In the ensuing hours, Su Cheng guided the viewers through the various sections of the spaceship. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, over 2 hours had passed. After this thorough exploration, Su Cheng felt he had gained a sufficient understanding of the ship's components. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, are we ready to depart for the moon now? System, the host may choose at will. After contemplating for a moment, Su Cheng realized that he had come this far, and it was unnecessary to linger any longer. Although Earth was indeed a beautiful place, he was a man with aspirations to become a deity of the universe. He could no longer afford to squander time in the comforts of familiarity. Su Cheng turned to the live stream and addressed his audience. Dear friends, do you remember the theme of my broadcast? We are set to journey to the moon. Let us embark now. Wow, incredible. It's really happening. Su God is amazing. Witness Su God conquering the moon. Anticipation is high. Su God, let us set forth. I long to see Su God piloting a spacecraft through the cosmos. The arrival of Su God has consistently reshaped my worldview. Su Cheng boarded the lift and returned to the central control room, which had entered a semi-dormant state once he departed. Xiaoyu, activate the system and initiate the spacecraft. Our destination is the moon. Understood, Master. Upon reaching the central platform and activating the system, the ethereal seat behind him reappeared, and without hesitation, Su Cheng took his place. Before him loomed a vast projection screen displaying the current position of the spacecraft. The image revealed the vessel hovering 10,000 meters above Earth. With a hum, the black behemoth stirred to life following Su Cheng's command to take off, slowly ascending into the skies. Unlike the thunderous noise accompanying its descent, this launch was remarkably subdued. 2 seconds later, the speed of the spacecraft began to escalate, increasing rapidly until it transformed into a streak of light, soaring beyond Earth towards the moon, situated 380,000 kilometers away. As the spacecraft broke free from Earth's grasp, the enormous projection screen illuminated with the dazzling expanse of starry skies. Was this the beauty of the cosmos up close? How exquisite! If only I could traverse the stars with a beloved companion, it would be utterly romantic. Su God, I wish to marry you. Su God, my greatest dream is to pluck a star and present it to my girlfriend. Could you help me fulfill this wish? I no longer chase after celebrities or dramas. I only pursue Su God. If I could experience such a breathtaking starry sky just once, I would have no regrets. Su Cheng was mesmerized by the enchanting vista before him, momentarily lost in the beauty that captivated his senses. Deeply moved, he commanded, Xiaoyu, reduce the spacecraft's speed. I wish to allow everyone in the live stream to fully appreciate the splendor of the starry sky. Certainly, Master. The spacecraft's speed diminished, and Su Cheng settled comfortably into the ethereal seat, ready to indulge in the magnificent scenery that lay ahead. At this moment, Chen Yu, who was confined to the intensive care unit, gazed at Su Cheng's live broadcast, a sweet smile once again gracing her lips. She began to feel a twinge of regret for not accompanying Su Cheng on his journey to outer space. Such breathtaking vistas were undeniably captivating and worthy of lingering admiration. She too yearned to traverse the cosmos with her beloved, to revel in the beauty of the starlit sky. However, glancing at her sister lying in the adjacent hospital bed, Chinyu let out a resigned sigh. She and her sister were each other's only support, and she could not simply abandon her. An hour later, Su Cheng's spacecraft reached the orbit of the moon. After this series of operations, Su Cheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin. What should I do now? Should I just step down? System. The current lunar space environment is not one that the host can yet acclimate to. It is advisable for the host to exchange for the Starry Sky Life Elixir, which, upon consumption, will enable the physical form to adapt to various planetary environments. Chapter 33. Stardust Life Elixir. Stardust Life Elixir? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was instantly intrigued. He promptly accessed the system's marketplace and located the Stardust Life Elixir. Stardust Life Elixir. Upon consumption, it produces no adverse reactions and does not alter any vital signs of the original life form. It enables the original life form to adapt to various extraterrestrial and planetary environments without the need for specialized suits. As Su Cheng read the description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable item, and its price was quite reasonable. Only 10 million exchange points, a sum he found acceptable. Without hesitation, Su Cheng exchanged for a vial of the Stardust Life Elixir, which was automatically deposited into his personal inventory. He retrieved it, and the Stardust Life Elixir appeared in the palm of his hand. The vial, no larger than a thumb, resembled a diminutive medicine bottle. But its contents were unlike any ordinary potion. It contained a vibrant, colorful liquid. Is this truly the Stardust Life Elixir? Su Cheng marveled at the colorful liquid within the small vial, reminiscent of the rainbow candies enjoyed by children. As the live stream continued, Su Cheng lifted the vial and presented it to the camera, explaining, "We have now reached the vicinity of the moon and will soon land. I believe many of my friends in the live stream may be puzzled as to how I can survive on the moon. Do you see this small vial? The contents, once consumed, will allow me to adapt to various planetary environments." With that, Su Cheng uncapped the vial and drank its contents, savoring the delightful sensation that followed. The flavor was sweet, akin to indulging in candy. Once the Stardust Elixir was ingested, its effects became immediately apparent. A hazy, rainbow-hued energy emanated from the elixir, which was absorbed and began to flow through Su Cheng's vital organs and limbs. Upon closer observation, one would notice that his cells were enveloped in a delicate layer of colorful bubbles. "I can now simply descend to the moon," Su Cheng announced. In the live stream chat, "Wow, is this for real? Just one small vial can enable adaptation to various planetary environments? Absolutely incredible. This maneuver has left me awestruck. Su God, are you planning to market this product? If it truly works, I want a vial too. Su God, how much does this elixir cost? Don't be foolish. Even if you possess immense wealth, you cannot acquire such an elixir. Consider the extraordinary capabilities it offers. Its value is incalculable. Is this something that can simply be purchased?" Meanwhile, in Longxia, within the confines of the domestic elders, the Grand Elder and several other elders were taken aback by the astonishing claims regarding the small vial of elixir. They are now utterly convinced of the authenticity of Su Cheng's words. The elder remarked, "Such a thing is invaluable. If only we could bring back a vial for research." The surrounding elders remained silent, fully aware of the immense worth of this substance. However, Su Cheng had no intention of engaging with them, especially since he was already on the moon. How could one request anything from him? The elder seemed to ponder this issue as well, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. It was indeed a pity that Su Cheng, originally from the Dragon Summer Kingdom, could not be utilized by them. At this moment, Su Cheng observed the lively discussions in the live stream regarding the elixir and smiled, saying, "This elixir cannot be measured by monetary value. However, I still possess a considerable quantity that can be mass-produced." Su Cheng then addressed Xiaoyu, "Let us descend now." "Certainly, master," she replied. As the spacecraft gradually approached the moon, a long staircase extended from the internal hatch as it neared the lunar surface. Su Cheng descended the steps, feeling a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was the first time his true self had appeared in the vastness of space. Previously, it had only been the system facilitating interstellar projections. However, upon stepping out, he felt no abnormalities and quickly relaxed, striding confidently down. "Xiaoyu, let the ship remain here. I shall return shortly." He needed to be near something familiar to feel secure, and for him, the spacecraft was the only familiar thing at that moment. Su Cheng, once a mere underachiever, never imagined he would one day set foot on the moon. It was impossible not to feel anxious. Yet, while he felt trepidation within, the audience in the live stream was filled with excitement. "Su God, what are your plans next? Su God, weren't you going to establish an empire on the moon? How will you do that? Su God, let us see another lunar leap performance. Su God, you are simply magnificent. Ah, Su God, you've set foot on the moon again." As Su Cheng stood upon the lunar surface, the sound of crunching beneath his feet felt astonishingly real. filling him with a mix of tension and exhilaration. He had truly arrived on the moon. After a brief moment of nervousness and excitement, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. Xiaojin, is it time for me to exchange for manufacturing facilities to produce the relevant items? The system replied. It is advisable for the host to currently exchange for planetary exploration robots, as the manufacturing facilities require land to be developed for installation. Su Cheng nodded slightly and inquired further, how many exploration robots should I exchange? The system suggested, it is recommended that the host exchange for 10 exploration robots. They will be able to develop the area needed for the manufacturing facilities within a single night. Su Cheng replied, understood, I shall exchange for 10 planetary exploration robots. Upon accessing the system's marketplace, Su Cheng promptly exchanged for 10 planetary exploration robots. However, rather than retrieving the robots directly, he opted to release them from the spacecraft. This choice stemmed from the fact that conjuring robots out of thin air, even for someone as capable as Su Cheng, would be difficult to justify. At this stage, his abilities are still developing, and his innovations are limited. He has only just begun to establish credibility. It is imperative for him not to take overly ambitious steps, as such boldness could lead to significant setbacks. Once the 10 exploration robots were deployed, Su Cheng addressed the live stream, saying, some viewers have expressed curiosity about how I plan to establish a lunar empire. Do you see these robots? Chapter 34. Planetary Pioneer Robots. As Su Cheng's words echoed, a row of formidable mech warriors materialized within the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 10. 10 robots stood in alignment, towering behind Su Cheng, each exceeding 3 meters in height, their massive mechanical arms as large as millstones, exuding an aura of grandeur and authority. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Goodness, this is high technology. Su God, I'm absolutely enamored. A whole row of robots has been assembled. Are we preparing for an invasion of the moon? Everyone, take your seats. This is standard protocol. Su Cheng gestured towards the row of robots, stating, what you are witnessing are planetary pioneer robots. My intention is to expand this territory and establish a manufacturing facility here. Only with sufficient tools can we begin to build an empire. Impressive. Su God is indeed set on establishing an empire on the moon. Are you announcing to the world that the moon will henceforth be your dominion? Su God, I wish to ride on your coattails. I'm eager to see what the moon base will look like. My anticipation is through the roof. This endeavor is undoubtedly a monumental milestone in human civilization. Su Cheng, observing the lively chat, smiled gently and said, all right, let us set these 10 pioneering robots to work. And I shall take a brief respite. We will conclude today's live stream here. See you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Su God, please, don't end the stream. Just 1 more hour. No, even 10 more minutes would suffice. Su God, my parents and I are watching your live stream together. You cannot end it now. Su God, we haven't seen your bedroom yet. Please, show us your bedroom. Please, show us your bedroom. The chat erupted with similar requests. As the viewers urged Su Cheng to continue the broadcast, noticing the surge in his exchange points, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, realizing the influence of his audience. Ah, the patrons remain ever supportive, he mused. Relenting, he agreed. All right then, I will take you all to see my bedroom aboard the spacecraft, but once we finish, I shall truly rest. I am rather fatigued today. Sounds good, host. If you're tired, do rest early. We can resume the live stream tomorrow morning. And we'll get to witness Su God waking up, huh? Darling, go to sleep quickly. Hey, don't shout. He is my husband. After issuing directives to 10 pioneering robots for planetary cultivation, Su Cheng ascended into his spacecraft. Subsequently, he took the floating lift, guided by Xiao Yu, and arrived at his exclusive captain's quarters. Lo and behold, could this truly be a bedroom? It resembles a shopping mall. To my astonishment, this room even features a swimming pool, or is that a bathtub? My goodness, it is extraordinarily spacious. The opulence of the decor surpasses that of any presidential suite by a considerable margin. Indeed, Su Cheng was also taken aback by the scene before him. This captain's bedroom sprawled over 1,000 square meters. It was furnished with an array of human amenities, including a grand bed capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people. Adjacent to it was a swimming pool, or rather, a bathtub designed for Su Cheng, albeit rather oversized. Along the walls of the room stood 2 rows of wardrobes, stretching from one end to the other, filled with garments sufficient to stock a boutique. As Su Cheng entered and opened a wardrobe to retrieve a change of clothes, he felt a wave of fatigue and yearned for an early shower and sleep. However, Upon opening the wardrobe, he was left speechless. These were no ordinary clothes. They were all suits of armor, nanotechnology uniforms, and the like. My goodness, the wardrobe is filled with battle gear. The grandeur of a goddess bedroom has completely shattered my perception. Oh, great deity, I willingly acknowledge you as my elder brother. I am utterly in awe. Gazing at the armors, Su Cheng could only express his bewilderment and asked, Xiaojin, is there not a more comfortable set of pajamas? Xiaojin replied, Host. The armors and uniform sets currently in the wardrobe not only provide attributes surpassing those of ordinary individuals, but also offer comfort that far exceeds what you refer to as pajamas. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng slightly parted his lips. With Xiaojin's assertion, what more could he say? He selected a black uniform armor, and as his hand made contact, a surge of information regarding the suit flashed in his mind. High-grade nanotech armor can be worn closely, enhancing the user's physical attributes tenfold. Realizing the remarkable capabilities of the armor, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. A tenfold enhancement in all physical attributes is indeed astonishing. Yet, remembering that Xiaojin is a product of a divine civilization, he felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. He understood that he must gradually learn to embrace the ever-evolving realities that challenge his prior worldview. For relying on his previous perspective to evaluate these phenomena would no longer suffice. All right, dear viewers in the live stream, this session shall conclude for today. See you tomorrow. With that, Su Cheng promptly ended the live stream, denying his audience further opportunity for engagement. The primary concern lies in the fact that Su Cheng's physical constitution is exceedingly feeble at present. Within the evaluation parameters of the Xiaojin system, he scarcely qualifies as even fragile. Contemplating this, Su Cheng promptly connected with Xiaojin. Xiaojin, considering my current frailty, why is there no reward for enhancing my physical condition? This battle armor is merely an external accessory. My personal vigor is still exceedingly limited. Xiaojin responded, the system's marketplace features a biological research institute, where the host may autonomously exchange for various concoctions, including gene enhancement serums, gene optimization elixirs, physical augmentation potions, and mental fortitude enhancement drafts, among others. Moreover, these remedies bear no adverse side effects. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes brightened instantly, and he hurriedly accessed the system marketplace for further exploration. Chapter 35. The Evolution of the Universe. However, upon seeing the price displayed above, Su Cheng awkwardly exited the mall interface. The Biological Research Institute, 1 billion exchange points. This is simply exorbitant. After several days of hard work, I have only accumulated around 420 million exchange points, yet I cannot even afford a single research institute. Su Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of discouragement. At this moment, he contemplated giving up. He believed that his rate of earning exchange points was not slow, yet it still fell short of surpassing the prices of items within the system's offerings. Holding the nano battle suit, he eventually made his way to the edge of the pool, where he discarded his clothing to prepare for a bath and some much-needed rest. Tomorrow, a multitude of tasks awaited him. After shedding his garments, he dove headfirst into the pool, reveling in the invigorating sensation of swimming. However, Su Cheng found himself perplexed. The more he swam, the more energized he felt, as if his stamina was inexhaustible. In the past, a mere round trip of 100 meters would leave him utterly exhausted. What was happening now? From the onset until now, he had been swimming for 10 minutes. Yet he felt not a trace of fatigue. He was bare, without the battle suit, and his physical attributes had not been enhanced in any way. Su Cheng inquired, Xiaojin, what is going on? Why do I feel increasingly revitalized? Xiaojin responded, the liquid in the pool you are currently in is the cosmic starry liquid, which offers immense benefits to organisms below the third level of life, optimizing their genes. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a liquid, the water in which he bathed, could optimize his genes. The implications of gene optimization were nothing short of comprehensive transformation of the body from the inside out. This was an invaluable treasure that could not be purchased with any amount of money. Yet, Su Cheng was also filled with curiosity. Having encountered a new term, cosmic starry liquid, he immediately probed further. Xiaojin, what exactly is the cosmic starry liquid? Xiaojin replied, the cosmic starry liquid is a substance formed by gathering the essence from the core of 10,000 celestial bodies throughout the universe. Su Cheng was once again taken aback. The essence of 10,000 celestial bodies. Xiaojin confirmed, indeed. No wonder this cosmic starry liquid has the capability to optimize biological genes. It is composed of the essence from 10,000 celestial bodies. Su Cheng pondered whether With prolonged exposure to this water, he might transform into a third-level life form. As if sensing his thoughts, Xiaojin's voice resonated once more. The current cosmic starry liquid offers substantial benefits for gene optimization and bodily transformation for the host. Yet it cannot facilitate the elevation of a second-level life form to a third-level one. The chasm between life forms cannot be bridged merely by accumulation. Certainly, if one could gather the primordial essence of 1 trillion celestial bodies into a singular entity, it might evoke a transformation enabling life forms to transcend their current state. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's mouth fell agape, clearly astonished by the notion of collecting the primordial essence of 1 trillion stars. Xiaojin affirmed, indeed theoretically achievable. Yet no one has ever succeeded in amassing such an immense quantity of primordial essence. Su Cheng remarked, while the collection of the primordial essence from 1 trillion stars is undoubtedly a formidable task, for your original 6th-tier civilization, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge, correct? Xiaojin responded, once a civilization attains the 3rd tier, the cosmic essence loses its efficacy for Tier 3 life forms. The benefits it provides are limited to merely enhancing physical attributes. Moreover, for a Tier 3 life form to accumulate the essence from 1 trillion celestial bodies, it would require at least 10 billion years. The universe is predominantly filled with eternal desolation, and stars are not as abundant as cabbages on the street. Furthermore, for Tier 4 life forms and beyond, the cosmic essence becomes entirely ineffective. After absorbing Xiaojin's explanation, Su Cheng grasped that the cosmic essence primarily benefits life forms below Tier 3. Beyond this threshold, the changes become minuscule, and for Tier 4, 5, and even 6 life forms, pursuing the collection of such essence would be a futile endeavor, akin to indulging in trivial pursuits. After soaking in the pool of cosmic essence for a full hour, Su Cheng emerged slowly. He retrieved his nano-armor suit, intending to don it. However, as his fingers brushed against the black suit, it immediately disintegrated into numerous tiny black fragments, which then enveloped his body. Xiaojin commented, the nano-armor can autonomously adapt to a form more suitable for its host based on their consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng found his entire body below the neck encased in the black armor, resembling a sleek black bodysuit. However, he felt no constriction or pressure. Rather, it was an overwhelming sensation of comfort, akin to countless gentle fingers gliding across his skin. This sensation surpassed even the ecstasy experienced during his intimate moments with Chenyu. Su Cheng involuntarily gasped, astonished by the exquisite pleasure that surged through him, reaching deep into his very soul. As he reclined on the grand bed in the center of the room, the ceiling above began to shift once more, revealing a panoramic view of the starry night sky through expansive windows. Moreover, the starry night within is in a constant state of transformation, commencing as a mere speck of darkness before erupting into a magnificent explosion, giving rise to nebulae, galaxies, and celestial bodies. This represents the birth, evolution, and development of the universe. Xiaojin, in light of the host's inadequate knowledge regarding the cosmic evolution process, the night sky skylight primarily simulates the birth, development, and eventual destruction of the universe, assisting the host in swiftly grasping the fundamental nature of the cosmos. Su Cheng listened, feeling somewhat speechless. It was merely a matter of taking a nap, yet it seemed to entail a learning task. Su Cheng, System Xiaojin, what about the 100 beautiful companions you promised me? Here I am, still alone. Your system is not keeping its word. System. Chapter 36. Stance. As soon as Su Cheng uttered those words, a multitude of stunning beauties materialized beside his bed, each possessing unparalleled beauty and captivating figures, their curves enchanting. Each woman exuded a distinct charm, adorned in various styles. However, with a mere lift of his hand, Su Cheng effortlessly passed through these alluring figures. Virtual projections. Su Cheng, observing this, was left speechless once more. I understand, Xiaojin, if you're not going to provide it, then why conjure up a virtual projection? It stirs my desires without any outlet for release. Xiaojin replied. The spacecraft is equipped with bionic technology that can instantly replicate the super beauties residing in the host's heart. Su Cheng responded, let us just forget it. What difference does that make from playing with silicone? I desire the real deal. Xiaojin continued, the real ones will be available once the host migrates here. At that time, the host will reign as the supreme deity of the moon, commanding everything, and there will be as many beauties as desired, all eager to embrace. Su Cheng fell silent. A night passed without conversation. After watching nearly half an hour of cosmic evolution, Su Cheng gradually felt drowsy. initially captivated by the novelty and excitement. He soon succumbed to fatigue. The reason was simple. He grew weary. Humanity is, after all, a species prone to the allure of novelty and the disdain for the familiar. Just as Su Qing drifted into slumber, nations across the earth could no longer remain passive. The stir caused by Su Qing's previous live broadcast had already been substantial. And coupled with the earlier spacecraft incident, his current live stream was now under global scrutiny. Upon witnessing his landing on the moon and the commencement of lunar base construction, tensions escalated. Chuck slammed his fist on the table in anger, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Su is actually establishing a base on the moon. What does he intend to achieve? Is he declaring sovereignty over planetary territories?" Shanjiu remarked, "Don't ask me. I can't handle this." Among the nations of the world, only the Bear Country, allied with Longxia, remained relatively composed. At that moment, the esteemed elder of Longxia was clandestinely convening a meeting with representatives from Bear Country. The Bear Country official stated, "Elder, Su Qing is openly declaring his intent to build a base on the moon. This could provoke protests and discontent from multiple nations." The elder smiled slightly and replied, "There is no need for concern. With Su Cheng's capabilities, he can easily disregard such issues. We merely need to maintain our position." The Bear Country representative, upon hearing this, changed his expression slightly, but ultimately nodded solemnly, "Understood." The video call concluded swiftly. The elder exited the secret meeting room and commanded those beside him, "Contact Zhou Yuhang immediately, instruct him to interface with Su Cheng tomorrow and inquire if there is any assistance we can provide regarding the lunar base construction." "Understood, Elder." With that, the elder clasped his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his lips, and departed the premises. At this moment, Zhou Yuhang, who had just finished watching Su Cheng's live broadcast, couldn't help but exhale deeply. Su Cheng was indeed extraordinary, truly a doer. Now, they had actually embarked on the ambitious endeavor of establishing a base on the moon. Perhaps, this would mark a historic milestone in human history, the establishment of a human base on the moon. Just as he was preparing to leave for home, he suddenly received a directive from his superiors: cultivate a good relationship with Su Cheng and inquire if there was anything they needed assistance with regarding the lunar base's establishment. Zhou Yuhang accepted this command with enthusiasm. Based on Su Cheng's current stance towards various nations, it was evident that at least Su Cheng was still willing to engage with the country that nurtured him, showing no signs of aversion, at least for now. In contrast, other countries, such as the United States, had clearly fallen out of favor with Su Cheng to the point of eliciting disdain. Zhou Yuhang even redirected his frustration and resentment towards those nations, believing that their reckless actions had contributed to Su Cheng's reluctance for deeper engagement. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Xinyu, who was vigilantly keeping watch over her younger sister, Qinshui, set her phone down after Su Cheng's live stream ended and prepared to rest beside the hospital bed. At that moment, Qinshui, lying on the bed, began to awaken. In contrast to Qinyu's cool demeanor, Qinshui exuded a more innocent and charming aura. As she opened her eyes, taking in the unfamiliar room, she turned her head slightly and spotted her sister preparing to rest, immediately calling out, "Sister." Her voice was soft and fragile, evoking a sense of vulnerability, as if a mere breeze could knock her down. Upon hearing the call, Xinyu quickly looked up, her face lighting up with excitement and joy. She hurried to her sister's side and asked with concern, "Shui, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Qinshui shook her head slightly, her complexion pale as she gazed at her sister and asked, "Sister, where am I? This isn't my previous ward." Xinyu smiled gently, grasping her sister's wrist, and replied, "Shui, I've transferred you to a special care unit. The environment here is better." However, upon hearing this, Qinshui grew anxious, which triggered a slight cough. She looked at her sister and exclaimed, "Sister, the special care unit costs a lot per day. It's too expensive. Please transfer me back to a regular ward. I know my condition. Sister, just take me home tomorrow. I don't want treatment anymore." Xinyu gazed at her sister, tears shimmering in her eyes as she spoke with a quivering voice, "Shui, it's all right. Sister has the means. You don't need to worry. I've already paid for the surgery, and it was very successful. You just need to rest well." The surgery was performed? Qinshui was momentarily taken aback. During this period, she had been enveloped in a state of confusion, completely unaware that her surgery had been completed. Xinyu said, "Yes, the surgery is over. Focus on recuperating. There is no need to worry about financial matters. By the way, would you like something to eat? I can go buy it for you now." Chapter 37. The starry green vine and the majestic celestial beasts. When Su Cheng awoke, he found himself beneath a dazzling expanse of stars. In this celestial panorama, a colossal star was in the throes of continuous collapse, shrinking inward repeatedly. Eventually, the star transformed from a state of annihilation into a brilliant little orb of white. Meanwhile, another star was also succumbing to destruction, collapsing in on itself. Yet its final form was that of a dark, gaping void. Surrounding cosmic matter, even light itself, was slowly being consumed, drawn toward this abyss. Glancing at the time, Su Chung realized he had slept for an astonishing 12 hours. He truly had a gift for slumber. After rising and freshening up, he instinctively patted his stomach, which grumbled with hunger, a reminder that he had awakened famished. "Xiaojin, is there anything to eat?" he inquired. Xiaojin did not respond, but rather, the image of Xiaoyu materialized before him, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Master, a nutritious breakfast has been prepared for you." Su Chung nodded slightly, replying, "Yes. Xiaoyu, you are always so considerate, unlike Xiaojin." Xiaojin, with her smile unwavering, Xiaoyu expressed, "Thank you for the compliment, master." Stepping out of the lounge and taking the floating elevator to the dining area, Su Chung found a plate before him. However, the breakfast laid out was not the typical milk and bread, but rather a blob of greenish paste, accompanied by a glass of orange-red beverage. Taken aback, Su Chung queried, "What is this? Is this my nutritious breakfast?" He found the sight of the green paste rather unappetizing, lacking the appeal to even contemplate tasting it. Xiaoyu's voice chimed in, "Indeed, master, this is a specially designed nutritious breakfast tailored to your constitution. The main dish consists of the essence of green vines sourced from the depths of the cosmic seas, which can enhance your physical vitality. The drink is derived from the essence of high-level celestial beasts, also aimed at fortifying your physical condition." Su Chung blinked, pondering, green vines? High-level celestial beasts? "Yes," Xiaoyu affirmed. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Chung hesitantly inquired, "Is it palatable? Is it enjoyable to drink?" His focus shifted from the nutritional benefits to the taste, as he contemplated that if it did not taste good, he might as well endure hunger. "The taste of both the main dish and the beverage is exceptional," Xiaoyu assured him. Yet, Su Chung remained skeptical. After deliberating, he ultimately decided, "All right, I shall trust you this once." With that, he took a small spoonful of the so-called green vine delicacy from the depths of the cosmos and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, his eyes closed tightly, and his brow furrowed deeply, resembling someone struggling with something unpalatable. However, upon tasting it, he instantly opened his eyes, a glimmer of green light flashing within them. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. It melted in his mouth, and the rich aroma tantalized his taste buds. The sensation was not akin to consuming food, but rather resembled sipping an exquisite elixir. Subsequently, Su Chung grasped a beverage nearby, derived from the essence of a high-grade starry beast, which, in theory, should possess a delightful flavor. Gulp, gulp. Su Chung took a large swig, only to find himself wide-eyed in astonishment. He then opened his mouth and let out a burp. A wave of scorching heat instantly erupted from his mouth, reminiscent of steam escaping from a pot when uncovered. Su Chung inquired, "Why is this so spicy for my stomach?" Xiaoyu replied, "The essence of the starry beast inherently contains high-level life energy. It is advisable for the master to drink it in small sips, as this aids digestion." Upon hearing this, Su Chung could not help but curl his lip. It appeared he had indulged too much at once, resulting in an overwhelming influx of energy that his body could not assimilate immediately. Feeling the heat radiating within him, Su Chung resorted to consuming the green vine paste in small bites. Fortunately, the paste's reaction was relatively mild, and its taste leaned toward refreshing, allowing him to quell the internal heat after several mouthfuls. After savoring his nutritious breakfast, Su Chung departed from the spaceship. He was eager to witness the expanse of territory cultivated by the 10 planetary exploration robots. However, as soon as he stepped outside, his eyes widened in astonishment. The previously undulating hills had vanished, and looking up, he beheld a vast expanse of flat land stretching for several kilometers. Su Chung could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! What remarkable efficiency in a single night." At that moment, Xiao Jin's voice echoed once more in his mind. The exploration robots, after a night of toil, have cleared an area of 90,000 square meters. The master may now exchange for a manufacturing facility to be established. Listening intently, Su Chung smacked his lips in contemplation. He stroked his chin, delaying the exchange for the manufacturing facility, and spoke to Xiao Jin. "I must insist you refrain from calling me master all the time. It feels rather peculiar." As though I am being inhabited by some alien spawn. Xiao Jin responded, the alien you refer to is merely a low-tier organism among cosmic species. Su Chang was taken aback and promptly pressed for clarification. Are there truly aliens? To what level of life form do they belong? Xiao Jin replied, they are at the pinnacle of Tier 2, approaching Tier 3 life forms, and are among the few Tier 2 species capable of engaging in melee combat with Tier 3 beings. Hearing this, Su Chang promptly closed his mouth. Was this truly the lowest tier of life? One of them could easily overpower him. Xiao Jin urged, please establish a lunar base as soon as possible. Su Chang retorted, I have asked you to stop calling me master and instead refer to me as the owner. Xiao Jin replied. Su Chang insisted, call me the owner. Xiao Jin complied, the owner. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, this is exactly what I expected. It's merely a manufacturing plant, isn't it? I shall redeem it right now. Huh. I am the principal here, while you are merely an auxiliary. Can I not handle you? If worst comes to worst, I shall simply walk away. Opening the system's redemption marketplace, Su Chang swiftly located the manufacturing plant and ultimately expended 150 million redemption points to acquire it. Once extracted from his personal inventory, a colossal factory, imbued with a sense of vintage charm, materialized before Su Chang. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this moment, the sheer magnitude of the manufacturing plant left him utterly astounded. It was indeed larger than a football field. Chapter 38, The Performance of Tenfold Attribute Enhancement Goodness. What astonishing speed! Su Chang's eyes widened in amazement as he beheld the scene before him, filled with admiration. Truly, it is the remarkable product of a level 6 divine civilization system, impressive indeed. Perfect timing to commence a live stream and earn some exchange points. As Su Chang contemplated initiating the broadcast, a signal suddenly penetrated his consciousness. Xiao Jin, Master, there is a call from Zhou Yuhang of the Dragon Summer Nation on Earth. Upon hearing this, Su Chang raised an eyebrow. What could Zhou Yuhang possibly want? Hadn't he already conveyed his reluctance to engage with officials? Never mind. Let us connect him to my channel. Su Chang spoke, and a voice resonated in his ear, robust and authoritative. It belonged to Zhou Yuhang, the director of the Space Administration. Mr. Su, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Listening to this, Su Chang felt momentarily speechless and inquired, what is it? Zhou Yuhang paused, sensing the unfriendly tone of Su Chang's response, indicating his disinclination towards officialdom. It would be prudent to ask what was necessary without delay. We have noticed that you have begun constructing a base on the moon, and we wanted to inform you that if you require any assistance, we are here to help. Upon hearing this, Su Chang inclined his head slightly, his irritation diminishing significantly. One should not strike a smiling face. They were offering assistance, and it would be ungracious to respond with hostility. Thus, he softened his tone and replied, there is no need at the moment. Thank you. I will reach out when I require your help. Noticing the shift in Su Chang's demeanor, Zhou Yuhang felt a flicker of joy and a smile graced his face as he held the satellite phone. Very well, I shall not trouble you further, Mr. Su. After the call ended, Su Chang proceeded to start his live stream. As usual, within 2 minutes of commencing the broadcast, a flood of viewers surged in, and the viewer count rapidly ascended. Su God, good morning. Good morning, my idol. Wow, our esteemed host is quite diligent today, starting the stream so early. Su God, you have once again ascended the trending topics, and this time it's global. The world is abuzz with discussions about you. Su God, what do you have in store for us today? Su God, has the land expansion for the base been completed? As the chat room became increasingly lively, Su Chang greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. Today, I will take you to witness the fruits of our labor from last night. With that, the camera angle in the live stream shifted from Su Chang's face to the base ahead. Now, having arrived on the moon, Su Chang had discarded conventional communication tools like mobile phones. He now conducted live streams by allowing Xiao Jin to directly activate and transmit the imagery. Amidst the scene, a factory, sprawling across several football fields in size, stands majestically upon the lunar surface. This remarkable edifice is the manufacturing plant redeemed by Su Chang from the system's marketplace. Goodness, what is this? It is enormous. This is the result of a single night's endeavor? My heavens, the construction technology is astonishing. If Su were to return to Earth and engage in real estate, he could potentially outshine all global property moguls in merely one night's time. Such a colossal structure has been erected, likely encompassing 4 or 5 football fields. How terrifyingly impressive. Incredible! Su, I am utterly enamored. At this pace, I reckon it won't take Su more than half a year to cover the entirety of the moon's surface. In fact, a month would suffice. As Su Chang traverses the lunar terrain, clad in nothing but a black nano uniform he changed into after his shower yesterday, he strides towards the manufacturing plant, his eyes capturing the streaming comments from the live broadcast. Su Chang, this edifice before us is the manufacturing plant. In just one night, not only has the framework of this vast structure emerged, but the equipment inside is also fully equipped. Now, let us take a closer look. Goodness. They've even constructed the manufacturing equipment? This is somewhat surreal. Sit down, everyone. These are merely the fundamental operations of Su. Do you still not comprehend? Su, at this moment, I simply wish to declare that all present are insignificant. Oh, did you notice that Su's attire has changed today? The black clothing he wears resembles battle armor. Indeed. Furthermore, I sense that Su's aura has transformed as well. He appears paler and even more handsome. Could the host please share where this attire can be purchased? Host, what is the nature of your outfit? Observing the inquiries regarding his black battle suit in the live chat, Su Chang explained, "This is my battle armor. When worn, it feels no different from ordinary clothing. However, this armor possesses a unique characteristic. It amplifies all physical attributes tenfold." What? A tenfold increase in all physical attributes. 10 times? Are you certain you're not jesting? Goodness, wearing this would be akin to transforming into Superman. A superhero suit. Su, you're merely missing a red pair of briefs. Haha. As Su Chang notices the rising popularity of his live stream, his redemption points simultaneously surge, filling him with immense joy. Su Chang, now, let me demonstrate what a tenfold increase in physical attributes truly entails. With that, the scene shifts back to Su Chang. At this moment, Su Chang bent forward, clenched his right fist, and delivered a powerful punch to the lunar surface beneath him. With a resounding thud, his entire wrist sank into the ground. Witnessing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. Goodness, this is utterly insane. I want to go home and find my mother. I was so startled I nearly lost control. Su God, you owe me compensation for my mental anguish. I was watching your stream on the bus and was taken aback. Now everyone on board is casting strange glances at me. Upstairs, you managed to draw the attention of everyone on the bus to Su God's live stream, didn't you? How do you know? Because I am on that very bus. Wearing this is like instantly transforming into a superhero. Notify Dongfeng Express. I need to send a pair of red briefs to the moon. Chapter 39. Manifestation of 3D printing with a powerful punch. Su Chang felt as though he could now strike down a bull with a single blow. After demonstrating his strength, he began to experiment with speed. Whoosh. As soon as he exerted force with his rear foot, he launched himself into the air, soaring in a parabolic arc before landing gracefully 50 meters away. Su Chang gazed in astonishment, turning to witness his own remarkable feat. Had he truly leapt into the sky with just one kick? Although the moon's gravity is significantly less than that of Earth, it seemed implausible to achieve such distance with a mere kick. Evidently, the tenfold enhancement of the black armor was indeed extraordinary. Wow, I practically took off. Incredible! The distance from takeoff to landing must have been at least 50 meters. Su God, I humbly request a set of black armor for sale. I wish to purchase a suit. Su God, would you consider selling it? Name your price. I offer 10 billion for such a suit. Observing the lively atmosphere in the live stream, Su Chang couldn't help but smile. After a brief test, he had a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. On Earth, he could easily take on dozens of opponents single-handedly. All right, the demonstration is complete. Now let me take you all to witness my manufacturing facility. Buzz. Upon arriving at the factory, a towering entrance, standing several meters high, appeared before him, showcasing a gentle blue wave barrier. This was the gateway to the factory, with over a dozen such entries. Without hesitation, Su Chang stepped forward and entered. As he crossed the threshold, the scene before him transformed dramatically, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of the steam age. Inside was a vast production workshop. Above, numerous vents resembling steam exhaust fans were visible. To his amazement, black robots cascaded from these openings, landing on the conveyor belts below before being transported to the open space at the back. This was the workshop for manufacturing robots. Wow, they are mass-producing robots. My understanding has been completely reshaped. I had no idea robots were created in such a manner. This manufacturing technique is at least a millennium ahead of Earth's technology. Is this 3D printing technology? While it may not be precisely 3D printing, it undoubtedly surpasses it by leaps and bounds. Each robot appeared unique, Indeed, it seemed that each production vent yielded a different model. Observant viewers in the live stream had already noted this anomaly. There were indeed over a dozen such robot production vents, each generating distinct types of robots. As Su Chung contemplated, images and descriptions of these robots flashed in his mind, transmitted actively by Xiao Jin. Thus, Su Chung began to elucidate. These robots are indeed distinct, belonging to various categories. This row here consists of pioneering robots, akin to the planetary exploration robots I showcased yesterday. The next row comprises defensive robots, tasked with safeguarding the established bases. Following that, we have offensive robots. As you can observe, each of their mechanical arms is equipped with primary model attack weapons, all of which are ion laser cannons. A single shot from these cannons reduces the targeted object to an ionized state. Here lies the versatile robots, and over there, the transport robots. There are indeed several rows of robots, each type differing from the last, including those designed for domestic assistance, truly comprehensive. However, all the robots produced thus far are merely in their rudimentary forms. To manufacture advanced robots, Su Ching must expend exchange points to upgrade the manufacturing facility. Before our eyes, these robots have autonomously begun to execute commands, marching out in formation, displaying a level of discipline surpassing that of military troops. The audience in the live stream was once again awestruck by this spectacle. It resembled a battalion of robotic warriors. Why does this sight send chills down my spine? I share your sentiments. It feels as though these robots could conquer the world, dominating globally. Su God, you do not intend to annihilate Earth, do you? To the detractors, refrain from spreading baseless rumors and inciting discord. These robots are meticulously categorized, each fulfilling its designated orders. I feel as if I'm witnessing a science fiction epic. Will robots wage war against humanity? It's utterly terrifying. It sends shivers down my spine. Su God, dispatch a battalion to obliterate the Sun Nation. Su Chung exited the robot production workshop and entered another facility, which was even larger, spanning the size of a football field. Su Chung proclaimed, "All right, now let us explore this other workshop." Upon entering, he discovered that a portion of the robots was already in and out of the facility, each towering at least 10 meters high. These are transport robots, essentially designed for cargo handling. Before Su Ching, a three-dimensional barrier measuring 20 meters in height and several meters wide emerged, and houses were being produced from this barrier. This is the manifestation of actual housing. Every house corresponds to a space equivalent to a single-room dwelling on Earth, designated as the residence for each individual. While the houses share a uniform design, they are distinguished by unique identification numbers. At this moment, 2 robotic carriers are diligently transporting houses produced from the luminous screens. Outside, a line of pioneering robots has commenced operations, joining the previously exchanged fleet of 10 such machines from Sioux City. The newly crafted houses are systematically allocated to a designated area. Is this the manifestation of advanced 3D printing technology? It is astonishingly futuristic. At this juncture, I find myself at a loss for words to articulate the profound shock within me, and can only exclaim, "Incredible! This is truly extraordinary." Su, you are remarkable. Are you? Su, preparing to establish your own empire on the moon? Chapter 40. Reinforced Elixir. The live broadcast room was abuzz with excitement. Su Chung, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, before you lies the most advanced printing technology. Everything produced here is a finished product. These houses are truly ready for immediate occupancy." He then invited everyone to step into one of the houses to observe the particulars. Issuing a command to the system, Su Chung directed a printed house to be placed down and proceeded to enter. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a living room complete with a dining table, chairs, sofas, and all necessary furnishings. Adjacent to it was a bedroom, and to the side, a bathroom. However, there was no kitchen, as dining would be systematized rather than resembling the traditional cooking methods on Earth. In truth, this established base bore a resemblance to a sect, taking on the form of a mountain gate. With a grin, Su Chung remarked, "This is a one-bedroom house, complete with a bathroom." The viewers were astounded, exclaiming in disbelief at the comprehensive amenities provided. This is truly remarkable. Such advanced printing technology is something even the United States has yet to master. Streamer, are you genuinely planning to establish your own empire on the moon? Impressive, indeed. Su God, I have a question. With the space you constructed, who will inhabit it? The moon's living conditions are still quite unsuitable for us Earthlings. In response to the inquiries flooding the live stream, Su Chung selectively addressed them. Regarding the current living environment on the moon, I will provide a unified response. Our present construction is merely foundational, focusing on basic transportation, human habitation, and dietary needs. In due course, I will commence the transformation of the moon's environment to render it habitable for humanity. However, this process will take some time, though it will not exceed 3 months. Now, let us proceed to explore other production workshops. As Su Ching spoke, the viewers erupted in a flurry of messages. 666,666. Transforming the moon's living environment within 3 months. Only Su God would dare to say such a thing. If anyone else made such a claim, I would be the first to admonish them for their overconfidence. But when Su God speaks, I can only bow in reverence. Streamer, you are truly magnificent, dominating the universe. I stand unwaveringly in support of you, Su God. Su God, allow me to be your humble follower. Please tell me how I can remain by your side. The moon's transformation, atmospheric conditions are a primary concern. I wonder how Su God intends to address this. Additionally, to create a suitable living environment for humanity, an ecosystem must be established. With a keen perspective, Su Ching once again ventured into the other production workshops. As Su Ching aptly stated, the creations of the present day are primarily intended for foundational construction purposes. For instance, an entire cargo of foundational structures has been manufactured and is now being transported by robots for ground installation. Furthermore, the biological species collected from Earth have commenced their transportation as well. However, the current atmospheric conditions on the moon are not conducive for these organisms to adapt. Therefore, ecological development will begin with the planting of flora within the established bases. These plants are safeguarded by energy shields, which simulate Earth's ecological environment, facilitating rapid growth and the breakdown of chemical substances in the air, ultimately leading to the gradual formation of an independent atmospheric layer. Once the atmosphere is established, the growth of life will accelerate significantly. Throughout the day, Su Ching has been engaged in live streaming, amassing an astonishing viewership of 1.2 billion. Concurrently, his exchange points have surged at a remarkable pace, reaching a staggering 800 million. As he concluded the live stream, he announced, "That will be all for today. See you tomorrow." He then accessed the system's marketplace, where he discovered the Research Institute. Technological Research Institute, 300 million exchange points. After spending 300 million points, Su Ching successfully acquired the institute, which promises the development of exceptional innovations. Throughout the day, as the number of exploratory robots increased, the area under development expanded rapidly, with the pace of growth accelerating. At this rate, it would take less than a month for Su Ching's exploratory robots to fully cultivate the moon. Isolating the research institute in a designated area, Su Ching entered. Inside, the environment was entirely automated for research and production. He approached the section dedicated to produce potions, which included gene optimization serums, body enhancement elixirs, and neural response amplifiers, among others. Holding a vial of the body enhancement elixir, he scrutinized it closely, noting the vibrant red liquid within. Su Ching inquired, "Xiao Jin, what is the specific effect of this elixir? How should it be used?" Xiao Jin responded, "The body enhancement elixir is to be taken orally. Upon consumption, it enhances the user's physical constitution, increasing physical strength by 5-fold. Curious about the other potions, Su Ching asked, "Do the other elixirs also provide a 5-fold enhancement?" "Yes," Xiao Jin confirmed. "Can the enhancement be applied indefinitely?" Su Ching further probed. "Unfortunately, no. Any living organism will develop antibodies against the potion. The more frequently it is used, the less effective the enhancement becomes," Xiao Jin elucidated. Upon hearing this, Su Ching grasped the concept. "Regardless, I must enhance my physical constitution first. My current condition is far from satisfactory." Xiao Jin, the enhancement potions required by the master can be exchanged directly at the system mall, where varying grades of potions are available, each yielding distinct effects. Upon hearing this, Su Ching nodded slightly. However, he decided to first consume these complementary potions, as they required no exchange points. Why not take advantage of them? He ingested the physical enhancement potion, the mental fortification potion, the gene optimization potion, and so on, indulging in them all at once. Yet, after partaking, Su Ching was overwhelmed by an unbearable sensation throughout his body. It felt as if he were engulfed in flames and ice simultaneously, as though countless insects were gnawing at him, akin to the torment of blades and fire. Chapter 41. The frantic consumption of medicine. One could observe that Su Ching's visage alternated between a fiery crimson and a frostbitten pallor. Unable to endure such excruciating torment, Su Ching unleashed a roar. From his mouth emanated a mingled breath of ice and flame, revealing an internal landscape where the various potions he had ingested transformed into vibrant streams of thermal energy surging through his limbs and core. His cells were in a relentless cycle of renewal, dividing, proliferating, dividing, proliferating. His organs were being reforged, meridians expanded, bones rejuvenated, and blood rejuvenated. The intensity of this metamorphosis was overwhelming. Su Chang had anticipated little discomfort from the potions, mistakenly equating it to a mere nutritious breakfast. However, the harsh reality he now faced was too late to grasp. Ultimately, the pain proved so unbearable that Su Chang lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Yet, his body began to levitate gently, gravitating towards the spacecraft, aided by Xiao Jin. Inside the vessel, Su Chang lay drenched in perspiration, his black armor shedding spontaneously as the sweat and grime expelled through his pores. His skin began to age incrementally, peeling away to reveal a new layer, smoother and more supple. His physique gradually expanded, and his skeletal structure underwent subtle transformations. A true metamorphosis. While others would toil for decades to attain such a physique, Su Chang accomplished this feat within a mere couple of hours. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself aboard the spacecraft. What is that foul odor? Upon realizing that he was now unclothed, his entire form was smooth and pristine, save for the repugnant stench emanating from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the pool. As he submerged, Su Chang felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the odor began to dissipate. Wait, do I appear more handsome? Gazing at his reflection in the water, he marveled at the transformation, recalling the potent effects of the various potions he had consumed. Truly formidable, albeit excruciatingly painful, to the point of unconsciousness. The memory of that indescribable agony sent a shiver down his spine. After cleansing himself, Su Chang exited the pool, and upon his departure, the impurities within the water disintegrated, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The pool was once again filled with the pure essence of starlit liquid. Donning a suit of black armor, he inquired, Xiao Jin, how long have I been unconscious? Xiao Jin, Master, you have been in a deep slumber for 4 hours. Su Chang was taken aback by this revelation and remarked, has it truly been so long? It appears I must exercise caution during my next dosage. He murmured to himself that this was his inaugural experience with the substance, and subsequent administrations should yield further efficacy. After all, it was complimentary. One should never refuse a gift. At worst, it would entail a bit of discomfort, yet with his physical attributes enhanced fivefold, his capacity to endure such trials would surely be greatly augmented. Even if he were to faint, it was unlikely he would remain unconscious for another 4 hours. Eager to test the effects of his newfound strength, Su Chang hastily exited his chamber, making his way to the designated area aboard the ship for assessing physical capabilities. The testing room was merely an empty space, yet upon his entry, a shield appeared before him, the strength detector. Without hesitation, Su Chang clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as a series of crimson numbers surged from 0, ultimately stabilizing at 564. Su Chang observed this with a murmured, a punch registering at 564 pounds. Quite impressive. Ding! Following the strength assessment, the shield vanished, replaced by a three-dimensional running apparatus, with a long beam of light materializing beneath his feet for speed evaluation. Do I simply run on this? Su Chang questioned, momentarily taken aback by the luminous trail below him. Xiao Jin, indeed, the transport beam will extend according to your running speed, Master. So there is no need for concern about collisions. Nodding slightly, Su Chang prepared himself. Very well. He bent his knees slightly and propelled himself forward with great force. Whoosh! In that instant, he surged forth like the wind, the beam beneath him elongating in tandem with his accelerating pace, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ahead, a sign appeared, indicating his maximum speed, 50 meters per second. The room transformed once more, and a series of red laser mechanisms emerged around Su Chang, creating a 360-degree field of detection, ensuring every angle was covered. This was to test his neural reflexes. Let us begin. Without further ado, Su Chang commenced the assessment. Hiss! Countless red beams shot forth from the mechanisms, and Su Chang's body sprang into action. After 30 seconds, he was struck by the beams, marking the end of the test. Before him, an information panel materialized. Neural reflex, 50. Following that, additional evaluations were conducted, including bodily strength, mental fortitude, physical resilience, and sensory perception, among others. Half an hour later, the assessments concluded. Su Cheng's physical prowess had indeed been augmented fivefold. However, he was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. Seizing the opportunity, he made his way to the laboratory, grasped a vial of the substance, and began to pour it into his mouth. The familiar sensation of pain returned once more, albeit with considerably less intensity than before. After enduring this discomfort for a mere 10 minutes, Su Cheng succumbed to unconsciousness. 3 hours later, he awoke, finding himself submerged in a pool. Xiao Jin, do not return me to the spaceship just yet. I wish to drink until my body can no longer enhance. And only then will I return to cleanse myself, Su Cheng commanded. Xiao Jin responded with silence. Su Cheng proceeded to the research facility once again and resumed the intake of the potion. This time, he managed to endure for 20 minutes before losing consciousness. But only for 2 hours. Upon awakening, he continued to consume the potion. Remarkably, he did not faint this time. After an hour, he felt the pain dissipate entirely and chose to ingest the potion once more. Thus, Su Cheng repeatedly took the potion, the entire process extending over a duration of 20 hours. Even amidst the live broadcast, he paid it no heed. Once he sensed that his body had developed an antibody response, he finally ceased the consumption of the potion. Chapter 42: The First Solar Flare Eruption. This time, Su Cheng made his way back to the spacecraft on his own. Upon entering, he promptly shed his black armor and plunged into the swimming pool. After cleansing himself, he proceeded to assess his current physical strength. The results revealed that his physical attributes had been enhanced by a remarkable 9-fold, nearing 10. Well, this outcome is rather acceptable. As Su Cheng gazed at the final statistics, a slight smile crept upon his lips. He then connected with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, please check the current situation on Earth. Understood, Master. Xiao Jin responded. Seated comfortably, a holographic screen materialized before Su Cheng, displaying the present state of Earth. The focal point of public interest was none other than himself. The media was abuzz with discussions surrounding him, and even the footage of meetings among major nations convening to address him was visible. Indifferent to these matters, Su Cheng continued. Are there any signs of the impending disasters on Earth? The atmosphere of Earth has begun to exhibit breaches. The first solar flare has erupted. However, the atmosphere will undergo a repair process over time, Xiao Jin reported. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully. How many countries are currently aware of this phenomenon? At present, only Longxia, the United States, and Bear Country have detected it, but their observations are merely preliminary, Xiao Jin replied. Su Cheng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the first solar flare had already erupted and that breaches in the atmosphere had occurred? How could there be no other countries aware of this? Surely, the nation where the breach was located should have discovered it. Where precisely is the breach in the Earth's atmosphere? Su Cheng inquired. It is located in the Amazon region of Earth, Xiao Jin answered. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng realized why only 3 countries had detected it. The breach lay hidden within an uninhabited jungle. Xiao Jin, help me connect with Zhou Yuhang from the Longxia Astronomical Bureau. At this moment, he instructed Xiao Jin to initiate a call to Zhou Yuhang. The connection was established swiftly, and a figure appeared in the projection before Su Cheng, a man known as Zhou Yuhang. However, Zhou Yuhang's brow was furrowed, his expression grave, as if he were grappling with a significant challenge. In truth, he was anxious about a solar flare detected by satellites, which had surpassed previous scales. This eruption had compromised Earth's atmosphere, as satellites captured the devastation. Within the Amazon River basin, a scorched expanse spanning thousands of meters had been marked. This was the site of the solar flare's eruption, where the atmosphere had been breached, exposing the ground to unfiltered sunlight, resulting in a scene of utter chaos, as if ravaged by a great fire. Additionally, a chasm of over 100 meters deep had formed on the surface. This is the terrifying power unleashed by a solar flare. Just as he was investigating the cause of the solar flare, his phone rang. Zhou Yuhang furrowed his brow and took out his phone. Upon seeing the incoming call number, his expression changed dramatically. It was none other than Su Cheng's number. In reality, Su Cheng was merely utilizing the system to communicate with Zhou Yuhang, employing a subtle tactic to prevent alarm by displaying a phone number. Otherwise, Su Cheng could have directly connected with Zhou Yuhang via advanced technology, using brainwave consciousness. Director Zhou. As Zhou Yuhang answered the call, he heard Su Cheng's voice, which filled him with both shock and delight. The shock stemmed from Su Cheng's call, though he was unaware of Su Cheng's intentions. The delight was due to Su Cheng's possession of advanced black technology. Perhaps he could shed light on this matter. Mr. Su. Zhou Yuhang spoke with utmost respect, inquiring, May I ask the reason for your call? If there are any arrangements, please feel free to share. He presumed Su Chung was following up on their previous conversation regarding any needs they might have. Seated comfortably, Su Chung crossed his legs and had Xiao Jin prepare a cigarette for him, placing it between his lips while observing Zhou Yuhang on the screen. He smirked. Director Zhou, I presume you are already aware of the situation in the Amazon River Basin? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuhang's expression turned grave. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this disaster be caused by Su Chung? However, this was merely his own conjecture, and he dared not voice it or confront Su Chung. He could only respond, yes, Mr. Su, we have detected, via satellite, that a 10,000-meter chasm has appeared in the Amazon River Basin, the land scorched, and the ecosystem severely damaged. Our investigation indicates that this was caused by a solar flare. Su Chung smiled faintly and remarked, weren't you just speculating that I was behind this? Why not voice your true thoughts? Hearing this, Zhou Yuhang was utterly astonished. How could his private thoughts be known? What a terrifying ability. He quickly apologized. I am sorry, Mr. Su, for my thoughts. I understand I should not think this way, and I hope you will not take any action against our people. Su Chung raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his amusement. Do I truly seem that fearsome? Moreover, your thoughts are your own concern. Why should I interfere? He continued, the reason I called is to inform you that the solar flares will not cease with this one. There will be consecutive eruptions, ultimately affecting the entire globe. As for how I came to know this, I trust you are already aware. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Zhou Yuhang could not help but swallow hard, his eyes widening in astonishment, his speech faltering as he stammered. Will it really affect the entire globe? If that is indeed the case, when a solar flare erupts, it will undoubtedly spell disaster for the world. Then, Mr. Su, what action should we undertake to avert such a catastrophe? Zhou Yuhang swallowed again, only to realize that his throat was parched beyond measure. Once he regained his composure, he promptly inquired about potential solutions. Chapter 43, allocating half of the immigration quotas to Longxia to avert disaster? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and could not help but chuckle. Do you truly believe that anyone possesses the power to prevent a solar flare from erupting? Zhou Yuhang was momentarily at a loss for words. Did this imply that Earth was on the brink of cataclysm? At that moment, Zhou Yuhang recalled Su Cheng's endeavor to establish a base on the moon. Could there be a connection between these two matters? He found it hard to believe. Through his observations of Su Cheng in recent days, it was evident that with such advanced technology at his disposal, Su Cheng must be acutely aware of the impending solar flare crisis facing Earth. Then, Mr. Su, how do you propose we proceed? Zhou Yuhang asked, calming his thoughts and seeking further guidance. If what Su Cheng suggested were indeed true, then the situation was dire. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, even traversing outer space for cosmic exploration seemed unattainable, let alone thwarting the eruption of a solar flare. This is precisely the reason I reached out to you. Su Cheng replied, I trust you are aware of my live broadcasts, which undoubtedly capture daily attention. Currently, I am engaged in establishing a base on the moon, a sanctuary for humanity. Therefore, to avoid annihilation, we must commence immigration. Even I, at this moment, lack the capacity to prevent a solar flare from occurring. Immigration? Zhou Yuhang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Cheng would discuss such a matter. Indeed, immigration is the focus, albeit my quotas are limited. Initially, I can facilitate the immigration of only 1 million individuals, of which I can generously allocate 500,000 slots for our Longxia nation. Please relay this to the higher authorities. Additionally, it is crucial to note that immigration will not commence immediately. Hold off on disseminating this information to prevent inciting panic. I will inform you of the specific timeline in due course. Understood, Mr. Su, Zhou Yuhang replied, nodding repeatedly. Although he harbored doubts and dissatisfaction, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Was the moon truly only capable of accommodating 1 million immigrants? He found it hard to accept, given Su Cheng's technological prowess. The base would surely be established within 3 months, at which point it could accommodate not merely 1 million, but potentially 10 million or even 100 million souls. However, he dared not express his thoughts. Su Cheng had stated a quota of 1 million, half of which was allocated to their nation. What more could he say? Let us leave it at that for now, Su Cheng concluded, ending the communication. Zhou Yuhang swiftly exited the hall, intent on reporting this matter to the elder. Whether or not to proceed with immigration, and how credible Su Cheng's assertions were, remained uncertain, and he was hesitant to make any hasty decisions. After concluding his call with Zhou Yuhang, Su Cheng prepared to commence his live broadcast. He has said all that he needed to, and whether the other party believes him or acts accordingly is beyond his control. Upon leaving the spacecraft, Su Cheng beheld the lunar base, which had expanded to the size of the ship within just a day and a night. This astonishing pace of development was simply incredible. At this rate, it would take less than a year. In fact, it could be completed within 3 months. Glancing at the exchange points, he noted that they had reached 600 million again, sufficient to redeem another manufacturing plant, thereby accelerating the construction process even further. Su Cheng accessed the system marketplace and expended 250 million exchange points to acquire another manufacturing facility. Consequently, the speed of expanding and developing the base would double. Subsequently, Su Cheng initiated a live stream, commencing today's broadcast. Having consumed a potion earlier, which took nearly 20 hours of his time, it was now nighttime on Earth, precisely 8:20 p.m. During this period, most individuals had returned home from work. As Su Cheng opened the live stream, a multitude of viewers flooded into the room. "Oh my gosh, Su God. I've been waiting almost 10 hours for you to start streaming. Woohoo, my idol is finally online. Su God is amazing. Su God, what do you plan to show us today? How is the construction of the base progressing? Why does it seem like you've become even more handsome? Don't say random things. Su God has always been handsome. No, really, it feels like Su God has changed. His features are more defined, he seems taller, and his skin appears much fairer. Hey, it really does seem that way." As the barrage of questions filled the live stream, it gradually evolved into inquiries about his newfound attractiveness. Observing this, Su Cheng felt compelled to respond. "Indeed, my body has undergone some changes due to a potion I consumed yesterday that enhanced all aspects of my physical attributes." "A potion? Wow, Su God. What kind of potion is that? Su God, you actually took drugs. I'm reporting you, huh? Where can I get this potion? This can't be the kind of evolution potion from novels, can it? Potions are still drugs. They can be harmful. Surely there are no side effects?" As Su Cheng looked at the live stream while heading to the newly developed base, he replied, "There are many types of potions, but I can assure you, my potion has no side effects. There are gene optimization potions, physical enhancement potions, neuroreaction potions, and so forth. Look, up ahead is the Research Institute, where potions are developed. Below, I'll take you to see the remarkable biotechnology involved." With that, Su Cheng made his way towards the Research Institute, causing an uproar in the live stream. Well, on this day, it seems that a research institute has suddenly emerged. Not merely a research institute, but have you noticed that the lunar expanse opened up by Su has expanded even further? Remarkable indeed. Incredible. Su, do you possess any beast transformation potions that can transform one into a ferocious beast? Su, I would like a dozen aphrodisiac potions. I suspect someone upstairs is engaging in dubious activities, though I lack evidence. Su Cheng's body flickered, his step shifting with astonishing speed, as he experienced an all-encompassing augmentation of his physical attributes exceeding ninefold. Coupled with the black armor he donned, the enhancement soared to tenfold. The magnitude of Su Cheng's current physical attributes is nearly 100 times that of his original form. Chapter 44. Life forms from 150 million years ago. In but a fleeting moment, Su Cheng arrived before the research facility. Just yesterday, he had merely scratched the surface of experimenting with enhancement potions for the body, and today, he seized the opportunity presented by the live broadcast to delve into the study of various other types of potions. Goodness, is this truly the laboratory of Su Cheng? It exudes an air of sophistication and grandeur. The sight of the dense array of tubes sends a shiver down my spine. Su Cheng, what exactly is being researched and produced within these walls? Why are there so many potion tubes? They all appear to be distinct, seemingly numbering in the dozens. Sister, give me a dozen of those. Dear host, what precisely is the purpose of this research facility? Upon entering the laboratory, Su Cheng began to describe the potions he had consumed the previous day. This row of potions is designed to enhance our bodily attributes. For instance, this one is a genetic potion that, when consumed, can optimize human genes, rendering ailments virtually impotent and extending one's lifespan. At this revelation, the entire live stream erupted in astonishment. The discourse surrounding human longevity and the quest to extend life has long captivated the minds of many, and now, it seemed that this age-old dilemma could be resolved with a mere vial of potion. How could the audience possibly remain unshaken? Goodness, brother, is this for real? It can actually prolong life? Surely, this must be some elixir from the heavens. Curing diseases and extending life. My heavens, this sounds like the plot of a novel. Su Cheng, I wish to purchase a vial of such a potion. Would you be willing to sell me one? Just one vial of this potion. If it were to appear on Earth, would render hospitals obsolete, solving all issues related to disease, would it not? Yet I still harbor doubts. Surely this potion did not materialize from thin air. There must be a tangible process of decomposition involved. Where is the raw material? If this is genuine, the implications would be staggering, certainly inciting a global sensation. The pursuit of longevity has always been a domain of human exploration. Unperturbed by the excitement in the live chat, Su Chang continued his presentation. Over here, we have the physical enhancement potion, which, when consumed, amplifies the body's resilience fivefold. This potion enhances neural response, increasing reaction speed by 5 times. And this one is. After completing the introduction of a series of 7 or 8 potions, Su Chang moved to another section, displaying yet another long row of potions. Here, we have the beastification potion. Over here is the mutation potion. This one is the fire elemental potion. And this one is the ice elemental potion. And here we have. The array of potions continued to be unveiled, with the types exceeding 100. Su Chang introduced each one methodically and calmly. At that moment, however, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Jin's voice. Xiao Jin, Master. I have discovered traces of life forms that resemble those from the moon. Su Chang, still engaged in discussing potions, was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jin's alert, and subsequently began to communicate with Xiao Jin through his consciousness. Traces of moon life forms? Did living beings inhabit the moon in the past? Xiao Jin, I am currently scanning information regarding the moon. Xiao Jin, surface information of the moon has been collected. Xiao Jin, I am now scanning the core information. Xiao Jin, core information of the moon has been collected. Xiao Jin, I am currently scanning for signs of living organisms. Xiao Jin, in the brief span of a breath or two. Xiao Jin operated at a frenzied pace, achieving an astonishing computational speed of billions of frames per second. Before Su Chang could fully process this, Xiao Jin had gained a comprehensive understanding of the moon, and then summarized the information, responding to Su Chang. Master, 150 million years ago, living beings did exist on the moon, achieving a life form classification of level 3. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's expression changed dramatically. What? Level 3 life forms? His exclamation instantly captured the attention of everyone in the live stream. What is this level 3 life form? Wasn't he discussing potions? What is Su Shin talking about? I can't comprehend what the host is saying. Su Shin seems to be in a daze. Is this what they call consciousness wandering through space? Although Su Shin's body remains here, his consciousness appears to have detached from his physical form, likely drifting through the cosmos. Huh. The comments above are quite amusing. Is Su Shin stuck? Why is he completely motionless? What is happening? The screen flickered, and Su Chang's live stream suddenly went black. Everyone. What is going on? Oh no. It happened so suddenly. What is this situation? Why has the screen gone black? It's confirmed. This isn't a technical issue. Su Shun has ended the broadcast. Oh my. Why did he suddenly log off? Su Shun must have urgent matters to attend to, but he should be back shortly. Hurry back to resume the stream. Host, what is going on? Why did you abruptly end the broadcast without a word? The sudden interruption of the stream is undoubtedly due to Su Chang's journey to the area where traces of moon-like life forms were discovered, as indicated by the system. Xiao Jin, which pertained to level 3 life forms. Up until now, Su Chang had never encountered a level 3 life form, let alone the remains of one. With the enhancement provided by the black armor, Su Chang swiftly arrived at the site of the discovery. This place had been cleared into an open area, preserved by robots while they ventured forth to explore other territories. This is a skeleton? Su Chang gazed upon the traces before him, which were the bones of a corpse, unearthed from beneath the soil during the robot's expansion efforts. However, this skeletal remains bore no resemblance to that of a human. Instead, it is a humanoid creature, with a torso resembling that of a human. However, it possesses bony wings on its back and a tailbone at its rear. Furthermore, an elongated, pointed bone protrudes from the top of its skull. Such beings have only existed in the realm of fiction. This skeletal framework measures an impressive 4 to 5 meters in height. Should it be filled with flesh and blood, it would undoubtedly reach a staggering height of 5 to 6 meters. Su Chang gazed at the skeleton, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Most intriguingly, the bones emit a faint, shimmering glow. Xiao Jin, are you certain this is a lunar creature from 150 million years ago? Su Chang inquired, his heart filled with incredulity. What manner of being could have its remains preserved for over 100 million years? However, Xiao Jin's response was resolute. Yes, master. Chapter 45. The Origin of the Moon Indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes instantly sparkled, and he murmured to himself, "Is this what a third-level life form is? Even after death, the bones can endure for such an extended period." Xiaojin, a third-level life form, belongs to planetary life, capable of transcending the constraints of its planet and traversing the cosmos independently. It is also referred to as an immortal being, barring any unforeseen events. Its lifespan can rival that of its mother planet. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was left speechless, astonished for a long time. A creature possessing a lifespan as vast as that of a planet. Does this still fall within the realm of biology? It is known that a planet's lifespan can stretch into billions of years. Does this not imply that a third-level life form has a minimum lifespan of several billion years? If so, the term immortal being seems quite fitting, especially considering that human life on Earth averages merely a few decades, with a rare few reaching a century. A lifespan of billions of years, in the eyes of humanity, is indistinguishable from immortality. Su Cheng crouched down and reached out to caress the skeletal remains of this creature. The bones, aged 150 million years, still radiated an immortal sheen. As he touched them, a rustling sound emerged, enticing him to stroke them further. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, what is the shimmering luster on these bones? Xiaojin, it is the essence of the bone material belonging to a third-level life form. This essence is precisely what has preserved the skeleton from decay and erosion. Gazing at the skeleton before him, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. Xiaojin, will this skeleton cause me any harm? Xiaojin, absolutely not. Su Cheng nodded slightly, stood up, brushed off his hands, and exclaimed with a smile, "Then this skeleton shall serve as my first collection of a third-level life form. Xiaojin, I can assist the master in extracting the essence from the bones, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of your body." At this, Su Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Such a remarkable substance, let us extract it quickly. Xiaojin. Just as Xiaojin was preparing to extract the life essence from the skeleton and levitate it, Su Cheng suddenly called out to him, "Wait. Xiaojin, does the master have any further inquiries?" Su Cheng stroked his chin and smiled. "Xiaojin, can you restore the appearance of this creature in its living state?" Xiaojin, naturally, I can. Su Cheng smiled. Then please proceed with the restoration for me. I have never seen what a third-level life form looks like. This is my first encounter with one. Moreover, it would be even better if you could recreate the scene of its demise. Xiaojin, understood. Commencing biomimetic restoration. Xiaojin, simulation in progress. Xiaojin, simulation complete. Xiaojin, current environment of the organism and destruction simulation in progress. Xiaojin, simulation complete. The transmission of images commenced. In a fleeting moment, the simulated visuals were presented before Su Cheng. Within the imagery, a towering creature, exceeding 6 meters in height, emerged. It stood upright like a human, its physique exhibiting a rich earth-brown hue, adorned with numerous spots and blemishes upon its skin. Its elongated arms, reminiscent of a gibbon's, dangled down to its thighs. Atop its head sprouted a singular black horn, while a pair of immense, fleshy wings unfurled from its back, their tips trailing down to its ankles. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the creature spread its colossal wings, which spanned several meters wide. In an instant, it ascended into the sky with the swiftness of lightning. Within a blink, the creature had soared beyond the confines of the planet, revealing itself in the vast expanse of outer space. Gazing downward, it beheld an enormous emerald planet, vastly larger than Earth itself. With a deafening crash, the creature's home planet erupted violently, a brilliant white light bursting forth from its core, ultimately shattering the entire planet into countless fragments. One of these fragments hurtled towards the creature at an unimaginable speed, surpassing even that of light itself. The creature had no time to react, as it was struck by the terrestrial debris, propelled deep into the cosmos. In the throes of its rapid motion, the creature's flesh was incinerated and disintegrated until all that remained was a mere skeleton. Eventually, the fragment of land continued its tumultuous journey, colliding with various meteors, which gradually diminished its speed. Ultimately, it drifted through the boundless expanse of the universe until it neared a cerulean planet, where it was drawn in by the planet's gravitational pull, ultimately becoming its moon. The visuals concluded at this juncture, fading into oblivion. Su Cheng, witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, found his mouth agape. It was the first time he had encountered such a vividly realistic tertiary life form, as well as a planet capable of nurturing such beings. What astonished him most was the origin of the moon. It was revealed that the moon was merely a fragment of land ejected from the explosion of the tertiary life form's home planet. It was astonishing to contemplate that such a small fragment could possess such magnitude. One could hardly fathom the true enormity of its original planet. After a prolonged moment, Su Qing regained his composure, exhaling a deep breath of disbelief. He had finally witnessed extraterrestrial life, a tertiary organism with a lifespan spanning billions of years. Yet, even this extraordinary being, capable of traversing into outer space in the blink of an eye, could not survive the cataclysmic aftermath of its planet's explosion. Crushed mercilessly like an insect, Su Qing shuddered at the thought of how he would fare in the face of such an explosion. Surmising that he would scarcely endure a single breath, having witnessed this scene, Su Qing's emotions were exceedingly complex, filled with myriad reflections. The universe is indeed vast and magnificent. No, it is truly grand. Even a third-level life form, such a powerful existence, is but a mere ant, Su Qing lamented. Xiao Jin reassured, Master. There is no need for excessive worry. I shall assist you in evolving into a sixth-level divine life form. At that juncture, you will possess a lifespan as enduring as the cosmos itself, and nothing within the universe will pose a threat to your existence. For even in the event of destruction, the essence of a sixth-level divine life form will endure, with divine atoms preserved. These divine atoms will instinctively sense one another and connect, and when they converge, they will restore the true form. Chapter 46. Beyond the human realm, is it truly so extraordinary? Does that imply that a level 6 life form is eternally immortal? Su Qing was profoundly astonished by Xiao Jin's words. Xiao Jin replied, one might essentially regard it as such. A level 6 life form represents the pinnacle of life forms known to our universe. As Su Qing absorbed this information, he felt an unexplainable awe. Gazing at the colossal skeleton before him, which had existed for 150 million years, he said, let us commence the extraction. Xiao Jin announced. Initiating extraction of the essence from the level 3 life form's bones. Under Su Qing's watchful gaze, the expansive skeleton began to levitate, enveloped by a mysterious luminescent veil. He then observed as the shimmering sheen that adorned the skeleton transformed into myriad sparkling particles, detaching from the bones. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and a transparent crystal vial materialized in the void, as the gathered particles coalesced into a vibrant flow of sand, cascading into the bottle. Xiao Jin declared, extraction of the level 3 life form's essence is complete. The vial autonomously floated before Su Qing, who reached out to grasp it. At that moment, the skeleton, now devoid of its essence, plummeted to the ground, resembling an ordinary human skeleton that had succumbed to the ravages of time, disintegrating into dust. Observing the skeletal remains transformed into mere particles, Su Qing regained his composure and murmured while gazing at the vial in his hand. It appears that the secret to the immortality of level 3 life forms lies within these divine essences. Although he had acquired this substance, Su Qing remained uncertain of its application. Xiao Jin, how should I utilize this to enhance my physique? Xiao Jin responded. The essence from a level 3 life form contains high-tier life energy, but as you are currently a level 2 life form, you cannot absorb it directly. It requires dilution with a potion for effective use. Su Qing paused. A potion? Where might I procure such a thing? Is there an exchange available in the marketplace? Xiao Jin explained, the starry liquid in the pool of your quarters can serve this purpose. Simply pour the essence into the pool and with daily immersion, your physique will reap significant benefits. Realizing the implications, Su Qing hurriedly entered the spacecraft and approached the pool, pouring the essence from the vial into the starry liquid. With a bubbling sound, the pool erupted into vigorous turmoil at the introduction of the essence. Taken aback, Su Qing instinctively stepped back. Do not be alarmed, Master. This is a natural reaction as the starry liquid neutralizes the life essence, Xiao Jin reassured him. The bubbling continued for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Can I immerse myself now? Su Qing inquired. Indeed, Master, it is now permissible, Xiao Jin confirmed. Su Qing, without any further ado, removed his black armor and leapt into the pool. As he submerged himself in the water, he was immediately enveloped by a soothing warmth that caressed his body, a sensation he had not experienced while soaking in the starry liquid. It was soft and comfortable, akin to basking lazily in gentle sunlight, evoking an indescribable sense of bliss. As he gazed around, he noticed wisps of colorful vapor, reminiscent of mist, drifting into his being. The hues of the vapor were vibrant, akin to radiant rainbows. It seemed that these colorful mists were indeed the essence of life itself, Su Qing mused. Indeed, Master, came the reply from Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, what level of existence can this essence of life help me attain? Is it possible for me to become a level 3 life form? Although the counterpart is a level 3 life form, its essence cannot directly elevate you to that status. However, with the infusion of this life essence, your very essence is subtly transforming. Should you fully absorb it, your life level would surpass that of humanity, yet it would not reach the realm of planetary life, placing you at approximately a level 2, 5 life form. Su-chung was taken aback. So, if I completely absorb the essence in this pool, I would already transcend the boundaries of humanity? Given your current physical condition, it would take approximately 3 months to fully absorb the essence of a level 3 life form. Though the time frame is somewhat lengthy, it is still better than remaining stagnant. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Su-chung as he pondered what it would be like to become a level 2, 5 life form. Oh, I had just turned off the live stream. I should restart it now. Rising from the pool, he donned his black armor once more and stepped outside, instructing Xiao Jin to initiate the live stream. The abrupt cessation of the previous live stream had left many viewers in a state of perplexity. Numerous individuals speculated on the reason behind Su-chung's sudden departure. However, through the course of these live sessions, most had come to understand his spontaneous nature. He did as he pleased without needing anyone's approval. Su-god, you have finally returned. My instincts tell me something significant must have transpired. Su-god, did you encounter an unexpected issue? The host is back at last. Just before the live stream ended, I thought I heard Su-god mention something about a level 3 life form. What is that? Please enlighten us, Su-god. Upon reopening the live stream, Su-chung found countless viewers still eagerly awaiting his return. He promptly addressed them. Dear friends, I apologize for the interruption. I encountered a matter that required my immediate attention. Hence the abrupt halt to the broadcast. Now let us continue. You see, I told you my instincts were correct. Something must have happened. Su-shun, what has transpired? Please enlighten me. What sort of event could necessitate an abrupt cessation of the live stream? Is it something scandalous? The individual above seems rather dim-witted, as their thoughts drift to such matters at this moment. As Su-chung walked, he spoke. Previously, I received an unexpected alert indicating the possible presence of extraterrestrial traces. Now, I shall take you all to witness it. Goodness, extraterrestrial beings? Is that for real? Incredible. Have extraterrestrial entities truly been present on the moon? It appears that there indeed exists extraterrestrial civilizations within the cosmos. What do these extraterrestrial beings resemble? I wonder how their technological advancements compare to our own Su-chun's advanced technology. Chapter 47. National Catastrophe. Su-chung arrived at the location where he previously discovered the skeletal remains of a level 3 life form. Naturally, he had instructed Xiao Jin to recreate the shape of this skeleton in advance. Upon witnessing this skeletal structure, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. What on earth is this creature? It's merely a skeleton. Could it be a life form that originally inhabited the moon? I suspect it might be an extraterrestrial being that suddenly descended upon the moon, only to meet an unknown demise, leaving behind this skeleton. Observing the live stream, Su-chung began to elucidate. According to the analysis of the bone density, this skeleton has been preserved for at least 150 million years. What? 150 million years? My goodness, such a lengthy duration. The Earth has undergone several eras in that time. What kind of creature is this that its bones could endure for so long? I have a feeling the host knows some hidden truths. Su-god, enlighten us. Su-chung, unreserved, began to weave a narrative, pointing at the skeleton. From this skeleton alone, we can ascertain that, in the vast universe, beyond the life on Earth and our civilization, there indeed exist other extraterrestrial life forms and civilizations. Now, allow me to simulate what this being looked like in its prime for everyone to see. Within the visual display, the skeletal remains gradually transformed, flesh and hair materializing, and in less than a minute, an extraterrestrial creature, towering at 5 to 6 meters with majestic wings, emerged. This remarkable feat was accomplished by Xiao Jin at Su-chung's behest. The motivation behind this was to facilitate humanity's acceptance of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, thus easing future endeavors in colonization. What kind of being is this? It's incredibly towering. Is it a monster? An alien life form? It resembles a ferocious beast from a novel. You managed to recreate its appearance in such detail. Su-god, what kind of advanced technology is this? With such capabilities on Earth, you could restore national treasures and antiques, achieving global acclaim and wealth. Calm down, everyone. Brothers, these are merely Su-god's basic maneuvers. There's no need for alarm. Su-chung's live stream was filled with wonders and extraordinary occurrences, and I was gradually becoming accustomed to it. As the image of the extraterrestrial life form faded, Su Cheng shifted his perspective and began to explore other regions. After 2 days of transformation, the expansion of the lunar base was accelerating, covering an increasingly vast area. As far as the eye could see, robots were bustling about, and energy shields enveloped the surroundings. The ground beneath had transformed from its previous unevenness into a smooth thoroughfare, paved with peculiar stone slabs. The construction of infrastructure had commenced widespread implementation. As Su Cheng strolled and observed, the information panel before his eyes continuously updated the current scope and area of the lunar transformation. At present, an impressive 30,000 square meters of the moon had been transformed. However, there remained a considerable distance to achieve complete renovation. While he monitored the data, Su Cheng articulated his thoughts. His primary objective was to complete the moon's transformation, rendering it suitable for human habitation, thereby reaping the rewards from the system. Additionally, successful colonization would also yield system benefits. Consequently, any exchange points Su Cheng possessed were directly utilized to establish manufacturing factories, of which he now had 4. In the ensuing days, Su Cheng immersed himself in his endeavors, broadcasting live to familiarize the audience with the spacecraft's nooks and crannies, while scrutinizing the progress of lunar construction. By the second day, the transformed area had reached 70,000 square meters, and the number of manufacturing factories had increased to 5. On the third day, the area expanded to 150,000 square meters, with 6 factories established. Each subsequent day witnessed exponential growth in the transformed area. By the 10th day, the lunar renovation had surged to an astounding 155 million square meters, accompanied by a remarkable increase to 20 factories. On the 15th day, the transformed area soared to 5 million square meters. Throughout this period, Su Cheng diligently maintained his live broadcasts, simultaneously exploring the myriad utilities of the system's assistant, Xiao Jin, and acquiring knowledge about various cosmic phenomena. Additionally, he devoted time to fortifying his understanding of cosmic-related knowledge. Over the span of 15 days, Su Cheng experienced a significant transformation in his physical constitution, evolving from a level 2 life form to a level 2.1 life form. This remarkable change was attributed to his consistent consumption of the nutritional meals provided by the system and the absorption of the essence from level 3 life forms. However, on the 15th day of lunar transformation, Earth faced another catastrophic event. The internal tectonic movements led to a dramatic rise in sea levels, with tsunamis sweeping across the oceans, resulting in the complete submergence of several island nations. Among the hardest hit was the Sun Nation, whose territory had significantly diminished, forcing a mass evacuation of its citizens. The nation was engulfed in despair, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. This national calamity had a slight adverse effect on the viewership of Su Cheng's broadcast. Oh, what a delightful turn of events. The Sun Nation, that small nation of mixed breeds, which constantly trails behind the United States and opposes our country, has now been submerged. What poetic justice! Su Cheng exclaimed. Divine being, are you aware of the recent calamities on Earth? The Sun Nation and several island nations have been engulfed. And even our coastal cities, particularly those at lower elevations, have been affected. Reports suggest that tectonic shifts have triggered the tsunami, causing significant surges in sea levels. On this day, during a live broadcast, the majority of the audience in the chat room was engrossed in discussions about the calamities that had befallen Earth. No one perceived this as inevitable. They regarded it merely as a random occurrence, a happenstance. Su Cheng gazed at the live chat, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I am well aware, even from the moon, of the events transpiring on Earth. I believe I possess a greater understanding than any of you present. Indeed, it is true. Su Cheng is a master of advanced technology, and he would surely be apprised of any significant events on Earth in the blink of an eye. I have an inkling that this tsunami is merely the beginning, and that further calamities are yet to unfold. If what you say holds true, does that not imply that the entire Earth will soon become unsafe? Would it not be wiser to accompany Su Cheng to the moon? Someone interjected. Indeed, Su Cheng. What is the purpose of establishing a base on the moon? Did you foresee the impending disasters on Earth? Chapter 48. Proclaiming lunar sovereignty to the world given the overwhelming curiosity surrounding my establishment of a base on the moon. I shall now provide a unified response. Su Cheng, gazing at the live stream, adjusted his tone with gravity and began to speak. I am weary of being constrained by numerous regulations. Thus, I have chosen to ascend to the moon and become its sovereign deity, its emperor. Henceforth, I declare to the world that the moon is my territory. I, Su Cheng, am the ruler of the moon. As the audience in the live stream absorbed his declaration, a wave of playful banter ensued. 6,666. Su Shun is incredible. How amusing. Su Shun, your humorous demeanor is quite sincere. Haha, the joys of the intellectually challenged. Impressive, truly admirable. I respect you, esteemed streamer. Among all, I yield to none but you. Such courage. I support you, Su Shun. From this day forward, you are the master of the moon. Seeing the jovial engagement, Su Chung smiled, paying little heed to the playful remarks. At that moment, he initiated a live event. An idea flashed through his mind, and he communicated with Xiao Jin to set up an activity within the live stream. Su Chung, I have prepared an event themed around lunar immigration, which I invite you all to explore. What event? What is this? Immigration to the moon? Let me take a look. Upon hearing Su Chung mention the event, many viewers clicked on the newly appeared interface, revealing the details within. The theme of the event was immigration to the moon. Conditions for participation. Enter the event homepage and send the message I wish to immigrate to the moon. Limitations on immigration slots. Each day, 100 individuals will be randomly selected from the comments on the event page. Deadline. The event will conclude as announced by the host. Streamer, are you serious about this? Wow. I finally have a chance to be Su Shun's loyal follower. I must participate in this event. Esteemed host, if I participate and am selected, does that mean I can truly go to the moon? Observing the myriad questions from the audience, Su Ching responded, this event is genuine and valid. Those selected will receive a quota for immigration to the moon. Of course, this quota can be utilized by you personally, but it cannot be transferred to others. Every day, I will select 100 individuals from the event page, and once the lunar base is completed, the immigration process will commence. At that time, I will provide a dedicated passage to ensure everyone's safety. Listening to his words, many viewers were taken aback, realizing that Su Chung was indeed serious. However, few connected this announcement with the impending calamities of Earth or its potential destruction. Many individuals remain nostalgically attached to the splendid life on Earth, yet they have not actively engaged in it. Naturally, a portion of fervent admirers of Sioux City enthusiastically participated at this moment. Congratulations to Adidida for being selected and obtaining the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. Personal identity information has been bound. Congratulations to I am the best in the world for being selected and obtaining the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. Personal identity information has been bound. Congratulations to I love you, Su God, for being selected and obtaining the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. Personal identity information has been bound. Congratulations. Among those involved in the activity, the first 100 chosen individuals have been announced. Those selected are overjoyed, while those not chosen are filled with frustration. Of course, some approach this with a casual attitude, feeling indifferent to the outcome. Haha, I've been selected. I have finally become a loyal follower of Su God. Ah, I've been selected, Su God. I want to come up and bear your offspring. Step aside, Su God is mine. I want to engage in passionate encounters with Su God on the moon. Is it really that crazy? It's just a chance to immigrate to the moon. While I admire Su God, I believe it's better to remain on Earth. The Earth is in turmoil. Who knows what calamities may follow? At this moment, Su God has offered the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. And it's free. This is truly a blessing. You should seize this chance, lest regret comes too late. Sioux City glanced at the live broadcast. At that moment, Xiao Jin indicated an incoming communication request, which was a call from Zhou Yuhang. Sioux City addressed the audience, saying, congratulations to these friends for obtaining the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. Those who were not selected should not be disheartened, as there will be 100 spots available each day. Well, that concludes today's live stream. Goodbye. After shutting down the broadcast, Sioux City spoke. Xiao Jin, connect the call. Xiao Jin replied, yes, master. As the communication was established, Sioux City immediately heard Zhou Yuhang's voice. In the projection before Su God, Zhou Yuhang was situated in an office alongside several other elders and leaders. Director Zhou, what brings you to me? Sioux City inquired. From the visual, it was evident that Zhou Yuhang appeared anxious, striving to maintain his composure during the conversation. It is as follows. Last time, you mentioned that there would be 500,000 immigration slots available to us. May I ask if this still holds true? Zhou Yuhang cautiously inquired. Sioux City smiled upon hearing this and replied, of course, it stands. Is it that you have become unsettled upon witnessing the immigration event I orchestrated in the live stream? Zhou Yuhang smiled awkwardly and replied, indeed. However, We have also discovered hidden issues deep within the Earth. It seems we are truly on the brink of an era of destruction. Sioux City, however, was not surprised by this revelation. The Dragon Summer Nation stands as one of the most technologically advanced countries in the contemporary world, and it has even concealed numerous technologies from external scrutiny. The term most advanced is indeed an understatement. The ability of the Dragon Summer Nation to perceive and address the issues facing the Earth at this juncture was, in fact, anticipated. Su Cheng gazed at Zhou Yuhang and spoke. As I have previously mentioned, half of the immigration slots, amounting to 500,000, will be allocated to the Dragon Summer Nation. I do not wish to overly interfere in your selection process. However, I must emphasize that I do not wish to see individuals of questionable character, those who are indolent and unproductive, among those who are chosen. In response, Zhou Yuhang nodded vigorously and assured, we will ensure a thorough selection process. We will certainly ensure a thorough selection. Chapter 49. Immigration quotas. The recent tectonic movements of the Earth's continental plates have unleashed a calamity that resonates across the globe. However, the most significant impact has been felt by island nations. This has instilled a sense of trepidation in many, while others remain complacent, believing this to be merely a minor disaster that poses no threat to their homeland. In truth, aside from a few small island nations and coastal cities that have been severely affected, most inland countries have experienced little disruption. After concluding a conversation with Zhou Yuhang, Su Cheng resumed his observations of the conditions in various countries. The situation has begun to deteriorate gradually. Nations such as Faya, Sun Nation, and Goryeo have seen their territories inundated by rising sea levels due to tectonic activity, with over half of their land submerged. In the days that followed, countries in the Chia region faced further disasters, including volcanic eruptions. On the 20th day of the lunar base construction, the Sam Nation and Western Europe were struck by significant environmental pollution stemming from nuclear leaks. Additionally, the oil-rich nation of Ladaya experienced mysterious offshore oil spills. Concurrently, a solar flare erupted once more, this time on a larger scale, resulting in a drastic transformation of the Earth's atmospheric conditions and unleashing hurricanes and typhoons across half the globe. Within a mere 10 days, the Earth was engulfed in environmental upheaval, with various disasters emerging in succession. On the 25th day of lunar base construction, Su Cheng's life level had ascended to 2. The growth of vegetation within the base remained sluggish, primarily due to the adverse conditions of the lunar soil. Fortunately, the system's marketplace offered potions capable of transforming the soil environment. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, please exchange for a batch of soil transformation potions. Xiao Jin, based on the current area of lunar surface to be transformed, I have exchanged 1,000 bottles of Divine Essence potions, which have been autonomously distributed to the exploration robots. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, noting that the area of the lunar base construction had reached 10 million square meters. Each bottle of the Divine Essence potion could enhance the soil quality of 10,000 square meters. With the improved soil, the growth rate of the vegetation would accelerate. Xiao Jin, according to the current growth rate of the vegetation, the first significant atmospheric circulation will form in 5 days, replenishing the lunar surface. However, due to the current atmospheric conditions on the moon being affected by the solar flare, ozone will be lost to outer space. It is advisable for the master to exchange for a planetary ring to protect the lunar atmosphere. Su Cheng was taken aback and responded, a planetary ring? He accessed the system's marketplace and found the planetary ring, which is designed to safeguard a planet's atmospheric environment from the influences of outer space. However, upon seeing the price, Su Cheng's expression twitched. The cost for a single planetary ring was an astonishing 2 billion exchange points. Upon reviewing his current exchange points, which stood at just over 1 billion, he realized that he must accumulate an additional 900 million within the span of 5 days. Fortunately, Su Cheng's live streaming influence had genuinely reached a global audience. In light of the recent cataclysmic events on Earth, coupled with his daily offering of 100 immigration slots to the moon during his broadcasts, it was impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Consequently, he felt little trepidation regarding the acquisition of exchange points. Checking the time, Su Cheng commenced his live stream once more, aware that it was imperative to make some adjustments to the immigration slot plan. Oh my, Su God, you have finally begun your live stream. Su God, may I request a slot for immigration to the moon? Could you grant me one? Su God, I wish to purchase a slot for immigration to the moon. What price would you set? I can no longer endure life on Earth amidst the terrifying disasters. I wish to go to the moon. System notification. Jack Williams has gifted the streamer 1000 Ferris wheels. Streamer, I represent the United States and extend our goodwill, hoping you might provide our nation with some immigration slots to the moon. System notification. A representative from Korea has gifted the streamer 1000 carnivals. Streamer, I represent Korea and extend our goodwill, hoping you might grant our country some immigration slots to the moon. System notification. The Sun Nation's cabinet delegation has gifted the streamer 2000 carnivals. Streamer, on behalf of the people of the Sun Nation, I implore you to provide us with some immigration slots to the moon. As Su Chung initiated his live stream, the chat room erupted with a cacophony of desperate pleas and cries for help. Oh dear, these representatives of powerful nations are utterly despicable. Their actions leave us common folk with no path forward. It's over. It's all over. The slots will undoubtedly be snatched away by these powerful nation representatives. I don't think so. Su God is not lacking in wealth, and won't be swayed by these gifts. Moreover, even if we don't secure a slot, we can still try our luck in the activity interface. Perhaps we might win something after all. Within the live stream, the chat flooded in like a tidal wave, incessantly refreshing. However, the frenzy in the activity interface was even more intense. Countless individuals were fervently typing immigrate to the moon in a desperate scramble for one of the 100 daily slots. Fortunately, Su Chung had already implemented restrictions through Xiaojin, allowing each individual to send only one message per day. Otherwise, the odds of winning through random selection would be adversely affected. Observing the tumult of pleas and arguments in the live stream, Su Chung finally spoke. Hello everyone, I am your host, Su Chung. Today, we will not be taking you to the moon for a viewing. This live stream is primarily dedicated to one matter, immigration to the moon. It is evident to all that the current state of our planet is dire, as a succession of natural and human-made disasters unfolds before our eyes. Initially, we witnessed the shifting of continental plates in the ensuing tsunamis, followed by volcanic eruptions and relentless hurricanes and typhoons ravaging the globe. Subsequently, we are confronted with various forms of nuclear contamination and chemical leaks. Our Earth, now riddled with wounds, is far from safe. In truth, all these calamities stem from a singular cause, the eruption of solar flares. Many in the live stream may not be fully aware of this connection. However, I can now reveal that the disasters we experience on Earth are indeed the consequence of the very sun that looms above us. Su Chung is acutely aware that the next solar flare will herald a global catastrophe. Yet, in an effort to prevent widespread panic, Su Chung has chosen to withhold this information. At present, the paramount concern revolves around the issue of immigration quotas. Chapter 50, Immigration Requirements Today. The theme of our live broadcast revolves around the prospect of immigrating to the moon. Su Chung once again spoke, articulating the pressing concern that weighs heavily on the minds of humanity on Earth. As soon as he uttered these words, countless individuals across the globe held their breath, eagerly anticipating his next statement. Now, I am offering opportunities for immigration to the moon on a global scale. To obtain one of my available slots, it is not a matter of monetary exchange. Rather, one must fulfill the requirements and conditions that I set forth. Upon hearing Su Cheng's proclamation, the chat room erupted in excitement. Wow, Su is incredible. Host, I adore you truly. Where can one find such a host? Su, you are genuinely a good person. Su, what are the requirements? Please, do tell. I want a chance to immigrate to the moon. I also wish to inhabit the moon. Earth has become increasingly perilous. Su, can you help me reach the moon? I am a soft and charming girl, capable of providing warmth. Host, if you can get me to the moon, I would even be willing to live stream anything, no matter how absurd. Please take me with you. I will offer you my cash, credit cards, and other resources. And I have 7 stunning sisters I can introduce to you. Although aware that the chances are slim, I still yearn to live on the moon, to preserve my life. Su, I am willing to do whatever it takes. I wonder what the requirements for traveling to the moon might be. I hope they are not too stringent. Su Chung gazed at the chat room and slowly began to elaborate. All right, now I shall clarify the conditions necessary for immigration to the moon. As you all know, I hail from the Dragon Xia Nation and possess a sense of patriotism. Thus, the first condition is this. Individuals and nations that have harbored animosity towards Dragon Xia in the past and present shall be excluded from consideration. Based on the subsequent immigration situation, I may allocate a few slots to these countries and peoples after the initial selection process. But for those who remain obstinate, I regret to inform you that you can prepare for a life of retirement on Earth. After articulating the first requirement, Su Qing instructed Xiao Jin to compile the number of individuals who met his criteria. Xiao Jin reported, the total population of Earth has reached 4.2 billion. And the number of individuals who meet the current criteria is 3.5 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that 700 million people worldwide would oppose Dragon Xia. The rationale behind excluding such individuals was to prevent any major powers or factions from causing disturbances. He did not wish for any adverse group dynamics to emerge. If they did, they certainly should not be antagonistic towards him. Those who opposed Dragon Xia, even if they reached the moon, would likely harbor little goodwill towards him. Since they would not contribute positively to his cause, their presence would merely squander valuable resources. The second requirement is rather peculiar. To immigrate to the moon, one must acknowledge that the moon is my territory, where I am the sole sovereign. I do not wish for any discord or division to arise once others arrive. Xiao Jin. The number of individuals who meet the aforementioned criteria is 2.5 billion. Upon hearing this significant reduction, Su Cheng felt a jolt in his heart. The decrease was indeed drastic. With a staggering 1 billion people outright refusing to recognize him as the ruler of the moon. I am keenly aware of the thoughts of each individual. So let it be known that no one should indulge in superficial flattery while secretly engaging in subterfuge. The third requirement is that one must possess a commendable character. I do not intend to exclude those with past indiscretions. Anyone who is reformed is welcome to participate. As for what constitutes good character, I urge everyone to carefully read the 12 moral principles and codes of conduct for citizens of Longxia Nation. Xiao Jin. The number of individuals who meet these three requirements is now 1.7 billion. Another reduction of 800 million has occurred. Su Cheng was not at all surprised by this. The fourth requirement mandates the possession of a particular skill. I have no need for idlers who merely wish to consume resources. Those individuals would be better off enjoying their remaining time on Earth. Xiao Jin. The number of individuals who meet all four requirements is 1.2 billion. This time, 500 million have been eliminated, indicating that this segment comprises those of limited utility, the elderly, the infirm, the incapacitated, and those lacking any skills, all of whom have been systematically excluded. While the exclusion of the elderly and infirm may appear harsh, their presence would undoubtedly pose significant challenges and obstacles to achieving autonomy on the moon. This is not a reflection of Su Cheng's moral standing, but rather a pragmatic assessment of their limited contributions, as well as their diminished vitality. It is impossible to transport every soul from Earth. The system has allotted him only 1 million slots, aimed solely at preserving the flame of humanity. The final requirement is that women, children, and those who harbor positive sentiments towards me are prioritized. This last criterion can almost be disregarded in calculations, as the number remains 1.2 billion. Consequently, Su Cheng will draw from this pool of 1.2 billion. Upon receiving this data, Su Cheng felt a slight sense of relief. If everyone on the planet were to be watching his live stream, he would garner 1.2 billion exchange points each time. This is a staggering figure, calculated over a defined time frame, which typically does not exceed 1 hour. Su Cheng. Those who meet my requirements will primarily participate in my live stream activities to secure a chance for immigration to the moon. With that, Su Cheng began conversing with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, how much time remains until the destruction of Earth? Xiao Jin, based on the current fluctuations in solar flares, the Earth is destined for destruction in 6 months. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly. In other words, we have 6 months, or 180 days, left. He glanced at the live stream and continued, from now on, the number of participants allowed in the live stream will increase to 2,777 each day. I urge those who meet the aforementioned criteria to join the event promptly. The figure of 2,777 is derived from distributing the remaining 500,000 spots evenly over 180 days. Well, that's all for today. Goodbye for now. With that said, Su Cheng promptly closed the live stream. Oh no, it seems my chances are dwindling. I am left with only one opportunity to impress Su Shen. I meet all of Su Shen's requirements. Hehe. I am a beautiful girl and thus have a priority. Alas, heavens, I once had a criminal record for theft. This time, I am in peril. My life may be at stake. I swear I will chop off this hand, sincerely repent, in hopes of securing a spot. Chapter 51. Global influence. Upon concluding his live broadcast, Su Cheng left the people of Earth in a state of turmoil. Many gleaned from his words a singular, dire implication. The planet was on the brink of utter devastation. Though it was not explicitly stated, The understanding was palpable among those who were perceptive. Panic began to seep into the hearts of the populace. In the high-level conference room of the Solar Nation, a diminutive man, infuriated after watching Su Ching's broadcast, slammed his hand on the table. This despicable host has crossed the line, he fumed. He has blatantly issued a demand that aims to exclude us. This man was Kamurasan, the newly appointed prime minister, selected following Yamaki's resignation. The assembly below him was rife with mixed emotions. Some were silent, while others seethed with anger. The pressing concern was how to seize such an opportunity. Are we to rely solely on our technological prowess to land on the moon? Our manned spaceflight capabilities are still woefully inadequate, someone voiced from the crowd. Hearing this, Kamurasan's expression darkened further. His tenure had barely begun. Yet the nation's territory had already suffered extensive erosion from encroaching seas, leaving less than one-fifth of its land intact. Now, Su Cheng's subtle insinuation of their exclusion from immigration quotas only compounded his sense of failure as prime minister. With a grim countenance, he pressed his hands against the table and spoke in a low, resolute tone. Contact Chuck from the United States. We have no choice but to seek their assistance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe in the United States, Chuck, having watched Su Cheng's broadcast, was engulfed in a wave of anger. The animosity towards Longxia intensified. On this planet, they were at the pinnacle, and Su Cheng's maneuver was tantamount to a death sentence for them. The faces of those gathered around the table were equally grim. Previously, they had always targeted Longxia, yet now they were facing the consequences of their actions. What do we do now? Are we truly expected to sit idly by and await our demise? One individual remarked, his tone laced with hostility and frustration. I warned you against antagonizing this person, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Now, we've effectively sealed our own fate, spoke the Secretary of Defense, his voice cutting through the tension. If they deny us eligibility, then we shall fight for our rightful place, interjected a military representative. Fight? With what arsenal? They're on the moon. Can your missiles reach that far? Even if they could, their technological prowess would surely thwart any strike. It's likely that before we could inflict harm, we would be met with retaliation, countered another voice in the room. As the cacophony of voices grew louder, Chuck pounded the table in frustration. Enough. Silence, he commanded, and the room fell into an uneasy quiet. Despite their grievances, the assembly understood that Chuck, as the officially appointed leader, commanded a certain respect that they would not challenge at this juncture. Chuck spoke again, his voice steady. Our foremost challenge now is to gain the understanding and trust of our adversaries. Below, a woman spoke. In fact, we can advance on both fronts. Our manned spaceflight technology has reached a considerable level of maturity. We can first send humans to the moon while simultaneously seeking to establish a connection with the Soviets. Upon hearing this, Chuck shook his head, rejecting the proposal. This suggestion is unfeasible. Although our manned space technology allows for multiple passengers, a single spacecraft can only accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. With our vast population, this would take an eternity to transport everyone. Moreover, the Soviets have already declared the moon as their territory, their personal asset. If we were to recklessly land there, we might provoke their hostility, especially since their sentiments towards us are rather lukewarm. At that point, the possibility of our spacecraft being shot down is not out of the question. Currently, our relations with the Soviets are at a frozen state. We cannot afford to take any rash actions that might incite their displeasure. Now, we are left with but one course of action: to publicly apologize, admit our faults, and engage in negotiations with Longxia Nation, hoping they can persuade the Soviets to grant us an opportunity for a quota of immigrants. Very well, let us convene a press conference immediately. Just as Chuck was preparing to leave for the press conference, a secretary approached him and whispered in his ear, the new prime minister of the Sun Nation, Koji Yamashita, is requesting a call. Upon hearing this, Chuck instantly grasped the underlying intentions of the other party. He was already overwhelmed with his own country's issues. He had no time to entertain Koji Yamashita's overtures. He promptly instructed the secretary, just tell him I'm gravely ill in bed and that he should call back later. Meanwhile, Su Cheng remained unaware of the significant global stir he had caused since his live broadcast. He simply observed as his exchange points skyrocketed. Just over 1 billion, 2 billion, 23 billion, 3 billion. In a mere half hour, his exchange points surged to 3 billion and continued to rise. Witnessing this rapid growth, Su Cheng smiled, estimating that after a good night's sleep, he would be able to redeem his points for a planetary ring. Exiting the system, Su Cheng instructed Xiao Jin to connect him with Chen Yu on Earth. He had been on the moon for 20 days and was curious about her well-being. The scene quickly transitioned to reveal a slender, stunning woman, Chunyu. At that moment, she was seated on her sofa, alongside a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. It was her sister, Chinshui. Su Ching observed as Chinyu sliced an apple into small pieces, feeding them to the girl beside her. Just then, her phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Setting down the fruit plate, Chinyu picked up her phone and saw the caller ID displaying the name Su Cheng. Upon realizing that it was Su Cheng calling, Chinyu's expression shifted slightly. She tugged at her sister's sleeve, exclaiming with delight, "Sister, it's Su Cheng calling." "What? You mean Su Cheng, the renowned streamer on the moon?" Chinshui, having returned home from the hospital after a 10-day stay, had become aware of the relationship between Su Cheng and her sister. She also understood that Su Cheng was none other than the illustrious Su Shun, known far and wide. At this moment, hearing her sister mention that it was Su Cheng on the line filled her eyes with astonishment and eager anticipation. Chapter 52. Exchange for the planetary ring. "Hello, is this Su Cheng?" Chinyu inquired cautiously as she answered the phone. "It is I, Chinyu," came Su Cheng's voice, deep and hoarse, imbued with an inexplicable sense of weariness that tightened Chinyu's heart. "You," Chinyu began, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "I called you for a specific reason," Su Cheng said, reclining in a dreamlike chair, his leg crossed casually. He gazed at the visibly anxious Chunyu and continued. "Earth is no longer safe. I cannot guarantee the safety of you and your sister. Therefore, I will facilitate your immigration to the moon within 3 days. Take your time to think it over. I can afford to wait no longer than 3 days for your response. A year's time is now unattainable. So please provide me with a definitive answer." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's expression shifted. Earth is no longer safe? Such a statement from anyone else would have seemed alarmist. Yet coming from Su Ching, a man who had migrated to the moon and established a base, she could not dismiss it. Though she wished to agree to accompany Su Cheng to the moon, her gaze fell upon her sister, whose pallid complexion indicated she had not yet fully recovered. The thought of relocating to the moon filled Chinyu with concern for her sister's well-being. "Su Ching, Seemingly perceptive of her apprehension, Su Ching interrupted her, stating, "Your sister's condition has improved significantly. Moving to the moon will pose no issues, and I can ensure her complete recovery instantaneously." Instantly complete recovery? Chinyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of shock. However, she quickly regained her composure. Given Su Cheng's abilities, such a feat was indeed plausible. "Very well. I accept your offer. My sister and I will accompany you to the moon." Chinyu steeled herself, ultimately placing her trust in Su Ching. With the myriad disasters unfolding on Earth, perhaps it truly was unsafe. "Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, I will send someone to escort you. I will hang up now," Su Ching remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the woman on the screen. Since the system, Xiao Jin, failed to fulfill its promise, Su Ching resolved to devise his own solution. Xiao Jin, exchange for 2 basic robots. "Master, the basic robots have been successfully exchanged." In an instant, 2 robots materialized before Su Cheng. He commanded them to assume human forms and then issued directives. "You two, depart for Earth immediately and covertly protect these 2 individuals. Ensure their safe arrival here within 3 days." With that, Su Cheng summoned Chinyu and Chen Shui's images. "Understood, Master." 2 robots, following the commands of Su Cheng, ultimately soared away from the moon, initiating a spatial leap, and in the next moment, they found themselves hovering above the Earth. Subsequently, the 2 robots descended directly towards the Longxia Kingdom. Meanwhile, Chinyu, clutching her phone, gazed at her younger sister with a hint of apprehension and spoke. "Sister, you heard my conversation with Su Cheng, didn't you?" Chen Shui smiled brightly and replied, "Sister, I did. Does this mean we will be heading to the moon in 3 days?" To Chinyu's surprise, Chen Shui not only showed no resistance but seemed rather excited. "Sister, should I start calling Su Cheng brother-in-law from now on?" Chen Shui looked at her sister, giggling. "Oh, you little rascal. You made me worry for nothing. It turns out you were aware of everything." Chinyu, observing her sister, approached and began to tickle Chen Shui's sides, saying, "Let's see how I deal with you." "Ouch. Sister, please stop tickling, huh? I'm sorry, isn't that enough?" Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. During this period, Su Cheng had absorbed all the skeletal life essence of the 3rd-level life forms, elevating his life level to 2. 5. Throughout these 3 days, Su Cheng remained steadfast in his daily live broadcasts, witnessing a surge in his exchange points that far exceeded his expectations. Astonishingly, in just 3 days, His exchange points had skyrocketed to 2 billion. Overjoyed, Su Cheng felt as though he might leap with excitement. Xiao Jin immediately exchanged for the planetary ring. Then withdraw the energy shield of the green plants to accelerate the formation of the atmospheric ozone. The planetary ring has been successfully exchanged. 2 billion exchange points deducted. Seizing the moment, Su Cheng activated his live stream. At that hour, his broadcast room was bustling with activity, with millions of viewers tuning in continuously. The reason was simple. Countless individuals were participating in Su Cheng's lunar immigration initiative, eager to secure one of the coveted spots. Regardless of whether they met his previously stated criteria, many were simply eager to test their luck in the draw. Just then, the screen in the live stream suddenly illuminated, causing an uproar among the audience. Su God. The broadcast has started, and it's the middle of the night. Incredible, while it's still daytime here. Su God, I implore you to increase the number of lunar immigration spots each day. I've been waiting 24 hours and still can't get a chance. I got a spot, haha. Thank you, Su God, the omnipotent Su God. Oh my God. No, my Su God. I actually won. From now on, I shall no longer believe in any Jesus or God. I only believe in Su God. Su, you, the Eastern man, are the deity in my heart. Su Cheng gazed at the chat messages flowing through the live stream, where most discussions revolved around the topic of lunar immigration quotas. He promptly addressed his audience, saying, "Dear friends, the reason I have suddenly initiated this broadcast is that I wish to present something intriguing to you all." With these words, the chat room erupted with excitement. What could it be? I am filled with anticipation. Every time Su Shen promises to reveal something, he consistently redefines my understanding of the world. Su Shen, I adore you. May I inquire about the progress of the lunar base construction? I believe that what our host Su Shen is about to show us will be profoundly awe-inspiring. Let me remind everyone to remain calm upon witnessing anything. Remember, Su Shen is a man of extraordinary capabilities. What may baffle us is merely routine for him. I have my sunflower seeds and bench ready. Let us commence. Chapter 53. The majestic trees on the moon. Su Cheng disembarked from the spacecraft and subsequently set foot upon the lunar surface. Do you see that extraordinary object behind me? He inquired. This is what I wish to unveil to you all, the planetary ring, which serves the vital purpose of safeguarding the moon's atmospheric environment, preventing its escape into the vastness of outer space, thereby completely isolating the moon's atmosphere from the cosmos. This also facilitates the growth of green plants I have cultivated on the moon, ultimately leading to the formation of ozone. Beside him, in the expanse of outer space beyond the lunar surface, a colossal gray ring-like substance emerged, resembling a celestial belt encircling the planet. This was the lunar ring that Su Cheng had exchanged for. However, this ring was slowly rotating around the moon, akin to a circular framework enveloping it. Gradually, the gray ring began to diminish in size until it vanished completely, transforming into a faint energy that blanketed the lunar surface. Goodness, what sorcery is this? I am bewildered. As an astronomer myself, I find myself utterly perplexed by Su Cheng's maneuver. When did the moon acquire such a celestial ring? And why did it vanish so abruptly? Is there anyone knowledgeable who could elucidate this phenomenon? It is due to the ring being affected by atmospheric pressure, which caused it to disintegrate into minuscule particles, ultimately enveloping the moon's atmospheric layer. This effectively serves to isolate the universe, preventing external cosmic influences. Remarkable. I am genuinely in awe. Su Cheng remains unparalleled, truly extraordinary. He has even managed to create something like a planetary ring. It is utterly astonishing. Su Cheng, at this moment, I willingly acknowledge you as the sovereign of the moon. The live broadcast erupted in fervor as Su Cheng's unveiling of the planetary ring once again sent ripples across the globe. Everyone understood that with this recent development, the moon was not far from becoming habitable for humanity. Su Cheng proclaimed, in a few days, ozone will begin to form on the moon, enabling humans to thrive there directly. At that point, migration will commence. This timeline is not too distant. So I encourage everyone to seize this opportunity to participate in the activities and secure your eligibility. Now, let us proceed to observe the current progress of the lunar base's construction. Activating the black armored suit, Su Cheng ascended into the air, revealing that the area before him had been entirely transformed into a zone suitable for human habitation. The total area of the moon that had been modified had reached an astonishing 12 million square meters. Moreover, this pace was accelerating. Whenever Su Cheng acquired surplus exchange points, he devoted them entirely to manufacturing factories, thereby increasing the number of robots engaged in the transformation. At the current rate, the entire conversion would be completed within 15 days. The sole issue at present is the exceedingly slow formation of the lunar atmospheric environment. Sucheng inquired, Xiaojin, at this rate. How long will it take for the ozone to develop to a state suitable for human habitation? Xiaojin replied. Based on the current progress of atmospheric formation on the moon, it will be fully suitable for human life in 3 months. 3 months? Sucheng furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling weary of this transformation process and eager to expedite its completion. Xiaojin, is there any method to accelerate the formation of ozone? Xiaojin suggested. The master may choose to utilize the enhanced genetic serum from the research facility on these plants. Consequently, the speed will increase several-fold, and the ozone will likely form by the time the lunar land transformation is completed. Really? Su Cheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. So, after employing the genetic enhancement serum, the ozone will essentially form within 15 days? Indeed, Xiaojin confirmed. Without wasting any time, Su Cheng promptly issued orders to the latest batch of robots, instructing them to fetch the serum from the research facility to apply it to the greenery. He also took a vial of genetic enhancement serum and personally administered it to a plant, quietly observing the unfolding situation. He was curious to see how the application of this serum would affect the vegetation. However, what Su Cheng did not anticipate was the astonishingly rapid transformation that ensued. Before his eyes, the once diminutive sapling began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace upon receiving the serum. In no time, what had merely been the thickness of an arm transformed into a trunk as robust as an adult's thigh. The branches became densely adorned with verdant leaves. The observers in the live stream were equally astounded by this spectacle. What growth rate is this? It's utterly terrifying. Surely, even a miraculous elixir would not yield such astonishing results. Su Shen, what exactly was in that vial you just used? The effect is overwhelmingly powerful. Goodness. In less than 2 minutes, a small sapling has blossomed into a grand tree. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. The tree continued to grow. After another 2 minutes, the trunk had thickened to that of an adult's physique, soaring to over 50 meters in height. Such a growth rate. I have never witnessed anything like it, exclaimed one onlooker. Damn it, if my little brother had just a drop of that serum, I reckon my wife could take flight. Su Shen is incredible. These remarkable maneuvers keep coming one after another. I can't take it anymore. I must kneel before Su Shen. Oh, great one. Please accept my homage. Basic operations. Just basic operations. Remain calm. Everyone take a seat. Goodness, I've been utterly captivated. Who stole my sunflower seeds? And where's my stool? The individual above truly amuses me. Do you aspire to inherit my Huabei fortune? Why do you not mention that your essence has been stolen away? Another 2 minutes elapsed, and the towering tree before me continued its frenzied growth. Its trunk had swollen to the size of a water vat, while its height soared to an astounding 100 meters. Yet, it showed no signs of ceasing, persisting in its ascent. After another 2 minutes had passed, the tree finally paused its exuberant growth, achieving a state of stability. At this point, the trunk had thickened to a girth requiring 3 to 5 individuals to encircle, reaching a height exceeding 150 meters. The vast canopy now enveloped a radius of nearly 100 meters. Such a remarkable rate of growth left the audience in the live stream utterly astonished, and even Su Cheng himself was taken aback. Chapter 54. The Space Water Quality Converter. Is this a return to the primordial era? My goodness, in all my years, I have never encountered such a colossal tree. It is utterly terrifying. Even a single leaf is larger than my backside. To those above, you might as well forego toilet paper and use leaves instead. Just wrap it up with a leaf, and you're good to go. I dare say this method is worth a try. Such horror. Su Cheng gazed up at the towering tree before him, then turned his head, where he beheld an array of magnificent trees beginning to sprout, standing tall upon the lunar surface. In no time, a vast expanse of verdant shade emerged. With a leap, Su Cheng soared to the crown of the tree, and what he beheld left him momentarily speechless, a sprawling sea of lush greenery. Just moments ago, the moon's surface was stark and barren, although there were some plants. They paled in comparison to the vibrant spectacle before him. Now, it could only be described as a primeval forest. On Earth, nations capturing this scene through satellites were equally astounded. The satellite images provided a more vivid perspective. Initially, the moon appeared as a mere gray speck in the cosmos. But now, layers of green dots began to emerge upon its surface. These green spots exhibited a rapid expansion, spreading like wildfire in all directions. Before long, The satellite imagery transformed once more. No longer were there mere specks of green. Vast patches of greenery were now visible. On the moon, Su Cheng guided the viewers in the live stream through the remarkable transformation of the lunar landscape, while simultaneously communicating with Xiao Jin via his consciousness. Xiao Jin, the current progress of the ecological system's construction has reached 80%. Su Cheng was taken aback and inquired, why only 80%? What constitutes the remaining 20%? Xiao Jin, the ecological sphere suitable for secondary life forms requires a water source. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng furrowed his brow and remarked, is there any relevant reagent available in the research facility regarding the water source issue? Xiao Jin, the research facility does not have it, but the system's marketplace does. Su Cheng, so it circles back to the notion of redeeming points. Just tell me directly what I should redeem and how many points it will require. Xiao Jin, understood. Master, you can currently redeem the space water quality converter for 100 million redemption points. Su Cheng, the space water quality converter? Xiao Jin, indeed. Su Cheng opened the system marketplace and located the item in question, then read the accompanying description. Space water quality converter, capable of converting cosmic mediums into the water sources required by the current planet and its biological entities. Price, 100 million redemption points. Gazing at the mere 200 million exchange points remaining, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet ultimately, he steeled himself and expended 200 million of those points to acquire 2 space water quality converters. Congratulations, Master. The 2 space water quality converters have been successfully exchanged and are now autonomously operating for you, announced Xiao Jin. Looking up, Su Cheng beheld an apparatus resembling an ancient artillery carriage hovering above him, with a massive nozzle extending forward, accumulating a peculiar starry energy, as if it possessed the ability to absorb everything from outer space into its maw. Subsequently, the converter began to function, emitting water in a manner reminiscent of natural excretion, cascading down in torrents. Su Cheng's expression darkened, suspicion gnawing at him that Xiao Jin was playing a cruel joke. What was this? It was akin to the aftermath of a poor meal. Wait, was that rain he saw falling around Su Shun? Did the moon even experience rainfall? What was occurring? Su Shun, could you enlighten us on what is transpiring above you? To his astonishment, it indeed began to rain, and the downpour intensified. What is happening now? Finding the appearance of the converter exceedingly unappealing, Su Cheng instructed Xiao Jin to switch the camera to a fixed mode, solely capturing the interior of the moon. However, the astute viewers still discerned anomalies. Turning to the live stream, Su Cheng maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, "All right, dear friends, we shall pause our broadcast here for today. Until tomorrow." With that, he abruptly closed the stream. "Xiao Jin, come forth," he commanded. "Master, I have been here all along," replied Xiao Jin. Su Cheng's countenance darkened, akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful. He pointed at the converter above him and demanded, "What is the meaning of this? You know precisely what I am inquiring about. The form and function of the converter are indeed as such. Please refrain from baseless speculation and conjecture, Master," Xiao Jin replied. "So it's my fault then?" Anyone witnessing this would burst into laughter, Su Cheng lamented. "Current lunar transformation progress stands at 90%. Please continue your efforts, Master. Upon completion, a mysterious reward shall be granted," Xiao Jin declared. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's irritation dissipated. Perhaps he was merely a laborer in this grand scheme, unworthy of indignation toward the system. He could not help but cast another glance at the converter showering him with water, his expression souring once more. "I'm off to sleep meanwhile on Earth." In the Longxia Kingdom, the 2 robots dispatched by Su Cheng had successfully engaged with Qin Yu and Qin Shui. "Are you prepared?" "We are set to depart." Robot 1 inquired. Qin Yu nodded, taking a deep breath. "Are you ready?" "We are about to embark," Robot 2 reiterated. Qin Shui's face was etched with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration as she nodded emphatically, declaring, "I am ready. Let us begin. I have never experienced the sensation of piloting a mech in my life, and now, I shall finally have the opportunity to do so." Soaring through the cosmos towards the moon. With that, she turned to her sister, exclaiming with delight, "Sister, we are about to become astronauts. Let us go." The 2 robots exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding, before activating their thrusters. Fiery crimson and azure flames erupted from the mech's propulsion system, transforming the 2 robots into streaks of light as they surged towards the heavens. In a short span of time, the duo had ascended beyond Earth's atmosphere, and they came to a halt, turning to gaze at the magnificent blue planet before them. Chapter 55. The arrival of two beauties on the moon. Qin Shui gazed at the earth before her, unable to suppress her exclamations of wonder. Wow, it's so beautiful. Qin Yu, nestled within the confines of her robotic exosuit, nodded slightly in agreement, remarking, Indeed, the earth is truly magnificent, yet alas, it is destined for destruction. Qin Shui lamented, Leaving like this, I feel a twinge of reluctance. Qin Yu replied, Shuer, we must cherish this rare opportunity. Countless souls on Earth are fighting tooth and nail for a chance to emigrate to the moon. Hearing her sister's voice over the communicator, Qin Shui chuckled, Sister, I was merely jesting. Let us go. It's time to embark on our journey to the moon. I'm so excited. We're about to traverse the cosmos. The robotic system interjected. Warning, insufficient energy for space leap. Locking coordinates. Coordinates locked. Initiating spatial jump in 3, 2, 1, commence leap. Just as Qin Shui prepared to commence her cosmic adventure, an electronic voice resonated from her exosuit, causing her to feel a whirlwind in her mind. A wave of nausea washed over her, though she could not bring herself to vomit. Destination reached. Planet A518. Qin Yu felt similarly unwell, experiencing dizziness and queasiness. As the two women opened their eyes, they were greeted by a transformed landscape. The once azure earth now lay behind them, replaced by a vista of gray and green hues before them. Wow, is this really the moon? It's nothing like I imagined, Qin Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the altered lunar surface. Qin Yu shared her sentiments, deeply moved by the sight, despite knowing it had been modified by Sioux City. Sister, is that the spacecraft belonging to brother-in-law? It's colossal and imposing. Qin Shui turned to behold the enormous black vessel hovering in the sky, unable to contain her admiration. Qin Yu looked up, also noticing the daunting ship. Yet, a sense of apprehension stirred within her as she gazed at the craft. Welcome, esteemed mistresses, to the moon. Please board. The master awaits you inside the vessel. At that moment, a melodious feminine voice emanated from the ship, the system known as Xiaoyu. The ship's hatch opened automatically, and a staircase extended down to the ground before them. Mistresses? Upon hearing this title, Qin Shui's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by a look of delight. Qin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile of happiness. As the two ascended the staircase, it retracted autonomously, guiding them into the depths of the spacecraft. Upon entering the spacecraft, the armored suits adorning the two women gracefully detached themselves and subsequently reassembled in another location. Thus, the two stunning beauties emerged aboard the vessel. Welcome, ladies. In the foreground, Su Cheng had been awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing these two women, a subtle smile graced his lips, accompanied by a gentlemanly gesture. Su Cheng, brother-in-law. Upon spotting Su Cheng, both Qin Yu and Qin Shui exclaimed in unison. Ah. Su Cheng chuckled at their enthusiasm, extending his hand as he remarked. It seems my two lovely companions are quite excited to see me. Have you dined yet? Would you care to join me for a meal? Qin Yu, beaming with a sweet smile, dashed toward him and embraced Su Cheng. Leaning in close to his ear, she whispered, Darling, I've missed you so much. At her words, Su Cheng felt a shiver run through him. Qin Yu's declaration ignited a fervor within him, awakening his wild desires. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, muttering softly, I'll take care of you later. He then retrieved a vial of a physique-enhancing serum developed by the Research Institute from his personal backpack and presented it to Qin Shui, saying, Sir, take this serum, and your ailment will be completely cured. Qin Shui blinked in surprise at the vial before her face brightened with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. Without hesitation or doubt, she accepted the serum and consumed it. The effects of this particular serum were milder than the previous one Su Cheng had taken, resulting in minimal reaction. Qin Shui experienced no pain. Rather, a warm sensation enveloped her, bringing forth an involuntary sigh of comfort. That feels wonderful. After a brief moment, Qin Shui opened her eyes, her previously pale complexion now radiating with vitality. Su Cheng smiled and inquired, How do you feel? Qin Shui nodded enthusiastically, I feel incredible. My body feels light, and I'm free from the torment of my previous afflictions. Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile. I'm glad to hear it. He then turned his attention to the two women and asked, Are you both planning to rest, or would you like to explore the spacecraft or the moon? Since they had arrived, Su Cheng was determined to ensure they were well taken care of. These two women would be integral to his life moving forward, and they deserved preferential treatment. Now feeling revitalized, Qin Shui cheerfully expressed, I'd like to explore the spacecraft. However, Qin Yu turned to Su Cheng and quietly said, darling. I'd prefer to rest, her voice barely above a whisper, as if trying to keep her desire hidden from her sister. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Shuert, having consumed a physique-enhancing potion, experienced a significant elevation in her sensory perception, allowing her to hear her sister's words with remarkable clarity. Husband? Upon hearing her sister refer to Su Cheng in such a manner, Chen Shui's expressive eyes widened in astonishment. However, she soon found solace in the realization that her sister and Su Cheng were indeed in a romantic relationship, making such a term of endearment entirely justifiable. Turning to her sister, Chen Shui inquired, "Sister, if you need to rest, please feel free to do so. There is no need to concern yourself with me." Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting a mixture of confusion as she gazed at her younger sister. Had she truly heard her speak so softly? Su Cheng, observing the exchange, smiled gently and remarked, "Your sister has just ingested a physique-enhancing potion, heightening her sensory perception significantly. Her auditory faculties are exceptionally acute. Though your words were spoken in hushed tones, they resonated in her ears as if they were bellowing through a drum." Chapter 56. The bashful Chen Yu. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Chen Yu's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Her sister, being an adult, certainly understood the implications behind his words. With a playful smile, Su Cheng suggested, "How about this? I will first take you on a tour of the spaceship, and then we can rest." "All right, thank you, brother-in-law," Chen Shui exclaimed, winking mischievously at her sister. Su Cheng turned to Chen Yu and said with a smile, "If you feel tired, we can let you rest first, and I will later take Shui out to explore." "No, I want to join you," Chen Yu replied, wrapping her arm around Su Cheng's and lifting her charming face to smile at him. Observing her sudden change of heart, Su Cheng smiled faintly, albeit puzzled, and led the two women into the spaceship. A floating staircase appeared beneath their feet. Su Cheng explained, "The spaceship is vast. Even walking could take days and nights to explore. This is a hover staircase, which allows us to quickly navigate the interior of the spaceship. Don't worry, it's very safe." He stepped onto it, demonstrating for the two women. Chen Yu trusted Su Cheng completely, yet being her first encounter with such a contraption, she felt a twinge of apprehension. In contrast, her sister Chen Shui displayed an expression of sheer excitement and immediately stepped onto the staircase after Su Cheng's demonstration. Initially fearful of falling, she soon realized how steady it was. Thrilled, she began to dart around the spaceship energetically. "Be careful, slow down," Chen Yu called out anxiously as Chen Shui zipped past them, only to return in a flash. After halting, Chen Shui exclaimed, "Sister, it's perfectly safe up here. It doesn't wobble at all, as if something is protecting us." Su Cheng chuckled at her words and explained, "There's an energy shield for protection. Don't worry. Come, follow my lead." He began to guide Chen Yu on how to use the staircase. In no time, she mastered the technique and felt a thrill of excitement. Su Cheng took the two women on a delightful tour of the spaceship until they grew tired. He then suggested they return for a rest. Naturally, Chen Yu was not going to occupy a separate room. She stayed with Su Cheng. When he brought her to his exclusive captain's lounge, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Su Cheng had never showcased this room during his live streams. The breathtaking cosmic imagery displayed on the ceiling captivated Chen Yu entirely. "Su Cheng, this place is so beautiful." Chen Yu gazed in a daze, captivated by the beautiful and warm scene before her, a stark contrast to the calamities of Earth. "From now on, this will be your room," Su Cheng remarked with a smile. "Now, we must attend to the serious matters at hand." "What serious matters?" Chen Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Su Cheng. "Naturally, it involves administering your rightful punishment," Su Cheng smirked, pulling Chen Yu closer before pressing his lips against hers, which were irresistibly alluring. A soft gasp escaped Chen Yu, yet she did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated with fervor. Throughout that day, a gentle smile graced Su Cheng's face. This was the life he had longed for. After several hours of passionate engagement, they finally came to a gradual halt. Had it not been for Chen Yu's complete exhaustion, Su Cheng would have likely continued. "Darling, I've noticed you have become significantly more formidable," Chen Yu breathed, nestled against Su Cheng's chest. At her words, Su Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. His life form had evolved to a level 2.5 existence, and with enhancements from serums, his physique had transcended the boundaries of humanity. In that realm, his stamina was incomparable to the past. "Are you tired?" he asked gently, stroking her soft hair. "If you are, I can take you to relax." With that, Su Cheng effortlessly lifted Chen Yu and carried her toward the pool outside. The water in this pool was not ordinary. It was infused with the essence of celestial bodies, harvested from the cosmos. This unique water offered immense benefits, capable of optimizing and transforming one's body. Let's soak for a while, he suggested. Qinyu's eyes widened in surprise. Essence harvested from celestial bodies? Su Qing nodded with a smile, leaning closer to the delicate beauty in his arms. Are you astonished? Qinyu, still in a state of disbelief, nodded slowly. You ought to consider who your partner is. What in this universe could possibly challenge me? Su Qing boasted playfully, though the enormity of his claim left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a splash, Su Qing leaped into the pool, holding Qinyu in his embrace. Once submerged, the enchanting beauty that was Qinyu, with her porcelain skin, began to expel layers of impurities from her body due to the water's transformative properties. Tiny black impurities surfaced from her radiant skin, only to be diluted and broken down by the pool's essence. Seeing the dark residues being expelled from her body startled Qinyu, but Su Qing reassured her, do not be alarmed. This is merely a process of cleansing your body, enhancing its perfection. With his comforting words, Qinyu felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, as she gazed at the impurities continuously expelled from her body, she could not help but feel a blush creep across her delicate face, a sense of embarrassment washing over her. After all, she was a breathtaking beauty, a woman of grace, and witnessing the numerous blemishes within her own form while being observed by a man nearby was undeniably shameful. Su Qing looked at her, perceiving her thoughts through her expression, and spoke. The water in this pool is a priceless treasure. Anyone who comes here will experience a similar cleansing, shedding the impurities from their body. There is no need for you to feel disheartened about this. Perhaps others will expel even more than you. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Qing added, at least, I know I have more than you. Haha. Chapter 57. The Origin of the Universe. Upon emerging from the pool, Qinyu felt an undeniable difference. A warm, comforting sensation enveloped her body, and the fatigue from her earlier fierce battle with Su Qing had completely vanished. Xiaoyu placed the set of armor in Shui'er's room. Afterward, Su Qing retrieved another set of armor from the wardrobe and instructed Xiaoyu to deliver it to Qin Shui's chamber. Understood, master, came Xiaoyu's melodic voice from the spacecraft, and the armor in Su Qing's hands promptly disappeared, teleported directly to Qin Shui's room. Hearing that enchanting voice, Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. Although she had heard the spaceship system, Xiaoyu, in the live stream, witnessing it firsthand invoked an entirely different sensation. Su Qing glanced at Qinyu, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, feel free to choose any set you fancy. This armor enhances all aspects of your physical attributes, providing a measure of safety when worn. A sweet smile blossomed on Qinyu's lips as she rose on her toes to place a kiss on Su Qing's cheek. Thank you, darling. Observing this, Su Qing's smile widened as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, teasingly asking, after a soak, are you feeling refreshed? Qinyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at his words, fully understanding his implication. Soon after, the two engaged in another passionate encounter, one that proved to be even more enduring than the last. In the following days, Su Qing bestowed upon both Qinyu and her sister, Qin Shui, various potions from their research institute to enhance their physical attributes. Each time he live-streamed, he would bring along the two beautiful women, which sparked envy among many viewers. One aspect was the presence of such stunning beauties, while another was the fact that some individuals had successfully migrated to the moon, creating a tremendous sensation. In the livestream, both Qinyu and Qin Shui appeared unencumbered by equipment, effortlessly surviving on the moon. This signified that the transformed environment was now capable of sustaining human life. Wow! These two beauties are incredibly fortunate to have been chosen by God Su for migration to the moon. How enviable, how blissful. Though some speculated that God Su's decision to send two beautiful women was selfish, envy still lingered. God Su, can you take me too? I can bear you children. God Su, I am also a cute girl, with photos to prove it. Please take me along. The host is shameless, abandoning all of humanity for his own desires. Truly a disgrace to our species. Now that's what a real man is. Imagining having two beauties by his side, indulging in one's whims, just picturing it is overwhelming. You foolish individuals, lost in your desires, do you not see the state of Earth? You still have the leisure to chat and jest? Su Qing, are you preparing for a large-scale immigration? It seems that the lunar transformation is nearly complete, and I believe we are ready for colonization. I have been fortunate enough to secure a spot for immigration to the moon. My only hope is that I am still alive on that day. I truly envy those who have been selected. I have been trying for several days without success. Su Qing, I implore you, grant me a spot. You are like a reborn parent to me. If it weren't for the specific technological means to verify ownership of these spots, I would have resorted to desperate measures. Whenever Su Chung opens his live stream, a multitude of individuals clamors for a chance to immigrate. For those fortunate enough to be selected, Su Chung offers his congratulations. While he remains indifferent to those who have not, as very few meet his stringent criteria. Those who migrate to their own lunar colonies are likely to encounter calamities in due time. Su Chung seeks a unified empire, entirely under his control, and as long as humanity's legacy can be sustained, he is willing to pursue any means necessary. Xiao Jin, Master, the lunar construction progress has reached 99. Xiao Jin, congratulations, Master, on completing the lunar base construction task. Xiao Jin, initiating mysterious reward. Xiao Jin, congratulations, Master, you have obtained the cosmic chaos cultivation technique. The reward has been dispatched to your personal storage. Please check it at your convenience. As Su Chung was live streaming on the moon with two beautiful companions, he suddenly heard Xiao Jin's notification in his mind. Upon learning that the lunar base construction task was complete, he was filled with immense excitement. It had only been a short time, less than a month, and the lunar base was fully transformed. Soon, Su Cheng's attention turned to the reward in his personal storage, the cosmic chaos cultivation technique. Is this a cultivation technique from a divine demonic civilization? Su Chung was taken aback. Cosmic chaos cultivation technique, created by a 6th-level divine civilization, it can be cultivated by beings of at least 2nd-level life forms. With no restrictions on cultivation thresholds, one simply needs to infinitely devour and absorb the essence of the universe to continuously evolve. It can ultimately cultivate and transform to a 6th-level life form. Su Chung had initially assumed this cultivation technique would be a product of the divine demonic civilization. Yet he did not anticipate it was crafted by a divine civilization. Xiao Jin, when exploring the ends and essence of the universe, all civilizations, regardless of their origins, ultimately converge, gradually unifying and walking the same great path. Xiao Jin, the 6th-level civilization is the highest divine civilization in the universe, having touched upon the essence of the cosmos. Thus, developing such a cultivation technique is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Listening to Xiao Jin's insights, Su Chung began to comprehend the situation better. However, he still found himself perplexed about the nature of the cosmic essence, prompting him to inquire, Xiao Jin, this technique indicates that one must absorb and devour the essence of the universe. What exactly is this cosmic essence? Xiao Jin, the true essence of the universe refers specifically to the origins of planets, galaxies, and clusters, as well as the primordial source of the cosmos itself. Xiao Jin, if the master is currently in a secondary life form and wishes to ascend to a tertiary life form, it is essential to absorb and refine the essence of a planet. By doing so, the master can independently transform into a tertiary life form, an immortal being. Upon hearing this, Su Chung suddenly comprehended the situation. So that is it. I understand now, and I know how to evolve and ascend in the future. A radiant gleam of unprecedented brilliance erupted from Su Cheng's eyes. Chapter 58. The Escalation of Catastrophe by Devouring the Essence of the Planet. One could elevate their own life form to a higher echelon. Su Cheng's eyes gleamed with intensity, as if he envisioned the epoch when he would ascend to the status of a cosmic deity. Immersed in contemplation, Su Chung began to decipher the intricacies of this cultivation technique. Upon activating it within the repository, the method surged into his consciousness like a powerful current. He felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge inundating his mind, as if a gateway to a new realm had been unfurled before him, drawing him into its depths. The chaos technique autonomously commenced its operation within his being. Upon introspection, he beheld a faint luminescence of stellar energy manifesting within him, resplendent and ethereal. Though this energy was scarce, it flowed ceaselessly throughout his limbs and bones, embodying the life essence drawn from the cosmic expanse. Akin to the primal vitality of a third-tier life form. Despite their differing external manifestations, both energies converge towards a singular origin, the cosmic energy of the stars. Enveloped in his own world, Su Chung discovered that through the cultivation of this technique, he could introspectively assess his physical condition. In the designated area of energy within his body, an indistinct chaos began to take form. Ultimately, the energies coursing through his limbs coalesced in this very space, akin to rivers merging into the sea. As the once nebulous chaos began to exhibit hints of color, Su Chung was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, Why do I feel that this internal energy transformation mirrors the cosmic evolution I have witnessed? Indeed, Master, chimed Xiaojin. The cosmic chaos technique is derived from the principles of cosmic evolution. At this revelation, Su Cheng's expression was one of astonishment. While the technique merely outlined the process of cultivation and the absorption of cosmic energy, its operational principles remained elusive to him. Xiaojin's explanation left him momentarily overwhelmed. Wait, Xiaojin, are you suggesting that I will eventually cultivate the cosmic rivers within my own body? Precisely, Master. At this, Su Cheng's mouth fell agape. Despite his recent accumulation of knowledge from Xiaojin, the implications of this revelation broadened his worldview exponentially. He pondered the fundamental question, would these birthed cosmic rivers genuinely exist? Furthermore, would they give rise to life forms? The crux of his concern emerged. Would the cosmic rivers evolving within his being parallel the cosmic rivers outside? The cosmic rivers that emerge will indeed exist in reality, and they will spawn life. However, the strength of such life forms will be contingent upon your own level of power, Xiaojin elucidated. Xiaojin, the consciousness of the Master, in relation to the evolution of the starry river within the body, is akin to what you humans refer to as an emperor, or perhaps the Tao of Heaven in the realm of divine and demonic civilizations. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but quietly marvel. To be equivalent to the Tao of Heaven, this is simply invincible. Su Cheng, what term do you employ for this in your 6th-level civilization? Xiaojin, the Master God. With Xiaojin's explanation, Su Cheng finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just as he was preparing to enter a state of cultivation once more, Xiaojin reminded him that 3 days had elapsed in the outside world. Su Cheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? I distinctly remember it was only a brief moment ago. How could 3 days have passed?" Xiaojin, Master, when you are immersed in the state of cultivation, you are unable to perceive the passage of time in the external world. Su Cheng. This left him rather speechless. And he retorted, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" At that moment, Xiaojin's voice turned cold and devoid of emotion. Utterly mechanical, the disaster level on Earth has escalated to a secondary disaster tier. Should the calamity progress to a tertiary level, Earth will undoubtedly enter a stage of annihilation. Currently, solar flares may erupt at any moment, triggering a tertiary disaster. If a tertiary disaster occurs, the immigration mission will fail. Failure of the mission will result in the eradication of the host. The construction of the lunar base is complete. Please commence immigration at your earliest convenience. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng furrowed his brow tightly. The terms erasure of the host and annihilation of the host were not new to him. Exiting the room, he simultaneously communicated with Xiaojin. Switch to the current disaster imagery of Earth. Xiaojin, switching imagery. Xiaojin, transition complete, transmission successful. As the words fell, a series of images materialized before Su Cheng's eyes. Volcanic eruptions, tumultuous tsunamis, and a decaying atmosphere. Various calamities erupted across the globe, and compared to previous disasters, the magnitude of this outbreak was exponentially greater. The extent of its impact was astonishing. Su Cheng observed one particular scene, the Eiffel Tower, now frozen into an icy sculpture, surrounded by buildings that had likewise transformed into frozen artworks. Not to mention the unfortunate humans below. From a vantage point above Earth, one could see the surface adorned with vibrant hues of red and white, all manifestations of disaster. A massive rupture had appeared in the atmosphere enveloping the Earth, and the pace of repair was woefully inadequate to keep up with the rate of disintegration. Beneath the chaotic atmosphere lay a hazy mist. This breach was located above the ocean, and without the protection of the ozone layer, the seas were boiling and evaporating rapidly. The surface of the ocean was littered with the bodies of deceased fish, appearing in clusters. However, as ultraviolet rays swept across, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes, ultimately returning to nothingness. These are but a glimpse of the catastrophic scenes unfolding. It can be said that the entire globe has been affected, with the severity of disasters escalating once more. The only solace for Su Cheng is the knowledge that nations such as the Sun Kingdom and Faya have been entirely submerged. Their populations drastically diminished in the span of just a day or two. After a brief moment, Su Cheng regained his composure and exhaled a deep breath. He spoke in a low tone. Xiaojin, please assess the extent of the disaster's impact and the remaining human population. Xiaojin responded. The current affected area has reached a severity level of 70. The extent of human loss stands at 35. The remaining population is 984, 565, 346. Upon hearing this figure, Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. In merely a couple of days, the human population had plummeted by nearly 300 million. This implies that almost 300 million souls have perished in this calamity. Soo-chung, husband, brother-in-law. Just as Soo-chin was preparing to allocate immigration quotas and commence the deployment of robots, he was suddenly interrupted by the urgent calls of two women nearby. Chapter 59. The beginning of immigration. Upon hearing the sound, Soo-chung looked up and saw Chun-yu and Chin-shui, two women, swiftly approaching him on the floating lift. Guided by the Emma figure conjured by the gentle rain, Soo-chung turned to them and inquired, "What is the matter?" With a worried expression, Chun-yu gazed at him and asked, "Are you all right?" Chun-shui mirrored her concern, her delicate face etched with anxiety and trepidation. "I'm perfectly fine," Soo-chung replied, "but you both appear quite distressed. Have you encountered some trouble?" Hearing his words and observing his unscathed demeanor, Chun-yu couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. "We were rather concerned about you," she explained. "You haven't emerged for 3 consecutive days, and your room has been locked tight, preventing us from entering." Chun-shui nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with crystalline tears. "We called for you, but you didn't respond. We feared you might abandon us." At her words, Soo-chin couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. "You could have consulted Xiaoyu," he suggested. "Xiaoyu is the ship's intelligence system. When I'm not around, she manages everything." Chun-yu responded, "It seems we cannot initiate communication with Xiaoyu." Soo-chung pondered for a moment, then declared, "Xiaoyu, from now on, in addition to me, Chun-yu and Chin-shui shall be recognized as the second and third masters of the ship. You are to heed their commands." A sweet, gentle voice resonated in their ears. "Understood, master." "Now, do not worry. I am not so foolish as to abandon 2 beautiful ladies," Soo-ching jested boldly, revealing his mischievous intentions. However, he paid no mind to it. As the supreme deity of the moon, he felt little need to temper his words or actions for others. His feelings for these 2 women were not particularly profound. At least, Chun-yu had yet to secure a significant place in his heart. Were others to discover his mindset, they would undoubtedly brand him a scoundrel. Yet, what could be done? Soo-chung had once been a nobody, a man of no means, and decidedly not the type to pander to others. The 2 women felt their cheeks flush at his words. They discerned the underlying implication, that he intended to possess them both. However, considering their current circumstances on the moon, free from the constraints of earthly conventions, they felt not repulsion but rather a flicker of delight. After all, what ancient emperor did not have his harem of countless beauties? Simultaneously, Soo-chung initiated a live broadcast. It was imperative to discuss the commencement of immigration, seizing the opportunity to garner another wave of exchange points. As he accessed the system to check his exchange points, he was taken aback. The nearly depleted points had transformed into a staggering figure. 6 billion. A staggering 6.9 billion exchange points had been accumulated. In other words, during the course of 3 days of cultivation, he had amassed over 6 billion exchange points. As the live broadcast commenced, the chat room erupted instantaneously. "Oh my heavens! Soo-shun, Soo-shun, whoa. At last, dear host, you have begun your stream. Soo-shun, where have you been for the past 2 days? Soo-shun, the earth has become unbearable, plagued by terrifying disasters everywhere. I implore you, dear host, take me to the moon. Soo-shun, I have already secured a spot to travel to the moon. May I inquire when I can embark on this journey? I feel I am on the brink of death, and all I wish for is to catch one last glimpse of you before I depart." The representative from the Sun Nation beseeched the host to grant some spots to our citizens. "We are willing to acknowledge our historical transgressions and recognize the host as the Emperor of the Moon." The representative from the Goryeo Nation echoed these sentiments. "Dear host, we too are willing to acknowledge you as the Emperor of the Moon. It is your private domain. Please allocate some spots to us." The representative from the Sam Nation interjected. "Those representatives from the larger nations above should perish. They do not meet the criteria for immigration to the moon set by Soo-shun. Soo-shun, do not be swayed by those representatives. Even if I do not desire an immigration spot, I do not wish for those scoundrels to be selected by you." Upon commencing his live stream, Soo-chung glanced at the barrage of messages in the chat room, which were predominantly pleas for him to grant immigration spots to the moon. The number of viewers watching the stream had reached an astonishing 1 billion. Fortunately, this was managed by Xiao Jane, or else Soo-chung would have feared the stream would crash. Gathering his thoughts, Soo-chung communicated with Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, can you ensure that my live stream is broadcasted across the globe?" Xiao Jin responded, "Certainly, master. The interstellar separation projection is ready." Upon hearing this, Su Chung focused his mind and addressed the live chat. Fellow compatriots on Earth, greetings. I am Su Chung. The moment his words fell, his live stream appeared above every nation, city, and individual on Earth. The entire planet was enveloped in his interstellar separation projection. Many are already familiar with my identity, so I shall not belabor the point. Given the catastrophic events unfolding across the Earth, it is no longer suitable for human habitation. Thus, my immigration will commence. As soon as he uttered these words, an exuberant roar of cheers erupted across the globe, with people fervently calling his name. Countless individuals gazed skyward at the visage of the Eastern figure, praying for themselves or their families to be granted immigration to the moon. Within the live chat, an overwhelming flood of messages continued to pour in. The host is incredible. Sushin, I adore you. Hurry, I can hardly wait. Haha. I have longed to escape this wretched place. I am bound for the moon. From this day forth, wherever my gaze may wander, I shall behold the imposing figure and handsome visage of Su, a deity among men. The devoted will ultimately find themselves bereft. Cursed be the streamer. I have exerted myself for many days, yet fortune has eluded me. Alas, how unfortunate. Su Chung cast a glance at the streaming room, disregarding it, and continued with a calm demeanor. I implore everyone to remain in their homes and refrain from venturing outside. I shall dispatch my robots to attend to matters. Those who meet the immigration criteria and are fortunate enough to secure a spot will be granted priority for the opportunity to immigrate to the moon. I reiterate, please do not go out. Stay in your homes. This live broadcast will be continuous, showcasing the immigration process to a global audience. Chapter 60. 3 batches. As Su Chung conducted a live broadcast, he engaged in conversation with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, how many individuals have been selected for the quota? The number of selected individuals has reached 158,751. And how many meet the requirements I previously outlined? There are 654, 328, 456 individuals eligible. After pondering for a moment, Su Chung stated, first, place those selected into the first batch of immigration. The remaining eligible individuals should be randomly chosen from the leftover quotas to complete a total of 500,000. The remaining 500,000 spots will be reserved for Long Xia. Understood. How many transportable robots are currently available? There are 360,000. Upon hearing this figure, Su Chung raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With 360,000 transportable robots, a single round trip could accommodate the same number of individuals. Furthermore, each journey required less than 2 minutes. This meant that the task of immigrating 1 million people could be accomplished in under half an hour. At that time, he would receive the system's rewards. Su Chung promptly issued a command. Immediately dispatch these 360,000 robots to Earth, following the first, second, and third batches as I just described. Received, Master. As the words left his lips, Su Chung stepped out of the spacecraft and onto the moon, while the live broadcast and interstellar projection simultaneously focused on the lunar surface. At that moment, numerous robots ascended from the moon's surface. After soaring into the sky, they all halted before Su Chung. With a grand gesture, he pointed to the ground. Proceed to Earth immediately for immigration. Defensive robots, acknowledged. Offensive robots, acknowledged 2. Exploratory robots, acknowledged 3. Versatile robots, acknowledged 4. Transport robots, acknowledged 360,000. At this instant, various types of robots soared into the sky, bursting forth from the moon's surface into the cosmos, then initiating a spatial leap. In the next moment, all 360,000 robots appeared above the moon, then dispersed in all directions, ultimately entering Earth. Witnessing this scene, countless individuals on Earth were moved to tears. I can't believe it. A grown man like me is overwhelmed by the grace of Su Shun. Wow, I love you, Su Shun. Su Shun, my eternal deity. Su Shun 666666. I pledge to forever honor Su Shun as my sovereign. Su Shun, so handsome, so great, so manly. I want to bear children for Su Shun. Let anyone dare to stop me. I too wish to bear children for Su Shun. Suddenly, envy washed over those who could stand beside Su Shun, envious of the 2 young women who could be his companions. As the live broadcast was directed by those robots, Su Chung was able to focus on his own affairs with complete peace of mind. He glanced at the immersive system, and within that brief moment, his exchange points had increased by an astonishing 1 billion, reaching a total of 8 billion. Concurrently, Su Chung connected with Zhou Yuhang, Within seconds, the image of Zhou Yuhang appeared before him. At that moment, Zhou Yuhang was also closely monitoring Su Cheng's live stream. During the 3 days that Su Cheng had refrained from broadcasting, a cataclysmic disaster had erupted on Earth, severely affecting the nation. The ground had cracked, skyscrapers had collapsed, and earthquakes had ensued, among various calamities that posed a grave threat to the safety of the people's lives and property. The quota of 500,000 individuals that Su Cheng had previously instructed him to select had already been reported to the elder. The elder acted decisively, promptly issuing commands to commence the selection process. Within merely half a day, the quota had been finalized. Upon witnessing the commencement of Su Cheng's broadcast, Zhou Yuhang immediately reported to the elder and, in a remarkably short span of time, gathered the 500,000 individuals at the base. Zhou Yuhang anxiously remained by the phone, several times reaching for the receiver to dial Su Cheng's number, only to restrain himself at the last moment. Director Zhou. Su Cheng's voice suddenly resonated in Zhou Yuhang's ears like a clap of thunder, causing him to leap in surprise. Hee, there's no need for excitement. It's me, Su Cheng. Seeing Zhou Yuhang's nearly explosive reaction, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. Mr. Su. Zhou Yuhang forced himself to calm the turmoil within, raising his head to meet Su Cheng's image on the screen. His eyes radiated an unfiltered intensity, akin to a man consumed by desire gazing upon an enchanting beauty reclining in bed. Have you finalized the individuals I asked you to select? Su Cheng inquired. Mr. Su, in accordance with your instructions, the 500,000 individuals have all been selected and are now arranged at the base, Zhou Yuhang respectfully replied. His gaze towards Su Cheng transformed, now filled with admiration and fervent hope. He was in absolute awe of Su Cheng's prowess, to the extent of fervent worship. Simultaneously, he yearned for Su Cheng to allocate more quotas for their nation, as the pool of talent was simply too vast. 500,000 was utterly insufficient. All right, I understand. Have these individuals prepare themselves. We shall commence the immigration process in approximately 10 minutes, Su Cheng stated. Understood, Mr. Su. Zhou Yuhang replied with utmost reverence while a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed his face. Finally, summoning his resolve, he ventured to request, Mr. Su, could you possibly allocate additional quotas? With that, Zhou Yuhang fell silent, waiting patiently for Su Cheng's response. The heart raced with an almost frenzied rhythm, and even the act of breathing transformed into a hurried endeavor in that very moment. Su Cheng cast a glance at Zhou Yuhang, his brows slightly furrowing. Upon witnessing Su Cheng's expression, Zhou Yuhang's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. In that instant, regret washed over him. He lamented his indiscretion, which had inadvertently displeased Su Cheng. Should Su Cheng decide to revoke the 50,000 immigration slots, he would become a pariah in the eyes of the nation and its people. However, just as Zhou Yuhang was engulfed in exhaustion and self-reproach, Su Cheng's voice resonated. Uttering a simple affirmation, the word yes rang in his ears with an intensity surpassing that of witnessing the birth of his own child. Thank you, Mr. Su. On behalf of the entire nation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The increase in immigration slots was indeed possible, yet, just as Zhou Yuhang began to breathe a sigh of relief, the word yet emerged, causing his expression to freeze instantly. Chapter 61 Global Uprisings. Mr. Su, do you have any requests? Please, do say, Zhou Yuhang inquired, his countenance tense. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Director Zhou. Su Cheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, observed Zhou Yuhang's anxious and worried expression, unable to suppress a smile. There is no need for concern. I do not possess any additional requirements or conditions. After a brief pause, Su Cheng added with a grin, I simply need to facilitate the migration of 1 million human settlers first. Following that, we will commence the large-scale immigration. The immigration criteria remain as I previously discussed with you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuhang felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling deeply. He gazed at the virtual projection before him, his eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Mr. Su, may I inquire how many quotas there will be for the large-scale migration? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, initiating a dialogue with Xiaojin. Xiaojin, what is the current maximum capacity of the moon for human habitation? 2 billion. Xiaojin replied, I recommend that the number of migrants be kept around 1.5 billion to maintain the moon's carrying capacity. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully, realizing the implications. The moon's immigration capacity could accommodate 2 billion individuals. However, to ensure sustainable operation, the population must be kept below this threshold. In truth, Su Qing had not extensively contemplated the figure of 1.5 billion. The individuals who met the criteria he had established numbered only in the billions on Earth. Turning his gaze back to Zhou Yuhang, Su Qing remained impassive, raising a single finger. 1 billion. 1 billion. Zhou Yuhang's pupils dilated in astonishment, his face betraying an overwhelming excitement. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Cheng continued, "For the bulk migration, I will prioritize Longxia Nation. Please ensure effective communication with the higher authorities." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Zhou Yuhang exclaimed fervently, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and affirming his stance. "I will certainly relay this to the Grand Elder. Rest assured, we are unwaveringly aligned with you, Mr. Su." A population budget of 1 billion, with a focus on prioritizing domestic migrants, was monumental news for them. "Very well, let us proceed in this manner," Su Qing replied with a nod. "I need to monitor the immigration situation." Concluding the communication with Zhou Yuhang, Su Cheng instructed Xiao Jin to switch to the immigration visuals. Real-time transmission of immigration footage from various locations is complete, Xiao Jin announced. As the visuals transformed, an array of immigration scenes began to play out before Su Cheng. Displayed above him. Behind him, Chen Yu and Chen Shui trailed closely. Upon witnessing the multitude of immigration footage, their alluring mouths fell agape, their eyes filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, a complex array of emotions surged within the two women, joy, pride, and a hint of concern intertwined within their hearts. Su Qing's attention was not on the two women beside him. Rather, their bodies had been transformed through various serums from the Research Institute, achieving the pinnacle of human evolution. In terms of life classification, they had reached a level 2. One existence. Su Qing's eyes flickered with intensity as he swiftly scanned the scenes of immigration. Suddenly, his brows knitted slightly, a flash of anger crossing his features. Initially, the immigration process had commenced smoothly. Those who qualified for immigration permits had remained dutifully at home or were en route back. However, as the 360,000 robots dispatched by Su Cheng arrived, the immigration began to proceed with measured order. It was precisely at this juncture that chaos erupted, a global insurrection. Those excluded from the immigration process, who had not obtained permits, were now in a state of madness, their eyes aflame with rage as they began to seize the immigration robots. Some individuals, on the verge of entering the mechs, had not yet had the chance to feel excitement or joy before being forcibly yanked out. The variety of robots was vast, aside from a few offensive and versatile types. The majority would not attack humans without a primary operator. This resulted in an escalating number of rioters attempting to seize the robots. Tension soared, and the few offensive and versatile robots were left to protect the humans who had secured immigration permits or to directly suppress the throngs of rioters. Yet, these were but a minority, and the crowd was not foolish. They recognized the futility of confronting the robots directly and instead turned their ire towards those who had obtained immigration status. Jealousy morphed into a twisted hatred, leading them to adopt a mindset of despair and reverence for death. They began to hunt down and slaughter the individuals granted immigration permits. In that moment, the ugliness of human nature was magnified infinitely. The number of those with immigration permits dwindled rapidly. Damn it! Su Qing couldn't help but mutter a curse. These individuals were the source of his contribution points, beings who held a favorable regard for him. Now, they were being mercilessly slaughtered by others. This was a direct assault on his escape route, a severe undermining of his position. Although these people were unaware of the repercussions their actions would have on Su Qing, they had undeniably provoked his wrath. With a grim expression, he issued a command to Xiao Jin, his voice low and resolute. "Xiao Jin, activate the autonomous protection protocol for all robots. If anyone dares to harm those with immigration permits, eliminate them on the spot." Su Qing's gaze flickered with a chilling intensity, his tone frighteningly cold. The two women behind him shuddered in response to the icy malice emanating from him. "Understood, master," replied Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin swiftly issued commands, activating the autonomous protection protocols of the 360,000 robots en route to Earth. In an instant, the situation shifted dramatically. The massacre continued unabated. Yet the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Su Qing observed the unfolding scenes with a slight furrow of his brow, yet refrained from issuing commands to intervene. The rise and fall of each dynasty is invariably accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This scene unfolded before the live audience, evoking a chilling, merciless aura of bloodlust among the global populace. Witnessing Su Qing's formidable and tyrannical methods, the collective breath of all held in unison. The gruesome spectacle instilled a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, This turmoil did not persist for long. Once the protection protocols were activated, the robots significantly ensured the safety of the immigrants. The immigrants were promptly evacuated. Concurrently, as Su Cheng's robots commenced their protective measures and even actively eliminated the rioters, those who had lost their sanity gradually regained their composure. Chapter 62. Suppressing the uprising with sole efforts. As Su Cheng issued commands to the robots, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to dwindle. Nevertheless, numerous individuals still voiced their opinions. Su Shen is formidable. These individuals deserve to be punished severely. I concur. Su Shen has granted us opportunities and qualifications for immigration, yet some, feeling aggrieved for not receiving them, seek revenge. Such people are antisocial and inhumane. While there were voices of agreement, dissent was equally vocal and in substantial numbers. Though these individuals are despicable, surely they do not deserve to be killed outright. Indeed, it seems the host is rather cold-hearted. Life is precious. Can't these robots simply drive the people away instead of resorting to bloodshed? To those upstairs, are you envious because you failed to secure immigration qualifications? When you spout nonsense, could you not apply some critical thinking? Was it not the robots of Su Shen that acted first? Exactly. It was these individuals who, blinded by their lack of immigration slots, sought vengeance and initiated attacks, even killing those who had been granted the opportunity. Such people, if allowed to immigrate, would inevitably cause further chaos. Su Cheng cast a calm glance at the live stream, noticing that the majority were embroiled in heated debates, expressing their views on the matter. At this juncture, Su Cheng addressed the global audience once more. Anyone who disrupts the immigration order will be placed on my blacklist and will forever lose the chance to immigrate. It matters not whether you're an individual, an organization, a faction, or a great nation. If you dare to disturb the immigration order, do not blame me for being ruthless. After a slight pause, Su Cheng continued. Of course, those who remain law-abiding adhere to the immigration order, and even assist in maintaining it will also have opportunities to obtain immigration quotas. The initial batch of immigrants will only comprise 1 million individuals. This 1 million is merely an experiment. In the future, the immigration quotas will be expanded, and anyone meeting my previously stated criteria will have a chance to qualify. As for the second batch of immigration quotas, I will increase it to 1 billion. At that time, new requirements for immigration will be specified, and anyone who meets those conditions will be granted eligibility. The prerequisite remains: one must uphold and comply with the immigration order. Upon hearing these words, the global populace was once again shaken. Those who had contemplated covert retaliation immediately tempered their thoughts and became remarkably obedient. Even some great nations, which had been preparing to act in secrecy, now withdrew their intentions. 1 billion. The second batch of immigration quotas would amount to a staggering 1 billion. Prior to this, there had only been 1 million slots available, while the global population exceeded 4 billion. This meant that thousands, if not tens of thousands, were vying for a single spot, an almost hopeless endeavor. However, at this moment, the probability has suddenly expanded to 1/4, instilling hope in many. Consequently, global chaos astonishingly ceased. Su Cheng truly accomplished the remarkable feat of quelling worldwide turmoil single-handedly. This is indeed an extraordinary achievement. Oh my, Su Cheng is incredible. I am utterly in awe. Truly bowing down. With a staggering 1 billion slots available this time, there is newfound hope. Su Cheng, I adore you, even though I am a man. It does not hinder my desire to bear your offspring. Now I have a chance. Thank you, esteemed host. You shall forever remain a deity in my heart. The live chat, which was previously rife with disputes, erupted once more in a frenzy of praise for Su Cheng, as those who had opposed his methods fell silent. In fact, most joined in the chorus of admiration. Now, as long as one obediently adheres to the immigration order without causing disruption or chaos, there is a possibility of obtaining immigration qualifications. Who does not wish to live? If not for desperation, who would choose death? If not for utter hopelessness, who would not yearn to survive? The notion that human determination can triumph over nature is proven to be mere fallacy in the face of true calamity. Under the unleashed power of nature, no one can resist. Even the formidable host, Su Cheng, chose to venture to the moon. Now, with the announcement of 1 billion immigration slots, countless individuals regard him with newfound esteem. The goodwill transformed into exchange points soared to an astounding 11 billion. Following this, the robots dispatched to Earth began their gradual return. In the cosmic expanse, numerous tiny black dots materialized above the Azure planet. Upon closer inspection, these dots were all robots. A total of 360, 000 robots had completed their return journey. Xiao Jin reported, "Master, the dispatched robots have commenced their return." Su Qing nodded slightly, deep in thought, contemplating how to accommodate these humans. Should there be preliminary discussions to establish order? Xiao Jin reassured, "Master, there is no need to worry about subsequent issues. I will assist you throughout to establish lunar order." Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Su Qing's lips, for this was the response he had awaited. "Very well. Let all the robots begin their return journey. Those returning should first gather, then register, organize, and allocate." Xiao Jin replied, "Understood, Master." In the visuals, 360. 000 robots began to sequentially initiate spatial jumps, appearing above the moon before finally landing on its surface, congregating in a vast square. The mech bodies gradually opened, and one by one, figures emerged from within. Gazing upon this brand new planetary realm, the eyes of the 360,000 individuals were filled with curiosity and astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. Is this the transformed moon? I find myself utterly comfortable, as if I were still on Earth. No, the atmosphere here feels even more invigorating, the air more refreshing. My heavens, what colossal trees! Aha, I have finally arrived on the moon, and I no longer feel trepidation. Thank you, Lord Su, for granting me a new lease on life. The crowd buzzes with excitement, each individual engaging in animated discussions, keenly observing the ground beneath their feet and the surrounding environment, their eyes sparkling with delight and astonishment. At this moment, Su Qing steps onto a floating platform, his body gradually ascending into the sky. Then, his voice, resonant and powerful, fills the ears of everyone present. "Greetings, everyone. I am Su Qing." Chapter 63, The Lunar Survival Manual. At almost the same moment, all eyes were fixated upon a solitary figure suspended in the air. This was the man who had stirred global controversy in recent times, Su Qing. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to everyone on the moon. You are the inaugural group of my esteemed colonists, and you shall become the torchbearers of humanity's legacy. I must inform you that the moon operates under its own set of rules and order. Please proceed in an orderly fashion to the registration robots at the plaza, where you will receive your supplies and confirm your designated locations. At the registration robots, I have prepared a comprehensive lunar survival manual for each of you, detailing the regulations and order that govern life on the moon. It also encompasses information on how to acquire supplies and benefits. That concludes my address. I kindly ask you to queue orderly for registration and collection. With that, Su Qing descended, prompting Xiao Jin to project the latest immigration process across the lunar sky. Consequently, everyone could clearly witness Su Qing's immigration journey. The 360,000 robots had commenced the second wave of immigration. The crowd in the plaza had begun to line up to receive their supplies and the lunar survival manual. To their astonishment, the supplies included a gene optimization serum and a physical enhancement potion. Upon receiving the serums, one individual could not contain their excitement and gasped aloud. Everyone present had witnessed Su Qing's live broadcast and was well aware of the significance of the two distributed serums. Even those unfamiliar with them could easily discern their labels, which were unmistakably clear. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Whether it was the gene optimization serum or the physical enhancement potion, both were undeniably valuable commodities. The fact that Su Qing had deemed them as welfare supplies was astonishing. The live stream was divided into two screens, one showcasing the second wave of immigration, while the other portrayed the status of the first batch already settled on the moon. Viewers were particularly engrossed in the conditions of those who had already arrived. Upon seeing that each individual received 2 serums, the audience in the live stream became quite animated. Wow, Su Qing is incredible. The gene optimization serum and physical enhancement potion are being distributed as welfare supplies for free. This is nothing short of extravagant. Su Qing, I am in utter admiration of you. Su Qing, I adore you. I want to bear you a whole litter of monkeys. Such a host, no? The moon's divine overseer is truly captivating. I am filled with anticipation. I can hardly wait to set foot on the moon. The allure of these 2 potions is simply breathtaking. What contents does the Lunar Survival Manual encompass? Could Su Qing possibly elaborate? Same here. Could the esteemed host provide an explanation? Same here 666. Same here 999. Su City occasionally glanced at the live stream, and upon witnessing the unified barrage of requests for him to elucidate the Lunar Survival Manual, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall now expound upon the contents of the Lunar Survival Manual. With a flourish, he extended his hand, and a small tome materialized above his palm. Indeed, it was the Lunar Survival Manual. As he opened the first page, the table of contents was revealed. The manual is divided into 3 sections. The first part, Lunar Realities, elucidates the current state of the moon, detailing the locations of various facilities and their respective functionalities, including manufacturing plants, research institutes, various robots, and pharmaceuticals. The second part, Lunar Order, explicates the expected conduct of individuals on the moon, the adherence to established protocols, and the means to earn stellar coins to exchange for necessities. This serves as a new set of governance akin to the regulations of a kingdom. The third part, Lunar Development, discusses the future trajectory of lunar advancement, particularly in cosmic navigation. These are the fundamental aspects of the Lunar Survival Manual, and due to the plethora of details it contains, I shall refrain from elaborating further here. Sioux City closed the small tome with a faint smile, transitioning the live feed to the migration process and the inhabitants of the moon. Although the information conveyed was limited, it provided a substantial overview. Was this not reminiscent of the sect divisions found in novels, necessitating continuous labor and contribution to earn stellar coins, which could then be exchanged for various necessities? My interest piqued particularly in the content concerning Lunar Order. I had just observed an individual flipping through the manual, which appeared to document the current hierarchy and classifications of humanity on the moon. I too had glimpsed a title, seemingly a profession, Guardian Warrior. The specifics that followed remained unclear. Upon Sioux City's departure, the atmosphere in the live stream became charged with excitement as viewers engaged in fervent discussion and speculation. The manual's contents were, of course, the creation of Xiao Jin. The contemporary lunar society has delineated professions, which are further categorized into several tiers. The professions have been simplified into 2 primary categories, warrior and scholar, including researchers, scientists, etc. The tiers, ranked from lowest to highest, are novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, and grandmaster, culminating in the legendary tier. Each tier entitles individuals to corresponding salaries and rewards monthly. This is precisely why Sioux City arranged for each individual to receive 2 doses of pharmaceuticals upon their arrival on the moon. In this lunar realm, there exists no ordinary human or idle individual. To thrive and to grow stronger, one must select a profession and diligently refine their skills. Only thus can one aspire to a better life. At this moment, the second batch of robots had already been dispatched by Sioux City to Longxia, as the 500,000 immigrants necessitated 2 transportations. Thus, the immigration process continued to unfold busily, with the commotion caused by 360,000 robots heading to Earth overshadowing even the anticipated arrival of Sioux City's spacecraft. As the immigration effort entered its 3rd phase, Sioux City's mind was once again greeted by the prompt from Xiao Jin. Current task, immigrate 1 million, already accomplished. Initial phase task, construct a lunar base and facilitate migration, preserving the flame of humanity, has been completed. Task completion rating, high. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations. Host, you have received a high-level reward, a heart of planetary essence. The reward has been automatically credited to your personal repository. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Upon hearing such words resonate in his mind, Sioux City nearly erupted in excitement. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin's voice echoed once more. Second phase task is being issued. Please continue to transform the moon, enabling it for interstellar travel, while simultaneously searching for a new home for humanity. Chapter 64. The heart of the planet's origin. Regarding the task of the second phase, Su Cheng was already well aware in his heart. At this moment, however, his thoughts were captivated by the recent system reward, a heart of planetary origin. Opening his personal repository, Su Cheng beheld a spherical energy orb, resplendent with myriad colors that shifted and danced within. Immersed in its essence, a torrent of information regarding the energy orb flooded into Su Cheng's consciousness. The heart of planetary origin. This orb encapsulates the quintessence of a planet. All the energy required for the evolution and development of the planet is drawn from this heart. Composed of myriad rules and orders, it belongs to the very essence of the universe. Method of use. It can be contemplated and absorbed. Upon reading the introduction, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately communicated with Little Jean. If I were to absorb this heart of planetary origin, would I be able to metamorphose into a Type 3 life form? Little Jean replied, Indeed, Master. At these words, Su Cheng's body trembled with exhilaration. Truly, this was an object capable of catalyzing a leap in his very essence of life. Now, the migration from Earth was still incomplete. Although the task merely required the relocation of 1 million individuals, I could utilize the time spent transforming the moon into an interstellar travel hub to expand that number to 1 billion. 1 billion immigrants may seem a vast undertaking. Yet for Su Ching, it merely entailed a few additional days of waiting. With 360,000 robots making the round trip in approximately 2 minutes. Accounting for the time lost in transporting humans onto the mesh, each journey would take a maximum of 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, 360,000 individuals could be relocated. Within an hour, that number swells to 432 million. In a single day, it equates to 10,368,000, or over 100 million. Thus, reaching the target of 1 billion immigrants would require just over a week. However, due to the ongoing operations of the manufacturing facilities, various types of robots were continually being produced, which would further expedite the migration process. Su Ching calculated that the entire relocation could be accomplished in approximately 5 days. Now, the pressing consideration was how to select these 1 billion individuals. This migration must not overlook any potential candidates, as maximizing my exchange points was paramount. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. I have it. In addition to adhering to the previous requirements and conditions, I could further expand the selection of migration slots through activities in the live broadcast, to ensure no one was overlooked. I could dispatch a contingent of robots to scour the Earth for those who might have been missed or possess unique opportunities. Without hesitation, Su Ching communicated with little Jane, instructing the manufacturing facility to produce 100,000 robots to seek out these so-called overlooked individuals or those destined for fortune. Little Jean responded, "Understood, Master." Su Ching nodded slightly, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. All right, it is time to announce this news through the live broadcast. The scene shifted as Su Ching addressed the audience in the streaming room, stating, "The first batch of 1 million immigrants has successfully arrived on the moon. We are now commencing the large-scale immigration of the next 10 billion individuals. The selection of immigration slots will continue through activities within the live stream, increasing the number of slots available for selection to 200 million per day. Therefore, during these remaining 5 days, I encourage everyone to actively participate in the activities to secure immigration slots. A little secret, those who express fondness for the host will have a greater chance of obtaining an immigration slot." After sharing this information, Su Ching instructed Xiao Jin to increase the daily immigration slots to 200 million. 5 days was the maximum time limit in Su Ching's mind. Within these 5 days, he aimed to successfully immigrate the remaining 10 billion individuals. The deployment of 100,000 robots to Earth to locate eligible individuals was to ensure that those without signal or who had never viewed his live stream would not perish unjustly. After all, there are many good people in impoverished nations and remote areas lacking connectivity. Su Ching did not wish to overlook anyone. If immigration was to occur, it must be comprehensive. Naturally, individuals who did not meet his criteria, particularly from powerful nations, were not within his considerations. The expansion of immigration slots to 200 million per day reignited excitement among the global populace, leading to a frenzy in the live stream, with viewers fervently praising Su Ching. At that moment, his exchange points surged to 14 billion and continued to rise at an alarming rate. After accomplishing this, Su Ching resumed communication with Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, what modifications are necessary to enable interstellar travel from the moon? What must I exchange?" Observing his substantial exchange points, Su Ching felt confident that he could afford the necessary items for transforming the moon. Xiao Jin replied, "To facilitate interstellar travel from the moon, you must exchange for an interstellar antimatter propulsion system, planetary defense mechanism, interstellar jump technology, and..." Xiao Jin enumerated several items that needed to be exchanged. Su Ching was momentarily taken aback. While he did not fully grasp the latter names, he clearly understood the initial ones. For instance, the interstellar antimatter propulsion system was listed at 50 billion in the marketplace. This price was undoubtedly painful for him. A planetary ring merely cost 20 billion. Yet a propulsion system would require 50 billion. Frankly, it was simply an ignition device, and Su Ching genuinely felt that the system was quite exploitative. It is worth noting that after acquiring the cosmic chaos technique, he had specifically browsed the system marketplace and discovered numerous options for cultivating and absorbing cosmic essence. He had initially intended to reserve this money for the exchange of certain cosmic origins that would enhance his strength. Now, however, he finds himself compelled to spend it all. Su Cheng's expression darkened considerably as he stated firmly, exchange for an antimatter propulsion system. Upon successful exchange, 5 billion was deducted from his points, leaving him with less than 10 billion. Congratulations, Master, Xiao Jin announced. You have successfully acquired the antimatter propulsion system, which has been autonomously installed on the moon. Interstellar Antimatter Propulsion System. It absorbs dark matter as energy, allowing for velocity control to propel the moon on interstellar voyages. Despite Xiao Jin's elaborate description, Su Cheng remained somewhat disheartened. No matter how grandly the propulsion system was portrayed, in his heart, it was merely a device for igniting propulsion. He glanced at the list of items Xiao Jin had compiled for him to exchange. The second item was the Planetary Defense Mechanism System. Planetary Defense Mechanism System. It operates to provide an energy shield for the planet, capable of withstanding attacks from civilizations up to level 5. Chapter 65. Dimensional Space Technology. Su Cheng cast a glance at the price. Good heavens, another 5 billion. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, exchange for the Planetary Defense Mechanism System. Xiao Jin responded, Congratulations, Master. You have successfully exchanged for the Planetary Defense Mechanism System, which is now autonomously operational. The lunar defense mechanism has been activated. Under Su Cheng's watchful gaze, a faint energy shield gradually enveloped the moon. Observing this delicate energy barrier, Su Cheng's lips curled slightly in skepticism. Is this insubstantial shield truly capable of withstanding the technological assaults of a level 5 civilization? Xiao Jin assured him, Indeed, Master. This defense mechanism is specifically designed to counter the technologies of level 5 civilizations. Resigned, Su Cheng shrugged. Well, if you say so, what more can I argue? Gazing at his remaining exchange points, which had dwindled to just over 6 billion, Su Cheng promptly opted to redeem the next item. Interstellar Jump Loading Technology, 5 billion. This technology absorbs dark matter energy, enabling the moon to perform interstellar jumps. After redeeming the interstellar jump loading technology, Su Cheng noted that he was left with a mere 1 billion in exchange points, silently shedding 2 tears. The only solace was the commendable growth rate of his exchange points. It wouldn't be long before they replenished. Xiao Jin, notify me if any issues arise during or after the immigration process, Su Cheng remarked before stepping aboard the spacecraft. Though his current exchange points were insufficient for the cosmic essence, the system had rewarded him with a planetary essence. He seized the opportunity during the immigration days to attempt its absorption. Understood, Master, Xiao Jin replied. Su Cheng briefly addressed Chen Yu and Chen Shui, as he was genuinely concerned they might fall into a spiral of anxiety as before. Upon entering the spacecraft, Su Cheng returned to his designated captain's quarters. Meanwhile, he donned a suit of battle armor. Intellect Optimization Battle Armor. Upon wearing, it enhances intelligence and comprehension by 100-fold. Reading the description of the planetary essence, Su Cheng noted that it was composed of rules and order. With the intellect boost from this armor, his understanding should accelerate. As to its effectiveness, he remained uncertain, adopting an experimental mindset. Just as Su Cheng prepared to extract the planetary essence from the system warehouse, Xiao Jin's voice chimed in, Master, I recommend entering the dimensional space for absorption. Surprised, Su Cheng inquired, Dimensional space? What does that mean? Xiao Jin explained. Although the planetary essence is structured from rules and order, it still possesses energy in a tangible form. This planetary essence is substantial, comparable in size to the spacecraft, and our current vessel cannot accommodate it. Dimensional space is an alternative parallel universe, devoid of any life, filled only with desolation and darkness. Xiao Jin. In terms of dimensional space, it can be understood as the void that you humans often refer to. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired, How can I enter this dimensional space? Xiao Jin replied, You may choose to purchase the technology required for entry into dimensional space. Su Cheng was taken aback. He had hoped for a complimentary experience, yet it seemed he would still need to expend his exchange points. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed with the acquisition. After all, the spacecraft could not accommodate the essence of a planet, and he was uncertain of the repercussions should he attempt to absorb and refine it in the vicinity of the moon. Migration had already commenced, and Su Cheng had noted in the manual that interstellar travel was necessary for the moon. This information had provided ample material for the prospective settlers to digest for quite some time. He wished to avoid introducing new concepts that might disrupt their established worldview. Change in thought must occur subtly and gradually. It cannot be achieved in a single, sweeping moment. Otherwise, he could not ascertain whether the reactions to his new actions would be positive or negative. These individuals were contributors to his exchange points, intricately linked to his progress. At this juncture, he needed to rely on the migrating humanity for his development. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he opted to purchase the technology. Navigating to the marketplace, he located the dimensional space technology and was met with a price of 1.5 billion. Glancing at his exchange points, he found he had just over 1.5 billion. Su Cheng harbored serious doubts that this was not a ploy orchestrated by Xiao Jin. He had laboriously accumulated over 10 billion exchange points, but had yet to complete the purchases for interstellar travel equipment. Now, having just reached 1.5 billion, he was faced with yet another expenditure. Exchange for the dimensional space technology, he commanded. Xiao Jin responded. Exchange successful. Dimensional space technology activated by thought will allow entry into dimensional space. With a mere thought, Su Cheng initiated the process. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a radiant light, encased within an inexplicable energy shield. The next moment, the energy orb contracted to its utmost, vanishing from its original location as if it had never existed. Upon opening his eyes, Su Cheng found himself in an eternal, desolate expanse of darkness. Here, not a glimmer of light could be perceived. Was this the dimensional universe, or perhaps the void? As Su Cheng surveyed his surroundings, he noted the profound blackness, unable to see even his own hand before him. Looking down at himself, he discovered that his form was cloaked in a faint layer of luminous energy points. These points interconnected, enveloping him like rippling waves, providing him with an impenetrable shield. This sensation reminded him of a technique he had encountered in an anime, Goku's Ultra Instinct. Xiao Jin? Su Cheng tentatively called out, seeking to communicate. Xiao Jin responded, Master, I am here. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a slight relief and said, Remember to inform me once the migration is complete. Understood, Master. You may focus on your cultivation without concern, Xiao Jin assured him. Su Cheng nodded slightly, and then retrieved the heart of the planet's essence from his storage. Boom. The moment the heart of the planet's origin manifested, the dark expanse of this region was illuminated. A dazzling array of colors surged forth, prompting Su Cheng to instinctively close his eyes. As he gradually acclimated to the brilliance, he was utterly awestruck by the sight of the heart of the planet's origin before him. A colossal, boundless sphere loomed in front of him, its surface adorned with a myriad of divine chains that danced chaotically like arcs of electricity. These were the fundamental units that constituted the essence of origin, order, and rules. Standing before the heart of the planet's origin, Su Cheng was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him. This sensation was akin to a human standing in close proximity to a sun, the sole distinction being that this sun was not merely red, but a resplendent tapestry of colors. Chapter 66. Immigration completed. Su Cheng sat cross-legged before the vast, island-like heart of origin, silently channeling the chaotic technique. As the technique commenced, an inexplicable energy began to circulate within Su Cheng, permeating every corner of his being, every hair, and every inch of his skin. At that moment, the heart of origin trembled in unison. Visibly, strands of order and regulation began to dance around Su Cheng's form, seemingly drawn in by the mysterious energy emanating from within him. Like rivers converging into the sea, these threads of order began to penetrate into his body, ultimately converging into the energy field within him. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, his once desolate and tranquil energy field radiated with brilliance, shining as brightly as the Milky Way, reminiscent of the cosmic transformations he had witnessed on the ceiling of his room. Outside the dimensional space, immigration proceeded in an orderly manner. Yu and Shui, two women, had grown bored and ventured into the spaceship to engage in virtual reality games. Time flew by, and a day had passed. The number of viewers in the live stream remained constant, while Su Cheng's exchange points steadily increased, 12 billion, 15 billion, 30 billion by the end of the day. His exchange points had reached 8 billion, drawing near the monumental threshold of 10 billion. Throughout the day, there had been no sight of Su Cheng. Indeed, what could Su Cheng be occupied with? Surely, he was diligently managing the immigration process. There was no need for concern. Grateful for the immigration quota bestowed upon me by Su Cheng, I watched as disasters on Earth escalated, their reach expanding, and the death toll rising. I hope Su Cheng's robots arrive soon to rescue me. Meanwhile, within the secret base in Longxia, Su Cheng's allocation of 500,000 immigrants had successfully relocated to the moon, after which another batch of robots returned. This fulfilled Su Cheng's promise to increase the immigration quota for Longxia, of course, accounted for within the total of 1 billion. Elder, please enter the mech first, urged Zhou Yuhang, his tone earnest as he observed the thousands of robots that had gathered before the base. Individuals had begun to board the mechs, ascending one by one towards lunar immigration. Hearing his request, the elder slightly shook his head. I shall not choose to go to the moon just yet. I will remain with my people until the very end. Let others enter the mechs for immigration first. Elder Zhou Yuhang's expression transformed, and he implored further. If they were to wait until the last moment to relocate to the moon, Earth would likely be beyond salvation. He feared that the elder might perish in such a scenario. Enough said. You technologists are indeed the key to the continuation of humanity. Let others migrate first. The elder gently shook his head, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, exuding an aura befitting a leader. A benevolent sage among the masses. His presence radiated an intangible dominance. Zhou Yuhang, realizing the futility of persuasion, ultimately resigned himself to the task of organizing the remaining personnel for migration. Defensive Robot 5436. Current personnel do not meet migration requirements. Offensive Robot 366. Current personnel meet migration requirements. As Zhou Yuhang coordinated the others to enter the mecha, he was astonished to discover that a group of individuals still did not satisfy the migration criteria. This revelation took him by surprise. He was well aware of the stringent conditions set forth by Sioux City, which were neither biased nor unreasonable. The candidates selected for migration had undergone thorough vetting. Yet it astonished him that some still fell short of the qualifications. With a soft sigh, the elder remarked, "Those who do not meet the migration requirements, take them away. You are fully aware of the kind of individuals you are." The rejected individuals turned pale, drained of color. Failing to meet the migration criteria meant they were condemned to remain on Earth, which undoubtedly spelled a grim fate. The migration process proceeded unusually smoothly, devoid of the previous chaos. Even those not selected behaved with remarkable compliance, for participating in such turmoil would irrevocably sever their chances of survival. Remaining quietly at home, they silently hoped for a glimmer of hope from Sioux City. Thus, the exchange points in Sioux City began to rise steadily, increasing exponentially. The humans who migrated to the moon gathered in the plaza, each receiving a manual and 2 vials of medicine, before being assigned to their designated living quarters. These individuals hailed from diverse backgrounds: farmers, laborers, affluent magnates, entrepreneurs, officials, scientists, and even heads of state. However, from this moment forth, their identities would be distilled into 2 roles: warriors and scholars. Once settled in their accommodations, the populace eagerly delved into the lunar survival manual, understanding that thriving on the moon necessitated comprehensive knowledge of this guide. Upon discovering that the moon would also engage in interstellar voyages, the crowd was momentarily astonished. Yet, upon reflection, they quickly found solace. Although the moon had been transformed to support human life, mere reliance on it for development was woefully insufficient. They needed to seek planets akin to Earth. Additionally, the impact of solar flares on the moon remained a concern, albeit mitigated to a minimum due to Sioux City's modifications. Regardless of the motivations behind it, the quest for new life-sustaining habitats suitable for human habitation and development is an imperative endeavor. Many are astonished by the methods proposed, particularly the audacious idea of transforming the entire moon into a spacecraft for cosmic navigation. The technological advancements required to achieve such a feat are beyond the realm of imagination. The sheer force or energy necessary to propel the moon on its journey is an incomprehensible astronomical figure. Thus, humanity simultaneously embarks on the path of migration while acclimatizing to life on the lunar surface. Within the dimensional space, Su Cheng became oblivious to the passage of time, lost in a state of profound cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days had quietly elapsed. At that moment, Su Cheng opened his eyes, as the voice of Xiao Jin resonated in his mind, informing him that 5 days had indeed passed and that the requisite 1 billion Earth inhabitants had successfully completed their migration. Chapter 67. Interstellar High Martial Arts. Su Cheng rose, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. He could distinctly sense a transformation within his body. His aura surged and ebbed, at times roaring like tumultuous waves, at others raging like a ferocious dragon, yet ultimately settling into tranquility. He glanced at the heart of planetary origin, which remained largely unchanged, and stored it within the system's repository before departing from the dimensional space. Xiao Jin, please summarize the number of immigrants to the moon from various nations. Upon appearing in his room, Su Cheng communicated directly with Xiao Jin. Understood, Master. In the first batch, Longxia, 490 million immigrants to the moon, the Baton Kingdom, 110 million. The Cambodian Kingdom, 30 million, the Saya Kingdom, 6 million, the Bear Kingdom, 150 million. Xiao Jin enumerated the immigration statistics from a myriad of nations, revealing that nearly every country globally was involved, even those previously hostile toward Longxia, had citizens meeting the criteria for immigration to the moon. However, among these nations, the number of eligible individuals was quite limited. With a quota of 1 billion immigrants, Longxia accounted for nearly half, followed by nations maintaining strong friendships with Longxia. These countries, from leaders to citizens, exhibited close and amicable relations with Longxia, making their immigrants the most likely to develop a favorable impression of Su Cheng. Excluding Longxia, the nations with the highest number of immigrants were the Bear Kingdom and Baton Kingdom, both exceeding 100 million. Conversely, the nations with the least immigrants were the Sun Kingdom and the Sam Kingdom. The leaders of the Sun Kingdom had no immigrants at all, with all quotas concentrated among the populace, totaling less than 1 million. The Sam Kingdom fared slightly better, with a few immigrant slots among the high-ranking leaders, while the citizens held 3 million slots. Listening to Xiao Jin's report, Su Cheng nodded slightly. This aligned closely with his expectations. Those who held favorable views towards him primarily hailed from nations friendly to Longxia. Xiao Jin, how is the arrangement of personnel progressing? He inquired, concerned about potential discord and the resurgence of unrest among the newly arrived immigrants. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Normalcy is maintained, Xiao Jin reassured him, prompting a slight sigh of relief from Su Cheng. It appeared his worries were unwarranted. How is the lunar transformation progressing? Su Cheng continued, to facilitate interstellar navigation. The current phase of lunar transformation has been completed and meets the preliminary standards for interstellar travel, Xiao Jin responded. However, I recommend that you wait a few more days until all listed equipment is fully exchanged before commencing interstellar travel, as this will maximize the safety of lunar voyages. Su City raised his eyebrows slightly as he perused the list compiled by Xiao Jin, which contained no less than 7 pieces of equipment awaiting exchange. Thus far, he had only redeemed 3 items: the interstellar antimatter propulsor, the planetary defense mechanism, and the interstellar jump loading technology. Su City was not one to act recklessly. Given that the complete destruction of Earth was still some time away, he intended to utilize this interval to maximize the transformation of the moon, achieving its most perfect state. He was not naive. The cosmos was inhabited by various advanced life forms. Embarking on interstellar voyages with a population from the moon, devoid of any means of self-preservation, would be tantamount to inviting doom at the hands of any random advanced entity. He had yet to fully develop his capabilities and thus resolved to bide his time, ensuring steady growth before taking further risks. As he glanced at the remaining items on his equipment list, planetary expansion technology and various weaponry, he noted with a shiver that all but one of the 4 unredeemed items were indeed weaponry. This revelation underscored the perilous nature of interstellar travel. Upon reviewing his exchange points, Su City's eyes widened in astonishment. During his absence, his points had surged to a staggering 31.5 billion. How could his exchange points have soared so dramatically? Xiao Jin clarified. The majority of the exchange points have accrued from the lunar colonists. Realization dawned upon Su City. Each of the remaining 5 pieces of equipment bore a price of 5 billion exchange points. In a rare display of extravagance, he decisively waved his hand and redeemed all 5 items in one go, reducing his points to 6.5 billion. Xiao Jin announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully redeemed planetary expansion technology, which has been autonomously activated and integrated into the lunar system. The planetary expansion technology, it absorbs the cosmic dust and debris floating in the universe to enhance and expand the celestial body's surface area." Xiao Jin continued, "Congratulations, Master, on successfully redeeming planetary weaponry. The Matter Annihilation Pulse Cannon. Power description. It harnesses dark matter as an energy reservoir, capable of annihilating all physical forms. Usage limitation. A full power shot requires a month of charging. Effective range. Suitable for interstellar combat, but cannot be used for interstellar assaults." Upon reading the description of this weapon, Su City felt a profound tremor in his heart. To annihilate all physical forms? Xiao Jin confirmed, "Indeed, Master. This weapon can effectively annihilate all civilizations at or below the 4th tier level." Su City furrowed his brow slightly. "Does it have no effect on civilizations and beings above the 4th tier?" Xiao Jin, A level 5 civilization possesses the technological prowess to annihilate antimatter forms, rendering it impervious to any effective harm from lower civilizations. A level 6 civilization is even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Sucheng nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of being capable of inflicting damage upon a level 4 civilization. He believed it unlikely that he would encounter a level 5 or divine civilization immediately after embarking on interstellar travel. The odds of such an event are several times less probable than winning a billion-dollar lottery. Sucheng, please continue with the introduction of the other 3 weapons. Xiaojin, certainly, Master. Interstellar Energy Cannon. Power description. Capable of obliterating a medium-sized planet in a single strike. 2 shots can completely annihilate a high-quality planet. Usage restrictions. Requires a month-long charging period before activation. Attack range. Capable of executing dimensional strikes across interstellar distances against physical forms. Chapter 68. Antimatter Dark Energy Bomb. Listening to Xiaojin's explanation, Sucheng found himself perplexed once more, inquiring, what exactly is the distinction between medium-mass planets and high-mass planets? Xiaojin responded, according to the classification system of planetary tiers by a god-level civilization, planets are categorized into low-mass, medium-mass, and high-mass tiers. This classification is based on various factors including the planet's volume, lifespan, and utility. Xiaojin continued, low-mass planets, such as Earth, where you previously resided, fall into this category. Medium-mass planets, like Pluto in your solar system, were once classified as such. However, due to their diminished utility, they have now been relegated to the low-mass category. Sucheng, still somewhat confused, asked, and what of high-mass planets? High-mass planets are significantly superior to both low-mass and medium-mass planets, Xiaojin explained. Most are characterized by starry continents and colossal cities, though a few retain their planetary forms. For instance, the home planet of the lunar creatures you encountered previously belongs to this high-mass category. Upon hearing Xiaojin's elucidation, Sucheng began to grasp the concept more clearly. His yearning for and anticipation of the god-level civilization grew even stronger. The weapons they created, the interstellar energy cannons, could obliterate a home planet of such advanced life forms with just 2 shots. Furthermore, employing the matter annihilation pulse cannon would allow for a single strike that could utterly erase it. Merely envisioning such a scene sent chills down Sucheng's spine. It was indeed terrifying. Regaining his composure, Sucheng communicated with Xiaojin. Please continue with the introduction of the remaining 2 categories of weapons. Certainly, Master, Xiaojin replied. The antimatter dark energy bomb and the interstellar interception cannon. The former primarily serves offensive purposes, capable of destroying third-tier civilization warships without restrictions. The latter focuses on defense, intercepting weaponry from external attacks, and capable of withstanding third-tier civilization technological firepower, also without restrictions. Sucheng interjected, Xiaojin, you mentioned that these are part of a category. Does this imply they are produced in bulk? Indeed, Master, Xiaojin confirmed. With this revelation, Sucheng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The prospect of bulk offensive and defensive weaponry was indeed formidable. He felt that with merely these 2 categories of weapons, he could reign supreme among third-tier civilizations. Suppressing his excitement, Sucheng issued a command to Xiaojin. Xiaojin, immediately install all the weapons on the moon. Master, all weapons have been installed and are ready for your autonomous use, Xiaojin reported. Surprised, Sucheng responded, all of them? Installed for use? Yes, Master. Please step outside the spacecraft to inspect them, Xiaojin replied. Upon hearing this, Sucheng hurriedly made his way outside the spacecraft. To his astonishment, he beheld rows upon rows of densely packed weaponry installed above the energy shield of the moon. Essentially, there exists a pair of antimatter dark energy cannons positioned at intervals of 100 meters, alongside interstellar interception artillery. These formidable weapons are meticulously arranged in a crisscross pattern, nestled within the void, and ultimately concealed from sight. On the surface of the moon, the settlers, having recently arrived, were profoundly struck by this spectacle, with nearly all of them gazing skyward in awe. Observing the colossal barrel-like weaponry, larger than tanks and armored vehicles, some felt a chill run down their spine, overwhelmed by the sheer terror instilled by such arms. Unbeknownst to them, these were merely the basic units for offensive firepower and defensive capabilities. Sucheng inquired, Xiaojin, what of the matter annihilation pulse cannon and the interstellar energy cannon? Xiaojin replied, the 2 attack-type weapons are too massive, exceeding the moon's current load-bearing capacity. Thus, they have been placed within a dimensional space. He continued, they can be summoned for use whenever the master requires. Even larger than the moon. Su Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Master, Xiao Jin confirmed. Both types of weaponry belong to advanced civilizations capable of interstellar warfare, their forms and dimensions being 10 times that of the moon. The weight of one of these weapons is equivalent to that of several dozen Earths. Hearing this, Su Cheng's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mere commoner, he had limited understanding of celestial and technological matters, often preoccupied with watching films and live streams of beautiful women. Now, Xiao Jin had provided him with a crash course. I must see the dimensional space, Su Cheng said, unable to contain his excitement. With a mere thought, he entered the dimensional realm. Inside, 2 massive, jet-black weapons with a metallic sheen lay silently, resembling enormous, thick black rods. The dark metallic texture evoked an overwhelming sense of coldness, akin to standing at the base of Mount Everest. Gazing up at its peak, a feeling that was both exhilarating and suffocating. Su Cheng retrieved the heart of planetary origin, illuminating the dimensional space. Although the heart was already substantial, in the presence of these super weapons, it appeared as diminutive as a mere speck, unable to even partially obstruct one of the cannon's openings. Comparatively, it was like a tiny ant climbing atop a tank's barrel. Su Cheng had no doubt that a single shot from these cannons would obliterate the heart. Overwhelmed by the extraordinary and terrifying nature of these weapons, Su Cheng promptly stowed the heart away, yearning to test the might of these armaments. Exiting the dimensional space, he arrived on the moon. He then stepped onto a floating platform, ascending into the lunar sky, simultaneously activating a live broadcast. Fellow citizens of the moon, I am Su Cheng. Please, do not panic. The weapons that previously appeared in the skies above the moon were orchestrated by me. After a brief pause, Su Cheng continued, I trust that each of you has received the Lunar Survival Manual and has familiarized yourselves with its contents. The resources available on the moon are insufficient to sustain the development of our population of 1 billion. Therefore, we must embark on interstellar voyages in search of a new home for humanity. However, the journey through the cosmos will undoubtedly be desolate and tedious, and it is fraught with peril. These weapons are designed to safeguard us all. Chapter 69, The Interstellar Era. Meanwhile, on Earth, within the confines of the Black Palace, a group of representatives led by Chuck gathered around an expansive office desk, their expressions marred by an unmistakable gravity of distress. The recent immigration maneuvers orchestrated by Sioux City had sent shockwaves across the globe. A staggering 1 billion quotas had been allocated to the world's populace, yet their nation, the United States, had received a mere fraction, less than 10 million, falling short even compared to smaller nations. Not a single individual present had been granted a quota for lunar immigration. Consequently, the nation was poised to confront not only the calamities erupting from Earth, but also the impending wave of nationwide protests. The mounting pressure from the populace left this assembly in a state of acute disarray. Reports of severe riots emerging in various regions aimed at toppling the current government and establishing a new order only exacerbated their turmoil. A heavy thud echoed through the room as Chuck slammed his palm upon the desk, his countenance darkening to the point of saturation. Damn Sioux, damn Longsha people. They have allocated a mere few million quotas to us from a total of 1 billion, while their own nation claims half of the total. This is utterly unjust. It is a blatant act of oppression. Silence enveloped the table as no one dared to utter a word, yet the grim expressions on each face spoke volumes. Sioux City's actions had effectively sealed their fate, leaving them with no glimmer of opportunity. What options do we possess now? Speak up. Don't all of you go mute at this critical juncture. Chuck bellowed, surveying the crowd with ire. This time, no one countered him or offered dissent. The nation's security hung in the balance. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The quotas allotted to the Sun Nation were even more meager, while Goryeo had received none at all. This was an overt affront, laid bare for all to witness. No, I believe there is still a chance. If we adopt a sincere attitude of contrition and acknowledge the supremacy of the moon as their dominion, I am confident that Sioux will extend some quotas to us. After all, Longsha has always espoused a philosophy of moderation and harmony. I believe Sioux will not be so heartless. What they failed to grasp was that Sioux City was far from the lofty ideal they imagined. It was once a humble entity, even somewhat petty in nature. Their prior transgressions against Sioux City, coupled with their refusal to admit fault and their obstinate demeanor, had led to their inclusion on a blacklist. Such occurrences were not confined solely to the United States. Similar incidents had transpired across numerous other nations. there was yet another crucial matter at hand. After the completion of the immigration of 1 billion people to Sioux City, the robots ceased their return to Earth. Those who once harbored great hopes found themselves plummeting from paradise into despair. In the wake of this, a global upheaval ensued, exacerbated by both natural disasters and human folly. The wounds of the Earth deepened, leaving the land scarred and drenched in blood. This was a true apocalyptic scenario. There were no viruses, no zombies. Life still persisted. However, the distortion and ugliness of human nature were magnified to their utmost extremes. Evil, despair, anger, fear, and vitriol echoed across the planet. This was a world more desolate than any envisioned apocalypse. Some discontented souls sought to vent their frustrations in the live broadcasts of Sioux City, only to discover, to their dismay, that there was no internet. In reality, following the intensification of Earth's calamities, the world had already entered an era devoid of connectivity. The ability to watch live broadcasts and access the internet was merely a privilege granted by the operations of Shaojin. Now that the immigration task was accomplished, there was nothing left on Earth to cherish. Even the broadcasts no longer catered to the evildoers of Earth, but solely addressed the immigrants on the moon. It truly resonated with the saying, evil begets evil. At this moment, Sioux City was engaging in dialogue with the inhabitants of the moon, inquiring about their needs and suggestions to enhance life there. Thanks to Shaojin's technological prowess, connecting to terminals or transit stations was a straightforward affair. Each individual was allocated a system unit, which presented a personalized information panel displaying their attributes, a marketplace, personal storage, and more. However, these systems were merely basic constructs created by Shaojin, lacking the sophistication of his advanced tasks. The tasks assigned to the populace were strictly those pertaining to survival and advancement on the moon, as decreed by Shaojin. Each person began with a currency of 1,000 star coins, benefits including a vial of genetic enhancement serum and a vial of physical fortification serum, and a choice of profession, guardian warrior or scholar. Tasks were delineated based on profession and geographic area. The system terminals were directly controlled by Shaojin, implementing a set of basic regulations and order on the moon. The character of Sioux City appeared before every individual, showcasing their personal system introductions, which included various details about their profession, attributes, and tasks. By accomplishing the assigned tasks, individuals could earn diverse rewards. Although Earth had entered an era of destruction, the flame of human legacy must not be extinguished. Human civilization must not stagnate, but continue to progress. Therefore, I shall strive alongside all of you for the advancement of human civilization. On the moon, various factories, research institutes, and bases were established. As long as everyone completed their tasks and earned star coins, they could venture to the respective locations to procure the items they desired and cherished. Moreover, there is another piece of news to share with everyone. In 3 days, a cataclysmic solar flare will erupt, marking the onset of Earth's true obliteration. The planet before us has been our home for decades, the cradle of human civilization that has flourished for millions of years. It is the cradle of life, our nurturing mother. Before we depart, let us take a moment to appreciate this mother once more. In 3 days, we shall leave our homeland, embarking on a solitary journey through the cosmos in search of a new abode for humanity. Our ultimate aspiration is to allow human civilization to flourish across the universe, conquering the stars and the seas of the cosmos. We shall stand atop the pinnacle of the universe. Now, I declare, we, humanity, officially enter the interstellar era. With that, Su Cheng severed communications and descended upon the moon, intending to meticulously survey his territory, examining his domain like a sovereign. Behind him, 2 women followed, their cheeks adorned with blissful and sweet smiles. Chapter 70. The Pressure of the Soul. O Divine Lord. O Godsu, I adore you, Divine Lord. May I become your humble servant? Godsu, you are magnificent. Those 2 women are utterly beautiful. How fortunate they are to be in the presence of the Divine Lord. Hush, keep your voice down. If Godsu hears you, he might just hang you up for a lesson. Su Cheng, accompanied by the 2 women, Qin Yu and Qin Shui, descended upon the lunar terrain and began their exploration. At that moment, a solar-powered war chariot burst forth from the factory gates, eventually coming to a halt before Su Cheng. Soon after, 2 solar-powered motorcycles appeared from the distant horizon, each stopping in front of Qin Yu and Qin Shui. Let us proceed. Su Cheng gestured to the 2 women and ascended the war chariot. Behind him, the women exchanged knowing smiles and gracefully approached the motorcycles, their steps exuding a captivating elegance. With each step they took, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Luminous energy particles swirled around them, enveloping their forms in a dazzling display. High-grade battle armor. Clad in resplendent battle uniforms, the two women mounted their motorcycles and sped forward. The two warrior beauties forged ahead, while Su Qing followed closely behind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The notion of being surrounded by such enchanting women, living the life of a sovereign, was something he had once dared not dream of. Yet here he was, witnessing it all unfold. Wow, how spectacular! The sight of the two ladies became even more enchanting. This is high-tech battle armor. I have seen it in God Su's live broadcasts before. Is it nano armor? But I still prefer God Su's war chariot. Its dominance is unparalleled. Look, I must go fulfill my mission and earn some money. Once I have the means, I too shall acquire a chariot like that. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their admiration, envy reflecting in their eyes. Such a life was beyond their reach. Well, sister, look, it's a giant panda. Over there. There are little monkeys. And what's that? A wild boar. It's enormous, like a cow. My heavens, sister, look over there. Two monkeys are engaged in that. Qin Yu's face flushed crimson. As they journeyed, Chen Shui rode her beloved motorcycle, taking in the towering, primordial forest surrounding them. If one were to speak of colonization, it was not humanity that would be the first to arrive, but rather the flora and fauna that accompanied Su Cheng. Earlier on Earth, he had dispatched collection robots to gather samples of these life forms. Upon their arrival on the moon, the environmental transformation was swiftly completed, and these genetic samples were promptly nurtured, flourishing alongside the verdant wilderness that enveloped them. However, the majority of life only matures to a juvenile stage. Su Cheng was astonished by the rapid growth of these animals. Clearly, the potency of the soil transformation elixir was exceedingly powerful, not only hastening the maturation of the plants, but also saturating the air with an abundance of divine particles. It was precisely due to the presence of these divine particles that the animals exhibited such accelerated growth. Qinyu, Shuer, be cautious. These are wild beasts and pose a danger, Qinyu warned. Qin Shui, one-handedly maneuvering her motorcycle, waved at Qinyu while proudly patting her somewhat prominent bosom, exclaiming with spirited enthusiasm, "Do not worry, sister, I am a master motorcyclist." Roar. Alas, just as Qin Shui was flaunting her skills, a fierce tiger suddenly burst forth from the adjacent forest, pouncing directly upon her and knocking her to the ground. Xiao Shui. Qin Yu's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this, and she hastily halted her motorcycle, rushing to assist. Bang! Howl. However, as soon as Qin Yu stopped, she observed the massive form of the tiger being hurled backward, emitting a mournful cry of pain. Qin Shui dusted herself off and stood up, murmuring defiantly, "Humph. Just a little tiger. How dare it bully me?" Relieved to see her sister unharmed, Qin Yu cast an exasperated glance at her, scolding, "I told you to be careful. Yet you refused to heed my warning." "Oh, sister, it was exhilarating. I found it quite thrilling," Qin Shui replied, her eyes sparkling brightly, as she waved her small fist and lifted her chin, declaring, "Even if a group of wild beasts were to appear again, I could still drive them away." The close-fitting battle armor enveloped her form, accentuating her graceful figure. Roar, roar. Just as Qin Shui finished speaking, a series of low growls emanated from the surrounding forest. 1, 2, 3. A total of over 20 beastly figures emerged, surrounding the trio firmly. In an instant, Qin Shui's expression shifted. "Shuer, come here quickly," Qin Yu urgently called out, her face paling. Although their bodies had been enhanced and they wore battle armor, in the face of such a multitude of ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts, their confidence waned significantly, their spirits evidently diminished. The two women's pale faces revealed their underlying fear. Throughout this ordeal, Su Cheng remained seated in the battle vehicle, motionless. Observing the fearful expressions of the two women, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Both women, if taken individually, could easily overpower these beasts. Yet, when united, they found themselves gripped by trepidation. Ahem. Su Cheng emitted a cough, and an inexplicable aura of dominance radiated from him, causing the 20-odd beasts surrounding the three individuals to scatter in panic at the sound. Each creature's eyes reflected a human-like terror. At present, Su Cheng's existence had transcended into a 2-5-level life form, causing a fundamental transformation in his essence. Though it was merely a soft cough, to those beasts, it resonated as a pressure that penetrated the soul, akin to a common beast encountering a divine or sacred creature. Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. After the surrounding beasts had fled in chaos, the two women finally exhaled in relief, their elevated chests heaving dramatically. Observing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With his current physical prowess and keen eyesight, he held unwavering confidence that he had not misjudged. Those two ample forms had indeed quivered more than thrice just moments ago. Chapter 71. The Destruction of Earth. Are you all right? Su Qing lifted his gaze towards the two women before him. Brother-in-law, we're fine. Hiki. Qin Shui mounted her motorcycle, casting a playful smile at Su Qing, who appeared slightly awkward. They had dwelled in a peaceful society for far too long, unfamiliar with the brutality and ferocity of the wild. Let us proceed and explore other areas, Su Cheng replied with a subtle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Everyone experiences their first time. He believed that these two women would adapt just as well as anyone else. On this day, Su Qing guided the two women on a tour across various locales on the moon. Of course, he seized the occasional opportunity when Qin Shui was distracted to indulge in tender moments with Chun Yu amidst the splendid natural scenery. Though the large bed in the captain's quarters was comfortable, he had grown weary of it and yearned to experiment in different settings, on marble surfaces, tree trunks, branches, and even in streams. Previously, Su Cheng had only witnessed such escapades in outdoor films, having never partaken himself. However, now that he had ventured into these experiences, the thrill was unparalleled. Sister, you're back. What happened? Why is your face so flushed? Chun Shui noticed that a small black cat had mysteriously appeared in her arms, and as she playfully engaged with it, she rushed over to greet Su Cheng and Chun Yu with excitement. Upon seeing the faint blush on her sister's face, Chun Shui's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Chun Yu, hearing her sister's words, felt her own cheeks flush crimson. Su Cheng maintained a serene demeanor, utterly unfazed, a quintessential rogue. Observing the changing expressions on his sister's face, it seemed that Qin Shui had an inkling of the situation. She turned to the two, "You two." Her words faltered, and a hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as well. Ahem. Shuer, having taken a tour, what do you think is still lacking on this moon? Su Cheng cleared his throat, swiftly redirecting the conversation. What's still lacking? Qin Shui pondered, cradling the small black cat in one arm while resting her chin on her pristine hand. I believe the living conditions on the moon are already quite good. There are jungles and animals, much like on Earth. If only we could have an ocean or a lake, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. He had indeed considered such a possibility during the transformation phase, but creating such bodies of water would excessively deplete the moon's resources. He felt that the rivers flowing through the forests, weaving through the moon's natural environment, were sufficient. The ocean or lakes are not particularly feasible to establish on the moon, considering its limited size. However, in a few years, it may become viable. After all, with the installation of planetary expansion technology, the moon will gradually absorb and meld cosmic debris and dust, thereby increasing its surface area over time. Upon returning to the spacecraft with the two women, Su Cheng resumed his consumption and assimilation of the primordial heart. In recent days, Qin Yu frequently visited his room. Su Cheng replied, "Yuer, I do not wish to move right now. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." This was the unvarnished truth, for he was preoccupied with the absorption of the planet's primordial essence. Given the limited span of 3 days, he consistently exited the dimensional space at designated intervals to assess the lunar conditions while also monitoring the activities of the solar system's sovereign, the sun. Qin Yu approached with a flushed visage, her graceful strides captivating. This time, you need not exert yourself. Su Cheng was taken aback. He considered himself rather tender-hearted, particularly when faced with an exquisite beauty. Thus, he chose to acquiesce and comply. 3 days swiftly passed. Suddenly, a cataclysmic surge of intensely compressed, scorching energy erupted within this celestial realm, radiating from a blazing sphere at its core. The terrifying energy radiated throughout the entire star system, causing the moon to tremble violently under the onslaught of such colossal force. However, in that fleeting moment, a faint energy shield materialized on the lunar surface, ultimately repelling the wave of energy. It was then that the moon gradually regained its stability, thanks to its planetary defense mechanism, which had autonomously activated in response to the solar eruption. While Su Cheng was engrossed in the absorption of the planet's essence within the dimensional space, he suddenly felt the tremor and opened his eyes. Xiaojin, what is happening? Master, a solar flare has erupted in its entirety. Fully erupted? Su Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of brilliance igniting within. In an instant, he exited the dimensional space and appeared aboard the warship. Stepping out of the spacecraft, he noticed two women waiting for him on the floating platform. As he emerged, he surveyed the scene on the moon. The current inhabitants were all gazing towards a specific direction in outer space. Among their collective gaze, a cerulean planet came into view. As the terrifying energy swept across, the surface of this azure planet was instantly bathed in a vivid crimson hue. Subsequently, numerous large red spots appeared upon the planet's surface. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy erupted from the cerulean planet, unleashing terrifying beams of scarlet energy that pierced through the planet from top to bottom. And these beams were not singular, rather, countless rays surged forth from within the planet's depths, as if someone were stirring a burning iron rod within. Hiss! Earth, what is this? It is finished, utterly finished. The Earth we inhabit is approaching its end. Such a scene abruptly thrust itself into the gaze of all on the moon. The impact it delivered was so profound that it defied description. In that fleeting moment, all life on Earth was extinguished, leaving not a single survivor. Before anyone could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, an immense energy began to emanate from within the planet, collapsing inwardly and exerting tremendous pressure. With a thunderous roar, this energy erupted once more from the planet's core. The entire azure sphere succumbed to the force of this explosive energy, disintegrating into countless fragments, transforming into a myriad of meteors adrift in the cosmic expanse. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Chung was profoundly shaken. Although he harbored little nostalgia for Earth, it remained his ancestral land, his homeland. Now, as he beheld the annihilation of his birthplace, his emotions were decidedly complex. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of Xiao Jin resonated coldly in the air. Chapter 72. Absorbing the Earth's essence, the voice of Xiao Jin resonated coldly and mechanically within Su Cheng's mind. A full-scale solar flare has erupted, devastating the heart of Earth's essence. The fundamental rules are in disarray, leading to the planet's disintegration. The energy calculations of the shockwave are underway. Energy level defined. Current shockwave energy level is 3. The lunar defense mechanism has been activated, enhancing energy defense levels. Defense level upgraded to level 1. Defense level upgraded to level 2. Defense level upgraded to level 3. Defense mode is now fixed. The level 3 energy shield has been reinforced. It can withstand the current energy shockwaves from the heart of the essence and the impact of meteors. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiaojin's voice echoed, the faint energy shield enveloping the moon suddenly blazed with brilliance. The radiance then converged, completely enveloping the shield. A profoundly rich, deep blue energy shield formed, firmly encasing the entire moon. Ahead, the heart of Earth's essence erupted, unleashing terrifying energy that swept in all directions. The nearest celestial body to Earth, the moon, was the first to bear the brunt of the onslaught. A dazzling, pure white energy shockwave surged forth. Under the force of this shockwave, the moon trembled violently. However, shielded by the energy barrier, it merely quaked without being thrust away. Xiao Jin's voice persisted, issuing continuous system commands. Weapon systems initializing. Interstellar interception cannon has been activated. With a series of thuds, massive artillery emerged from the void above the deep blue energy shield, their barrels aligning toward the erupting, disintegrating Earth. Simultaneously, colossal meteors, each as large as islands, began to hurtle toward this direction at incredible speeds, carrying with them intense energy, slicing through the stillness of the dark cosmos. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of crimson blue energy flames erupted from the cannon mouths, unleashing deep blue energy beams comparable in size to intercontinental missiles. The sound was immensely heavy, reminiscent not of the weaponry on Earth, but rather akin to the thunderous crash of mountains plummeting to the ground. After each shot from the interstellar interception cannon, new energy was rapidly gathered in mere millionths of a second before being fired again. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors hurtling toward the moon were obliterated by the energy beams, disintegrating into dust and debris. Ultimately, the energy shield enveloping the moon flickered, as if generating an inexplicable pulling force. In the next moment, the dust and remnants of the meteors swiftly covered the energy shield, only to be absorbed, devoured, and replenished upon the moon's surface. The planetary expansion technology system was also operating at a swift pace. Upon the lunar surface, a multitude gazed upward at the celestial expanse. They were momentarily blinded by a resplendent white radiance that enveloped their vision, so dazzling that they instinctively shut their eyes. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in their ears. As the blinding light dissipated, they opened their eyes to witness colossal blue beams erupting from the cannon ports of the hovering artillery above the moon, striking with unerring precision at the meteors hurtling toward them. The horizon was ablaze with brilliant sparks as the meteors detonated, disintegrating into dust and particles. This extraordinary display persisted for an entire day and night, leaving the onlookers on the moon in a state of numbed astonishment. As the meteor swarm vanished, the once magnificent blue planet that had orbited the sun was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a tranquil void of darkness in the starry sky. In the aftermath, the moon's size had doubled, its surface area now exceeding 70 million square kilometers. Throughout this day and night, Su Cheng stood silently in the lunar atmosphere, observing the unfolding scene. The Earth had vanished, transformed into cosmic dust, stirring a complex medley of emotions within him. Just as he prepared to return, his gaze suddenly froze on the location where the Earth once resided. There, he discerned a shimmering orb of energy, now significantly diminished in size. Instantly, Su Cheng communicated with Xiao Jin. Is that the heart of the Earth's origin? Indeed, Master. It is the fractured heart of the Earth's origin, Xiao Jin confirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's heart soared with delight. Measure the volume of this heart of origin. What is its level? Low-quality planetary heart of origin, with a volume of 200,000 cubic meters. Level, fractured heart of origin, 200,000 cubic meters. Su Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although this fractured heart of origin was not as vast as the one he had absorbed, it was still substantial. Can it be collected? Yes, Master. You can navigate the spacecraft near the heart of origin and utilize dimensional space for transport. Nodding in agreement, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to steer his spacecraft toward the heart of origin, activating a spatial jump. His vessel soon materialized in close proximity to the heart. This fractured heart of origin was slightly smaller than the spacecraft itself, yet for Su Cheng, it represented an invaluable treasure. Initiate dimensional space transport technology. The dimensional space transport technology has been activated. Master must manually operate the transport. As the command resonated, a virtual control joystick materialized before Su Cheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng reached out and grasped it firmly. In the next instant, a pale blue hand of energy emerged from an inexplicable dimension, its vastness eclipsing the sun, akin to the size of an island. Yet, in the grand expanse of the universe, it was but a speck of dust. This colossal hand loomed, reaching towards the heart of the Earth, the source of its essence. Buzzing, the heart of the source stirred, its internal order and rules swirling in a tumultuous dance, as if endowed with sentience, fiercely struggling to escape the grip of the energy hand. Come to me, Su Cheng commanded, gripping the control lever as he attempted to transport it into the dimensional space behind him. However, the lever remained utterly still, unmoving in his grasp. Is it this heavy? Su Cheng felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially believed that with the dimensional transportation technology at his disposal, he could relocate this fragmented heart of essence into the dimensional realm. Yet now, it remained immovable, resistant to his every effort. Chapter 73. Target planet locked, let me in. Su Cheng roared, his voice echoing with frustration. One hand was insufficient, so he resorted to using both. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, even as a 2-5-level life form. He could not shift the primordial heart in the slightest. Despite exerting tremendous effort, he was unable to extract even a single strand of hair from it. Xiao Jin, why can't I move it? Su Cheng inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Xiao Jin had promised that he could utilize dimensional space for the task. The current weight of the primordial heart is equivalent to 1/3 of the complete Earth's weight. Although your life level has ascended to 2-5, you still lack the strength to move this primordial heart, Xiao Jin explained. What? I can't move it? Just moments ago, you said I could use dimensional space. Su Cheng protested. You may exchange for planetary transportation technology to facilitate the operation, Xiao Jin suggested. Su Cheng realized it was merely a ploy to extract his precious exchange points. The promise of being able to transport was nothing but a trap he had fallen into. Despite his dissatisfaction, he was resolute. He would not abandon the primordial heart, for it held immense benefits, an opportunity to elevate his life level. Immediately exchange for the planetary transportation technology. He commanded. Exchange completed, deducting 2 billion points, Xiao Jin confirmed. Ignoring the notification, Su Cheng activated the planetary transportation technology. The energy hand enveloping the primordial heart solidified significantly. With a gentle motion of the control lever, he effortlessly drew the primordial heart into the dimensional space. Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Su Cheng had anticipated a struggle, but instead, the control lever slid seamlessly, and the energy hand retracted, seizing the primordial heart, which vanished from sight. In the dimensional space, Su Cheng beheld the primordial heart lying within. At that moment, Xiao Jin's voice resonated in his mind. Master, you may place the previous primordial heart in the dimensional space. Why should I do that? Su Cheng asked, momentarily taken aback and curious. The fundamental units of primordial hearts are identical, composed of the most basic orders and rules, allowing them to merge. The result of their fusion could yield a benefit greater than the sum of their parts, potentially elevating the level of the primordial heart. Su Cheng's heart leaped with excitement upon hearing this. The primordial hearts can merge and upgrade? Indeed, Master. Currently, both primordial hearts belong to the low-quality planetary source level. If the fusion succeeds, they may ascend to a medium-quality planetary source. Additionally, Xiao Jin continued, even without undergoing a transformation, the effects of the fusion will surpass the benefits of you absorbing the two primordial hearts separately. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Cheng's eyes. Without hesitation, Su Cheng promptly retrieved the primordial heart he had previously possessed and placed it beside the primordial heart of Earth. At the moment of their contact, both hearts began to tremble violently. Radiant beams of light erupted from the surfaces of the two primordial hearts, which swiftly intertwined and fused. Their volumes gradually diminished as all primordial rules and orders converged towards the luminous center. Time became an abstraction as the two primordial hearts within this dimensional space ultimately vanished, leaving behind a singular, more colossal primordial heart that quietly rotated before him. Observing this, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he focused on the newly coalesced heart and communicated with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, has the fusion of the primordial heart succeeded in its transformation and upgrade? Xiao Jin replied, Master, the transformation and upgrade have not yet succeeded. Su Cheng, initially filled with eager anticipation, felt a chill seep into his heart. The sensation was akin to a moment of impending explosion suddenly thwarted. The discomfort was profound. Xiao Jin continued, the Earth's primordial heart is a fragmented source, not a complete one. Thus, the probability of successful metamorphosis is less than 30%. Su Cheng sighed, regardless. Even without successful transformation, the benefits are still immense. At this moment, he had come to understand Xiao Jin's nature. Indeed, it was far more cunning than he. Yet, it possessed strength that surpassed his own, leaving him feeling helpless and frustrated. Xiao Jin, how much time has passed outside? Su Cheng suddenly realized that within this dimensional space, he was oblivious to the passage of time, having witnessed the fusion process in its entirety. Xiao Jin responded, Master, a day and a half has elapsed in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng felt a slight relief wash over him before exiting the dimensional space. Now, it was time to embark on interstellar travel. Upon reaching the moon, Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Xiao Jin, locate the nearest habitable planet for humans. He added a cautionary note, preferably one devoid of advanced intelligent life. At this juncture, he was not mentally prepared to conquer other worlds. The notion of a planet that had yet to birth advanced intelligence would be far more palatable for him. Xiao Jin cautioned, Master, it would be wise not to harbor any illusions of mercy. The cosmic struggle between civilizations and the slaughter of life forms is far more brutal than you can imagine. Truly harmonious civilizations are but a rare few. Su Cheng pondered for a moment before a fierce brilliance ignited in his eyes. Very well, then let us directly target the nearest habitable planet. His tone turned cold. Rather than be passively invaded, we shall take the initiative to invade. It is often said that one must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens and earth conspire against them. Xiao Jin, scanning the current star system. Scan successful. The planets suitable for human habitation are being selected. Selection complete. Locating. Location confirmed. The three-dimensional coordinates of the target planet have been calibrated, with the coordinates being A8515, E52D3, 3917 SL. The optimal interstellar navigation route has been charted. The current interstellar navigation route is secure within the space environment. Within Su Cheng's mind, Xiao Jin's prompt echoed continuously. In the mere span of a breath, Xiao Jin had already pinpointed a planet conducive to human existence. Su Cheng, display the cosmic imagery of the target planet and its surface. Xiao Jin, retrieving imagery. Imagery retrieval successful. The visuals have been transmitted. Upon Su Cheng's information panel, a colossal planet slowly rotated into view. Chapter 74. Setting sail having determined our target planet. The next step is to inform everyone on the moon. The holographic projection flickers to life, revealing Su Cheng. Greetings, I am Su Cheng. I understand the devastation of Earth has left many hearts heavy with sorrow. I share in your grief, yet lamentation cannot rectify our plight, nor can it restore what has been lost. Our focus must be forward. We must take steps ahead. You are all aware of our interstellar journey. I have now pinpointed a target planet, one that bears an 80% resemblance to Earth's environment. Therefore, our forthcoming endeavor shall be to voyage to this planet and cultivate our human civilization there. Now, allow me to display both the cosmic view and the planetary imagery for your observation. As his words conclude, the projection shifts, revealing a dazzling starry expanse. The scene zooms in, showcasing two particularly radiant celestial bodies, their immense forms radiating searing energy, illuminating the surrounding darkness of space. These are two massive stellar entities. Unlike our Sun, these stars exist independently, yet they are entwined, sharing a singular orbital path, with over 20 planets orbiting in their vicinity. At this revelation, the inhabitants of the Moon erupted in astonishment. My goodness, there are two stars entwined in rotation. This is a binary system, also known as a double star. The lifespan of such stars far exceeds that of solitary ones by numerous multiples. The cosmos is indeed a wondrous and formidable realm, inspiring both awe and reverence. Are we truly destined to travel to this star system? Su Cheng continued his elucidation. This expanse of stars resides within the Milky Way, though it lies at an unfathomable distance from us, positioned at the outskirts of our galaxy. As you can see, these two stars revolve around one another, with their orbital path hosting over 20 planets. The planet we aim to reach is this one. The scene zoomed in once more, crossing over the two stars to reveal the 18th celestial body within the binary orbit. This planet is 3 times the size of Earth, showcasing a vibrant array of colors, with continents and oceans each occupying substantial portions. Most strikingly, the planet is adorned with numerous space stations and interstellar warships constantly traversing its surface. This is a world of advanced technology, surpassing the current achievements of human civilization. At this moment, the crowd on the Moon was once again struck with awe. This is indeed a planet inhabited by intelligent life. It dawned on them that extraterrestrial beings truly exist within the universe. The Almighty Creator possesses remarkable capabilities, allowing us to glimpse into the life-bearing worlds of the Milky Way. The technological means mastered by Su Shen are far beyond our imagination. I believe that Su Shen's technological civilization is at least a level 3 or even a level 4 civilization. This planet has already witnessed the emergence of advanced intelligent life forms, and they have even created cosmic warships. Judging by their level of civilization, it should be quite high. If we were to venture there, would it provoke a war? I hope the inhabitants of this planet can accept us. But what is there to fear? Even if they do not accept us, we can simply invade. As they gazed upon the image of such an advanced intelligent civilization, the people on the Moon could not help but engage in spirited discussions, expressing their opinions. Some were exhilarated, some were hopeful, while others frowned with concern. They were oblivious to the nature of the extraterrestrial civilization and their hospitality. At this moment, Su Cheng's voice resonated once again. As you can see, this is a planet inhabited by an advanced intelligent civilization. Based on my assessment, the level of civilization here falls between level 2 and level 3, specifically at approximately 2.7. Their technological prowess allows them to explore the surrounding stellar systems to the fullest extent. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Our approach will be diplomatic at first. If they refuse, then I shall launch an assault. Let this 2.7 civilization be erased from the annals of cosmic history. Su Cheng's tone was calm, yet the gravity of his words sent shivers down the spine. Beneath the tranquility lay an unparalleled strength. We are currently 180,000 light-years away from this planet. At our present speed, it will take us 2 to 3 years to reach it. During this time, I will lead humanity to rapid development. By the time we arrive at this planet, I will ensure that our level of civilization and technological capabilities are on par with those of its inhabitants. Upon hearing this, the once concerned crowd felt their worries dissipate, and they erupted in cheers. The Master God is incredible. Su Shen is amazing. Let us advance. Prepare for interstellar travel. If the inhabitants of this planet oppose our presence, we will annihilate them. Excitement coursed through the crowd, each individual brimming with fervor. All right, I will say no more for now. Everyone, get ready. We are about to set off, Su Cheng encouraged, fueling their enthusiasm one last time. Do not forget our objective, to conquer the stars and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Conquer the stars and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Conquer the stars and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Conquer the stars and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. conquer the stars and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. The crowd was electrified, collectively chanting, gazing upon the billion souls on the moon united in their fervor. Su Cheng felt an undeniable aura of mysticism and potential within himself. Xiao Jin, activate the interstellar antimatter propulsion system. Su Cheng commanded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. We set sail. Understood, Master. Xiao Jin replied. Suddenly, a force of enigmatic nature emerged on the lunar surface, akin to an invisible hand gliding through water, subsequently pressing upon the moon. The once pitch-black and desolate expanse of the starry sky transformed, revealing a vast ripple emanating from the moon's side. A deep blue flame, as thick as half the moon itself, gushed forth from the center of the ripple. In that fleeting moment, the moon severed its original trajectory, vanishing into the cosmos. Chapter 75. Breaking the shackles of life once more in the cold and desolate expanse of the universe. A planet radiating a deep blue glow was swiftly traversing the celestial realm. From its tail, a massive, boundless flame of deep blue surged forth, incessantly propelling the planet forward. Initiate the spatial wormhole for interstellar jumping. A beam of deep blue light shot forth from the moon, landing in a vast stretch of cosmic void. Surprisingly, this beam did not pierce directly through the starlit sky, but instead penetrated the very fabric of the universe. A pitch-black aperture emerged in the starry expanse, gradually expanding into a man-made wormhole. Surrounding the wormhole was an enigmatic energy that enveloped it, creating waves of energy that rippled through the void like the surface of a tranquil lake disturbed, generating layers of undulating ripples. With a whoosh, the moon, cloaked in an energy shield, transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished into the dark wormhole, swiftly navigating its depths. Inside the wormhole lay a narrow, profound tunnel, teeming with various branches and forks, each connecting to different realms of the cosmos. The moon continued its journey through the labyrinthine passages of the wormhole, the curving walls inducing an unsettling sensation in Su Cheng, akin to holding an egg while spinning wildly within. Time became an elusive concept. It felt like a year, yet also passed in the blink of an eye. Encased in a deep blue aura, the moon burst forth from the shadowy mouth of the wormhole. Master, you may rest assured and focus on your cultivation. The moon is traversing a secure route, echoed Xiao Jin's voice in Su Cheng's mind. At this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, mentally communicating with Xiao Jin. Can you assist us in transcending to a level 3 civilization within 2 to 3 years? Indeed, Master, but it will require corresponding exchange points, replied Xiao Jin. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was unreserved, stating, points are no issue, as long as you can facilitate humanity's leap in civilization. Feel free to autonomously deduct the necessary exchange points. Understood, Master. Now, I shall indulge in the spheres. A faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he turned and entered a grand palace, a construction that arose following the expansion of lunar territory. This was Su Cheng's royal palace, majestic and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. While navigating through the cosmos, the spacecraft concealed itself using a technology that rebounded dark matter from the cosmic void, achieving invisibility. The ship continued to advance parallel to the moon in the starry sky. To uncover its existence, one would require technology at least equivalent to that of a level 3 civilization. The distance from the solar system to the target planet spanned an astonishing 180,000 light-years, akin to traversing from one end of the galaxy to the other. After all, the Milky Way is merely 200,000 light-years across. Within the galaxy, the act of jumping through space could, for a divine civilization like Xiao Jin's, be accomplished in a heartbeat. However, due to the moon's continuous need for expansion and the consequent evolution of human civilization, a significant portion of time is spent navigating the cosmos rather than engaging in constant jumps or traversing wormholes. The 2 to 3 years of travel time refers to the duration of continuous navigation without spatial jumps. Upon entering the royal palace, Su Cheng immediately sequestered himself in his chamber and entered the dimensional space to commence his training. After the fusion of the two planetary essences, although it did not undergo a transformative upgrade, the inherent rules and order had more than doubled, according to Xiao Jin's calculations. By wholly devouring and refining this essence of origin, Su Cheng could undoubtedly transform into a level 3 life form. A level 3 life form possesses a lifespan as ancient and prolonged as that of a planet, typically spanning several billion years, with some extending even to 100 billion years. For the current human race, this would be tantamount to achieving immortality, existing throughout the ages. Only by evolving into a level 3 life form can an individual transcend their species and emerge upon the cosmic stage. Simply put, without becoming a level 3 life form, one will forever remain a subordinate. With a deep breath, Su Cheng began his cultivation, focusing his mind as he sat cross-legged in the dimensional space, completely immersed in his training. After a month of cultivation, the substantial essence of origin before him had diminished by a layer, and signs of a breakthrough to a 2/6-level life form were subtly emerging. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the moon had each acquired a set of starry battle armor, and the lunar base had undergone a comprehensive renovation. They had begun to construct rudimentary spacecraft capable of exploring the cosmos, with energy sufficient to sustain a round trip of 1 light year. Thus, human civilization had ascended to a level 2/1 civilization. In the second month of Su Cheng's training, human civilization transitioned to a level 2/2 form. The average lifespan of humans had increased by over 50 years, and their physical condition had reached 3 to 4 times that of 21st century humans. Although these advancements could not compare to the gene optimization and physical enhancement agents developed in research facilities, they represented a significant leap for humanity as a whole. However, since the technology mastered by humans was transmitted by Xiaojin through system information, people merely perceived this as Su Cheng's covert manipulation, enhancing their goodwill towards him. The increase in exchange points allowed Xiaojin to elevate the manufacturing facilities and research institutes, producing medicines, robots, and various technological products that remain significantly ahead of contemporary human technology. Such a scene unfolded, leading the denizens of the moon to attribute it to Su Cheng's actions. The prolonged absence of Su Cheng had not diminished the admiration towards him. Rather, his stature in the hearts of the people soared to unprecedented heights. He had ascended to the status of a spiritual leader for humanity, regarded as a deity in their minds. As Su Cheng entered the second month of his cultivation, his form became enveloped in a brilliant radiance, composed of the very rules and order that swirled around him. At this moment, they fervently penetrated his being, with a resounding hum. As the order and rules surrounding Su Cheng were entirely absorbed, his body involuntarily quivered. At the core of his internal energy field, a colorful orb akin to a glass bead began to take shape. The dazzling star-like lights and swirling colorful mists danced around this vibrant sphere. While the rules and order that had entered Su Cheng's body converged towards it, he had reached the level of a 2/6 class life form. Chapter 76. The Transformation of the Lunar Empire. In this moment, Su Cheng awakened from his state, and upon opening his eyes, they gleamed with a divine radiance, akin to 2 celestial swords cleaving the heavens and illuminating this dimensional realm. The brilliance within his gaze was restrained, yet within his pupils, a planet could be seen revolving in motion. Is this the essence of a level 2/6 life form? Su Cheng mused to himself, sensing a profound transformation within his being. This change felt akin to being immersed in the refreshing waters of a brook, the gentle flow providing immense comfort. However, upon focusing his mind, he became aware of an unfathomable power surging within him, as if it were poised to burst forth at any moment. Xiaojin, how much time has elapsed outside? Su Cheng inquired. 2 months have passed, Master, Xiaojin replied. During this period, human civilization has successfully ascended to a level 2/2 civilization. The moon now traverses the cosmos, its form having expanded by an additional 10%. Taken aback, Su Cheng expressed his astonishment. Human civilization has already reached a level 2/2. In just 2 months, we have crossed a full 0/2 civilization levels. Though this may seem modest, the implications represent a staggering exponential increase in disparity. The technological advancements and the uncharted realms requiring exploration are vast. This indicates that humanity's quest into the unknown has broadened significantly, or perhaps, the depth of exploration in known territories has intensified considerably. When comparing humanity's current civilization level to that of Earth's past, should a conflict arise, the present human civilization would effortlessly overwhelm the former Earth civilization within mere days, wielding overwhelming advantage. Let us venture outside. It has been 2 months since I last moved. I wish to witness the current state of the moon, Su Cheng declared, a faint smile gracing his lips. He refrained from having Xiaojin transmit images, opting instead to experience it firsthand. After all, witnessing his realm's progression towards greatness was the most uplifting sensation. With a swift motion, Su Cheng appeared within the lunar palace. Though the palace itself remained unchanged, stepping outside revealed a striking transformation. Towering steel walls had risen around the palace. These walls, entirely clad in a deep black metal, loomed majestically, reaching hundreds of meters high, encircling the entire palace. The surface shimmered with a dark luster, evoking a tremendous visual impact that stirred the soul. Reminiscent of an ancient fortress standing against the wilderness, majestic and solemn. At that moment, a white stream of energy sliced through the sky above Su-chung. Su-chung raised an eyebrow, glancing up to see a hovering motorcycle rapidly approaching from above. The hovering motorcycle diverges significantly from traditional motorcycle designs, with its two wheels conspicuously absent, replaced instead by 6 petite support legs. It resembles a spider scuttling across the ground, with each of these legs emitting streams of azure energy flames, approximately the width of a thumb. Evidently, this is the source of the motorcycle's levitation. The fact that such hovering technology has been developed is quite impressive. Su-chung, observing this marvel, wore a radiant smile, nodding in appreciation. Just as Su-chung raised his gaze to the man piloting the hovering motorcycle, the man simultaneously noticed Su-chung emerging from the palace below. In an instant, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily descended, landing 10 meters away from Su-chung. He then approached with utmost respect. This man, possessing distinctly Western features and clad in a suit of white battle armor, bowed slightly, his right fist resting against his chest, proclaiming, "Master God." Su-chung raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the white armor adorning the man, which was clearly not produced by his own manufacturing facility. Undoubtedly, it was a technological marvel of the current two-level civilization. The identity of this man was unmistakably that of a guardian warrior. "What is your name?" Su-chung inquired, his tone light and inviting, striving to appear less aloof. "I am Max." The man, with his light yellow crew cut, responded respectfully. "Well, Max, you may return to your duties. I shall explore on my own." Su-chung replied with a gentle smile, signaling for him to depart. Upon hearing this, Max placed his right fist against his chest and exclaimed loudly, "Loyal to humanity. Loyal to the Master God." With that, he mounted his hovering motorcycle and descended into the sky. Su-chung was momentarily taken aback by Max's rallying cry. It was rather compelling. He stepped out of the palace, each footfall producing a light blue floating step beneath him. As he ascended above the moon, he was once again struck by the breathtaking transformation before him. The entire layout of the moon, including its buildings, appeared to have been revitalized. The infrastructure once produced by the manufacturing facility had seemed rather austere, akin to a rundown town. However, now, towering skyscrapers emerged in abundance, evoking the essence of a modern urban metropolis. Moreover, these ultramodern structures were not confined to the ground. The skies above the moon were equally adorned with such edifices. One building, soaring into the outer reaches of space, resembled a magnificent white tower reaching towards the heavens. Surrounding this architectural wonder, lush green forests intertwined with human artistry, creating a harmonious blend of nature and civilization. Simultaneously, Su-chung observed that in the expanse of outer space surrounding the moon, there were indeed massive black warships. Seemingly in abundance, at least 100. These vessels hovered majestically in the lunar sky, akin to the most devoted sentinels, safeguarding the celestial body. Remarkably, even space warships had been developed. As Su-chung gazed upon this spectacle, a subtle smile crept across his lips, his eyes shimmering with a glint of brilliance. He pondered the whereabouts of Chun-yu and Chun-shui, the two women. Descending from the lunar sky to the surface, Su-chung sought not to disturb anyone, wishing instead to savor the transformed ambience of the moon. Unbeknownst to him, his departure from the palace had already been detected by the lunar inhabitants. The technology of humanity on the moon had evolved to an extraordinarily formidable level. Chapter 77, the premier research base at this moment. Atop the towering edifice known as the Celestial Tower, an array of sophisticated instruments, weaponry, potions, and elixirs lay on display, while the diligent researchers within scurried about with purpose. This Celestial Tower stands as the foremost research facility on the moon today. Within the central control room, the finest scientists from various nations convened, including Zhou Yuhang, astrophysicists, specialists in material energy research, experts in fundamental physics, and a multitude of related researchers gathered together, delving deeply into the realm of energy technology and space, striving to breach the threshold of dark matter. On the luminous screens within the control room, a simulation of a galaxy's evolution unfolded, showcasing the birth and demise of celestial bodies in a continuous loop of holographic projections. Suddenly, the entire institute's focus shifted, locking onto the figure of a man. It was the Master God. After 2 long months, he had finally emerged. This moment heralded potential breakthroughs in our research, with the Master God's technological prowess. These challenges would surely be surmountable. among the scholars and experts whose minds were solely consumed by academia and technology. The sight of the man on the screen ignited overwhelming excitement, with some nearly brought to tears. Their gazes were fervent, akin to that of a group of old men captivated by a stunning beauty. Su-chung, you finally come forth. Zhou Yuhang, upon seeing the man's silhouette, momentarily froze, his body trembling slightly. It had been over 2 months since the destruction of Earth. During this period, with Su Cheng's technological support, humanity's scientific endeavors had surged forward, elevating civilization to a level of 2. The exploration of the cosmos had reached unprecedented heights, levels that humanity had once deemed unimaginable. Indeed, humanity was rapidly growing stronger. This was a development worthy of universal celebration. However, Zhou Yuhang's heart remained heavy. The elder he was loyal to had not made it to the moon. Having stood resolute alongside the citizens of Longxia country who had not secured immigration permits until the very last moment. Upon arriving on the moon, Zhou Yuhang had resolutely immersed himself in research, hoping that the intensity of his work would mask the sorrow within. We must summon the Master God to assist us in resolving our uncertainties. Yet, would intruding upon him now provoke discomfort or resentment? Observing the Master God strolling through the streets, he seemed intent on absorbing the changes on the moon. Our research has reached an impasse, unable to transcend this technological barrier. And only the Master God can illuminate our path forward. We should seek a person who has a close and familiar relationship with the Supreme Deity, as this would significantly enhance our chances of success. This group of researchers comprises the young, the middle-aged, and the elderly. At this moment, these men are gathered together, chattering incessantly. Zhou is the one most acquainted with the Supreme Deity, and both hail from the Dragon Summer Kingdom on Earth. Thus, the Supreme Deity should not harbor any aversion towards him. Before long, the group unanimously nominated a candidate, Zhou Yuhang. Zhou, for the sake of academia and humanity, you must bring the Supreme Deity here, they urged. For humanity, for the Supreme Deity, go forth bravely, young man. We will silently support you from behind. As Zhou Yuhang realized he had been chosen, he could not help but smile wryly. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded in agreement. He is acutely aware of the distinction between the greater good of humanity and personal sentiments. Very well, I will go. But I cannot guarantee that I will successfully summon the Supreme Deity, Zhou Yuhang stated, glancing at the group. You must also prepare yourselves for the possibility of rejection. Descending swiftly from the pinnacle of the towering celestial spire via the express lift, Zhou Yuhang finally entered a hovering solar-powered vehicle that awaited him and sped towards the location of Su City. Su City was leisurely strolling along the street, where various robots and humans mingled. Among them were not only the robots manufactured by Su City's factories, but also intelligent robots created by humanity itself. At that moment, a vehicle halted before Su City, and Zhou Yuhang emerged. Approaching Su City, Zhou Yuhang clenched his right fist over his heart and called out, "Supreme Deity." Upon seeing Zhou Yuhang, Su City's expression brightened. Director Zhou. Among the humans who had migrated from Earth, aside from the sisters Chun Yu and Qin Shui, Zhou Yuhang was the only one Su City was familiar with. Although Su City had ascended to the status of humanity as Supreme Deity and the ruler of the moon, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Throughout his journey, everyone who encountered him treated him with utmost reverence, addressing him as the Supreme Deity. Yet, his heart felt cold and desolate, for he longed for someone with whom he could converse freely. In that moment, Su City truly grasped the sentiment of how lonely it is to be invincible. The arrival of Zhou Yuhang stirred a surge of excitement within him. Supreme Deity, we have encountered a bottleneck in our research, and we hope to receive your assistance, Zhou Yuhang requested earnestly. Su City raised an eyebrow slightly at this. Director Zhou, you need not always refer to me as the Supreme Deity. Just call me Su Laudi. I shall address you as Brother Zhou. The title of Supreme Deity is merely a designation, after all. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Zhou Yuhang hesitated. Su Cheng, now the Lord of the Moon, stood above millions, his status unparalleled. If he were to address Su Cheng as brother, it would undoubtedly affect Su Cheng's reputation and authority if others were to find out. Enough of that. Just call me Su brother, Su Cheng declared with a wave of his hand, settling the matter. He then turned to Zhou Yuhang and inquired, "You mentioned that you require my assistance?" "Indeed," Zhou Yuhang replied with a slight nod, continuing, "We are currently conducting research on cosmic dark matter." "Very well. Let us proceed. I am eager to see the extent of our human scientific and technological advancements." Su Cheng agreed, taking a seat in Zhou Yuhang's vehicle. He then communicated with Xiao Jin, saying, Xiao Jin, locate the positions of Qinyu and Qinshui. Chapter 78. Consciousness Bridging the Alien Battlefield. Su Cheng accompanied Zhou Yuhang as they made their way to the Tower of Heaven. After 2 months of rigorous training. Upon his return, Su Cheng found himself entirely unfamiliar with the base. Even when he gazed upon the manufacturing plants and research institutes he had previously exchanged for, he was overwhelmed by a sense of estrangement. For an ordinary person, 2 months may seem inconsequential. However, in an era of rapidly advancing scientific technology, the breadth of new developments is staggering. Old Zhou, enlighten me about the changes that have transpired on the moon during my absence, Su Cheng inquired. Noticing the absence of a driver as the autonomous navigation technology had matured significantly, Zhou Yuhang nodded slightly and began to elaborate. After your last communication across the lunar expanse, you left us with a plethora of technologies to explore. Throughout the journey, Zhou Yuhang continuously introduced various advancements. The research and technological innovations primarily referenced the techniques from the research institutes and manufacturing facilities. In the realm of physics, humanity's understanding was already substantial. But with Su Cheng's detailed parameters, many challenges were swiftly resolved. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, levitation, anti-gravity, and energy generation from light had made significant strides. Presently, the solitary challenge confronting them was dark matter. If we can surmount this technological barrier, we will harness the energy of dark matter within the universe, known as dark energy. This breakthrough would maximize humanity's utilization of resources, drastically reducing the demand for material resources and preventing the overexploitation that leads to depletion on Earth. We could achieve true sustainable development, creating a closed-loop system of manufacturing, output, utilization, recycling, and remanufacturing that would never run dry. Su Cheng listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. Previously, he had barely scratched the surface of such concepts, but now, through the gradual influence of Xiao Jin, he had become somewhat of an expert himself. Our civilization is merely at a level of 2, and now we aspire to delve into the realm of dark matter? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. If memory served him correctly, the study of dark matter was a domain reserved for civilizations at level 3. While humanity was still at 2, not only were they limited by their technological capabilities, but their foundational knowledge in this field could be deemed non-existent. At best, they were in an exploratory phase, akin to a blind person groping for light, to attempt to research technologies characteristic of a level 3 civilization with a mere 2 level of advancement was not merely a matter of probability, it was fundamentally impossible. Old Zhou. The realm of dark matter is the domain of research and achievements of level 3 civilizations. Our current technological prowess is far from sufficient to even approach such a threshold. Su Cheng glanced at Zhou Yuhang and sighed. For now, let us temporarily abandon this pursuit. We should first thoroughly explore other technologies and scientific advancements. Once our civilization reaches a level of 2, we can revisit this matter. For now, let's take a step back and observe. Zhou Yuhang felt inclined to argue. But after a moment's reflection, he ultimately acquiesced, saying, all right. Observing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. These researchers certainly had no concept of surrender. With this in mind, Su Cheng refrained from further comments. Their unwavering dedication deserved his support. Upon arriving at the Tower of Heaven, a group of individuals greeted Su Cheng with bows, exclaiming, Lord God. Su Cheng spent over half a day within the tower, engaging in discussions and dialogues with the scholars before him. This time, he truly grasped the formidable nature of these researchers. During debates, these elderly men passionately articulated their arguments, showing no regard for titles or appearances, presenting evidence to substantiate their viewpoints. As Su Cheng exited the Tower of Heaven, he couldn't help but touch his own face. Feeling a slickness on his hand, his arm felt as if it had been jolted with electricity, and he fervently vowed to himself never to return to this place. These old men were far too intimidating. Xiao Jin, where are Qinyu and Qinshui at this moment? Su Cheng inquired. Master. They are currently engaged in the alien battlefield, Xiao Jin responded. Alien battlefield? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, pressing further. Since when has there been an alien battlefield on the moon? The alien battlefield is a virtual reality game, Xiao Jin explained. During your 2-month training, I developed a system designed to enhance the comprehensive physical attributes of the moon's defenders. This type of game has become quite popular on the moon. Hearing this, a smile spread across Su Cheng's face. It seems you have managed to maintain order on the moon in my absence. Although the alien battlefield is merely a game, it interfaces with the neural network, allowing one's consciousness to autonomously enter the battlefield, indistinguishable from actual engagement. This mechanism not only enhances the combat capabilities of the moon's defenders, but also trains their reflexes, courage, and even boosts their physical attributes. Xiaojin, provide a detailed introduction to the alien battlefield, Su Cheng requested. Certainly, Master, Xiaojin replied. The alien battlefield simulates various combat scenarios, environments, and extraterrestrial species within the universe. Whether it be the battlefield environment or alien life forms, the parameters, data, and realism are perfectly aligned. This allows humanity to rapidly adapt to and familiarize themselves with the diverse alien species and the cosmic environment. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The extraterrestrial battlefield game is remarkably more vivid than the virtual reality games found within spacecraft, as it is capable of faithfully replicating the vast cosmic environment and alien life forms. This serves as a foundational preparation for these guardians as they engage in interstellar warfare. Su Cheng inquired, Xiaojin, does the alien battlefield simulate the levels and strengths of the life forms with complete accuracy? Xiaojin replied, the strength, life form levels, and behaviors of level 5 and below life forms are indeed replicated with absolute fidelity. However, the data for level 6 life forms is exceedingly complex, and our current technological capabilities do not allow for a complete simulation. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. The alien battlefield is intriguing. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test my own strength. It appears that a visit to this alien battlefield is essential. Chapter 79, the We-35 Star System, LT, One Planet Continent. Su Cheng swiftly returned to the palace. Xiaojin, allow me to enter the alien battlefield, he commanded. Understood, Master. Please, relax your mind, Xiaojin replied. Reclining on the chair, Su Cheng gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness soon plunged into a battlefield shrouded in smoke and ruin. The vast expanse of land was engulfed in flames, with billowing smoke rising into the sky. In the distant horizon, one could discern massive, grayish-white planets. Those were the dead stars. As Su Cheng lifted his foot, a faint rustling sound emanated from beneath him, as if something was swiftly traversing the ground. He looked down to see a creature moving rapidly beneath the surface, circling him at a distance of several dozen meters, seemingly searching for an opportunity to launch an ambush. A viscous, dark green liquid clung to the ground beneath his feet, exuding a foul stench. Nearby lay 3 corpses of dark green alien beings, their forms reminiscent of humans, but no larger than that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Their small, pointed heads resembled barbed spears. These 3 extraterrestrial beings were clad in white uniforms, and in their webbed hands, they clutched peculiar, diminutive firearms. Upon sighting these alien entities, a brief description of them materialized before Su Cheng. Demikian, Invader. Lifeform level, 2. Previous battlefield, We-35 Star System, LT, One Planet Continent. To discover they were classified as 2. 2 lifeforms raised Su Cheng's eyebrows in surprise. These 3 Demikians, armed as they were, had met their demise here, suggesting that the biological life forms inhabiting this planet must possess a level of strength surpassing that of the Demikians. Suddenly, the ground shifted, and from a distance of several dozen meters behind Su Cheng, a pitch-black creature erupted from the earth, its massive form casting a shadow over the land. Noticing this, Su Cheng's nerves tensed, and instinctively he retreated. Boom! At the moment of his retreat, a deep pit several dozen meters deep was formed where he had just stood. A colossal creature now loomed before him, raising its robust, horned head as it emitted a low, resonant growl, roar. This creature was immense. Comparable in size to a small house, its entire body enveloped in a layer of black scales. Under the faint illumination, these scales glimmered ominously. Its formidable head resembled that of a serrated dragon, featuring a shiny black horn, while its sturdy limbs were reminiscent of an elephant's legs, equipped with chilling claws. A tail, extending several dozen meters, swayed menacingly behind it. The creature before him exhibited a distinctly lizard-like form. Its singular horn was smeared with a viscous, pale green substance, unmistakably the remnants of the 3 recently slain Demikians. Upon the side of this being, a new annotation unfurled on Su Cheng's information panel: black-armored Quillen, an indigenous extraterrestrial organism. Lifeform classification: low-level intelligent organism, possessing a physical strength rating of 2. 4. Biological attributes, black armor defense rating of 2. 4. Claw hardness capable of effortlessly piercing the flesh of 2. For level lifeforms. How extraordinary. Su Cheng's brow furrowed upon reading the introduction of this creature. Despite being a mere low-level intelligent being, its resilience and offensive capabilities surpassed those of many lifeforms rated at 2. 4. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a bull, the Quillen fixed its crimson gaze upon Su Cheng, its claws scraping against the ground in anticipation. This was unequivocally a beastly extraterrestrial entity. The earlier descriptions of the Demikians as invaders suggested that they had detected an absence of advanced intelligent life on this planet, prompting their attempt to conquer and invade. Little did they realize that the physical strength of this low-level intelligent being far exceeded their own. Suddenly, as these thoughts raced through Su Cheng's mind, the Quillen charged toward him with reckless abandon. Its gleaming black horn surged forward, seemingly unstoppable and poised to obliterate any obstacle in its path. Seeing this, Su Cheng's pupils contracted slightly. He bent his legs, executing a powerful leap that propelled him several meters into the air. Prepare to meet your end. As he descended, Su Cheng thrust his right foot downward, aiming directly at the Quillen below. At that moment, he channeled all his strength into his foot. With a resounding crash, his foot struck the Quillen's massive body, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down, shattering its robust spine. The creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Is that all? Su Cheng leaped off the Quillen's body, feeling no sense of challenge from this native organism. He had effortlessly overpowered it using merely his physical prowess. The notion of thick skin and tough flesh was but a hollow boast. Yet, just as Su Cheng brushed off his hands and prepared to explore the battlefield further, he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. The tremors escalated in frequency and intensity. Behind him, a booming sound echoed, reminiscent of the earth being trampled. Suddenly recalling something, Su Cheng turned swiftly. Before him, a vast herd of beasts surged forth from the horizon, having arrived without his notice. The beasts before him were entirely cloaked in ebony, stretching endlessly across the landscape like a vast, dark sea, reminiscent of a herd of black cattle galloping across the prairie. Astonished, Su Cheng uttered a curse and, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled with all his might. For as he beheld that immense throng of shadowy creatures, his information panel was incessantly refreshing. Oxen, native biological entity of the original planetary continent, a lower-tier intelligent life form, with resilience comparable to a level 2. 5 life form. Dragon Rhino, native biological entity of the original planetary continent, a lower-tier intelligent life form, with resilience comparable to a level 2. For life form. Black Iron Beast, native biological entity of the original planetary continent, a lower-tier intelligent life form, with resilience comparable to a level 2. 5 life form. The data continued to update relentlessly. 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000. If there were only 1 or 2 or even a dozen of these creatures, Su Cheng believed he could take a chance. However, the mass behind him was a formidable horde of several tens of thousands. To confront them without the form of a level 3 life form would mean certain doom, leaving him trampled and unrecognizable even to his own mother. Chapter 80. 3 months of struggle. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, casting a shadow over a 50-mile radius, enveloped in the tide of beasts. Little Jean. Is it not possible to withdraw from the battlefield? Su Cheng sprinted furiously, glancing back intermittently. Each time he noticed that the distance between himself and the indigenous creatures was not only not increasing but was, in fact, diminishing. Despair welled up within him. Deep down, he still perceived himself as a mere underdog, unable to completely alter his mindset. Little Jean. Consciousness has entered an alien battlefield and cannot exit autonomously. Su Cheng. Cannot exit at will? Does that imply that I must either perish or grow infinitely stronger? Su Cheng felt the prospect of becoming immensely powerful was exceedingly slim. The only likely outcome seemed to be his demise. I must be the most unfortunate too. 6-level life form to perish, he lamented, his feet propelling him forward with the speed of the wind, while he expressed his frustration. Little Jean, not quite. According to records, the most unfortunate too. 6-level life form was crushed to death by the excrement of 100 million cosmic beasts. Su Cheng. Little Jean. It is advisable for the master to utilize the alien battlefield to hone combat skills and simultaneously cultivate a resilient mindset. Damn it, Little Jean. What do you mean? As he continued to run, Su Cheng quickly contemplated his next move. Upon hearing Little Jin's words, he felt an urge to explode with indignation. Here I am, being looked down upon by my own system. Little Jean. Although the master has successfully completed the lunar transformation and colonization plan, deep down, he still considers himself a mere underdog on Earth. This lack of confidence and mindset is detrimental to managing unforeseen circumstances and may even jeopardize his life. Furthermore, the master lacks the requisite combat skills. Su-chung, am I not your host? Are you really going to stand by and watch me die if I am in danger? Little Jean, yes. Su-chung. In that moment, Su-chung felt a profound blow to his self-esteem. Sensing his psychological turmoil, Little Jean continued, though I am a product of a 6th-level divine civilization with formidable capabilities. Unique in the entire universe, I ultimately serve merely as an assistant to you. To become powerful, to command the cosmic rivers and stand atop the universe, you must rely on your own strength. At this juncture, Su-chung fell silent. It was not that he was unwilling to argue with Little Jean. Rather, the throngs of native ferocious beasts were already upon him. Diverting his attention now would certainly lead to an excruciating experience. Moreover, Su-chung understood that engaging in disputes with Little Jean would be futile. Perhaps the system truly did not regard him as its host, despite its power. It remained an external entity. At this moment, Su-chung seemed to awaken a latent power within him, and with a wild sprint, he let out a fierce roar towards the heavens. Within the locus of his energy field, a nascent, multicolored orb trembled violently and began to spin. A faint, ethereal mist emanated from within the orb, weaving delicate tendrils that illuminated Su-chung's entire energy field. Within this field, starlight flickered and sparkled, resembling a vast cosmic expanse. Boom! As Su-chung exerted force beneath him, he felt enveloped by an inexplicable energy coursing through his entire being. Above his body, pale blue points of light shimmered, visible to the naked eye. This was the true manifestation of a level 2. 6 life form. Die. Su-chung's body executed a sudden halt. He crouched slightly, placing his left hand on the ground, and spun in place. Then, with a sweeping kick, he unleashed his power. Rumbling. The extent of Su-chung's strength was beyond his comprehension. All he knew was that with this sweeping kick, a creature before him, robust as a small house, was sent flying. The indigenous beings that followed behind were also knocked down en masse. Wow, so strong. Su-chung was taken aback by his own might. Yet before he could revel in his newfound power, he was besieged by a horde of indigenous creatures. Bang! A creature resembling an ankylosaurus charged with its dark, steel-like head straight into Su-chung's chest. Gulp! A sweet taste filled Su-chung's throat as he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Though this ankylosaurus-like creature was merely a level 2. 5 life form, its collision sent him hurtling backward. Crack! Before Su-chung could react, his left arm was seized in the gaping maw of another indigenous creature, its sharp teeth slicing through flesh, rendering his entire left arm a mere phantom. Blood poured from the wound, a gruesome sight. Intense pain surged through him, stimulating the pain receptors in his brain, compelling him to cry out in agony. Damn it! Su-chung bellowed, swinging his right fist wildly at the swarm of indigenous beings before him. As the fury coursed through his veins, the power within him surged chaotically. With a sudden punch, the creature before him exploded upon impact. Upon closer inspection, he found his right hand enveloped in a constellation of luminous sparks. Kill. Su-chung's heart soared with exhilaration as he seemed to grasp some profound truth. He began to rotate his right fist, striking repeatedly. Under his relentless assault, no indigenous creature could withstand. They shattered into clouds of blood. Roar! The indigenous beings howled and bellowed, seemingly undeterred by the death of their companions, as if their losses only spurred them to fight with greater ferocity. Su-chung found himself ensnared amidst a throng of indigenous creatures, utterly unable to break free. Countless of these beings had succumbed beneath the might of his right fist, yet the surrounding mass of them remained an ominous sea of darkness. In fact, the number of indigenous entities in his vicinity only seemed to multiply. An hour passed, then 2. A day, 2 days. Su-chung lost himself in the savage dance of battle, the tally of vanquished foes rising into the thousands. For a full 3 months, he was besieged in this place. At last, a horned indigenous creature pierced his chest, and he, utterly fatigued, gazed at the beast before him. In his eyes, there was little indication of pain. Rather, an expression of relief emerged. He whispered softly, "I shall return." In that moment, his body transformed into a gentle shimmer of light, ultimately vanishing from this realm. Chapter 81. The top 100 rankings. In the next instant, Su-chung's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Abruptly, he stood up from his chair with a swift motion. A thunderous force surged within him, emanating a terrifying aura that was both bloody and overwhelming, capable of shaking one's very soul. At that moment, Su Cheng's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Furrowing his brow slightly, he spoke with a grave tone. "Xiaojin, how much time has elapsed?" "Master, 3 hours have passed." Xiaojin replied. "Only 3 hours?" Su Cheng was taken aback by this revelation, as he distinctly remembered spending a grueling 3 months on the alien battlefield, engaged in relentless combat without rest. It was this prolonged period of intense warfare that had radically altered his psyche and presence, as if he were an entirely different individual. "Indeed, Master," Xiaojin confirmed. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Cheng deduced that the discrepancy in time was due to the deliberately altered flow of time set by Xiaojin. He exited the palace and entered a mech, setting a course for outer space beyond the moon. Upon reaching the lunar expanse, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. Before him lay the moon, now magnified several times, surrounded by an abyss of darkness, an eternal void of silence and obscurity. This was the true essence of the cosmic expanse. Surveying the starry heavens, Su Cheng noted the infinite uniformity of the cosmos, with no end in sight. Occasionally, a distant star would flicker and then swiftly vanish from view. "Xiaojin, pinpoint our current location," he commanded. "Master, the current coordinates of our lunar voyage are WR 8756, Fe 555 A31, TFL 364. The navigation star map has been uploaded to your information panel." Acknowledging this, Su Cheng opened the information panel that materialized before him. It revealed a star map adorned with countless twinkling constellations, alongside a green line indicating their route. Within this trajectory, a pale yellow dot advanced slowly, having traversed approximately 1/7 to 1/8 of the total distance. The star map also displayed their current star domain, the Mixed Horse star domain. Scattered across the map were several red markers, each signifying a danger level categorized as extremely difficult. Notably, the accompanying notation read, "Extremely difficult," indicating an insurmountable challenge for the moon and humanity, with a victory probability of merely 0.008. Upon inspecting the current route, Su Cheng noted the presence of 3 red danger markers within the star domain. His brow furrowed involuntarily at this revelation. Barely having set out, he was already confronted with formidable adversities, 2 of which were alarmingly close to their intended path. "Su Cheng, Xiaojin, please mark the specific information regarding the 3 dangerous markers located within the current chaotic star domain." Xiaojin, "Understood, Master." The information pertaining to the 3 regions has been compiled and transmitted. Su Cheng opened the information panel and immediately beheld the detailed descriptions of the 3 markers. The first, Star Abyss, formed due to the instability and subsequent collapse of the cosmic expanse. The surrounding spatial force fields are in disarray, with black holes scattered throughout, their gravitational pull encompassing a radius of 20,000 light-years. Within this 20,000 light-year zone lies a vacuum devoid of any matter. The Star Abyss possesses the capacity to consume entities with a life form level below 5. Upon reading this description, Su Cheng felt an involuntary shudder as his brow furrowed. They were now less than a light-year away from the Star Abyss. He had no time to examine the remaining 2 forbidden zones and swiftly entered the lunar surface. This information must be conveyed to the inhabitants of the moon, ensuring they are prepared to take necessary precautions. Although the planned route is deemed safe, Su Cheng harbored concerns regarding unforeseen circumstances, given the vast reach of the Star Abyss's gravitational force. Their total travel diameter was merely 180,000 light-years, with the Star Abyss encompassing 1/9 of that distance. A moment's negligence could render the moon lost amidst the boundless cosmic sea, truly transforming it into a wandering celestial body. As Su Cheng hovered above the moon, unbeknownst to him, the majority of its inhabitants were engulfed in a state of shock. The virtual reality game, Alien Battlefield, had gained immense popularity across the entire moon. Within this game, there existed a leaderboard that ranked the top 100 players. Previously, the leading player had amassed a score of 200 exchange points, with a kill count of 100. However, following Su Cheng's emergence, the throne of the leaderboard shifted. The former champion, known as Hong, was now relegated to 2nd place, while Su Cheng's name proudly adorned the top spot. Su Cheng, Alien Battlefield exchange points, 800,000. Kill count, 7,523. Incredible! The leaderboard had undergone a transformation, with Su Cheng claiming the coveted 1st position. Hong had tirelessly battled for over 2 months, accumulating more than a decade's worth of game time, only to relinquish his title so effortlessly. Truly, Su Cheng is remarkable. I had closely monitored the leaderboard changes and conducted targeted research on the top 100 players. Just 3 hours ago, Su Cheng's name was absent from that list. Are you saying that the Master God ascended to the top rank in merely 3 hours? Indeed, there is no doubt about it. I possess real-time dynamic data charts as evidence. The game Alien Battlefield features a dedicated data forum where individuals engage in the exchange of insights and discussions regarding their experiences on the battlefield. At this moment, the forum is ablaze with excitement due to Su Cheng's recent ascent in the rankings. Truly, Su is worthy of being regarded as the moon god. I can only gaze in admiration at his back. Those who do not make it into the top 100 lack even the qualification to look up to Su Cheng. I am eager to understand what has contributed to Su Cheng's extraordinary strength. In Alien Battlefield, 1's physical attributes are simulated in real time. The state of 1's body in reality reflects the same within the game. Indeed, the extraterrestrial beings encountered are bizarre and varied, and their weaponry is equally diverse. Moreover, the majority of these life forms possess levels that surpass our current capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate an alien creature, often requiring the combined effort of dozens, if not hundreds, to achieve a successful hunt. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, the impact of his performance within Alien Battlefield has created significant ripples. His focus at this moment is entirely consumed by the Star Abyss. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, activate the Global Virtual Imaging Projection. Chapter 82, Supernova Mecha. The Global Virtual Projection is now ready. As the voice of Xiaojin resonated, the image of Su Cheng appeared in every corner above the lunar surface. Citizens of the moon, greetings, I am Su Cheng. After a brief pause, Su Cheng continued. I am gratified to see the monumental transformations humanity has undergone in merely 2 months. If this pace persists, our civilization may very well ascend to a Type 3 civilization within 2 years. Upon the emergence of Su Cheng's image, the inhabitants of the moon erupted with excitement. Su God, where are you? I've even given birth to monkeys for others. Sob Lord God. Lord God. Su God is magnificent. Having swiftly ascended to the top of the Alien Battlefield rankings within just a few hours. Every time Lord God appears, he brings us unexpected delights. What surprises will he unveil this time? For the past 2 months, Su God had been absent. And even the 2 beautiful women accompanying Su Cheng had not made many appearances. Do you think Su God is secretly creating offspring? That makes sense. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Su Cheng's voice resonated again across the lunar expanse. We are currently en route to our target planet, however. This journey is fraught with peril. We are about to face our first challenge. Star Abyss, a chasm akin to a cosmic superblack hole. Its reach extending over 20,000 light-years. Regrettably, our lunar trajectory falls within this abyss's domain. Although we are situated only at the periphery, we must remain vigilant. As his words settled, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the lunar populace. Star Abyss? What kind of place is that? I don't know. But it is undoubtedly a perilous location. Even Lord God regards it with such gravity. We must take precautionary measures. I wonder how Su God will respond this time? A chasm akin to a cosmic superblack hole, spanning 20,000 light-years. Goodness, 20,000 light-years. That surpasses the range of an entire stellar system. Meanwhile, within the Tower of Babel, Zhou Yuhang and a group of individuals were diligently at work when the main screen suddenly shifted to display Su Cheng. What? A super black hole with a reach of 20,000 light-years? How far are we from this star abyss? How long until we enter its domain? If we alter our course now, can we evade it? With Earth recently devastated, must the moon also face annihilation? Unlike the lunar citizens, this group of scientists comprehended the gravity of Su Cheng's words with profound clarity. Given the moon's current mass and humanity's technological capabilities, resisting the gravitational pull of a black hole is utterly beyond our means, let alone contending with a chasm that rivals a super black hole. Thus far, the most massive black hole they have detected spans merely several dozen light-years. Amidst the rising concern among the crowd, Su Cheng once again spoke. We are merely half a month away from our destination, the star abyss. Therefore, we must fortify the lunar base within this time frame. Concurrently, I have constructed a batch of supernova energy mechas. I will require a contingent of guardian warriors to accompany me in deploying the supernova mechas to bombard the star abyss region, thereby nullifying its voracious pull on the moon. Anyone eager to become a supernova warrior is invited to assemble before the royal palace for registration. I shall provide targeted training and enhancements for this group of warriors. Upon concluding his address, Su Cheng promptly deactivated the interstellar virtual projection and descended before his palace, summoning a cadre of robots to facilitate registration and assessment. Supernova warriors. Just hearing the name instills a sense of awe. These supernova mechas must embody an exceptionally advanced level of technology. I must register. I must join. Let us go together. With the divine Su Cheng personally conducting specialized training, the benefits will be immense. To abstain would be foolish. The populace on the moon buzzed with excitement, and a multitude chose to participate in the assessment, rivaling the fervor of an alien battlefield. Within the Tower of Babel, discussions ensued about the mechas capable of annihilating black hole energy. This technology is at least several civilization levels ahead of our current stage, encompassing multiple significant tiers. The supernova mechas, are they powered by supernova energy? If so, acquiring such technology would elevate our capabilities to unprecedented heights. A group of scientists convened, exchanging thoughts on Su Cheng's recent pronouncements. At that moment, a scientist nearing 50 spoke up. Shall we not also give it a try? Perhaps we could secure a place among the divine warriors? Charles, spare us your folly. The divine one seeks robust and thoroughly enhanced guardians. What purpose would your frail presence serve? Retorted a brawny African man, adjusting his glasses while casting a bemused glance at the elderly scientist. Did not the divine one state that participation would entail targeted training and physical enhancements? I believe he possesses an immensely potent gene-altering serum. If I were to obtain it, I would feel rejuvenated, the elderly scientist countered. Enough of this. Let us focus on our own endeavors. I am confident that when the lunar base requires reinforcement, the divine one will call upon us. Shortly after Su Cheng returned to the palace, a substantial crowd gathered before it, with a lengthy line forming behind. Everyone formed a line to register, and subsequently, each individual was to assess their physical data. The selection criteria for this batch of warrior guards demanded exceptional physical strength and adaptability. Su Cheng stepped forward and addressed the crowd waiting to register. Each of you, proceed to the designated robotics station for registration and assessment. We will select up to 5,000 candidates. After delivering this announcement, Su Cheng returned to the palace and initiated communication with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, exchange for 5,000 supernova mechs. Xiao Jin replied, the supernova mechs have been exchanged, totaling 5,000, deducting 5 billion exchange points. Su Cheng continued, exchange for advanced gene optimization serums and advanced body enhancement serums. 5,000 of each. Xiao Jin confirmed. The advanced gene serums and advanced body enhancement serums have been successfully exchanged. 1 billion exchange points have been deducted. Chapter 83. The first generation of Mecha Warriors. Nova Warriors. The Nova Energy Mecha is equipped with a central energy reserve core, constructed from the essence of supernova energy. This mecha's primary weapon possesses the formidable capability to effortlessly annihilate interstellar warships of civilizations up to level 3. Advanced Gene Optimization Serum. This serum modifies the biological gene chain, achieving an upgrade in the essence of life itself, enhancing the life form by 0.1 levels upon consumption. Advanced Physical Enhancement Serum. Upon use, this serum elevates the physical body to correspondingly increase by 0.1 levels of life form. This time, Su Cheng has prepared 5,000 Nova Energy Mechas. Yet the number of participants vying for assessment has surged to several 100,000. Were it not for the recent development of anti-gravity technology by humanity, the queue on the ground would have extended for miles. However, the greater the turnout, the more delighted Su Cheng becomes. This not only allows for the selection of the best among the elite, but also signifies that his reputation among the people of the moon has reached astonishing heights. Su Cheng dedicated an entire day to meticulously sift through and select the most optimal candidates for the role of Nova Warriors. With the precise division of labor among the robotic systems, the registration and assessment process proceeded with remarkable swiftness. By the end of the day, he compiled a list of over 20,000 qualified personnel. From this pool, he would ultimately select 5,000 elite guardians. To his surprise, while reviewing the list, he discovered that both Qin Yu and Qin Shui were included among the candidates. When had these two women become guardians? Su Cheng was taken aback. He had not imposed any coercive demands upon them, nor had he required them to choose between the identities of guardian and scholar. It could be said that he had granted them an unspoken privilege. Unexpectedly, during his absence, these two women had proactively chosen to become guardians. Reflecting on their recent endeavors on alien battlefields to hone their skills, Su Cheng felt a sense of relief. There was no need for further speculation. These women must have felt that they were holding themselves back and sought to bridge the gap between their abilities and his. at least striving not to let their disparity in strength become too pronounced. Gazing at the physical attribute data, he noted an evaluation grade of A. A faint smile crept across Su Cheng's lips. An A rating is indeed a remarkable accolade. Among the 20,000 guardians, only one individual surpassed the two women, achieving an S grade in physical data evaluation. Su Cheng retrieved the identity of this S grade individual. A figure with Western features materialized before him, accompanied by the name Max. So it is this fellow. Upon seeing the name Max alongside the visage before him, Su Cheng's brow arched slightly. This was the very guardian he had encountered shortly after his departure from the palace, the one piloting the hover motorcycle. Oh, it would indeed be fitting to appoint Max as the captain to oversee these 5,000 supernova warriors. However, I am left wondering about the young man's leadership capabilities. Su Cheng perused the roster, his mind racing with thoughts. The selection process continued, and Su Cheng delegated the task to a robot, returning to the palace. Before long, 2 slender women clad in battle armor entered the room. "Darling, brother-in-law," the 2 women exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Cheng, hastening towards him. "You have been absent for 2 months. It is wonderful to finally see you," Chen Yu remarked, a knowing smile gracing her enchanting cheeks. "During your absence, my sister and I have not been idle. We are now both advanced guardian warriors," Chen Shui chimed in. Excitement and pride evident in her expression as she explained enthusiastically to Su Cheng. "It appears that both of you have made significant progress. Well done." Su Cheng acknowledged with a slight nod, expressing his approval. "I reviewed the top 100 rankings from the alien battlefield, and one of you is placed in the top 50 while the other is in the top 100. Clearly, you have not squandered your time for self-improvement during my absence." "Hee, thank you for the compliment, brother-in-law," Chen Shui replied playfully, winking at her sister. "Since my brother-in-law has finally returned, I shall not interrupt your affectionate reunion. I will take my leave." With that, Chen Shui turned and exited the palace. Chen Yu's cheeks flushed slightly at her sister's words. Standing before Su Cheng, her lips lightly pursed and her figure gracefully alluring, she appeared exquisitely radiant. Yet, internally, she felt a wave of nervousness and apprehension. It had been 2 months since she last saw Su Cheng, and she was uncertain of his current circumstances or endeavors. Her understanding of him was more about his physical presence than his character. "Yuer, it is rare for Shuer to be so considerate. Let us seize this moment," Su Cheng said, observing the bashful beauty before him, a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his lips. He stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Chen Yu into his arms as he strode deeper into the palace. Chen Yu wrapped her arms around his neck, breathing softly, and whispered in his ear, "Darling, I wish to bear a child for you." The following morning, as Su Cheng exited the palace, he was met by the sight of 5,000 guardian warriors standing in formation before the palace. Among them were Max, Chen Yu, Chen Shui, and several others, all positioned in the front row. The physical attribute evaluations of this select group showed that, aside from Max's S-level rating, the others were all A. The remaining warriors stood according to their varying physical attribute ratings, with the lowest being A. The physical attributes of the A-class guardian warriors can be described, without exaggeration, as being on par with the divine warriors of Earth. This means that among these 5,000 guardian warriors, each one embodies the caliber of a divine being, alongside those of the super divine level. Upon witnessing Su Cheng emerge from the palace, these 5,000 guardian warriors clenched their right fists tightly against their chests and proclaimed in unison, "Loyal to humanity, loyal to the supreme deity." Observing this display, a subtle smile graced Su Cheng's face. Ascending the platform, he addressed the 5,000 warriors before him, declaring with a resonant voice, "You shall be my first battalion, the inaugural generation of mech warriors for our humanity, the Nova Warriors." Chapter 84, Crimson Flame and Thunder. This time, we must pilot these 5,000 mechs to safeguard our humanity and protect our lunar abode. The moon is our current sanctuary, and we cannot allow any external forces to jeopardize it. Su Cheng gazed at the 5,000 formidable warriors before him, devoid of flamboyant rhetoric or impassioned speeches. Instead, he exuded a serene yet formidable confidence. "Loyal to humanity, loyal to the supreme deity. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the supreme deity." From below the platform, the 5,000 raised their arms in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, echoing through the heavens. These were no ordinary warriors, but the embodiment of divine strength and exceptional prowess. "From this moment onward, for the next half-month, you shall remain in this palace area, where I will conduct targeted enhancement training for you." With a grand gesture, Su Cheng distributed advanced body enhancement potions and continued, before you lie gene optimization and body enhancement potions, the latter of which surpasses the efficacy of those developed in research facilities. Upon usage, your life essence and physical form will elevate by 0.1 levels, truly transforming you into 2.1 grade life forms. Upon hearing his words, the 5,000 in front of the palace exchanged glances, their expressions marked by curiosity. 2.1 grade life form. What does that even mean? I am uncertain, but it sounds remarkably impressive. I believe I have heard the Supreme Deity mention it once or twice. Yet the specifics remain elusive. Regardless of the nature of this transformation, we trust in the Supreme Deity. It must undoubtedly be a valuable boon. Of course, body enhancement potions are undoubtedly beneficial. Observing the murmurs and doubts rippling through the crowd, Su Cheng raised his hand slightly, signaling for silence. Instantly, the crowd hushed, and the atmosphere grew still. You are the inaugural cohort of mech warriors. In the future, there will be second generation, third generation, fourth generation, and so forth. Thus, I expect you to set a commendable example, to embody exemplary conduct. Within my ranks, I do not wish to witness any disorderly behavior or whispered conversations without command. Su Cheng paused briefly before returning to the topic at hand, stating, in the cosmos, biological life forms are primarily classified into 6 tiers, from level 1 to level 6. Each tier represents a different dimensional existence, rarely intersecting with the previous one. Just as humanity, classified as a level 2 life form, stands in stark contrast to single-celled level 1 life forms. I will share one crucial piece of information. Attaining level 3 status will grant you a lifespan of at least several billion years. The typical level 3 life forms enjoy lifespans spanning billions, with a select few reaching tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of years. Thus, I implore everyone to strive diligently in completing the task at hand. Upon the successful fulfillment of this endeavor, I shall bestow upon you rewards of this nature. Upon hearing his words, the 5,000 warriors below were struck with astonishment and awe. Nevertheless, they remained silent, refraining from further whispers, as it appeared that Su Cheng's previous remarks had effectively served as a cautionary note. In contrast, the multitude of citizens on the moon exhibited no restraint. For Su Cheng's holographic projection transmitted real-time data. They heard every word he uttered with crystal clarity. My heavens! A tertiary life form possesses a lifespan of billions of years. This is extraordinary. A celestial being, perhaps? How terrifying. Celestial beings? Huh. Even they do not boast such an extended lifespan. Save perhaps for the progenitor of a path. What level of life form do you believe Su Cheng to be? I reckon that given the overwhelming prowess of the Master Deity, he must surely be a level 4 or 5 life form. My dear comrade above, refrain from speaking. According to what Su Cheng has articulated, the disparities between each level of life form are immeasurable. They cannot simply be quantified by mere numbers. The essence of life undergoes a profound transformation and alteration. If a tertiary life form already possesses a lifespan of billions of years, what can be said of the 4th and 5th levels? Within the Tower of Babel, a group of scientists, upon hearing Su Cheng's remarks regarding the classification of life forms, were equally astounded. The leap from one level of life form to another results in a lifespan that increases by hundreds of millions, even billions of times. Such a phenomenon defies rational comprehension. They found their minds assailed by this revelation, their worldviews irrevocably shattered, devoted to the study of natural and even supernatural technologies. With Su Cheng's technological assistance, humanity has ascended to a level 2 civilization. The average human lifespan has also increased by 50 years, with one individual experiencing an astonishing extension of 400 years. Initially, the crowd believed this to be a remarkable breakthrough worthy of celebration and admiration from Su Cheng. However, in light of his assertions regarding lifespans extending into billions of years, these accomplishments seemed trivial by comparison. Su Cheng's focus returned to the 5,000 Sentinel warriors before him. At this moment, 5,000 sets of supernova armor had been distributed to each individual, the dazzling white exoskeleton presenting an exquisite visual impact with its streamlined design and smooth, resilient texture. A series of wings adorned the back, and at the chest, a pale blue energy core pulsed with power. This was the supernova battle armor, Crimson Flame Thunder. Now, you may experience the capabilities of the Crimson Flame Thunder armor. Su Cheng smiled softly and said, you can truly feel the might of this exoskeleton. Before the 5,000 warriors lay 5,000 sets of silver-white armor, while before Su Cheng stood an equally striking set of crimson armor. With a wave of his hand, Su Cheng summoned 5,000 warriors to enter the colossal mech, ultimately stepping into the crimson armor himself. Once inside the mech's formidable frame, Su Cheng immediately heard a mechanical voice resonate. Supernova Armor Program 1 initiating. Main gene data link connecting. Main gene data link successfully locked. Subject consciousness integration underway. Subject consciousness integration successful. Consciousness now capable of piloting the mech. Core energy reserves activated. Boom. A fleeting thought flashed through Su Cheng's mind, and the scarlet mech soared towards the lunar expanse. Behind him, 5,000 white mechs followed closely, heralding the official emergence of 5,001 ultramodern high-tech Generation 1 mech warriors. Chapter 85. A preliminary test now. Everyone, heed my command and concentrate our fire upon a specific region. Su Cheng, accompanied by 5,000 stellar warriors, gradually ascended to the lunar expanse. Under the watchful gaze of the lunar populace, 5,000 blinding beams of white divine light surged forth, ultimately converging into a singular entity. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, resembling a colossal pillar stretching towards the heavens, illuminating this segment of the cosmos instantaneously. The brilliance of its luminescence surpassed even that of standing in close proximity to the sun by several magnitudes. Quickly, assess the energy levels within the Tower of Babel. An individual, upon witnessing the spectacle, urgently shouted, "Beep, beep, beep." The sounds of measuring instruments resonated, and soon a reading materialized upon the grand screen. Target detected, white beam of light. Energy data, 9999999. Warning, current energy levels exceed computational capacity. Warning, current energy levels exceed computational capacity. Beep, beep, beep. Bang. On the holographic display, the readings pertaining to the gathered energy beam continued to escalate, ultimately triggering a severe alarm from the measuring apparatus, which subsequently exploded with a resounding bang, in response to the alerts emitted by the detection instruments. The group of scientists remained unfazed, their gazes fixated in astonishment upon the grand screen. A lengthy series of nines enveloped the display, occupying the entirety of the screen. Su Cheng, alongside the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, the stellar warriors, conducted a brief assessment of the power output, observing the energy beam that illuminated the cosmic expanse. Su Cheng could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The absence of any reference points in the universe rendered the perception of the weapons might exceedingly low. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, check if there are any dead stars in our vicinity. Xiaojin, within a radius of 50,000 light-years, no dead stars are present. Su Cheng, what about in the alien battlefield? Su Cheng recalled having encountered several grayish-white dead stars in the battlefield region during his virtual game venture. Xiaojin, there are some. Su Cheng, can we input the data of this stellar mech into the game? Xiaojin, yes, master. I am currently writing the stellar mech data, and the data has been successfully entered. The battlefield has been converted. You may lead the 5,000 warriors into the game battlefield at any time to test the weapon's power. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, arrange for us to enter the alien battlefield. Xiaojin, adept at discerning his thoughts, responded accordingly. Xiaojin, collective consciousness transmission in progress. Battlefield designated successfully. Current battlefield, extraterrestrial battlefield of the Dragon Rising continent. Swish. No sooner had Su Cheng's words been uttered than the scenery before him and the 5,000 warriors behind him transformed instantaneously. We have now entered the alien battlefield in consciousness. This region represents the extraterrestrial battlefield of the Dragon Rising continent. Now, let us practice and endeavor to explore further. As everyone gazed upon the aforementioned dead star, I commanded, concentrate our firepower and launch an assault on the foremost dead star. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Boom. The words echoed, and once again, a brilliant white divine rainbow illuminated the cosmic expanse, weaving through the battlefield beyond the stars. The radiant light, astonishing in its intensity, surged downward, striking the dead star ahead with cataclysmic force. This dead star, once a medium mass planet in its prime, was obliterated under the impact of such a formidable white light, leaving not even a trace of dust in its wake. The energy of the divine rainbow continued unabated, penetrating further into the cosmic void. Bang, bang, bang. Any dead star that encountered the white divine light was annihilated, consumed by the energy and reduced to nothingness. Ultimately, after destroying 18 planets, the energy finally dissipated, extending over a staggering distance of 50 light-years. My word, such terrifying power. To obliterate 18 planets in an instant. Could this truly be the might of the supernova battle armor? The 5,000 warriors experienced a wave of shock, profoundly affected by the overwhelming strength of their armor. Quite impressive. Su Cheng nodded slightly. Then, alongside the 5,000 warriors, he leaped towards the dragon rising continent. This continent appeared to be a realm of martial cultivation, providing the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of his battle armor. Su Cheng was eager to discover whether he and his first-generation mech warriors could dominate this land. Time in the alien battlefield. A day had passed, and Su Cheng established a formidable modern technological sect named Tiandao on the Dragon Rising continent. Within 3 days, Tiandao conquered the top 10 human cities, claiming the southwestern edge of the continent and establishing dominance, rivaling the status of sacred sections. In 5 days, Tiandao had seized the entire southwestern region of the continent. 10 days later, Tiandao eradicated the 10 sacred places. Within 15 days, various factions of the Dragon Rising continent united in an attempt to eliminate Tiandao, only to be countered and vanquished. By 20 days, half of the Dragon Rising continent was absorbed into the influence of Tiandao. In 30 days, Tiandao reigned supreme over the Dragon Rising continent. After experiencing the exotic charm of this martial world, Su Cheng led his 5,000 warriors out of the alien battlefield. In the next instant, their consciousness returned to their original bodies. Although a month had elapsed in the alien battlefield, only an hour had passed in their real world. In that brief hour, the 5,000 warriors savored the exhilarating sensation of unifying a continent. Upon returning to the moon, they were filled with immense excitement. My goodness, we, merely 5,000 strong, have unified an entire continent. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Thrilling. This sensation is akin to having been incessantly berated by unattractive women in the past, only to now find oneself suddenly confronting a group of stunning beauties who are rendered speechless. It is utterly exhilarating. Haha. I truly anticipate what divine plans Su will unveil next as he leads us to conquer yet another continent. Su returned to the palace square with 5,000 warriors, and he was quite pleased with the initial efficacy assessment of the mecha warriors. It is noteworthy that these 5,000 soldiers have yet to consume the advanced gene optimization and superior physical enhancement serums. Once they partake in these elixirs, their neural responsiveness will increase, their proficiency in piloting the mechas will improve, and they will be able to unleash even greater power from the mechs. Chapter 86. Reinforcing the base, Su Cheng ascended the high platform once more, and the 5,000 warriors gathered in the square, who had been animatedly conversing, fell into an immediate hush. As each individual gazed up at the man standing above, their eyes brimmed with adoration and fervor, their expressions ablaze with intensity, rivaling even the fervent gazes of the elderly sages atop the Tower of Babel. Witnessing the fervent enthusiasm in the crowd, a subtle smile crept upon Su Cheng's lips, evidently. The impact was quite remarkable. This was yet another cohort of staunch supporters, and soon enough, the rewards would surge exponentially. Su Cheng surveyed the 5,000 warriors below him, and as his gaze settled, he noted that each person stood tall and proud, presenting their most impeccable selves before him. Now, I shall announce 2 matters. The first is that in the forthcoming period, I will lead you to various battlefields on alien terrain to hone and synchronize our collaboration. We shall assess your reflexes and mastery over the matches. Therefore, prepare yourselves mentally. Although our time on the moon will be merely half a month, our experience on the alien battlefield may span several decades. The second matter is that I will select 1 captain and 2 vice captains from among you 5,000. In my absence, you shall take orders directly from your captain and vice captains. This position is not fixed. Anyone who believes they are capable may challenge the current captain and vice captains. If successful, they shall assume their positions. Furthermore, let me clarify the rules of the challenge. It will not occur in the real world, but will be determined by your rankings based on points accrued in the alien battlefield. The top 3 positions will designate the captain and vice captains. Su Chu was not inclined to waste time allowing open challenges in the external realm. Every moment counted for this group. The skills and physical attributes from the real world will be fully replicated in the alien battlefield, meaning that performance there will be indistinguishable from that in reality. Now, I shall announce the selections for captain and vice captains, based on your rankings in the alien battlefield. The first among you is Hong. Hong, you are now the captain. The second is Max, who will serve as vice captain. The third is Chi Yu, also a vice captain. With the list announced, take a brief respite and consume the 2 types of advanced potions. Afterward, we shall proceed to the next celestial battlefield in the alien realm. Upon concluding his remarks, Su Qing turned and departed from the high platform, subsequently coordinating with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, what is required for reinforcing the lunar base? Currently, to fortify the lunar base, we need geothermal energy and black hole barriers. Xiao Jin, the Earth's core energy, when utilized, can give birth to the heart of the moon's origin, thereby enhancing its weight-bearing capacity and mass, ultimately allowing the moon to evolve into a true planet. Xiao Jin, the black hole barrier, a technological type of shield, when deployed, envelopes the lunar surface, counteracting the gravitational pull of black holes. The black hole barrier must be developed by its owner. The system merely provides technical support, not an energy shield. Upon hearing this, Su Qing slightly nodded. Exchange for the Earth's core energy and black hole barrier technology. Xiao Jin, exchange successful. 10 billion exchange points have been deducted. The Earth's core energy has autonomously been allocated for your use, extending to the moon's core. The Earth's core energy requires a cooldown period of 3 days to take effect, after which it will radiate across the entirety of the moon. The black hole barrier technology has been autonomously deposited into your personal repository. Please utilize it at your discretion. Su Qing nodded and immediately initiated a communication with Zhou Yuhang, his image appearing on the large screen within the Tower of Babel. Old Zhou, I will transmit a set of barrier technology to you shortly. All of you must focus on researching this technology. We have only half a month within this time frame. You must thoroughly comprehend this technology and apply it to the moon. Remember, we have but half a month. If by then you have not succeeded in your research, humanity may truly face annihilation. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuhang and the others were instantly alarmed. The danger and timeline Su Qing spoke of echoed their encounter with the star abyss. It seemed this technology was indeed what Su Qing initially referred to for reinforcing the lunar base. Lord God, we will exert every effort. Indeed, Lord God, we will dedicate ourselves to this research. Please do not abandon humanity. Rest assured, Lord God, we shall give our utmost. Observing their fervent responses, Su Qing nodded slightly, then said, All right, time is of the essence. I will transmit the technology information directly. You may commence your research at once. Should you require any auxiliary assistance during this process, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After conveying this, Su Qing transmitted the technological details. Then, a pivotal question arose in his mind. Xiao Jin, is it possible for them to take the black hole barrier technology into the alien battlefield for research? The time flow rate in the alien battlefield compared to the real world was an astonishing 721. If this could be leveraged, Zhou Yuhang and his team would significantly expedite their research. After all, Su Qing understood that the black hole barrier technology surpassed the limits of current human civilization studies. Despite having technical support, the initial phase would still pose considerable challenges. Enabling this group of scientists to learn these technological concepts in a leapfrogging manner would indeed be a formidable task. Xiao Jin, certainly master. The black hole barrier technology has been seamlessly integrated into the extraterrestrial battlefield. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Splendid. Immediately distribute the gene enhancement, intelligence enhancement, and physical enhancement serums to the scientists within the Tower of Babel at no cost. Xiao Jin, the instructions have been transmitted to the robots. Su Qing nodded slightly, turning to the elevated platform where warriors were currently utilizing the 2 types of advanced serums, a glimmer of brilliance manifesting in his gaze. A subtle smile graced his lips. Now, the next battlefield objective can be determined: to establish a research institute focused on extraterrestrial warfare for this group of old codgers in the Tower of Babel. No, creation takes too long. Let us seize one directly. Chapter 87. The starry battlefield base. Su Qing once again ascended the high platform, surveying the 5,000 warriors below who had swiftly adapted to the effects of 2 advanced potions. Half an hour later, all 5,000 soldiers had fully acclimatized to their enhanced physical states. The sensation was truly extraordinary, surpassing mere corporeal pleasure. Aha! Is this the power of advanced gene optimization and physical enhancement potions? I feel as though I could single-handedly vanquish 10, even 100 versions of my former self. Oh, Divine Lord, your brilliance astounds me. I can hardly contain my eagerness to venture to the next battleground. With the Divine Lord's guidance, even the remnants of a feast provide a delightful experience. Observing the warriors who had adapted to the advanced potions, Su Qing spoke again. Brave souls. Our second battlefield has been determined. Instantly, the 5,000 soldiers in the palace square formed an impeccably aligned phalanx. Their gazes towards Su Cheng were filled with fervent intensity. Our next extraterrestrial battleground is the Starry Base. This base serves as a research facility, and our primary mission is to seize it, thereby providing our researchers with the necessary space for their work. As you are all aware, we will arrive near the Star Abyss in half a month. If the lunar base is not fortified, it will face grave threats. The very continuity of human civilization could be jeopardized within the depths of the Star Abyss. Thus, I propose two solutions. First, to cultivate this batch of supernova warriors. Second, to strengthen the lunar base. Given that the technology for the black hole barrier far exceeds the current limits of our human civilization's research, scientists will require time to familiarize themselves with and master it. In the realm of reality, half a month is insufficient for the scholars within the Tower of Babel to fully comprehend and research the black hole barrier technology. Therefore, we must create a research base within the alien battlefield to aid them. For the preservation of our human legacy and our continuous empowerment, I urge each of you to give your utmost effort this time. As his words concluded, the 5,000 warriors echoed in unison, loyal to humanity, loyal to the Divine Lord. Su Cheng nodded slightly and continued, everyone, take a moment to rest. This time, 3 captains and their deputies will lead. I will refrain from intervening. Within the Tower of Babel, the scientists, upon receiving the potions, exhibited a calm demeanor, revealing little in terms of emotion. As researchers, they were accustomed to gene optimization and physical enhancement potions. However, they swiftly utilized the potions, not for personal gain, but for the essence of humanity and science. Divine Lord, we are prepared. After the group of elderly men utilized the potion, Zhou Yuhang began to communicate with Su Cheng. Upon receiving Zhou Yuhang's response, Su Cheng nodded slightly and then turned his gaze towards the 5,000 soldiers below, ready for action. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded, set forth to the alien battlefield, the Xingyan base. Buzzing sounds filled the air as, under the guidance of Xiao Jin, the consciousness of the 5,000 soldiers and the scholars within the Tower of Babel simultaneously entered the extraterrestrial arena. Su Cheng looked up at the expanse above the moon. Beyond the moon lay a vast, silent, and profound cosmic void. The universe generally remained in a state of tranquility and stability. However, it also harbored numerous perilous locales and crises that could arise at any moment, much like the current crisis of the Star Abyss. Furthermore, Su Cheng had to remain vigilant against potential encounters with extraterrestrial civilizations. Xiao Jin, keep me updated on the battlefield task batches for the 5,000 soldiers at all times. Su Cheng instructed. And regarding those elderly scientists, should they achieve any breakthroughs in their research, inform me immediately. Understood, Master, Xiao Jin replied. Su Cheng nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and then piloted the Crimson Flame mech directly towards the spacecraft floating in the outer space of the moon. Welcome back, Master. A melodious female voice resonated within the spacecraft as Su Cheng entered. Soon, a holographic image of a virtual robot appeared before him. It was the spacecraft's intelligence system. Xiaoyu, it's been a while, Su Cheng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the virtual figure. Click, click. At that moment, the Crimson Flame mech autonomously detached itself, ultimately transforming into a pale blue core of energy that adhered to Su Cheng's chest. Xiaoyu, during my absence, please monitor the outer space around the moon at all times. If any crises arise, communicate through Xiao Jin to notify me, Su Cheng instructed. Of course, Master. Xiaoyu replied. Su Cheng nodded once more before stepping into his captain's quarters. Activating the dimensional space technology, Su Cheng entered the realm of dimension. Within this space, a massive heart of primordial essence floated serenely before him, illuminating the otherwise dark and enigmatic expanse. I must seize the opportunity to grow stronger, otherwise, should I encounter an alien civilization beyond my capabilities, I would be left to await my demise. Su Cheng immersed himself in focus, sitting cross-legged before the colossal heart of primordial essence, and began to cultivate using the chaos technique. As the chaos technique progressed, the pearl within Su Cheng's energy field began to glow brightly once more. The rules and order contained within the heart of primordial essence transformed into strands of divine order, converging towards Su Cheng's energy field, ultimately merging into the pearl nestled within it. In that moment, the heart of origin trembled in unison, as the rules and order enveloping its surface began to peel away, layer by layer, ultimately coalescing within Su Cheng's being. A resonant hum filled the air as the inherent rules and order from the external realm intertwined with him, causing the pearl within Su Cheng to quake violently. initiating a frenzied rotation. Subsequently, the vast and boundless heart of origin exhibited a tempestuous surge of its surface rules in the divine chains of order, accelerating with increasing fervor. The essence of the fundamental rules and order grew ever more intense, ultimately saturating the entirety of this dimensional space. With a thunderous boom, it was unclear how much time had elapsed, but Su Cheng's body shuddered, as if a chain binding him had been shattered. The essence of life had transformed into a 7-level life form. Chapter 88. The Black Coal Ball Within the Dimensional Space. The resplendent heart of origin had once again diminished in size. Initially, when two hearts of origin fused into one, its volume expanded to a scale comparable to that of two islands. However, it now shrank severely, reduced to the size of merely a peninsula. Su Cheng sensed the transformation within his body. At this moment, his consciousness was remarkably clear, allowing him to introspect and observe his internal condition. As his awareness entered the realm of his internal energy field, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Before him unfolded a dazzling starry sky, dotted with vibrant stars of myriad colors. At the very heart of the energy field, there lay an exceptionally bright and radiant orb. How peculiar! It feels as though this orb resembles a diminutive version of a planet. Observing this scene within his energy field, Su Cheng's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that a universe of stars and planets was indeed evolving within him. Xiao Jin, how much time has elapsed in the outside world? Su Cheng inquired. Master, 14 days have passed in the external realm, Xiao Jin responded. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Only 14 days? He recalled that during previous visits to the dimensional space, merely entering would often consume 10 days to half a month. What he considered a brief moment would equate to 3 days in the outside world. The longest instance had even stretched to 2 months. Indeed, Master, Xiao Jin affirmed. Has the lunar trajectory now reached the area covered by the star abyss? Su Cheng asked. It has reached the outer regions of the star abyss, Xiao Jin replied. And what of the 5,000 supernova warriors and scholars? What progress have they made? Su Cheng inquired further. The 5,000 first-generation mech warriors have completed their custom tasks, achieving a perfect synergy and mastery over their mechs, Xiao Jin reported. The researchers have made significant advancements in the study and application of black hole barrier technology, with 70% of the practical application now completed. Since you have reached a critical breakthrough in your training, I refrain from disturbing you, Xiao Jin added. Su Cheng nodded slightly in response and subsequently exited the dimensional space, reappearing within the confines of the spacecraft. In the next moment, he piloted the mech away from the ship, emerging into the vastness of space surrounding the moon. Before him, a radiant azure glow appeared, pulsating in intensity. At its brightest, it resembled the auroras emerging in waves from the depths. At its dimmest, it flickered like faint candlelight. Upon closer inspection, however, the depths contained an abyss of darkness. Buzz. As Su Cheng materialized in outer space, he immediately felt a compelling force emanating from the depths of the starry expanse to his right. This force was akin to an enchanting melody, wrapping around one's ears, causing an immediate loss of composure and resistance, compelling one to drift toward the depths of the cosmos. Su Cheng was now at level 2. In an instant, the 7th-level life form regained its consciousness. Its eyes blazed like torches, fixated on the depths of the starry sky before it. There lay an expanse of pitch blackness, profound and unfathomable, yet to Su Cheng, it resembled a primordial beast poised to devour. Is this the star abyss? Merely the outer region, and its gravitational pull is already formidable. A hint of concern flickered across Su Cheng's brow. The moment his words fell, a vast surge of azure light erupted from the depths of the cosmos. Xiao Jin, what is this azure beam? Su Cheng inquired. It emanates from the inner depths of the star abyss, likely a treasure of the universe, Xiao Jin replied. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes narrowed in surprise. A treasure of the universe? What could that possibly be? A treasure of the universe is an exceedingly rare substance within the cosmos. A highly valuable strategic resource, akin to the legendary treasures spoken of by humanity. However, with your current lifeform level, you are not yet capable of venturing into the depths of the star abyss, Xiao Jin explained. Su Cheng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, silently committing the existence of this place, the star abyss, to memory. The prospect of treasures hidden within the star abyss was undeniably enticing. What level of life form must I attain to enter the depths of the star abyss? Su Cheng asked. When you reach a life form level of 3-5, you will be able to navigate the star abyss independently. At that point, Your physical state will also enable you to counteract the abyss's devouring force, Xiao Jin responded. Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Beneath his feet, the energy shield that had enveloped the lunar surface was rapidly augmented with layers of protective energy shields, quickly covering the entire surface of the moon. These shields emitted a faint blue glow and resembled a honeycomb structure, presenting hexagonal shapes. As if sensing Su Cheng's confusion, Xiao Jin's voice resonated again. This is a result of research into black hole barrier technology, the black hole shield. The black hole shield can counteract the pull and devouring force of a black hole while providing defensive capabilities for weapons without affecting the moon within the shield. A smile crept onto Su Cheng's lips upon hearing this. It seemed this was indeed the fruitful outcome of the Elder's research, and the effectiveness appeared quite satisfactory. Just as Su Cheng was processing this information, massive blocks of black metal began to adhere to the honeycomb-like energy shield. Before long, the entire moon was shrouded beneath these black metal slabs. At that moment, the moon transformed into a dark, coal-like sphere. What is this? Su Cheng was once again taken aback by the sight of the black metal blocks. Starfall black iron, Xiao Jin declared. It is a rare metallic substance that belongs to the cosmos. Due to its attribute-less characteristics, it possesses a hardness rating of level 4, enabling it to withstand assaults from a level 4 civilization. Remarkably, a piece the size of a palm weighs an astonishing 10,000 pounds. Starfall black iron is one of the most suitable metals for resisting black holes, and it can also increase weight, thereby diminishing the gravitational pull of starfalls on the moon. During the time the Master has entered the dimensional space for cultivation, I have independently exchanged starfall black iron for the people of the moon. Su Cheng listened, his eyes brightening. Are you suggesting that the moon can now remain unscathed against the attacks of a level 4 civilization? Chapter 89, Annihilation of the Black Hole Indeed. My master. Upon receiving the response from little Jean, Su Cheng was taken aback. The moon has truly transformed into an indomitable fortress, impervious to fire and weapons. To conquer the moon, one would require the technology and beings of at least a Type 4 civilization. Otherwise, any attempts would end in embarrassment and failure. Excellent. Su Cheng nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Little Jean, where is the section of the lunar route most affected by the star abyss? When will the moon reach this location? Little Jean replied, the moon will arrive at the area of maximum influence from the star abyss in one day. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the moon, now resembling a black coal ball, and murmured, given the current speed of the moon's trajectory, the influence of the star abyss is still minimal. However, as time progresses, the gravitational pull will intensify. Although we are within a designated safe zone and the lunar base has been reinforced, traversing this region should pose no issues. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, we must deploy 5,000 first-generation mech warriors to launch an energy assault and obliterate the gravitational pull of the black hole. Su Cheng's mind raced with calculations. Humanity on the moon is the last bastion of our legacy. We cannot afford any mishap. Little Jean, establish a special communication channel between myself and the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors. Understood, Master. Establishing now. Communication channel for the first-generation mech warriors has been successfully established, utilizing neural waveforms as the special carrier channel. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly and began communicating directly with the 5,000 warriors, first-generation mech warriors. This is Su Cheng. All units, swiftly pilot your Nova Mech to outer space. As his command echoed, Su Cheng received an immediate response from the warriors. Received. Master. Acknowledged. Master. Understood. Master. Boom. 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 5,000 resplendent white mechs ascended from the lunar surface, all soaring towards Su Cheng. Seeing the three figures at the forefront, Su Cheng couldn't help but pause. The remaining 4,997 Nova warriors lined up respectfully behind these three individuals. Undoubtedly, these three were the current first-generation mech warriors. Unlike before, one of the top three had changed. Max, with his S-class physical potential, now held the position of captain, while Hong occupied the second place as vice-captain. The original third vice-captain, Chiyu, had been supplanted by none other than Su Cheng's partner, Chinyu. Upon seeing the three individuals before him, particularly Chinyu, Su Cheng offered a slight nod, expressing his deep satisfaction. However, his expression soon transformed into one of grave solemnity as he surveyed the 5,000 warriors before him. He spoke with conviction, "Warriors, we have now entered the outer region of the star abyss. As time progresses, the devouring force of the star abyss will intensify, reaching its apex by tomorrow. As you can see, the moon beneath our feet is fully armed. Now is our moment to shine. Everyone, join me in unleashing our full strength to obliterate this black hole. With his words echoing in the air, the 5,000 warriors united in a resounding cry, annihilate this black hole. Forward. With a sweeping gesture, Su Cheng commanded, piloting his crimson mech at the forefront. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, 5,000 supernova mechs followed closely, gradually increasing the distance from the moon as they advanced towards the inner region of the star abyss, moving parallel to the moon's trajectory. Upon reaching a distance of 1 light-year from the moon, Su Cheng ordered the 5,000 warriors to halt their advance. The area was already imbued with a formidable devouring force. Delving deeper would challenge the resilience of their mechs. Activate your mechs and bombard the area emanating the devouring force. He commanded. Received. Acknowledged. Understood. Boom, boom, boom. The first generation of mech warriors, alongside Su Cheng, activated their mechs, unleashing energy beams toward the ominous expanse ahead. Calculating wormhole distance. Processing. Evaluating current devouring force values of the star abyss wormhole. Processing. Defining the current wormhole location. Processing. Wormhole distance definition complete. Wormhole devouring force values defined. Updating. Updating. Wormhole area location successfully pinpointed. First generation mech warrior. Supernova warrior mech core energy activation in progress. Activation complete. Ready for launch. In that instant, as Su Cheng's command resonated, the mech systems of the 5,000 warriors began to whir with activity, a cacophony of electronic sounds filling the air. In the blink of an eye, the location of the black hole, its devouring force values, and the affected area were all defined. Concurrently, a myriad of dark points appeared on each warrior's mech information panel, which were subsequently locked onto their targets. Launch. Su Cheng issued the command, first activating his mech to unleash a terrifying energy beam toward the star abyss. Following suit, the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors also engaged their mech energy, releasing a barrage of formidable light beams composed of supernova energy. Bang, bang, bang. One dazzling energy beam after another erupted from the arm and chest launchers of the 5,000 warriors' mechs. The weapon systems had completed their cooling cycle. The weapon system has completed its charging. In less than a millisecond after launch, the supernova mech's weapon system has cooled and successfully amassed energy. In an instant, another wave of 5,000 terrifying energy beams was unleashed. The weapon system has cooled. The weapon system has charged. Wave after wave of horrifying supernova energy beams surged forth from a position 1 light-year in front of the moon, striking deep into the abyss of the starry void. The energy of the target black hole was annihilated. The energy of the target black hole was annihilated. The energy of the target black hole was annihilated. Just 1 minute later, the systems of 5,000 mechs were operating swiftly, measuring the current parameters of the black hole. The energy of the black hole was accumulating, its devouring force set to erupt once more in 10 seconds. The countdown commenced. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The regional black hole's energy erupted, rapidly evolving, consuming one another. A supermassive black hole is destined to form in 183,000 years. The energy of the current regional black hole has dissipated, and the current trajectory is deemed safe. Chapter 90. In the depths of the star abyss, Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, transmit the real-time images of the black holes. Display them on the information panels of the 5,000 mech warriors. Xiao Jin, transmitting real-time images. Transmission complete. As Xiao Jin's voice faded, the information panels of Su Cheng and the 5,000 warriors transformed. Before them lay a vast expanse of darkness, a plain under a starry sky, where multiple black holes rotated slowly. Each black hole emanated a unique force of absorption, existing independently yet interconnected. However, now those black holes were being struck by terrifying energy beams. Consequently, several small black holes were annihilated, vanishing into nothingness, while some medium-sized black holes remained, steadfastly positioned in front of the star abyss. Within these medium black holes, a new wave of formidable absorption forces erupted. The range of this absorption gradually expanded, ultimately affecting the surrounding black holes. Under the corrosive influence of their mutual absorption, these medium black holes began to consume one another, converging towards the center and slowly forming a large black hole. In this area, all black hole energies were chaotic, each devouring the other. A super black hole was steadily forming. Yet, This super black hole posed no threat to Su Cheng and the others on the moon. Its formation was a matter of over 1,000,000 years in the future. As the warriors gazed at the transmitted images of the black holes on their panels, they were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with shock and seriousness. However, the ultimate outcome was favorable. The absorption force of the black holes in this region had vanished. Observing the emerging data, a faint smile graced Su Cheng's face. With a grand gesture, he commanded the 5,000 warriors, first battle victorious. Proceed to the next area. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme God. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme God. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme God. Half an hour later, Su Cheng led the 5,000 warriors to a position 1 light-year ahead in their trajectory. He issued orders for the warriors to activate their mechs and unleash energy attacks to obliterate the black holes ahead. Time flowed slowly. The star abyss stretched infinitely deep, resembling a chasm that cleaved the universe itself, unfathomable in depth. Within it, brilliant lights occasionally flickered, reminiscent of the aurora, treasures of the cosmos. Su Cheng directed Xiao Jin to probe the depths of the star abyss, only to be met with astonishment. Even Xiao Jin could not penetrate its mysteries. It is known that Xiao Jin is a product of a level 6 civilization, a god-level civilization, a behemoth in this vast universe. Such a colossal civilization in its decline had harnessed its collective strength to develop a super system, equivalent to the existence of a level 6 god-level civilization. Yet, despite this, the depths of the cosmic abyss remain impervious to exploration. Upon learning this, Su Cheng was profoundly astonished. The magnitude of his shock eclipsed even the revelation that this abyss harbors treasures of the universe. A deep-seated reverence for this enigmatic abyss began to blossom within him. Indeed, the vastness and mystery of the cosmos command a sense of awe. As Su Cheng sighed, curiosity stirred within him, and he murmured, what could possibly lie within the depths of this abyss that even the technology of a level 6 divine civilization cannot penetrate? He was certain that the depths of this abyss held far more than mere cosmic treasures. Though precious, these treasures still fell within the purview of Xiao Jin's explorations. The depths of the abyss were equally daunting, resembling an insurmountable chasm, a formidable barrier that loomed before all, instilling trepidation. Beyond this, the consuming force diminished comparatively. It appeared as if a highland had fractured, creating a gaping chasm that stretched towards the heavens, while the terrain of the outer regions gently sloped, forming a vast plain. This was also the realm of the small black holes that Su Cheng and his companions had obliterated. As time flowed onward, Su Cheng, accompanied by 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, pressed forward, annihilating wave after wave of black holes to ensure the absolute safety of the lunar route. Should a level 4 or super-level civilization's beings emerge here, they would undoubtedly attempt to thwart Su Cheng and his companions, with the possibility of annihilating them entirely. For while their actions had temporarily averted crisis, the peril of this place would escalate exponentially over the course of 1,000,000 years. The relatively opposing black holes would vanish, transforming into super black holes, their consuming power exponentially amplified. The actions of Su Cheng and his companions effectively sowed the seeds of calamity for future generations. Although the expanse of the abyss was riddled with black holes, this was a natural consequence of the cosmos' formidable forces. The formation of such a perilous region was not without its rationale. Danger and safety exist in a delicate balance. While the abyss was fearsome, as long as one did not venture too deep, the effects would not be dire. The presence of small black holes stabilized the region. However, with their disappearance and the impending formation of super black holes, this territory would become exceedingly unstable. The scope of the abyss would expand further due to human influence. While the immediate effects may seem negligible, the consequences 1,000,000 years hence would be terrifyingly profound. This is the essence of the butterfly effect. A day swiftly elapsed. Su Cheng, with his 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, had eradicated one region after another of black holes. And now they had arrived at the area where the consuming force of the black holes was most concentrated. Here lay the segment of their route where the abyss's consuming power was strongest. Based on the intensity of this force, the moon, a light-year away, could very well deviate from its orbit, gradually succumbing to the abyss, turning to dust. Moreover, the regions beyond the lunar route were fraught with additional dangers. Thus, in order to ensure that the moon advances along its designated trajectory, warriors, we must unite our efforts to obliterate the black hole in this region. Su Cheng, within a specialized communication channel, is in contact with 5,000 warriors. Before us, the gravitational pull of this black hole has intensified several-fold compared to before. Undoubtedly, This is no longer a mere small black hole region, but rather an area formed by medium to large black holes. Warriors, the time has come to test the synergy you have developed over more than 3 decades on this alien battlefield. Everyone, focus your firepower, channel your energies together, and unleash them forth. Chapter 91. The Glory Returns Received. Received. Su Cheng's expression was solemn as he stood at the forefront. The energy systems of his mech fully activated. A powerful force of absorption emanated from the front, although the mech bodies of 5,000 warriors were formidable. They paled in comparison to this overwhelming tug. Crimson and azure flames surged from the rear of the mech, reversing the energy flow, transforming it into a propulsive force that counteracted the consuming power of the black hole ahead. Fire. Boom. A dazzling beam of light, breathtaking in its intensity, erupted from the collective of 5,001 mechs, converging into a singular, magnificent radiance. The astonishing beam illuminated the cosmic expanse, plunging directly into the abyss of stars. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, a terrifying energy surged forth. The concentrated beam, infused with the might of 5,001 supernova mechs, struck one of the black holes. A brilliant light flickered, blindingly bright, rendering the starry abyss ahead as luminous as day. In an instant, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. Even the explosive force and tumultuous energy dissipated in a fleeting moment. The only indication of change was a slight reduction in the absorbing force emanating from the starry abyss ahead. One strike proved effective. Su Cheng, witnessing the result, felt a surge of joy and promptly commanded, "Continue the assault, annihilate the second black hole." Understood. Received. Meanwhile, the scene from Su Cheng's side was transmitted in real time to the moon. Scientists at the Tower of Babel utilized optical focusing to capture the images, projecting them directly onto a virtual display on the lunar surface. The Lord God is magnificent. Splendid. Haha. The moon is now safe. Su God is incredible. Truly. He is the Lord God. Even black holes can be obliterated. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have been devoured by now. Is this the first generation of mech warriors of the Lord God? So powerful. These first-generation mechs are utterly striking. Alas, I was not chosen back then. A group of scientists within the Tower of Babel breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the events unfold. After traversing this area, the moon should be temporarily secure. Indeed, such black holes of this magnitude are virtually unheard of, utterly terrifying. Thankfully, with the Lord God leading us, I believe humanity will grow ever stronger. Numerous scientists engaged in animated discussion. At this moment, Zhou Yuhang also spoke up. I recall the Lord God mentioning that the target planet we are heading to has achieved a civilization level of 2.7. Under such circumstances, it may be challenging for them to accept humanity. A conflict is inevitable. With over 3 months having passed, we must attain a level 3 civilization before reaching our destination. In times past, I would have found it hard to believe that humanity could attain a level 3 civilization within a mere 2 years. Yet now, under the guidance of the Supreme Deity, I am convinced that if we remain diligent, we shall undoubtedly reach this milestone within the coming year. As Zhou Yuhang spoke, the surrounding crowd fell silent, for their awareness of the connection between Zhou Yuhang and Su Cheng, coupled with Zhou's esteemed position and academic prowess, hinted at his potential as a leading figure. Zhou, I firmly believe that under the Supreme Deity's leadership, humanity will grow ever stronger. Indeed, Zhou, we are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the cosmos. The Supreme Deity has now returned in glory, leading the warriors back. Let us go forth to welcome them. At that moment, Su Cheng was leading 5,000 warriors back. A distance of 1 light year would pose no significant challenge for those equipped with advanced mechs. Half an hour later, Su Cheng and his 5,000 warriors emerged in the expanse of outer space near the moon. The black hole shields and the weighty armor constructed from starfall iron on the lunar surface had been removed, leaving only a fundamental layer of soft blue shields to ensure the moon's safe passage. Su Cheng guided his 5,000 warriors back above the moon, heralding the glorious return of the Supreme Deity. Welcome back in glory, echoed throughout the lunar expanse. The entirety of humanity on the moon raised their voices in jubilant celebration, each individual overwhelmed with excitement, as if they had been granted a second chance at life. The calamities of the cosmos were far more terrifying than those faced on Earth, a force no human could resist. Yet, Su Cheng had achieved what seemed impossible. In that instant, the admiration for Su Cheng among the moon's inhabitants reached a fevered pitch. The The Supreme Deity is so handsome. Oh no, I've fallen for him again. Supreme Deity, do you mind if I join as another woman? I believe this time. The Supreme Deity should consider instituting a polygamous system. What do you think? No, I disagree. I am no longer a maiden and feel unworthy of the Supreme Deity, sob. Are you all besotted fools? Who are you calling foolish? You, a mere low-ranking guard, dare to challenge me? Humph, look at that man over there. His gaze is even more fervent than ours, trembling with excitement and tears glistening in his eyes. As Su Cheng and his 5,000 warriors returned to the moon, stepping into its atmosphere, they were greeted by the united cheers of humanity. Su Cheng glanced at his exchange points, astonished to see they had surpassed the 100 billion mark. He descended upon the royal platform, where 5,000 warriors stood respectfully before him, their eyes filled with fervor. Xiaojin, initiate the global virtual projection. Xiaojin, the global virtual projection has commenced. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, and then gazed upon the 5,000 warriors below, speaking forth. Su Cheng, warriors, this time, you have executed your mission exceptionally well. Each of you shall receive commendations. The first reward entails an increase of your star coins to a staggering 100 million. The second reward consists of an additional vial of advanced potion for each individual. You may select from various types of advanced potions, including advanced gene serums, body enhancement elixirs, and special skill potions. The third reward is that I shall arrange for each of you a solitary villa, an aerial palace. These, then, are the rewards for this mission. After a brief pause, Su Cheng continued, fellow citizens on the moon, I hope that each of you can strive diligently and continuously grow stronger. In the future, various tasks will be issued. Upon their completion, corresponding rewards shall be bestowed. Chapter 92. The Abyssal Forest. See, the Supreme Deity is magnificent. How astonishing, yet again. A reward of advanced potions, truly tantalizing. Indeed, these are advanced potions. A single use can elevate a life form by 0.1 levels, the advantages of which are simply beyond imagination. I yearn for the ethereal towers. I am but a humble solitary abode at present. Su God, I shall bear you a child. Could you render me more enchanting and alluring? Su Cheng. All right, everyone, disperse. The task has been accomplished, and there is no need for us to congregate here any longer. However, remember this. You 5,000 are forever the first generation of mech warriors for humanity on the moon, the supernova warriors. Su Cheng, as a special reward for this mission, I shall bestow upon you the supernova mechs you wear, free of charge. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the 5,000 below were no longer composed. Their gazes were fervent, and their excitement was palpable. Su Cheng waved his hand and declared, disperse, go and engage in your conversations. With that, he turned and returned to the palace. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, how long until we reach the next perilous location? Xiaojin, based on our current speed, it will take 3 months. The next peril lies within the Abyssal Forest Sea. The Abyssal Forest Sea is composed of vine-like plants that grow from the cosmos, somewhat akin to the starry green vines. Yet their inky black tendrils harbor immense toxicity. Moreover, the vines of the Abyssal Forest Sea exhibit formidable aggression, resembling the carnivorous plants of Earth. Yet their level far surpasses that of such flora. A fully matured black vine can stretch an astonishing 10 million meters. The Abyssal Forest Sea spans an area of 5,000 light-years. Our lunar voyage will traverse through this treacherous expanse. Nevertheless, with the current pace of human technological advancement, we shall be able to navigate this crisis autonomously in 3 months. Su Cheng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since Xiaojin affirmed that humanity could independently overcome this crisis, there was no need for him to harbor excessive worries. Upon returning to the palace, Su Cheng activated Chun Yu's communication channel. At that moment, Chun Yu was preparing to go out shopping with her sister, as the modernity of the moon had reached a level comparable to that of the former Earth. Although lacking the extravagance of Earth, it possessed all the essentials, and everything was of a practical nature. Clothing had been entirely supplanted by nano-armor. Daily necessities had also been replaced with the latest technological products. The medical industry, due to the advancements in human technology, had virtually vanished, leaving only a global medical facility that occasionally hosted a patient or 2 each day. The manufacturing sector had been completely replaced by factories and artificial intelligence, rendering human labor obsolete. After all, humanity had long since transcended the industrial and information eras, fully embarking upon the nascent phase of the interstellar age. The only industry that remains irreplaceable is the energy sector. However, despite its immunity to replacement, It is one of the most rapidly evolving sectors, with advancements occurring at an astonishing pace. In the past, energy sources included oil, natural gas, solar energy, wind energy, nuclear energy, and geothermal energy, among others. Today, the majority of energy forms exist in the guise of light energy. Humanity is swiftly advancing into the realm of dark energy. In a matter of time, whether 2 years or merely 6 months, breakthroughs and progress are inevitable. Chen Yu and her sister were strolling along the street when suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. It was Su Cheng. "Where? Come back quickly. Where are you going?" Startled, Chen Yu paused. She turned to her sister and halted her steps. "Shuer, you go ahead. I need to return to the palace. Su Cheng is looking for me." Hearing her sister's words, Chen Shui raised her brow slightly, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. "Hee, sister, make sure you hurry and create a little one." "You and your teasing," Chen Yu replied, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Go have fun, but remember to be safe. Relax. Sister, is there anything on the moon that could possibly threaten us now?" Chen Shui waved her hand dismissively. "The moon is now unprecedentedly unified. There is hardly any infighting. You needn't worry about my safety. I'm off, but do keep an eye out. Try to avoid those forested areas." Chen Shui felt that her sister was wonderful in every aspect, beautiful and kind-hearted. Yet sometimes, she thought her sister resembled an old woman, constantly chattering on and on. Upon returning to the palace, Chen Yu looked up to see Su Qing lounging on the rooftop terrace, casually observing the scenery. Sensing her arrival, he turned his head, his gaze landing on her instantly, and began waving enthusiastically. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled and gracefully approached him. Su Cheng stood up and leaped from the open terrace, effortlessly descending from a height of 100 meters without any external aids, landing steadily on the ground. This was indicative of a level 2.7 life form. For Su Qing, it was merely a small feat. A level 3 life form signifies a planetary life form, capable of traversing the cosmos independently. He is undoubtedly one of the strongest beings below the planetary life form tier. However, without relying on a mech, he currently lacks the ability to fly. Standing before Chen Yu, Su Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently lifted her chin with his hand. "Little girl, you truly surprise and astonish me. During my absence, you have remarkably grown stronger. However, I wonder if you have also improved in other aspects." As Chen Yu listened to Su Qing's words, her cheeks flushed slightly. She blinked her bright eyes and leaned closer to Su Qing's ear, softly exhaling as she said, "Why not try it yourself to find out?" "Provoking me?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, surveying the woman standing before him from head to toe. This woman, having undergone significant enhancement and training during this time, possessed an even more exquisite physique, especially her long, alluring legs. Nevertheless, for Su Cheng, no matter how beautiful the legs were, they merely served as a support for the machine gun. Chapter 93, Dawn Fleet. During this period, Su Cheng tirelessly collaborated with Chun Yu to create life, while also engaging in the sport of consuming orbs within the dimensional space. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Su Cheng ascended to the 2.8 level life form, while the heart of the dimensional space's origin diminished by a third once more. Chen Yu, too, successfully conceived their offspring. The technological advancements of humanity on the moon progressed to a 2.3 level civilization, subtly approaching a breakthrough into the 2.4 level. Human technological products, particularly mechs and warships, experienced exponential growth. Today marked a significant milestone. The last warship had been constructed. Haha, at last, we have completed it. Our fleet of warships is finally ready. 30,000 cosmic vessels safeguarding the moon. Within the Tower of Babel, a group of scientists erupted in jubilant exclamations. "Quickly, contact the Supreme Deity and request a name for our fleet. Indeed, this represents humanity's inaugural fleet of cosmic warships and deserves a formal title. Joe, why don't you reach out to the Supreme Deity?" At that moment, the scientists collectively recommended Zhou Yuhang. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuhang stepped forward, preparing to convey this splendid news to Su Cheng. With a slight nod, Zhou Yuhang approached the central hall and addressed the virtual screen before him. Tong Tian. Initiate contact with the Supreme Deity. Tong Tian was the artificial intelligence system developed autonomously by humanity within the Tower of Babel. Tong Tian, requesting communication, permission to connect. Old Zhou. What is it? Upon establishing the connection, a young man appeared on the screen, seated in mid-air, effortlessly floating through his inexplicable power, one of the genetic abilities of the 2.8 level life form. Supreme Deity, our fleet has been completed, totaling 30,000 30,000 vessels. They have been organized into 3 small fleets. Zhou Yuhang gazed at the figure on the screen, unfazed by the floating state of the individual. The surprises and astonishments brought by Su Cheng had become a common occurrence for them. Any improbable event that could not occur among humans had become normalcy in Su Cheng's presence, merely a fundamental operation. Zhou Yuhang spoke with palpable excitement. The fleet of 30,000 warships stands ready to defend the moon. We request the Supreme Deity to bestow upon it a name. A name, you say? Su Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly and pondered before responding. We, the humans on the moon, embody the hope and legacy of the entire human race. We are the Dawn. Let us name it the Dawn Fleet. What do you all think? Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme Deity. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme Deity. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Supreme Deity. Very well, let us call it the Dawn Fleet. Now, it is time to share this momentous news with our fellow humans on the moon. Su Cheng glanced at the scientists within the Tower of Heaven, and after speaking, he rose effortlessly from the air, extending his legs until his toes touched the ground. A staggering 30,000 dark blue and black interstellar battleships hovered above, a sight that could truly eclipse the sky. The entire population on the moon trembled, lifting their gazes to the celestial expanse, watching the fleet manifest before them, ultimately soaring into the vastness of lunar space. The outer surface of the moon soon became densely populated with these ships. The 30,000 vessels were organized into 3 formations, positioned before and alongside the moon, with each formation comprising 10,000 ships. The 3 fleets advanced in an orderly manner, and Su Cheng designated them as the Dawn Fleet. Stepping out of the palace, Su Cheng, in his corporeal form, was now capable of traversing the sky unaided by any external force. He took strides into the void until he reached the expanse beyond the moon, surveying the 3 cosmic battle formations with great satisfaction. For humanity to thrive and firmly establish itself within the cosmos, reliance on its own capabilities was essential. Although he possessed the system, directly exchanging for fleets would only serve as a short-term boon for humanity. Without mastering the corresponding technologies, the inevitable collapse would occur in an instant. This was the rationale behind Su Cheng's decision to exchange for technology, allowing the scientists of the Tower of Heaven to conduct their own research. Xiaojin, activate the global virtual projection. Master, the global virtual projection has been initiated. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly and addressed the enlarged moon below. Citizens of the moon, greetings. I am the Lord of the Moon, Su Cheng. Today, I bring you good news. As you may be aware, our human-engineered fleet of interstellar battleships has been formed, totaling an impressive 30,000. I hereby name it the Dawn Fleet. It symbolizes the beginning of our human resurgence and represents our first step toward the pinnacle of the cosmos. As his words concluded, the inhabitants of the moon erupted in cheers. Lord, you are magnificent. The pace of human civilization's advancement was astonishingly rapid, to the point where even he found it hard to believe that within a mere 3 months, humanity had once again ascended to a new level. Now, we even possess our own fleet of interstellar battleships. The Lord is formidable, and to the old sages of the Tower of Heaven, your efforts are commendable. Why did I not feel anything upon hearing such splendid news? I feel the same. This is due to the unexpected surprises bestowed upon us by the Supreme Deity, which have been incessant and overwhelming, leaving us fatigued and nearly accustomed to such occurrences. It seems to be a matter of this nature. Su Cheng observed the populace ablaze with enthusiasm, yet some individuals maintained a serene demeanor, indicating a lack of motivation and engagement among them. He promptly stated, although the formation of the fleet has been established, we still require personnel to operate it. Therefore, the selection of crew members for the fleet will be conducted by the scholars of the Tower of Babel. Guardians on the moon, please prepare yourselves accordingly. Additionally, I bear unfortunate news to share. 3 months ago, we traversed a perilous region of the cosmos known as the Abyss, though the experience was not particularly intense, as the true core of the Abyss remains distant from us. However, we are now on the verge of encountering a second treacherous realm, the Elysian Sea of Shadows. Chapter 94. The assault of the Black Vines. A formidable force swept through the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, the Abyssal Forest Sea. This realm is an ocean composed of cosmic starry vines, a botanical species known as the black vines. Unlike the flora of Earth, mature black vines can reach lengths of millions of meters. Their nature bears a resemblance to the carnivorous plants of our planet, such as the man-eating flower and tree. yet they exhibit a significantly heightened propensity for aggression. The black vine is a plant that has developed a faint semblance of consciousness. Ordinary warships, particularly flagship vessels, entering this domain would be akin to sheep stepping into the jaws of a tiger, with little hope of return. Our mission requires us to navigate through the abyssal forest sea made entirely of these vines. With a brief pause, Su Cheng commanded Xiao Jin to display a portion of the abyssal forest sea. Below, I present a glimpse of the scenes I captured from this enigmatic realm. The scene shifted. A pitch-black expanse of stars revealed itself to the onlookers. The cosmic void was already shrouded in darkness and silence, but here it was exponentially more profound. In intensity multiplied severalfold. This was due to the black flora rooted within the cosmic abyss, the black vines. In this inky void, the movement of several black vines resembled ink swirling in water, exuding an aura of sheer terror. This life form was thicker than mountains, marking the first living species encountered by the observers. My goodness, the size of these black vines is staggering. I had thought that the Dawn warship we constructed was a true behemoth, yet in comparison to the black vines, it appears diminutive. The disparity in their physical forms does not necessarily indicate a difference in strength. Though such is the case, the supreme deity had mentioned that these vines possess a nascent autonomy, classifying them as a form of cosmic life. It remains uncertain whether our warships can contend with them. All forces on high alert. All forces on high alert. The scene transitioned back to Su Cheng, who spoke earnestly. Now, our fleet personnel must be rapidly expanded. This task must be completed within a day. After one day, we will formally advance into the starry domain of the abyssal forest sea. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the personnel on the moon sprang into action. The scientists at the Tower of Babel promptly devised a method for screening warship personnel, categorizing them based on their strengths. The ultimate Guardian Warriors would serve as captains, the advanced Guardian Warriors would become squad leaders, and the ordinary lower Guardian Warriors would comprise the basic soldier ranks. In an unprecedented display of unity among humanity, the personnel for the 30,000 warships were swiftly selected, completing the process in just half a day. In the final half day, the warriors boarded the vessels, quickly familiarizing themselves with the Dawn warship. The following day, a formidable fleet of battleships, arranged in 3 distinct formations, stood sentinel over the moon, venturing into an abyss of ink-black starry seas. The moon, too, had activated 3 energy shields for its protection. As steadfast as an impenetrable fortress, the moon resembled a black leaden sphere, delving deeper into the eerie depths under the fleet's vigilant guardianship. All units on high alert. Su Cheng intoned gravely, initiating real-time imagery. He took the lead, piloting his personal spacecraft at the forefront. The once glimmering surroundings, dotted with stars, were abruptly consumed by darkness upon entering this foreboding starry domain. These black tendrils possessed reflective properties. Understood. Acknowledged. The 3 major battleships responded in unison, activating their energy shields and arming their primary and secondary weaponry. The air resonated with the clangor of machinery as the 3 fleets each summoned a protective energy barrier, encasing their vessels within. Simultaneously, from each battleship, 4 plasma cannons emerged, while immense machine gun emplacements were mounted along the edges. These were laser weapons, their destructive capacity rivaling the might of nuclear armaments once wielded on Earth. Suddenly, as the 3 fleets and the moon entered the dark sea of tendrils, one such tendril launched a surprise assault. Its terrifying force surged forth, akin to a solitary figure confronting a 100-meter tsunami, instilling a sense of dread that made one's scalp tingle. Alert! Su Cheng was the first to react as alarms blared in the command center of the spacecraft. The 3 major battleships swiftly responded, enhancing their energy shields to a higher level. With a thunderous crash, like a comet striking the ocean, the black tendril lashed out towards the 3 fleets and the moon. The combined size of the fleets and the moon paled in comparison to the colossal tendril, rendering them diminutive in its shadow. Its immense black form obscured the sky, shrouding everything in darkness. A surge of terrifying energy erupted, shattering the energy shields of the 3 battleships in an instant, scattering them into ephemeral motes of light. Beware. Quickly activate new energy shields. Attack. Fire. Break through the defenses before us. Unleash all firepower. Each commander of the 3 fleets issued commands with urgency. Without the protection of their energy shields, the 3 fleets faced imminent annihilation from the tendril's overwhelming assault, certain to be swept away. As the energy shields recharged, the countdown began. 10 seconds remained. 10, 9, 8. Just as the first attack from the tendril commenced, a menacing sound erupted from the rear of the moon. Without a doubt, another tendril was preparing to strike. The colossal black vine, a force of immense magnitude, unleashed its assault with a grandeur capable of unsettling an entire starry ocean. The lunar energy shields, one after another, stood resolute, rendering any concerns of being breached by the black vine's onslaught unfounded. However, the three formidable fleets found themselves in a markedly different predicament. With the energy shields now dissipated, a full 10 seconds were required for recharging. The black vine's assault, swift as lightning, was upon them in an instant. Boom! As the black vine's attack struck, the moon remained unscathed, yet the sheer force of the impact caused it to veer from its original trajectory. The fleets flanking the moon, however, were not as fortunate. A staggering 3,000 vessels succumbed to the ferocity of the attack, erupting into a spectacular display of fireworks, their demise illuminating the cosmos for a fleeting moment. In the aftermath, a disarray of wreckage and debris was left scattered in their wake. The armaments of the fleets proved utterly ineffective against the black vine, and before their might could even manifest, they found themselves teetering on the brink of destruction. Chapter 95. Unleashing the Full Force, Seeking Destruction. Upon witnessing the fleet of warships in the rear erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, Sucheng felt as though he too had been blown apart. The human armada had only just been assembled, yet it had already suffered catastrophic losses. If this continued, utter annihilation of the forces was merely a matter of seconds. This was an immeasurable blow to humanity. Sucheng needed to instill confidence within his people, requiring them to contribute redeemable points for their own sake. Now, with thousands of warships obliterated and tens of thousands of lives lost, it was crucial to note that these were the elite defenders, meticulously chosen and placed in positions of utmost trust by Sucheng. They represented a significant source of his redemption points. The actions of these dark tendrils were akin to a personal affront, a grave injustice comparable to the murder of a father. Xiaojin. Immediately activate the weapons on the moon. Unleash all firepower. Understood, Master. Initiating the matter annihilation pulse cannon. As the words fell, a colossal cannon, rivaling the size of the moon itself, materialized in the vastness of space. Energy coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, and in an instant, it unleashed a barrage toward the nearest dark tendril. Boom! A deep blue energy beam shot forth from the cannon, striking the dark tendril in less than a millionth of a second. The massive tendril was pierced through by the energy beam, which surged forth like a celestial sword, unstoppable and invincible, cleaving its way through. The foremost dark tendril bore a gaping, luminous hole, through which a faint blue energy lingered. This energy appeared to possess a terrifying devouring power, incessantly gnawing at the tendril, spreading at an increasingly rapid pace. The hole widened as the tendril's form dissipated before the eyes, its pace more terrifying than that of a crow in flight. Buzzing, the dark tendril disintegrated at a visibly rapid rate, its entire form thrashing violently. Yet, merely a few seconds had passed, and the colossal tendril, measuring millions of meters in width, was reduced to nothingness, entirely consumed by the energy of the matter annihilation pulse cannon. Simultaneously, after unleashing its attack, the matter annihilation pulse cannon was retracted into dimensional space. Then, another colossal interstellar cannon emerged, the interstellar focusing cannon. This super weapon began voraciously absorbing energy, its muzzle radiating brilliant light, illuminating the cosmic expanse as it aimed at the dark tendril in the rear. Boom! A dazzling brilliance erupted, akin to an unparalleled blade slicing through the fabric of time and space. In comparison to the matter annihilation cannon, the power of the interstellar focusing cannon was even more explosive, delivering a more visceral sensory experience. The cannonball struck the dark vine's trunk, instantly shattering it and reducing it to nothingness. A brilliant radiance erupted, only to retract into a singularity and dissipate completely. Above the lunar atmosphere, massive artillery emerged, antimatter dark energy shells and interstellar interception platforms. One after another, cannon mouths, as thick as tanks, rose and swiftly locked onto their targets, unleashing a barrage upon the surrounding dark vine flora. In comparison to the weaponry of warships, the potency of the antimatter dark energy shells and interstellar interception platforms was incomparable. The projectiles were not composed of metal, but rather constituted of waves of dark energy. Deep azure flames belched forth from the cannon mouths, as dark energy bullets cleaved through the abyss of the cosmos, targeting the dark vines ahead and to the sides. With hissing sounds, gashes appeared upon the dark vine's trunk. which was relentlessly torn apart by the assault of dark energy bullets, as if it were mere paper. A murky green liquid flowed from the trunk of the dark vine, its lifeblood. At that moment, a voice resonated in Su Cheng's mind. Master, the dark vine's blood possesses exceptional nutritional value, greatly benefiting humanity, comparable to that of the starry green vine. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such advantages? Indeed, the voice continued, the dark vine and the starry green vine share equivalent properties, both belonging to the same category of celestial plant life, with a common origin. Nodding slightly, Su Cheng swiftly activated the communication channel for 5,000 supernova warriors and issued a command. First-generation mech warriors, heed my call. Quickly pilot your mechs to the trunks of those dark vines and collect their murky green liquid. This will greatly enhance our physical strength and gradually optimize our genetic makeup. The 5,000 first-generation mech warriors responded affirmatively. Understood. Received, Master. The mech warriors, organized into groups of 10, sprang into action. At that moment, Max, the current captain, issued commands, with Vice Captain Shinyu among them. Boom. 5,000 dazzling white mech warriors soared from the lunar expanse and charged into the cosmic void. After briefing the first-generation mech warriors, Su Cheng quickly relayed orders to the three formations of warship fleets. Formation 1, regroup and retreat to the rear. Formations 2 and 3, coordinate with Formation 1 and swiftly assemble a defensive formation. The main assault does not require your involvement. Focus all your strength on sustaining the warship fleet's shields. Formation 1, understood. Formation 2, understood. Formation 3, received. Buzz. Wave after wave of energy shields rose from the warship fleet. The 10-second cooldown had elapsed. Engage. Su Cheng piloted the spacecraft, continually navigating through the thick, dark tendrils surrounding him, unleashing wave after wave of terrifying assaults. Upon entering the abyssal forest sea, the moon had activated its shield. Previously, the onslaught from the dark tendrils had caused the moon to deviate from its original trajectory. Fortunately, under the bombardment of the Annihilation Pulse Cannon and the Interstellar Energy Cannon stationed atop the moon, it suffered no further assaults from the dark tendrils. Before long, the moon realigned itself with its intended course, resuming its forward journey. Su Cheng commanded, engage the antimatter propulsion system at full capacity, propelling the moon out of this area at maximum speed. Xiaojin responded, understood, Master. Boom. In that instant, the crimson-blue flames at the tail of the moon surged with energy, and it darted through the abyssal forest sea like a dazzling aurora. Chapter 96. History will remember the abyssal forest sea, vast and expansive, was not merely an outer region for the moon's journey. It was a true passage through its depths. This endeavor spanned a full fortnight. Throughout this duration, humanity and various robotic entities on the moon operated at high speed, preparing for the impending challenges. Su Cheng and his contingent of 5,000 first-generation mech warriors were free from concern. However, the three fleets of warships he had developed faced significant trials. Under the relentless assault of the towering black vines, survival for the fleet proved exceedingly arduous. Su Cheng chose not to retreat the fleet into a dimensional space. This marked humanity's inaugural cosmic conflict, where the black vines exhibited a semblance of autonomous awareness. Despite their minimal sentience, their formidable and immense bodies rivaled the combat prowess of a level 3 civilization. Though the war was inherently unequal, it nevertheless presented humanity with invaluable interstellar combat experience. During this fortnight, humanity did not remain idle but instead diligently pursued advancements in cutting-edge scientific technology. Notably, after analyzing the collected blood samples from the black vines, significant progress was made in weaponry research tailored to combat such extraterrestrial flora. Ultimately, humanity developed an innovative weapon, the ultimate transdimensional energy cannon. This cannon could effectively inflict damage upon the black vines. Although its destructive capability paled in comparison to Su Cheng's two larger cannons, unable to obliterate the black vines instantaneously, it possessed the potential for gradual annihilation over time. However, this process required a considerable duration. A combined assault from 30,000 warships would necessitate a month to entirely eradicate a single black vine. Nonetheless, this represented a monumental advancement for humanity. After 2 weeks, the moon and the fleet, which had dwindled to fewer than 10,000 ships, finally escaped the abyssal forest sea, swiftly vanishing from the region. Ah, at last, we have emerged, finally liberated from this cursed land. Have a month, an entire fortnight. During this time, I could only venture to alien battlefields, continuously honing my skills, striving to withstand such cosmic monstrosities. We, humanity, may not claim victory this time, yet we have not faced defeat. Indeed, with continued effort, we shall undoubtedly carve out our own destiny. If it were not for the Master Deity, humanity would have faced annihilation. The Master Deity is formidable. I have resolved to become a man like the Master Deity. Upon breaking free from the abyssal forest sea, Su Cheng sat in the expansive, dreamlike chair of the captain's chamber aboard the spacecraft, exhaling a sigh of relief. While the abyssal forest sea posed little challenge for him, thanks to his 2 cannons, antimatter dark energy missiles, and interstellar interception turrets, its trials were exceedingly daunting for humanity. After the activation of the lunar black hole shield and barrier, it is indeed possible to traverse the moon. However, as Xiaojin mentioned, the journey is far from effortless. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, activate the global virtual projection. Xiaojin, global virtual projection is now active. Su Cheng, greetings to all. I am Su Cheng. I hereby announce that the moon has successfully exited the realm of the abyssal forest and is now safe. We owe our gratitude to the valiant warriors of the 3 battleship fleets. Your resilience and courage have illuminated the hope of humanity's resurgence. Although our fleet has suffered grievous losses, this event has etched a significant chapter into the annals of human history. Those brave souls who sacrificed themselves will forever be remembered by humanity. You gave your lives for the advancement and continuation of our species. And your names will be inscribed in the new chronicles of humanity, revered by future generations. May the departed rest in eternal peace. Su Cheng paused momentarily to compose himself before continuing. Furthermore, we must express our gratitude to the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors. It is your selfless determination in the face of peril that has enabled us to gather a substantial amount of Black Vine blood. This will facilitate a monumental leap for humanity, leading to transformative changes in both genetics and physiology in the near future. Now, you may take the time to recuperate. Upon finishing, Su Cheng deactivated the projection and exited the ship's command room. He turned to Xiaoyu and issued a command. Xiaoyu, set the ship to autonomous navigation mode. Xiaoyu, understood, Master. Autonomous navigation mode is now activated, and backup energy is being stored. Su Cheng nodded slightly, and then piloted his mech towards the moon. For the past half-month, Su Cheng had refrained from entering the dimensional space for training, as he was deeply concerned. Under his supervision, humanity's fleet had lost nearly 2/3 of its ships. Had he entered the dimensional realm, the losses and casualties would have likely been even greater. These were vibrant lives, and Su Cheng felt a heavy heart. After all, these individuals were his own people, deserving of his protection. Upon returning to the moon, the populace was abuzz with discussions and chants of Su Cheng's name. This time, we must truly thank the Divine Lord. Indeed, without the Master, humanity would have faced dire peril. Alas, it is a tragic loss for the brave warriors who ventured into battle. Their sacrifice is profound and worthy of our reverence. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the moon have remained relatively unscathed compared to the battleship crews, minimizing our losses. Rest assured, valiant mech warriors, we have successfully retrieved the blood of the Black Vine. According to the words of the Supreme Deity, this essence holds immense significance for humanity. In the future, our physical constitution and genetic makeup shall undergo remarkable transformations. Indeed, we shall rise as a species. The vastness of the cosmos instills a sense of awe. Having traversed 2 perilous realms, one wonders what challenges lie ahead. May we encounter no further dangers, and may the inhabitants of our target planet welcome us with open arms. Most civilizations in the universe exist in a state of perpetual conflict, making it difficult to ascertain whether they will readily accept us. Should that be the case, a confrontation may be inevitable. But what is there to fear? We have already navigated through 2 treacherous domains. Can we not face this minor race as well? Chapter 97. The third-level life forms upon returning to the moon. Su Cheng found himself back at the royal palace. Chen Yu piloted her mech and soon landed before the palace. Seeing this, Su Cheng hurriedly approached, supporting Chen Yu as she emerged from the mech, and cautioned, "You must be careful, you are with child now." Su Cheng, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I specifically instructed you to remain in the palace to rest, yet here you are, insisting on participating." Chen Yu, now nearly 4 months pregnant with a noticeable belly, gazed at Su Cheng with tender affection, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. With a slight pout of her alluring red lips, she responded, "As the vice captain of the mech warriors, It would be remiss of me not to make an appearance. Su Qing was momentarily speechless, astonished by her tenacity. Even in her condition, she was still engaged in combat. Let us return, he said firmly. During this time, you are to stay in the palace and focus on nurturing the child. You are not to go anywhere else. Do you understand? Seeing his serious expression, Chinyu couldn't help but smile again. All right, I shall heed your words and rest in the palace. But I must be allowed to enter the alien battlefield in spirit. I do not wish for my identity as your woman to afford me any special privileges, as it may invite unwanted gossip. Su Cheng's brow furrowed as he retorted, Who would dare speak ill? I am the king of this planet, and you are the queen. Chinyu chuckled at the earnestness of his demeanor. Eventually, they reached an understanding. Chinyu would remain in the palace, free to occasionally venture out for fresh air. But she was strictly prohibited from undertaking any missions aside from the alien battlefield. After all, the child she bore was their first bloodline, and Su Cheng valued it immensely. Husband, she said, linking her arm through his and leaning closer to whisper in his ear, now that I am pregnant, we cannot be intimate. Won't that upset you? At her words, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, adopting a mock-serious expression. It is fine. I can endure. If need be, I shall cultivate in the dimensional space. What is the harm? In truth, you may take other women if you desire. I would not mind. At that moment, Chen Yu's voice reached his ears again, causing him to glance at her with surprise. This woman truly does not mind. She continued, This is no longer Earth, where monogamy is upheld. You are the master of the moon. You can do as you please. With a brief pause, she leaned closer to Su Cheng and quietly added, In fact, my sister has always harbored feelings for you. If you do not mind, you may consider taking her as well. Upon hearing those words, Su Cheng's body involuntarily trembled. He turned his head to look at Chinyu and inquired, What do you mean by that? Chinyu blinked her bright, large eyes and replied with a gentle smile. I am speaking earnestly. Su Cheng, taken aback, asked, Does your sister not mind? At this, Chinyu smiled sweetly, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead activated the communication channel with her sister. Shuer, don't linger outside any longer, come in. Su Cheng has agreed. Su Cheng was bewildered. When did I agree? Have women become this proactive nowadays? Before long, a woman approached from behind them, clad in battle armor that accentuated her graceful movements. In terms of both physique and appearance, she was on par with Chinyu. The newcomer was none other than Chen Shui. At this moment, the playful demeanor Chen Shui typically exhibited had vanished. Instead, she appeared exceedingly bashful, her cheeks flushed crimson. Standing before Su Cheng, she lowered her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze. Chinyu urged, Call him husband. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's face deepened in color, the blush extending to her delicate neck. Finally, she stole a furtive glance at Su Cheng and, noticing his silence, shyly uttered, Husband. Su Cheng was taken aback, thinking, What on earth? I've just been sold out by my own woman, pushing me towards another. He then said, All right. You two go ahead. I'll take some time for myself. With a chuckle, Chinyu turned and left, leaving only Su Cheng and Chen Shui in the room. In the subsequent 6 months, Su Cheng alternated between cultivating in the dimensional space and spending time with the two women every month. Since Chinyu was pregnant, the responsibility of attending to Su Cheng fell to Chen Shui. Over this period, Su Cheng had devoured the source heart to the extent that it had shrunk to the size of a small room, and his life form level had surged to 2.9. He was now on the cusp of reaching a level 3 life form, with 7 months remaining until they reached the target star system. Su Cheng understood he must ascend to a level 3 life form within this time frame. Just then, a woman's voice drew him back to reality. Gazing at the tumultuous waves before him, Su Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was not the first time such a disturbance had occurred. After half an hour of intense exertion, Su Cheng dressed and prepared to enter the dimensional space for further cultivation. You should rest for a while. Later, accompany your. She will be giving birth soon and needs someone by her side. With that, Su Cheng departed the room and entered the dimensional space. Inside the dimensional realm, Su Cheng beheld the source heart, now only the size of a small room, and a spark of determination gleamed in his eyes. This time, I will seize it completely. Level 3 life form, here I come. Immersing himself and channeling the chaotic secrets of the universe, Su Cheng began to absorb the final fragment of the primordial heart before him. A resonant hum echoed through the air. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when Su Cheng's body trembled in unison. The primordial heart that had once occupied his gaze had vanished entirely. Within the locus of his energy field, a hazy mist shimmered into brilliance, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. At the very center of this energy field, a singular pearl began to rotate slowly, releasing wisps of chaotic mist. A third-tier life form. A planetary life form. Su Cheng had successfully ascended, officially stepping onto the grand stage of the universe. Chapter 98. Devouring the starry sky from the initial lunar voyage to the present. Approximately 1 year and 4 months have elapsed. In just a few remaining months, Sioux City and the inhabitants of the moon will reach their target star system. What wonders await beyond? Emerging from the dimensional space, Sioux City felt an unparalleled vitality coursing through his being, a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. In the past, he had been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, with his physical sensations limited to the narrow opening above. However, now, having transcended to a third-tier life form, he was suddenly acutely aware of the peculiarities of the world before him. It was as if the frog had leapt from the well and beheld an entirely new realm. This was a world composed of divine atoms, divine particles, and countless rules and orders. Whether gazing at the moon, the spacecraft, or the vast universe beyond, he perceived, mountains are not merely mountains, and waters are not merely waters. Upon returning to the chamber of the spacecraft, Sioux City found himself instantly atop the vessel. Raising his gaze, he beheld a world fundamentally transformed. A third-tier life form. How enlightening. With a slight furrow of his brow, he momentarily pondered before awakening to a profound realization. The sensory world remained unchanged. He had merely glimpsed its essence, penetrating to its core. In an instant, a mysterious, otherworldly light flickered in his eyes. As he surveyed the world once more, it appeared as it had before. Mountains are still mountains, waters are still waters, yet mountains are also not mountains, and waters are also not waters. Focusing his consciousness inward, he delved into his own heart. The inner world had undergone a complete transformation, distinct from before. In the field of energy within him, the most dazzling sight was a vibrant orb, akin to a primordial planet. A mere glance allowed Sioux City to comprehend the lifespan of this small celestial body, 1 billion years. Currently, in its nascent form, it continued to develop and evolve, destined for a mature phase of at least 10 billion years. This, too, represented his own longevity. A glint of brilliance radiated from Sioux City's eyes as he rose and soared into the depths of the cosmos. Now, he could traverse the starry expanse with nothing but his physical form. As a third-tier life form, he had officially stepped onto the grand stage of the cosmic universe. Devour. Surveying the celestial surroundings, Sioux City noted the absence of any planetary life, and he expanded his form. A tremendous force of absorption emanated from his being, sweeping through the cosmic realm and seizing all forms of energy and matter. The veracity of this force intensified, its reach ever expanding. Now, Sioux City resembled a miniature black hole. Fortunately, as he ventured deep into the cosmos, he remained on a trajectory that did not disrupt the moon's course. With a rush, light energy, dark energy, and all manner of cosmic energy surged toward him with reckless abandon, as if a great tide were flowing into the sea. These energies coursed through Sioux City's limbs and sinews. Ultimately, once again, all energies converged towards the core of Su Cheng's inner energy field, where the majority of the power was absorbed by the central celestial body. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, yet it felt like merely a fleeting moment. Su Cheng sensed that the energy substance surrounding him had thinned, prompting him to cease his consumption. He turned his gaze inward once more. The celestial body had indeed expanded more than double its previous size. A faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he surveyed the surrounding expanse. Now cloaked in the inky darkness of the starry sky, Xiao Jin, lock onto the current position of the moon, he commanded. The lunar coordinates have been secured and transmitted to the host's information panel, Xiao Jin replied. Meanwhile, on the trajectory of the moon, it sped forth with great haste. At the Tower of Babel, a group of scientists were diligently working to breach the barrier of the dark matter interface, and they had begun to glean some insights. What's going on? Why has there been such a change in the starry expanse behind our trajectory? Someone inquired, as numerous observers scrutinized the celestial canvas. The study of dark matter had drawn countless individuals to this true bastion of the cosmos, with systems and personnel continually monitoring the phenomena. Suddenly, they noted an inexplicable and ominous transformation in the universe beyond the moon's path. What is happening? Came the inquiry from a colleague. A powerful energy wave has emanated from the cosmos behind our lunar route, rendering that portion of the sky even darker, with all energy substances becoming obscured. What? Are you suggesting that something has abruptly absorbed and consumed it? Yet, we have no clear understanding of what has caused this. I am concerned that these anomalies may affect us. You are right. This matter warrants serious attention. We are navigating through an unknown cosmic realm. and any mutation or anomaly must be approached with caution. I believe we should convene a scholarly symposium to investigate this issue. I concur, came the chorus of agreement. Very well, let us gather for a meeting to discuss our strategies. The scientists within the Tower of Babel swiftly organized a conference dedicated to exploring the anomalies in the cosmos behind them. Unbeknownst to them, these changes were the result of their moon deity, Su-Ching. As the scholars engaged in fervent discussion, no definitive conclusions emerged. At that moment, one suggested, I believe this matter should be reported to the deity. Indeed, the deity ought to be informed of the cause behind this phenomenon. I also support notifying the deity. We cannot underestimate any factors that may adversely affect the moon. Zhou, this matter is entrusted to you. Zhou Yuhang nodded slightly, taking his place at the forefront, and promptly opened a communication channel to Su Cheng, eager to inquire about the specifics of the situation. Do not be concerned. This is not a detrimental influence regarding the moon, but rather a consequence of my own actions. At that moment, a male voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, leaving them in a state of shock and bewilderment. This voice did not emanate from any device. It seemed to arise from thin air. It was Su Cheng who, through a channel composed of his own atoms, transmitted his voice directly into the room where everyone was gathered. Such is the might of a Tier 3 life form, capable of probing the very essence of all things, utilizing the most fundamental atoms to construct a unique channel. This phenomenon bears resemblance to fixed transmission. However, its efficacy is exponentially superior. The Master God. What? It is indeed the Master God. Hail to the Master God. How magnificent. Master God, how did you achieve this? Have you developed some new technology? Chapter 99. The first offspring of humanity, Su-Ching. This is not a matter of technology. It is merely a transformation in the essence of my life form, which has precipitated this phenomenon. Upon these words, silence enveloped the entire conference room, soon followed by an uproar of astonishment. What? This phenomenon is solely instigated by the Lord God, a monumental change in the essence of life. What level of life form does the Lord God currently embody? To generate such a colossal disturbance merely through human effort is astonishing, unprecedented. Lord God, may I inquire what life form you are now? Indeed, Lord God, please enlighten us. Su Cheng smiled faintly, his voice resonating. I am a level 3 life form. My current lifespan is 1 billion years. Furthermore, it shall continue to expand. Gasped. What? My heavens! A lifespan of 1 billion years. Is this still humanity? It is profoundly beyond human comprehension. Can human longevity truly reach such terrifying heights? Our present technological civilization has attained a level of 2.6. On the brink of breaking through to 2.7, yet even so, our average lifespan barely spans a few hundred years, still far from the millennium mark. The Lord God possesses a lifespan of 1 billion years purely through his own capabilities, which is utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this revelation, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in the eyes of the scientists: shock, disbelief, wonder, fervor, and reverence. If they could, they would eagerly dissect Su Cheng to study him thoroughly. The notion that a human life could extend to 1 billion years exceeds their wildest imaginings. It is simply too fearsome. They firmly believe that if they could fully comprehend Su Cheng's body, humanity's civilization would undergo a transformative leap. This was the prevailing thought among the majority of these scientists. Alas, they lamented the absence of such an opportunity. Should Su Cheng become aware of their intentions to study and dissect him, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. However, at this moment, Su Cheng, after notifying Zhou Yuhang and others from the Tower of Babel, piloted his mech towards the moon. He could now traverse the cosmos with his physical form. Yet, as a mere novice level 3 life form, his speed was insufficient to reach the moon in time. If he relied solely on his corporeal self, he would likely fall further behind. Half an hour later, Su Cheng arrived on the moon. He promptly landed before the palace and swiftly approached it. His steps were hurried, his expression anxious, devoid of the joy that typically accompanies the ascension to a level 3 life form. Instead, he was consumed by boundless excitement, trepidation, and tension. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin. How much longer until the time arrives? Xiao Jin, Master, the young master will be born in 10 minutes. Su Cheng, good. Xiao Jin, Master. You have gone to the wrong place. Yu is not in the palace, but rather in the global medical hall. Su Cheng. Oh. Xiao Jin. Su Cheng's face was tense, his thoughts in disarray, but in the next moment, he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly turned ahead towards the global medical center. 5 minutes later, Su Chung arrived at the Global Medical Center. Before him stood an expansive medical facility covering tens of thousands of acres. Its grand architecture was astonishing, far surpassing any buildings on Earth. However, at this moment, Su Chung had no inclination to admire the structure. He immediately activated his source eye to scan the vicinity of the medical center, swiftly locating Chun Yu's position. With hurried steps, he made his way towards the operating room where Chun Yu was situated. Master, master, master. Along the way, upon seeing Su Chung, many paused to respectfully address him. Paying them no heed, Su Chung quickly reached the entrance of the operating room and anxiously awaited. Well, just as Su Chung arrived outside the room, the sound of a baby's cry echoed from within. Upon hearing this, Su Chung's heart leapt with joy. Not long after, a gurney was wheeled out, on which lay a woman cradling a wailing infant. Wife, Su Chung exclaimed, rushing forward, filled with urgency. Master, we greet you, master. The medical staff acknowledged Su Chung. Chinyu, lying on the gurney, smiled upon seeing him. This was the first time Su Chung had truly called her wife. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of comfort and fulfillment. Looking at Su Chung, Chinyu smiled softly and said, Darling, it's a son. Good, good. Su Chung responded, brimming with excitement, nodding repeatedly. He approached Chinyu, took her hand, and gazed down at the boy on the gurney, his face radiant with joy. This was his offspring. Su Chung then turned to the medical staff and inquired, How are my wife and child? Rest assured, master. Both the lady and the child are in good health. The lady is quite robust. She has just given birth and is a little weak, but given her constitution, she will recover fully in just a day or two. Su Chung nodded slightly and said, Thank you for your hard work. Faithful to humanity, faithful to the master. Faithful to humanity, faithful to the master. Su Chung looked at Chinyu, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he brushed her hair away from her forehead. Wife, please rest well. I will stay by your side for the next couple of days. Thank you, darling. Su Chung nodded with a smile, then looked around, noticing Chun Yu's absence. Where is Shuer? Chinyu replied. She probably went to the alien battlefield to train. Su Chung was momentarily speechless. This little girl, so carefree. I had instructed her to stay by your side during this time. Chinyu, husband, enough of that. Let us quickly name our son. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Indeed, this is my first child. Moreover, this is also the first child of humanity. A nearby medical staff member interjected with an explanation. What? Su Chung was taken aback and replied, Is this truly the first offspring of humankind? Yes, master. Currently, among humans on the moon, there are no pregnant individuals. Aside from your wife, the medical staff member responded. Very well. Since this is also the first offspring of humanity, we must not be careless with the name. I propose Su Ming, symbolizing a brighter tomorrow and a more luminous future for humankind. The birth of this child signifies the dawn of hope and the continuation of our species. As his words resonated, everyone nodded in agreement, exclaiming, A splendid name. A beautiful meaning. Chapter 100. The Starry Ruins in the subsequent 2 days. Su Ching transformed into an exemplary husband and father, remaining steadfastly by the sides of Chinyu and Su Ming. Deprived of the opportunity to cultivate the cosmic source, Su Chung delved into the vast cosmic sea, absorbing the energies that permeate the universe, continuously evolving and strengthening himself. Now, his aspiration to ascend was most rapidly fulfilled by absorbing the cosmic source. The inherent rules and order contained within the cosmic source could effectively and swiftly facilitate the evolution and growth of the celestial bodies within his internal energy field. In contrast, the energy forms of the universe were significantly slower, by countless magnitudes. Su Ching ascended from a secondary life form to a tertiary one, a process that, apart from the cosmic source, also required various other resources such as starlit liquid and the essence of tertiary life form bones. Even so, this endeavor took him a considerable span of 1 whole year. Should he solely rely on the absorption of cosmic energy for the spontaneous evolution and growth of the celestial bodies within him, the pace would be exponentially slower, extending to millions of years. Thus, it became evident how precious the cosmic source truly was. Su Chung could also utilize exchange points to acquire the cosmic source. Yet each unit demanded an exorbitant sum of 50 billion exchange points. His current exchange points had only just surpassed 100 billion. Additionally, as he approached the target celestial body, it became imperative for Su Chung to conserve sufficient exchange points to serve as his ultimate trump card. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, this reserve would be crucial for his survival and that of humanity. Ever since Xiao Jin conveyed that even faced with death and peril, he would not intervene without exchange points, Su Cheng dared not gamble with the fate of himself and all of humanity. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed. Xiao Jin, Master, the moon is about to enter its final perilous zone, the Starry Ruins. Xiao Jin, the Starry Ruins is a remnant of a Level 4 civilization. A desolate site left behind after its collapse, where interstellar adventurers and pirates often linger. Xiao Jin, currently, the greatest threat to the moon comes from the forces of interstellar pirates. Xiao Jin, this lunar voyage will traverse through the Starry Ruins. Cradling his 2-month-old son, Su Cheng nodded slightly upon hearing Xiao Jin's words and subsequently relayed this information. Citizens of the moon, we are about to enter the final perilous zone, the Starry Ruins. It is a place where we must remain vigilant against interstellar adventurers and pirates. Now, the entire globe shall enter a state of alert. All guardian warriors, proceed to your battleships to safeguard the moon. As his words resonated, an initial silence enveloped the entire lunar base, only to be followed by a cacophony of commotion and uproar. The Starry Ruins. This is, astonishingly, a relic of a Level 4 civilization, undoubtedly brimming with treasures. Is it not? How audacious you are, not heeding the words of the Overseer, who warned of the myriad dangers within, necessitating our forces to remain on high alert. Galactic explorers and interstellar marauders alike, are we finally to witness extraterrestrial beings of an advanced civilization? I ponder the level of civilization these alien entities may possess. In the skies above the lunar base, a fleet of resplendent white mech warriors ascended, ultimately coalescing above the moon. At the forefront, a solitary mech warrior descended gracefully. This was the captain of the first-generation mech warriors. Max accompanying him were 2 vice-captains, Hong and Shenyu. Max commanded, first-generation mech warriors, heed my orders. He continued, swiftly pilot your mechs to the outer space of the moon, safeguarding our lunar domain. A thunderous roar erupted from the first-generation mech warriors, scattering the clouds above. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the Overseer. Boom, boom, boom. 5,000 resplendent white mech warriors surged forth into the vastness of lunar space. Meanwhile, on the Tower of Babel, Zhou Yuhang was swiftly issuing commands to direct the fleet of battleships. Right-wing fleet and left-wing fleet, activate energy shields. He instructed the forward fleet, form an offensive formation. Su Cheng, cradling his son, made his way toward the palace, entrusting the child to one of his subordinates while he took command of his crimson mech, soaring toward the lunar expanse. Upon reaching the lunar atmosphere, the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors and the fleet had formed their ranks, activating energy shields, standing sentinel at the moon's edge. In the cosmos, an overwhelming silence enveloped the scene, a sense of desolation pervading the void. Yet at this moment, as the moon advanced rapidly along its trajectory, a glimmer of starlight pierced through, as if emerging from the eternal void into the dawn. With each moment that passed, the radiance intensified. The moon and the entire fleet surged forward at an astonishing velocity into this region. A blinding white light erupted, captivating the gaze of all. This spectacular process endured for several days. On the 7th day, the scene finally transformed. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing a resplendent river of stars. Yet, this celestial river was in a state of ruin, littered with the wreckage of shattered battleships and remnants of structures adrift in the cosmic expanse. Amongst this devastation lay grotesque corpses, each unique in form, yet united by a singular trait. Each colossal body was the size of a planet, far surpassing the dimensions of the newly expanded moon. What manner of celestial civilization is this, to harbor such enormous beings? Is this a relic of a once great civilization? Terrifying. Indeed it is. Is this what is referred to as alien life? It has utterly reshaped my worldview. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the starry sky, the inhabitants of the moon found themselves profoundly moved. This marked their inaugural encounter with extraterrestrial beings, albeit in the form of lifeless bodies. Yet the intensity of the experience surpassed anything they had witnessed on alien battlefields. Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he beheld the colossal forms of these celestial creatures before him. Their physiques were decidedly non-humanoid, resembling more that of beasts. Xiao Jin remarked, "These are the remains of celestial beasts. The initial stage celestial beast possesses a life form that wields combat capabilities comparable to a third-tier civilization, categorizing it as a superior life form among third-tier entities." Su Cheng observed, "In this celestial realm, the carcasses of these celestial beasts are piled high. numbering at least in the tens of thousands. What extraordinary prowess must this civilization possess to have vanquished such a multitude of advanced third-tier life forms? Chapter 101. Encounter Xiao Jin. The initial-tier cosmic beast, though it belongs to the lowest echelon among cosmic creatures, is classified as a high-level life form of the third tier. Nevertheless, it pales in comparison to fourth-tier civilizations, which can effortlessly annihilate it. This batch of cosmic beasts merely serves as a vanguard, a dedicated squad of expendables meant to disrupt the outer defenses of the fourth-tier civilization. The true force behind the obliteration of this fourth-tier civilization stems from the combined assault of two other fourth-tier civilizations, ultimately leading to its downfall and erasure from the annals of history, leaving only a field of debris in its wake. Listening to Xiao Jin's revelations, Su Cheng felt a slight furrow form on his brow. Having just ascended to a third-tier life form, he found himself confronting such a monumental relic of civilization. A profound shock to his inner self. Were he to partake in this conflict, he would, like the deceased cosmic beasts before him, merely be a member of the vanguard, a harbinger of death. Su Cheng, all troops, maintain a state of alert. We are about to enter this star field. The lunar shield activated, enveloping the moon in layer upon layer until it resembled a colossal coal ball. Su Cheng, engage the antimatter propulsion system at full throttle, traversing this region at maximum speed. Should we encounter any obstructors, show no mercy. His words, while authoritative, resonated with a chill, brimming with an unyielding intent to kill. In this region, interstellar explorers and pirates could emerge at any moment. Their intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty, and Su Cheng was determined to prevent any misstep for humanity. Boom. From the rear of the moon, a surge of deep blue energy flames erupted, propelling the moon's velocity to unprecedented heights. At that moment, in a concealed corner of the internal region of this star system, lay a dozen supercosmic battleships, each capable of rivaling the size of the moon itself, far surpassing the human-engineered vessels. Before such supercosmic battleships, humanity's ships resembled the disparity between a tiger and a kitten. It could be asserted that the two factions did not inhabit the same realm of energy or civilization tier. As the moon entered this star field, the dozen super battleships had already detected its approach due to the overwhelming commotion it generated. Additionally, the adversaries had been stationed here, with cosmic eyes strategically placed in every corner of this star field to monitor any anomalies. At that moment, within the command chamber of the central battleship among the super fleet, a congregation of peculiar extraterrestrials observed the swiftly advancing moon on the central virtual projection. Is that a planet? A curious murmur escaped one of the aliens, inaudible to outsiders. These extraterrestrial beings, though not towering in stature, stand several meters tall, dwarfing humans by several multiples, rendering them giants in comparison. Each one is clad in a suit of blue and white combat armor. No signs of life energy fluctuations have been detected on this planet. However, life energy signatures have been identified aboard the accompanying warships in orbit around the planet. At that moment, one of the subordinates quickly responded. What? You say that black speck is a warship? The alien leader at the forefront inquired, his two antennae quivering incessantly above his forehead. Indeed, my leader. Judging by its form and energy operation, it certainly belongs to the category of warships. The leader pressed on. Have we detected the civilization level of the opposing entity? The subordinate replied, currently, the civilization level detected is rated at 2.6. Upon hearing this, the leader's antennae quivered once more as he remarked, such a diminutive object possesses a technological civilization level of 2.6. Our own civilization's technological advancement is merely at 2.8. Yes, my leader, the subordinate affirmed. At this juncture, an alien strategist with a canine visage interjected. My leader, since we have not detected any life fluctuations emanating from that black sphere, it implies that it is not a planet. Moreover, observing its rear energy propulsion system suggests that it is a product of advanced technological civilization. It could very well be a treasure. After all, the warships surrounding this black sphere indicate that they are evidently guarding it, further reinforcing the notion that it is a valuable asset. Our prolonged wait may finally bear fruit. The leader seemed swayed by the strategist's words. His antennae began to tremble vigorously as he emitted a series of garbled sounds. Very well. Initiate the interception plan and capture the entity. Understood, my leader. Orders are being dispatched. 3 warships are activating and proceeding to intercept from 3 different positions. Meanwhile, Su Cheng piloted the Crimson Flame Mecha, accompanied by 5,000 first-generation mech warriors stationed above the moon. The fleet ahead had assumed an offensive formation and was advancing rapidly. Suddenly, a dark, inky energy beam descended from the sky, striking the energy shield of the fleet. The energy beam appeared as if conjured from thin air, crashing down directly upon the shield. Boom! The energy shield trembled violently, rippling with layers of energy waves. After withstanding for several seconds, it shattered with a resounding crack. The colossal black energy beam, akin to a pillar reaching the heavens, penetrated the energy shield and barreled toward the warships. Boom! A fleet of warships was struck by the relentless onslaught of the dark energy beam. Fortunately, the fleet sustained only minor damage, having been scattered by a singular beam of energy. Oh, it actually withstood the assault. What manner of energy shield is this? It absorbed at least 80% of the attack and damage. At that moment, within the command chamber of the alien warship, the alien leader observed the holographic projection before him, hands clasped behind his back, and uttered a sound of astonishment. "Shall we launch another offensive?" inquired one of his subordinates. The leader declined, stating, "Not for now. Instead, deploy 3 of our starships to compel them to cease their actions. If we truly detect biological energy fluctuations, we shall grant them a means of retreat. As long as they surrender that black orb treasure, we can refrain from engaging and allow them to depart unscathed." Chapter 102. The Great Battle Subordinate. The instructions have been transmitted. Subordinate. 3 warships have arrived at the center of the battlefield and are currently engaged in interception. At this moment, on the lunar side, the fleet was unexpectedly attacked by mysterious energy waves, causing the entire route to come to an abrupt halt. Alert! Alert! We are under an inexplicable energy assault. All forces, on high alert. Immediately regroup and activate the energy shield to fend off a second attack. Commands were swiftly disseminated. The warships that had been scattered by the shockwaves hurried back to the battlefield, activating their energy shields to protect the lunar front. The unprovoked assault left the nerves of all humanity on the moon taut. This time, they had not even glimpsed the shadow of their adversaries before suffering a sudden blow. Just then, 3 massive cosmic warships emerged before their eyes. These vessels were comparable in size to the moon itself, truly colossal. In comparison, human warships appeared almost infantile. Goodness! Is this truly a warship? This is terrifying. How can it be so enormous? Were these the ships that attacked us moments ago? Uncertain whether their assailants were an exploratory fleet or interstellar pirates, the audacity of their aggression was utterly detestable. Could we possibly prevail against these warships? The sight of the 3 enormous black vessels looming ahead sent shivers down everyone's spines. In the face of the unknown, humanity's instinctual response is often a blend of curiosity and fear. Su Ching, gazing at the 3 looming black warships, furrowed his brow and promptly issued commands. First-generation mech warriors, prepare for battle. Position yourselves at the forefront. Should the enemy exhibit any intent of aggression, unleash a full-scale assault and obliterate them entirely. 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, acknowledged. With a flurry of motion, the 5,000 mechs surged forward, positioning themselves before the warships. The 5,000 gleaming white mechs stood resolutely between the 2 fleets. Though their frames were diminutive, they exuded an impressive aura, their streamlined bodies shimmering with a soft, flowing light. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden command room of the warship, the alien leader, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the 5,000 mechs, inquired, "Assess the level of their mechs." Subordinate, report, unable to detect. Leader, unable to detect? Subordinate, indeed. We are unable to ascertain the level of their mech's forging material or the core energy powering them. Upon hearing this, the leader swiftly issued new orders. Instruct the 3 warships at the forefront to initiate negotiations. If they are willing to cooperate, we can avert this conflict. Should they refuse, let the 3 warships stall for time while we maneuver from the flanks to encircle them and then launch a concerted attack. Underling, understood. I will relay the orders immediately. The leader's pair of antennae quivered again, reminiscent of a human expression. A civilization of merely level 2. 6, unable to even attain level 2. 7, astonishingly possesses mechs that remain undetectable to us. It appears that this black sphere is indeed a treasure. The leader's excitement grew with each passing thought. The undetectable mechs are typically a result of advanced technology far surpassing their own. Yet, despite this realization, the leader felt no trepidation. Rather, he was exhilarated, convinced that this mech technology could not have been developed by the human species before him. He attributed all of these achievements to the moon. Believing that humanity acquired this mech technology from the black sphere, In the front lines, 5,000 first-generation mech warriors had already dispersed in the air above the warships, confronting three colossal vessels that could rival the size of the moon. Each individual wore an expression of utmost seriousness, their nerves taut. This was not an alien battlefield, nor a black hole devoid of consciousness, and certainly not the faintly aware starry plants of the Black Vine. Before them stood truly intelligent life forms. Merely by observing the shape of the opposing warships, it was evident that their civilization was far more advanced than the current human civilization. This would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Su Cheng rushed from the rear to the forefront, simultaneously issuing a command to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin covertly ready two cannons. Aim at the enemy. Xiao Jin, received, master. Xiao Jin, the matter annihilation pulse cannon is prepared. Xiao Jin, the interstellar energy cannon is ready. Su Cheng nodded slightly, then piloted his mech to the front, gazing at the three enormous black warships before him, and spoke. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? He utilized a form of brainwave communication, essentially sending out a signal through his mech to inquire about their intentions. A peculiar language emanated from the spaceship, which Su Cheng captured, and it was subsequently translated by Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, could these individuals be from some obscure corner of the universe? They don't even know the universal language. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Su Cheng's mind. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, translate into the universal language and ask them again what they desire. If they do not respond within 3 breaths, we will resort to offensive measures. Xiao Jin, understood, master. Xiao Jin, Rokulandia Ha, Sao Lang Lang Hey. To their surprise, they could comprehend the universal language, making the situation much more manageable. Within the ship, a voice once again resonated. We are the Interstellar Dominion, led by King Solon. We have taken an interest in the black sphere you are guarding. If you hand over this black sphere, we shall not impede your passage. Listening intently, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. The Zoran King? Master, Little Jean replied. This is a faction of interstellar pirates. Su Cheng nodded subtly, understanding from their words that their intentions were blatantly hostile. It was evident they aimed to plunder. What else could they be but rogues? It seemed inevitable that a battle was on the horizon. All troops, be on high alert. Prepare for an assault. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Cheng's eyes. Since the visitors bore ill will, he saw no reason to be courteous. He swiftly issued commands. Activate the lunar energy shield. Ensure that the offensive weapons and interception turrets are on constant vigilance, monitoring the movements in the surrounding cosmos. 5,000 first-generation mech warriors and 3 formidable fleets rapidly gathered their energies, ready to launch their attack. Chapter 103. The Interstellar Pirate Force of Zorlan Little Jean, acknowledged. The 3 major battleship fleets, acknowledged. The first-generation mecha warriors, acknowledged. In that fleeting moment, an array of formidable weaponry emerged above the lunar surface. The 3 major battleship fleets swiftly redirected their turrets, activating energy shields while vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. 5,000 first-generation mecha warriors rapidly initiated core energy reserves, preparing to launch an assault. The 3 colossal interstellar battleships detected the adversary's intent to attack. Energy shields were deployed. The primary weaponry had locked onto the target. The secondary weapon turrets were preparing to intercept, calibrating their aim. Before them, the 3 super interstellar battleships manifested a faint energy aura enveloping their immense frames. With formidable turrets emerging, their intentions unmistakable. Su Cheng comprehended the essence of striking first. Su Cheng, fire. Boom. 5,000 supernova energy beams surged forth. While the primary weaponry of the 3 major battleship fleets unleashed dark energy-penetrating projectiles in an instant. These dark energy projectiles were the latest weaponry developed by humanity during this period. Simultaneously, the 3 pirate vessels launched their offensive. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying purple beams erupted from the battleships. The cataclysmic energy beams collided, transforming the cosmic expanse between the 2 forces into a vacuum of chaos. But, at that moment, an energy disturbance suddenly rippled across the lunar expanse. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. A series of menacing black energy columns materialized, hurtling toward the 3 major battleship fleets and the 5,000 mecha warriors. Beneath the onslaught of these black energy columns, the moon remained shrouded. Fortunately, both the 3 major battleship fleets and the moon had already activated their energy shields, successfully thwarting the attacks. The 5,000 first-generation mecha warriors, possessing technology far superior to the current level, swiftly detected the imminent threat and repositioned themselves. Su Cheng, seeking death. Upon witnessing the sudden encirclement of a dozen identical black vessels within the lunar cosmic space, Su Qing was incensed. The adversary had clearly devised a premeditated strategy against them. Tat tat tat. The antimatter dark energy projectiles and interstellar interception turrets above the moon instantly launched their offensive and defensive measures. Terrifying energy beams erupted like auroras from the lunar surface. At that moment, the entire moon appeared enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, various beams radiating forth incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of terrifying energy surged forth, decimating the fleet of a dozen vessels surrounding the lunar cosmic space, transforming them into a veritable hive of destruction. Their so-called energy shields proved to be mere facades. Whether it be antimatter dark energy bombs or interstellar interception platforms, these are weaponry designed against the Type 3 civilization. The pirate forces before us are woefully inadequate to withstand such might. Their vessels, although appearing robust and colossal, are rendered utterly ineffectual under the onslaught of the lunar armaments. Chaos ensues among the pirates, alarms blare incessantly as energy shields shatter and fail to reform. The battleships sustain grievous damage, their defensive capabilities on the brink of collapse. Desperately, they attempt to analyze the enemy's offensive strategies, only to encounter repeated failures in their assessments. Once brimming with confidence, the alien pirate leader, King Soren, now finds his demeanor drastically altered, his antennae drooping in despair. He realizes that they have indeed encountered an insurmountable force, one that has concealed its true strength. Akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Reluctantly, he mutters in disbelief, "Impossible. How could this be?" Yet, the stark reality before him compels him to accept the truth. The surrounding vessels erupt in a series of explosions, their shields proving utterly ineffective. The ships disintegrate, their core energies obliterated, systems laid to waste. Most notably, the initial trio of warships dispatched are annihilated in an instant, leaving no remnants behind. These were their pride. The pinnacle of their technological prowess that had once allowed them to traverse the cosmos, plundering with impunity. Yet now, against the enemy's weaponry, they faltered. Unable to withstand even the briefest moment of resistance. Brilliant sparks illuminate the vastness of space, transforming the once-dim remnants of a Type 4 civilization into a dazzling spectacle. Only to succumb once more to darkness and silence, leaving behind a cold, desolate void. King Soren, observing this, shudders involuntarily. What manner of technological civilization have they encountered that wields such formidable power? Commander, there remains one intact escape pod. We must retreat at once. A subordinate rushes to him. Urgency etched across his features. King Soren snaps back to reality, hastily turning to make his escape. At that moment, the dozen or so super-cosmic warships of this alien civilization are reduced to dust and debris. On the human side, losses are practically non-existent. While their vessels sustain minor damage, casualties remain minimal. Thanks to the protective technologies deployed from the moon, they have managed to mitigate their losses significantly. Otherwise, with humanity's current standing as a nascent Type 2.7 civilization, they would stand no chance against the Type 2.8 technological capabilities of their adversaries. At the very least, there is nothing to gain. Haha. These wretched extraterrestrials are astonishingly feeble. They truly appear formidable, yet they are not but paper tigers, easily pierced. With such meager prowess, they dare to rob us. It is indeed a path to self-destruction. The supreme deity is majestic. If it were not for the weaponry and interception of the supreme deity on the moon, we would likely have faced dire consequences. Amidst the 3 fleets of warships on the moon, including 5,000 mech warriors, there arose a cacophony of cheers filled with unbridled joy. The true battle of extraterrestrial civilization, a triumphant first victory. This serves as a tremendous encouragement for all of humanity. Whoosh! Just as the crowd reveled in their elation, a saucer-shaped UFO soared from the wreckage of the shattered warship and swiftly fled into the distance. Chapter 104. Annihilation? There are indeed deserters. Intercept them immediately. We cannot allow their escape. Bring them back for dissection. Dissection? Nonsense. Males should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, while the females can be used to warm our beds. Good heavens, your tastes are rather grim. My dear brother, such words are misguided. We must demonstrate the might of our human males to those extraterrestrial wretches. I believe it would be better to leave them to the male tigers, leopards, wolves, and wild boars we have on the moon. At that moment, a small spacecraft swiftly detached from the super battleship and hastily fled into the distance. Not only the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors led by Su Qing, but even those far away on the moon observed this clearly. You think you can escape before me? Do you truly believe you can flee? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and directed his mech to charge in that direction. Xiao Jin, can this Nova mech accommodate the energy infusion of a level 3 life form? Su Cheng inquired. Certainly, Master. You need only inject the energy into the core backup energy storage, Xiao Jin replied. Su Cheng nodded slightly. He redirected the energy within his body and fervently infused it into the mech's core energy. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, tearing open a dark rift. And Su Cheng piloted the mech directly into it. In the next moment, Su Cheng emerged from the other side, turning to face the swiftly approaching spacecraft. A faint smile playing on his lips, the spacecraft halted abruptly before him, and a universal cosmic language echoed from within. Are you truly intent on extermination? With Xiao Jin translating throughout, Su Cheng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and replied, Did you even consider this outcome when you attempted to intercept us? If we were to be defeated, would you have shown us any mercy? Without further ado, if you wish to survive, I offer you a chance. Allow me to probe your mind. At this moment, the eyes of King Sauron, perched within the spacecraft, widened in disbelief. His dark green irises spinning as if contemplating something. Do your words hold any weight? How can I trust you? Su Cheng chuckled coldly. Do you truly possess the right to choose? As he spoke, Su Cheng piloted his mech toward the spacecraft, the core backup energy whirring to life. Ready to launch an assault. Regardless of your willingness, you have no options left. Fear not. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. I will extract all the information I desire, and only then will I decide whether to spare you. Upon hearing this, King Sauron's eyes bulged, and he stammered. You lack integrity. Integrity? Su Cheng shook his head with a slight smile. Is integrity of any value to you interstellar pirates? Xiao Jin, activate the confinement. Xiao Jin, currently analyzing the technology level of the opposing UFO and the operational speed of the system core. Xiao Jin, definition complete, presently at a technology level of 2.8 civilization, with the system core operating at a speed of 12 megabytes per second. Xiao Jin, comparative analysis shows that the Bright system has achieved a technology level of 6 civilization, with an operational speed reaching trillions of megabytes per second. Xiao Jin, construct an absolute barrier. Xiao Jin, the absolute barrier has formed, creating a self-contained realm within, completely isolating external matter. At this moment, King Zoran is attempting to delay Su Cheng while trying to utilize technology to open a black hole passage. However, after several attempts, he discovers that the black hole passages he previously accessed with ease are now ineffective. What is happening? King Zoran is taken aback and furious, then turns to the crimson mech approaching him, exclaiming, It's you. Su Cheng smiles faintly and replies, Indeed, it is I. Su Cheng, activate consciousness search. Xiao Jin, consciousness transfer in progress. Transfer successful. Master can now access. Hearing this, Su Cheng nods slightly. This assistance from Xiao Jin has cost him 1 billion exchange points. The use of this technology is not free, as it cannot be applied to the moon and colonization without expense. Su Cheng quickly browses through and accesses King Zoran's memories and neural consciousness. After 2 minutes, he has thoroughly extracted everything from King Zoran's inception to the present. Important information has been organized by Xiao Jin. During this process, both the UFO and King Zoran stand frozen, unable to move an inch. After accessing the opponent's memories, Su Cheng furrows his brow slightly. He did not expect King Zoran's memory reservoir to be so vast, containing records of countless planets and warship civilizations, numbering in the hundreds. Furthermore, there is one crucial piece of information regarding their target star system. This star system is not home to just one advanced civilization. There are 3 other highly intelligent civilizations present, each possessing significant technological prowess, with one civilization reaching a technology level of 2.9, approaching a level 3 civilization. Additionally, beyond this 4th-level civilization's ruins, there exists not only their pirate force but also several cosmic explorer factions and a few other pirate factions. Yet, it seems they adhere to an unspoken agreement, each guarding their respective territories. This expansive region of 4th-level civilization ruins encompasses the entire star system, meaning the entire area is a remnant of 4th-level civilization. At this moment, a piercing scream emanates from the UFO ahead, an ear-splitting sound akin to ghostly wails. Xiao Jin has withdrawn the consciousness transfer, and at this moment, the opponent's thoughts are in disarray, their consciousness collapsing, rendering them a fool. As Su Cheng gazed upon the flying saucer before him, he finally spoke with a calm demeanor. I harbor no ill intentions. My motives are solely for self-defense in the continuation of my species. Regrettably, you sought to inflict harm upon humanity. Your demise is of no lament. I shall bring a definitive end to your suffering." With those words, Su Cheng activated the core energy of his mech and unleashed a terrifying beam of energy. The beam surged forth, expanding exponentially the moment it erupted from the chest of his mech. Subsequently, it hurtled towards the flying saucer. The vessel was obliterated within the cataclysmic energy beam, leaving no trace of sound or disturbance in its wake. A once dominant interstellar pirate faction had been utterly annihilated. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, as he launched his attack, a signal was transmitted from the flying saucer. Chapter 105. Cosmic Academy. After vanquishing the last remnant of the Sauron King's pirate faction, Su Cheng activated the Mech's return protocol. He traversed the black hole and initiated the interstellar jump technology. For a first-generation mech, this posed no significant challenge. Before long, Su Cheng reappeared before the fleet of warships and issued the command, "Proceed onward." The lunar vessel advanced, its antimatter propulsion system ignited, restoring its velocity once more. The three major fleets continued to guard the moon from three distinct angles. Upon returning to the lunar surface, Su Cheng communicated with Xiao Jin, requesting the exchange of the universal language of the cosmos. "Xiao Jin, please convert the universal language. I require it for the entire human race to learn." Xiao Jin responded. "The universal language has been exchanged, deducting 100 million exchange points. It has been successfully loaded onto your personal information panel." Nodding slightly at the information, Su Cheng activated the global virtual projection once more and addressed the gathered crowd. "Everyone, take a close look and learn. This is the universal language used throughout the cosmos, the very language employed by those alien pirate factions. As we set forth to conquer the stars and seas, mastering this universal language is indispensable. I grant you all time. The moon will reach its target star system in a few months. Within this time frame, each of you must learn this universal language. Our human language remains our mother tongue." Additionally, he proclaimed the establishment of the Cosmic Academy, where scholars would serve as instructors, imparting knowledge of the cosmos. This would encompass, but not be limited to, interstellar civilizations, technological advancements, cosmic wonders, and the evolution of human technology and the universal language. "I shall personally cultivate and select the teachers for the Cosmic Academy." With that, he concluded, "That is all for now. Continue your steady progress." After speaking, Su Cheng turned and entered the palace, tending to his little one, Su Ming. In the ensuing months, Su Cheng exchanged for a cosmic survival directory from Xiao Jin and focused on training the instructors for the Cosmic Academy. 100 scholars, having obtained their cosmic teaching qualifications, successfully assumed their roles. Thus, the Cosmic Academy on the moon was inaugurated, with no limit on enrollment. Everyone was free to participate. However, in the future, any newly born human lineage would be required to undergo formal education at the Cosmic Academy before assuming the roles of scholars or warriors. The new generation of human flames was destined to illuminate the vast cosmos. Consequently, on the moon, in addition to the two primary positions of scholars and guardian warriors, a new category emerged, cosmic teachers. This role, while still classified under scholars, presented a more nuanced delineation than before. Su Cheng lacked experience as a leader, and so did the others, as it is directed towards the cosmic expanse, no longer limited to individual celestial bodies and national civilizations. The scope and content encompassed are beyond the grasp of any measurable unit. Learning is confined merely to certain focal areas, particularly regarding the moon and knowledge beneficial to humanity. During this period, human technological civilization has finally experienced a significant leap, firmly establishing itself at the 2.7 level of civilization. The average lifespan of humans has remarkably reached over 1,000 years, with the longest recorded lifespan, excluding Sioux City, exceeding 20,000 years. This individual is none other than the current captain of the Mech Warriors, Max. The second longest lifespan belongs to Chenyu, who has lived for over 15,000 years. And the third is Hong, with a lifespan of 12,000 years. Breakthroughs in new energy research have already been achieved, with the field of dark energy transitioning from obscurity to the initial stages of exploration, successfully surpassing the phase of mere experimentation. Coupled with the technological support from Sioux City, the level of human civilization is evolving rapidly. On this day, the moon finally broke free from the confines of the surrounding fourth-level civilization ruins. With only 1 month remaining to reach the target star system, humanity is on the brink of arriving at a new home. Throughout this process, the size of the moon has increased several-fold, now reaching half the size of Earth. Finally, A sigh of relief escapes. Su City reclines on the second-floor balcony of the palace, gazing up at the artificial sun crafted by humanity. Feeling a slight sense of ease, humanity's civilization level has now reached a 2.7 level, aligning with that of the target planet. In terms of both civilizational and technological advancements, as well as research and weaponry, significant breakthroughs have been achieved. The new generation of mech warriors, weapon systems, and super battleships have been refined and optimized, now possessing the capability to contend with the civilization level of the opposing faction. Holding his nearly one-year-old son in his arms, Su City lifts him high above his head, exclaiming with a smile, "Xiaoming, you need to grow up quickly, do you understand? One day, I will take you to conquer the stars and seas, to witness the vastness and grandeur of the universe. Your mother and Anne have abandoned you to play on alien battlefields. Soon, you will join them and dominate an entire region." Although Su Ming is still an infant, not yet a year old, he clearly possesses a superior talent compared to his peers and has already commenced learning the human language. ABA, ABA, ABA. The little one giggles, his cherubic face adorned with an enchanting smile. Two shallow dimples appear at the corners of his mouth, enhancing his adorable visage. While children of his age are still babbling, Su Ming can already stand on his own and is beginning to take his first wobbly steps. Su Cheng has long been perplexed as to why his child's learning and developmental abilities surpass those of ordinary offspring. Whether in terms of physical prowess or cognitive advancement, his child significantly outshines peers of the same age. He even sought insight from Xiao Jin on the matter. Her response was quite straightforward. It is the result of formidable genetics. By the time Su Ming was conceived, Su Cheng had transcended human limitations. His very essence had undergone a transformation, setting him apart from typical humanity. Just then, the sound of delicate high heels echoed through the air. Soon, Su Cheng beheld the graceful approach of the Qin sisters, Qin Yu and Qin Shui. You two truly have a remarkable sense of trust. Leaving your child in the care of a single man, Su Cheng remarked with a hint of exasperation as he gazed at the two women. Chapter 106. The Revenge of the Pirate King. After entrusting his son to the care of two women, Su Cheng ventured deep into the cosmic expanse, commencing his rigorous training. At present, his life form has undergone a profound transformation, evolving into a third-tier life entity. The cultivation technique known as the Cosmic Chaos Art has also been entrusted to the two women. The strength of an individual ultimately bears a sense of solitude. True power resides in unity, as encapsulated in the adage, "If he thrives, so do I, and together we prosper." The moon continues its journey along the designated route. Having traversed 3/4 of the path, while human civilization has ascended to a 2.7 level civilization status. According to the current scientific and technological advancements of humanity, even without Su Cheng's intervention, they would be able to securely sustain themselves within the target star system. Meanwhile, Su Cheng delved deeper into the cosmic void, commencing the absorption of energy. In a different realm, following the demise of King Zoran, the emitted wavelength was transmitted through a specific channel and was received a day later. This wavelength led to a resplendent interstellar cultural star system, radiating brilliance. It is a vast celestial ocean composed of deep blue waters, enveloping the entirety of the star system. This is the headquarters of the interstellar pirates. Above the azure waters, various types of warships are arrayed, with a towering tree, akin to a celestial pillar, situated at the very center. This magnificent tree belongs to a species of celestial vine, yet it is markedly taller and more robust. Its canopy adorned with vibrantly colored branches and leaves. Each leaf spans thousands of meters, upon which numerous palatial fortresses rest. A closer inspection reveals that at the base of this towering tree lie the colossal corpses of celestial beasts. The immense roots intertwine with these carcasses, siphoning their energy. The bodies of these gigantic celestial creatures with planetary proportions visibly shrivel at an alarming rate. With each decrement of life force from the celestial beasts, the trunk of the towering tree swells, rising ever higher. At this juncture, a wavelength rapidly reached this region, captured by various factions. "Avenge me." The message was succinct, comprising only 4 simple characters, yet it was accompanied by the imagery of Su Cheng slaying King Zoran. Upon receiving this information, the multitude of pirate kings residing atop the towering tree erupted in fury. "Who dares? What audacity! How dare they slay one of our own? We have always been the marauders. None have ever dared to prey upon us. Attack! Deploy elite warriors to annihilate him." These pirate kings, all of whom held dominion equal to that of King Zoran, were incensed by Su Cheng's actions, akin to poking a hornet's nest. The assembly of pirate overlords, enraged, resolved to unleash their most devastating strikes to eradicate Su Cheng. At that moment, a command resonated from the treetops, and from the center of the canopy emerged three figures, each distinctly different in form, evidently not of the same race. Behind them, a multitude of colossal warships materialized, dispatched from the enigmatic expanse of the treetops, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each of these vessels rivaled the size of King Sauron's ships, with some even more immense, filling the starry void as if they were planetary bodies. These were the flagship vessels. Set sail. Eliminate the intruders and impose severe retribution. The might of the Pirate King is not to be trifled with. Lock onto target coordinates, initiate wormhole traversal, and commence interstellar leap. As the interstellar fleet was dispatched from the treetops, the entire pirate faction erupted in cheers and shouts. The fleet, comprised of tens of thousands of warships, embarked on a singular mission to obliterate Su Cheng and establish the supremacy of the Pirate King. At this moment, Su Cheng remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Deep within the cosmos, continually shifting and absorbing the energy of the universe to replenish himself. With each area of cosmic energy he assimilated, Su Cheng advanced along the lunar trajectory, only to shift to another region of space for further absorption. The energy particles that permeated the universe sparked brilliant points of light, merging into Su Cheng's being, steadily augmenting his aura. The core of his life star grew increasingly solid and robust. Time swiftly passed, and another month had elapsed. Humanity, having firmly established itself at a civilization level of 2.7, now stood on the threshold of ascending to 2.8. Furthermore, there was auspicious news, apart from Su Cheng. The two women, Chen Yu and Chen Shui, had begun to grasp the rudiments of the chaos technique, embarking on their journey to absorb the free-floating energy particles in the cosmos. This heralded the emergence of two formidable generals by Su Cheng's side. Suddenly, a fleet of massive cosmic warships traversed through the wormhole, ultimately arriving in this stellar domain. Lock onto the precise coordinates of the target. Initiate long-range attacks immediately. In the control room of one flagship, three pirate kings stood, one of whom, fixated on the large screen before him, spoke coldly. This being bore resemblance to a humanoid creature, akin to the third-level life form Su Cheng had encountered previously. With a pair of ebony wings, a bird-like head, and a human body, it was reminiscent of the golden-winged Great Pung from the Journey to the West. Its sharp, hawk-like eyes were chillingly indifferent, making it difficult to gaze upon directly. This was the most powerful among the three pirate kings, the Eagle King. Receive orders. The scanning of the current star domain is underway. The target has been locked, and the long-range weapons are primed. On the screen, a black sphere, akin to a coal ball, sped along a designated trajectory. Indeed, it was the lunar body inhabited by humanity. Above the moon, three fleets of warships loomed. The Eagle King, his gaze devoid of warmth, issued the command, attack. A formidable black cannon protruded from the hull of the warship, swiftly gathering particles of energy. With a resounding boom, a blinding beam of energy surged forth, vanishing in an instant from sight. This beam traversed the fabric of time and space, defying the vast distances of the starry realms, and instantaneously arrived above the moon through a wormhole. Wave after wave of dazzling white energy beams descended, each one many thousands of times thicker than a mountain. The arrival of such a multitude of energy beams resembled a terrifying divine retribution from the heavens, heralding true doom. Were this to occur on Earth, the planet would undoubtedly be obliterated into fragments in the blink of an eye. This is an energy beam specifically designed to annihilate planets, exuding an aura of relentless destruction, intent on eradicating all tangible matter. Chapter 107. Retaliation. In that fleeting moment, far behind the lunar trajectory, Su Cheng felt an inexplicable sensation, instinctively shifting his gaze towards the cosmic expanse at the end of the path ahead. Xiaojin, what is happening? Why do I suddenly feel a pang of unease? He inquired. Master, the moon and the human fleet are under assault by the forces of the Pirate King. This is a reprisal from them, Xiaojin replied. Su Cheng was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. What? Activate the lunar defenses immediately. Also, launch the relevant weaponry, he commanded. The moon is currently in self-defense mode, Master. There is no need for concern. The pirate vessels detected at this time cannot mount an effective attack on the moon. However, the human fleet is suffering devastating losses. Of the 30,000 warships dispatched, 80% have already been lost. What? Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. 80% loss? What kind of attack are they employing? The Pirate King's forces did not demonstrate such terrifying firepower in our previous encounter. This time, the main ship is launching the assault, supported by the remaining vessels. Xiao Jin explained. The main ship's technological civilization level is at 2.9, a pinnacle that our current human warships cannot withstand. Su Chang gritted his teeth, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze. For every loss my people incur, I shall ensure the enemy pays back tenfold, 100-fold. In that moment, he could no longer afford to absorb the energy particles from the cosmos. He immediately activated his mecha and sped towards the vicinity of the moon. Upon emerging from the wormhole, he beheld the remnants of the human fleet, shattered and drifting amidst the cosmic void. Out of over 30,000 warships, only a few thousand remained. The losses were indeed catastrophic. Furthermore, the enemy had employed their usual tactics, attacking before revealing their presence. At this sight, veins throbbed on Su Cheng's forehead. 5,000 first-generation mecha warriors. What are you doing? Your mecha technology far surpasses theirs. Can you not even detect this? Your core energy reserves are sufficient to contend with the enemy's power. Will you not resist? You are a disgrace. What use are you to me? At that moment, Su Cheng was truly enraged. Originally, he had nurtured these 5,000 mecha warriors to protect the moon, allowing him to train with peace of mind. Confident that as long as the enemy's technological advancement did not exceed level 4, the first-generation mecha warriors would be effective. Yet now, it seemed that they were belatedly aware of the crisis. Most of these warriors had honed their skills on alien battlefields. Suddenly, Su Cheng's voice echoed in their minds, startling them into immediate action. They promptly withdrew from the alien battlefield and returned to reality, piloting their mechas to charge out of the moon's confines. Soon, they were confronted with the battered human warships. Who is responsible for this? Who is it? How dare they? How dare they? I shall ensure that they face a most excruciating demise. Their methods are utterly inhumane, seeking to annihilate our very existence. Witnessing this scene, the 5,000 elite mech warriors were consumed by rage, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping them. Over 20,000 warships lay shattered and in ruins, with the human casualties aboard exceeding 70 or 80,000. This represents an unspeakable tragedy for humanity. Su Cheng commanded. Xiao Jin, activate the dimensional space transfer technology and relocate the remaining warships into the dimensional realm. Xiao Jin replied, understood, master. The dimensional space transfer has been initiated. In the blink of an eye, the warships hovering above the moon vanished completely, all absorbed into the dimensional space by Su Cheng. Upon entering this realm, the occupants of the warships found themselves bewildered. Where were they? A pitch-black void, devoid of visibility. Was this still the cosmos they inhabited? Surely this could not be the enemy's doing? As the group trembled in fear, Su Cheng's voice resonated. Do not be alarmed. You are in a different space. Wait here momentarily while I deal with the foes, and I shall release you afterward. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the crowd within the dimensional space erupted in cheers. Master, the Master is mighty. You have returned. We humans have endured an unprovoked assault. The enemy's methods are ferocious, their civilization seemingly far superior to ours. We could not even detect their spatial coordinates. In just that brief moment, we lost 80% of our fleet. Master, you must avenge us. Listening to the fervent calls from those within the dimensional space, Su Cheng replied solemnly, rest assured, I shall make them pay in blood, 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. May the Master's might prevail. Annihilate them. This time, the objective was total extermination. No one would be spared. Su Cheng regained his focus, instructing Xiao Jin to lock on to the enemy's coordinates, which he promptly transmitted to the data panels of the 5,000 mech warriors. As they beheld the formidable warships, Su Cheng's gaze hardened, commanding, initiate wormhole traversal. Let us charge forth and eliminate these butchers, avenging our fallen comrades. Faithful to humanity, loyal to the Master. The 5,000 warriors shouted in unison, activating the wormholes and traversing the cosmos to confront the fleet commanded by the 3 pirate kings. Simultaneously, Su Cheng swiftly issued commands to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, activate the lunar thrusters at maximum speed. Prepare the 2 cannons to guard the moon. Should any dare to approach recklessly, obliterate them without mercy. Master, please rest assured, all preparations are complete. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's response, Su Cheng was liberated from all lingering concerns. Gazing upon the formidable fleet of warships before him, an astonishing aura of lethal intent surged within him. Kill, Su Cheng bellowed, initiating the assault by propelling his mech towards a nearby warship. The energy, coalesced from a supernova, rapidly surged into one colossal warship after another. 5,000 first-generation mech warriors followed closely behind. A thunderous roar erupted. The terrifying energy unleashed illuminated the dark expanse of the starry realm in an instant. Brilliant sparks blossomed one after another, igniting the massive bodies of the warships. Chapter 108. Are they speaking human language? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All troops on high alert. Activate the energy shield immediately. Within the flagship of the Pirate King fleet, the Eagle King squinted his piercing eyes, fixated on the colossal screen displaying the mechanical warriors. It was these very machines that had vanquished King Zoran. Issue the command. Surround and hunt down these 5,000 mechanical warriors. Let not a single one escape. With his orders delivered, the Eagle King turned and departed the control room, making his way outside the flagship. He leaped from the ship, charging toward the mechanical warriors, traversing the cosmic expanse with his true form. Astonishingly, he was a third-tier life form. The Eagle King was indeed preparing to engage personally. The situation seemed dire for those Na'vi young warriors. Meanwhile, the two other Pirate Kings still in the control room exchanged knowing glances and smiles, sensing a measure of relief and satisfaction in each other's eyes. To them, the Eagle King's personal intervention meant that the opposing forces stood no chance of resurgence. Unbeknownst to them, among the 5,000 mechanical warriors, there existed a singular, exceptional being, another third-tier life form. Detecting unusual life form energy fluctuations. Target locked. Locking complete. At the moment the Eagle King emerged, he was instantly locked onto by the 5,000 mechanical warriors. Without needing Su Cheng to intervene, several powerful mechanical warriors surged toward him. Max was the first to confront the Eagle King, intercepting him. You appear to possess considerable strength. The Eagle King, upon hearing this, lifted his avian head, his sharp pupils emanating a unique gaze, revealing a swirling galaxy within. Whoosh. At that instant, two warriors materialized beside Max Hong. Captain, allow me to handle this birdman. Xinyu, let me extinguish him. Max turned to face his companions, utterly disregarding the Eagle King, and declared brazenly, no need for that. It's not every day we encounter such a large foe. I can't possibly let you two take him. Hey, leave some for me. Before Max could finish his sentence, Hong and Xinyu piloted their mechs, charging towards the birdman before them. Enraged, the Eagle King summoned the planetary energy within him, engaging fiercely against the two. As a king of a pirate faction, a noble third-tier life form, he found it intolerable to be so blatantly overlooked by these adversaries. Yet, as the battle intensified, the Eagle King's heart sank deeper into trepidation. He realized he was not gaining the upper hand. Throughout the encounter, he was continuously suppressed and unable to turn the tide. Humph, with such feeble strength, you dare to challenge us humans? Is that not akin to courting death? Hong, I shall end you with a single strike. Hong coldly opened his mouth, employing the universal language of the cosmos, which the other party comprehended clearly. Simultaneously, a series of commands resonated from within the mech's frame. Target locked, living biological entity. Contains the heart of a planetary source, capable of effective physical assault. Supernova energy convergence complete. It can annihilate the planetary source energy within the opponent. Boom. In but a fleeting moment, a terrifying energy beam was unleashed from Hong's mech, piercing directly through the imposing figure of the Eagle King before him. The Eagle King shrieked, desperately mobilizing the planetary source power within, yet to no avail. His planetary source energy was merely that of an ordinary celestial body, insufficient to contend with the might of supernova energy. Thus, a radiant white light pierced the heavens, illuminating this expanse of the cosmic river. Ultimately, it vanished in an instant. In the arena, there remained no trace of a third-tier life form, nor any remnants of the Eagle King, the pirate sovereign. What was left was merely a vacuum. The third-tier Eagle King had been utterly obliterated, leaving not a single fragment or speck of ash behind. Su Cheng had long since noted the situation, witnessing the third-tier life form, the Eagle King, being reduced to mere dust by Hong's mech. Unable to restrain himself, he inwardly cursed. What a waste. This was a third-tier life form. Its entire being was a reservoir of energy essence, the very source of life. Consuming it would equate to several days of relentless absorption of stellar energy. Such a squander. As Su Cheng continued to engage the warships with his mech, he pondered, I must return and urgently educate these individuals on the classifications and states of life forms, particularly the cosmic survival record. These 5,000 mech warriors must be well versed in it. The cosmic survival record meticulously documents the myriad biological forms throughout the universe, providing detailed descriptions of life, form hierarchies, and energy states. If in the future they were to annihilate third-tier life forms like that avian giant, how wasteful it would be. Those are pure and invaluable cultivation energies capable of extending lifespan, even if not utilized for their own cultivation. They could be brought back for the ancient scholars of the Tower of Heaven to study, inevitably advancing human longevity and life form evolution. Su Chang addressed the 5,000 mech warriors. Should we encounter another being of that stature, like the avian creature just now, remember not to destroy it outright. That is a third-tier life form, a treasure trove in its entirety, more precious than even the cosmic flora of the Black Vine. If encountered, ensure to capture it alive, or at least render it severely weakened. If unable to control the mech's energy, then preserve its body. We must not leave anything behind. This represents a monumental treasure for humanity. Remember, remember, remember. The voice of Sioux City rang out, causing the 5,000 warriors to momentarily pause in surprise. Soon after, a frenzied look ignited in each of their eyes. A level 3 life form. It is indeed a level 3 life form, capturing a level 3 life form alive for research. While the non-humanoid ones could be chopped up and grilled, the succulent essence of a level 3 life form's flesh would surely be brimming with energy, capable of enhancing our life levels. Good heavens, was that avian creature just now a level 3 life form? How utterly feeble! It could barely withstand a single blow. Aren't level 3 life forms reputed to possess lifespans of at least several billion years? How can it be so fragile? Listen, is this even coherent? As Sioux City listened, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. Have these youngsters become overly confident? Chapter 109. Encirclement. It is not fair to blame the 5,000 mech warriors. The weakness does not lie with the Pirate King, Eagle King, nor with the third-level biological entities. Rather, it is the first-generation mechs they pilot, crafted from materials, energy reserves, and scientific technologies designed specifically for fourth-level civilizations. To put it simply, the first-generation mech warriors, known as supernova warriors, are capable of engaging in fierce battles with fourth-level civilizations on equal footing. The task of annihilating a third-level life form for such mech warriors is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Moreover, two such mech warriors hunting a single opponent renders the situation even more lopsided. One can only imagine the frustration Eagle King experienced during that battle. Initially intending to showcase his prowess, only to be caught off guard by an underestimation of his foe's strength. He was ruthlessly trampled by the two mechs, leaving him utterly obliterated. Su Chang commanded, "Do not draw attention to yourselves. Keep a low profile and continue the slaughter. Future offenders must be eradicated. Leave none alive. Remember my earlier words, spare the large ones." The 5,000 mech warriors responded affirmatively. Boom, boom, boom. The expanse of the starry sky erupted into a dazzling spectacle, awash with vibrant energy lights. Terrifying explosions followed one after another, as magnificent fireworks burst across the cosmos, depicting the destruction of one super battleship after another. Against the onslaught of 5,000 supernova warriors, the pirate fleet's ships had no capacity to retaliate. The mech warriors weaved effortlessly among the vessels, delivering devastating strikes. The pirate ship's shields, in the face of the 5,000 mech warriors, were nothing more than mere decorations, serving no purpose whatsoever. What a bore! This was far less exhilarating than the thrill of alien battlefields. With such meager strength, they dared to confront humanity, truly a death wish. Is this all they have? Lacking strength, yet audacious enough to flaunt themselves and seek confrontation. Initially filled with righteous indignation, the 5,000 mech warriors now found the encounter exceedingly tedious. These so-called super battleships were not even on the same energy level as themselves. With a mere flick of their wrists, they could obliterate the ships. Even a casual movement of their mech bodies could shatter a battleship into oblivion. The energy and structural levels of the enemy's vessels offered no resistance against the supernova mechs. Meanwhile, in the control room of the pirate fleet's flagship, the remaining two pirate kings stared in shock at the projection screen before them. Their so-called elite battleships were mercilessly crushed. The immensely powerful Eagle King was utterly dominated. They were still struggling to comprehend the situation, and his realization dawned. A chill ran down their spines. The thousands of super battleships they had dispatched were completely annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Now, only their flagship remained. However, they found themselves with no avenue of escape. All around, they were enveloped by the dazzling white silhouettes of the mechanized warriors, leaving them with nowhere to flee. What should they do? Was it still possible to send out a distress signal? The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing a glimmer of terror reflected in each other's eyes. Master God, we have detected two large entities aboard the mothership, yet their energy levels do not match that of the avian creature we encountered earlier. Sucheng nodded and approached. He had indeed noted that the two large beings within the mothership were akin to King Zoran, classified as 9-level life forms. They were but a hair's breadth away from reaching the 3rd level of life forms. Unfortunately, that slender margin was akin to a chasm of insurmountable distance. Sucheng, listen well, you little wretches aboard the mothership, come out quietly and surrender, I may show you mercy. Upon uttering these words, Sucheng discreetly communicated with Little Jean. Sucheng, Little Jean, is it feasible to seize control of this mothership? Little Jean, exceedingly simple. Sucheng, excellent. Then secure control of the mothership and ensure it does not escape. Little Jean, this will require the deduction of 100 million exchange points to acquire the necessary technology. Sucheng, though reluctantly, Sucheng ultimately opted to proceed with the exchange. He intended to leave this mothership for humanity, allowing the elders of the Tower of Babel to study it and subsequently engineer more formidable interstellar battleships. The technology of this vessel should be ahead of current human advancements by 2 civilization levels, representing at least a product of 9-level technological civilization. Little Jean, the mothership is now under retime control. Please rest assured, Master. Sucheng nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling the 5,000 mechanized warriors to descend and capture the prisoners. With swift precision, the 5,000 mechanized warriors sprang into action, capturing the remaining alien pirate beings aboard the mothership and bringing them to the battleship stack. There were as many as tens of thousands of extraterrestrial entities, each exhibiting a myriad of forms, with many resembling humanoids, though the majority were primarily animalistic in shape. Before this multitude of alien beings stood two particularly striking figures. They were the other two pirate kings. One was towering and imposing, clad in grayish-white, resembling a human form but much larger. Standing at a height of 7 or 8 meters, donning a black helmet and iron boots. This was a member of the Titan race, evoking a striking resemblance to Thanos. The other was smaller, similar in stature to a human, yet sprouting numerous black tails reminiscent of a scorpion's stinger from its back. Its mouth was round, and its eyes protruded like those of a fish. Sucheng strode forward, gazing at the two colossal beings before him. You two, introduce yourselves. I am the Tyrant King of the Pirate Clan. I am the Sea Fish King of the Pirate Clan. The two pirate kings spoke in unison, their expressions betraying neither joy nor sorrow, yet their uneasy tones revealed their tension. At that moment, both pirate kings were palpably anxious. Upon hearing this, Sucheng raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "Why have you chosen to attack us?" In his eyes, these two pirate kings were already as good as corpses, and he could have easily conducted a soul search. However, he reconsidered. After all, the technique of probing consciousness required exchange points. It would be wiser to reserve those points for acquiring items beneficial to humanity and himself. Simple inquiries would suffice to uncover the information he sought. The Dominator King spoke first. We received a signal from King Zoran. The Sea Fish King added, "Thus, we have come to exact our revenge." Hearing this, Sucheng let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Revenge? It seems you pirate kings are quite loyal to one another, ready to lend a hand in times of trouble? You mentioned that you hail from a pirate family. Pray tell, what does that entail?" Chapter 110, The Triumphant Return. At this moment, 5,000 mech warriors fixed their intense gazes upon the two alien pirate kings before them. Their curiosity regarding this pirate family was palpable. These two pirate kings hailed from the so-called pirate family and had arrived in response to a signal from King Solon. This indicated that King Solon was, like the two pirate kings, a member of this pirate family, suggesting a formidable coalition of pirate rulers. The Tyrant King lifted his head to address Sucheng, inquiring, "If we divulge this information, will you spare us?" The Fish King nodded in agreement, adding, "Surely, you wouldn't be untrustworthy? We pirate kings are men of our word. We do what we say." Upon hearing this, a slight smile played at the corners of Sucheng's mouth as he replied, "Rest assured. I have promised you that as long as you are forthcoming, I shall spare you. After all, you pose no threat to me." The two pirate kings exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. "Very well. We accept your terms, and we hope you will honor your word." The pirate king of the Titan clan, the Tyrant King, spoke. The pirate family is a coalition of interstellar pirates, comprising a staggering 100,000 pirate kings. Each of these kings commands their own faction of pirates. Sucheng raised an eyebrow at this revelation. 100,000 pirate kings? Such a multitude. However, If they were all as incompetent as these two, they were hardly formidable. A gathering of pirate leaders would undoubtedly harbor even more powerful pirate kings. Gazing intently at the two before him, Su Cheng was tempted to directly probe their minds, yet he ultimately restrained himself. What kind of entities are these 100,000 pirate kings? At that moment, the Fish King responded, each pirate king is a formidable being who commands a galaxy. The weakest among them is a level 2, 8 life form. Under the illustrious leadership of the great Vama King, our pirate family has shown signs of advancing to a level 4 civilization. Currently, our family is predominantly at a level 3, 5 in technological prowess. Our esteemed Vama King is a unique level 4 life form, an infinitely noble eternal being. We are merely the lowest tier within the pirate family. Upon finishing, the Fish King's large, glistening eyes fixated on Su Cheng with an unsettling intensity, a clear threat. Internally, he derided Su Cheng and the 5,000 mech warriors, thinking, should you prove untrustworthy and dare to slay us, you will face relentless pursuit from the pirate family. Vama King, a level 4 life form? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, surveying the Fish King with a smirk, and remarked, are you threatening me? Level 4 life forms are said to be eternal beings, immortal in essence. Yet, that is merely a relative notion, not absolute invincibility. Within this vast universe, there still exist numerous methods to extinguish eternal life. Upon hearing his words, both pirate kings were momentarily taken aback. The Sea Fish King immediately sensed that his utterance had provoked the other's wrath, and the likelihood of their demise here loomed large, especially after perceiving the flicker of murderous intent in Su Cheng's eyes. The multitude of tails behind the Sea Fish King began to tremble in unison. What do you intend to do? The domineering annihilator, his eyes ablaze with indignation, interjected, you promised that as long as we complied, you would spare us. Apologies. Su Cheng replied, shaking his head slightly. He understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. A smirk played on his lips as he regarded the two pirate kings. I am precisely the sort of individual who is devoid of integrity. To put it in the vernacular of our kind, I am but a lowly wretch. What need have I for credibility amongst you pirates? With that, Su Cheng initiated communication with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, disrupt their neurons and obliterate their consciousness. Received. Ah, my head. It feels as though it will explode. You wretched, despicable creature, you lack honor. The great Fanma King shall not let you escape. In an instant, Su Cheng's subconscious linked with Xiao Jin, and the throng of thousands of pirate beings erupted into anguish cries, clutching their heads in torment. They recognized that this torment stemmed from the mech warriors before them. Each one, aware of their impending demise, began to roar and curse in futile rage. However, it proved useless. Within mere moments, the multitude of pirate beings fell silent, their bodies collapsing onto the deck of the warship. Target's neurons have been destroyed. Neuronal weaponry has been expended, deducting 100 million exchange points. Su Cheng nodded to himself, then issued commands to the 5,000 warriors. Prepare for the return journey. Xiao Jin, take control of the flagship and steer us back onto the lunar trajectory. Received. Current coordinates of the moon have been locked, initiating wormhole activation. At that moment, the instruments within the control room began to operate autonomously. A powerful beam of laser energy erupted from beneath the massive body of the flagship, striking into the cosmic expanse ahead. A wormhole to the starry void was opened. As Su Cheng led the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors and the flagship on their return. In the next instant, an energy disturbance manifested in the cosmic void before the lunar trajectory. Suddenly, the flagship materialized. The multitude of scientists within the Tower of Babel immediately began to assess the situation, their nerves fraying upon witnessing the ship, even larger than the moon itself. Alert! Alert! The extraterrestrial forces are attacking again. Initiate offensive maneuvers. Activate the lunar energy shield. Accelerate the lunar thrusters. Contact the supreme deity at once. Amidst the frantic efforts of a group of scientists, a voice resonated from Sioux City. Do not panic, for we have returned victorious. With a grand gesture, orders were dispatched to the 5,000 mech warriors. Clear the battlefield. Collect the bodies of these extraterrestrial beings for further study. This flagship is under my command. The mech warriors, upon receiving the directive, swiftly sprang into action, initiating the cleanup of the battleground. Within the cosmic expanse surrounding the flagship, warriors traversed back and forth, transporting the corpses of the alien entities from the decks. The first generation of mech warriors emphasized the combat prowess of the machines themselves. lacking the integrated technology for dimensional storage, thus limiting their capacity to mere transportation. Chapter 111, Advanced Intelligence Optimization Potion. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the assembly of scholars was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in exuberant cheers. The Lord God is magnificent. Haraha! We have triumphed. We have won. Alas! They lamented not being able to witness the Lord God leading 5,000 first-generation mech warriors into battle, yet they could vividly imagine the intensity of such a confrontation. These extraterrestrial beings were indeed detestable. We had never provoked them, yet they persistently sought trouble with us. Now they should comprehend our prowess. Surely, they will refrain from further incursions. What is there to fear? With the Lord God and the first-generation mech warriors at our side, should they dare to approach, they would find no return. Su Cheng disengaged from the mech and returned to the Tower of Heaven. A multitude of scientists greeted him, calling out, "Lord God." Approaching the assembly of dedicated scholars committed to the advancement of human civilization, Su Cheng nodded slightly and proclaimed, "In this battle, we have secured victory. However, it is certain that our adversaries will return. Therefore, we must be adequately prepared. I do not wish to witness such grievous losses among our ranks again. This crucial task is entrusted to you. I, along with the warriors, have brought back the corpses of those extraterrestrial beings for your research. Additionally, I hope for further breakthroughs in interstellar warship technology. Have you seen that colossal mothership, comparable to the size of a planet? That belongs to the extraterrestrial Pirate Kings faction, one of their principal warships. I expect you to thoroughly investigate the technology of this mothership in the coming time and to develop warships that are more suited to humanity's needs." Upon hearing his words, the scientists were initially stunned, glancing at the alien corpses being transported in by the warriors, then at the super battleship silently hovering above the moon. Soon, they were overwhelmed with joy. Each pair of eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Wonderful! We finally have the opportunity to study those extraterrestrial beings. This has been my lifelong dream, and I never expected it to be realized so swiftly. With such a super battleship, our human warship technology is bound to experience groundbreaking advancements. The Lord God is magnificent. Lord God, you are truly great. Please accept my admiration. With the provision of this alien technology for our research, our technological civilization is destined for a qualitative transformation. Lord God, rest assured, we will spare no effort. Observing the fervent scholars before him, Su Cheng nodded slightly and stated, "I believe in you. Should you require any assistance during this period, do not hesitate to ask. Remember, you are not only pursuing your dreams, but also striving for humanity's collective future. In the boundless universe, we, as humans, remain far too weak. Now we stand on the precipice of a remarkable opportunity for growth, one that must not be overlooked." A group of scientists, upon hearing this, erupted with excitement, united in their fervent cries, "Loyal to humanity, loyal to the supreme deity." Su Cheng gazed at these fervently passionate scientists and discreetly exchanged high-level intelligence optimization potions from Xiao Jane. He then presented them. "Here lies the first batch of advanced intelligence optimization potions, a total of 500 vials. Please distribute them among everyone. This is merely the initial supply. Once you have compiled the total demand, contact me again, and I shall produce a second batch. These advanced potions can elevate the intellect of the user to over 200. In fact, within Xiao Jin's system shop, there exist even more sophisticated cerebral enhancement potions, one of which can astonishingly develop human brain capacity to an astounding 99. However, Su Cheng understood the principle of moderation. Distributing everything at once would only hinder growth, yielding counterproductive results. To achieve improvement and optimization, one must advance step by step, laying a solid foundation with each stride. I entrust this batch of intelligence optimization potions to Zhou Yuhang for safekeeping. As for distribution and usage, you may deliberate among yourselves. Remember, this is merely the first batch, with more to follow. I do not wish for any discontent or internal discord among our scholarly community due to these potions. Once you have gathered the personnel requirements, I will distribute them all at once, ensuring everyone receives their share. Now, you may proceed with the allocation." With that, Su Cheng turned and departed from the Tower of Heaven, returning to his palace. The scholars within the Tower of Heaven embody the hope of humanity's resurgence. It is no exaggeration to call them the spark of human hope. Thus, Su Cheng devoted himself to nurturing these scientists, providing them with the most generous resources. He imposed no limitations on them regarding physical enhancement potions, gene optimization potions, and intelligence optimization potions. while other guards required star coins for exchange. These scientists received them free of charge, all high-level potions acquired from Xiaojin's system. The thought of future human scientists possessing intellects exceeding 200 filled Su Qing with quiet anticipation. Scientists endowed with intelligence optimization would undoubtedly advance further in scientific research, accelerating the progression of human civilization. His actions were all for the benefit of humanity and, of course, for his own exchange points. Upon returning to the palace, Su Cheng embraced the role of a nurturing father, inevitably indulging in affectionate moments with the two women. As the twin phoenixes danced, swirling around the dragon, Su Cheng experienced the sensation often described in human tales, being on cloud nine. Chen Shui, this younger sister, seemed somewhat unwilling to concede defeat as she leaned closer to Su Cheng's ear, whispering softly, "I too desire to bear a child for you." In response, Su Cheng was striving diligently. However, it appeared that the elevated level of his life form was the reason behind the prolonged inability to conceive. This left Su Cheng feeling somewhat helpless. Could it be that the legendary high bloodline level diminishes the probability of offspring? In the ensuing final months, Su Cheng, while absorbing energy amidst the cosmic expanse, remained ever vigilant of the changes occurring on the lunar surface. Naturally, during his spare moments, he would take the two women to the depths of the universe, personally instructing them on the art of cultivation among the stars. Chapter 112. Arrival at the target star system. 4 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Cheng continuously absorbed the cosmic energies of the universe, ultimately elevating his life level once again. He has now ascended to a formidable 3-1 level life form. The primordial planet within the energy field has solidified completely, growing over twice its original size and gradually evolving from its embryonic form into a low-quality planet. In this same span, humanity has finally transitioned into the 2-9 level civilization stage, mere steps away from achieving the coveted third-tier civilization status. Significant breakthroughs have also been made in the realm of interstellar battleships. Presently, each vessel within the fleet has grown to the size of the former lunar satellites. The fleet remains divided into 3 major divisions, each boasting a flagship of substantial proportions, comparable to that of a low-quality planet. Humanity's naval capabilities and technological prowess have now reached a level capable of decisively overpowering the former pirate forces, such as the Solon King. This fleet can be rightly termed a true armada of super battleships. Human lifespan has witnessed remarkable advancements, with an average exceeding 10,000 years. Each individual has transformed into a veritable ancient being. During this period, humanity has also reinstated the institution of marriage, adhering to a monogamous structure while advocating for gender equality, albeit with Su Cheng, the supreme deity, as an exception. The proliferation of human offspring has made commendable progress, with the population increasing by 20 million. In other words, within these 4 months, 20 million infants have been born among humanity, each surpassing the original generation infants in strength by more than tenfold, a testament to their superior genetics. At last, humanity has reached the target star system. The 3 dawn fleets guard the moon, gradually advancing deeper into the resplendent starry expanse. The galaxy sparkles like a mesmerizing kaleidoscope, shrouded in a hazy mist, revealing energy planets and meteors, with starlight twinkling in abundance. Su Cheng proclaimed, "Warriors of humanity, please pay heed. We have arrived at our target star system. Our immediate task is to establish a foothold on the moon. Subsequently, we must engage with the life forms of the other planets to forge a pact of peaceful coexistence. We, as humanity, shall leverage this star system to truly dominate the cosmic expanse." Although Su Cheng's words were delivered with calmness and simplicity, the fervent spirit of battle embedded within his voice was palpable to all. Throughout this period, humanity has diligently studied the records of cosmic survival and has gained a substantial understanding of the habits of extraterrestrial beings. Most alien species, particularly those of advanced technological civilizations, tend to exhibit a propensity for aggression, with truly peace-loving races being exceedingly rare. Supreme deity, majestic and mighty, our humanity shall undoubtedly endure eternally. They are prepared for the impending conflict, loyal to humanity and devoted to their supreme leader. Battling across the stars and seas, we stand at the pinnacle of the cosmos. It matters not if we are not accepted. However, should anyone dare to covet or attack us, we shall retaliate until they yield. Presently, humanity's technological prowess has ascended to a level 2-9 civilization, a source of pride indeed. After all, among the celestial bodies in this target star system, the most advanced species reaches merely a 9 civilization level. The other 2 planets boast civilizations of only 2, 7 and 2, 8 levels, respectively. Su Cheng commanded, Xiao Jin, lock onto the target star system and initiate spatial travel. Xiao Jin responded, the coordinates of the binary stars are secured. Preparing for space jump. Xiao Jin continued, ready to jump in 3, 2, 1, commencing jump. A ripple of energy, akin to a wave, surged forth. And the 3 grand fleets along with the moon vanished from the vast expanse of the universe. In the next moment, they reappeared within the binary star system. Before the assembled crew, 2 entwined stars slowly rotated, emitting unparalleled warmth that illuminated the dark void of space. Orbiting these twin stars were 18 planets, each of considerable mass. Their size is many times that of Earth. Upon entering this star system, the moon and the fleets activated their energy shields to avert any potential attacks. Su Cheng, leading 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, stood resolutely on the main deck of the flagship, his gaze surveying the starry expanse with authority. All troops, be on alert. He commanded. Zhou Yuhang, transmit a signal to the species within the current star domain, conveying our intentions. Within the Tower of Babel, a cadre of scientists stood poised. Their projection screens fragmented into myriad sections, encompassing everything within this star system. Zhou Yuhang acknowledged, received, master, sending signal now. At that moment, the Tower of Babel dispatched the message through various means, including physical wavelengths, radio transmissions, and universal cosmic languages. The essence of the message was, greetings to the inhabitants of the current star system. We are a human race from the far side of the galaxy. Our home world has been shattered, leaving us without a refuge. We have detected that this star domain is most conducive to the development of life forms. Hence our arrival in search of a new sanctuary. We hope for your acceptance. Once the signal was sent, Su Cheng and the human guardians awaited in silence, confident that a response would soon follow. The civilizations within this star system had all reached a technological level of 2, 7 or higher, making the reception of such a signal a straightforward matter. Su Cheng fixed his gaze upon the space stations before the twin stars, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. The species within this star system had maximized their exploration of the celestial domain. Upon the completion of this transmission, the nearest planet to the binary stars, along with the 5th and 18th planets, received a cordial signal from various extraterrestrial species. Subsequently, images of the moon and the 3 formidable fleets were redirected to their respective space stations and home worlds. Within the first planet, a multitude of warships appeared. This civilization possesses technology that rivals our own. This poses a dilemma. Merely outsiders, harboring aspirations to claim a territory within our star system. Such dreams are indeed fanciful. They may seek to settle here. However, they must yield to our authority. A response is warranted. They may establish residence. But they are forbidden from encroaching upon any planet within our star system, as these celestial bodies are already marked as our domain. Furthermore, they must submit to our governance. Otherwise, they shall be compelled to depart and seek their fortunes in another star system. Chapter 113, The First Planet. Chemo Planet. The first planet stands as the true sovereign within this binary star system, subjugating the other 2 civilizations beneath its dominion. Despite the fact that these 3 civilizations coexist within the same star system, there exists no notion of peaceful development. Rather, it is a period of genuine unification. This phenomenon reflects the commonality observed in the evolution of interstellar civilizations throughout the cosmos. True peace and development arise only from unification. The Chemo civilization represents the racial essence of this first planet. Presently, Chemo Planet predominantly features towering mountains, expansive plains, and vast stretches of crimson plateaus. The signs of technological advancement are remarkably scarce within this realm, a testament to the Chemo people's dedication to preserving and prioritizing their planet's natural environment. A closer examination reveals that the Chemo's technological development has entirely shifted beyond their home planet, existing independently in the vastness of outer space. The mother planet, Chemo, remains impeccably safeguarded by its inhabitants. Within Chemo Planet lies a floating city, a majestic fortress adorned with palatial structures and bustling with various aerial vehicles. This city serves as the stronghold of the Chemo people on their native soil. It is undeniable that their commitment to protecting their home planet has reached an extraordinary level, a lesson that humanity could greatly benefit from. In the heart of this aerial citadel, a palace houses a humanoid figure, cloaked in deep green and crowned with 2 prominent antennae. The being emits a disdainful snort, declaring, to claim dominion over our star system. Subjugation is the foremost prerequisite. This being is none other than the Chemo King, the 18th of his lineage, Damo Bick. With a cold huff, Damo Bick rises, his cape billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. In his grasp, he wields a staff forged from an unknown metal, its apex embellished with a dazzling yellow gem. Had Su Cheng been present, he would recognize that this gem harbors an immensely potent divine atomic energy, an essence ripe for absorption. Embodying the high-level cosmic energy that is both coveted and elusive. Transmit the orders back, while simultaneously instructing the space fleet to monitor their movements. Should they comply, we may grant them a chance at survival. If they choose to depart unbidden, let them be. However, should they display obstinacy, annihilation shall be their fate, Damo Bick commanded, his demeanor stoic as he resumed his place upon the throne. At this moment, Su Cheng had instructed Xiao Jin to scan for suitable positions within the current star system for the moon, regardless of whether the civilizations inhabiting this system would accept them. They had resolved to establish their presence within this celestial domain. The propagation and evolution of life in the universe adhere to their own intrinsic laws. The distinction between star systems that give rise to life and those that do not is stark. This understanding elucidates why Su Cheng undertook the monumental journey across billions of miles to lead the moon to settle in this binary star system. It is solely because this stellar system is the most conducive to human existence and advancement. This is a resource-rich galaxy, enabling humanity to flourish at an accelerated pace. The progression and evolution of civilizations are often accompanied by the flames of conflict. True peaceful development is, after all, a rarity. Xiao Jin, the most suitable orbit for the moon has been detected, located within the orbit of the 10th planet. Su Cheng, the orbit of the 10th planet, you say? Su Cheng, is it possible for the moon to coexist and operate alongside the planet in its current orbit? Xiao Jin, in the short term, it is feasible, Master. However, as time progresses, only one planet can exist within the same orbit. If two planets were to occupy the same path, external factors would ultimately lead to a collision between them. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly. In other words, the planet in the 10th orbit must inevitably be displaced. Fortunately, it is an uninhabited celestial body. The moon can take its place. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin. How long can the moon and the planet in the 10th orbit maintain synchronized operation in the short term? Xiao Jin, according to humanity's current method of measuring time, they can coexist for 1 year without collision. After this year, the current planet will collide with the moon. The outcome, the current planet will be completely obliterated, while the moon remains unscathed. Su Cheng, fully aware of the moon's formidable construction, anticipated this result. However, the thought of annihilating a planet left him feeling uneasy. Would it not be better to maximize the potential of this celestial body? Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, is there a way to prevent this planet from being destroyed while still maximizing its utility? Xiao Jin, scanning the data of the current planet. Xiao Jin, scan complete. Xiao Jin, Master, the current planet is classified as a medium-mass celestial body, with its utilizable resources diminished to a minimum, effectively compressing it to a low-mass level, which holds little significance for humanity today. Xiao Jin, however, despite its low quality, it can still be of assistance to you, Master. Oh, how so? Su Cheng inquired, his brow arching with curiosity. The planet in the 10th orbit has begun to form its primordial essence. You may choose to refine it or directly relocate it into your energy field. Both methods would enhance your current power. Taken aback, Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. I can actually incorporate it into my energy field? Indeed, Master. Xiao Jin continued, the energy field that has evolved within you is akin to an entire stellar system, albeit in its embryonic stage. Nevertheless, even in its nascent stage, it is sufficiently capable of accommodating such a planet. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, Su Cheng's eyes instantly brightened. Aside from refining the essence of the universe and devouring the energies of the cosmos, Su Cheng has uncovered another path towards enhancing his strength. This involves relocating celestial bodies from the real universe into his own energy field, succinctly termed, devouring planets. Ultimately, this method of transferring a planet into his internal energy field appears promising. Su Cheng murmured, for him, it represents a most comforting avenue at present. Yet, he pondered, how challenging would it be to transfer a planet from the real universe into his energy field? Furthermore, if I were to consume this planet, would my body withstand the strain without bursting? Chapter 114. Settling in the orbit of the 10th planet Master need not worry excessively. The voice of Xiao Jin resonated in Su Cheng's mind. You are currently a level 3 life form. A level 3 life form, also known as a planetary life form, inherently signifies that you are, in essence, akin to a planet. Within the same level, devouring does not result in the destruction of the body. The two planetary origins you previously absorbed are, in truth, equivalent to two planets. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, coming to a realization. He no longer needed to concern himself with the fear of his body bursting from consuming this planet. The pressing question now was, how should he proceed to absorb this planet? How could he relocate this celestial body into the chi field within himself? Xiao Jin responded. Simply operate the cosmic chaos technique. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback and inquired further, is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. What else did you expect? Xiao Jin replied. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Su Cheng chuckled and touched the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Xiao Jin, the cosmic chaos technique itself cannot inherently absorb planets, can it? After all, when I ventured into the cosmic expanse to absorb energy, it was always in the depths of space devoid of planets, merely collecting the energy adrift in the cosmos. Xiao Jin affirmed, yes, master. In theory, the cosmic chaos technique can absorb all tangible matter for the host's use. As your life level ascends, the capacity of the chi field within you gradually expands, allowing for the absorption of an increasingly diverse array of substances. Understanding dawned upon Su Cheng as he nodded slightly, now fully comprehending the concept. To put it simply, the chaos technique resembles an ever-forging great furnace. As the furnace's level rises and its form expands, the materials it can refine also multiply. It was indeed that straightforward. At that moment, Su Cheng gained a newfound appreciation for the chaos technique. However, just then, his communication channel received an extraterrestrial signal. The translated message conveyed a clear and straightforward meaning. Intruders, I am Damo Baiku, the ruler of the first planet, Chemo. You may enter this star system, but there is a prerequisite. You must submit to us. Otherwise, please return whence you came. The message was succinct and commanding, imbued with an authoritative tone. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. However, he chose not to respond to the signal. Instead, he issued a direct command. Attention all humans, we must proceed to the 10th orbit. The moon will become the 10th orbital planet of this binary star system. As for the 3 battle fleets, remain vigilant and monitor the surroundings. Should we encounter an enemy attack, show no mercy. We do not instigate war. Yet we harbor no fear of it. They desire our submission, but such a notion is utterly unattainable. If submission is to occur, it should be the Chemo clan that bows before humanity. With these words, Su Cheng stood resolutely on the deck of the flagship and waved his hand, signaling the commencement of their journey. A cacophony ensued as beams of light flickered to life, enveloping the moon and the 3 mighty fleets. An energy shield isolated all forms of energy from the outside world. Within the first planet, King Chemo, gazing at the projection of the moon and the 3 fleets, raised an eyebrow, pondering if preparations for departure were underway. However, to his astonishment, his gaze fixed upon a black planet, which ultimately halted in orbit around the 10th planet. The 3 fleets positioned themselves firmly beside this dark celestial body, guarding it vigilantly. Furious, King Damobik of Chemo was taken aback by this display. With a resounding clap, his robust green hand struck the seat, unleashing a mysterious force that shattered the chair into dust. These detestable outsiders dared to disregard my warnings, brazenly attempting to occupy the 10th planet's orbit, a blatant act of piracy, showing utter disrespect for me, King Chemo. In his eyes, this star system belonged solely to him and his Chemokin. Any unauthorized actions or exploitation of resources within this domain were profound provocations. Summon my warships immediately, he commanded, seething with rage over Su Cheng and his comrades' actions. Drive these intruders from our star system. Should they persist in their folly, annihilate them. King Chemo, indignant and furious, ordered the dispatch of interstellar battleships to expel the humans from this celestial realm. In truth, the situation defied notions of right and wrong. The natural order, the primal law of survival of the fittest, reigns supreme in the cosmos. In the vast expanse of the universe, human ethics hold no sway. Every species adheres to its own principles of conduct. What appears normal and just to humanity may seem a grievous offense to other life forms. As is evident now, humanity seeks not to provoke war, but merely yearns for a place to settle and quietly evolve. Yet, in the eyes of the Chemo clan, such aspirations are perceived as acts of thievery. Ultimately, the universal truth remains that might dictates right. Your Majesty, please temper your fury, implored a scruffy figure clad in tattered robes, attempting to counsel the enraged king. Observing this, Damo Bick furrowed his brow and turned to the speaker, inquiring, "Advisor, what is your perspective?" This was none other than his loyal strategist, Damo Chinyu. Chinyu slightly inclined his body, signifying his respect for the current King Kimo, and then spoke, "Esteemed sovereign, although they have settled in the orbit of the 10th planet, it is utterly impossible for them to maintain a stable existence in the long term. How can a planetary orbit sustain two celestial bodies? This will inevitably lead to a collision between the planet of the 10th orbit and this one. The time frame for such an event will not exceed 1 Kimo year." The king listened attentively, nodding slightly, yet his brow remained furrowed as he replied, "However, I cannot afford to wait that long. These outsiders dare to disregard my warnings. This is a provocation against me, King Kimo." At this moment, the canine-headed strategist interjected, "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. We are still unaware of the true strength of these outsiders. Acting impulsively could prove detrimental to us. Instead, we can allow the other two great civilizations to take the initiative and test the capabilities of these intruders." Chapter 115, A Billion Frequency Impacts at this moment. Su Cheng and his companions were diligently monitoring the celestial movements of the starry sky. Within Su Cheng's mind, the resonating prompt tones of Xiao Jin echoed, correcting data, analyzing the current planetary gravitational field, calculating the rotational and orbital velocities of the celestial body, adjusting the moon's orbital position, deviation direction, and energy flow. Calibration in progress. Completion status, 10. Calibration in progress. Completion status, 20. Calibration complete. The moon is entering orbit. Stability duration completion, 10, 20, 30. Successful orbital insertion. Current deviation, 0. Tolerance rate, 100%. Calibration for orbital insertion successful. Activating the moon's energy shield. Dismantling the black hole barrier. Commencing a new round of data comparison. Calibration in progress. In the span of just a few breaths, countless electronic voices resonated within Su Cheng's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. The sheer number of calibration calculations and repetitive verifications had already soared into the billions. Furthermore, under Xiao Jin's formidable computational capabilities, this count was escalating rapidly. Ultimately, the comprehensive matching rate of the moon to the current planetary orbit was continuously improving. 10%, 20%, 50%, 80%, 100%, 1000%. In the end, it achieved a flawless degree of calibration. Remarkably, all of this transpired within just a few breaths. Were it not for Su Cheng's extraordinary vitality, he might have been rendered senseless at that moment. In those fleeting moments, his mind was bombarded by no less than 100 billion electronic prompts, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, please refrain from providing such complex computations in the future. Xiao Jin, the current frequency of auditory stimuli is intended to enhance the master's mental fortitude. Su Cheng, utter nonsense about enhancing mental strength. Under such an onslaught, one would surely become a fool. Even a tertiary life form would struggle to endure such an overwhelming frequency. Meanwhile, within the dual star system, the 5th orbital planet and the 18th orbital planet were home to two distinct advanced civilizations. The civilization of the 5th planet had attained a level of 2.8, while the civilization of the 18th planet reached a level of 2.7 at this moment. The rulers of both planets received commands from the first planet, the Kimo civilization, to attack the intruders entering the 10th orbital planet. On the 5th planet, a realm where technology and nature harmoniously coexisted, stood a towering edifice known as the Celestial Tower. Within its confines, an outburst of furious voices echoed, "Damn it! Clearly, these are extraterrestrials comparable to the civilization of the first planet, and King Kimo actually expects us to take the lead. This is tantamount to sending us to our doom. My king, what shall we do now?" Upon receiving the orders from the Kimo race of the first planet, their expressions turned ashen. When the outsiders arrived in this stellar system, they had already detected the civilization level of the other party, which was evidently far superior to their own. It was apparent that sending their own civilization to confront such an alien civilization would yield no benefits whatsoever. What else could they do? They could only comply with the orders temporarily. Otherwise, before they even faced the onslaught of the extraterrestrial civilization, they would first suffer the wrath of the Kimo race. At this moment, one of the rulers, standing at the forefront, spoke with concern. This was also a humanoid race, though its members bore skin of a strikingly white hue. Adorned with two horns atop their heads, and a long tail extending from their backs. They were known as the frozen demons of the universe, despite their fearsome name. This race was not inclined towards aggression. Rather, they favored a gentle approach, much like humans, aspiring for peaceful development. Such circumstances were similarly reflected on the 18th planet. The inhabitants of this world resembled humans by 80 to 90%, yet the sole distinction was that they possessed a notably large tail. Their stature was 5 to 6 times that of an average human. This race was known as the Assyrians, while they were known for their combative nature. Their actual prowess was not formidable, akin to the thuggish elements among humans on ancient Earth. They had an air of superiority, eager to challenge anyone who dared oppose them. However, when faced with true strength, they were often the first to fall in battle. Contact the Assyrian king immediately, and together we shall launch an assault on this alien civilization. However, our kin must preserve some trump cards. We should not engage fully, but merely cooperate for show. We cannot afford to offend this extraterrestrial civilization. This is not a race we can antagonize. Now, relay the orders, commanded King Fuli of the Frozen Demons. Waving his hand to his subordinates, he sat in his chair, resting his forehead in thought, furrowing his brow. It seems this star system will not know peace for long. It is destined for a prolonged conflict. Alas, the peace we fought for over millennia is on the verge of destruction. What a pity. In stark contrast, upon receiving King Chemo's orders on the 18th planet, the inhabitants were filled with eagerness, their spirits soaring. They immediately dispatched warships and elite warriors to eradicate the alien civilization. This was a splendid opportunity for us to demonstrate our loyalty to King Chemo. Onward. Our king is formidable. Let us vanquish the outsiders. Within the realm of the 18th planet lies a desolate and shattered highland, characterized by sheer cliffs and precipices, while the subterranean magma roars like an enraged dragon, occasionally erupting skyward. The flora upon this planet consists of towering trees, each adorned with a plethora of deep and varied hues. This is a true mid-mass planet. Yet, its natural resources have suffered from excessive exploitation, leading its very essence to the brink of depletion in tens of thousands of years. It shall face a fate akin to that of Earth. Perched atop one of the abyssal cliffs is a palace of advanced technology, from which commands to dispatch troops and warships are currently being issued. Upon the ground, the warriors of the Yase tribe swiftly converge, soaring skyward towards the vessels in the heavens. This is a race that attains the ability to fly upon reaching adulthood. Chapter 116. The collision of civilizational sparks within the realm of the 18th planet. A multitude of colossal warships were dispatched, soaring towards the orbit of the 10th planet. At that moment, a warrior rushed into the palace, reporting, "My king, a message has arrived from King Fli of the Frost Demon Clan, requesting a video communication." Upon hearing this, King Ase raised an eyebrow, pondering. King Fli does not send forth warships to eradicate the intruders, yet seeks to communicate with me at this juncture. Connect the call. As you command, my king. The warrior hastened away, and soon after, King Ase rose from his throne, his hands clasped behind his back. Before him, a virtual projection materialized, revealing the figure of King Fli, resplendent in a body as white as jade. King Fli, why do you seek me instead of dispatching your warships to confront the enemy? King Ase inquired, his gaze fixed on the image before him. I come bearing a sincere warning, the figure replied. In light of King Chemo's orders, I advise you not to take them seriously. Merely respond with indifference, otherwise, you and your kin shall plummet into an abyss. This intruder civilization is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, King Ase's brow furrowed, and he scoffed. King Fli, what do you imply? Do you wish to be seen as a traitor? Traitor? King Fli momentarily faltered, then shook his head with a cold smile. King Ase, I offer this counsel out of goodwill, considering we are both civilizations within the same star system. As for your course of action, that is for you to ponder. With that, the interstellar communication abruptly ended, leaving King Ase alone in the palace. Could it be that this intruder is more formidable than the civilization of the Chemo? Or perhaps, is it a divine or demonic civilization that can instill fear in us? Yet, based on the caliber of their warships, they clearly belong to a technological civilization, on par with that of the Chemo. Whom should I trust? Though the Ase are known for their martial prowess, King Ase is no fool, unwilling to gamble with the lives of his people. However, accustomed to the long-standing pressure from the Chemo, the Ase have come to regard them as true sovereigns. Bowing in deference, to ensure the safety of my people and the Ase star, it is prudent to retain some strength. Summon my orders. In the vastness of the cosmos, the fleets of the Frost Demon Clan and the Ase civilization converged, marching resolutely towards the orbit of the 10th planet. The super warships of both races were commanded by elite warriors, while the kings of both clans refrained from battle. This expedition served merely as a probe, intended to gauge the technological prowess of humanity. Xiaojin, Master, two formidable fleets have been detected approaching from within the current star system. These fleets originate from the civilizations of the 5th and 18th planets. Their intentions are hostile, imbued with a palpable animosity. Su Cheng, who had been cultivating amidst the cosmic expanse above the fleets, opened his eyes upon hearing Xiaojin's alert. Two great factions fleets? A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Cheng's gaze. Has the Kamos civilization from the first planet not dispatched any vessels? Xiaojin, no. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng began to formulate a rough outline of the situation in his mind. Su Cheng, the two factions had previously sent signals of goodwill towards us. Yet only the Kamos civilization responded, demanding our submission. It appears that these two factions are intricately linked to the Kamos civilization. It is highly probable that they are acting under the auspices of the Kamos, hesitant to strike directly, instead sending their subordinates to test our defenses. Su Cheng, Xiaojin, assess the level and technological standards of the enemy fleets. Xiaojin, one fleet has achieved a civilization level of 2.7, while the other stands at 2.8. Su Cheng, do they truly believe they can challenge humanity with such meager capabilities? A smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he shook his head slightly, signaling Xiaojin to disregard them. In the face of these two hostile civilizations, humanity is more than capable of withstanding their advances and mounting an effective counterattack. Not to mention, there are currently 5,000 first-generation mech warriors vigilantly monitoring the vastness of space along the front lines. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Fleets detected. They are rapidly approaching our position. It seems their target is indeed us. Inform the three major fleets to prepare for battle. Should they initiate an assault? They mustn't blame us for being merciless. Commands were continuously issued from the human side, detailing the positions and various data concerning the two fleets. At this moment, the 5,000 warriors stationed above the fleets sprang into action. Max, fixating on the approaching fleets, swiftly commanded, dispatch a team of 10 first-generation mech warriors to ascertain their intentions. If attacked, they are authorized to retaliate. Among the 5,000 warriors, 10 gleaming white mech warriors soared forth. Acknowledged, Captain. The 10 first-generation mech warriors swiftly advanced. Max, the rest of you, prepare for battle. If they harbor ill intentions, let them come and never return. Not a single one of them or their ships shall escape. First-generation mech warriors. Understood. On the front lines, the two fleets had initiated a space jump and appeared near the moon's orbit. The 10 mech warriors positioned themselves at the forefront, and one among them addressed the approaching vessels in the universal language of the cosmos. Halt immediately. This is the current shipping lane to the moon. Should you advance further, we will be compelled to employ forceful measures. First courtesy, then force. First diplomacy, then warfare. Such were the directives issued by Sioux City. Within the flagship of the two formidable fleets, the images of 10 elite mech warriors materialized on the control room's main screen. Their orders were unequivocal. Annihilate the fleet before them and drive the adversaries from this star system. Merely 10 individuals? They dare to impede the advance of our formidable armada? Lock onto these 10 and obliterate them without hesitation. All warships, prepare for combat. Calibrate the main cannons and ready the assault on the 3 opposing fleets in the planet ahead. We shall expel these intruders from our star system. This is our homeland, and without our consent, they shall not be permitted to linger here. Chapter 117. Peaceful Development. Main weapon locked on target. Requesting launch command. A voice echoed within the command center of the Asari flagship. A senior Asari warrior, the leader of this military operation, issued the order, launch. This high-ranking warrior, responsible for the mission, gazed at the 10 first-generation mech warriors displayed on the large screen, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent. A smug smile crept upon his lips as he envisioned the imminent obliteration of these mech warriors. With a hum, the flagship's cannon gathered energy. Vibrant purple light flickering into existence. With a resounding boom, a column of purple energy surged forth like a celestial pillar, breaking through the boundaries of time and space to strike directly before the mech warriors. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted, illuminating the starry expanse like the brightest meteor, piercing through the darkness of the cosmos. Ha ha. This is the fate of those who trespass upon our interstellar territory, the senior Asari warrior laughed, pride radiating from him. However, his mirth abruptly ceased as he beheld the 10 mech warriors on the main screen. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? They are unscathed? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the 10 mech warriors launched their counterattack. 10 beams of dazzling white energy erupted from their forms, converging to form an even more formidable supernova energy beam. Boom! The beam hurtled towards the flagship, shattering its so-called strongest shield in an instant. The flagship was subsequently torn apart, exploding into countless fragments. Within the ship, the Asari met their demise in that fleeting moment. What? This cannot be. One strike has destroyed our flagship. Their technology surpasses ours by leaps and bounds. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The remaining Asari warships began to fall back. Commands for withdrawal issued in haste. The intruders had obliterated their flagship with a single blow, while their own weapons proved utterly ineffective against these formidable foes. Attempting to escape? Since you've come, none shall leave. Thousands of first-generation mech warriors surged forward, and the Asari warships, with their civilization rating of merely 2.7, were powerless against the mech warriors, capable of rivaling those of a level 4 civilization. The first-generation mech warriors slaughtered the Asari vessels with ease, as if using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The battle unfolded with a lopsided momentum, and in less than 10 minutes, the Asari fleet was wholly annihilated. The scene unfolded in real time across the 3 major civilizations, witnessing the annihilation of thousands upon thousands of warships in such a brief span. The rulers of these civilizations were instantly struck with awe and trepidation. At that moment, they felt an icy chill run down their spines, suddenly realizing that they had provoked an unfathomable force. Their adversary was not a soft target to be easily trampled upon, but rather a formidable steel wall. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Cursed the king of the frozen demon clan, FLI, from the 5th planet, as he issued the command. My king, we are already surrounded. There is no way to retreat. A senior warrior in the command room of the flagship trembled as he responded. What? FLI's body jolted at the revelation, and he turned to see through the projection that his fleet was encircled by thousands of enemy mech warriors. Surrounding them were super battleships that rivaled their flagship, imposing a heavy sense of dread. In that instant, FLI slumped weakly upon his throne, as if all his strength had been sapped away, whispering to himself, "It's over. This time it's truly over. My king, what should we do now?" A voice inquired from the flagship of the starry expanse. Let us surrender. If they do not show us mercy, it will not only be your doom, but the annihilation of our entire civilization. FLI spoke with a tone that bore an air of resignation. The leader of the senior warriors shuddered at his words, fully aware that they had been forsaken by their king. In that moment, their lives were entirely at the mercy of these invaders, and even in death, the king would not dare to seek vengeance for them. Captain, this fleet has not engaged us yet. Should we destroy them? A squad leader among the 5,000 mech warriors inquired. Do not act hastily. Consult the supreme god, Max replied. At that moment, Su Cheng approached, opting to pilot a mech, recognizing that preserving some strength could prove advantageous in the future. Gazing at the fleet suspended in the starry sky, Su Cheng spoke. I present you with 2 options. First, we can develop peacefully, sharing the resources of this interstellar expanse, and in return, I ask that you refrain from interfering in our affairs. If you agree, I shall allow your safe return. Second, should you choose to resist, I grant you the opportunity to strike. Su Cheng's words utilized the means of a tertiary life form, conveyed through a unique channel constructed between atoms, ensuring that regardless of the alien nature of his audience or their understanding of the universal language, his message would be comprehensible. We choose peaceful development. Within the main battleship, the esteemed leader of the elite warriors spoke up, confident that his words would be comprehended by the interlocutor. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Should he opt for defiance, the surrounding mechanized warriors and the formidable cannons of the super battleship would obliterate his fleet in an instant. Having witnessed the capabilities of his adversaries, he was convinced that these outsiders possessed such overwhelming power. It was an undeniable display of superiority. A slight smirk graced Su Cheng's lips as he declared, "Very well, you may return." With a grand gesture, he signaled his forces to clear a path for the extraterrestrial beings to retreat. The fleet of the frozen demon race began its journey back, having merely traversed the starry expanse, yet it was a journey fraught with trepidation. How perilous! It was truly terrifying. This civilization undoubtedly surpassed the technological prowess of a Type 3 civilization. We are utterly no match for them. Chapter 118. The change of dominance at this moment. Within the first planet, King Chemo gazed upon the scene before him, his teeth clenched in furious indignation, emitting a sharp, grinding sound. These detestable invaders were truly insufferable. What were the fleet of King Fully doing? They had not even initiated an offensive, and now they were retreating? Cursed fools. King Kimo was beside himself with rage. From the recent battle footage, he had discerned that the technological prowess of the adversary far surpassed his own race's capabilities. Even with their own 9 level of technological civilization, they were insufficient to contend with the opposition. The dominance of this twin star system was on the verge of being usurped. Having held this position for an extended period, King Kimo could not bear the thought of relinquishing it. Even if the adversary spoke of peaceful development, it would ultimately lead to the emergence of a civilization in a position of hegemony. My king, I suggest we consider submission, the canine-headed strategist interjected, attempting to counsel King Kimo. Fool, what nonsense are you uttering? King Kimo glared furiously at the strategist, exuding a menacing aura. The strategist, sensing the king's ire, promptly fell silent, aware that further speech could lead to his demise before any external threat could strike. Immediately activate the superweapon at the space base. Obliterate them with a single shot. King Kimo's gaze fixed intently on the projection of the human warships, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Within their space military base, they had developed a superweapon capable of annihilating an entire planet, and it could target any location within the star system. It was this very superweapon that had solidified the Kimo clan's position as the leaders of the region. My king, you cannot. The strategist, Chen Yu, was alarmed upon hearing the command. Please reconsider. The power of such a weapon is utterly uncontrollable and not yet perfected. If fired, it could pierce through the entire star system. Based on the enemy's current position, our home planet could be affected. In fact, there is a significant risk that our own planet could be destroyed by our weapon, and we cannot ascertain if we possess any means to inflict effective damage upon the enemy. It remains unknown. King Kimo's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the strategist, his voice cold and demanding. Are you questioning my decision? Chen Yu, the strategist, stammered, my king. I would not dare. Humph. King Kimo snorted disdainfully and swiftly transmitted a command to the fleet stationed in the void of space. Master, we have intercepted a signal of a peculiar wavelength, reported Xiao Jin. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Transmit it to me. Xiao Jin, transmission complete. Upon opening the contents of this wavelength directive, Su Cheng furrowed his brow sharply, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. So it is you, King Kimo, who is orchestrating this from the shadows, seeking to deploy your ultimate weapon. Alas, you shall find no opportunity to wield such power. Su Cheng instructed, Xiao Jin, covertly activate 2 interstellar cannons and closely monitor the movements of their base. Should any anomalies arise, obliterate them without hesitation. His gaze fell upon the first planet, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I shall go meet this King Kimo. Xiao Jin, understood, master. With a slight nod, Su Cheng commanded the human battleships to return, resuming their guardianship near the moon. Simultaneously, he issued orders to the 5,000 first-generation mech warriors, Max, Qinyu, and Hong, accompany me. This time, Su Cheng intended to lead his 3 captains to witness the adversary's tactics firsthand. He aimed to deliver a resounding slap to the face of this arrogant Kimo king. He need not engage directly. Merely allowing his 3 captains to thoroughly trample the opposition would suffice. Received, master. Acknowledged. Understood. The 3 responded, swiftly converging at Su Cheng's side before soaring towards the first planet. Darling, what are we going to do? At that moment, Chen Yu's voice echoed through Su Cheng's special channel. A smirk played on Su Cheng's lips as he responded, to intimidate the foe and unleash a massacre. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu fell silent. Being a young woman, she felt a twinge of reluctance, burdened by a strong sense of human morality. Yet, she comprehended the grim reality of interspecies warfare in the cosmos. It was a matter of slaughter, subjugation, or annihilation. Even if one refrained from taking the initiative, the adversary would invariably seek confrontation. Had their technological prowess not so vastly surpassed that of their opponents, they might have faced extermination themselves. What is happening? Why has the base not responded? Within the first planet, King Kimo gazed at the eerily motionless space military base, astonishment etched upon his face. My king, we have detected extraterrestrial energy fluctuations in the atmosphere. It is those invaders, a voice reported. What? King Kimo, upon hearing this, was once again struck with shock and immediately commanded, transmit the visuals. As the scene shifted, the image of Su Cheng and his companions intruding upon their planet appeared on screen. Only 3 individuals, Three dare to storm our home planet. They are truly courting death. King Kimo was utterly enraged, losing his rationality, and bellowed, "Send warriors to eliminate these three." Beside him, the canine-headed strategist wished to offer counsel to dissuade his king, but ultimately sealed his lips, refraining from uttering a word. At that moment, King Kimo had completely lost his sanity, and the strategist could faintly foresee the impending downfall of King Kimo. In the imagery, the three mech warriors advanced with unwavering determination, their destination unmistakably directed towards them. Their intentions are undeniably clear. One after another, warriors were dispatched, intermediate and advanced fighters alike, tasked with intercepting and eliminating the three from Sioux City. However, these warriors were no match for their opponents. As soon as they launched their assault, they fell from the sky in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Damn it! King Kimo closely monitored the actions of the three from Sioux City, and upon witnessing their triumphant combat prowess, he was seized by a fit of rage. "Prepare my battle armor. I shall take to the field myself to vanquish these trespassers." Just as King Kimo was about to don his armor for the confrontation, a voice echoed within his mind. "King Kimo, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Would you like me to introduce myself?" Chapter 119. The mysterious power. A voice, enigmatic and unfamiliar, resonated, startling King Kimo. At that moment, a surge of white energy enveloped his body, akin to flames igniting upon his surface. "Who is it?" King Kimo, taken aback, swiftly turned around, his aura reaching its zenith in an instant. He sensed an intense chill penetrating to his very marrow. "Hee. Did you not intend to unleash your ultimate killing move against us? Have you so swiftly forgotten who we are?" Su Cheng's voice echoed, and in the next moment, he entered the palace accompanied by three captains. Upon seeing Su Cheng and his companions, Kimo erupted in fury. "It is you who are behind this? No wonder the military base in space remains unresponsive. Allow me to introduce myself, lest the civilizations within this star system remain unaware of my identity." Su Cheng smiled faintly, choosing a throne to settle upon, and declared, "I am Su Cheng, a human from over 180,000 light years away in the Milky Way. I am now the Lord of Humanity, the God of the planet." Su Cheng, boldly accompanied by three armored warriors, entered the first planet, confident that the other two planetary civilizations were closely monitoring his actions. Indeed, they were. Presently, the formidable power displayed by Su Cheng and humanity instilled a sense of crisis within the other two civilizations, making their scrutiny of his movements inevitable. God of the planet? What does that signify? Is it merely a title? The Lord of Humanity, the God, must surely be akin to our own king. King Kimo finds himself in dire straits, having summoned the two great civilizations to launch an offensive, only to be unmasked in the end. Uncertain of how the human god, Su Cheng, will address this situation, apprehension spread among many of the inhabitants of the two planetary civilizations, who utilized long-range interstellar projection technology to witness the unfolding scene. "You claim to be the Lord of Humanity, the God. What relevance does that hold for me?" King Kimo scoffed, stating, "Furthermore, you are not welcome here. I kindly request that you depart at once." He was acutely aware that the visitors bore ill intent. Rather than submit, he resolved to resist fiercely, determined to stand his ground. At this juncture, King Kimo had adopted a reckless demeanor, primarily because he still possessed a hidden trump card. While he could not obliterate humanity and its fleet entirely, dealing with the few individuals before him was within his grasp. We humans value the notion of hospitality. How is it that King Kimo does not intend to receive us? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, his expression perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. Though he was the invader, he appeared to embody the role of the invaded. "Receive you? Humph. You storm in with your warriors, intruding upon our planetary domain without our consent. And you dare to refer to yourselves as guests?" The king of Kimo snorted coldly and declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in combat directly." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a curious glance at the formidable king of Kimo before him. "What? Were you not seeking trouble? Why the need for pretense?" The king of Kimo, undeterred, initiated the assault. His speed was astonishing as he surged forth in an instant, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Su Cheng. His fist was enveloped in a hazy white mist, a peculiar form of energy that significantly augmented the king's combat prowess. With a swift motion, Su Cheng evaded the attack, his figure flickering as he sidestepped the onslaught. The chair he had previously occupied was obliterated in a thunderous explosion, and the ground beneath bore a gaping, bottomless chasm. This punch possessed the destructive power to collapse a mountain, showcasing the king's terrifying strength. The king of Chemo was indeed decisive, exhibiting no hesitation as he struck first. Retreating to a safe distance, Su Cheng remained unfazed, arms crossed and gazing at the infuriated king with a smile. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. However, you must first defeat a few of my subordinates before you can challenge me. Suspended in midair, Su Cheng nonchalantly produced an apple from seemingly nowhere and began to munch on it. At that moment, his true visage was revealed, causing the inhabitants of the 3 great civilization planets to express surprise and astonishment. He bore a striking resemblance to their own kind. I shall entertain you with a few exchanges, declared Hong as he stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. Gripping his right hand, a silver-white spear materialized in his grasp. To their eyes, the king of Chemo appeared merely as a large fish, akin to the feeble interstellar pirates. He was merely a level 2, 9 life form, hardly a threat, easily subdued by a single hand in a mech suit. How dare you underestimate me? The king of Chemo's fury ignited, his aura swelling once more, exuding formidable power as he unleashed his full might. Boom, boom, boom. Hong, a pure martial enthusiast, found himself invigorated by the king's berserk state. Even Su Cheng recognized that in terms of combat skills, he was somewhat lacking compared to Hong. As the king rampaged, Hong felt a surge of battle lust. He refrained from utilizing the core energy of his mech, relying solely on his combat techniques to engage in a fierce duel, their figures a blur as they clashed. The battle traversed the palace, soared into the skies, and plunged into the earth's depths. Bang! As the combat reached its 500th round, Hong seized upon a flaw exposed by the king of Chemo. With a swift motion, his spear struck true upon the adversary. The king was sent hurtling from the depths below, wreaking havoc along his path and shattering the earth. Ah, how detestable! You wretched outsiders, you accursed humans. King Chemo let out a furious roar, his mouth streaming with dark green blood, yet he paid it no heed as he howled toward the heavens. He spread his arms wide, emanating an inexplicable force of attraction from his very being. Within the palace, the staff embedded beside the throne began to quiver in unison. And from the yellow orb atop the staff, a mysterious power radiated, ultimately merging with King Chemo's form. Having received this infusion, his aura underwent a profound transformation, growing increasingly terrifying. Has he ascended to a level 3 life form? Su Cheng sensed the anomaly. Gazing intently before ultimately finding solace in the realization that it was merely a fleeting elevation to a level 3 life form, of no cause for alarm. Chapter 120. Unlocking Alien Creatures Affection. The first-generation mech warrior possesses the capability to contend with 4th-level civilizations. It is not merely a matter of briefly becoming a 3rd-level life form. Even if a genuine 3rd-level entity were to arrive, it would only face inevitable defeat. There is no alternative. The presence of Xiaojin, a bug from a 6th-level divine civilization, renders any notion of weakness utterly implausible. Hong remarked, I can sense that the vigor of your body has significantly intensified, marking a fundamental change from before. However, it is still insufficient. Shaking his head, he activated the energy of his mech, enveloping its surface in a soft, flowing light that left no part unprotected. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 adversaries clashed once more. Yet, the ferocity of this battle surpassed all previous encounters by countless magnitudes. The earth lay ravaged, strewn with massive chasms spanning thousands of meters. Their combat escalated to such an extent that even the void was shattered, revealing dark fissures, portals to the realm of nothingness. Ultimately, however, the outcome remained unchanged, and this time it was even more decisive. The king of Chemo could not endure 100 exchanges before succumbing, rendered feeble and dispirited. With a resounding crash, Hong unleashed a powerful kick against the king's abdomen, propelling him directly into the palace. The immense inertia, coupled with terrifying energy, instantaneously reduced the grand palace constructed by the Chemo people to ruins. In an instant, Hong reappeared beside Su Cheng and the others, rejoining his comrades. Well done, Su Cheng commended, then soared toward the buried king of Chemo amidst the debris. With a swift motion of his hand, he extracted the king from the ruins with ease. Is this all the strength you possess? Su Cheng inquired, gazing coldly at the battered and diminished Chemo king. With such feeble power, do you dare to make a move against us? Do you still dare to attempt to drive us humans away? Cursed humans, if you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, I swear one day I will annihilate your kind. The Chemo king spat defiantly. I refuse to believe that every one of your human kin possesses such strength. At this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. With a firm grip, he seized the king by the throat, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He genuinely contemplated ending the Chemo King's existence right then and there. Ultimately, he released his grip, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Us humans have always believed in repaying kindness with virtue and persuading with reason. Since you fancy yourself capable of exterminating us, then come forth. However, as a consequence, you shall no longer serve as the king of the Chemo. As the saying goes, while death may be evaded, the living must face their sins. You shall wander the cosmos. If fortune favors you and you manage to survive, perhaps you will grow stronger. Should that day come, I welcome you to seek your vengeance at any time. Now, be gone. Su Cheng uttered with a cold scoff, flinging the king of Chemo away with a powerful gesture. The figure of the king of Chemo retreated at a terrifying speed, vanishing in an instant to a distance of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, a black hole materialized behind him, engulfing the king of Chemo in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he found himself tens of thousands of light years away from the twin star system. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Su Cheng. Exiled into the cosmos, the king of Chemo, being a mere level 2, 9 life form, was utterly incapable of surviving alone in the vastness of space. He could only strive to harness the energy within his body for protection. However, energy is finite, and should it be depleted before he finds a suitable planet to cling to, his fate would be dire. Oh, damned human, cursed Su Cheng. The king of Chemo roared in madness, declaring, "Do not allow me the chance to return, otherwise I shall surely decimate your kind." With that, he surveyed the starry expanse, eventually fixing his gaze in a particular direction and darting away with all his might. At this moment, having dispatched the sovereign of the first planet, Su Cheng turned his attention to another Chemo tribesman standing at a distance. This was the former chief strategist of the king of Chemo, Chinyu, esteemed human lord. I beseech you to spare me and our kin. We are willing to submit to you, to ally ourselves with you, Chemo, Chinyu implored. Bowing slightly with an utterly humble demeanor, Su Cheng regarded the Chemo tribesman for a moment before responding in a calm tone. We humans merely seek a place to exist and have no intention of inciting a war between our races. The occurrence of such events is not our desire. Now that the Chemo tribe is without a leader, chaos is inevitable. Thus, I appoint you as the new king. I hope we can develop peacefully henceforth. A smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he concluded. The chief strategist was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled in his eyes as he eagerly nodded in agreement. Honorable Lord, we are indeed willing to pursue peaceful development. He had never fathomed that he would one day ascend to the throne of the Chemo tribe. In that instant, he felt a burgeoning fondness for these outsiders, and his affection for them began to soar. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Acquired the favor of the extraterrestrial species. The notification echoed in Su Cheng's mind, catching him off guard. Favor of the extraterrestrial species? Little Jean, what does this mean? Is it not only the favor of humans that can accumulate exchange points? Little Jean, my master is destined to grow into the god of the universe, ruling over an endless expanse with countless races under his dominion. The goodwill of extraterrestrial beings will also aid in shaping his faith, facilitating his rapid ascent to power. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a smile graced his lips. This delightful surprise comes quite unexpectedly. Max promptly dispatched 10 first-generation mech warriors to assist this. By the way, what is your name? Su Cheng inquired, casting a glance at the canine strategist. Quimo Chinyu nodded respectfully. Esteemed human lord, my name is Quimo Chinyu. Su Cheng acknowledged. Assist Quimo Chinyu in becoming the new king of the Quimo tribe, ensuring his smooth ascension to the throne. Max nodded. Understood, Master Deity. He immediately issued the command, and soon, 10 first-generation mech warriors materialized within the palace. Chapter 121. Unspeakable Crimes, I am willing to serve you as king. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Quimo Chinyu promptly bowed, bending his right leg and kneeling partially before Su Cheng. Noticing this, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Cheng remarked, as an outsider, do you believe I can command the loyalty of your people? With a slight smirk, he continued, thus, it would be best for one of your own kin to assume the role of king. If you genuinely think highly of us humans, you might consider aligning yourselves with us. This latter statement encapsulated the true purpose of Su Cheng's visit. Once I ascend as the king of my people, I shall lead them to pledge allegiance and submit to humankind. Chinyu, still kneeling on the ground, spoke earnestly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. In his heart, he had already envisioned himself as the king of his clan, recognizing that the former King Chima, Damo Baika, would likely never return, perhaps meeting his demise in the vastness of space. Very well, King Chinyu, I extend my early congratulations to you, Su Cheng said, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned to the 10 first-generation mech warriors standing nearby, issuing his command. You 10 will need to exert yourselves during this period. Once King Chinyu fully assumes his role as the ruler of the Chima clan, your mission will be accomplished. At that time, when the Chima clan submits to humankind, your contributions will not go unnoticed. I shall reward you accordingly. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, not only did the 10 mech warriors brighten with excitement, but even the 3 captains nearby displayed a glimmer of envy. If possible, they would gladly remain to support Chinyu in his quest to become the king of the Chima clan. Loyal to humanity, loyal to the supreme god. Rest assured, we shall spare no effort in aiding King Chinyu to ascend as the ruler of the Chima clan, declared the 10 first-generation mech warriors, their eyes gleaming with fervor, their hearts filled with ambition, eager to commence their mission to help unify the Chima clan. Do your utmost, but remember not to slack off. Su Cheng advised with a slight nod. He then turned to the 3 captains. Let us return. The trio nodded and followed Su Cheng, piloting their mechs as they soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. After departing from the first planet, Chima, Su Cheng turned to Max and Hong. Max, Hong. Supreme God, they both responded. Su Cheng raised his gaze towards the 5th and 18th planets, stating, You 2 shall proceed to the other 2 cultural planets. Engage in discussions to ascertain their willingness to become our subordinate forces. Remember, do not resort to excessive violence. Upon hearing this, both men suddenly radiated enthusiasm, their faces alight with excitement. Max declared, I am willing to sacrifice my life for humankind. Hong added, For the sake of humanity, I shall brave any peril. Su Cheng smiled, gesturing to them. Very well, go forth. Understood. Understood. The 2 formidable mech warriors activated their machines, transforming into streaks of light as they soared toward the 5th and 18th planets. Su Cheng glanced at Chinyu beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he asked, What are you pondering? You are? Chinyu replied, slightly startled, I wasn't thinking of anything. With a chuckle, Su Cheng continued, Now that everyone else has departed, leaving us undisturbed, I find this starry vista to be truly splendid, a perfect place for cultivation. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, still processing his words. Cultivation? Really? Indeed, Su Cheng said, his smile broadening. Allow me to assess the results of your previous cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chinyu quickly grasped that Su Cheng's notion of cultivation diverged significantly from her own understanding. Her fair visage within the mech flushed crimson. Surrounded by the breathtaking starry scenery and accompanied by a captivating beauty, the moment felt infinitely delightful. After returning to the moon with Chinyu, Su Cheng entered the dimensional space to commence his own cultivation. At this juncture, the dangers within this stellar system had been largely mitigated, and the remaining exchange points he possessed could be utilized to acquire a core of primordial essence. Xiao Jin, redeem for me a core of primordial essence from a medium-quality planet, Su Cheng commanded. Understood, Master, Xiao Jin responded. The medium-quality planet essence has been redeemed, deducting 50 billion exchange points. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded slightly, glancing at his remaining balance of exchange points, which still exceeded 70 billion, sufficient for his needs. In the system's repository, a small glass orb, translucent and radiating an enigmatic hue, materialized quietly. With a mere thought, Su Cheng extracted the core of primordial essence from the medium-quality planet and placed it within the dimensional space. This core emanated a deep yellow hue. Its internal essence rules, an order more concentrated than any he had previously absorbed. Once he completely assimilated this core, his energy field would stabilize, allowing him to successfully advance to a level 3. 2 life form. Gazing at the core before him, Su Cheng felt a surge of clarity, an inherent understanding that completion of the absorption would undoubtedly lead to his advancement. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Su Cheng immersed himself wholeheartedly in the process of cultivation. In the external realm, the 3 prominent civilizations within the twin star system were undergoing significant transformations, all prompted by the arrival of the human race. The dynamics among the 3 planetary civilizations had been fundamentally reshuffled, particularly on the first planet, where the former King Chemo had been exiled, engendering profound resentment among his kin towards humanity. With the king's disappearance, the Chemo clan entered an era of turmoil. Various overlords emerged, each proclaiming themselves king, vying for the throne. Apart from the reigning Chinyu king, the other factions of the Chemo clan, though embroiled in fierce internal competition, unified against the human race in a collective resistance. Chanyu Wang possesses 10 elite mech warriors dispatched from Sioux City as a formidable reserve force, sweeping through the battlefield with unmatched prowess, rendering every individual faction powerless against them. Chanyu Wang proclaims, "If you acknowledge me as your king, I shall lead our Chemo clan to unprecedented heights." Behind him, the 10 elite mech warriors stand resolutely, vanquishing all foes. While the number of factions willing to pledge allegiance to Chanyu Wang continues to grow, yet there remain those who stubbornly resist. Chanyu Wang, you were once the right hand of the king, yet now, with the king exiled by the vile human race into the cosmic void, you not only refuse to unite with our clan against humanity, but instead conspire with them, seeking to reduce our clan to mere vassals of the human race. Your treachery is unforgivable. To expect our submission is utterly impossible. Chapter 122, The Galactic Unification. O King of the Corrupted Demons, do not be obstinate. King Chinyu leads 10 elite mecha warriors of the human race, accompanied by thousands of warriors from his kin, confronting their brethren ahead. The technological prowess of humanity is formidable, capable of ushering us into a new zenith of civilization. Even the leap to a level 3 civilization is within reach. Furthermore, humanity champions peaceful development. From any perspective, aligning with humanity is the most prudent choice. In the front lines, the corrupted demon king similarly commands tens of thousands of his warriors, matching King Chinyu's presence with equal intensity. And he speaks in a grave tone, submission? Humph. I am not one of those spineless individuals. A mere threat from others has you trembling? My tribe, the Chemo, is the sovereign of this galaxy, the mightiest among the 3 great civilized worlds. Now, as my kin face dire straits, it is humanity that bears the blame. Not only do you refuse to join us in our common struggle, but you also betray us by aligning with the enemy. Your sins are unforgivable. My warriors, and I shall not acquiesce. King Chinyu gazes at the throngs of his tribesmen, shaking his head in resignation. I do not wish to see our kin turn against one another. Warriors, those among you who are willing to ally with humanity, to accept me as your new sovereign, please step back from the battlefield. I shall show mercy. You have 10 heartbeats to contemplate your decision. With that, King Chinyu withdraws, leaving the battlefield to the 10 elite mecha warriors and the thousands of soldiers. Kill. To submit and bow to outsiders is unthinkable. We shall fight until the last moment. Even if our blood runs dry, we will not yield. In response to King Chinyu's entreaty, no one among the opposing warriors chooses to submit. The clash of armies ensues, resulting in a brutal confrontation. However, with the entry of the 10 mecha warriors, a decisive shift in the battle's tide emerges. Although the warriors of the corrupted Demon King are formidable, and their elite ranks surpass those of King Chinyu, they prove as vulnerable as ants before the mecha warriors. Tens of thousands of warriors are unable to withstand even 10 minutes of resistance, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. In the end, only the corrupted Demon King and a handful of high-ranking warriors remain, all captured. Do you see, corrupted Demon King? This is the extent of humanity's technological capabilities. King Chinyu addresses the now captive corrupted Demon King. These mecha warriors are the fruit of human ingenuity. My tribe's tens of thousands of warriors could not endure even 10 minutes against them, all met with slaughter. Electing a new sovereign and establishing a new kingdom is the only true path to enduring peace for our people. Otherwise, we shall face utter destruction. I understand your discontent and hatred towards me, but this is the stark reality we must confront. The so-called dignity and face, in the presence of absolute power, are utterly trampled upon, leaving one completely exposed. The Dark Demon King fixed his gaze upon King Chinyu, his expression a terrifying grimace, as if he were in the throes of struggle. I give you one last chance. Submit or perish. The cold voice rang out. But this time it was not King Chinyu who spoke. Rather, it was a mech warrior standing beside him. I submit. The Dark Demon King ultimately lowered his proud head. For even their sovereign had been mercilessly exiled, his fate unknown. Any further resistance would be futile. Yet, he could not suppress his bitterness. For the throne he coveted now slipped from his grasp. After months of relentless battle, he and King Chinyu were the 2 most likely candidates to ascend as the ruler of the Chemo clan. But now, he had succumbed to King Chinyu, or more accurately, to King Chinyu, who stood firmly backed by the formidable human forces. Since I have submitted, then crown me as king, and I shall be the ruler of the Chemo clan. King Chinyu gazed upon the Dark Demon King, half kneeling before him, his demeanor brimming with triumph. a look of unbridled pride illuminating his face. Long live our king! 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 Across the land, the Kimo people raised their voices in unison, celebrating the election of their new monarch, King Shinyu, the astute strategist, now their sovereign. With unification achieved and our mission accomplished, it is time to report back to the Lord God. Indeed, I wonder what rewards await us this time. The anticipation is palpable, exclaimed a group of 10 mech warriors, their excitement palpable within their constructed communication channel. King Shinyu, having completed the grand unification, we shall take our leave, said a squad leader among the mech warriors, gazing at King Shinyu. We, the Kimo clan, hope that under your leadership, we shall not tread the path of error again. We willingly submit and align ourselves with the human race, the squad leader continued. King Shinyu slightly bowed, his demeanor imbued with utmost respect. Please convey my gratitude to the Lord for his assistance this time. We shall certainly cooperate with the leadership of the human race henceforth. Very well. The squad leader nodded, and with the remaining 9 warriors, they departed swiftly. Similar occurrences transpired within the realm of the 5th planet and the 18th orbit, albeit with greater ease than the first planet's unification. The only dissenters against humanity were the Kimo people. The Ase, previously allied with the Kimo, swiftly defected, becoming vassals of the human race. The Ase king was acutely aware that sending warships to attack the humans would garner no goodwill from them. Should they continue to exhibit disobedience, the fate awaiting them would likely be utter annihilation. Thus, for the sake of their kin, the Ase people promptly pledged their allegiance upon the arrival of Hong on the planet. The 3 great civilizations within the binary star system truly entered an era of interstellar unity due to humanity's presence. Time swiftly passed, and half a year elapsed. During this period, the 4 prominent civilizations engaged in mutual exchanges, continuously aiding one another, leveraging their strengths, and collectively thriving, ushering in a golden age of development. An extraordinary network of transit corridors was established among the stars, linking the planets of the 4 civilizations and allowing for instantaneous travel throughout this stellar realm. Meanwhile, Su Cheng immersed himself within the dimensional space, fervently engrossed in his cultivation. The origin of a medium-mass planet before him had already diminished by half. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Jin echoed in Su Cheng's mind. Xiao Jin, the parameters of the moon and the current orbital planet have undergone alterations. A collision is imminent in half a month. Chapter 123, the 4th level lifeform? So soon? Su Cheng emerged from the dimensional space, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired. Wasn't it said that it would take a year? He contemplated that with the remaining time available to him, he could directly refine and devour the remaining essence, successfully advancing to a 2-level lifeform. Xiao Jin, the current binary star system is experiencing disturbances from external forces. The movement parameters of the moon and the 10th orbital planet have altered, resulting in an earlier collision time. Su Cheng was taken aback by this revelation, asking, "Disturbed by external forces?" Xiao Jin, "Yes, master." Su Cheng was astonished. What kind of force could disrupt an entire star system? Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, can we detect what exactly is causing the disturbance in this star system? Xiao Jin, scanning in progress. Xiao Jin, 4-dimensional lifeform trajectory detected, analyzing. Xiao Jin, analysis complete. Master, the current binary star system is affected by a 4th-level lifeform, which has led to a significant reduction in interstellar energy concentration, thereby impacting the entire star system. A 4th-level lifeform. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had encountered a 4th-level biological entity. According to Xiao Jin, it seemed that this being had absorbed the interstellar energy or, for some other reason, caused the energy levels in this binary star system to be affected. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, can we pinpoint the current location of this entity? Additionally, can we transmit visuals of its actions? Su Cheng felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time he had encountered a 4th-level life form. Xiao Jin, certainly, master. Visual transmission in progress. Before Su Cheng, a projection materialized, revealing a pitch-black expanse of starry sky, where faint starlight flickered sporadically. However, within this void, a colossal figure filled the entire space. Its size was incomprehensible. Planets appeared trivial in comparison, merely the size of its toes. Ethereal energy swirled around its surface. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin's voice continued. The target's current location is W356L, SD698, ETI 426, situated 20 000 light-years from the current star system. The target's trajectory indicates that our star system lies directly in its path. Su Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. What? Our star system is on its trajectory? The term trajectory hardly sufficed to describe it. For such a fourth-level life form, path seemed far more appropriate. Its pace never faltered, moving with great speed, as if it were merely on a journey. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and humanity, along with the moon, found themselves situated within this entity's path. Su Cheng's brow knit tightly. If it were to overlook us, that would be fortunate. However, should the adversary, while en route, carelessly consume the energy of our star system, it is likely that our entire galaxy would be reduced to ruins. My greatest concern is that their target is precisely this star system. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, have we detected anything else? Xiao Jin, a super battleship has been detected accompanying them. Su Cheng, what? Upon hearing Xiao Jin's response, Su Cheng was immediately taken aback and urgently commanded, transmit the visuals at once. Xiao Jin, transmitting visuals now. The image before Su Cheng shifted once more, still depicting the formidable fourth-level life form. But this time the focus was on the super battleships that hovered around the colossal entity. These vessels were comparable in size to humanity's current flagship. Atop the battleships, a particularly conspicuous emblem was displayed. It was the insignia of interstellar pirates. At the sight of this, Su Cheng's pupils constricted in alarm. In that moment, he grasped the reality. Their target was indeed this star system, specifically humanity itself. It was utterly unexpected. Su Cheng couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh, reflecting on the swiftness of their adversarial retaliation. In the next instant, a fierce determination ignited within his gaze. Su Cheng, we absolutely cannot allow them to enter this stellar system. After much effort, humanity has finally discovered a star system suitable for development. Should they breach it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire binary star system could very well face annihilation, reduced to mere remnants. Humanity, on the brink of advancing to a third-level civilization, would risk becoming nothing more than cosmic dust. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, assess the speed of their advance and estimate how long until they arrive in our star system. Xiao Jin, they are traveling at cosmic speed and will reach our current star system in 2 days. Su Cheng's expression changed slightly. What? So soon? Xiao Jin, cosmic speed is 100 times the speed of light, and coupled with their continuous use of interstellar jumps, the original century-long journey will be drastically shortened. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's demeanor turned serious. Undoubtedly, while this cosmic speed is swift, it pales in comparison to interstellar jumps. The current leap spans countless light-years. Not to mention, they are persistently executing interstellar jumps. A distance of 20,000 light-years may seem immensely far, yet it merely requires 2 days. At this moment, Su Cheng felt as though he was facing an imminent threat. This was, without a doubt, the gravest calamity humanity had encountered thus far. Su Cheng, Xiao Jin, can the first-generation supernova armor contend with this fourth-level life form? Xiao Jin, it absolutely can. Su Cheng nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed into the depths of the starry expanse ahead, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Within the depths of Su Cheng's thoughts, a whisper echoed. A level 4 life form? How fortuitous. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. This presents an excellent opportunity for practice. Su Cheng felt an insatiable thirst for the essence of life energy emanating from this level 4 entity. It was undoubtedly a form of energy far superior to that of the cosmic expanse, multiplied countless times. Xiao Jin, Su Cheng commanded, transmit the imagery of these super battleships and the arrival of this level 4 life form to the skies above our 3 other civilized planets. This moment represented a splendid opportunity for me to amass exchange points. If successful, it would garner the favor of the entire biological community within this star system. Su Cheng was confident that once the visual of the super battleships was revealed, the other 3 civilized planets would undoubtedly recognize them. They were vessels of the interstellar pirate faction. The intentions behind the pirates' incursion were all too clear. They would not associate it with a summons from humanity. Instead, they would perceive it solely as an attempt to plunder their star system. Chapter 124. Rise against resistance. The interstellar pirates have arrived, intent on plundering the life-giving planets and seizing control of this vital star system. In this pivotal moment, Su Cheng chooses to don the mantle of justice, fighting for the diverse races of this galaxy by intercepting these marauding pirates. This act not only seeks to alleviate the discontent harbored by the inhabitants of the 3 prominent civilizations towards him and humanity, but may also win their favor, a highly probable outcome. Transmission in progress. The voice of Xiao Jin resonates, and swiftly. Images of the fourth-tier life forms alongside the super battleships commanded by the interstellar pirates are relayed to the major civilizations. Through advanced interstellar projection technology, even without Xiao Jin's assistance, humanity can achieve such feats with their current capabilities. What is that? My heavens, what manner of creature is this? It is overwhelmingly colossal. The super battleships, comparable in size to planets, encircle it, appearing as mere ants in its presence. Those battleships. Wait, could this be the fabled interstellar pirates? Panic ensues as the reality sinks in. Interstellar pirates have indeed arrived. What are we to do? Just by the sight of their vessels, it is evident that their technological prowess far surpasses our own. We have only just entered a golden age of development. Must it all end here? The inhabitants of the three major civilizations, upon witnessing this scene, are seized by shock and dread. The reputation of these interstellar pirates precedes them. Known throughout the cosmos for their brutality, it is rumored that a certain pirate king once raided a home planet, abducting millions of female life forms, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Now that they are approaching our realm, what shall we do? Are we capable of defending ourselves? The collective sentiment among the three civilizations towards these pirates is one of trepidation and terror, for they are not merely opponents. They are a formidable threat. At this juncture, within the first planet, the trusted King Chinyu of the Chemo dynasty gazes at the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed in concern. Who has transmitted this imagery? It dawns upon him, along with a select few, that these projections are not the result of their own interstellar technology. They are beyond their control. A sudden realization strikes King Chinyu, and his expression shifts. Could it possibly be the Lord? As he contemplates this, a figure materializes within the virtual projection, a man whose identity is unmistakable. It is none other than Su Cheng. Greetings, citizens of the three major civilizations. I am Su Cheng, the leader of the human race and the Lord God. I trust you have all witnessed the recent footage clearly. Those super battleships belong to the interstellar pirate faction. The nature of these pirates needs no elaboration. I believe everyone is acutely aware they are ruthless marauders, committing acts of violence and mayhem without restraint. They are merciless, devoid of humanity, regarding other extraterrestrial beings as mere weeds, with life in their eyes equated to that of swine and dogs. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixated on his ethereal form. After a brief pause, Su Cheng continued, I have detected that their current target is our star system. They seek to plunder and annihilate us. We cannot remain passive. We must rise in defiance and assert with our fists that this is our homeland, our territory. And we shall not allow these marauders to act with impunity. As you have all seen, aside from the super battleships of these pirate forces, there exists a colossal entity. This is a terrifying creature, its size comparable to an entire stellar system. The battleships, akin to planets, are insignificant in comparison. I can unequivocally state that this is a level 4 life form, a being that can only be contended with by a level 4 civilization. As his words echoed, the inhabitants of the three great literary planets were initially stunned, only to erupt into a chorus of astonished exclamations. What? A level 4 life form, comparable to a stellar biological entity. This is indeed a presence among the pirate forces. My heavens, how can we possibly fight? With a mere breath, they could obliterate us all. A level 4 life form is immensely powerful, existing in a realm and dimension far beyond our own. How can we resist? It seems fate has decreed the end of our kin. Though Su Cheng was situated far within the star system, he keenly observed the expressions of fear and despair on the faces of these individuals, each reflecting hopelessness. Understanding that the moment was ripe, he spoke again. Please, do not panic. Humanity will be the first to take up arms. You have chosen to align yourselves with us, and we bear the responsibility and obligation to protect you. While the level 4 life form is indeed formidable, heralded as an eternal being, it is not truly immortal. With advanced technological means, it is still possible to vanquish it. Listening to his words, the races of the three great literary planets were momentarily taken aback once more. Humanity will safeguard us? What good is that? Do you truly believe that humanity can contend with these pirate forces or even this level 4 life form? Does humanity possess such technological prowess? That is a level 4 life form, an eternal being. What can we possibly use to defeat it? Su Cheng's voice resonated with determination. I will take responsibility for this level 4 life form. I shall confront it. The remaining pirate battleships will be entrusted to you. This binary star system is not merely a new sanctuary for humanity. It is also the cherished homeland of your three great factions, the Chemo, the frozen demon clan. And the Asai, would you truly wish to witness your home laid waste by these marauders? I implore you to seize your weapons and rise valiantly in resistance. As I have stated, humanity shall serve as the vanguard to confront our foes. Sucheng exhaled a deep breath and continued, our mission is to intercept these fourth-level lifeforms and their pirate warships beyond the confines of our star system. We cannot permit them to breach our celestial home. Should these fourth-level entities and their formidable vessels infiltrate our system, our domain would be reduced to ruins. Chapter 125. Preparing for battle for the sake of our homeland, for the welfare of our kin. Warriors, take up your arms and rise to resist, to repel these invaders. As Sucheng's words resonated, members of the three great literary star races, including those of human civilization, united in a fervent chorus, shouting, rise to resist, repel the invaders. Rise to resist, repel the invaders. It appears that this human lord is not as malevolent as previously imagined. Indeed, while humanity currently leads us, they have undeniably guided us toward strength. Compared to the former Quima people, humanity is undoubtedly far superior. Who could argue otherwise? In the past, the Quima would merely send us into the fray, yet humans differ. They lead from the front, charging into battle alongside us, setting a commendable example. What use is it to speak of commendations now? Let us first focus on repelling these pirate forces. Regardless, our adversaries are interstellar pirates and formidable fourth-level life forms. The fact that this human lord dares to stand forth at this moment indicates that he is not one to cower in fear. Even when aware of the odds against him, he still chooses to resist. What folly that would be. If one does not resist, shall they simply await their demise? Are you unaware of the nature of these interstellar pirates? These individuals are steeped in infamy, stained with the blood of countless beings across the cosmos. They are true demons. Should we succeed in vanquishing these fiends, it would bring us unparalleled glory, and we would be forever remembered and appreciated by the myriad races of the universe. Such thoughts are indeed noble, yet can you truly slay them? Sucheng's declaration ignited fervent discussions among the members of the three races. Some remained skeptical of Sucheng's capabilities, doubting his ability to lead them in successfully intercepting those interstellar pirates. The more likely outcome seemed to be their demise beyond the galaxy. After all, they were up against fourth-level life forms, and to those beings, they were hardly more than insignificant ants. Despite the skepticism surrounding Sucheng and humanity, the gravity of the situation, which threatened their very lives and livelihoods, compelled many to reluctantly choose to engage in battle. Sucheng commanded, Xiao Jin, mobilize 2 cannons and closely monitor the movements of the enemy flagship. If the flagship is detected, fire upon it directly. Understood, Master, Xiao Jin replied. Additionally, procure 2 more of those cannons for me, exchanging 5 of each. After calculating his resources, Sucheng noted that with over 70 billion exchange points, he could acquire nearly 10 of those formidable cannons. The matter annihilation pulse cannons and interstellar energy cannons have been successfully exchanged, Xiao Jin reported. Deploy all cannons and maintain vigilant surveillance on the enemy's actions. Activate the lunar defense mechanism and prepare both offensive and interceptive weaponry. The lunar shield is now active, the self-defense systems are functioning normally, and the antimatter dark energy shells are ready. The interstellar interception platforms are also prepared, Xiao Jin confirmed. Upon hearing this, Sucheng nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief within. Faced with a level 4 life form, he could not afford to be careless or underestimate the opponent. Even the first-generation supernova mecha could merely contend with the adversary. The time required to truly eliminate the foe remained uncertain. However, with 5,000 mecha warriors at his side, Sucheng was not overly concerned about being overwhelmed. After all, a single supernova mecha, at full capacity, could stand its ground against the enemy. 5,000 supernova mechas equated to 5,000 level 4 life forms. Dealing with such a formidable life form would undoubtedly be a crushing blow, bordering on the absurd. First-generation mecha warriors, follow me, Sucheng commanded. With a flurry of movements, dazzling white mechas surged forth from the starry expanse surrounding him, their forms shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. This time, we shall engage in a divided assault. 3 captains, accompany me to intercept the level 4 life form. Our mechas are more than capable of matching its strength. The remaining first-generation mecha warriors will lead the human forces and the fleets of the 3 great civilizations against the enemy's ships. You shall handle their flagship. As Sucheng's words resonated, the crowd sprang into action. He, along with Max, Hong, and Chenyu, began to soar towards the outer reaches of the star system. Behind them, immense warships emerged, gradually departing from the planetary space fleet base. The combined human fleet and the three great civilization ships numbered over 200,000, with approximately 10,000 being capital ships, while the remainder totaled 190,000. The colossal armada surged forth from the star system, promptly initiating interstellar jumps. And in the next moment, 200,000 warships materialized outside the twin star system. They swiftly spread out, safeguarding the twin star system behind them. In this battle, elite warriors from each of the three great civilizations were mobilized. Even the prominent leaders and the three monarchs personally took part, each aiming to secure a prolonged period of stability and peace for their respective races. Conversely, a defeat would spell a dire threat to their very existence. Su Cheng activated communication with all fleet warriors, stating, "Warriors, please remain vigilant. The enemy will soon arrive before us. Warships, activate energy shields to ensure your safety and mitigate damage from potential long-range attacks by the adversary. Human fleet, acknowledged. Energy shields activated. Chemo fleet, acknowledged. Shields are being activated. Yusai fleet, acknowledged. Ice demon fleet, acknowledged." The fleets of the four great civilizations began to activate their energy shields, enveloping them in a protective barrier above. Before him, the vast expanse of the universe was instantly adorned with a brilliant display of vibrant energies. Su Cheng gazed at the dark fleet looming in the distance and spoke urgently, "Xiao Jin, calculate the current trajectory of the enemy and determine the time remaining until their arrival." Xiao Jin responded, "Master, they will arrive in 3 hours." Upon hearing this, a glint of determination sparked in Su Cheng's eyes, and an aura of formidable power emanated from him. A fourth-level life form, he was finally about to witness it. Boom. Just 1 second after the 3-hour mark, an unparalleled wave of energy rippled through the starry sky. Observing this, Su Cheng shouted decisively, "All troops, stand ready and prepare for battle." Chapter 126. The demon returned from hell in the vast expanse of the outer cosmos of the binary star system. A pillar as dark as oblivion suddenly descended from an unknown realm. This colossal structure dwarfed even planets, rivaling the size of a star itself. Its surface shimmered with a metallic sheen, cold and silent. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was the enormous foot of a creature. In the next moment, the entire star system erupted in chaos, energy swirling violently in every direction. The creature's other foot followed suit, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that engulfed the cosmos, representing the raw power of a being of the fourth level of life. Such a casual entrance stirred an immense tide of energy, impacting the surrounding galaxies and celestial bodies. The fleets of the four great civilizations found themselves battered by the ferocious energy, their ships swaying uncontrollably, akin to fragile vessels caught in a tempest. This overwhelming force was utterly insurmountable. Even the twin star system behind the fleet was affected, its starlight dimming significantly. Fortunately, the fleet had protective shields activated, mitigating much of the impact. Otherwise, the energy within the entire starry expanse would likely have been drained. Is this the essence of a fourth-level life form? So terrifying, our warships cannot even compare to a mere toe of its foot. How are we to confront such power? It is overwhelmingly strong, existing on a completely different plane of existence. Among the warriors of the great civilizations witnessing this spectacle, many trembled uncontrollably, their bodies shaking with primal fear. This was not merely a matter of will, it was a deep-rooted dread that emanated from the very core of their souls, a pressure stemming from the essence of life itself. "Everyone focus." Su Cheng's voice rang out sharply, cutting through the air. He, alongside 3 captains, issued a command. "You 3, follow me." Max, Hong, and Chunyu nodded slightly in response, then fell in line behind Su Cheng, braving the oppressive spiritual weight of the fourth-level life form. "Initiate the attack." Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with ferocity, his mech's energy reserves pushed to their utmost limits. A resonant hum filled the air as energy coalesced, and a radiant beam erupted from the mech's form. Following closely were 3 identical beams of resplendent energy. In total, 4 supernova-like energy streams surged forth from the mechs, expanding exponentially after breaking free from their confines. The 4 formidable energy pillars converged, forming a single beam of destructive force capable of annihilating all in its path, rivaling the size of a star. This was the culmination of the core energy reserves of 4 mechs, unleashed in a singular, cataclysmic strike. The terrifying energy beam transcended the barriers of time and space, surging forth in an instant before the colossal foot of a level 4 life form. A thunderous roar echoed as brilliant fireworks erupted in the starry sky. With each step, that massive foot caused explosions throughout the cosmos, revealing the dark dimensions hidden within the celestial realms. A fearsome roar erupted from the body of the level 4 life form, resonating across the vast expanse of the stars. Observing this, Su Qing's expression brightened with joy. The four of them, piloting their mechs, were indeed capable of repelling this formidable being. It seemed that Xiao Jin had not deceived him. The might of the supreme deity, humanity, is extraordinary. Had they truly managed to repel a level 4 life form? Such was the power of humanity's strongest mechs, capable of contending against such formidable adversaries. Truly astonishing, beyond belief. Repel the invaders. Defeat these space pirates, ensuring they return from whence they came. As they beheld this scene, the warriors of the four great civilizations erupted in cheers, their faces alight with elation. Su Cheng, the human lord and supreme deity, had not misled them. He genuinely possessed the power to confront the level 4 life form. In that moment, the fighters of the four civilizations were invigorated, their fears cast aside, filled with a fervent fighting spirit inspired by Su Cheng and the three captains. Each warrior bore an unwavering resolve to battle their foes to the bitter end. How dare these insignificant ants provoke me? A voice of fury emanated from the level 4 creature, and this time, everyone comprehended the utterance, for it was articulated in the universal language of the cosmos. Following humanity's dominion over the twin star systems, the universal tongue had been imparted to the other three great civilizations. Consequently, upon hearing these words, the warriors of the four civilizations seethed with indignation. Do you, a mere wretch, dare to belittle us as ants? Humph, do you wish to test my resolve? Stand aside. For today, I shall not cease until I have brought you to your knees. Enough of your arrogance. Let us instead hope that Su Qing and his warriors can successfully repel these vile pirates. The battle has only just begun. Indeed, the fight was merely commencing. Before them, the level 4 creature, now genuinely enraged, revealed its true nature. Who was it? The apex boss of the Pirate King's faction, the formidable Van Ma King. A powerful existence within the cosmos, heralded as an eternal being. Wherever it roamed within the star systems, it was treated as royalty, accorded the utmost respect. Yet now, having just arrived, its true form not fully manifested, it found itself under attack. Most importantly, these attacks have inexplicably succeeded. It is a blatant slap in the face. The King of Vanma is hastening the manifestation of his true form, within the mere span of a breath. His essence has fully descended upon this starry expanse of the galaxy. This being is an entity of immense proportions, dwarfing even the stars by several magnitudes. His true form can truly rival an entire stellar system. Externally, he resembles a formidable demon, akin to the legendary bull demon. The assault that Su Cheng and the others previously executed targeted the ankle of this colossal figure, which glimmered with a dark sheen, revealing a protective armor. Ascending from the base, his entire physique, save for the abdomen, is enveloped in this obsidian armor, crowned with two formidable horns atop his head. He appears as if he has emerged from the very depths of hell itself. Chapter 127. The Great Battle. The minuscule ants dare to raise their hands against me. Courting death. The true form of King Fanma descended, his eyes, as large as planets, rolled with an unsettling intensity, while celestial bodies orbited around him, emanating a terrifying aura. Surrounding his colossal form were countless super battleships. The brilliance in King Fanma's eyes surged as he swiftly locked onto the super battleships guarding the Gemini star system. Annihilate them. As soon as the words left his lips, waves of super battleships began to silently advance, resolutely obeying King Fanma's command. Su Qing shouted, "Warriors, prepare to engage." Observing the unfolding scenario, he wasted no time in issuing his orders. The fleets of humanity, the Chemo race, the Frozen Demon race, and the Yase race, four great civilizations, launched their full force to confront the enemy. Captains, follow me to slay these fourth-level beings. All other mech warriors, unleash your might to destroy the enemy ships, then come to our aid. Su Cheng swiftly commanded, his gaze fixed on King Fanma, his voice echoing with fury. Kill. Upon encounter, neither side exchanged pleasantries nor engaged in idle chatter. They were poised for battle. For insignificant ants dare to strike at me? King Fanma's consciousness stirred. Instantly locking onto Su Cheng and the three others charging toward him, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. An evil grin crept across his face. Though obscured by his helmet, only the sinister smile at the corner of his mouth was visible. With a rumble, King Fanma's wrath manifested as he extended his obsidian hand towards Su Cheng and the others, intent on crushing them in a single blow. The descending hand darkened the skies, resembling a true celestial dome, unavoidable and overwhelming. In truth, regardless of how Su Cheng and his companions attempted to evade or even shift through space, they could not escape the grasp of that colossal hand. They had been firmly locked on by King Fanma. The methods of a fourth-level life form are unfathomable. Unleash all firepower. Push back. Su Cheng bellowed, aiming to initiate a stellar jump to evade the impending doom, only to find that the interstellar leap he usually commanded at will was suddenly ineffective. Without a doubt, it was the handiwork of King Fanma. Kill! The other three shouted in unison, propelling their mech bodies to form a hexagonal shield of light above them. Thunderous roars echoed as the massive hand struck the pale blue shield. The point of impact erupted with an incomprehensible wave of energy. Terrifying force radiated from the center, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Warning. Mech energy reserves critically low. Warning. Mech energy reserves critically low. In a singular, devastating strike, the shield formed by the combined efforts of several individuals was shattered, prompting a swift change in Su Cheng's expression. With a surge of determination, he summoned the energy from the field within him, fueling the mech's body with a wild rush of power, and then reconstituted the fractured energy shield. Simultaneously, he turned to the other three, commanding them with a fierce voice. Hold your ground. Bring me 10 more mech warriors to assault this level 4 creature. As Su Cheng fervently channeled the energy within him, he issued orders to the first generation of mech warriors. In an instant, 10 mech warriors charged forward, launching an assault on King Fanma. The explosive beams of supernova energy erupted forth, striking the colossal form of King Fanma and inflicting considerable pain upon him. A woman's voice rang out, demanding, "Release my husband and sister," as she unleashed a torrent of formidable energy towards King Fanma. With the combined might of the 10 mech warriors, the massive form of King Fanma was forced to retreat once more, granting Su Cheng and the 3 captains a moment of respite. In that fleeting moment, another 10 mech warriors materialized beside Su Cheng. Another 10 insignificant creatures? King Fanma, now visibly shocked, pondered who these beings were. As a level 4 life form, he could not fathom how these seemingly trivial entities could push him back. Logically, even allowing them to attack would not affect him in the slightest. It was unfathomable that he could be driven back. What manner of mech was this? It contained energy that only a level 4 life form should possess. King Fanma focused intently on the mech bodies of Su Cheng and his companions, suddenly realizing the source of their power, supernova energy. Only a level 4 being could wield such energy freely. It seemed these insignificant creatures harbored numerous secrets. The strongest among them was merely a level 3 life form, yet they commanded mechs that rivaled those of a level 4 being. First astonished, King Fanma then exhibited a glint of cunning in his eyes. Once I obliterate your souls, I shall take your mechs back for thorough study. With that, he prepared to strike once more. Observing this, Su Cheng immediately shouted, "Initiate the assault," with the addition of the subsequent 10 mech warriors. A total of 14 mech warriors launched an offensive. The energy beams of the supernova converged into a singular, terrifying arc of light, aimed directly at the vast form of King Fanma. Do you think such insignificant creatures could harm me? King Fanma scoffed, seemingly unfazed. Yet he raised his arms to defend himself. With a thunderous impact, this time, King Fanma staggered backward, retreating several steps. Each footfall created an echo of vast distances, causing the planets beneath him to shatter underfoot, reduced to mere fragments. Continue the onslaught, commanded Su Cheng. Seeing the adversary repelled once more, Su Cheng was engulfed in a fervor, leading 13 mecha warriors into a frenzied assault. However, such an onslaught merely succeeded in pushing back the opponent. The terrifying energy of the supernova, when concentrated and unleashed upon the foe, only scorched their exterior without inflicting any substantial harm or lethal threat. All continuously driven back by Su Cheng and his companions, King Fanma was incensed, roaring with fury as these beings he regarded as insignificant insects dared to force him into retreat. This ignited a profound sense of humiliation within him. "Insects, I am truly enraged. You shall all perish," King Fanma bellowed, abandoning any pretense of defense as he allowed Su Cheng and the others' attacks to rain upon him. In retaliation, he swung his fists, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy directed at Su Cheng and his allies. Chapter 128. Repulsion. Each assault from a level 4 life form possesses the instantaneous energy to obliterate an entire stellar system. Countless planets before it resemble mere baked potatoes. Crisp and fragile. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, darkness envelopes infinite brilliance. At this moment, King Fanma unleashed his formidable power without the slightest hesitation. The three dominant races were utterly terrified. They had never witnessed such might from a level 4 entity. Moreover, although the interstellar pirates were formidable, they were light years away, rendering them powerless. They had no comprehension of the true strength of a level 4 life form, but upon its arrival, all resolve to resist evaporated. It was ludicrous. Had it not been for Su Cheng's leadership, they would have activated their self-destruct systems. Better to die with dignity than be crushed underfoot. At least that would alleviate some of the agony. Who could fathom what King Fanma intended to do with so many captives? Could he possibly manage them all? His entire form was fundamentally different from that of level 2 or 3 life forms. Could they even contend with him? A single strike could reduce them to ashes, mere remnants. Imagine, with one thrust, half a celestial body would be engulfed in an endless tide of primordial slime. Go for it, darling. You are the best. You're incredible. Oh my goodness, darling, take him down. Chen Yu's delicate voice sent a shiver through Su Cheng. In that moment of distraction, King Suma struck with a single, devastating slap. Even from millions of miles away, Su Cheng felt a lethal threat. He darted between planets at maximum speed, yet still could not evade the impending attack. The consequences of that strike would be catastrophic. The mech warriors launched a fierce counterattack, yet it was futile. Haha. So pleasurable. Absolutely delightful. King Suma reveled in his own power, an expression of pure ecstasy on his face. Witnessing this, the three dominant races were engulfed in despair. This display of power was not only damaging, but profoundly humiliating. Su Cheng's strongest assault amounted to mere tickling. What meaning did such combat hold? They might as well collectively end their lives for a swifter release. Increase the assault. Su Cheng bellowed, and the mech warriors unleashed their full firepower. Countless lasers surged forth, aimed directly at King Suma's colossal head. Under the barrage of intense attacks, King Suma found himself somewhat beleaguered, particularly at his knee joints, where thick armor began to melt under the extreme temperature of the lasers. This alteration immediately caught King Suma's attention, and similarly, Su Cheng perceived a glimmer of hope. The system had previously indicated that level 4 life forms were not invincible. They could indeed fracture and disintegrate under potent assaults. Among the known level 6 entities, only a relative form of immortality existed, not an absolute invulnerability. Only by transcending to higher life forms could one grasp the intricacies of such power. Seeing a breach in his armor for the first time, King Suma was consumed by rage. He had never before been so humiliated by a lowly level 3 life form. However, at this moment, the other three factions erupted in boundless jubilation. Compared to previous assaults, this was undoubtedly the most formidable. A third-tier civilization confronting a fourth-tier civilization was a notion they had never entertained before. After all, each dimensional life form exists at a distinct echelon. Moreover, they had yet to transcend the third-tier civilization themselves. Attack, commanded King Chenyu, leading the three factions into a large-scale melee. Although the overall strength of the interstellar pirates far surpassed that of the three factions, Su Cheng provided them with considerable assistance. As a result, the interstellar pirates sustained some minor losses, albeit negligible in comparison to those of the three factions. Su Cheng, as the primary force, naturally met the challenge head-on. In the face of adversity, he could only confront the enemy directly. In the recent battle, he had discerned a vulnerability in the joints of the Suma King. However, the Suma King was exceedingly swift, delivering a crushing blow within a second. In an instant, countless celestial bodies erupted. Su Cheng narrowly evaded the first wave of attacks, yet the second wave followed relentlessly. Damn it, Su Cheng muttered under his breath, continuing to dart between the planets. He moved like an elusive eel, leaving the Suma King unable to catch him for the moment. Ugh, despicable life form. The Suma King was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Meanwhile, the laser beams from the mech warriors forcibly sliced away a section of his armor. Su Cheng's heart raced upon witnessing this. He noticed the Suma King's knee joint was ominously dark, occasionally sparking with arcs of electricity. What? Su Cheng momentarily paused, then shouted, "Focus all attacks on his knee." Without needing further instruction, the lasers surged forth. Seeing this, the Suma King was terrified and retreated rapidly. With a crash, the three factions' admiration for Su Cheng deepened. This new king was undeniably impressive. He had compelled the Su-Ma king to flee in disarray. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am not a sickly Hello Kitty. Su Cheng pressed the advantage. Although he lacked the strength to annihilate a fourth-tier civilization single-handedly, he could certainly make it a harrowing experience for them. You enjoy playing with females, do you? From now on, you shall only assume two positions, either kneeling or lying flat, roared the Su-Ma king in fury. In the ebb and flow of battle, countless planets were obliterated. Within mere minutes, the Su-Ma king had destroyed no fewer than 100,000 planets, many of which housed first- and second-tier life forms. Alas, before a fourth-tier civilization, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Run! The Su-Ma king, alarmed, hastily led his subordinates to flee. The three factions pursued relentlessly, and Su Cheng seized every opportunity to obliterate their foes. The more advanced the life form, the greater their fear of death. Although Su Cheng had suffered from the Su-Ma king's injuries, he chose not to press the pursuit further. After all, the Su-Ma king was a fourth-tier life form. Should the confrontation escalate to a life-or-death struggle, they too would incur grievous losses. Furthermore, his paramount concern was to establish a secure haven for humanity. At present, he is merely a tertiary life form, and even a single galaxy has obstructed his path. The rampancy of the Su-Ma king has made the creatures here acutely aware that any life form superior to themselves possesses an overwhelming advantage. This is merely a quaternary life form. What if it were a canary or scenery? They dare not contemplate such possibilities. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. Although the Su-Ma king had been temporarily repelled, he would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. Chen Yu was equally astounded by the charisma exuded by Su Cheng. Engaging in combat beyond 1's rank seemed a spectacle reserved for the realms of fantasy literature. Su Cheng touched his nose and snapped his fingers. Regroup. The subsequent task was to seek a suitable place for refuge. Chapter 129. The defensive base. In the aftermath of the victory, Su Cheng felt no joy. Instead, he harbored an even greater apprehension towards the fourth-level civilization. Nonetheless, in order to avoid inciting unnecessary panic, he maintained a facade of nonchalance in front of the others. Although the Van Ma king had been temporarily repelled, he would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. To put it plainly, their previous encounter was merely a lapse in vigilance on the part of their opponent. The next encounter would likely yield far worse consequences. A binary star system was but an insignificant insect in the face of the Van Ma king, with an insurmountable chasm between them. The three tribes danced with excitement, momentarily lost in a euphoric haze. Their fleeting victory led them to mistakenly believe that fourth-level life forms were nothing more than an empty threat. Little did they realize that the Van Ma king had suffered an injury to his knee, one that had yet to heal. Su Cheng's triumph was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Otherwise, he would have surely met his end that day. He understood that this was no trivial matter, and it was imperative to prepare a first-level defense. For tribes, heed my command, Su Cheng proclaimed, and the tribes responded in unison. In their eyes, he had become a godlike figure. An eternal law governed the cosmos, the survival of the fittest. Although we have temporarily vanquished the Van Ma king, retribution is inevitable. We must take precautions against future attacks. Before his words had fully settled, Shin Yu stepped forward and knelt on one knee, declaring, with your protection, Su God, the Van Ma king is nothing but a petty nuisance. Not merely a nuisance, but a prime specimen of ineptitude in battle. Arthur chimed in enthusiastically. At this, Su Cheng could not help but roll his eyes. They had become overconfident, having just tasted a hint of success, to the point of forgetting their own insignificance. Prime specimen of ineptitude? A mere breath from him could extinguish your entire lineage. At that moment, Chen Yu approached, casting a glance at Chen Yu before speaking calmly. The strength of the Van Ma king is far from the simplicity of your imaginations. Our immediate task is to swiftly construct a defensive base. Only then can we hope to withstand the Van Ma king's second assault. Su Cheng nodded, at critical junctures. It was indeed his wife who understood him best. The three tribes were utterly unreliable, merely blowing hot air while danger loomed at their doorstep. If boasting alone could secure victory, Su Cheng would have long since reigned supreme across the universe. The intellect of the tribes was woefully lacking. Yet Su Cheng held no illusions regarding their capabilities. His purpose in the binary star system was to forge a new haven for humanity. If Su Cheng were likened to a planet, the Van Ma king represented an entire galaxy. Only another fourth-level life form could withstand such a threat. Thus, Su Cheng aimed to construct a defensive base capable of withstanding a fourth-level life form. While the concept was simple, the execution was daunting. The scale required to protect a galaxy was immense. What pained Su Ching even more was the realization of how many exchange points this endeavor would consume. These points were earned through his very life. He left Chun Yu and the others within the confines of the binary star system and ventured alone to the outskirts of the galaxy. Gazing at the soaring exchange points, he could not help but feel a pang of distress. The construction of a defensive base would nearly deplete all his exchange points. This was no trivial matter. The exchange points were the lifeblood of Su Cheng, the source of his confidence. The notion of wealth and power holds true, yet for the sake of humanity, he must fight with unwavering determination. Soon, Su Cheng established a defensive base, inspired by cosmic vessels, enveloping the entirety of the binary star system above. Arcs of electricity surged at a velocity visible to the naked eye. Su Cheng tested the capabilities and discovered that the laser emitted from the spacecraft could effortlessly penetrate a planet. However, this power was evidently insufficient. Furthermore, the operation of the spacecraft required a continuous supply of primordial energy. Only in this manner could the defensive base consistently output energy. Su Cheng first drained all the primordial energy from the planets on the periphery, temporarily alleviating the urgent need. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution, as he was uncertain of when the formidable Fanma King would return, be it 1 day, 2 days, or longer. Prior to that, Su Cheng needed to engage in a protracted battle against his adversary. He specifically dispatched the elite of the 3 races with heavy reinforcements to the front line as sacrificial pawns. Internally, he implemented a secondary layer of defense, stationing human scientists within. Presently, these scientists had reached a life form level of 2.5, with the 3rd level still a distant prospect. However, the chasm between each level was akin to a vast gulf, making breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. With the aid of the system, Su Cheng had only attained a life form level of 3, far from the coveted 4th level. Each tier of life forms existed in an entirely different dimension. The Fanma King was a persistent thorn in Su Cheng's side. As long as this individual lived, he would remain a perpetual threat. The 3 races, positioned at the front line, exhibited no fear. Rather, they reveled in the belief that they were favored by Su Cheng. This decision, albeit somewhat unethical, was preferable to placing the human race on the front lines. Moreover, Su Cheng's arrival was already a significant boon for them. Without him, the Fanma King would have surely annihilated them, leaving them to cry out in vain for salvation. With their 2.9 level of life, their fate was all too predictable. To ensure absolute safety, Su Cheng devised 2 traps, modifying them based on spatial anomalies to temporarily ensnare a 4th level life form. Within the spacecraft, the leaders of the 3 races convened, each displaying excitement. This time, they would confront the fierce pirates alone, bolstered by the immense confidence Su Cheng had bestowed upon them. Little did they know, Su Cheng himself lacked absolute certainty regarding the defensive base's efficacy. You shall witness our prowess. We will first eliminate the Fanma King, then capture the foreign beings aboard their vessel to share among ourselves, declared Chinyu. The gender ratio within the 3 races was severely imbalanced, nearly 1 to 100, meaning that for every 100 offspring, only 1 would be female. The Fanma King had plundered countless billions of female entities, including many of high quality. Though no matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly seize them all at once. Furthermore, the treasures of the adversary would also be within their reach. The treasures possessed by a 4th level life form were beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. At that time, the overall strength of the 3 races would ascend significantly. Having coexisted peacefully in the binary star system for many years, none desired an additional overseer above them. Their strength has indeed escalated. While they may not dominate the human race, they can at least contend with it on equal footing. This explains why, when dispatched to the front lines, they do so without a hint of complaint, eagerly rushing forth. Little do they realize that their words were overheard in their entirety by Su Cheng. Shaking his head in resignation at these self-important extraterrestrials, Su Cheng pondered their foolish ambition to slay King Fanma. Truly, it is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness. Now, as they flaunt their bravado, it remains to be seen whether they will even return alive. Chapter 130. Indirect approaches. Subsequently, Su Cheng sought a sanctuary for himself. He intended to enter seclusion for cultivation. Hence he could not afford to be disturbed by others. Only his most trusted allies, Chen Yu and Chen Shui, would safeguard him. Presently, Chen Yu's combat prowess was formidable. Paired with the mecha warriors, it would be sheer folly for any Tier 3 life form to attempt to approach Su Cheng. Listening to the absurd banter of Chen Yu, the trio could not help but share a knowing smile. The three clans displayed their arrogance to an outrageous degree. Su Cheng. Though we indulge in jest, I still find these three clans somewhat unreliable, remarked Chinyu. They are currently brimming with hubris. And who knows what mischief they may conjure later. Su Cheng stroked his chin in contemplation. Indeed. The primary defense system is of utmost importance. If it collapses too swiftly, it would directly impact the secondary defense system. He held little hope for the defensive base. As long as it could buy him some time, he would be content. However, it seemed necessary to impose a stern reminder. After a brief discussion, the leaders of the three clans retreated to their respective chambers. Chinyu remained stationary, flanked by the newly promoted strategist, Lu He. Lu He possessed a remarkably high intellect. It was said that he was the most promising candidate among the Chemo clan to break through to a Tier 3 life form within a century. However, the previous Chemo king had continuously suppressed him, fearing that Lu He might surpass him and jeopardize his throne. Consequently, Lu He had never been given the opportunity to prove his worth. Without resources, even the most exceptional talent would languish in obscurity, regardless of how he performed. It was all in vain. In essence, the greater his talent, the harsher the repression he faced, and there was even a possibility of being eliminated in his infancy. Conversely, Chinyu was different. He welcomed talent and was never stingy with those who could benefit the Chemo clan. What do you think we should do? Chinyu inquired. Your Majesty, in my opinion, that human is far more complex than we perceive. I wonder if you still remember the tome left by our ancestors. Upon utterance of these words, Chinyu was taken aback. The ancestral texts. The Chemo clan had a legacy spanning millennia, during which they had once reigned as the sovereigns of the entire binary star system, with even surrounding galaxies compelled to submit to them. This was due to their ancestors achieving a Tier 4, 9 life form, just a step away from Tier 5. Upon reaching that echelon, they could divine prophecies for a millennium. In their quest to transcend to a Tier 5 life form, their ancestors resolutely ventured into the depths of the cosmos in search of a breakthrough. Yet, this expedition lasted for 10,000 years. Throughout this epoch, the Chemo clan seemed to be under some curse. Regardless of their astonishing talents, they remained perpetually stuck at Tier 2, 9, unable to advance. Gradually, they were forced to constrict their existence, ultimately surviving in this binary star system. Before departing, their ancestors had left behind a tome, adorned with inscrutable symbols. Initially, it depicted a minuscule planet approaching their binary constellation, followed by a colossal beast and various extraterrestrial entities flitting about. In summary, each successive Chemo king remained perplexed by the cryptic messages contained within. At last, he comprehended that the colossal monster was none other than King Suma. The myriad of fluttering entities were the mechanized warriors of the Chemo tribe. They believed that their ancestors imbued these illustrations with profound significance. It was imperative to inform all members of the Chemo tribe to cooperate fully with the king, without the slightest hint of negligence. Those who defy this command shall face dire consequences. After a brief arrangement, Su Cheng proceeded directly to the Chemo tribe. Upon witnessing the arrival of the true king, Chemo King Chinyu personally led the homage. Su Cheng gestured for them to rise, saying, "Please, stand." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Several individuals stood up, clasping their fists in respect. Who is he? Su Cheng's gaze fell upon Lu He. He had encountered other significant members of the Chemo tribe, yet he felt a particular curiosity towards this familiar face, for a mysterious aura coursed through Lu He's being. However, whenever he attempted to integrate with the energy field, it was invariably dispersed by a cloud of black smoke. He appeared youthful, roughly a century old in Chemo terms, classifying him as an adolescent. "Your Majesty, this is our newly appointed strategist, Lu He. Do not be deceived by his tender age. He is a prodigy, a rare talent that arises in our Chemo tribe once every century." Chinyu spoke with a hint of pride. Once a member of the Chemo tribe breaks through to a third-tier life form, they could truly establish their foothold in the galaxy. Daimo, with his narrow-mindedness, was unworthy of kingship. Thus, under his leadership for several centuries, the Chemo tribe had stagnated. Indeed, his talent is commendable, yet alas, he cannot channel energy into his dantian, rendering him perpetually ineffectual, Su Cheng remarked, shaking his head. What? Upon hearing this, Chinyu nearly collapsed in shock. Ineffectual? The prodigy they had placed immense hope in was deemed a failure. They could scarcely accept this reality. "Your Majesty, although our Chemo tribe may not be what it once was, we are far from being ineffectual." A tall Chemo man stepped forward, his eyes clearly reflecting indignation. "Lu Jun, how dare you? Chinyu rebuked sharply, startled. They had witnessed Su Cheng's might. He had repelled King Fan Ma and possessed the strength to annihilate their entire tribe. King Chinyu, I merely spoke the truth. Lu Jun retorted defiantly. Lu He was his son, his pride. Naturally, he would defend his son against being publicly labeled as ineffectual. He was a first-tier warrior of the Chemo tribe, holding a respectable position. And with his son achieving the role of strategist, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed with pride, forgetting the stature of the man before him. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Cheng raised his hand. Lu Jun's massive form was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. Coughing, he expelled a trickle of pale blue blood from his mouth. Your Majesty, please show mercy. I implore you to spare his life. Chinyu fell to his knees in fright. Su Cheng, however, paid him no heed. His expression cold as he regarded Lu Jun terrified. Lu Jun dared not utter another word, finally coming to the realization of his own audacity in challenging Su Cheng. Akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine, inviting trouble. Your Majesty, it was I who spoke impertinently before. I beseech you to punish me. At that moment, Lu He knelt down, pleading, please, impose your punishment upon me. Observing the father and son in their mutual display of filial piety, Su Cheng replied coldly, in light of your son's sincere intentions, I shall not pursue today's matter further. However, while you may escape the death penalty, a lighter punishment remains inevitable. Lu Jun, you are hereby demoted from a first-class soldier to a second-class soldier. Do you harbor any dissent? I am profoundly grateful for your Majesty's mercy. Lu Jun quietly exhaled in relief, realizing his life had been spared. Lu He remained kneeling, with Su Cheng's unwavering gaze upon him, instilling an intangible pressure that felt as though a sharp blade hovered above him, rendering him unable to lift his head even slightly. When the moment felt right, Su Cheng finally withdrew his imposing presence and glanced at Lu He, asking, are you aware of why you have been unable to transcend the third-level organism? Chapter 131. The resurgence of the Vanma King. This statement struck like thunder, leaving all the Quimo people momentarily stunned. Indeed, why for millennia has the Quimo lineage not produced a third-tier life form? Not even throughout the entire binary star system has such a phenomenon occurred. They had pondered this conundrum before, yet had failed to uncover an answer. Observing the palpable fear among them, Su Cheng coldly smirked and then spoke with a nonchalant tone. Eons ago, your ancestors drained the primordial essence from all the planets within the binary star system, rendering you eternally incapable of advancing to a third-tier life form. Su Cheng's words sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Quimo, causing them to clutch their chests, their expressions akin to having tasted something foul. They had never fathomed that their tribe's stagnation could be attributed to such a reason. Sitting there with his head slightly tilted, Su Cheng struggled to suppress his laughter. These foolish creatures genuinely believed his words, oblivious to the fact that he was deceiving them. The so-called primordial essence was merely fuel. The true hindrance to their evolution lay in their intellect. They believed whatever was told to them. At this stage, they took Su Cheng's every word to heart. Even if he claimed that the alien delicacy was soft and sweet, they would eagerly sample it, only to later summarize their findings as sticky and mildly bitter, suitable for hearty bites, but not for delicate savoring. Ugh! The thought made Su Cheng feel a wave of nausea, his stomach churning uncomfortably. Having interacted with numerous extraterrestrial beings, Su Cheng discerned a peculiar truth. Many of these beings possessed intelligence far surpassing that of humans, yet their emotional intelligence was remarkably low. Perhaps their relentless pursuit of knowledge left them little time for cunning intrigues. The other two races, observing the Quimo being thoroughly subdued, dared not utter a word. Su Cheng dispatched a second-tier life form with a mere flick of his hand. Should the latter harbor any murderous intent, they would have no opportunity to flee. After establishing his authority, Su Cheng assured the Quimo that once this conflict concluded, they would receive some rewards. The most enticing promise was assistance in their ascension to a third-tier life form. However, Su Cheng refrained from providing a timeline for this transformation. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain the loyalty of these extraterrestrials. Secondly, his current capabilities were limited. He was not yet equipped to facilitate such a leap from second to third-tier life. Were it otherwise, humanity would no longer be confined to the second tier. Nonetheless, the Quimo, in their excitement, prostrated themselves repeatedly, their heads striking the cabin floor with resounding thuds. Their customs bore resemblance to those of humans. Upon departing the scene, Su Cheng returned to his base. At this moment, countless scientists within the Tower of Heaven were filled with trepidation, having witnessed the earlier battle in vivid detail. A fourth-tier life form was exceedingly formidable. With just a single slap, it had forced Su Cheng into a state of disarray. Had he been a moment slower, he might have suffered a grievous fate. Everyone understood that the Vama King could resurface at any moment. These scientists were deeply concerned, mindful that the last encounter had nearly led to their demise. Fortunately, the human race has managed to evade this calamity. Next time, King Fanma will undoubtedly exercise greater caution. Following the previous incident, Su Cheng no longer harbors the same inexplicable confidence in his abilities. There exists an insurmountable chasm between the third and fourth levels, even with the assistance of the system. If one's own strength is not sufficiently formidable, all else is futile. Moreover, Su Cheng's mission is to ensure the survival of humanity. While King Suma may not be able to deal with him directly, the extinction of the human race would inevitably drag him down as well. In such a scenario, what hope would remain? The system's rules are immutable, and Su Cheng must abide by them. Furthermore, he has Chun Yu and Chun Shui to protect. There are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, with leaving no descendants being the gravest. For reasons unknown, despite Su Cheng's relentless efforts, there has been no sign of pregnancy from either woman. This has led him to place all his hopes of fatherhood upon them. Yet, the essence of these 2 experiences is inherently different. One is rooted in reality, while the other resides within a game. Upon returning to his refuge, Su Cheng casually exchanged for a temperature-controlled room from the system. After a session of cultivation among the 3 of them, he chose to enter seclusion. A battle before closing himself off could expedite his leveling process significantly. Half a month swiftly passed. However, to Su Cheng's dismay, no matter how hard he endeavored, breaking through to a level 3 life form remained an elusive dream. He seemed to have reached an impasse. All efforts appeared futile. On another front, scientists were diligently monitoring the outer reaches of the binary star system, anxious that King Suma might launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, their calculations indicated that he would require at least a month to restore his body. Such is the spirit of scientific inquiry. One can only imagine how an ordinary person might behave, lying back, indulging in food and drink, and not taking matters to heart. If that day were to arrive, closing one's eyes and resigning to fate would not seem too great a loss. In a situation where strength reigns supreme, what good would it do to have made a breakthrough? It seems of little consequence beyond inciting panic. Similarly, the other 3 races maintained a pragmatic outlook. Take the Chemo tribe, for instance. Chinyu harbored the worst of anticipations. If their defensive base could not withstand King Suma, they would undoubtedly perish. As for escape, it was a notion best left unconsidered. An ant trapped in a bottle has nowhere to flee. Only the strategist of the Doghead tribe grasped that Su Cheng was using them as cannon fodder. Yet, he kept such thoughts to himself, burying them deep within. Among them, the Frozen Demon tribe exhibited the most tranquility, collectively arming themselves with short blades, prepared for self-immolation at a moment's notice. This tribe harbors a profound belief. Regardless of the adversary they face, should they find themselves outmatched, they shall resort to seppuku, preserving a modicum of dignity. The Ase tribe, on the other hand, oscillated between optimism and pessimism. Their optimism stemmed from the assistance of the human race, while their pessimism was rooted in the overwhelming strength of King Suma. Regardless, they were acutely aware that this was a calamity, a peril unlike any witnessed in the history of the 3 races. Before long, a month had elapsed. The day calculated by the scientists draws near. Just as the 3 factions convene, the base is suddenly illuminated by a flashing red light. The alarm resonates, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. The leaders of the 3 factions are the first to respond. Within the base, they witness a colossal figure descending through the void. With each step, the planets beneath him erupt in a cacophony of destruction. A stellar system lies beneath him, reduced to insignificance. Following in his wake is an imposing entourage, clearly summoned by King Suma in his quest for vengeance, determined to leave no opportunity for the 4 factions. The human scientists tremble in fear. A level 4 life form is truly terrifying. Chapter 132. The Battle Nay. To be precise, it is the terrifying presence of the King of Beasts that instills fear. The infamy of the interstellar pirates is well known, having preyed upon countless alien beings. Most detestable is their capacity to appear and vanish without a trace, utterly unrestrained. Prepare yourselves, for battle may be upon us at any moment. Shinyu clenched his fists tightly. The warriors of the Frozen Demon clan and the Scion race stood at the ready. Yet, at this moment, they could only huddle together for warmth, seeking solace in their shared fears. Not even a genuine 4th-level life form could they withstand. Even a third-level entity would overwhelm them, or else they would not have bowed to Su Cheng. Within the Tower of Heaven, the Grand Elder's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. His body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of the oppressive force he faced. Now, they could only pray silently that their stronghold would endure like a tortoiseshell against the King of Beasts. Come forth, you wretched ants, and meet your demise. The King of Beasts roared, shattering several planets with his voice. My king, grant us a chance to prove ourselves. At that moment, two third-level life forms emerged behind the king. Their auras were unstable, indicating their recent ascension. The appearance of these two was nothing short of bizarre. The one on the left was entirely snow white, devoid of hair, with eyes situated on its chest. Its neck was a mass of flesh, secreting a viscous fluid. An utterly repulsive sight. A man would be rendered speechless, while a woman might blush at such a grotesque figure. Surely, something had gone awry in its development. The other was even stranger, with brown skin from which magma flowed intermittently, raising the temperature in its vicinity as if it were the embodiment of a colossal sun. Go forth. The King of Beasts gestured, for if he were to engage in every endeavor himself, what purpose would be served in nurturing these subordinates? With the king's approval, the two were eager to demonstrate their prowess. However, the moment they advanced, twin beams of laser light shot forth, piercing through their forms. Boom. Boom. After the brilliant flashes, silence enveloped the scene. Hiss. Witnessing such power, Chinyu and his companions could not help but draw a sharp breath. This was astonishingly formidable. A third-level life form could not even withstand a single strike. Indeed, the King of Beasts had observed the binary star system from the very beginning, noting the undetectable waves of light flowing around its periphery. While others remained oblivious, he was keenly aware. Those two unfortunate cannon fodder never anticipated that they were merely pawns in their leader-esque game. Once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of a rope for 10 years. He too held a considerable apprehension towards Su Cheng, for the latter had discovered his vulnerabilities. Despite the strongest protective measures he had instituted over the past month, the wounds to his psyche could not heal swiftly. Although a fourth-level life form could attain a semblance of immortality, this was only a relative notion. Within the vast universe, many entities possess the power to end his existence. As the saying goes, caution ensures a long voyage. In the boundless cosmos, countless formidable beings exist. Once, a powerful entity had rendered him crippled with a mere flick of the finger. At that time, the adversary had shown him mercy, sparing his life. Otherwise, he would have long since perished. The wounds he bore were remnants from that time, and for many years. He had been in search of a method to fully heal himself. Regrettably, he had yet to discover such a remedy. Upon witnessing the terrifying strike, the pirates, who had initially been eager to engage, halted in their tracks. They were not foolish. Although the prowess of the two individuals did not rank among the strongest in the pirate realm, they were certainly not weak. To be unable to withstand even a single encounter meant that their participation would likely result in their demise. Observing that no one dared to advance, King Suma felt a surge of anger. The majority of his followers were interstellar outlaws, and King Fanma had never regarded them as anything more than pawns. You three, come forth together. King Fanma selected 3 level 3, 2 beings. Each incremental level represented a significant qualitative leap. The 3 chosen individuals internally lamented their fate. Was this not an obvious invitation to their own demise? However, even in their reluctance, they dared not voice their dissent. Who would be bold enough to utter a word of defiance? Provoking the opposing party could lead to their obliteration. Faced with the frontline assault, they were compelled to advance cautiously, inching their way forward. Fire! Chinyu bellowed, unleashing a barrage of lasers. The speed of the lasers was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 were pierced through. The only slight consolation was that they remained intact, their bodies whole. King Fanma nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the bulk of his forces, regardless of their strength, retreated cautiously, fearful of being conscripted as cannon fodder by King Fanma. This was no trivial matter. They were all equally matched. King Fanma was testing the power of the lasers with their lives, and one could not deny the cruelty of his methods. Within the base, the 3 factions were exhilarated, their excitement palpable. The laser cannon had instilled in them an overwhelming confidence, leaving them in a state of euphoria. The infamy of the cosmic pirates made their downfall exceedingly gratifying. Witnessing his subordinates in such a pathetic state, King Suma's ire intensified. This time, he did not bother with selective targeting and simply waved his hand. Instantly, over a dozen subordinates surged forth. With a swift succession of beams, their heads were summarily claimed. Only one subordinate, by sheer luck, evaded the onslaught. His strength had reached the level of 3. 4. However, Chinyu offered him no respite. A relentless series of lasers transformed him into a veritable sieve, with gaping holes visible across his form, a truly tragic sight. Yet, King Fanma was elated, for he saw a glimmer of hope. At least for the moment, the lasers posed little threat to him, though he remained cautious and dispatched one of his trusted aides forward. Huang Zhe, an esteemed member of the Cosmic Pirates, boasted a prowess of 3. 7. His speed was remarkable, rendering him nearly impervious to the lasers. As he maneuvered through the barrage of attacks, to the astonishment of the 3 factions, Huang Zhe delivered a devastating punch. The force contained within that strike was capable of obliterating a planet. Yet, an invisible force neutralized his blow, and subsequently, the tremendous recoil sent him hurtling backward. Upon witnessing this situation, the 3 clans sighed in relief, albeit slightly. Although their attacks seemed ineffective against this entity, its defensive capabilities were undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, human scientists held a starkly different perspective. The reality was far worse than they had anticipated. The chasm between 3rd and 4th tier life forms was unfathomable. Your Majesty, it is my failure that has led us to this point. Please, punish me for my shortcomings. The younger sibling knelt on one knee, expressing his sincerity. Enough. King Fanma waved his hand dismissively. With that, he strode purposefully towards the twin stellar systems. Countless laser cannons bombarded his knees, yet the impact felt akin to raindrops falling upon him, creating not a ripple of disturbance. As they beheld King Fanma's approach, despair settled in their hearts one by one. Chapter 133. The Return. Here we are, facing an insurmountable challenge. In the presence of such overwhelming power, any notion of resistance was utterly extinguished. Now, their only hope, Su Cheng, was nowhere to be found. The group could merely strive to hold their ground. Regrettably, the laser assaults were nothing more than mere tickles to the formidable Fanma King. To be precise, they couldn't even be classified as such. The exploding planets beneath their feet served as ominous harbingers of doom. Despair enveloped Chenyu. A chilling sensation coursed through his entire being. They could only fervently pray that their defensive base would withstand the onslaught of the Fanma King. With a thunderous crash, the Fanma King struck with a mighty slap. Instantly, ripples radiated outward, yet astonishingly, the defensive base withstood his ferocious attack. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. They had never imagined that their defense would prove so formidable. What a resilient shell it was. The Fanma King pounded it repeatedly with great force. However, the strength of the base surpassed even his expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Within the base, the 3 clans' warriors lay prostrate on the ground, lacking even the courage to stand. They felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, and even the scientists from the Celestial Tower were drenched in cold sweat. It was terrifying. If the first level of defense were breached, their fate would likely be no better. The defensive base had thoroughly infuriated the Fanma King, renowned throughout the universe. He now found himself provoked by a mere swarm of ants. It was akin to a mouse in a cage incessantly taunting a snake outside. With the snake helplessly seething in frustration, boom, the Fanma King unleashed a powerful punch, causing the entire base to tremble violently. Yet, the outer defenses adeptly mitigated his strength. It was as if he were striking a half-deflated balloon, unless one possessed the might to shatter it entirely. Sadly, the Fanma King's power fell short. However, this only ignited a more ferocious side of him. He pounded relentlessly, while the surrounding planets continuously supplied the base with vital energy. Under such immense strain, the twin star system could not endure for long. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Fanma King behaved like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, the warriors within the base fared little better. The ground quaked violently, with the immense noise causing the weaker ones to spit blood. Moreover, they endured a torturous mental anguish. The Fanma King was like a harbinger of doom, and none could predict whether his next punch would obliterate their defense. Fortunately, at the end of the day, he had not breached their defenses, granting them a glimmer of hope. The following day, the Fanma King ceased his assault. The 3 clans found a brief respite. The warriors within the base rejoiced, even daring to fire provocatively at the Fanma King. The king, infuriated by such insolence from the ants, returned to his ship, where not a single subordinate dared to approach him. Even the higher-ups of the pirate ship kept their distance, fearing the repercussions upon themselves. Having followed King Fanma for many years, they were well acquainted with his temperament. To him, all pirates were merely pawns to be sacrificed. On the other hand, After withstanding King Fanma's initial onslaught, the three clans experienced a second wave of expansion, particularly the Frozen Demon clan, the weakest among the three, yet the most ostentatious. The elder of the Frozen Demon clan, Ice Demon, was the oldest among them, yet regrettably, his cultivation was stunted at the 2-9 level of life forms, unable to break through. It was likely he would remain at this level until his demise. In my view, King Fanma was not particularly formidable. Ice Demon boasted, "A level 4 life form cannot breach their defensive base. What a disgrace it would be to admit it. Old man, kindly cease your ominous predictions. If you hold King Fanma in such disdain, why not step forth and confront him yourself?" Upon hearing this, Ice Demon was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Absurd. Even with 1,000 lives, he would not dare face King Fanma alone. Let alone King Fanma. Even his subordinates could easily end his life. Arthur and Ice Demon had always been at odds. Now is not the time for infighting. Chinyu interjected, halting the two. King Fanma will undoubtedly return. I am convinced he will strike again. Though we are safe for now, it is only temporary. Inside the Tower of Babel, a group of scientists observed in real time. Suddenly, one scientist cried out in alarm, "Elder, this is bad. What is the matter?" The elder inquired, furrowing his brow as he hurried forward. "Look over there." The scientist pointed at the screen, displaying a yellowish-brown planet. This alone was not alarming, but the critical issue was the fissure that had opened in the planet's center. As the planet rotated, the crack widened, causing the entire planet to appear on the verge of disintegration. Moreover, similar phenomena were occurring on other planets. What is happening? Could they be shattered? Impossible. If these asteroids were shattered, we would find ourselves in dire straits as well. A gathering of top-tier scientists collaborated in their analysis. After several hours of diligent research, they arrived at a conclusion. The base had likely absorbed the energy of these planets. Each of King Fanma's assaults exacerbated the loss of primordial energy, ultimately leading to the planetary collapse. By this calculation, it was only a matter of time before the defensive base would be obliterated. Once the primordial energy was depleted, King Fanma could effortlessly breach the first line of defense. At that point, their fate would not be much better. It was feared that within a few days, the twin star system would be completely annihilated by King Fanma. Provoking a level 4 life form was not a wise endeavor. He would annihilate all life in his fury. As anticipated, after barely a day of silence, King Fanma launched another assault. This time, he led his subordinates in a full-scale attack, clearly determined to shatter the defenses without relent. The minions, infused with an unyielding fervor, relentlessly assaulted the defensive stronghold. The formidable Van Wong had issued an ultimatum. Should they fail to breach the shell today, the lives of all pirates would be forfeit. Faced with the specter of death, they had no alternative but to fight. The onslaught intensified, and amidst the chaos, asteroids erupted within the twin stars. The desperation of those men mirrored the flickering of a dying oil lamp. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions captured the attention of the three clans. The Ice Demon, clutching a dagger, trembled uncontrollably, devoid of any confidence. Under the relentless barrage, the defensive base began to show signs of wear. The once swirling arcs of electricity vanished, and the immense rebound force weakened considerably. Even though the lasers claimed numerous pirate lives, it remained insufficient to turn the tide. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Chapter 134, the defense base breached, the three clans stunned. In an instant, all were frozen in place, paralyzed by shock and forgetting to flee. Faced with such an overwhelming situation, they were at a loss for what to do. It was as though the apocalypse had descended upon them, and despair gripped their hearts. Quickly, bring them back, the Grand Elder urged fervently. Upon receiving the notification from the humans, the three clans regained their senses and hastily boarded their spacecraft, retreating towards the second defensive line. Little Ant, do you really think I cannot deal with you? With a thunderous clap, King Fanma struck down, obliterating the unsuspecting pirate minions and the entire base into mere ashes. The speed of the spacecraft was peculiar, yet it posed no challenge to the formidable King Fanma. With a mere gesture, he grasped the spacecraft occupied by the Ice Demon, securing it firmly. With a gentle squeeze, a resounding explosion ensued, and the spacecraft was reduced to rubble, with the Ice Demon captured. Confronted by King Fanma, the Ice Demon was paralyzed with fear. The other two clans had narrowly escaped. However, their expressions were grim. They understood that the fate of the Ice Demon would likely mirror their own. King Fanma had no desire to engage with them. After all, their demise was inevitable. Now, tell me, where is that detestable little ant? King Fanma's greatest ire was directed at Su Cheng. Other creatures posed little threat. But this particular little ant had caused him considerable trouble. As the saying goes, one must uproot the weeds to prevent regrowth. I do not know. The ice demon stammered, shaking his head. Though terrified, he realized that betraying Su Cheng would not guarantee his survival. In a world governed by the strong, the weak were mere insects. King Fanma could slay him, and so could Su Cheng. Moreover, such betrayal could endanger his kin. Even if he divulged the information, survival was not assured. Then you shall perish. King Fanma clenched his fist tightly, and the ice demon was reduced to a puddle of slime. Gasping in unison, the four clans recoiled at the sight. This was utterly terrifying. The ice demon was a life form of level 2. 9, an absolute pinnacle among the four clans. Having dispatched the ice demon, King Fanma strode directly to the second defensive line. He struck several blows, and the defenses proved as impenetrable as the previous shell. The little ants inside heard him, and, if they wished to survive, were instructed to surrender Su Cheng and contribute all their females to him. He would consider granting them a path to life. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four clans shifted dramatically. King Fanma had gone too far, surrendering all their females? What use were the males without them? This was far more unacceptable than outright annihilation. Furthermore, Su Cheng represented their only hope, and they would never betray him. In response to King Fanma, they unleashed a barrage of lasers. Aware that such weapons would have little effect on him, the four clans nevertheless made their defiance clear. We would rather die than submit. Very well, then you shall meet your demise. King Fanma wasted no words. He could sense that Su Cheng was within the binary stars. The second defensive line was scarcely stronger than the first and was on the verge of collapse, unlikely to hold out for much longer. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, the two women gazed at the scene before them, their delicate fists clenched, the sound of creaking echoing in the air. To claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous. After such a prolonged silence, Su Cheng had shown no signs of movement. The outermost line of defense had already been breached, and the repercussions of losing the second line were all too apparent. The fact that Su Cheng had not emerged yet made the situation increasingly dire. Sister, what should we do now? Perhaps we should go in and see what is happening. Chen Shui inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. No, Su Cheng has his own plans. All we must do is wait. Chen Yu replied, shaking her head. She had faith in Su Cheng, believing he would conjure a miracle. As they spoke, the previously sealed door suddenly roared open. The two women felt a surge of joy at this turn of events. Before they could rise, Su Cheng emerged, naked as the day he was born. The sight caused their cheeks to flush crimson. They instinctively turned their heads, feeling that this was rather inappropriate, especially considering the manner of their reunion. Hey, did you miss me? Su Cheng scratched his head, unconcerned, for they were the only three souls on the planet, rendering any embarrassment moot. Could you at least put on some clothes first? Chen Shui suggested. What is there to be shy about? We've seen each other before. Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively and stepped forward to embrace both women. His attire had been inadvertently destroyed during his training. After all, it had been nearly a month since they last saw one another, a duration that felt like an eternity. Thus, he was eager to emerge, skipping a few formalities. Enough of this nonsense. Fan Ma Wang has already breached the first line of defense, and humanity, along with the other three tribes, is about to face dire consequences. We need to hurry and provide assistance, Chen Yu exclaimed. This was no time for frivolity. With the four tribes in peril, she had no inclination to entertain trivial matters. Su Cheng nodded in agreement, realizing the urgency of their situation. In truth, the second line of defense was not as feeble as they had imagined. On the contrary, due to the reduced area, it consumed significantly less primordial energy. In other words, the second line was more resilient than the first. However, nothing was absolute, and all actions must be taken with safety as a priority. A moment of indulgence could jeopardize future endeavors. Should humanity face extinction, the mission would fail, and the system would impose penalties. The thought of such a fate was chilling. With that in mind, Su Cheng's earlier excitement dissipated as he glanced at the two women and declared, "Let us proceed." Wait, just as Su Cheng was about to set off, Chen Yu hurriedly stopped him. No matter how urgent the situation, you can spare a moment to put on your clothes. Su Cheng suddenly felt a chill and realized he had momentarily forgotten this detail. After dressing, the trio set out. They swiftly made their way to the moon, celestial tower. Upon seeing Su Cheng's return, the scientists breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, he was akin to a savior. With Su Cheng present, it seemed that any predicament could be effortlessly resolved. How are things? Su Cheng inquired, casting a glance at the Grand Elder. The situation is far from optimistic. Although our second line of defense has successfully thwarted the initial assault from the formidable King, our calculations indicate that we will be unable to withstand the impending second wave of his attack. Upon hearing this, Sucheng furrowed his brow slightly, clearly underestimating the power of the King, a level 4 entity. As he spoke, the Tower of Babel trembled violently. Fortunately, the structures here are robust, otherwise such force would have surely led to walls collapsing and roofs caving in. Summon the other 3 clans and prepare to confront the enemy, Sucheng commanded. However, the Grand Elder hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns, yet ultimately acquiesced to Sucheng's directive. This second line of defense can only endure for a brief period. Death is inevitable, whether sooner or later. If Sucheng emerges victorious, it will be a cause for celebration among the 4 clans. Conversely, should he fail, it would spell collective doom for them all. Ultimately, the fate of life or death hinges upon whether Sucheng can once again triumph over the King. Chapter 135, Sucheng vs. Fan Ma Wang. Sucheng is their beacon of hope. Soon, the leaders of the 3 clans arrived. With the demise of the Ice Demon, the former head of the Frozen Demon clan, they introduced a new leader, the Winter Demon. He is the apprentice of the Ice Demon and currently stands as a formidable presence, a 2-8-level life form, second only to the Ice Demon. The leaders of the 3 clans trembled in place, haunted by the indelible shadows cast by their previous battles. Observing their pitiful demeanor, Sucheng felt a surge of anger. What is there to be so frightened about? They were merely pirates. Their overwhelming fear was evident, and they had already lost the battle of spirit. Stand tall. Can you not display a semblance of leadership? Fear is futile. Whether you face it head-on or cower away, the outcome remains the same. If you continue to embody this cowardice, defeat is inevitable. Sucheng sought to bolster their resolve. Consider this. If the leaders themselves are timid, how can their subordinates muster any courage? He had to confront Fan Ma Wang with Chinyu by his side. The other pirates would inevitably rely on the 3 clans. Even as cannon fodder, they could buy precious time. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 3 clans bowed their heads in shame. It was not that they were inherently cowardly. Rather, the pressure exerted by a level 4 life form was overwhelming. Had Sucheng not offered his support, they might have considered ending their own lives by now. Yet Sucheng's words rang true. If death was certain, why not face it with some dignity? Su God, we pledge to follow you to the death, Chen Yu declared, kneeling on one knee with unwavering determination in his gaze. The Kuamo clan had once produced a being nearly at the 5th level of life, far more powerful than Fan Ma Wang. Although the younger generation was constrained by the essence of their origins, they could not tarnish the legacy of their ancestors. With Chinyu leading the way and expressing their resolve, the other 2 clans were emboldened and refused to be outdone, which significantly boosted morale. Of course, Sucheng also held a trump card. If it came down to a mutual destruction scenario, it would certainly be Fan Ma Wang who would perish. He harbored a wild notion of capturing Fan Ma Wang alive. During his quest for advancement, Sucheng realized that his stagnation stemmed from a lack of a medium, a guiding force. The system's assistance was limited. Often, personal insight was required. As Fan Ma Wang was a level 4 life form, appropriating his thoughts would greatly benefit Sucheng's progression. However, he refrained from voicing this idea, knowing that others would deem him insane. Who else would dare entertain such a reckless notion? With preparations complete, the 3 clans organized themselves, planning to regroup in half an hour. During this interval, Sucheng summoned the Grand Elder and other scientists to relay essential instructions for the impending confrontation. Before long, the 3 clans were ready, and Sucheng, accompanied by the 2 women, took the lead. Upon exiting the dual defensive bases, Fan Ma Wang immediately ceased his assault. He cast a glance at Sucheng, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, seething with a desire to rend Sucheng limb from limb to satiate his burning hatred. Sucheng felt equally resolute. The infamous King is notorious throughout the galaxy, inciting a profound hatred in all beings who yearn for his demise. Should one manage to vanquish him, they would gain the system's recognition and accrue additional exchange points. In essence, the King represents a formidable beast lurking in the mountains for Sucheng, brimming with treasures. You despicable ants, I will ensure you cannot live nor die, roared the King. Ha! Anyone can boast, and I could claim I twist your head off to use as a spittoon, Sucheng retorted, disdain evident in his voice. When enemies meet, animosity runs high. There is little room for idle chatter. The mech warriors unleashed their full firepower, targeting the King's knee. Although Sucheng was unaware of how he had sustained his injury, it was evidently a vulnerable point. Yet, the lasers failed to penetrate the thick armor, leaving no mark whatsoever. Ha ha ha! Observing this, the Van King laughed heartily before looking at Su Ching as though he were an imbecile. Do you truly believe I would repeat the same mistake? I could afford 1,000 missteps, while you will not have a single chance at success. Su Ching, too, was not surprised by this outcome. A level 4 life form was certainly no fool. Little ant, have you had your fill of play? Prepare to welcome death. The Van King casually seized a planet and hurled it towards Su Ching. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted between the three races and the pirates. This skirmish appeared to be devoid of significance, resembling a one-sided massacre. However, the humans, wielding lasers, inflicted severe losses upon the pirates. The pirates fought with little enthusiasm, their ranks filled with lesser minions rushing forward, while the true warriors remained hidden in the back. This could not be blamed on them, for the Van King was merciless, ready to annihilate them at the slightest provocation. These pirates were not foolish. They longed for the Van King's swift demise. Yet, while their hopes were lofty, reality was harsh. The enraged Van King was a fearsome sight, forcing Su Ching to scurry like a mouse. He occasionally employed agile maneuvers to evade the king's attacks. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. As the Van King had asserted, he could afford countless errors, while Su Ching had no glimmer of hope. Furthermore, the two women were in perilous circumstances, and the consequences of prolonging this situation were dire. Su Ching's mind raced, and he resorted to incessant provocation of the Van King. Little mouse, what else can you do besides flee? Accept your demise obediently, the Van King declared. Pa, how dare you utter such words? A level 4 life form unable to capture me for so long. If I were you, I would have taken matters into my own hands. Su Ching spat defiantly. The insult was minimal in damage but immense in humiliation. Upon hearing this, the Van King was thoroughly enraged. He could only strut before a level 3 life form, yet this vexing creature was as slippery as an eel, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Su Ching bore the brunt of the assaults as the Van King intensified his attacks, with Su Ching narrowly escaping death on several occasions. This also caused him to silently lament. Soon, Su Ching sprinted towards the far end of the twin planetary system, with Fan Ma Wang striding closely behind. Numerous star systems, similar to the twin stars, were mercilessly crushed, many of which witnessed the birth of life. Su Ching felt a pang of compassion, reluctant to implicate too many innocents. The two women closely followed, launching frenzied attacks on Fan Ma Wang. Yet regrettably, their efforts yielded almost no results. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Fan Ma Wang suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, swiftly pivoting. The two women were caught off guard and found themselves firmly grasped in his hand. Chapter 136, Perilous Situations by Heavens. Su Ching exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing the dire circumstances unfolding before him. At that moment, he felt a profound despair. Initially, he had been unable to contend with the formidable Fan Ma Wang, and now, with the two women captured, his plight had only worsened. Ha! Fan Ma Wang laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the two helpless souls rushing towards him. Little ants, do continue your futile attempts to escape. He gazed at the two beautiful captives, unable to suppress the urge to lick his lips. Fan Ma Wang was a being of extreme depravity, harboring an insatiable interest in all female life forms, particularly those as alluring as the ones before him. Release them. Your true adversary is me, Su Ching declared with determination. Do you truly believe I would heed your words? Fan Ma Wang scoffed. Of course not. Su Ching recognized that the immediate priority was to rescue the two women from Fan Ma Wang's clutches. However, this was far easier said than done. Just moments ago, they had struggled against him in a 3-on-1 confrontation. Now, he stood alone, hindered by the fear of causing harm to the two exquisite women. Should Fan Ma Wang tighten his grip, they could easily meet a grim fate. This was no trivial matter. Chen Yu remained relatively composed, while Chen Shui was nearly overwhelmed with terror. It was not that she feared death, but the mere proximity to such a monstrous figure was intolerable, compounded by the foul stench emanating from Fan Ma Wang that made her nauseous. Do not fear, I am here, Chen Yu whispered soothingly. In such trying times, maintaining composure was paramount. She believed that Su Ching would devise a solution. In truth, Su Ching felt utterly powerless, merely staring in frustration. Little ant, you may choose to flee, but these two delightful treasures shall belong to me, Fan Ma Wang taunted, twisting the two women in his grip as if they were mere playthings. They were left disoriented, yet this also sparked a flicker of hope within them. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Tower was in a state of frantic despair. From the outset, the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Su Cheng exerted every ounce of his strength, yet the adversary moved with unrestrained ease. Initiate Plan B. The Grand Elder's side, startling the assembled scientists. Grand Elder, perhaps we should wait a moment longer. There may yet be a chance for a turn of events. One scientist suggested. The Grand Elder shook his head. A chance? This is the best opportunity we have. Just moments ago, Su Cheng instructed us that if he were to falter, we must ensure that I lead 1,000 youths to safety. A small-scale escape would avoid drawing the attention of the pirates. This sacrifice of the few to save the many is essential to preserving a flicker of hope for humanity. In the vast cosmos, there are many potential havens. Yet, the situation had deteriorated to its most dire state. Billions of human lives, alongside those of the other three races, were on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the marauding pirates. At that moment, despair began to envelop many, just as Fan Ma Wang reveled in his triumph. Chen Yu seized the opportunity to control a mech warrior, directing a laser beam towards Fan Ma Wang's eyes. Reacting instinctively, Fan Ma Wang raised a hand to shield himself, and in that fleeting moment, the two women managed to escape. Without hesitation, Su Cheng grabbed the two women, and they fled with the swiftness of light. He managed well on his own, but carrying two women proved to be quite a challenge. After several exchanges, Fan Ma Wang seized the opportunity and captured them all in one fell swoop. Su Cheng found himself directly in his grasp, bitterly smiling to himself. At this moment, the family was completely united. Suddenly, the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he shouted, "Hurry, take everyone away." Fan Ma Wang, in high spirits after apprehending Su Cheng, seemed in no rush to end his life. Instead, he meticulously examined this seemingly insignificant ant. Though he appeared to be a mere insect, Su Cheng had an abundance of hidden cards, causing significant trouble for Fan Ma Wang. Having finally captured this mortal ant, Fan Ma Wang was determined not to let him go easily, intending to savor his torment. As an interstellar pirate, he had many methods at his disposal. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," Chen Yu expressed with a hint of remorse. Had Su Cheng not risked himself to save them, their escape would have had a far greater chance of success. "It's nothing. If you all perish, what meaning is there in my survival?" Su Cheng replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Fan Ma Wang looked down and remarked, "Only the despicable speak of such so-called emotions. The strong can dictate everything. Is that so?" Su Cheng suddenly chuckled coldly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. In that instant, Fan Ma Wang felt an ominous premonition. Before he could react, a searing heat surged through his palm. The excruciating temperature caused even this level 4 life form to grimace in pain. Watching his easy prey slip away, Fan Ma Wang rushed forward recklessly. However, after just a few steps, a massive foot came crashing towards him. With a thunderous impact, Fan Ma Wang was sent flying. His large frame was hurled backward as a brilliant light appeared behind him. Thus, Fan Ma Wang was tossed about like a balloon. After over 10 exchanges, he was left utterly bewildered, feeling a continuous stream of energy swirling around his knees, his wounds mercilessly reopened. Gazing at the golden-armored mechanical warrior in the distance, Fan Ma Wang was filled with both astonishment and dread, utterly confused by the unfolding events. He sensed that this golden-armored warrior had reached a power level of 4. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He bellowed in fury, unable to accept that he could be defeated by an insignificant creature. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Moments ago, Su Cheng had sensed the looming threat of death. The system had indicated that the mech warrior could merge, but only if 3 individuals faced a lethal threat simultaneously. Therefore, Su Cheng deliberately exposed a vulnerability to trigger the mech's fusion. As a result, Fan Ma Wang, in his foolishness, fell for the ruse. "Have you given thought to how you shall meet your demise?" Su Cheng inquired, his tone reminiscent of a grim reaper's decree. Fan Ma Wang, who had committed countless atrocities across the cosmos, was now due for punishment. "Do you think this will be enough to kill me? You truly overestimate yourself, little ant." As he spoke, Fan Ma Wang contemplated resistance. Little did he expect, a laser pierced directly into his knee. With a deafening crack, his left leg was rendered useless. "Ag." Fan Ma Wang howled in agony. "Haven't you charmed quite a few women?" Su Cheng remarked, pointing directly at Fan Ma Wang's groin. No, please spare me, spare me." Under the threat of death, Fan Ma Wang finally succumbed to fear, abandoning his once proud demeanor and incessantly pleading for mercy. He had come to a stark realization: Su Cheng could end his life with the slightest effort. "Are you frightened? Had you maintained a more amiable attitude earlier, I believe we could have forged a friendship. However, now, You must pay with your life. Chapter 137. The Demise of Vama King. Please, no. I am not ready to die. Vama King was nearly paralyzed with fear, never having imagined that such a day would come. Even more tragically, his end would come at the hands of a mere third-level life form. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a loyal servant, swearing to follow you unto death. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Vama King's arrogance evaporated. Despite his cautious demeanor, he never anticipated that he would meet his downfall in such a manner. The seemingly inconspicuous third-level life form possessed the power to annihilate him. Is that so? Su Cheng replied with a cold smile. Yes, yes. If you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Vama King hastily pledged his loyalty, prioritizing his survival above all else. He believed that Su Cheng had merely harnessed external power to reach the status of a level 4/2 life form, and that once this period passed, eliminating him would be child's play. However, Su Cheng was no fool. Keeping such a being close was akin to nurturing a tiger. If you do not kill the snake, it will surely strike back. I have but one request of you. What is it? I want you to die? As soon as the words left his mouth, a laser shot forth with deadly precision. Vama King had no time to react as the beam pierced through his chest. Vama King felt an icy chill wash over him, his spirit plummeting. Electric arcs flickered from the wound. At that moment, the mechanized warriors separated as their fusion time concluded. Su Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, furrowing his brow intently at Vama King. To everyone's astonishment, this notorious figure was revealed to be a full-fledged robot. Chen Yu and Chen Shui shared the same incredulous expression. The infamous Vama King was actually a machine? However, Su Cheng quickly found solace in the realization that the vastness of the universe encompassed wonders beyond their comprehension. He removed the colossal head of Vama King, and the hard-won victory ignited jubilant cheers among the three tribes. Sensing the tide had turned, the pirates dared not linger, fleeing in panic without a moment's pause. Rather than annihilating them, Su Cheng allowed them to fend for themselves. This act solidified the loyalty of the three tribes. Not only did Su Cheng possess formidable strength, but he had also become their savior. Without him, the tribes faced certain doom. The human race emerged as the dominant species in the Twin Star system. After the battle, Su Cheng promptly returned to his training grounds. With the medium of a level 4 life form, he could now glimpse into higher secrets. Ding. System rewards completed. Su Cheng gazed at the exchange points, his eyes wide with astonishment. The defeat of Vama King had yielded rewards tenfold greater than before. Looking at the massive head, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, an unexpected windfall from a pirate. Reigning in his thoughts, Su Cheng entered a state of cultivation. The encounter with Vama King had imparted a crucial lesson. His current strength was utterly insignificant within the grand tapestry of the universe. A mere Vama King had pushed him to the brink of desperation. If it were a more advanced life form, I would scarcely have the opportunity to resist. Su Cheng sought to delve into the memories of Fan Ma Wang, yet those memories appeared to be sealed by some unknown force, rendering any attempts to penetrate them utterly futile. What could be the reason for this? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Memories of the deceased belonged to the realm of the unclaimed and should be easily accessible. Despite his Herculean efforts, he found himself at an impasse. Damn it. I refuse to believe that when you were alive, you could evade death, yet now I cannot unlock your mind. Su Cheng was determined to confront Fan Ma Wang. Half a month swiftly passed. However, Su Cheng remained at a loss, becoming increasingly perplexed with every attempt. During this time, he sought assistance from the system, but it was as if his pleas had vanished into thin air. Left with no choice, Su Cheng continued his solitary research, losing brain cells in the process. Another month flew by. At last, through Su Cheng's relentless efforts, the seal on Fan Ma Wang's memories began to crumble. Joy surged within him. Once a breakthrough was achieved, the subsequent matters would become significantly more manageable. However, just 3 days later, with a thunderous roar, the seal within Fan Ma Wang's mind was completely shattered. Before Su Cheng could revel in his excitement, a torrent of primordial memories surged into his consciousness. Su Cheng clutched his head, feeling as though it might explode. The excruciating pain nearly drove him to madness. But fortunately, in this critical moment, Su Cheng held steadfast to his core, preventing himself from being consumed by the deluge of consciousness and descending into folly. Time passed in agonizing seconds. Su Cheng had lost all sense of time. Aside from the pain, he felt nothing else. Fortunately, his willpower remained unwavering. After a fierce struggle, he successfully untangled himself from the torrent of consciousness. Following this, A new wave of memories flooded into his mind. It was a realm of emptiness. Above, there was no sky. Below, no earth. Within this void, a colossal palace emerged from the darkness, radiating a soft green light. The eerie atmosphere imparted an overwhelming sense of oppression. Soon, a spaceship materialized out of thin air. Sucheng recognized it as a being comparable to a beam of light. Once its speed reached a certain threshold, it could create the illusion of teleportation. Before long, the cabin opened, and a figure clad in black emerged, leaning on a cane. Hiss! For reasons unknown, upon seeing this enigmatic figure, a shiver coursed through Su Cheng's spine, accompanied by a sharp pain in his mind. So powerful, Su Cheng shuddered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. By his estimation, the individual's strength had already reached the level of a fifth-tier life form, and indeed, a high-ranking fifth-tier life form at that. They were even perilously close to attaining the sixth tier. It is worth noting that throughout the universe, only the precursor of the system had ever reached the sixth tier of life. With such power, a mere glance from this being could effortlessly extinguish his life. Suppressing his astonishment, Su Cheng continued to observe. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal figure materialized before him. It was none other than the formidable Van Ma Wang. Yet at this moment, Van Ma Wang appeared nothing more than a lifeless corpse. With arcs of electricity flickering ominously around his knees, creating an eerie spectacle, Su Cheng struggled to maintain his composure and continued to observe. Suddenly, two emerald lights flashed before the figure cloaked in black, and in an instant, Van Ma Wang vanished, as if performing an illusion. Meanwhile, the figure in black began to stride slowly toward the palace. After taking only a few steps, he abruptly turned, locking eyes with Su Cheng. The gaze, filled with an unsettling concern, seemed to pierce the very soul, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit haunting the netherworld. Ah! Su Cheng could not contain himself and let out a startled cry. Immediately, a metallic taste filled his throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Chapter 138. The Illusion. This is merely an illusion. Su Cheng desperately stifled the fear surging within him, repeatedly reassuring himself. Were it not for his steadfast resolve, a lesser individual might have succumbed to madness by now. He understood that this moment was crucial. To abandon his efforts now would render all his previous struggles futile. The torment he had endured would be in vain. The figure in the black robe merely cast a fleeting glance before vanishing into thin air. Soon after, his memories plunged into darkness. Time became an enigma. He could not discern how long he had lingered in that void until a glimmer of light pierced through the obscurity. Instinctively, Su Cheng shut his eyes. When he finally opened them, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. He found himself in an expansive technological laboratory, where the black-robed figure stood not far away. Before him loomed the colossal figure of the Fama King, now reduced to the size of a mere human. A crackling sound filled the air, the unmistakable noise of electricity, and to Su Cheng's astonishment, the Fama King had miraculously returned to life. Yet, it was as if he were a mere shell, devoid of spirit, his body moving without purpose. Go forth, carry my will, and annihilate the universe. The black-robed figure struck the Fama King's forehead, and in an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped him, bestowing upon him a soul. Su Cheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was not the black robe that granted the Fama King a soul, but rather the words that flowed from the figure's mouth, which he heard with absolute clarity. With that, the black-robed figure vanished, leaving behind the Fama King's own memories. Those memories were extensive, recounting tales of burning, pillaging, and leading a band of ruthless pirates. What piqued Su Cheng's curiosity was that the Fama King did not claim the females he plundered from various planets for himself. Instead, he sent them all aboard a spaceship. This revelation led Su Cheng to suspect a connection to the black robe. However, this was merely his conjecture, and he required concrete evidence to substantiate it. He had initially hoped to uncover valuable clues, yet he found himself empty-handed. The unfortunate Fama King likely died without comprehending that he was, in fact, a robot, more precisely, a modified one. The black robe had imbued him with a malevolent soul, the very essence of evil. As Su Cheng withdrew from the Fama King's memories, he found himself drenched in sweat, a pool of blood lying before him. Damn it, that nearly cost me my life. He cursed under his breath. Just as he rose to his feet, a profound sensation washed over him, enveloping his entire being. Wait. Su Cheng stood frozen, at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, he had transcended his limits, directly ascending to a level 3. 5 life form, a leap of 2 grades that filled him with elation. No way. This can't be a dream. Su Cheng slapped his face to confirm his reality. Ouch. It hurt. This was no dream. It was indeed real. Su Cheng could hardly fathom that his path to advancement had been so effortlessly straightforward. Of course, the agony he had endured prior was beyond the comprehension of the average person. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on your successful breakthrough. A mysterious gift package awaits you. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. As he opened his inventory, he beheld a jet-black sword suspended in midair. The sword's blade was rusted, and the hilt was in a state of disrepair. For a moment, Su Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly a jest? Could such dilapidated scrap even be deemed a mysterious treasure? Surely. A kitchen knife purchased from a $2 store would be more practical than this contraption. Previously, he had not perceived the system as being this unreliable. Why, then? Did it persist in presenting him with such trivial misfortunes? One would expect the system to offer at least something of substance, not to mention that laser cannon. It was claimed to possess the capability to threaten 6th-level life forms, yet a single shell was exorbitantly priced. Moreover, the uncontrollable nature of its power meant that a single shot could potentially obliterate half the universe. There was no way he would dare utilize it, even in dire circumstances. He took a moment to gather his emotions, yet the shadow of the figure in the black robe lingered in his mind. What manner of being was this? Was he friend or foe? And why did he speak in human tongue? All of this had become an enigma. Of course, Su Cheng's greatest concern remained whether the figure in black would seize the opportunity to seek vengeance upon him. Given the other's strength, he feared that he might only be able to perish alongside him. After a considerable period, Su Cheng fortified his own abilities. It must be said that the transformation at each level of life form was stark and profound, a sensation only the individual could truly grasp. If he were to engage in combat with the king of horses at his current strength, the latter would find it increasingly difficult to capture him. Feeling somewhat confident, Su Cheng ventured forth to reunite with the two women. For a month and a half, they had silently safeguarded him. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the entrance, prompting the two women to rush forward in excitement. It had been far too long. Their reunion felt like an eternity. Just as Su Cheng prepared to embrace them warmly, the two women recoiled in shock at his appearance. Why you? Chen Shui covered her mouth, momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Su Cheng instinctively touched his face and then his head. Upon doing so, he realized with alarm that his scalp was completely bare. What on earth? He dashed to the nearby basin to peer into the water's reflection, nearly choking on his own breath at the sight. After a month of training, he had transformed into a balding man. Especially with the wind blowing, his appearance was nothing short of comical. In their astonishment, the two women quickly recovered, clutching their bellies and laughing heartily. Clearing his throat, Su Cheng composed himself and declared, "Perhaps I've been overexerting my mind lately. However, I have successfully advanced to a 3-5 level life form." With this revelation, a hint of pride flickered within him. Yet, he was more eager to move past the embarrassing incident of his baldness. A young man sporting a bald head might lead others to assume he had indulged excessively in pleasures of the flesh. Is it true? The two women exclaimed in delight, thrilled that Su Cheng had leaped across 2 significant levels, his cultivation speed akin to that of a rocket soaring upwards. After their joyful reunion, the three engaged in playful banter before returning to the matter at hand. Su Cheng did not withhold any details, recounting everything he had witnessed to the two women. Although the two sisters could not experience it firsthand, they were nonetheless quite astonished. After all, offending a 5th-level life form is no trifling matter, should the entity seek retribution. It could pursue them to the farthest reaches of the universe. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it, Su Cheng mused, waving his hand dismissively. When faced with adversity, one must confront it head-on, and there is little cause for concern. Su Cheng held firm in his belief that Xiao Jin would undoubtedly devise a solution. In any case, when confronted with such a formidable existence, Su Cheng readily shifted the burden onto Xiao Jin. Moreover, it was not certain that the adversary would indeed seek vengeance. For the moment, the most pressing issue remained his own receding hairline. After a thorough discussion among the three, Su Cheng resolved to embrace a bald look. As the saying goes, the true measure of a man's handsomeness can be revealed through the act of shaving his head. Chapter 139. The Plan Shen Yu took the initiative. The sound of hair being shaved echoed through the room. With each stroke of the blade against his scalp, Su Cheng's heart bled. Shen Yu wielded the razor skillfully, leaving his head smooth and bare. As the hair fell away, Su Cheng felt an unsettling lightness in his feet, and a gentle breeze sent a chill across his exposed head. Damn it! Su Qing lamented, feeling the smoothness of his scalp. The two women circled him like curious spectators, occasionally reaching out to touch his head. Have you seen enough? Su Qing asked, a grimace on his face. Yes, yes. To be honest, a shaved head looks quite handsome. Yu remarked. Indeed, it exudes a certain masculinity. Shui nodded in agreement. Ah, you two women. Today, I shall show you what true masculinity is. With that, Su Qing grabbed each of them and headed into the room. The following day, the trio returned to the moon. With the death of the Suma king, the Gemini star system was temporarily safe. Now, he sought to elevate humanity to a third-tier life form. Only then could they dominate the entire galaxy. The Gemini star system was but a mere speck in the vast universe, insignificant and easily overlooked. Within the expansive Milky Way, undoubtedly, there existed life forms beyond the third tier, perhaps hiding in some obscure corner. Within the Tower of Babel, upon witnessing Su Qing's unusual appearance, the Grand Elder and a group of scientists exchanged bewildered glances, mouths agape yet speechless. After months apart, they were taken aback by Su Qing's transformed visage. They wondered privately but dared not voice their curiosity. Perhaps this was merely a personal preference of Su Qing's. Divine One, do you have any directives for us? The Grand Elder inquired respectfully. Their reverence for this man, who seemed godlike, had only deepened after the prior battle. This is an advanced biological evolution serum. Next, I aim to lead all of humanity into the realm of third-tier civilization. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Everyone exchanged glances, and then the atmosphere erupted with excitement. A third-tier life form was their most fervent aspiration. It was known that once they attained this status, they could traverse the stars without reliance on external forces. Previously, their understanding of third-tier life forms was limited, and such aspirations had seemed far-fetched. However, now, having tasted success, they yearned to explore the cosmos rather than remain confined to a single planet. Yet, while the idea was enticing, the reality of elevating billions to the third tier was a daunting task. The concept of 1 billion third-tier life forms was akin to creating a new galaxy within the universe. If 1 billion beings were to attack simultaneously, they could withstand a fourth-tier life form. A qualitative change occurs when quantitative changes reach a certain threshold. Of course, this plan required a lengthy process. One must take things one step at a time. Great edifices rise from humble beginnings. Haste makes waste. Once humanity was settled, Su Qing ventured alone to the three clans. Upon his arrival, the Kuei Demon clan greeted him with collective reverence, kneeling in welcome. Su Qing sat upon his throne, surveying the multitude before him. As a sovereign, it was imperative to exude the majesty befitting a ruler. Previously, you gallantly repelled the pirates, and I shall not go back on my word. Su Qing stated with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Yu trembled with excitement, fully aware of the implications behind Su Qing's words. He recalled the promise made by Su Qing, vowing to assist them in transcending to a level 3 life form once their mission was accomplished. With ample exchange points at their disposal, many seemingly insurmountable feats could be effortlessly achieved. After all, this omnipotent system could accomplish anything one could conceive. Creating a level 3 life form was indeed a formidable challenge. However, integrity must prevail. Among the entire Kuei Mo clan, Yu held the greatest potential for advancement to a level 3 life form, followed closely by the astute strategist, Lu He. It is worth noting that Lu He was a once-in-a-century genius within the Kuei Mo clan, though his energy field had been sealed, likely by the previous Kuei Mo ruler. He was known for his narrow-mindedness, willing to resort to any means for his own gain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had committed numerous heinous acts. Naturally, Su Qing intended to reserve such an opportunity for the more virtuous individuals. Although Yu appeared honest, their acquaintance was superficial. As for Lu He, Su Qing had encountered him only once and found him rather cunning. Thus, Su Qing harbored some reservations about him. Nevertheless, in the spirit of fair competition, he decided to grant each of them a singular opportunity. Yu, Lu He, both of you possess the potential to ascend to a level 3 life form, yet my resources are limited, so I can only choose one of you, Su Qing declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two, keenly observing their expressions. Yu's excitement was palpable, his eyes ablaze with fervor, while Lu He remained relatively composed, though his father, Lu Jun, appeared restless, eager to speak but fearful of Su Qing's wrath, having been dealt with harshly before and wary of provoking him again. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with none daring to voice their opinions, leaving the decision to Su Qing. After a prolonged pause, Yu could no longer contain himself and spoke first. I am willing to relinquish this opportunity. No, 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 Your Majesty. You are the king of our Mo clan. This opportunity should rightfully belong to you. He interjected, shaking his head. In that moment, the two engaged in a polite exchange, each refusing to claim the opportunity. A cold smile crept across Su Cheng's face. Opportunities are meant for the strong to seize. Since you both exhibit such courtesy, why not engage in a contest? The victor shall ascend to a level 3 life form. This proposal garnered the agreement of the other members of the Mo clan. The philosophy of might makes right resonated well. It was indeed a judicious choice. Both contenders were at the pinnacle of 8-level life forms. With a mere wave of his hand, Su Cheng transported the assembly outside the palace to the expanse of the stars. Enveloped in darkness, they could still discern one another's faces, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Su Cheng's prowess had far surpassed their expectations. Here, there is no distinction between king and subject. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be cast aside. Both parties nodded in agreement. Su Cheng clasped his hands around his chest, relishing the rare opportunity to observe from the sidelines. Had it not been for the sealing of the 7 seas, He would have likely ascended beyond the 3rd-tier life form long ago. Conversely, Yu, possessing mediocre talent, could only resort to external forces for an artificial enhancement, akin to the folly of pulling seedlings to hasten their growth. Nevertheless, Su Cheng could not place his full trust in them. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. Their strengthening serves the interests of humanity, rather than establishing adversaries for oneself. It is paramount to anticipate all potential dangers. Otherwise, one risks ensnaring oneself in a web of one's own making. Chapter 140. Hubris invokes retribution as Su Cheng sealed off the area where the two were engaged, ensuring that no excessive commotion would arise. He closely observed the expressions on their faces and soon discovered that from the onset of their conflict, He was radiating a murderous intent. As the battle commenced, He completely revealed his true nature. Each of his strikes aimed relentlessly at Yu's life, leaving no room for mercy. Talent is an innate gift. Although Yu had advanced in rank far earlier than He, the disparity in their strengths was significant. He was able to dominate Yu in the fight. Witnessing his son's spirited determination, Lu Jun clutched his chest, overwhelmed with emotion. A victory in this battle would undoubtedly elevate the Lu family's status, establishing them as the true rulers and sovereigns of the Mo clan. Before long, the battle reached its conclusion. Yu was struck forcefully by Lu He, causing him to cough up blood, yet he struggled to maintain his footing. Just as he attempted to speak, he was met with 2 heavy blows to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. He had no intention of allowing Yu to escape. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, he felt as though his body had been ensnared. Enough. You have won, Su Cheng declared with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Louis felt a rush of anger mixed with joy and swiftly knelt before Su Cheng, proclaiming, Your Majesty, I merely triumphed by chance. A cold smile graced Su Cheng's lips. Before Louis could react, Su Cheng waved his hand. With a resounding thud, Louis was sent flying backward. Lu Jun's radiant smile instantly froze. Despite his son's victory, why did Su Cheng act in such a manner? Lu He, equally astonished, concealed a flicker of malice in his eyes. Your Majesty, what have I done wrong? Please enlighten me. Lu He asked, filled with resentment. He had unleashed violence upon his own kin. As he spoke, Su Cheng opened his palm. At this, Lu He's expression changed dramatically. Yui, did you think your actions were flawless? Did you believe you could employ underhanded tactics before me? You overestimate yourself. Su Cheng replied. In the presence of a 3rd-tier life form, a 2nd-tier life form has no secrets. Every movement Lu He made was within Su Cheng's grasp. That previous punch was aimed to take Yu's life, revealing how malicious his intentions were. Keeping someone like him close would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Struggling, Yu managed to return to Su Cheng's side, clutching his bleeding chest. No, do not blame him seeing this. Lu Jun hastily knelt, pleading, My son Lu He is young and ignorant. I implore your Majesty to show mercy and spare him. Did I ever say I would kill him? Su Cheng inquired, tilting his head. Lu Jun found himself at a loss for words. I will never break my word. But remember this. I can make you a king, yet I can also cast you as a villain. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall meet their demise. Su Cheng's gaze fell upon Lu He. This overwhelming twist left Lu He momentarily speechless. Su Cheng is truly unpredictable. Under normal circumstances, even without punishment, he would never allow him to ascend as king. What, are you unwilling? No, no, no. Louis hastily shook his head, then scrambled to Su Cheng's feet, bowing deeply twice to express his gratitude. Su Cheng casually tossed him a vial of potion and glanced at the breathless Chenyu, who was utterly pathetic. Even if you cannot defeat your opponents, you should not be reduced to such a cowardly state. After exchanging for a healing potion from the system, Su Cheng poured it down Chenyu's throat without hesitation. Soon, a warm current flowed through Chenyu's body, gradually healing his broken bones. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chenyu said weakly. You lack courage and ability. You are unfit to be king. Are you willing to cede your position? Su Cheng inquired. Upon hearing this, Chenyu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. With Su Cheng stating such a thing, what choice did he have? I am willing. He nodded in agreement. Excellent. Su Cheng then observed Lu He, who was kneeling on the ground, twitching at the corners of his mouth. He was the strongest in the Kuei Mo tribe, and thus undeniably the rightful king. Lu Jun, Your Majesty, what commands do you have? Your son is still young and cannot bear heavy responsibilities. Are you willing to help him occupy this position? Lu Jun glanced at his son, contemplated for a moment, and replied, I am willing. Seeing his father nod in agreement, Lu He emanated a subtle aura of menace. However, he concealed it well enough that Lu Jun and the others failed to notice. It is settled then. I will send personnel from the human race to reside within the Kuei Mo tribe for mutual communication. Thank you, Your Majesty. What communication, in essence, was simply sending humans to monitor the Kuei Mo tribe. With the other two tribes still unresolved, Su Cheng would not linger here for long. After Su Cheng's departure, Lu He was the first to rise from the ground. With a cold snort, he immediately left, dissatisfied that his father had become king. After all, he was the strongest of the Kuei Mo tribe. The rest were mere ants. He was unaware that if one relied solely on their own strength, they could infinitely advance and ascend through layers. In contrast, those empowered by the potion could only rely on it to enhance their strength. Otherwise, they would stagnate indefinitely. Naturally, Lu He was oblivious to all of this, believing he could rise effortlessly and eventually dominate the entire galaxy. The ambitions of all beings would grow in tandem with their strength. As for the other two tribes, the Frozen Demon tribe's Winter Demon and Arthur both received assistance. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. It is worth mentioning that the Frozen Demon tribe is the most human-like among the three. They possess remarkably similar facial features to humans, with the only notable difference being that the males are taller than humans, while the females average around 1.75 meters. With long legs, slender waists, snow-white skin, blue eyes, golden hair, and pointed ears, they resemble the elves depicted in novels, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. In return, the Frozen Demon tribe selected 10 females as a reward. As Su Cheng gazed upon the 10 cages housing bare-bodied females, he could not help but swallow hard. A warm liquid trickled from his nose. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Winter Demon inquired, a look of astonishment on his face. And nothing. I must be feeling a bit overheated lately. Let us forgo that gift. I have no interest in such things. Su Cheng hastily wiped away the blood from his nose, then spoke with a look of astonishment. Were it not for his reaction, the others might have taken his words at face value. In the realm of pretense, if Su Cheng declared himself second, it is likely that no one in the entire universe would dare to claim the first position. Crack! No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck directly in front of him. Indeed, it is said that uttering lies invites the wrath of the heavens. Chapter 141. The tree provides shade. However, Su Cheng has also procured benefits for humanity, although he cannot personally indulge in the company of these enchanting maidens. In light of the current demographic imbalance favoring men, the Ice Demon clan serves to rectify this deficiency, with their genetic makeup closely resembling that of humans. A harmonious union is entirely feasible. Furthermore, the females of the Ice Demon clan are deemed quite attractive by human standards. Su Cheng has thus secured advantages for the male populace of humanity. Within the Twin Star system, humans hold the highest status, with the other two races following suit. Even in intermarriage, the standing of humans surpasses that of the Ice Demon clan. After resolving the issues concerning the three races, Su Cheng intends to further explore the galaxy. For now, human habitation remains secure. He shares this joyous news with humanity. Initially met with reluctance, the sight of the Ice Demon females instantly transforms their demeanor, igniting exuberance. They are indeed the epitome of beauty. The prospect of taking one home as a wife is undeniably prestigious. Countless single young men kneel in overwhelming excitement, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Finally, they can liberate themselves from the monotony of solitude. After years of companionship, it is time to bid farewell. Even some lecherous uncles eagerly seize the opportunity, hoping to secure a favorable chance for themselves. Su-ching is not only the savior of humanity, but also the resolver of its single men and women's plight. After a brief explanation, he sets off with 3 women in tow, broadcasting the entire journey live. This marks a new exploration and a critical step forward in his plans. Su-ching is not content to remain confined to Earth. He aims to spread humanity's presence throughout the galaxy and even the universe itself. Observing the live stream, the elder trembles with excitement, akin to a scientist witnessing a breakthrough. Once regarded as mere secondary life forms, humans were insignificant in the vast cosmos, akin to ants. Yet, under Su-ching's guidance, humanity slowly progresses toward a tertiary civilization. In the blink of an eye, humanity has transcended its earthly limitations. Were it not for Su-ching, the notion of calamity aside, even a millennium of technological advancement on Earth might not suffice to escape the confines of the solar system. Secondary life forms were utterly powerless in the face of impending disaster, oblivious to their triviality until the day Earth met its demise. Humanity had long considered itself the master of Earth, unaware that Earth was, in truth, their true sovereign. Su-ching searches for viable havens in other star systems. Traversing the boundless expanse of the galaxy, even tertiary life forms must exercise caution. Soon, he discovers a star system reminiscent of the Sun. However, this colossal fireball dwarfs the previous Sun by several magnitudes, and the planets orbiting it are significantly larger than those in the solar system. The entire system comprises 7 planets. As usual, Su-ching emits sound waves, yet this time he receives no response. It is evident that no advanced life forms inhabit this star system. Could it be that I sense a familiar essence? He muses. Indeed, this immense fireball is akin to a grand sun. Surely, there must be extraterrestrial beings present. The online community buzzed with lively discussions. Su-ching observed the various galaxies, each adorned with distinct colors, red, orange, yellow, and green, creating an impression akin to a masterpiece of art. He pondered the significance of green. As the saying goes, to navigate life successfully, one must embrace a touch of green. Skillfully piloting his spacecraft, Su-ching landed directly on the 4th planet. The surface temperature hovered pleasantly around 30 degrees, rendering it ideal for biological existence. As he surveyed the landscape, he noted it was blanketed with unfamiliar vegetation, a sea of verdant hues. Truly, it was a green planet, he mused. Goodness, how could there be so much green fuzz? He exclaimed. How many unfaithful wives must one have to achieve such a hue? I wager this planet is undoubtedly male. With a chuckle, Su-ching found amusement in the comments, marveling at how these individuals could connect their experiences to the sight of greenery. A planet cheating? Does it possess reproductive capabilities? Could friction between 2 planets result in the birth of a small asteroid? How absurd. If that were the case, would there be maternity leave? Xiaojin, calculate the total mass of the planet. Su-ching commanded. Certainly, master. After computation, Xiaojin reported the planet's total mass to be 100 times that of Earth, with a gravitational pull 20 times stronger and a staggering 60% vegetation coverage. No wonder it appears so lush. Su-ching remarked. They found themselves in a plane where the temperature was pleasant and the oxygen plentiful, meeting the basic requirements for biological survival. However, the suitability for human habitation warranted further investigation. First and foremost, was there any life on this planet? Typically, one would expect there to be. After a preliminary survey, Su-ching piloted his spacecraft around the other nearby planets. Unfortunately, the conditions on these planets were exceedingly harsh, rendering them inhospitable for human life. The first planet's temperature soared to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, hotter than a microwave. The second planet, while cooler, was barren, devoid of anything but sand. The other planets fared no better, either being unbearably cold or lacking landmass entirely. Disappointed, Su-ching shook his head. Indeed, not every planet could harbor life. For the rest of humanity, this was of little concern, as most were mere spectators, lacking expertise. Su-ching calculated their life forms levels, only to be astonished to discover that the planet beneath them bore a mere level 3, 0 life form. The other planets, at the very least, possessed life forms rated at 3, 2. Moreover, the harsher the environment, the higher the planet's classification. This revelation plunged Su-ching into deep contemplation. Xiaojin, what is the meaning of this? Su-ching inquired. After a prolonged silence, Xiaojin remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Su-ching muttered under his breath, darn it. After much effort, there was nothing here but a stretch of greenery. Su-ching, feeling disinclined to continue searching, decided to return to the spaceship with the three women to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's live broadcast. We shall reconvene at the same time tomorrow. Do not miss it. With that, Soo-chung disregarded the pleas of others. Each time the broadcast ended, countless viewers would implore him to extend the session just a little longer. Having accumulated experience over time, Soo-chung knew that if everyone wished for just a little more, he would surely exhaust himself in the streaming room. Though the screen remained dark, the atmosphere in the chat room remained lively. As the saying goes, a large tree provides ample shade. Those who offer sustenance are cherished. They firmly believed that Soo-chung would undoubtedly lead humanity toward even greater glory. Chapter 142. The Interstellar Wanderer in the Cabin. Soo-chung drifted into slumber. After a prolonged period without dreams, he unexpectedly found himself in a peculiar reverie. In this dream, a young boy, burdened with a Mickey Mouse backpack, sprinted down a sunlit path. It was noon, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky. The boy's cheeks were flushed, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of halting. Instead, he ran even faster. His relentless dash soon led him to a dilapidated cottage surrounded by a rickety fence. The scene evoked a sense of familiarity within him, yet Soo-chung could not quite grasp why. At the entrance, a plethora of floral wreaths lay strewn about, and faint sounds of weeping could be heard from within. Had someone passed away? Soo-chung furrowed his brow in contemplation. Pushing open the fence gate, he hurried into the interior, where a photograph of an elderly man sat prominently in the center. Grandfather? Soo-chung gasped in astonishment. At the forefront stood his parents, clad in mourning attire, while a small child knelt on the ground, wailing inconsolably. Grandfather, grandfather. Unable to contain himself, Soo-chung cried out, tears streaming down his face. Grandfather. With a sudden gasp, Soo-chung awoke from his dream. Gasping for breath, he realized he had just experienced a vivid dream. At that moment, Shin-yu entered, carrying bread and milk. Why are you crying? She exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. My eyes feel a bit sore. Soo-chung replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Quickly, eat while it's warm. Shin-yu encouraged, nodding and refraining from further questioning. As Soo-chung absent-mindedly consumed his breakfast, the image of his grandfather lingered incessantly in his mind. Like many rural children, Soo-chung had been a left-behind child, raised by his grandfather with great care. Tragically, his grandfather passed away from lung cancer when Soo-chung was merely 7 years old. At that tender age, he was oblivious to the concept of death, only understanding that his grandfather could no longer play with him. Lung cancer? The thought tightened Soo-chung's brow. Earth, humanity. Humanity. Cancer. The size of a cell, in comparison to a human, is akin to the size of a human on Earth. If one were to liken humans to Earth and cancer to humanity, could humanity itself be the cancer of Earth? Just as cancer ravages the health of the human body, humanity has, in turn, devoured the health of the Earth through excessive exploitation, geological transformation, and so forth, ultimately leading to catastrophic consequences. The binary star system remains unchanged. Although Soo-chung could not assert his hypothesis with certainty, he felt increasingly confident in his deductions. The emergence of life on a planet signifies that it is in a suboptimal state, while the presence of advanced life forms indicates a critical condition. What lies beyond the universe? Soo-chung believed that the universe must have an end, and beyond it, there must exist an even grander cosmos. After finishing his meal, Soo-chung proceeded to his usual live broadcast. Today, he planned to venture into the wilderness with the two women, hoping to discover a source of water. The landscape bore a striking resemblance to the vast grasslands of Earth, and in such open spaces, one's spirits are naturally uplifted. Soo-chung, I truly envy you. Can you take me along for some fun? Upstairs, do you wish to frolic alongside Soo-chung, or do you wish to frolic alongside Soo-chung? The profundity of human language is vast, understood only through implication rather than explicit expression. Truly, one cannot help but admire the prowess of a seasoned driver. Goodness. Observing the barrage of comments, Soo-chung couldn't refrain from uttering a curse. How is it possible to navigate any sort of road? Fellow viewers, please be mindful of your language in this green live broadcast room. Soo-chung remarked. Indeed, are we not currently discussing a topic of a green nature? Haha, Soo-chung. As the old adage goes, to lead a fulfilling life, one must always have a touch of green above. We are indeed a green live broadcast room. Shortly thereafter, the comments erupted in a deluge of cucumbers, one after another. Countless single women felt their cheeks flush. Nowadays, the physical constitution of humanity has generally strengthened. and 7 bouts in one night are more than sufficient. It is neither harmful nor laborious, yet it brings joy and enhances appetite, leading to robust health. A green live broadcast has inadvertently cultivated a green discourse. Amid the conversation, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. The audience in the live stream winced at the painful pressure on their eardrums. Su-chung instinctively glanced upwards, and the live feed turned to focus on the source. In the distance, a black dot, as thin as a finger, slowly approached. What on earth is that? It appears to be some sort of flying object. The widespread online audience was taken aback. As the dot grew larger, the 3 individuals hastily summoned their mech warriors. In less than a minute, an enormous spacecraft loomed in the sky. How immense! Goodness, this is excessively large. The larger, the more comfortable. The comments section erupted. Such a massive spacecraft could rival a small asteroid. A crackling sound of electricity reverberated, and a beam of light erupted from the bottom of the spacecraft. Shortly after, several figures materialized before Su-chung. Upon closer inspection, he nearly burst into laughter. The 2 women could not contain themselves either, covering their mouths as they erupted into giggles. What on earth is this? Its appearance can only be described as utterly absurd. I was in the midst of dining when I encountered this sight. It is simply too nauseating. I can hardly contain my laughter. Ha 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 ha. The online audience was in stitches. It was not that their sense of humor was deficient. Rather, the appearance of these extraterrestrial beings was simply too comical. Their skin was a dull yellow, with features that were the antithesis of human characteristics, the mouth positioned at the top, followed by the eyes and nose. Most notably, their heads were square-shaped, reminiscent of a brick that had come to life. This was not even the most striking aspect. What stood out was their hairstyle, akin to that of a lazy sheep. At least the lazy sheep is white. These extraterrestrial beings sported a deep brown hue. How does one even describe this? It is akin to a constipated individual relieving themselves upon a brick. Just as the crowd found the spectacle amusing, Su-chung's expression turned grave. For these seemingly comical yet repugnant extraterrestrial beings possessed a formidable strength, classified as 2-level life forms. This was far beyond the capabilities of humanity. As the saying goes, one should not judge extraterrestrial beings by their appearance. Before Su-chung could utter a word, the other party spoke first. We have set our sights on this planet. You must vacate immediately, or we shall not treat you kindly. The leader of the aliens expressed his ire with a furrowed brow. Su-chung, concerned that he might inadvertently consume the peculiar lump on his forehead, responded with a nonchalant smile. Haha, such impoliteness. Did your mother not teach you that extraterrestrial beings should be humble and courteous? Clearly, you have not experienced the harsh realities of the world. Chapter 143, Negotiation Failure? Shall we resort to force? The notion of being driven away was utterly unacceptable. How humiliating it would be to be expelled in such a manner. Moreover, it was I who discovered this planet first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Is it because of your unsightly appearance? Or perhaps because you resemble a peculiar blob? With that hair color, it's a classic sign of excessive heat. Apologies. But we found this place first. If anyone should depart, it is undoubtedly you. Su-chung scoffed. We are the planet wanderers. I extend one final opportunity for you to vacate this space promptly, asserted the leader of the planet wanderers, his voice direct, accompanied by the emergence of thousands of wanderers behind him. Ah, quite audacious. Su-chung smirked with disdain. Had you approached this matter with civility, there might have been room for negotiation, but with such an attitude, 2 words suffice. No chance. I too offer you one last opportunity. Leave swiftly, or I shall truly reduce you to that peculiar blob. What is a blob? The extraterrestrial beings, unfamiliar with such fierce rhetoric, exchanged bewildered glances. That thing atop your heads. Su-chung pointed. Hair. Blob. The planet wanderers nodded in understanding. They grasped Su-chung's implication, equating hair with a blob. Fortunately, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, lest they provoke laughter from Su-chung. While our chieftain is not yet present, you would do well to depart swiftly. The extraterrestrial beings continued their threats, reluctant to relinquish the hard-earned haven they had discovered. Chieftain, even if your ancestors were summoned, I would not budge. You claim to be planet wanderers, but I deem you planet rascals. Your behavior is no different from that of a rogue. Su-chung retorted angrily. Who do you think you are, to dictate when we leave? Su-chung detested being threatened. Even the formidable Fan Ma Wong had fallen before him, let alone these insignificant creatures. It was not a matter of disrespect. Rather, these extraterrestrial beings were excessively domineering. Surely, a discussion could have been entertained, yet they demanded his departure immediately, exploiting their numbers to intimidate those who appeared weaker. Zzz. A jolt of electricity crackled through the air, and a towering extraterrestrial being emerged at the center. Unlike its companions, this one was entirely snow-white and at least twice their height. However, these diminutive creatures barely reached 3 feet, making them shorter than even the most unremarkable individuals. Su Cheng scrutinized the newcomer and speculated that this must indeed be the chieftain they referenced. As expected, upon its arrival, all the extraterrestrial beings turned to face it and subsequently prostrated themselves on the ground. This was likely their custom, but the sight was revolting to Su Cheng. The ground was littered with filth, a scene too grotesque to behold. Some viewers with delicate constitutions even retched at the sight. However, the leader possessed a formidable strength, classified as a level 3, 8 life form. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Cheng would undoubtedly be outmatched. It must be said that the overall strength of these wandering aliens is quite formidable, which forms the foundation of their confidence. However, Su Cheng's favorite tactic is to play the fool while concealing his true strength. No matter how powerful they may seem, they will still be brought to their knees. It is no exaggeration to state that after a single round of assault from 3 mech warriors, these aliens will find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Since this group intends to confront him head-on, Su Cheng has no intention of engaging in futile dialogue. Good advice is wasted on the obstinate. If you seek demise, no one shall hinder you. Observing the fruitless negotiations, the aliens gradually stood up from the ground, their mouths agape, emitting a series of strange sounds. Seeing this, Su Cheng hurriedly took 2 steps back, fearing that something might splatter onto him. They then arranged themselves into formation. The leader bowed its head, and the grotesque appendage atop it began to spin wildly. What on earth is this bizarre maneuver? Incredible, these wandering aliens are truly astonishing. Su Cheng thought it best to abandon the confrontation. After all, even a mere summons from them could lead to trouble. The crowd urged Su Cheng to let it go. It was not fear of the adversary, but rather disgust at their actions. Could it be that this group of aliens has somehow attained sentience? Leave. Su Cheng immediately shook his head. Preposterous. Not every planet is suitable for habitation, especially those of a higher echelon where humans would perish upon contact. Finding such a place is not easy, especially one that offers rewards from the system, since this group fails to grasp the concept of rules. Su Cheng does not mind imparting some wisdom. Moreover, in such conflicts, there is no clear right or wrong. Rules are merely established by the strong for the weak. When one possesses sufficient strength, rules become irrelevant. As he spoke, the first wave of aliens charged forward. However, after a barrage of laser fire, the first few hundred aliens that rushed in were reduced to mere nutrients. The leader of the alien faction was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the 3 entities before him were so powerful. A cacophony of distressing sounds followed, signaling the second wave of assault. The outcome mirrored the first. Witnessing the utter annihilation of his kin, the leader could no longer contain his frustration. With another series of distressing sounds, the door to the ship opened once more. A flash of golden light revealed a high-caliber cannon in the leader's grasp. At this moment, Su Cheng felt a hint of danger. Possessing keen instincts, he warned his companions to exercise caution. The leader, a ruthless individual, wasted no time and fired the cannon. A tremendous explosion echoed as a purple energy sphere hurtled toward them with incredible speed. Fortunately, Su Cheng and his companions easily evaded the attack. With a colossal crash, a deep pit appeared on the ground. While the area of destruction was not extensive, the force of the blast was immensely powerful. Had it struck a person, the consequences would have been dire. Undeterred by the failed attempt, the leader prepared for a second strike, his target firmly fixed on Su Cheng, whom he deemed the most dangerous adversary. As for the other 2 extraterrestrial beings, their allure only seems to intensify with each passing moment. Capturing them for thorough examination is imperative. Curse it! Su Cheng exclaimed a colorful expletive, subsequently launching a vigorous counterattack. Naturally, dealing with such a band of minions does not necessitate the fusion of mechas. Otherwise, even the deities would be powerless to save them. Just as the adversary fired their third projectile, 2 beams of laser intersected, forcefully cleaving the violet electric orb in twain. Following this, the lasers, undiminished in potency, severed the opponent's weapon with precision. It was a close call as the unsightly burden atop the chieftain's head nearly relocated. Unfortunately for his subordinates, they were not as fortunate. After a single wave of assault, the casualties were staggering, leaving less than 1/10 of their original number. Chapter 144. The Unyielding Pirates. How dare you underestimate me? I am not a mere Hello Kitty, and I will not tolerate your petty technological games. Were it not for the fear of annihilating the entire galaxy, I would not hesitate to unleash my wrath upon you, Su Cheng declared, surveying them from a position of superiority. What species are you? The chieftain inquired, his voice laced with trepidation. Judging by their demonstrated prowess, it was evident that they had likely attained the strength of a 3-9 level life form. Moreover, there were still 2 among them yet to reveal their potential, making any conflict a daunting prospect. Their previous 2 assaults nearly obliterated their skilled crew, with the chieftain himself narrowly escaping a dire fate. The ominous entity hovering above them was, in fact, a bone encased in hair, housing a brain within. Had the laser beam been mere centimeters lower, the chieftain would have faced a gruesome fate. Listen carefully. We are the supreme beings of the cosmos, the most formidable, the most resplendent, the most powerful species, Su Cheng proclaimed. The human race not only aspired to dominate the galaxy but also sought to reign over the universe, establishing themselves as its true sovereigns. The words left their adversaries utterly perplexed. They could not comprehend the meaning, yet dared not press further with inquiries. In summary, fear had gripped them entirely. According to the laws of the universe, the strong command respect. Unable to contend, the cosmic wanderers could only acquiesce. The chieftain, in a moment of desperation, proposed to Su Cheng the possibility of leniency. They were merely a group of explorers, their base camp adrift in the cosmos, desperately seeking a habitable sanctuary. They hoped to share a planet with Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng was resolute, unwilling to grant them any opportunity. Had their demeanor been amiable from the outset, matters would not have escalated to this extent. It was akin to someone who had soiled their pants seeking a restroom far too late. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the spacecraft above. Su Cheng instinctively turned to observe, only to witness the vessel plummeting from the sky. With a deafening crash, it met the ground. Oh, Su Cheng murmured, a sense of disbelief washing over him. This surely wouldn't result in immediate death, would it? By all that is alien. This technology seems rather unreliable. Perhaps it had simply run out of fuel after wandering for so long. Then again, one could never be certain of their resilience. Lamentations filled the air as onlookers speculated, each hesitant to draw conclusions. The unfortunate cosmic wanderers were now mere playthings of fate. Their plight was indeed dire. Just as the crowd mourned, the seemingly defeated spacecraft defied expectations, rising once more, ascending higher into the heavens. What on earth? Su Cheng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Was this some sort of jest? The remnants of the cosmic wanderers lay strewn about, with even the chieftain buried in the earth, oblivious to his surroundings. The spacecraft had completely eluded their control. Are they dead? Shin Yu ventured to ask. We cannot say for certain, Su Cheng replied, shaking his head. He too remained in the dark regarding their fate. Yet, it appears that even if one does not perish, they shall certainly be left incapacitated. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a spaceship drifted into view, its bow adorned with a flag. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Save for the flickering lights aboard the spacecraft. Could this be the pirate crew? Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. How had this band of rogues found their way here again? The 2 women beside him wore expressions of shock. They, too, harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the pirates. For the entire island was fraught with hidden dangers, and the pirates were notoriously ruthless, committing every atrocity imaginable. Though they had previously been driven away, one could not rule out the possibility of their return with nefarious intent. For the sake of safety, the group retreated to their ship, opting to observe the unfolding events from a distance. Meanwhile, the interstellar drifter, who had been knocked unconscious, struggled to rise from the ground. With the exception of a few third-level life forms, none of the other interstellar drifters had escaped unscathed. Yet this was not the time for mourning. Upon spotting the pirate ship, the drifters immediately knelt in submission. They remained oblivious to the news of the demise of the king of the wild horses. Even if they were aware, what could they do? The pirates' overall strength far surpassed that of the interstellar drifters, and their spacecraft had already been plundered by this malevolent crew. Su Cheng, should we not emerge to punish the wicked and eradicate them all? Chen Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Compared to the interstellar drifters, these pirates were the true villains. If they could be uprooted entirely, perhaps peace would prevail in the cosmos. Su Cheng shook his head. His retreat to the ship was not born of fear of this ragtag group. Rather, he harbored trepidation towards the figure clad in black robes. The mere fact that he had just arrived and the pirates had followed so closely behind compelled him to exercise caution. Who knew if they might conjure another king of the wild horses, or even a third or fourth? This was no trivial matter. One's life was at stake. Just as Su Cheng deliberated whether to take decisive action, the pirates made the first move. A tremendous force drew Su Cheng's ship upwards. In terms of size, the pirate vessel resembled a small asteroid, while Su Cheng's craft was but a mere hillock. "Let us go." The trio hastily exited the cabin, only to be met with a barrage of cannon fire. "Good heavens, this is perilously thrilling," they exclaimed. It seemed these pirates had not yet learned their lesson. They had returned for vengeance against Su Cheng. "Su Cheng, we must not let them escape unscathed," the group declared, filled with righteous indignation. They had previously spared these pirates, hoping they would mend their ways and become better individuals. Little did they know, the pirates remained obstinate in their wickedness. As the saying goes, one cannot change a dog's nature. In scarcely a few days, these pirates were once again wreaking havoc. Fortunately, the laser cannon fire posed no threat to Su Cheng and his companions. Su Cheng moved with such speed that their attacks missed entirely. Alas, a once pleasant mood had been thoroughly marred by their recklessness. In retaliation, Su Cheng unleashed the mechanized warriors, launching a furious counterattack. However, the pirate ship was akin to a tortoise shell, remarkably sturdy and impervious to damage. While evading their assaults, Su Cheng continued to advance towards the pirate vessel. The two women provided cover from behind, and after 10 minutes of perilous advance through a hail of bullets, Su Cheng finally drew near to the pirate ship. However, as he approached, an overwhelming force suddenly drew him in. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, the two women were taken aback. Su Cheng, Chen Yu, disregarding all caution, rushed toward the spot where he had vanished. "Sister, wait for me." Chen Shui followed closely behind. Whoosh! With two more flashes of golden light, tranquility returned. As if nothing had transpired, the pirate ship began to sail away from the verdant planet, leaving the interstellar wanderers in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable events that had unfolded. Chapter 145. The new pirate king Su Cheng arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Following 3 flashes of golden light, the surroundings reverted to their previous state. As for the interstellar wanderers, the pirates appeared to harbor no interest in them whatsoever. Their threat was minimal, yet the insult they presented was profound. Just as Su Cheng was swept onto the pirate ship, a fleeting dizziness enveloped his mind. After a moment of disorientation, a resounding crash heralded his descent to the ground, leaving him utterly disoriented. Cursing under his breath, Su Cheng barely had time to gather his wits before Chen Yu collided with him. The impact nearly caused him to lose his composure entirely. Resisting the urge to curse, he reminded himself that she was his beloved wife. Then, in a rather chaotic turn of events, Chen Shui plummeted down upon him as well, further compounding the already overwhelming situation. Fortunately, with Su Cheng acting as a human cushion, the two women fared somewhat better. As a level 3, 5 life form, these minor injuries were insignificant to Su Cheng, yet the pain of falling from a height was excruciating. Chen Shui struggled to rise, promptly followed by Chen Yu. "Are you both all right?" Su Cheng inquired with evident concern. "We're fine, just a bit shaken." Both women replied in unison, shaking their heads. Seeing that they were relatively unharmed, Su Cheng's anxious heart finally eased. These pirates were indeed treacherous, resorting to such underhanded tactics when they could not defeat him outright. They were nothing more than a band of ruthless brigands. However, for Su Cheng, this posed no real threat, after all. Their leader had already met his demise at his hands, rendering the minions inconsequential. It was time to eradicate this band of vicious pirates once and for all. The 3 of them regained their focus and surveyed their surroundings. It appeared to be a corridor, constructed from an unknown, yet evidently durable material. Su Cheng had no intention of forcibly breaching the pirate ship. They proceeded towards one end of the passageway. In the monitoring room, their movements were completely exposed. At the helm was a peculiar-looking, diminutive figure, dark-skinned and barely 1.5 meters tall. He occupied the main seat, while the other pirates bent at the waist, half kneeling on the ground. This was the new pirate leader, the foremost subordinate of the infamous Fan Ma Wang. His power ranked just below that of Fan Ma Wang, categorizing him as a level 3, 9 life form. During Fan Ma Wang's reign, these individuals served as mere sycophants, enduring a life that was less favorable than that of ordinary crew members. Whenever Fan Ma Wang was in a foul mood, this individual became his outlet for frustration, largely due to his resilience. Among the crew, only he could withstand such treatment. Any other member would have crumbled under a single blow. Now that Fan Ma Wang was deceased, The greatest beneficiary was none other than Hajia. Transformed from a mere serf to a position of power, Hajia's methods of governance were even more brutal than those of Fan Ma Wang. His ruthless and merciless nature was beyond description. Initially, the pirate crew had no desire to provoke Su Cheng further, as they were genuinely intimidated by the prowess he had exhibited. However, Heiji was resolute in his desire to eliminate Su Cheng, for only in this way could he prove himself superior to Fan Ma Wang. Anyone who dared to oppose him would face the most brutal of fates. Skinning, disemboweling, and severing limbs to be cast into outer space were merely routine procedures for him. Consequently, the other crew members were filled with both fear and loathing, terrified that they might be the next unfortunate victim. Heiji derived pleasure from the slaughter of his own crew, perhaps as a twisted form of vengeance for the torment he had previously endured. This man had become psychologically deranged from his suffering. "What? Do you have any objections?" Heiji inquired, his tone deceptively gentle, as if he were merely seeking a consensus. However, the others hastily shook their heads. It was absurd to think they could voice dissent. The corpse sprawled before them served as the clearest indication of their fate. Hale, Heiji's twin brother, was a formidable entity, classified as a 3-8-level life form and a paragon among pirates. Just half a day prior, Hale had met his demise for uttering a misstep, flayed and dismembered without hesitation. If Heiji could turn on his own twin, what hope did the others have? The pirates were driven to the brink of despair. At that moment, one of the pirates knelt and proclaimed, "Heiji, you are the supreme entity among pirates. We wholeheartedly agree with your decisions." "What? Am I merely a pirate?" Heiji roared in fury upon hearing this. The pirate, terrified, prostrated himself on the ground. A gesture of supplication. "Execute him," Heiji commanded with a mere wave of his hand. His ambitions extended far beyond that of a mere pirate. He aspired to be the sovereign of the cosmos, demanding the entire universe bow before him. "Please, Heiji, show mercy." The remaining pirates pleaded desperately. The speaker was an elder among them, one of Heiji's former mentors. To slay him would be an unforgivable act. Kill. Heiji had no intention of sparing anyone, even those who dared to plead for their lives. He saw himself as their god, and whomever he wished to perish would meet their end. Indeed, his actions incited discontent among all present. Meanwhile, Su Cheng had successfully arrived at the designated location, yet before him stood nothing but a wall. "Haraha." Heiji laughed heartily, proclaiming the human race to be utterly foolish. This was a trap he had meticulously crafted. The wall was merely an illusion. It was a maze that would ensnare any who entered, rendering them incapable of escape unless they possessed a life form level of 4-2 or higher. Even Fan Ma Wang would find himself trapped. This pirate ship was not constructed by Fan Ma Wang. It was an unknown creation. When Fan Ma Wang revived, he had found himself aboard this vessel. They had traversed the vast cosmos for countless epochs. As the ruler of a planet, Fan Ma Wang had obliterated their homeland, leaving only the two brothers alive. All the females of their world had been sent to an unknown fate, with his mother and wife among the unfortunate. His hatred for Fan Ma Wang ran deep, and he yearned for retribution, yet his strength was insufficient. The death of Fan Ma Wang would bring him unparalleled joy. Of course, countless crew members aboard the ship shared a similar tragic fate. Among them are extraordinary talents capable of reaching life forms above level 4. However, once captured by Fan Ma Wang, they become oblivious to what has been administered to them, causing their strength to stagnate. Furthermore, their energy fields become sealed. Su Cheng cautiously gropes forward, and suddenly, in a flash, he vanishes once more. The two women, startled, hurried over. In such a desolate place, devoid of any life, they wished to linger not a second longer. A momentary blur enveloped the trio. When they reopened their eyes, they discovered they had returned to their original starting point. The three exchanged bewildered glances, each at a loss for words. "What is happening?" Shinyu whispered. "I don't know. Let us explore another direction." Chapter 146. Stratagem. The three hastened their pace. 10 minutes later, they returned to the starting point once more. Damn it! Su Cheng couldn't help but curse. These pirates were truly cunning. Aware that they could not win in direct combat, they resorted to such despicable tactics. "Su Cheng, shall we give it a few more tries?" Shinyu suggested. All right. The trio once again engaged in a series of futile attempts, each culminating in failure. At that moment, they sat on the ground. Su Cheng acutely aware of the surveillance around them. It was evident they were being toyed with by their adversaries. "Su Cheng, this is infuriating. Shall we resort to brute force?" Chen Shui proposed. The three initially contemplated a direct assault on their opponents. but it became clear that such an idea was unrealistic. As they found themselves ensnared in this predicament, the system was undoubtedly malfunctioning, remaining mute at critical moments. Su Cheng had little desire to linger in this cursed place any longer. After some contemplation, he concluded that a straightforward and forceful approach was the best course of action. After a brief rest, Su Cheng stood and declared, "Prepare for an attack." Soon, the trio coordinated their assault under Su Cheng's command. However, their efforts bore no tangible results. Not even a ripple of disturbance. What on earth is happening? Su Cheng stared in bewilderment. It was known that this laser had previously penetrated the armor of the Vanma King, a formidable level 4 life form. A sense of dread washed over him. He had clearly underestimated the complexity of this pirate ship. Defeating the Vanma King had led him to become somewhat overconfident, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. Indeed, the old adage rings true. The more audacious one becomes, the more likely calamity will ensue. As the second and third rounds of attacks proved futile, Su Cheng ceased to waste his energy. "Xiaojin, what the hell is going on? Have you gone mute? Am I to perish here while you survive?" Su Cheng erupted in frustration, utterly exasperated. In the monitoring room, watching Su Cheng and his companions floundering like agitated monkeys brought immense joy to Hajia. This was the outcome he desired. It provided him with a profound sense of satisfaction. His mindset was utterly twisted. The sight of others in distress brought him joy and an immense sense of fulfillment. The other crew members dared not speak, fearful of inciting the wrath of their capricious new leader. "Are we truly going to be trapped here?" Chen Shui asked, her expression filled with despair. They had barely begun to enjoy a semblance of peace, and death was not on their agenda. "Not a chance." Su Cheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "But it's nothing, just a bunch of cowards too afraid to face us." As he spoke, Su Cheng exchanged a glance with the two women. The two were momentarily taken aback. With the Vanma King defeated, what remained but a horde of insignificant mice? What was there to fear? Indeed, a collection of worthless foes dared to ensnare them. Though the two women were unclear about Su Cheng's precise intentions, they were genuinely incensed. Being toyed with was enough to provoke anger in anyone. A few individuals hurled increasingly vile insults, sparing even the ancestors of pirates from their scorn. As anticipated, Heiji in the surveillance room erupted in fury, his irritation palpable. With a thunderous roar, he struck out, instantly slaying the two pirates at the forefront. The remaining pirates seethed with hatred. Heiji was nothing short of a demon. Su Cheng's words struck a chord within him. Indeed, for millennia, he had languished in the shadow of the great pirate king. Even in death, the specter of the great pirate king haunted his dreams. It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Su Cheng continued his tirade. Chen Shui, as the foremost among them, proved that cursing was indeed a forte of women. Just as the trio became increasingly animated in their verbal assault, a plume of white smoke began to erupt around them. Su Cheng's heart leapt with joy. His plan had come to fruition. These ruffians could no longer restrain themselves. The potency of the gas was formidable, and Su Cheng hastily exchanged for gas masks through the system. "You wretched creatures, do you think this contraption can shield you from the toxins I have engineered?" Heiji scoffed. This was the very concoction he had prepared for the great pirate king, but had hesitated to test, fearing for his own life should it fail. After all, unlike the great pirate king, who had numerous chances for success, he could not afford even a single misstep. However, he felt a measure of confidence in deploying it against a life form of level 3. 5. Even if the poison failed to kill, it would surely take a significant toll on their vitality. Heiji was not inclined to see Su Cheng perish so easily. He desired to torment him slowly, ensuring that his suffering was profound. He intended to return all the anguish he had endured upon others. Before long, the trio collapsed to the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Heiji led his subordinates to open the hatch and seize Su Cheng, who had been eyeing the beauty of the two women, hoping to claim them for himself. Little did Su Cheng anticipate that the switch was positioned directly above him. Previously, their attacks had been directed outward, a grave miscalculation. "Go, confine them in a cage," Heiji ordered cautiously, keeping his distance. This man was notoriously shrewd, never one to gamble with his own life. Su Cheng could only offer a cold smile. With such timid courage, how could he dare to lead a band of pirates? It was bewildering how these pirates could tolerate such a leader without feeling embarrassed. As he spoke, two pirates advanced. Their towering figures were a daunting 10 times the height of a human, with grotesque features that inspired terror. Two newly ascended level 3 life forms dared to dream of capturing him. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, a certain path to demise. Before the two could make a move, the trio, who had appeared to be in a deep slumber, suddenly sprang to their feet. Without allowing their foes a moment to react, two beams of laser swept across, slicing the massive bodies into pieces in an instant. Gurgling, the two colossal heads fell at Heiji's feet. You? Heiji gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Su Cheng and his companions had merely been feigning death. These audacious humans had dared to deceive him. Are you surprised? Not at all. I merely remarked on your rather unfortunate appearance. You claim no one is to blame for your looks, yet you still choose to emerge and frighten people. One must wonder if you truly relish in this disgrace. Su Cheng unleashed a torrent of unrelenting invective, his frustration with the two absurd characters reaching its zenith. Before Jie could fully comprehend the situation, several beams of laser light obliterated his comrades, leaving not a single one unscathed. In an instant, his sister became the sole survivor. Meanwhile, the other members remaining in the surveillance room exhibited no intention of offering him protection. Instead, as he attempted to flee, they brazenly secured the entrance from the outside. In that moment, Jie found himself ensnared within. Let me out. I vow to kill you. Release me at once. He bellowed in furious desperation. Yet, not a single crew member outside deigned to respond. Such a rare opportunity was not one they intended to squander. Chapter 147. Low harm. High insult, they would rather perish outside than endure the torment inflicted by that scoundrel. At present, Heiji stood alone. Although he possessed the strength of a 3/9 level life form, it could not alter the cowardice ingrained in his very essence. Caught in this predicament, he momentarily lost his will to fight. Grandson, have you contemplated how you'd like to meet your end? Su Cheng inquired, squinting his eyes. After toying with him for a while, it was time to exact revenge. Please, do not kill me. I can reveal the pirate's location. Heiji pleaded, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that he could not overpower Su Cheng. After all, even the formidable Fan Ma Wang had fallen at Su Cheng's hands. For him, killing Heiji would be akin to swatting a fly. It must be said that Heiji possessed a certain level of self-awareness regarding his own capabilities. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Cheng. In times past, Su Cheng might have spared his life, but circumstances had changed. Strike the snake, and it shall not live to bite back. Especially considering these ruthless pirates. One must wonder if they ever contemplated their own fate while wreaking havoc upon others. Su Cheng, stop wasting your breath on him. He is utterly repulsive, Chen Shui remarked, refusing to even glance at him. The sight of him was so ghastly that it could induce nightmares. Very well, let us dispose of him. Su Cheng nodded, casting glances at his companions. A laser swept through the air as Heiji desperately attempted to defend himself. It must be acknowledged that this individual possessed some skill. At the very least, he was not instantly obliterated. It remained a mystery how he had elevated his strength to 3/9 level, but his aura was palpably weak. In a fair contest, he would be at the mercy of his opponents. Su Cheng felt a twinge of sympathy. In essence, Heiji was merely a counterfeit. After a fierce exchange, Heiji found himself thoroughly cornered, with no escape in sight. No, I do not wish to die. Please, do not kill me, he cried, his head bobbing like a drum. In that moment, genuine fear gripped him. To claim otherwise would be a lie. As he beheld the three robots aiming at his head, he realized that a single volley could obliterate him in an instant. His pitiful pleas evoked no compassion from Su Cheng. Truth be told, this was a case of reaping what one sows. Initially, Su Cheng had contemplated sparing them, but they insisted on courting their own demise. Had Heiji been the one pleading for mercy, would he have shown any leniency? The answer was a resounding no. Mercy shown to foes is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. Boom, boom, boom. Following the three flashes of golden light, silence enveloped the scene. Heiji's head had vanished, leaving behind only a tangle of circuits sizzling ominously. Upon witnessing this, the trio exchanged glances, perplexed. Another robot? With Heiji's head destroyed, Su Cheng found himself unable to probe into his memories. Did this somehow relate to the figure in the black cloak? Su Cheng furrowed his brow, clearly aware that the pirate ship harbored unspeakable secrets. Moreover, the vessel itself was extraordinarily resilient, rivaling even the armor of Fan Ma Wang. After Su Cheng eliminated Heiji, a door above slowly creaked open. The trio hastily departed, only to find the pirates collectively kneeling upon their arrival. What on earth? Su Cheng was utterly bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned the scenario. With armed individuals glaring menacingly at him, poised to take his life at any moment. Everything seemed to deviate from his script. The two women shared a similar expression of shock, Had the pirates gone mad? What were they doing? Su Cheng was the first to inquire. Su God. They did not respond. But the utterance of Su God conveyed their sentiments. They wished to surrender. What alternative did they have? If Su Cheng truly unleashed a massacre, none present would escape with their lives. Moreover, Su Cheng had vanquished the demon for them, and gratitude lingered among the crowd. Not all pirates were villains. Many were coerced into their circumstances. Should we spare them? Chen Shui questioned. To extinguish so many lives, even if they were extraterrestrial beings, weighed heavily on her conscience. Chen Yu turned her gaze towards Su Cheng. Ultimately, the decision rested solely with him. If he chose to spare them, Chen Yu would wholeheartedly support that choice. Conversely, if he resolved to execute them, she would harbor no hesitation. In summary, the fate of these pirates lay entirely in Su Cheng's hands. Feeling the peril of death, the pirates trembled in fear. In that moment, Su Cheng found himself equally indecisive. No pirate present was blameless. To slay them would not be unjust. Just as Su Cheng grappled with whether to grant them mercy, an iron cage suddenly descended from above. With a resounding clank, the three were ensnared within. What? Su Cheng's expression shifted. By heavens, he had fallen into the trap set by these scoundrels. Before he could react, some pirates displayed terror while others bore sinister expressions. Simultaneously, half of the pirates had their heads severed. A riot of vibrant blood splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying spectacle. The scene before Su Cheng left him profoundly astonished. Had an internal conflict erupted? What on earth was happening? Their mouths agape in shock, the trio watched as the distant gate swung open, unleashing another group of extraterrestrials. Su Cheng yearned to pursue them, only to be struck by a jolt of electricity that rendered him disoriented. Are you all right? The two women observed him with concern. Su Cheng's hand was charred black. Ouch! They say that the 10 fingers connect to the heart. The pain made him grimace. Nevertheless, he shook his head, indicating it was not a grave injury. This cursed ship was truly repulsive. One calamity had not yet settled before another arose. The pressing matter was to escape swiftly. Su Cheng exchanged for a pair of insulated gloves from the system. As the saying goes, products from the system are of exceptional quality, once donned. No amount of electricity could harm him. With a grunt, Su Cheng grasped the bars with all his might, nearly losing control of his bowels in the process. The cage, composed of an unknown material, resisted every effort he exerted, remaining immovable, not even yielding a single inch. Huffing and puffing, Su Cheng was utterly exhausted. The two women were equally flustered, desperately attempting to navigate their dire situation. If this continued, they would surely perish in this confinement. Damn it! Su Cheng kicked out in frustration, causing the entire cage to tilt forward. In that instant, he felt utterly foolish. Ever since being drawn into the pirate ship, it was evident that his intellect was insufficient. Fortunately, this was not being broadcast live. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule. Now, he harbored serious doubts about his cognitive abilities. Chen Yu and Chen Shui were momentarily speechless, finding the chaotic dance between earth and sky utterly bewildering. However, it was a relief that they had narrowly escaped yet another perilous predicament. Chapter 148. The captive alien being. In this regard, Su Cheng remained apprehensive. It was not mere fear, but rather a profound wariness. This was no trivial matter. One could easily lose their life in such circumstances. As the saying goes, caution steers the ship for 1,000 years. Indeed, placing one's life on the line was no trivial affair, especially considering the peculiarities of the pirate ship. Conventional reasoning could not be applied here. If Su Cheng's instincts were correct, this could not possibly be the handiwork of the 4th-level life form, the barbarian king. A being of such limited capability could not conjure such an array of bizarre contraptions. The more he pondered, the greater his trepidation grew. No one could fathom the lurking dangers that awaited them. Soon, the group pursued their way out of the cabin, only to be met with an even more shocking spectacle. The band of pirates that had previously fled lay dead upon the ground. Unlike their predecessors, these pirates were all mechanical constructs. The three exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in confusion. What was happening? Chen Shui felt a twinge of fear. The scene was exceedingly surreal. It appeared that a shadowy force was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Su Cheng mused. This was the most compelling explanation at this juncture, and beyond that, he found himself at a loss for words. His thoughts drifted to the figure in the black robe, particularly the eyes that conveyed an unspeakable terror, akin to a demon lurking in the abyss, capable of unsettling the very soul. The trio scoured every corner of the pirate vessel, confirming the absence of any living beings before Su Cheng reluctantly decided to claim it. After all, Such advanced technology might prove useful in the future. Just as they prepared to depart the pirate ship, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. The sound was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a cacophony of demons in a frenzied dance, a chorus of wailing spirits. Sucheng was taken aback. Was there still life aboard? He couldn't help but curse under his breath. This constant state of alarm was surely costing him years of life. With a sense of helplessness, he led the three women in continuing their search. At that moment, he activated the live stream. The audience waiting eagerly erupted in excitement. Thank heavens, Su God. You are unharmed. Goodness gracious, Su God. You're alive. You frightened me to death. Upon seeing a living person, the collective anxiety of the viewers finally settled. It had been terrifying. Just moments ago, the stream was proceeding smoothly, only to be abruptly interrupted. Thankfully, Sucheng was resilient. The viewers had been on edge, fearing for his safety, as he was humanity's beacon of hope. Should anything happen to him, humanity's standing could plummet, potentially leading to their subjugation by the other three races. It was essential to remember that this was no mere jest. The other three races were also highly intelligent beings, their power vastly exceeding that of humans. Their fear stemmed solely from Sucheng's dominance over them. They dared not provoke him, and nothing more. Great job, streamer. Observing the concern from his audience warmed Sucheng's heart. He then said, everyone, take a look at what I have discovered. As the camera panned, the viewers were left in a state of bewilderment. What marvel of advanced technology is this? Goodness, Sushin, have you stumbled upon a new world? My word. It appears quite opulent. Netizens are rife with speculation, yet they could never fathom that this is the interior of a pirate ship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the interior of a pirate ship. As the guesses began to coalesce, Sucheng promptly revealed the truth to everyone. Upon his revelation, a brief silence enveloped the live stream. Then, all at once, everyone knelt in awe. This is extraordinarily impressive. Who would have thought one could enter the inner sanctum of a pirate ship? Sucheng, wary of frightening the viewers, chose to omit the more gruesome scenes. Nevertheless, the incessant cries from the ship's depths persisted. What is that sound? It's quite terrifying. It almost resembles the wails of tormented souls. Goodness, could there be vengeful spirits aboard this pirate ship? Sushun, perhaps we should retreat for a moment? Many voiced their concerns. Spirits? Sucheng shook his head. That was simply impossible. While entities of a spectral nature do exist in the cosmos, it would be inconceivable for such beings to inhabit the pirate ship. This realm is saturated with antimatter, which would thwart any spirit's existence. Perhaps, from the inception of this vessel, such considerations were meticulously accounted for. Moreover, third-tier life forms are inherently untroubled by the presence of spirits. In truth, it is merely humanity that conjures such fears. In essence, spirits are but first-tier life forms, vastly inferior to humankind. The trio cautiously followed the sound, treading lightly. Soon, they reached the end of the staircase. Suddenly, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. Ugh! They simultaneously retched. The lower deck of the ship was reeking with an overwhelming odor, shrouded in oppressive darkness. In such a dim environment, coupled with the wails echoing through, even the most virtuous would be driven to the brink of a heart attack. Sucheng summoned a powerful flashlight, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. As they ventured deeper, the cacophony grew louder. In the shadowy corridor, the cries of agony were relentless. The trio found themselves increasingly agitated. After what felt like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a colossal cage in the distance. As the light fell upon it, pairs of glimmering green eyes fixated upon them. Good heavens! This sight sent chills down Sucheng's spine. You all stay here. I will approach alone, Sucheng declared. No. Chen Shui shook her head. Don't be foolish. Let Sucheng go alone. Chen Yu interjected, restraining his sister. With steely resolve, Sucheng pressed forward. An overwhelming sense of malice washing over him. The eerie green eyes evoked memories of the dark robe. Taking a deep breath, Sucheng advanced, and as he drew near, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. However, the myriad of anxious gazes bore into his back, sending shivers down his spine. This felt akin to stepping into a haunted house. Save me! Save us! Amidst the clamor, Sucheng discerned what sounded like pleas for help. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the scene before him. Before them lay an enormous cage, teeming with dark, otherworldly creatures. Their azure skin was adorned with scales, and their eyes sparkled like emeralds upon closer inspection. Though they bore some resemblance to humans, they were undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than the interstellar drifters. Instead of human legs, they slithered slowly like serpents. In terms of strength, They were on par with humans, classified as level 2 life forms. Judging by their size, they appeared to be female. After a brief observation, Su Cheng gained a general understanding of the situation. These extraterrestrial beings were likely the female specimens plundered by King Suma, though their intended purpose remained a mystery. Upon confirming the absence of any threat, Su Cheng summoned the two women forward. After explaining the circumstances, the two women expressed profound sympathy for these alien beings, yet another group of victims. Chapter 149, Delivering the Buddha to the West. Previously, they harbored a modicum of sympathy for the demise of the pirates. However, as they gazed upon the plundered alien beings, that sympathy evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a profound disdain. The pirates, with their nefarious deeds, disrupted the security of the entire cosmos. What they witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. For countless epochs, the pirates have wreaked havoc across the universe, their malevolence beyond quantification. Just considering the scene before them, there were over 100 million female extraterrestrial creatures in sight. These alien beings truly deserve their fate. Qin Shui's face turned pale with anger. Indeed, these pirates were utterly detestable. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Su Cheng remained silent. Yet his heart was tumultuous. While the pirate clan was undeniably loathsome, it was worth contemplating that the weakness and lack of resistance of these alien beings contributed to their plight. This served as a wake-up call for Su Cheng. Weakness invites oppression. This was a rule that once governed Earth and remains a tenet of the current cosmic order. In the vast universe, there exists no law and order. In other words, it is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. What puzzled Su Cheng was the purpose behind the pirates' capture of so many females. Su Cheng, we must release them at once, Qin Shui urged. No rush. Su Cheng shook his head, addressing the alien beings. Who is your leader? Upon hearing this, the aliens exchanged glances, uncertain. Soon, they parted into two lines, revealing an alien who approached. Unlike the others, her eyes were a striking violet, a unique trait. She soon reached the cage, bowed slightly, and proclaimed, I am the queen here, Xilan Ling. Su Cheng observed her. Her power registered at a level 2. 8 life form, the most formidable among her kin. However, in the grand scheme of the universe, such strength was still lacking. Once assured of safety, Su Cheng forcefully broke open the cage. The liberated extraterrestrials initially surged forth, only to be halted by a mere glance from Xilan Ling. It was evident that she commanded considerable respect. The stench in the air was overwhelming. And while the other aliens were filthy, she alone appeared pristine. Having rescued a multitude of extraterrestrials, Su Cheng was rewarded by the system. Su Cheng, what shall we do next? Qin Yu inquired. While saving them was one matter, managing over 100 million alien beings posed a significant dilemma. It was unacceptable to abandon them here. The adage to save a person is to see it through to the end resonated deeply. One must ensure their deliverance. Despite the planet's suitability for life, these beings were not capable of creating a world of their own, originally intended for humanity. It now seemed they would have to bear the burden of relinquishing their hopes. Moreover, the females could not reproduce independently, indicating that these extraterrestrials would ultimately face extinction. The cruelty of the pirate king was stark. The females were taken while the males were ruthlessly eradicated. In response, Su Cheng rubbed his forehead in contemplation. The immediate priority was to transport these alien beings to Green Star. The trio led the throng of dark-hued extraterrestrials out of the pirate ship. From a distance, the deck of the pirate ship appeared densely populated with extraterrestrial beings, resembling a surging tide. Under the guidance of the blue-purple spirit, even an assembly of billions of alien creatures moved in perfect order, clearly demonstrating their remarkable discipline. This spared Su Cheng considerable trouble, as he was not required to exert himself. His interest in these extraterrestrial beings was primarily driven by the prospect of earning exchange points from the system. Before long, the pirate ship docked on the green sphere. Its colossal form stretched for thousands of kilometers, resembling a magnificent mountain from afar. As the ship settled, the entire planet trembled slightly. Indeed, its size was impressive, Su Cheng mused. Billions of extraterrestrial beings disembarked in unison, creating a scene akin to a flood bursting its banks, rushing forth uncontrollably. After an indeterminate amount of time, nearly all the alien beings had disembarked, leaving only the blue-purple spirit, her 2 attendants, and some high-ranking officials. It was evident that every civilization has its managers and subordinates, reflecting a distinctly hierarchical society. Notably, as these extraterrestrial beings descended, the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers was rendered barren, devoid of vegetation. Without hesitation, they consumed all visible plant life. It seemed they had been confined in a dark prison for quite some time. What sustenance do you rely on? Sucheng suddenly pondered. We depend on a hierarchical system, replied the blue-purple spirit. A hierarchical system? The two attendants shook their heads, bewildered. What does eating have to do with a hierarchy? However, Sucheng quickly grasped the implication, though he dared not voice it, as the thought was too daunting to contemplate. In the midst of their conversation, the blue-purple spirit suddenly knelt before Sucheng. Respected Haddock, you are the guardian of our race, she proclaimed reverently, one hand pressed against her chest. Their hands differed from human hands, possessing only 3 fingers, with exceptionally sharp nails likely intended for offensive purposes. What is Haddock? Chen Shui inquired curiously. It seems to be a figure akin to a savior, Sucheng responded. Each race expresses certain titles differently, and he had no time to delve into their meanings. Waving his hand dismissively, Sucheng gestured for her to rise. This planet belongs to you, but can you ensure your survival independently? He inquired. No, she replied succinctly, shaking her head. On their planet, many aspects rely on the cooperation of both genders, including their living conditions and sustenance. The emergence of a civilization from a secondary life form is not merely about survival. Now, the extraterrestrial beings faced 2 formidable challenges. Merely having females would not suffice for reproduction. Moreover, the issue of food loomed large. At their current rate of consumption, the planet's vegetation would be depleted within a year. Sucheng articulated his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Xilan Ling revealed the truth. Prior to their capture, many females had already nurtured new life. However, before Fa Ma Wang had the opportunity to address the situation, he was slain by Sucheng. This is what one might call fate. Sucheng nodded, yet the issue of sustenance remained paramount. For a moment, even Xilan Ling found herself at a loss for what to do. Sucheng, look at how pitiful they are. Please lend them your assistance, Chen Shui implored. Sucheng, being formidable enough to vanquish even a level 4 life form, regarded the matter of food as trivial. Upon hearing this, Xilan Ling was taken aback and hastily knelt a second time. May the divine bestow their grace. Chapter 150. Shadow Sucheng cast a sharp glance at Chen Shui, subsequently rolling his eyes. Assisting these extraterrestrials was a simple task, yet there were certain matters he needed to clarify. Moreover, he had never outright refused to help. However, Chen Shui's remark had now disrupted his original plans. Realizing her misstep, Chen Shui stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comments. Do you know where the treasure of the Pirate King is? Sucheng inquired, as this was one of his foremost concerns. As a pirate, plundering was indispensable. Within the memories of the Pirate King, although he had dispatched the captured females, the treasures should still be aboard the ship. The Pirate King possessed lofty standards, regarding ordinary items as beneath his notice. The thought of uncovering the pirate's treasure made Sucheng's mouth water. I don't know, Xilan Ling replied honestly, shaking her head. As captives under supervision, they could hardly be privy to the whereabouts of the Pirate King's treasure. It was unlikely that even a handful aboard the entire pirate ship possessed such knowledge. All right, Sucheng nodded, realizing he would have to rely on his own efforts to investigate gradually. It was no exaggeration to say that the size of the pirate ship was akin to that of a small asteroid, making the search an arduous task indeed. By the way, the Pirate King does not plunder treasures from planets, he only seeks the essence of the source. Xilan Ling suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Oh? Sucheng furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the Pirate King was a level 4 life form, while a solitary planet was merely a level 3 life form. In the eyes of a level 4 being, the resources available for exploitation from a level 3 entity were exceedingly few, if not negligible. Very well. Sucheng nodded and then exchanged various high-quality seeds from the system. An array of vegetables and fruits was at his disposal. There was no need for technical expertise. All that was required was to scatter them upon the ground. As for the other matters, they would have to rely on themselves. What Sucheng desired most was the essence of the source collected by the Pirate King. The trio returned to the pirate ship once more. Sucheng first made his way to the control room. The overall structure of the pirate ship was exceedingly intricate, based on Sucheng's estimation. It must be at least level 4, 5, if not higher. The pirate ship was indeed a treasure. Possessing it made traversing the cosmos significantly more convenient. This vessel was formidable in both offense and defense, a rare and potent tool. If utilized effectively, it could serve as a powerful trump card. Sucheng was quite pleased and did not hesitate to claim the pirate ship as his own. The 3 scoured every conceivable location for hidden treasures. Yet they found no trace of the essence of the source. Could it be that the detestable pirate king is using it himself? Chen Shui queried. The essence of the source could enhance one's strength, and its creation required specific conditions. Planets with sparse essence could only give rise to low-level civilizations. Conversely, the denser the essence, the higher the level of the life forms it produced. That shouldn't be the case. Su Cheng shook his head. Given the opponent's capabilities, there was no need for the essence of the source, and as for what he required it for, Su Cheng had no inkling. Do not lose heart. I firmly believe that a solution will be found. Chen Shui encouraged from the side, hoping to contribute to the welfare of humanity. Su Cheng, on the other hand, held a rather straightforward ambition to lead humanity to dominate the cosmos. The trio descended into the dungeon. Although the extraterrestrial beings had been released, the unpleasant odors lingered obstinately in the air. Unsightly stains were visible everywhere, and suppressing their revulsion, the three continued their exploration. After a thorough search, they uncovered nothing. How peculiar. Su Cheng furrowed his brow in confusion. Despite the vastness of the pirate ship, their speed was commendable. It was baffling that not a single trace of a phantom had been sighted after such a prolonged search. The two women had already lost their patience. They sat in the control room, with Su Cheng closing his eyes, pondering where the essence of origin might be concealed. Possessing a map of the pirate ship would certainly alleviate a myriad of unnecessary troubles. Unfortunately, within the immense expanse of the ship, not only a map, but even a single landmark was absent. One could only wonder if the pirates themselves were lost aboard their vessel. As they conversed, a faint sound emerged from outside the control room, startling the trio. Su Cheng was the first to spring into action, and a dark figure flashed before him, moving with astonishing speed. He pursued relentlessly, but, after a considerable chase, failed to catch even a glimpse of the shadow. Coming to a halt, he soon found the two women had followed him, their brows furrowed in concern. What is happening? They inquired, realizing that if Su Cheng could not keep pace, the speed of the other must be remarkable. I can assure you, there must be other beings aboard this pirate ship, Su Cheng declared with conviction. Be cautious. The three proceeded carefully towards the place where the shadow had vanished. Before long, an iron wall loomed before them. Su Cheng's heart sank. This was precisely the dead end they had encountered earlier. The two women shared a similar grim expression. However, they were not overly anxious, for they knew that directly above them lay the exit. The layout of the area was exceedingly strange. Entry was easy, but exit posed a formidable challenge. What an eerie place, Su Cheng remarked. Let us make haste and leave. Chen Shui insisted, unable to endure another moment in this ominous location. Su Cheng remained silent. His brow furrowed. The previous shadow seemed to have deliberately lured them here. Do you not sense that this place is not merely a trap? The two women shook their heads, puzzled by Su Cheng's words. Allow me to clarify. Perhaps the essence of origin is concealed right here. As soon as Su Cheng uttered this, the two women gaped in disbelief. The essence of origin is hidden here? Their skepticism was evident. Yet they refrained from hastily refuting him. Given Su Cheng's assertion, there must be some rationale behind it. In truth, Su Cheng's claim was little more than a wild conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence. It was merely an instinct that urged him to believe that this location might harbor what he sought. The trio fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Chen Shui let out a piercing scream and whipped around. Su Cheng was not far behind in his reaction. A fleeting shadow darted past in the opposite direction, its velocity so swift that the naked eye could scarcely discern it. Good heavens! Chen Shui exclaimed, utterly terrified. It was this very shadow that had startled her moments ago, provoking a shrill scream. It's all right, it's all right. Chen Yu reassured her repeatedly, though she too was gripped by fear. Su Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. To claim he was unafraid in such an unsettling environment would be disingenuous. In pursuit of clarity, he cast aside his trepidation and declared, "Let us chase it." Taking the lead, Su Cheng pressed forward. However, before long, they found themselves back at their original point. This is futile, Su Cheng. At this rate, we will never escape. Chen Shui lamented. Relying solely on ourselves may indeed lead to despair, but with someone guiding us, the outcome may differ. Just as Su Cheng finished speaking, the shadow flickered past once more. Chapter 151. A blessing or a curse this time. The shadow appeared from the opposite direction. Su Cheng pursued once more, and after several attempts, the two women found themselves utterly disoriented. They were simply unable to match the speed of their elusive foe. Chen Shui was overwhelmed, her temper flaring as she stomped her feet in frustration. Anger surged within her, and fear was cast aside as she exclaimed, "If I catch you, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and scatter your bones." Seeing this, Chen Yu and Su Cheng exchanged glances, both taken aback by Chen Shui's sudden ferocity. It was indeed infuriating. They felt as though they were being toyed with. Su Cheng, however, remained remarkably patient. Whenever the shadow appeared, he was determined to give chase. Each time, he was acutely aware of his footing. On the 99th appearance of the shadow, Su Cheng's expression hardened as he charged in the opposite direction. With a loud crash, he found himself sprawled on his back, dazed and disoriented, the world spinning around him. This time, the wall before him was as solid as iron. "Are you all right?" The two women gasped in shock. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them momentarily stunned. "I'm fine." Su Cheng struggled to his feet, the force of the impact having nearly broken him apart. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through his body, he urged the two women forward, pressing his hand against what was undeniably a wall. "Is this the end?" Chen Shui asked, her face a mask of astonishment. "Indeed." Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. "You're incredible!" Chen Yu exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Su Cheng's cheek. Chen Shui, not wishing to be outdone, cleared her throat. The sudden wave of happiness caught Su Cheng off guard, leading him to cough awkwardly before quickly regaining his composure. However, this was a solid wall. How could they force their way through it? The trio attempted to fire their lasers at the barrier, but to no avail. They were not overly disheartened, as everything seemed to unfold as they had anticipated. "What on earth is this place?" Chen Shui lamented, her head hanging low. Fortunately, they had weathered many storms together. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to madness. Just as one problem seemed to resolve, another arose. The pirate ship appeared to be playing a cruel joke on them, one that was far from amusing. While they stood bewildered, the iron plate before them began to creak and rotate, followed by a blinding light that left them momentarily blinded. The three instinctively stepped back. As the golden light faded, the scene within became clear, and they were utterly astonished by what they beheld. They stood frozen, unable to react. It was as if they had entered a self-contained space, illuminated by beams of golden light that brightened the dark expanse. At its center floated a golden crystal sphere, pulsating with arcs of electricity, a sight that was profoundly enigmatic. Recovering from his stupor, Su Cheng swallowed hard. This was what they referred to as the essence of origin, containing an immense reservoir of energy. At this moment, Su Cheng could feel the tumultuous energy within him, akin to a small volcano on the verge of eruption. The two women also exhibited a slight flush on their faces, a reaction induced by the primal energy coursing through their bodies. Su Cheng, striving to contain his excitement, approached slowly and cautiously, aware that missteps often lurked in the shadows. One must navigate carefully to avoid calamity. Fortunately, this primal energy posed no immediate threat, prompting Su Cheng to allow the two women to follow him. It appeared that the crystal orb contained an inexhaustible supply of primal energy. Should it be unleashed upon a planet, it could undoubtedly foster life forms exceeding level 3. 7. Su Cheng had been persistently searching for means to empower humankind, yet the resources within the system were exorbitantly priced. While it might be feasible for a handful of individuals, the prospect of billions made it seem utterly unrealistic, as his limited exchange points were barely sufficient for minor needs. Tentatively, Su Cheng approached the crystal orb, which hung motionless in the air. The two women were on edge, their hearts nearly in their throats, fearing a misstep at such a critical juncture. However, the situation unfolded far more smoothly than they had anticipated. Su Cheng effortlessly grasped the crystal orb, a chilling sensation coursing through him, weaving between his very soul. The indescribable comfort it provided was profound and enigmatic. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart," Su Cheng advised. He held a deep apprehension towards the shadowy figure, whose speed alone was enough to instill fear. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could not keep pace with it. The three nodded in agreement. A sudden crackling sound echoed as the door above them slowly opened. Drawing from their previous experience, the trio ascended without hesitation. Once aboard, Su Cheng remained distracted, a nagging feeling gnawing at him. He should have felt elated at acquiring such a treasure. Yet an inexplicable discontent lingered. The shadow remained a thorn in his side. Unless he could confront it, the pirate ship would never grant them peace. "Su Cheng, I can't shake the feeling that we're being led around by the nose," Chen Yu remarked. "You're absolutely right. We are indeed being manipulated." Su Cheng conceded with a nod. Without the Shadow's influence, they likely would have never discovered the primal energy. If his deductions were correct, the space they had previously occupied must be a transitory four-dimensional realm. This dimension was an infinite loop, and without guidance, one would be trapped indefinitely. Moreover, their attacks would be neutralized within this four-dimensional space. A shroud of confusion enveloped the three, their initial joy now overshadowed by a heavy burden. The current situation was one where the enemy remained hidden while they were exposed. They had deliberately checked the surveillance room for footage, only to find that besides the three of them, there was no sign of the shadow. Its speed was astonishing, rendering the cameras incapable of capturing its presence. It was evident that the shadow had intentionally directed them toward the primal energy. This is simply outrageous. How can there exist such foolish extraterrestrial beings in the cosmos? If he were to claim the primordial essence for himself, his power could ascend to unprecedented heights. Why then should he bestow such a precious boon upon another? After all, they are neither kin nor acquaintances, and they are still uncertain of each other's allegiance or enmity. Could there be a hidden agenda at play? Chen Shui remarked. It is highly likely. Su Qing nodded in agreement, unable to deny the possibility. Given the current circumstances, this is no trivial matter, without absolute certainty. He dares not tamper with the primordial essence. Moreover, the thought of bringing it back to humanity is fraught with peril. What if it is toxic? The human race could face immediate annihilation. At such a juncture, would Su Qing not transform from a savior into a merciless executioner? Such a monumental burden is one he cannot bear alone. Chapter 152. The cruel interstellar wanderer. The more easily one acquires something, the less valuable it tends to be. Particularly that shadow, which loomed over the hearts of many like a razor-sharp blade, instilling a chill of trepidation. Su Qing was no fool. This sudden windfall felt akin to a hot potato. Possessing it offered no solace. In light of these concerns, Su Qing's primary focus remained on the shadow. It appeared that the entity had deliberately brought him to this place. Could it possibly intend to assist us? Chen Shui inquired. Uncertain, Su Qing shook his head lightly. He too was unsure whether this being was friend or foe. Given the immense size of the pirate ship, understanding the situation would require patience. First, they needed to return to the surface and devise their next steps. The expansion of the galaxy and the enhancement of humanity's strength must occur concurrently. Both are indispensable. He could not perpetually safeguard humanity. It was imperative that humanity first strengthen itself. Only then could they proceed to the next phase. Otherwise, even if humanity spread throughout the galaxy, they would ultimately find themselves besieged and reviled. Fan Ma Wang was neither the first nor the last pirate in the cosmos. As the trio disembarked from the spaceship, Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The two women gasped, rendered speechless for a moment. Their sojourn aboard the pirate ship had lasted merely a day, yet before them lay a horrifying scene. Mountains of corpses littered the landscape. The entire planet was engulfed in a thick haze, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. The surviving extraterrestrial beings staggered about, clearly on the brink of collapse. What the hell? Su Qing found himself at a loss for words, unable to suppress an expletive. After going to such lengths to rescue a cluster of aliens, they had met such an inexplicable demise? Constrained by his mounting fury, Su Qing clenched his fists tightly. The two women behind him could hardly bear to witness the scene. An ominous expanse of lifeless bodies stretched before them, countless in number. Upon seeing Su Qing, the surviving extraterrestrials erupted into frenzied cries. Soon, Xilan Ling emerged from underground. Upon spotting Su Qing, he exhibited an expression of sheer excitement, albeit with one of his attendants missing an arm. Xilan Ling appeared quite disheveled, clearly bearing significant injuries. As the group approached, Xilan Ling immediately knelt before Su Qing, exclaiming, "Great God, please save us, we beseech you." What on earth transpired? Su Qing inquired, furrowing his brow. Xilan Ling recounted the events with meticulous detail, omitting nothing. It turned out that after Su Qing returned to the pirate ship, they had fallen prey to a raid by a group of extraterrestrial beings. Their appearance was bizarre, with the most distinctive feature being their mouths situated atop their heads. The leader was a fearsome white creature, exuding an aura of dread. Observing that they were all female, the intruders demanded submission. However, these extraterrestrial beings were fiercely independent, resolutely unwilling to yield. The outcome was predictable. The disparity in strength was vast, and the adversaries possessed a lethal advantage. Engaging in mere physical combat proved utterly futile. A group of individuals found themselves steadily retreating under relentless assault, suffering devastating casualties. The dead and wounded were utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Thus, the unfortunate extraterrestrial beings faced total annihilation, reducing an entire species to the status of a rare entity, a testament to the cruelty of their assailants. Fortunately, most of the pregnant females survived, ensuring that extinction was averted. Regarding these peculiar beings, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming frustration. The interstellar drifters, akin to pirates in essence, differed only in that they belonged to a single race, whereas pirates comprised a coalition of various races under the rule of the Pirate King. Essentially, they were two sides of the same coin, devoid of moral distinctions. The interstellar drifters had committed numerous heinous acts, inflicting untold suffering upon countless others. It was said that they were a hybrid race, formed through the amalgamation of various extraterrestrial beings, resulting in a grotesque entity. This could be seen as their ultimate retribution. One could not deny the severity of their actions. The interstellar drifters had become enemies of the entire universe. Previously, Su Cheng had spared them due to the pirate situation. But they showed no remorse, instead escalating their slaughter of extraterrestrial beings to an abhorrent degree. "Let us go to their lair," Su Cheng commanded. Given their history of exterminating numerous extraterrestrial beings, it was likely they were nearby. With Su Cheng's leadership, Zilan Ling immediately felt emboldened. It was not merely Su Cheng's penchant for meddling. Dealing with interstellar drifters and pirates would yield substantial benefits for him. After all, the exchange points were soaring, especially after he had slain the Pirate King, a feat that left him momentarily astounded by the sudden increase in points, threefold, to be precise. Within a day's time, the interstellar drifters had firmly established themselves on Mars, even constructing initial structures. From a distance, they had erected a massive cage, imprisoning various female beings within. Some extraterrestrial entities were evidently pregnant, yet their conditions were dire, covered in wounds and shackled by iron chains. Is this their handiwork? Chen Shui gritted her teeth in anger. Indeed, it was shocking. Su Cheng could not help but furrow his brow. Why do they not breed with their own kind? Chen Yu inquired. It was rumored that due to genetic defects, the females of the interstellar drifters were incapable of bearing offspring, and thus, they were exterminated from birth. Su Cheng gleaned this information from the system regarding the interstellar drifters. It was ruthlessly barbaric. Both women gasped in horror. Thankfully, the interstellar drifters had not discovered Earth. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Suddenly, sensing an approach to their base, alarms blared incessantly. In an instant, a throng of interstellar drifters burst forth, wielding advanced weaponry that indicated considerable lethality. Witnessing this scene, Zilan Ling was evidently engulfed in profound fear, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated terror. Just a day prior, the interstellar wanderers had claimed the lives of their entire race with these very beings. The inevitability of death was inescapable, leaving no room for negotiation. A resounding explosion echoed as a projectile hurtled towards them. A mere trick, Su Cheng remarked with a cold smile. The mech warrior unleashed a laser that shattered the missile. Observing the disruption of their assault, the interstellar wanderers were taken aback, only to retaliate with several rounds of relentless attacks. The destructive force rivaled that of an atomic bomb on Earth. In that moment, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Chapter 153, Little Gold, however. Facing the mech warriors of Sioux City, they possessed no discernible advantage. Moreover, the meager strength they exhibited was utterly insignificant in Sioux City's eyes. The two women also curled their lips in disdain, mocking the audacity of attempting to pillage and plunder with such paltry power. At least the pirates had some measure of capability, whereas the interstellar drifters' feeble prowess seemed akin to illuminating a latrine, an act destined for self-destruction. To be blunt, even without Sioux City's intervention, the two women could easily overpower them together. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Sioux City took the lead. And the two women refrained from engaging, as the interstellar drifters were not formidable enough to warrant the three of them joining forces. After a barrage of lasers, the makeshift base painstakingly constructed by the interstellar drifters was ruthlessly obliterated. Yet, no one felt any sympathy. Sioux City's gaze was filled with revulsion as countless interstellar drifters were mercilessly eradicated. In an instant, the entire base descended into chaos, with every weapon capable of inflicting harm rendered to ruins. As the interstellar drifters faced their grim demise, the countless females confined in cages emitted piercing howls of excitement. Witnessing the downfall of the interstellar drifters was their jubilant celebration. Tensions ran high among the diverse races, reminiscent of the animosity between humans and animals, unless willingly engaged. Such relations bred deep-seated enmity. Sioux City fully comprehended their sentiments. A laser beam shot through the air, shattering the massive cage. In a fleeting moment, numerous alien females broke free from their chains, while several weaker interstellar drifters were gruesomely torn apart. The scene was unimaginably bloody and unbearable to witness. From a distance, The two women felt a chill run down their spines, while the members of the violet-blue spirit race erupted in frenzied cheers, their eyes ablaze with rage, yearning to tear the detestable interstellar drifters to shreds. Yet, at Sioux City's silent command, none dared to advance. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above, followed by a spacecraft hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. With a cacophony of explosions, all the frenzied females within the base were annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence. Has the big boss finally arrived? Sioux City gazed upward. This spacecraft, slightly smaller than the pirate ships, boasted formidable firepower, far exceeding that of a typical Tier 3 life form. It was capable of obliterating even medium-sized planets. Its might was evident. Sioux City furrowed his brow, realizing that the two women could no longer remain passive observers. With a crackle of electricity, a golden light descended from the sky. Before everyone's eyes appeared a golden interstellar drifter, whose physique was comparable to that of a human, adorned with a halo above its head, surrounded by flickering flames. A Tier 3, 9 life form. Sioux City assessed the figure, acknowledging that this interstellar drifter possessed some degree of strength. Soon, several interstellar drifters of various hues, black, purple, and red, materialized behind him, clearly indicating their status as high-ranking members, with the weakest among them being at least a Tier 3. The 5th-level life form is, one might say, evenly matched with Su Cheng. Surrender or perish. The adversary gazed coldly at Su Cheng. He held great admiration for Su Cheng's prowess, and the two females accompanying him were quite alluring. Perhaps breeding with them could enhance the overall aesthetic appeal of his kind. Little did he realize that such thoughts led him to sever his own path to survival. A dragon's reverse scale is to be touched at one's peril, and these two women were precisely Su Cheng's Achilles heel. Moreover, even in the absence of a mirror, one ought to take a moment for introspection. Upon hearing these words, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly a threat? Surrender? To hell with that. I won't strike you down just yet. Which is a testament to your ignorance. Even Fan Ma Wang met his demise at my hands. How dare a mere ground melon provoke me? I shall grant you an opportunity. Kneel and call me father, Su Cheng declared. This was a case of treating the adversary with their own methods. The little golden figure was left speechless. As the saying goes, there is no common ground for discourse. The conflict had escalated to a point of no return, rendering further deliberation unnecessary. Let the battle commence. The previous new pirate king belonged to this very echelon, and his fate was to be swiftly dispatched. Receiving his boxed lunch on the spot, this individual sought to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. Thus, Su Cheng felt compelled to ensure their satisfaction. To conclude their aimless existence, Su Cheng resolved to assist them. The green orb would serve as their eternal resting place. Perhaps the little golden figure was still unaware of Su Cheng's might. Before Su Cheng could make a move, the two women could no longer contain themselves. Disregarding all else, they unleashed a flurry of golden light, obliterating the little colorful figures in an instant. What of the 3, 5-level life forms? They were nothing but refused before the might of the mech warriors. Observing the little golden figure's futile counterattack, which seemed fierce yet yielded minimal damage, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. The final beam of laser shattered the weapon in his hand. With a resounding thud, the latter plunged headfirst into the ground. Let me out. Let me out. The little golden figure flailed its legs comically. Witnessing this scene, the two women showed no mercy, eager to end the creature's life. Wait. Su Cheng intervened. What is it? The women asked, perplexed. Such a wretch should not be left unattended. Should we keep him for the new year? Su Cheng stepped forward and yanked the creature's leg, dragging it out. At this moment, the little golden figure was in disarray, resembling a wild dog unbound. Su Cheng placed a foot firmly on its head. Move again, and let us see what happens. A wave of murderous intent washed over, causing the little golden figure to tremble uncontrollably. Under the threat of death, it found itself momentarily paralyzed. Now that is more like it. Observing this, Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This was a wretched scoundrel. Without discipline, it would never know its own identity. Gather all your kin here, Su Cheng commanded. The little golden figure dared not show any negligence, emitting a strange sound. Soon after, countless little golden figures descended from the spaceship. They stood in a neat row, appearing particularly comical from a distance. However, this was not a moment for levity. Su Cheng's decision to spare their lives was undoubtedly purposeful. Otherwise, they would not have survived until now. The group of cosmic wanderers looked utterly bewildered, having witnessed the preceding events with clarity. Their leader had ventured out to display bravado, only to narrowly escape being dispatched. Initially, they had contemplated fleeing in their spacecraft, But given the current circumstances, hope seemed futile. As for resistance, that thought had never crossed their minds. It was absurd. They were advanced life forms, not fools. When faced with the threat to their existence, their instinct was to submit, with no inclination towards defiance. To put it plainly, this was nothing but cowardice. Chapter 154, Punishment. To speak candidly, these youngsters were utterly terrified. The pressure exerted by Su Cheng was overwhelming. As the saying goes, those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately meet their demise. Having dealt with Fan Ma Wang, the next target was undoubtedly the Cosmic Wanderers. Su Cheng considered himself a harbinger of peace in the universe, a guardian angel of justice. Each time he encountered those who disrupted the cosmic order, he managed to eradicate them through both emotional appeals and reasoned arguments, thus serving the entirety of the universe. The planetary wanderers, bewildered by the situation, concluded that Su Cheng's decision to spare them surely boded ill. Fear seeped into the minds of every cosmic wanderer. With a mischievous smile, Su Cheng produced a crystal ball. A surge of immense energy swept through the air, and in an instant, these aliens frantically absorbed the energy into their beings. Within the blink of an eye, the collective strength of all the interstellar wanderers, including Xiao Jinxiang, experienced a notable enhancement. Some even achieved breakthroughs, overwhelmed by elation at the prospect that Su Cheng had spared them to bolster their powers. How splendid! Observing the immediate effects, Su Cheng retracted the crystal ball, standing quietly as he watched them. Although their powers had indeed increased, he remained vigilant for any hidden dangers. The unfortunate little test subjects were lost in their joy, completely unaware of the calamity that loomed ahead. Time passed, ticking away steadily, and half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet, no changes occurred. Had he perhaps overthought the situation? Su Cheng murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a violent eruption of yellow blood mist. Then came a series of explosive sounds. The interstellar wanderers detonated one after another, filling the air with a rancid aroma. Su Cheng, along with the two women, hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Some of the more powerful interstellar wanderers managed to resist somewhat, but ultimately, none could escape their grim fate. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jinxiang was terrified beyond measure. He had not anticipated that Su Cheng would resort to such methods to eliminate them. You despicable, shameless scoundrel! The interstellar wanderer spat in fury. In response to his vehement accusations, Su Cheng merely shrugged, feigning innocence. How absurd it was for them to blame him after their own insatiable greed. Moreover, when they had employed ruthless tactics, they had shown no mercy. This outcome was merely poetic justice. The two women shared not a shred of sympathy. All of this could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: deserved it. Soon, the interstellar wanderers suffered catastrophic losses, with fewer than 1 in 1,000 surviving. Su Cheng shook his head, muttering, truly tragic. Gradually, he began to discern a pattern. The weaker the individuals, the quicker they perished, while the exceptionally strong could withstand the ordeal for a time. Interestingly, level 3 life forms appeared unaffected. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that this was but a temporary observation. Whether they could ultimately endure the consequences remained a matter for further investigation. As time gradually passes, those interstellar wanderers who have transcended to level 3 life forms or have managed to survive at this level seem to have done so by sheer luck. It appears that the essence of origin is not suitable for level 2 life forms. Su Cheng contemplated this and arrived at a preliminary conclusion. How terrifying! Are we truly determined to bestow this upon humanity? Chen Yusen inquired, her heart heavy with trepidation. After all, this is no trivial matter. Should humanity inadvertently face extinction, they would undoubtedly become eternal pariahs. The folly of trying to outsmart the universe could lead to dire consequences. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, equally absorbed in this dilemma. Frankly, this decision is rather formidable. He hesitated to draw conclusions. There is nothing in this world that guarantees absolute safety. In other words, success and risk coexist. The greater the risk, the more significant the potential reward. Nevertheless, prior to any actions, Su Cheng deemed it necessary to confer with the Grand Elder and others, followed by research and experimentation, which would inevitably involve certain sacrifices. To that end, Su Cheng could only express his regrets, including himself. He felt compelled to partake in the trials. Lacking a thorough understanding of the essence of origin, he recognized his current inability to make precise adjustments. After waiting a full day, the cosmic wanderers remained unharmed. Those who survived exhibited a marked enhancement in strength compared to before. However, they still showed no signs of resistance, unless they wished for their own demise. As for the surviving interstellar wanderers, Su Cheng did not seek their complete annihilation. Instead, he opted to retain them within the green sphere while he confiscated their spacecraft, deeming it too perilous to leave in their possession. Little Jinxiang dared not voice any complaints and reluctantly surrendered the items to Su Cheng in hopes of preserving his own life. Death might be avoided, but the consequences of living would be inescapable. Su Cheng was no naive soul. He directly exchanged for electronic collars from the system. Should the wearers disobey, the collars could instantly release a high-voltage current. Initially, some attempted to resist, but before Su Cheng could intervene, the interstellar wanderers promptly resolved their own issues. They dared not exhibit any carelessness. This was no jest. Merely surviving was an extraordinary stroke of luck. To contemplate rebellion was akin to courting extinction. Little Jinxiang, filled with fear and dread, understood that once the collar was fastened, they would be permanently confined to this land as penance for their past transgressions. He gathered all the surviving female members of the Xylan tribe, noting that of the billions that once thrived, fewer than 100,000 remained. Some were grievously injured. On the brink of death, Su Cheng exchanged for healing elixirs from the system to tend to their wounds. As he sensed the Xylan tribe's resentful gazes upon him, little Jinxiang instinctively recoiled. Previously, they were hunters, and the Xylan were their prey. But now, the roles had quietly shifted. An unruly interstellar wanderer who provoked Su Cheng met a horrific fate, electrocuted to death. Su Cheng entrusted the power of life and death over them to the Xylan spirit. In response, the Xylan clan exhibited an extraordinary degree of politeness. She lowered her head, her entire body trembling violently, overwhelmed by the realization that she could finally avenge her kin. At that moment, an indescribable thrill coursed through her veins. Were it not for Su Cheng's presence, she would have eagerly pressed the remote control, wishing for the annihilation of those brutes. Yet, she refrained from doing so, for Su Cheng was there. And the fate of the interstellar wanderers was not theirs to dictate. However, he had ample opportunities, even if he could not extinguish the lives of those beasts. He would ensure they endured a fate worse than death. Xiao Jinxiang, fully aware that he had no hope of pleading for mercy, resigned himself to the role of a slave, compelled to obey Su Cheng's every command without the slightest hint of defiance, for he dared not. Chapter 155. An unexpected breakthrough. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. How could such a timid Jin Xiang ascend to the position of leader among the interstellar drifters? Though this individual possessed considerable strength, his demeanor lacked any semblance of a true commander. To be precise, these individuals were nothing but a bunch of cowardly weaklings, their genetic lineage seemingly lacking stature. Su Cheng saw through them completely. In a nutshell, they were utterly spineless. The interstellar drifters could never have imagined they would face such a dismal fate. The Xylan tribe had risen from oppression, singing songs of liberation. One could only speculate how dire the future would be for these drifters. Not only would they endure beatings and insults, but they might also face even harsher consequences. After all, they had nearly annihilated an entire race. Their lives spared only out of consideration for Su Cheng. Otherwise, Su Cheng did not engage in moral coercion. The fate of the interstellar drifters was entirely in the hands of Xylan Ling. She could do with them as she pleased. At this moment, Su Cheng had brought Jin Xiang aboard the spacecraft. In a desperate bid for survival, Jin Xiang presented all the treasures he had plundered, daring not to conceal even the slightest detail. Gazing at the interstellar drifter's treasure trove, Su Cheng was mildly astonished. It must be said that this fellow had amassed quite a fortune. Compared to Fan Ma Wang, who only collected primal energy, the interstellar drifters were far more generous. To be candid, Su Cheng's fondness for them greatly increased based solely on this. At least these individuals understood their own desires. They even possessed some rare materials that could enhance their physical abilities, facilitating superior upgrades. Jin Xiang's heart was bleeding. He dared not steal even a glance at the treasures he had toiled hard to acquire, now carelessly becoming someone else's spoils. Su Cheng, however, was unceremonious, distributing a small portion of the lesser items to Xylan Ling. While these trinkets might be considered trash to him, they were undoubtedly invaluable treasures to the Xylan tribe. Kneeling in gratitude, Xylan Ling was overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing that the grace bestowed upon them by Su Cheng would be remembered through generations. After all, without Su Cheng, their current situation would be precarious, if not leading to their complete extinction. Now, Su Cheng had not only saved their lives but had also significantly enhanced their strength. For Su Cheng, it was of little consequence. The rewards from the system were more than sufficient to fill his coffers. Having resolved a series of issues, Su Cheng had no intention of lingering further. However, at that moment, the previously composed Jin Xiang began to convulse violently, as if suffering from acute hemiplegia. Cries of agony echoed incessantly, and as Qin Shui attempted to assist, Su Cheng swiftly restrained her. "Go," he commanded, pulling both women forward as they rushed out. Xilan Ling and the others followed closely behind. In an instant, they found themselves thousands of meters away. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, and the green orb began to tremble incessantly, emitting a low, ominous roar, as if foreseeing impending danger. Su Cheng furrowed his brows, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. With little time for contemplation, he lifted his gaze. Not far away, a brilliant golden light erupted, blinding everyone present. The piercing radiance made it impossible for many to keep their eyes open. Cackling laughter followed, grating on the nerves of both the crowd and the extraterrestrial beings. The purple-blue spirit clan suffered even more. Those of lesser strength were obliterated amidst the cacophony of laughter. With great effort, Su Cheng forced his eyes open and beheld a startling transformation overhead. Xiao Jinxiang had evolved into a colossal form, its size magnified 1,000-fold. The two women beside him were equally astonished, their mouths agape, their minds buzzing in disbelief. This creature had directly ascended to a level 4 life form, an eventuality no one had anticipated. Su Cheng instinctively rubbed his forehead, realizing the predicament had become rather complicated. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he could no longer reign in the situation. He had inadvertently transformed this coward into a level 4 life form, something even he had not foreseen. After having dealt with the formidable Ma Wang, now this little Jinxiang had emerged. Su Cheng found himself overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him. What a bizarre turn of events. Upon its breakthrough, Xiao Jinxiang's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, surveying those below with an air of superiority. Infuriated by the sight, Su Cheng couldn't help but exclaim a curse. This audacious little brat dared to speak to him in such a manner, seemingly oblivious to the consequences of its newfound arrogance. Previously a timid creature, it now boasted of its strength, as if it could engage him in a contest of wills. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. In truth, Fan Ma Wang possessed far greater power than this creature. Yet even he had been utterly defeated without a chance to plead for mercy. The sudden elevation left Xiao Jinxiang momentarily dazed. Once clarity returned, a sense of triumph flooded his heart. Who could have imagined that he would ascend so dramatically? This transformation was attributed to the essence of origin. Akin to a rare medicinal herb, when harnessed correctly, it could facilitate breakthroughs, but mismanagement could lead to dire consequences, much like the interstellar wanderers before him, whose insufficient strength failed to sustain the essence within, resulting in their gruesome demise. The thought of such an end was chilling. I grant you a chance at life, become my slave, and remain eternally loyal to me. Xiao Jinxiang gazed at Su Cheng with an air of indifference, as if bestowing a favor. To him, eliminating Su Cheng was simple, yet it would not assuage his deep-seated resentment. Su Cheng had once intended to offer him as a slave to his enemies, but now, Xiao Jinxiang yearned for revenge, envisioning countless torturous methods to inflict upon Su Cheng. Each idea was more brutal than the last, even contemplating transforming Su Cheng into a lowly creature with 4 legs. Su Cheng smirked disdainfully. What gives you the confidence to demand that I serve you as a slave? It must be understood that Su Cheng would not even deign to cast a glance in his direction. Does he truly believe that having transcended to a level 4 life form grants him the license to act with impunity? Little does he realize that there are always individuals beyond his comprehension and realms beyond his reach. Indeed, it is to be expected that someone as cowardly and ineffectual as he would become arrogant upon suddenly gaining strength. If that is the case, then it is only fitting to teach him a lesson. After all, this fellow harbors a fondness for subjugation. Su Cheng will allow him to experience it to the fullest. Observing Su Cheng's audacity to dismiss him, Xiao Jinxiang was instantly consumed by rage, and without uttering a word, he launched a lethal assault against Su Cheng, leaving no room for mercy whatsoever. Chapter 156. Eternal Servitude. As a being of the 4th level, he regarded Su Cheng and his companions as mere ants. His inflated confidence led him to believe he had become invincible in the cosmos. Although the difference between the 3rd and 4th levels was merely 1 rank, the disparity was profound. A 4th level life form could effortlessly annihilate a 3rd level being, leaving no room for resistance. Su Cheng's prowess was not a testament to his own strength, but rather a result of the system's enhancement. Without the system, he would stand no chance against a 4th level entity, for the gulf between galaxies and planets is inherently vast. Every creature that transcends to the fourth level often experiences a swell of arrogance, as they can dominate their surroundings within the universe. Take for instance the formidable Vama King, a fourth level being capable of disturbing the cosmic order. Fifth level life forms are exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As for sixth level entities, they are beyond contemplation. To date, no being has attained such a level, save for the system itself. Previously, when Sucheng encountered a fifth level life form, even a mere glance from it, preserved in his memory, had caused him to bleed profusely. Faced with such a being, he would harbor no thoughts of resistance. It is no exaggeration to assert that, apart from the forces of the universe, there are few things that could inflict harm upon a being of that caliber. Xiao Jinxiang brimmed with self-assurance, resolutely intending to make Su Cheng his servant. Indeed, this obsession consumed him. Su Cheng, in turn, felt a sense of helplessness, wondering if Xiao Jinxiang harbored some peculiar predilection. He observed a peculiar phenomenon. While these extraterrestrial beings possessed high intelligence, their emotional intelligence was profoundly lacking. In terms of emotional acumen, humanity was their progenitor. Why would one wallow in despair, seeking darkness in the latrines, when life itself could be so fragrant? Perhaps, in truth, it was not fragrant at all. Xiao Jinxiang's aspiration to be his master was laughably far from realization. After all, even sixth-level beings had to acknowledge him as their master. Su Cheng mused that if Xiao Jinxiang was so brimming with confidence and yearned to dominate others, then let him revel in that delusion. Let him remain a perpetual servant, undying and unyielding. There was no need for mercy when dealing with these ruthless interstellar drifters. In the boundless universe, the newly ascended Xiao Jinxiang held no regard for any planet. He wreaked havoc on nearby celestial bodies, and within a mere quarter of an hour, countless planets had succumbed to his destruction. This fiend was beyond redemption. We must join forces to eliminate him, Shen Shui exclaimed. With so many planets at stake, it was likely that some extraterrestrial beings resided among them. The interstellar drifters were indeed steeped in sin, particularly after gaining overwhelming power, relishing in the slaughter of lesser beings. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Drawing from their previous experience of fusion, the trio wasted no time. The mech warriors swiftly combined into one. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted. The once confident Xiao Jinxiang found himself momentarily stunned at this sight. He sensed a lethal danger emanating from the fused mech warriors, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Su Cheng wasted no time and directly commanded the mech warrior to unleash a beam of laser towards him. In an instant, the laser pierced through the darkness, causing Xiao Jinxiang to nearly soil himself in fright. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. He was notoriously timid. At the slightest hint of danger, his instinct was to escape. Unfortunately, having just broken through, he could not yet fully master his newfound powers. Soon, Su Cheng blocked his path of retreat, leaving Xiao Jinxiang utterly bewildered. The speed of Su Cheng was astonishing. However, Su Cheng paid no heed to their thoughts. Run. Aren't you fond of running? Why have you stopped? He looked down at Xiao Jinxiang from above. Seeing the situation, Xiao Jinxiang hesitated briefly, then suddenly charged at Su Cheng in a desperate attempt. Unable to flee, he had no choice but to confront him head-on. The result was devastating. A laser shot cleanly through his right arm, eliciting a pained cry from him. His physical strength was comparable to that of an entire galaxy. Yet Su Cheng effortlessly shattered it. Before he could process this, another laser struck. With a sickening thud, Xiao Jinxiang fell to one knee, his eyes filled with shock. Was he truly this fragile? At that moment, he seriously doubted his own senses. Su Cheng was merely a level 3 life form, one rank below him. Yet this outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. After enduring 4 beams of laser, Xiao Jinxiang was utterly defeated. Even with his level 4 life form status, his abilities could not return to normal. Just then, the time for Su Cheng's fusion concluded, and the three separated. Su Cheng stepped forward, towering over the kneeling Xiao Jinxiang. I now present you with 2 choices, either death or eternal servitude, he declared. This fellow was not like the arrogant Fanmo Wang. He was exceedingly timid. As long as he could survive, he would gladly accept a lifetime of servitude. I will be your servant. I will be your servant. In a desperate bid for survival, Xiao Jinxiang readily agreed to become a slave. Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction. A sapling that is not pruned will not grow straight. Xiao Jinxiang would not listen without being subdued. If he was defiant, then he would be beaten into submission. Fists, after all, speak louder than words. Xiao Jinxiang's heart was heavy with bitterness. He had initially believed he could rise to power, yet instead of avenging his grievances, he found himself utterly incapacitated. It was a classic case of losing the rice while trying to steal a chicken. You scoundrel! Su Ching scoffed. Xiao Jinxiang, chastised, dared not retort and instead knelt in agreement. To live, even insults were a small price to pay. The battle was swift, both in its arrival and departure. Before long, they returned to the Green Sphere. At this moment, both sides were anxiously observing the war. The Xylan tribe naturally hoped for Su Cheng's victory, while the interstellar wanderers wished for Xiao Jinxiang to prevail. As both sides awaited anxiously, Su Cheng returned triumphant. Meanwhile, the interstellar wanderers lamented in despair, their identities as slaves now firmly established. In stark contrast to the anguished cries of the interstellar wanderers, the Xylan tribe erupted in ecstatic roars. Once again, Sioux City has rescued them from the brink of disaster. Had it not been for this intervention, their fate would undoubtedly have been dire. This truth weighed heavily on their hearts. The members of the Xylan clan collectively knelt, placing their hands upon their chests, their expressions imbued with deep reverence. From this moment forth, Sioux City shall be their deity. In response, Sioux City nonchalantly waved a hand, deeming the act a mere trifling effort. Defeating the interstellar wanderers would naturally yield rewards from the system. After all, the interstellar wanderers represent a malignant presence within the cosmos. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The primary advantage lay in seizing their treasures, which would prove immensely beneficial to humankind. Chapter 157. The Grand Elder's Breakthrough. Su Cheng piloted the interstellar wanderers' spacecraft back to the moon, as this was a benefit he had procured for humanity. Upon witnessing the multitude of treasures, the Grand Elder was rendered speechless, his jaw agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. The interstellar wanderer was undoubtedly a collector, and the exchange value of these items was incalculable. Moreover, the primordial energy was of utmost importance. Su Cheng sealed it away, for its use was restricted. Research indicated that only beings of level 2, 9 or higher could safely harness it. For those beneath this threshold, inhalation would lead to certain demise. Su Cheng would not dare gamble with human lives, as a misstep could spell extinction for humanity. This was no trivial matter. The Grand Elder, overwhelmed with gratitude, gradually discerned the vast array of extraterrestrial life forms present in the universe through their deepening exploration. Level 2 beings were regarded as the most primitive entities across the cosmos. Previously, the assault by the Vanma King imparted a profound lesson, revealing the stark disparity between them and level 4 civilizations. It was akin to comparing a colossal elephant with an insignificant ant. There was no basis for comparison. The Vanma King could effortlessly obliterate life on a planet. The power of the planet was trivial before him. In contrast, humanity, even under Su Cheng's leadership, needed to possess strength of its own. Without adequate power, even Su Cheng's protection would prove futile, ultimately becoming a burden during critical moments. Therefore, they were resolute in avoiding such scenarios. As a fellow member of the human race, Su Cheng was not one to be stingy. Coupled with the treasures amassed by the interstellar wanderer, the abilities of several scientists advanced remarkably. Notably, the Grand Elder ascended 3 levels. Awash in newfound strength, he felt as though he were dreaming. The power was overwhelming, seemingly granting him near planetary control. All of this was attributable to the interstellar wanderer, and Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction. These scientists were indeed exceptional, displaying remarkable prowess across various domains. Due to their consecutive breakthroughs, the Grand Elder appeared significantly rejuvenated, resembling a man in his 50s, with a receding hairline that had begun to sprout hair again. Su Cheng could not help but touch his own bald head. Was this some sort of jest? His once lustrous black hair had vanished as his power increased, leaving him a balding man, while the Grand Elder, conversely, had not only retained his hair but had also grown a luxuriant mane. Where was the logic in that? At this moment, Su Cheng felt a profound sense of imbalance. Chen Yu and Chen Shui, observing Su Cheng's frantic demeanor, could not suppress their amusement. Though he bore a heavy heart, he remained silent. In order for humanity to evolve into level 3 beings as swiftly as possible, Su Cheng resolved to remain on the moon for a time, ensuring these scientists stabilized at this new level before continuing his exploration of the galaxy. In the following days, Su Cheng and the Chen sisters spent a delightful time indoors. One morning, Su Cheng suddenly received a message stating that the Grand Elder had suffered a sudden heart attack, seemingly on the brink of death. Upon reading this news, Su Cheng nearly threw his phone in disbelief. How could this happen so abruptly? It is well known that once a life form reaches level 2, 5 or higher, falling ill is nearly impossible. After all, a level 2, 5 life form possesses an incredibly robust genetic system, rendering genetic diseases virtually non-existent. The Grand Elder, being a level 2, 9 life form, should not have encountered such a crisis. There must be a reason behind this. The trio hastily made their way to the Tower of Heaven. At that moment, chaos reigned within the tower. The Grand Elder sat in his position, his body trembling violently, frothing at the mouth, and his eyes rolling back in a manner indicative of impending demise. What is happening? Sucheng glanced at the scientist beside him and inquired. God, I have no idea what is going on. The Grand Elder was perfectly fine this morning, and then suddenly, during the meeting, he turned into this. The scientist explained. Equally perplexed, understanding the gravity of the situation, Sucheng nodded and quickly approached the Grand Elder. At that moment, the aura surrounding the Grand Elder fluctuated unpredictably, exuding a sense of impending death. Sucheng furrowed his brow, and just as he intended to investigate further, a terrifying energy erupted from the Grand Elder. With a thunderous roar, it was akin to the explosion of an atomic bomb. Fortunately, Sucheng reacted swiftly. Otherwise, those present would have met their demise. Nevertheless, the aftershock affected many, causing numerous scientists to clutch their bodies, blood flowing from their mouths as they felt their features displace. Startled, Sucheng urgently ordered everyone to evacuate. Soon, only he and the Grand Elder remained within the tower. At that moment, the Grand Elder's hair stood on end, black smoke emanating from his entire being. God. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder attempted to speak, but was interrupted by the continuous expulsion of black smoke. Sucheng's heart leaped with joy. This was no heart attack, but rather the Grand Elder breaking through to a level 3 life form. He had become the 4th level 3 life form in humanity, aside from himself and the Chen sisters. To be precise, the Grand Elder was effectively a guinea pig. Why do I say this? Sucheng would naturally spare no expense for his 2 wives, as everything exchanged within the system was of the highest quality and authenticity. The Grand Elder, however, received resources that were mostly processed by Sucheng at a later stage. Setting aside the potential side effects, the efficacy was significantly diminished. Initially, when Sucheng was only a level 3 life form, he did not rush to elevate these scientists to level 3 life forms. Not only was his capability insufficient, but maintaining a degree of caution was also essential. Ambition in humans tends to expand in tandem with the growth of their capabilities. Moreover, these scientists are inherently proud individuals. Should they become excessively powerful, controlling the overall situation could pose a challenge. Presently, Sucheng possesses the strength to confront a level 4 life form, yet prior to this, he lacked the audacity to do so. He had witnessed the prowess of Fan Ma Wang firsthand, despite the advantages bestowed upon him by the system. He nearly met his demise at the hands of the latter. Had the system not informed him of the possibility of mech warriors merging, his fate would have surely taken a dire turn. Simultaneously, the Grand Elder, seated in the principal position, has attained a profound clarity. According to his calculations, he has ascended to a level 3 life form, a realization he has long yearned for. Chapter 158. The River Reverses. Congratulations. Sucheng smiled gently. No. I must express my gratitude to you, Sucheng. Without your assistance, I fear I would have never been able to transcend to a level 3 life form. The Grand Elder humbly shook his head, displaying no trace of pride in his breakthrough. He understood all too well that without Sucheng, he would have remained ignorant of the very concept of a level 3 life form until his dying day. Everything he achieved was a gift from Sucheng. Feeling the abundant, dark hair that had sprouted upon his formerly balding head, the Grand Elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. It is worth noting that due to years of mental labor, he had begun to lose his hair at the age of 20, enduring a shiny bald head for 5 decades. This had long been a source of distress for him. Despite his efforts with ginseng, goji berries, and various herbs, he had seen little to no results, while his nose bled profusely from the effort. Before long, the Tower of Heaven returned to a state of tranquility. A group of scientists entered, and upon learning of the Grand Elder's breakthrough to a level 3 life form, they were left utterly speechless. The announcement came as a shock. They would have preferred to believe that the Grand Elder had suffered a sudden heart attack. A mere seizure leading to a breakthrough seemed ludicrous, if that were the case. Even epileptics would reign supreme in the universe. After all, humans are inherently jealous. Although the Grand Elder held a higher status than these ordinary scientists, they were still merely level 2 life forms. Now, however, the situation had changed drastically. With the Grand Elder's ascension to a level 3 life form, He surpassed them in both intellect and strength. This stark contrast was difficult for the group of scientists to digest. It is often said that higher biological levels correlate with lower emotional intelligence but higher intelligence. This is because those with absolute power are not inclined to engage in petty rivalries. In the face of overwhelming strength, submission is the only option. Consider Su-chung. At this moment, no one from the human race could challenge his position. He was the unequivocal deity of humanity. Unbeknownst to Su-chung, the thoughts swirling within the minds of others were complex. With the emergence of the first level 3 life form, the transition for the rest would be considerably smoother. As long as they followed suit, humanity would enter a cyclic progression. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Haha, you truly are remarkable. We admire you greatly. Grand Elder, you are the first among us to break through to a level 3 life form. Regardless of the thoughts harbored by the scientists, they eagerly rushed forward to flatter him. The Grand Elder responded with a beaming smile. In truth, he felt no personal connection to the accolades. With the Grand Elder leading the way, the other scientists were inspired, hoping for their own breakthroughs. However, while it is easy to speak of ambition, the path is fraught with challenges. Each of them worked diligently, yet individual talent varied significantly. Su-chung had provided them with an excellent environment. Whether they succeeded depended on their own fortunes. In essence, while a master may open the door, one's progress relies on personal effort. Su-chung entrusted resources to the Grand Elder. Except for the Grand Elder, no one in Sioux City would feel at ease in this matter. These resources are utterly useless for third-level life forms, yet for second-level beings, they are treasures of immeasurable worth. Seizing the opportunity, Sioux City, accompanied by the 2 women, set forth to visit the other 3 clans. The overall strength of these clans far surpasses that of the human race, and it is believed that their breakthroughs will come with greater ease. Sioux City first arrived at the Chemo clan. As he entered, a wave of ominous energy washed over him. Instinctively, he attempted to disperse it, only to be taken aback. This energy is not easily gathered. It represents the death of billions of beings from the Xylan clan. Yet, even then, it failed to condense into such malevolence. Upon arriving at the Chemo clan, Sioux City immediately sensed something amiss. The usually bustling city was eerily silent. The inhabitants of the Chemo clan seemed to have vanished without a trace. What could possibly be happening? Chen Shui inquired. I am unsure. Let us descend and investigate. Sioux City suggested, leading the 2 women on a brief tour of the city, yet they found not a single soul. The more they searched, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed from a short distance away. Though the sound was subtle, it was not lost on the trio. Sioux City exchanged glances with the others. Let us pursue. Without hesitation, he dashed forward with astonishing speed, his figure barely perceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding thud, a shadow was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. A spurt of blue blood erupted from the figure's mouth. Sioux City paid little heed to the bloodshed, taking a moment to assess the individual before him, indeed, a being of the Chemo clan. The creature appeared disheveled and emitted a foul stench, prompting Sioux City to instinctively cover his nose, while the 2 women were nearly compelled to retch. It resembled something dredged from a latrine. What are you doing lurking here? Sioux City demanded. Our home has been destroyed. Our home has been destroyed. The creature fervently shook its head, exhibiting signs of madness. After observing for a minute, Sioux City concluded that this was a deranged individual. After all, what sane person would incessantly repeat a single phrase? Given the urgency of the situation, Sioux City could not afford to linger. He stepped forward and forcefully placed his foot upon the creature, bellowing, Speak. Where have the people of this city gone? He seeks to kill me. He seeks to kill me. In light of this distressing scenario, Sioux City was left with no choice but to exchange for a neurosuppressant from his system. This substance was exceedingly costly, and had he not encountered a fool, he would have never resorted to using it. Once the pill was ingested, the previously dazed Chemo being fell silent immediately. Shortly thereafter, the creature struggled to rise from the ground. I will ask, and you will answer, understood? Sioux City attempted to communicate. The creature eagerly nodded in agreement. Where have the people of the city gone? Sioux City inquired. The situation is as follows. The being recounted the events in detail. It turned out that, half a month prior, Liu He, dissatisfied with his father's reign, had instigated a rebellion. With his formidable strength as a level 3 life form, no member of the Chemo clan stands a chance against him. Even Chinyu finds himself unable to withstand the rebellious fervor within him. In the process of attempting to thwart his adversary, Chinyu sustains severe injuries. In comparison to Liu He, Chinyu appears utterly feeble, although both are of the same rank. When it comes to combat, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It is no exaggeration to say that, both in the past and present, Luhi possesses the power to toy with Shinyu, an advantage bestowed by his innate abilities that cannot be compensated for by mere effort. As he solidifies his absolute power within the clan, his ambitions swell correspondingly. He will never allow anyone to trample upon him, even if that person happens to be his father. Thus, Luhi sets in motion a tempest of blood and chaos. Chapter 159, The Marvelous Pill, damn it. After hearing the entire story, Su-chung couldn't help but curse. This fellow is utterly arrogant. How dare he disregard the rules I have established? Luhi has already thrust himself into a dire predicament. Good advice is wasted on the incorrigible. I have given him a chance, and since he does not cherish it, he has no one to blame but himself. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit palace, Luhi sat on the throne with an expression of indifference. Below him, numerous powerful members of the Chemo clan knelt in unison, their bodies trembling incessantly. Before them lay a fully dismembered corpse, and this body belonged to none other than Luhi's father. Luhi had resorted to any means necessary to ascend to the throne, even committing the heinous act of murdering his own father. However, within the entire Chemo clan, there existed one person who could threaten his position, Shinyu. Although this individual could not defeat him, he was still a level 3 life form and would undoubtedly pose a future threat. In a massive cage, Shinyu was confined like livestock, his limbs secured to an iron frame. Luhi, you still have time to relent, if you persist in your delusions. Su-shin will not spare you. Shinyu bellowed in anger. He could hardly fathom that Luhi would resort to such madness for the throne, a notion that was truly incomprehensible. Upon hearing these words, Luhi let out a cold laugh, his gaze resembling that of one looking at a fool. Having come this far, the idea of relenting was utterly absurd. Shinyu, do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of outsiders. Whether he is alive or dead is still uncertain, and even if he stood before me, I would not fear him. Ha ha ha. After declaring this, Luhi laughed heartily. Is that so? Just as he reveled in his arrogance, a detached voice reached his ears. At the sound, Luhi involuntarily shuddered, his expression shifting to one of horror as he turned to look toward the entrance. Su-chung. In an instant, Luhi felt as though struck by lightning. His mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Su-chung stood silently, observing him without a word. After a considerable time, Luhi finally regained his composure. Disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, how did you find this place? To solidify his position, Luhi had deliberately relocated the palace underground. Yet he had not anticipated Su-chung would come knocking at his door. Was that difficult? Su-chung retorted. Aye. Upon hearing this, Luhi felt as though he had been struck with 1,000 blows. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. He had thought his plans were flawless, only to find himself reduced to the status of a jester. Luhi was deeply afraid of Su-chung. After all, Su-chung had slain a level 4 life form, which meant that eliminating him would be a trivial matter. Especially at such close proximity, he had no chance of escape. However, now that the confrontation had come to light, there was no longer a need for either party to conceal their intentions. Luhi took a deep breath to bolster his courage, then glared at Chen Xian, proclaiming, This matter concerns our Chemo tribe. There is no need for an outsider like you to meddle. It has always been the strong who reign supreme. And I am the strongest of the Chemo tribe. The throne rightfully belongs to me. Such delusions. Su-chung doused him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. Let me tell you, I can make you stronger, but I can just as easily take your life. Is it you who would take my life? Luhi scoffed, displaying little fear. Had it been before, he would not have dared to be so audacious in Su-cheng's presence. However, with the assistance of the shadow, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. The shadow had assured him that even 4th-level life forms appeared as mere ants in his eyes. Regardless of whether the claims were mere bravado, his strength was undeniable, which bolstered Luhi's resolve. He believed that in a critical moment, the shadow would undoubtedly come to his aid. Observing Luhi's arrogance, Su-chung could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He understood Luhi to a certain extent. The fellow was cunning, ruthless, and cowardly. Otherwise, Su-chung would not have allowed his father to become the tribe's leader. Given that Luhi was not foolish, he might possess some fortuitous opportunity or have a powerful figure guiding him from the shadows. With this in mind, Su-chung dismissed the idea of engaging in idle chatter and decided to apprehend him directly for answers. Wasting breath on him was entirely superfluous. A laser shot straight at Luhi, who deftly evaded it. Is that all you've got? Luhi boasted, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. If he could eliminate Shinyu, then his subsequent plans would be unstoppable. Su Chang's frown deepened. This fellow had not increased in rank, yet his strength had grown considerably. It is known that a mech warrior could effortlessly obliterate any life form below level 3-5 without breaking a sweat. Yet, how could this individual, who had just recently broken through to level 3, possess such swiftness? The two women also sensed something amiss and urged, Su Cheng, there is no need to waste words with him. Let us strike together and kill him. A bunch of filthy rats dares to kill me, Lu He exclaimed, and in that moment, he suddenly swallowed a crimson pill. Instantly, his formerly blue skin began to turn red, and simultaneously, his skin erupted as if it were molten lava ready to burst forth. His strength surged dramatically, and within moments, Lu Yi's power escalated from an initial 3-0 to 3-9. This abrupt transformation startled Su Cheng. It was evident that this individual had consumed something that temporarily enhanced his abilities. Such substances were known throughout the cosmos as forbidden drugs. While they could allow a being to amplify their strength in a short span, they came with lethal drawbacks, significantly impacting the being's essence. Most importantly, these forbidden drugs had nearly vanished. How had he come by such a thing? Seeing this, Su Cheng became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Lu He must have someone backing him. Otherwise, even with 100-fold courage, he would never dare to betray so easily. Lu He is renowned as a rare genius among the Koamo tribe, and he would never engage in such foolish actions. It was not until his strength ascended to a 3-9 level life form that he chose to concede, for this was his utmost limit. Any further attempts would surely result in his own demise. However, a 3-9 level life form is utterly incapable of eradicating Su Cheng. Just as he hesitated, Su Cheng initiated the assault, with Qin Yu and Qin Shui providing support from behind. In an instant, Lu He found himself besieged from 3 sides. Confronted with a barrage of lasers, he could do little more than evade, leaving him no room for counterattack. Through countless skirmishes, the trio had developed an extraordinary synergy. Yet, in the confined space, Lu He was like a slippery loach, evading their every strike. Chapter 160. Eyes in the darkness upon witnessing the situation. Su Cheng could not help but furrow his brow slightly. This individual possessed a rather mediocre strength, yet his agility was astonishingly swift. Lu He refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation, opting instead to evade at every opportunity. After a minute of skirmishing, Su Cheng discerned a conspicuous issue. The speed of his opponent was escalating. It became evident that this person was deliberately stalling for time. Su Cheng was no fool. He quickly grasped the intentions of his adversary. The two women nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, a cautious navigator sails 1,000 ships. When hunting a lion, one must exert full strength against a rabbit. To avert any unforeseen complications, the trio decided to unite their powers. With lasers continuously sweeping across the battlefield, Lu He found himself under intense pressure, his blood pulsing with urgency. Yet, despite this, he remained unscathed. The unusual circumstances only heightened Su Cheng's unease. Suddenly, Lu He's body erupted uncontrollably. The terrifying heat immolated the Grand Palace into ashes. Those formidable members of the Chemo tribe were also affected. The slightly stronger ones managed to withstand a few rounds, while the weaker ones were obliterated. How had this individual grown so powerful? Su Cheng's brow tightened. Lu Yi's transformation was even more alarming than that of Fan Ma Wang and Xiao Jinxiang before him. Take Xiao Jinxiang, for instance. His power as a 3-9 level life form, combined with the essence of his origin, had surprised Su Cheng, yet it remained within the realm of reason. However, Lu He was an entirely different case. He had recently breached the threshold of a level 3 life form, only to leap to level 4 in an instant. This constituted a significant jump in levels, one that even the current system could not facilitate. Having sensed the oddity surrounding Lu He, Su Cheng suspected that he harbored a secret. As Lu Yi's strength stabilized, he could not restrain a triumphant laugh that echoed to the heavens. To be frank, there was an irresistible allure to this sensation, especially with the abundant power coursing through him. Unlike other level 4 life forms, his ascent was artificially induced by drugs, rendering it a fleeting advantage. However, this was sufficient. Su Cheng retreated at breakneck speed, while Lu He relentlessly pursued him. A mere small planet could not withstand the onslaught of a level 4 life form. They were compelled to venture into the cosmos. At this moment, Lu He was solely fixated on eliminating Su Cheng, blaming him for thwarting his ambitions. He aspired to reign as king, yet this so-called human dared to oppose him. Thus, anyone who dared impede his path would face death, including his own father. Lu Jun never imagined that he would meet a tragic end at the hands of his own son. It was indeed a lamentable fate. Lu He possessed remarkable talent. Had his energy field not been sealed, he would have likely surpassed the level 3 life form threshold long ago. Regrettably, the previous Chemo King, filled with petty jealousy, had stunted Lu He's growth. This was a truth he was all too aware of, though he dared not voice it. One can only bury such hatred deep within one's heart. Now that a rare opportunity for resurgence has emerged, how could he easily let it slip away? In pursuit of greater power, he did not hesitate to forge a pact with darkness, offering half of his kin's lives as a tribute. This explains why Sioux City and the others observed the desolation outside, resembling a forsaken city. For the grandeur of his ambitions, the demise of billions of souls is but a trifling matter. Presently, Sioux City stands as the sole impediment to his progress. Once this point of contention is resolved, not only the binary star system, but the entire galaxy shall fall under his dominion. Sioux City, considering you aided me before, I do not wish to become your adversary, proclaimed Lu He. Are you instructing me on how to act? Sioux City replied coolly. One must admit that this fellow is astute. Even after his breakthrough to a level 4 life form, he remains unwilling to confront Sioux City directly. The reason, however, lies in his lack of certainty. This is Lu He's wisdom, ensuring that every endeavor is infallible. Not at all. I merely believe there is no need for us to be irreparably adversarial. After all, he had witnessed Sioux City slay the king of the Vermas with his own eyes. Very well. Sioux City nodded. Upon hearing this, the two women were momentarily taken aback. Why had Sioux City made such a concession? Could it be that he was unable to overpower Lu He? That seemed unlikely. They were well aware of Sioux City's character. He would not easily retreat even in the face of defeat. They could not fathom his true intentions. However, out of trust, they refrained from pressing further. Since Sioux City had chosen to depart, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Lu He was equally astonished by Sioux City's unexpected acquiescence. Momentarily taken aback, he then vanished from sight in an instant. The mechanized warrior reverted to its original form. Sioux City, are you truly allowing him to leave just like that? Qin Shui asked, her face etched with confusion. To be honest, this seemed akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. From Lu He's gaze, one could discern his disdain. It was possible that this was merely a ruse, one that would undoubtedly bring them considerable trouble in the future. This individual harbors a colossal secret. Even if we exert ourselves to the utmost, we may not be able to vanquish him. What? Upon hearing this, the two women were taken aback. They could not defeat him even if they exerted all their strength. The king of the Vermas and the leader of the interstellar drifters were both level 4 life forms. The former had met his end at their hands, while the latter remained enslaved for eternity. As for Lu He, although they were uncertain what substance he had consumed to suddenly become so formidable, once the effects waned, would he not revert to being merely a level 3 life form? The nature of this so-called colossal secret left the two women utterly perplexed. Do you recall the shadow we encountered aboard the pirate ship? Sioux City inquired. Of course. They nodded in agreement. Had it not been for that shadow, they would never have located the source of the primordial energy. Yet, what distinction lies between the two? Did you not notice how swift that shadow was? Sioux City remarked. Indeed, the three of them had exerted themselves to the utmost, only to be toyed with. But what does that signify? As they conversed, Su Chung retrieved two dark, unsightly objects from his pocket. Upon seeing them, the two women grimaced in disdain. What is that? It's utterly repulsive. One exclaimed. It's sticky. These are remnants I collected aboard the pirate ship, and this one I pried off Lu He, Su Chung replied. Now do you understand the implication? At his words, the two women instantly grasped the significance. If that were the case, then Lu He and the previous shadow were undoubtedly inextricably linked. In the vast expanse of the universe, coincidences are scarce. Every seemingly fortuitous event harbors its own cause and effect. This was also why Su Chung had chosen to spare him for the time being. Killing Lu He was not his objective. Rather, his aim was to extract the eye lurking in the darkness. Chapter 161. Live experiment at this juncture. Su Chung felt as though he were being led by the nose, a sensation that left him profoundly displeased. Taking a deep breath, he ordered the return of all human forces stationed among the Kuamo tribe. With Lu He having ascended to a level 4 life form, the presence of humans there held no significance. One could never be certain of Lu He's temperament. In a fit of displeasure, he could easily annihilate the humans without a second thought. Meanwhile, upon returning to the palace, Lu He clutched his chest. The Kuamo tribe members, prostrated before him, remained utterly silent. In such dire circumstances, who would dare speak? Offending him could result in dire consequences. Leave. With a wave of his hand, Louis dismissed the others, who promptly turned and departed. Soon, the once bustling attack point lay deserted, the surroundings in ruins, a testament to their previous battle. To Louis's astonishment, with a mere gesture, the dilapidated palace was restored to its former glory as if nothing had transpired. This display of power astonished him. The strength of a level 4 life form was comparable to that of an entire galaxy, a stark contrast to the capabilities of a level 3 life form. In a brief span, Louis experienced a significant leap in power, transforming his mentality in ways he had never before encountered. Advancement seemed less daunting than he had previously believed. The once unattainable level 4 life form now appeared trivial. With a single pill, he could resolve all his predicaments. While lost in these boundless fantasies, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Congratulations. Startled, Louis sprang to his feet, trembling as he turned around. Behind him stood a shadowy figure, indistinct and impossible to discern. Despite Louis's current level 4 status, he felt as insignificant as an ant in the presence of this entity. Overwhelmed by an oppressive force that instilled despair and extinguished any thought of resistance. With a thud, Louis fell to his knees. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," he stammered. A slight nod from the figure was followed by several red pills appearing in Louis's hands. Previously, he had relied on such pills to forcibly elevate his power. However, as their effects waned, his strength gradually reverted to that of a level 3 life form. The sudden gift of so many pills made Louis's hands tremble with anticipation. The exhilarating sensation was addictive, having experienced it once. He found himself irresistibly drawn to it. These were upgraded pills, their effects far more enduring. With that, the shadowy figure dissipated, leaving Louis kneeling on the ground. His face contorted with intensity. He pondered a singular question. When would he confront Su Cheng head-on? Being merely a level 3 life form, the pill's effects could not reach their full potential. If he were a level 3/9 life form, their efficacy would be maximized, and at that point, he would regard any level 4/5 life form with disdain. Yet, one thing puzzled Louis. Why was this being aiding him? In truth, all his actions were directed by the shadowy figure. Aside from demanding half of his kin, no other excessive requests were made. The benefits bestowed upon him were incessant. This single crimson pill possessed the potential to incite a tempest of bloodshed across the galaxy. It is no exaggeration to assert that with this substance, one could stand toe-to-toe with a level 4 life form. The chasm separating level 3 and level 4 is formidable, yet this diminutive pill bridged that divide. Such an object is irresistibly alluring. However, before long, the effects of the drug waned completely, leaving Louis feeling utterly drained, slumped upon his throne. This was the consequence of the drug's side effects. A closer inspection would reveal that his once pale blue skin had begun to darken, a subtle transformation that would be easily overlooked. Gasping for breath, Louis struggled to swallow another black pill. In an instant, a warm current coursed through his entire being. It was as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring rain, imparting a buoyant sensation. The previous fatigue faded entirely. Truly a remarkable substance. Louis was utterly captivated by this black-red pill, to the point of obsession. After all, it could spare him countless days and nights of arduous cultivation. Immersed in this euphoria, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had wandered into a dark abyss. Subsequently, Su Cheng visited the other 2 clans. These clans posed no peculiar challenges. Their leaders naturally ascended to level 3 life forms. The overall strength of their races had unmistakably increased by several tiers. Upon his departure, Su Cheng advised them to remain prepared for battle, leaving the 2 leaders momentarily bewildered. Why, in good spirits, should they prepare for combat? However, recognizing the wisdom in his words, they chose to trust him unconditionally and immediately activated the highest level of defensive measures. With everything in place, Su Cheng returned to the moon. Utilizing the treasures left by the interstellar wanderers, many scientists made significant breakthroughs. Several even ascended directly to level 2/9 life forms, much to Su Cheng's satisfaction. Nevertheless, relying solely on a handful of scientists was insufficient. Su Cheng's ambition was to elevate the entire human race to level 3 life forms. Though it was easy to speak of, the execution proved challenging. He gathered the scientists who had reached level 2/9. At that moment, Su Cheng occupied the position of the Grand Elder, while the others bore serious expressions, as if anticipating a momentous event. "Divine Su, if what you propose is true, we are willing to make the attempt," they declared fervently. "Indeed, for the sake of humanity, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Divine Su, do not hesitate. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed now." The scientist implored Su Chung. Just half an hour prior, he had clarified the situation to them. These individuals were all level 2, 9 life forms, and Su Chung intended to use them for a living experiment. The inquiry centers on whether they will experience a breakthrough after absorbing the primordial essence. Although the interstellar wanderers have conducted experiments, it remains a considerable challenge for humanity. After all, different races possess distinct genetic makeups, and no one can guarantee absolute certainty. Initially, Su Chung believed that these scientists would continue to hesitate. As this endeavor is no trivial matter, success could elevate them to a level 3 life form, while failure could render them mere specks of dust in the lunar expanse. Observing these intrepid scientists stirred a sense of admiration within Su Chung. On one hand, they aspire to transcend the limitations of a level 2 life form. On the other, they are motivated by the welfare of humanity. Moreover, they show no signs of retreat and actively collaborate with Su Chung. Chapter 162. As Li Hao observed these prominent figures pleading desperately, Su Chung hesitated no longer. He subsequently released a small portion of the essence of origin. The few individuals present divided it among themselves and absorbed it into their bodies. As time passed, Su Cheng's heart raced with anxiety. The scientists within the Tower of Babel were invaluable. The loss of even one would be a catastrophic blow. If the situation deteriorated, it could potentially lead to a collective departure. After a brief interval, the scientists remained motionless. Soon, one of the scientists began to tremble violently, his limbs convulsing, and foam forming at his mouth, signaling the approach of his demise. "Old Joe, what is happening?" The Grand Elder, startled, moved to assist, but was halted by Chen Xian, who shook his head and said, "Do not panic. This is a sign of impending breakthrough." Su Chung was unperturbed by such occurrences. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, though anxious, refrained from further comment, allowing the scientist to writhe on the ground. Shortly thereafter, several others exhibited similar symptoms, mirroring the earlier reaction of the Grand Elder. Time continued to elapse, and the conference room fell into an eerie silence. The scientists lay motionless on the floor, their fates uncertain. Anxiously, cold sweat began to bead on Su Cheng's forehead. Had everything truly failed? If that were the case, would he not become a pariah throughout history? The Grand Elder's expression mirrored his own concern. "Su God, they cannot be dead, can they?" he finally inquired, unable to contain his anxiety. "I am uncertain, but they should not be dead," Su Chung replied, shaking his head calmly. The fact that they had not perished indicated that they had likely endured the essence of origin. At that moment, one scientist erupted into a series of harsh coughs. After a bout of intense coughing, he gradually opened his eyes. Su Chung rushed to examine him. While he appeared physically intact, he had not achieved the breakthrough to a level 3 life form. Su Cheng's brow furrowed in dismay. It should not have transpired this way. He checked the remaining individuals, finding them similarly unharmed, yet none had ascended to a level 3 life form. It was a failure. Su Chung sighed in resignation. As the scientist began to regain consciousness, the Grand Elder breathed a slight sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, their lives had been spared. Each scientist was helped to a chair, their faces pale and their garments soaked with perspiration. Moments ago, they had truly danced on the precipice of death. To claim they were unafraid would be a falsehood. No one could confront mortality with composure. "My apologies, Su God. We have proven ourselves inadequate. Alas, I am old and no longer of use." The scientists collectively sighed, secretly lamenting their own shortcomings. The essence of origin was a precious commodity, and despite the favorable conditions Su Chung had provided, they had failed to seize the opportunity. Dear colleagues, do not cast blame upon yourselves. This was inherently a gamble. And to emerge alive is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, Su Chung consoled. His words resonated with truth. Merely surviving was already a commendable feat. Reflecting upon the previous interstellar wanderers, who narrowly escaped annihilation by the primordial energy, Su Chung arrived at a fundamental conclusion. Life forms of level 2, 9 and above could absorb a modicum of primordial energy. At that moment, a scientist suddenly interjected, "Su God, I believe I have vaguely grasped something just now." Though the sensation remains elusive and difficult to articulate. The speaker, Li Hao, was a scientist born in the 1980s, and among the group, he was notably robust. "Could you elaborate further?" Su Chung inquired. "Well, I cannot recall much. I merely sensed myself submerged in darkness." Li Hao struggled to recollect, but found himself at a loss for clarity. Might it be that the quantity of primordial energy was insufficient? He posited. Upon hearing this, the others rolled their eyes. Just a mere whiff of primordial energy had nearly cost them their lives, and any greater amount would likely lead to immediate demise. Only Su Qing and the Great Elder remained silent, clearly acknowledging that Li Hao's assertion held some merit. However, Su Qing was reluctant to allow them to ingest too much. Should they be unable to withstand it, the outcome would be catastrophic. As a protector of humanity, Su Qing could not bear to witness such a fate befall his kind. Yet, science necessitates relentless exploration, and in the pursuit of knowledge, sacrifices are often required. Otherwise, humanity would remain stagnant. For a moment, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Shortly thereafter, an elderly scholar stood up, volunteering. I am over 90 years of age, and I have lived a fulfilling life. Allow me to be the first to test this. No, I shall take the risk instead. Your frail body cannot endure such trials. A younger scientist countered. Let me do it. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos, with everyone eager to undertake the most perilous task for themselves. This spirit was indeed commendable. With a resounding clap, the Great Elder slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "This disarray is intolerable. Let us resolve this by drawing lots." The authority of the Great Elder silenced the room, causing all to lower their heads in contemplation. Drawing lots was indeed a pragmatic solution. 6 sticks were prepared, 5 long and 1 short. Without any convoluted procedures, the lot drawing concluded swiftly. Li Hao glanced at the unfavorable lot he had drawn and could not help but smile faintly. Esteemed seniors, it appears that the younger generation must take the lead in this trial, he proclaimed. What? The other scientists exchanged bewildered glances. For Li Hao, drawing the short straw was the last outcome they desired. After all, he was the most distinguished scientist of the human race in nearly a century, and it was no surprise that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them at such a young age. Despite the other party consistently presenting themselves as junior, it is evident that their scientific achievements are on par with, if not superior to, those of the elder generation. Now, Li Hao has drawn an unfavorable lot. Should he succeed, all would be well. However, should he fail, humanity would lose a remarkable scientist. Why not let me take his place? An elder named Xue suggested, eager to replace Li Hao. No. The Grand Elder immediately shook his head in refusal. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance towards Li Hao, rules are rules, and no one is permitted to transgress them. Su Qing glanced at the others before instructing all the scientists, including the Grand Elder, to vacate the conference room. Soon, the expansive chamber was left with only Su Qing and Li Hao. It was apparent that Li Hao was both anxious and exhilarated at that moment. He was anxious about the possibility of his own demise, yet exhilarated at the prospect of success. Chapter 163, Carnage even with merely a 1 in 10,000 chance. Li Hao was determined to take the risk. As the adage goes, one must dare to leap, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Moreover, even if he were to perish, it would be in noble service to humanity, ensuring his name would echo through the ages. Are you ready? Su Qing asked, eschewing any superfluous words. All right. Li Hao took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Su Qing unleashed a surge of primal energy, threefold that of before, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao inhaled it into his being. In an instant, the conference room reverberated with a thunderous roar. Li Hao's features contorted in agony, the excruciating pain relentlessly assailing his will. Blood gushed forth from his skin in torrents. Within mere seconds, he had transformed into a veritable figure of blood. Fortunately, there were only the two of them in the conference room. Had others witnessed this, it would surely have terrified them to death. The wails of torment were ceaseless, as he felt every vein and fiber of his being threatening to rupture. Yet, Li Hao gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pain. Stay true to your heart. Do not waver. Su Qing bellowed. Outside, the scientists were in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan, particularly distressed by the anguished cries of Li Hao, which sent shivers down their spines. Should we enter and check? One suggested. Indeed, Elder. Another chimed in. What good would that do? We shall remain here and wait. The elder firmly dismissed their thoughts. He had faith in Su Qing. If he could not succeed, their intrusion would only cause further chaos. An hour slipped by in a blink. Throughout this duration, Li Hao's screams persisted, gradually weakening until they faded into an eerie silence. The absence of sound was more unnerving than any cry. The scientists felt their hearts leap into their throats. Had it not been for the elder's steadfast presence, they might have rushed into the conference room long ago. Within the confines of the room, Li Hao suffered unspeakable torment. Blood stained the floor, while Su Qing remained seated. Contemplative, he understood that this ordeal was one that Li Hao had to endure alone. In the moment when Li Hao could no longer emit a sound, Su Cheng hurried to his side. Though Li Hao appeared gravely injured, his bodily functions remained robust. He was certainly not dead. Yet, there were no signs of a breakthrough, which perplexed Su Cheng. Logically, Li Hao had absorbed sufficient primal energy. Why was he unable to transcend? No. Su Cheng shook his head repeatedly. I am sorry, Lord Su. I have disappointed you once more. At that moment, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes. Despite his efforts, he had regrettably failed to break through. It is not your fault. Su Cheng quickly reassured him, waving his hand dismissively. Li Hao had achieved a remarkable feat, even without a breakthrough. His strength was now perilously close to that of a level 3 life form. Ordinary level 2. 9 life forms would crumble before him. The pressing concern now was to uncover the reason behind Li Hao's inability to advance. Come in. Observing the situation closely, Su Cheng called out towards the entrance. Soon after, several scientists rushed in. Upon seeing Li Hao in such a gruesome state, the scientists were struck with horror. How terrifying. Within just 1 hour, Li Hao had been tortured to the brink of inhumanity. The previously eager scientists silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, Li Hao possessed an indomitable will. Otherwise, he would have perished from the agony. Have there been any breakthroughs? The Grand Elder inquired. None, Su Cheng replied, shaking his head. He was equally distressed, yet felt utterly powerless at that moment. There's no need to rush. Take your time. The other scientists offered what little consolation they could. Li Hao was sent for recuperation. After a few days of rest, he showed no significant issues, while the remaining scientists attended to their respective duties. Upon exiting the Tower of Heaven, Su Cheng headed straight for the 2 women. He recounted the events that transpired within the tower. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. Su Cheng, why was the Grand Elder able to achieve a breakthrough while others could not? Chen Shui expressed her concerns. This matter was indeed peculiar. Why was the Grand Elder successful while the others were not? Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Su Cheng mused, not delving too deeply into the matter. After all, the Grand Elder had undoubtedly received far more benefits from him than anyone else. Therefore, his breakthrough was not entirely implausible. Perhaps the materials he used were simply insufficiently potent. As for that system, it was utterly unresponsive. It seemed to know nothing. Or perhaps it was a case of secrets that should not be revealed. Su Cheng wished he could confront it. Otherwise, he would surely make it regret ever crossing paths with him. Just as Su Cheng intended to relax with the 2 women, he suddenly received a distress signal from the Scion and Ice Demon races. The urgency was startling. Su Cheng felt a jolt. He had anticipated such a situation. Yet the rapidity of the latter's actions exceeded his expectations. The massacre led by a level 4 life form was nearly unstoppable. The 2 races had no chance to retaliate. Su Cheng hurried to the Ice Demon race with utmost speed. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of carnage. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. A closer inspection revealed that all the deceased were male, with not a single female ice demon in sight. This sight deepened the furrow in Su Cheng's brow. After searching for a considerable time, the 3 finally found a near-death ice demon among the corpses. The unfortunate creature had lost half its body, and the frigid air had caused its blood to congeal. Devil, devil, it repeatedly uttered before collapsing. What does this mean? Chen Yu asked. I don't know. Let us check on the Scion race. Su Cheng replied. All right. The 2 women nodded in agreement. The trio departed swiftly, and upon reaching the Scion race, they discovered an even more dire situation than before. The entire planet was devoid of life. It must be that Lu Hie's doing. We must find him at once. Chen Shui exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Let us go. Su Cheng nodded resolutely. There's no need for that. I'm here. In the midst of his words, Lu Hie appeared before them. At that moment, Lu Hie had undergone a complete transformation. His once pale blue skin had turned a deep ebony hue, exuding a foul odor. Did you kill them? Su Cheng inquired. And if I did, what of it? They are merely a horde of despicable ants, Lu Hie retorted. Originally, I intended for them to linger a while longer, but alas, their stubbornness left me no choice but to expedite their journey to the afterlife. As he spoke, Lu Hie danced with excitement, for the intoxicating thrill of wielding power over life and death was simply exhilarating to him. Chapter 164. Confrontation with Lu Hie. Once he experienced such a sensation, it became exceedingly challenging for him, as a superior being, to restrain himself. Lu Hie, convinced of his extraordinary destiny, possessed strength rivaling that of a level 4 life form and was not one to remain idle. In his eyes, the previous shadow was merely a stepping stone for his ascension. This was precisely why he found himself perpetually in the service of others. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that if Lu He were not eradicated, he would undoubtedly become the next Fan Ma Wang, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, Fan Ma Wang was merely a robot, his prowess forever fixed at the moment of his creation. In contrast, Lu He was different, with sufficient strength and opportunity. He could potentially overshadow the entire galaxy. The two women gazed at Lu He with evident disdain. Even the most brutal of beings would hesitate to harm their own kin. However, this individual operated without any semblance of decorum, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. The Chemo tribe could scarcely fathom that one day they would be betrayed by their own. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for your actions? Su Cheng inquired coldly. Ha. Upon hearing this, Louis erupted into raucous laughter, regarding Su Cheng as if he were a simpleton. Divine retribution? Do you not find your words laughable? I am greater than the heavens. Even the divine must bow before me. I am not merely the sovereign of the binary star system. I aspire to dominate the entire galaxy, indeed, the whole universe. His laughter was audacious, bordering on contempt for the very concept of cosmic order. Su Cheng could only shake his head in disbelief. He had encountered arrogant beings before, yet Louis's actions were astonishingly egregious. One could only wonder if he had evolved without any intellect at all, or if he truly believed himself to be the unparalleled genius of the cosmos. Frankly speaking, such foolishness, masquerading as genius, was a disservice to the term itself. Believing that a modicum of talent entitled him to act with impunity, he remained blissfully unaware that he was already teetering on the precipice of destruction, setting aside the origins of his power. The mere fact that he could achieve explosive growth and strength in such a short time speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of the substances he had consumed. While he reveled in the immediate rewards, the trials ahead would be numerous. As the adage goes, nothing so fortuitous comes without a price. Moreover, the cosmic force is said to embody the power of the heavens, an existence against which even level 6 life forms cannot stand. The very predecessor of the system was a level 6 life form, heralded as the mightiest in the universe. Yet, even it was ultimately reduced to its original state. A level 4 life form, in the grand tapestry of the universe, is merely an ant. Nay, even less than that. It is laughable that such a hubristic being would inevitably become lost in his own diminutive realm, even if he were to transcend into a level 4 life form. Su Cheng felt no trepidation. Even if he could not vanquish him in the immediate term, the combined efforts of the three would surely leave Lu He lamenting his fate. In the fleeting moment when the three merged, Louis felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Even with the aid of the elixir that enabled him to transcend to a level 4 life form, he dared not exhibit any arrogance in the face of absolute power. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. The lasers surged forth, yet this adversary moved with remarkable speed. Su Cheng surmised that, beneath their level, this opponent would seldom encounter a rival. Nevertheless, a level 4 life form posed no significant danger to him. Determined to minimize delays, Su Cheng unleashed the full extent of his firepower, and amidst the clash, Louis found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. In that moment, he was consumed by madness. After acquiring the catalyst for his strength, he believed himself to be invincible. Even if he could not best his foe, he would not be reduced to scuttling away like a frightened rodent. This was utterly inconsistent with his expectations. It was simply inconceivable. In his fury, Louis disregarded the words previously spoken to him by the shadowy figure. In the midst of his escape, he mindlessly consumed every last elixir. In an instant, he felt his veins swell as if they were being flooded with acid, causing excruciating pain. A scream erupted from him, reverberating across countless planets. The body of a level 4 life form is typically resilient, yet at this moment, he could no longer endure. His once brown skin began to undergo a transformation. In the blink of an eye, Louis was engulfed in crimson. His veins stood out starkly, and his physique expanded to tenfold its previous size. In that moment, Louis resembled a veritable demon, his mouth agape as he sought to devour everything around him. A sense of alarm gripped Su Cheng as he witnessed this transformation, prompting him to command the golden-armored warriors to retreat hastily. This being had withstood the backlash of the drugs, emerging not only unscathed, but with his power escalating exponentially. It was no exaggeration to claim that his strength now rivaled that of a level 4. For life form, far surpassing Su Cheng's own. Even Su Cheng himself had not anticipated this outcome. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retreating while continuing to launch attacks. However, this time, the previously invincible lasers merely flickered like a flashlight, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Lu He. Su Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. If even the merged golden-armored warriors could not harm him, then his own predicament was dire. With his current capabilities, he could not claim dominion over the entire galaxy. Yet he was undoubtedly among its rarest entities. To his astonishment, the greatest source of trouble was not the formidable Fan Ma Wang, nor the timid little golden figurine, but this seemingly inconspicuous Lu He. Indeed, the most unfathomable challenges often arise from the most unexpected sources. Su Cheng conceded that he had miscalculated this encounter. It was the most formidable predicament he had ever faced, without exception. At times, Su Cheng pondered just how much misfortune he must have endured to be met with such extraordinary luck. Just as he momentarily faltered, Lu He lunged directly at him. Having achieved a terrifying level 4 transformation, the 4th level life form left Su Cheng devoid of any desire to engage in battle. What a futile endeavor. There existed a substantial chasm of 0.3 levels between them, an insurmountable divide. Without hesitation, Su Cheng turned and fled. At that moment, Lu He felt an unprecedented surge of power. Ha ha ha, little ant, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why do you flee so eagerly now? Lu He followed Su Cheng with a playful demeanor, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, maintaining a consistent distance, neither hastening nor slowing. Regardless of Su Cheng's attempts to accelerate. Chapter 165. The stability of the 3 clans. As the pursuers drew ever closer, the hearts of the 2 women raced with fear. If they were captured, the consequences could be dire. Although Su Cheng possessed formidable abilities, those came at a perilous cost, inflicting harm upon the enemy while suffering even greater damage himself. Such powers would only be wielded in the most desperate of circumstances, and no one dared to invoke them lightly. What shall we do? Chen Shui inquired anxiously. Do not panic. This individual is enhancing his strength through drugs. We merely need to prolong the encounter until the effects wear off. This was the only strategy Su Cheng could conceive at that moment. Yet, while it was easy to suggest, the execution proved significantly more challenging. Their opponent was clearly not pursuing with full vigor, otherwise, they would have been overtaken long ago. Su Cheng was expending every ounce of his strength, pushing himself to the brink. Lu He was no fool. He understood the urgency of the situation and the necessity for swift action. In an instant, he accelerated, appearing before the 3 of them. With a resounding crash, Su Cheng lost control of his mech warrior, and the 3 collided with one another. The sheer force of inertia sent them sprawling, but Lu He too staggered backward, his feet crushing the stars beneath him. In a mere moment, countless lives were extinguished beneath his relentless assault. The trio struggled to regain their footing. Yet Lu He offered no respite. His primary target was Su Cheng. Eliminating this nuisance would render the other 2 inconsequential. At that moment, Su Cheng dared not separate from the 2 women. Should their unity falter, they would likely lose any chance of escape. However, they had gravely underestimated the ferocity of a level 4. For life form, Lu He toyed with them like a monkey, relentlessly tossing them about. A violent cough erupted from him, spewing blood as he grappled with them. Regardless of Lu He's prowess, he remained a level 3 life form. With a thunderous impact, Lu He struck down upon them. Su Cheng felt as though he were on the brink of demise, overwhelmed by the situation. Lu He, consumed by thoughts of inflicting suffering, could not afford to kill Su Cheng easily after expending such effort to capture him. He intended to make them wish for death, yet deny them that release. He aspired to emulate the infamous King of Beasts, collecting all the females of the galaxy for his own amusement. What the King of Beasts could achieve, Lu He believed he could too, and even more. He would take pleasure before dispatching them, a testament to his unrivaled power. This was Lu He. However, as time passed, the effects of the drugs began to wane. Soon, his strength plummeted from level 4 to a mere 4. In an instant, Lu He was left bewildered. Yet he had no time for contemplation as Su Cheng seized the opportunity to escape, delivering a swift kick in the process. His frustration bubbled over. Ever since acquiring the system, he could not claim to be invincible, yet he had slain 2 level 4 life forms. There is a saying that even the most humble of beings holds some worth. How much more so for a robust man? Seizing the moment, Lu He disregarded his fear and turned to flee. In that fleeting moment, the roles of hunter and prey were irreversibly reversed. As Lu He's strength continued to plummet, his speed diminished correspondingly. In less than half an hour, his power had fallen to that of a level 3 life form, with further decline evident. With a clear path ahead, Su Cheng paid no heed to such matters. He harbored no penchant for inflicting undue suffering on his adversary. Instead, Su Cheng had but one intention: to seize the opportunity to vanquish him while he was weakened. In the next moment, the energy of Su Cheng and his companions was entirely depleted, causing them to fall to the same level 3 life form status. However, at that juncture, Louis posed no threat whatsoever. Due to the side effects of the drugs, his strength had plummeted to the level of a mere level 2 life form, a reality he could scarcely have imagined. With one foot in the heavens and the other on the ground, the situation was unbearable for anyone. At that moment, Louis felt an overwhelming desire for death. It was only now that he recalled the Shadow's warning against excessive consumption of the drugs, lest he face dire consequences. Su Cheng escorted him back to the planet. At this point, Louis lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his limbs rendered useless. His skin reverted from the previous crimson hue back to a despondent blue. The only thing that remained was the unmistakable glint of resentment and fury in his eyes. Su Cheng, if you have the capability, let me go. Louis spat vehemently. Amused by this declaration, Su Cheng looked down upon him and replied, "Let you go? On what grounds should I release you? Do you presume that all beings are as foolish as you? Had you not been so arrogant just now? It could well have been I who found myself in chains. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. What more? You are not facing a defenseless rabbit. I refuse to accept this. I will not concede." Louis howled in despair, attempting to expel his frustrations. Regrettably, Su Cheng was not inclined to grant him a second chance. To spare a snake is to invite its bite. The notion that this scoundrel might feel gratitude was nothing but a delusion. Lacking any desire for further conversation, Su Cheng decisively brought his foot down. Underfoot. Not even a level 2 life form could withstand such force, let alone a level 3. Despairing, Louis shut his eyes, convinced his end had arrived. However, in an unexpected turn of events, just as Su Cheng's foot was about to descend, a flash of black light intervened, preventing the strike. In an instant, Louis vanished into thin air, leaving Su Cheng stunned as if struck by lightning. His foot hovered in the air, hesitating to land. The expressions of the two women mirrored that of witnessing a ghost. After a moment, Su Cheng finally regained his composure, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, that bastard escaped." Indeed, this would surely leave us with future troubles. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. I cannot fathom what force could enable such a rapid escape. Chen Shui, her heart still racing, patted her chest anxiously. Their concern lay not with Lu He himself, but rather with the unseen hand pulling the strings behind him. Engaging with a powerful adversary was clearly an unwise choice. More importantly, was there a connection between this individual and the mysterious figure in the black robe? The more Su Cheng pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became, prompting him to abandon these vexing considerations. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them be met. When water arrives, let it be contained. It is said that what is meant to be a blessing may not always be so, and what is destined to be a misfortune cannot be evaded. Previously, Lu He suffered a considerable beating, and this individual will require a lengthy period to recuperate, ranging from several months to potentially decades. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly reorganize the 3 clans, otherwise, they will be perilously close to extinction. The most grievously affected are undoubtedly the Chemo clan, over half of whom have been captured and delivered to that shadowy figure, leaving behind nearly 70 individuals who were frail, elderly, or infirm. Upon seeing Su Cheng, they immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. In their hearts, Su Cheng is the true man who leads them towards glory. As for Lu He and his son, they lack the capability to elevate the Chemo clan to greater heights. Rather, they represent a tumultuous rule, a historical crime that is sufficient to warrant 1,000 deaths. Chapter 166. The Enigmatic Grand Elder. At this moment, all the surviving members of the Chemo tribe unanimously endorsed Chun Yu as their king. This was an internal affair, and Su Cheng felt no need to interfere. The other 2 tribes fared somewhat better, having made timely preparations that significantly minimized their casualties. Of course, this was also due to Su Cheng's prompt arrival. Otherwise, they might have faced the peril of annihilation. Nevertheless, the weight in Su Cheng's heart did not lift. Instead, his apprehension towards that shadow deepened. He remained uncertain of the adversary's intentions, and the ambiguity was increasingly disconcerting, especially in light of Lu He's sudden transformation. A mere pill was sufficient to alter the very rules of life. If such advancements were to continue, could they become enduringly effective? Shaking his head, Su Cheng temporarily suppressed his thoughts. The pressing issue at hand was humanity's breakthrough to the 3rd tier of life forms. Apart from the Grand Elder, everyone else was still stuck at the 2nd tier, including Li Hao. This individual's resilience was formidable. If he could not succeed, others would likely struggle as well. The distinction between the second and third tiers was largely physiological, signifying an enhancement of one's bodily functions. Although Li Hao possessed strength comparable to that of a third-tier life form, he remained unable to breach that threshold, causing considerable frustration among them. Upon returning to the Tower of Heaven, Su Qing gathered all the scientists together. At that moment, the group of scientists wore expressions of deep concern. The Grand Elder's solitary breakthrough to the third tier was insufficient to revitalize humanity. True rejuvenation could only be achieved if everyone ascended to the third tier. Suddenly, one scientist proposed, "Grand Elder, as the first to break through to the third tier, why not offer some of your blood for us to study?" "Yes, Oldzo has a point. Let us examine whether there are any differences in your composition." In an instant, many voices echoed their agreement with this notion. After all, it was merely a matter of drawing a few drops of blood for research, posing no significant risk. Upon hearing this suggestion, the Grand Elder, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming, "What is there to study in my blood? You squander your days on frivolous thoughts." The abruptness of his outburst left the other scientists momentarily taken aback. They merely made a suggestion. If he disagreed, that was his prerogative. There was no need for such anger. Su Qing cast a glance at the Grand Elder, sensing a fleeting hint of panic in his eyes, albeit well concealed. Nevertheless, Su Qing's brow furrowed. Unusual behavior often hinted at underlying issues. After being reprimanded so harshly, the other scientists felt a mixture of indignation and trepidation. Given the Grand Elder's status and strength, they were compelled to defer to him. All eyes then turned to Li Hao, the only one present with a rank nearly equivalent to the Grand Elder's. Under the scrutiny of so many, Li Hao found himself in a precarious position. Yet, for the sake of scientific advancement, he could only grit his teeth and, with a determined demeanor, proclaimed, "Elder, let us not be so hasty. The essence of scientific progress lies in bold conjectures. After all, it's merely a matter of drawing a little blood. It is of no consequence." "Absolutely not." As soon as he uttered these words, the Elder slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed vehemently, "What nonsense about research! I see you all as idlers with nothing better to do. If I say no, then it is no." Upon hearing this, Li Hao could only retract his neck, refraining from further comment. Rumor had it that the Elder had perhaps taken a bullet, for he seemed to lash out indiscriminately. "Well, in my view, there is no need to prolong this discussion. You should all return to your respective duties." With that, the Elder hastily attempted to exit. However, at that moment, Su Qing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Elder, you are not typically like this." "Huh?" The Elder's brow furrowed at this remark. "Su, I merely believe this is unnecessary. Rather than squander time, it would be more prudent to earnestly explore how to transcend the third-level life form. Elder, science demands rigor, but it also requires divergent thinking. Furthermore, drawing just a little blood poses no significant risk. Why are you so anxious?" Su Qing narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss with the Elder. It was merely a blood draw. Why such aversion? This was entirely out of character for him. "Anxious? I am not anxious at all. You must be mistaken, Su." The Elder forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Observing the eerie smile on the Elder's face, Su Qing became even more convinced of his suspicions. "I truly believe your blood would greatly benefit our research. A small draw is inconsequential. I shall ensure you receive a couple of pounds of goji berries for your trouble." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the Elder grew even more agitated. "No need. I am feeling unwell today. Let us postpone this. We can draw blood another day." As he spoke, the Elder hurriedly attempted to exit. Yet, after just a couple of steps, Su Qing swiftly moved to block his path, holding a blood draw syringe in hand. "There is no need for such fuss. Drawing blood will take but a few minutes." Su Qing regarded him coldly. Something was certainly amiss, and this old fellow undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. The Elder's fists clenched, his eyes flickering with latent hostility. Su Qing remained silently steadfast. After a moment, the Elder chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It's just a blood draw. Come, feel free to proceed." Su Qing smiled faintly and, without hesitation, extracted a substantial vial of blood. A third-level life form claiming to feel unwell was an obvious case of the pot calling the kettle black. The other scientists began to perceive the underlying tensions, but without concrete evidence, they could not make baseless assumptions lest they falsely accuse the innocent. "Li Hao, since the Elder claims to be unwell, please find a few individuals to assist him in resting," Su Qing instructed. "Certainly." Li Hao nodded and, accompanied by 3 or 4 elders, approached the Elder. Come, elder, allow me to help you back to your quarters for some rest. I believe we can forego this. The Grand Elder shook his head. Regardless of his dissent, Li Hao resolutely took hold of his arm and dragged him out. Soon, the conference room fell into a hushed silence. The other executives exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word. They were not oblivious. The Grand Elder's repeated objections undoubtedly hinted at underlying issues. However, with Su Cheng remaining taciturn, they found it difficult to voice their thoughts, opting instead for a collective silence. After a brief moment, Su Cheng glanced at them and waved his hand, saying, "Proceed with your research for now. We shall address any further concerns later." Chapter 167. The judgment upon witnessing the situation, the other scientists nodded in agreement and gradually departed. In the chamber, the Grand Elder paced back and forth, his expression fraught with anxiety, for everything had slipped beyond his control. Outside the door, Li Hao stood guard with several scientists, ensuring that not even a fly could enter. What on earth is wrong with the Grand Elder? Who can say? It is likely that he harbors some unspeakable secret. Perhaps. The scientists exchanged conjectures, each voicing their thoughts. Hearing this, Li Hao interrupted their discourse, stating, "Esteemed seniors, the matter remains unclear. We must refrain from reckless speculation." Upon witnessing this, the scientists nodded in agreement. Su Cheng, caught off guard by the day's events, hastily summoned the two women to the Tongtian Tower, just to be cautious. In the monitoring room, Su Cheng briefly recounted the situation to them. "You see, I told you there was something amiss with the Grand Elder," Chun Shui exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, as if she had solved a grand mystery. "But it may not be so simple. Perhaps the Grand Elder has his own burdens to bear," Chun Yu remarked, her perspective shaped by a few more years of wisdom. "Perhaps." Su Cheng rubbed his temples, hoping this incident would not be connected to the shadow. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the Tongtian Tower. Su Cheng was startled and dashed out, followed closely by the two women. Within mere seconds, the trio arrived at the Grand Elder's door, which had been shattered to pieces. Li Hao and several other scientists lay unconscious on the ground. The room was devoid of anyone else. "Quickly pursue him." As they exited the Tongtian Tower, they beheld the Grand Elder transforming into a streak of light, moving with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud crashes, the Grand Elder was hurled back with visible force, crashing to the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng lunged forward, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. Simultaneously, other scientists rushed out of the Tongtian Tower. "Impossible. This cannot be." The Grand Elder stared incredulously at his own chest, unable to fathom how he had been struck back. "The impossible is yet to come." Su Cheng, uninterested in further dialogue, dragged him into the interrogation room of the Tongtian Tower. The expansive interrogation room, filled with various instruments of torture, left the scientists exchanging bewildered glances. They had been in the Tongtian Tower for some time, but had never known of the existence of a prison within. Faced with these high-tech implements of torment, one could say that even if they survived, they would emerge considerably worse for wear. Su Cheng himself had not anticipated that the first to enter the cell would be the Grand Elder. Since the inception of the Tongtian Tower, comprehensive rules and regulations had been established. However, managing these scientists proved challenging. As their power grew, so did their ambitions. Everything must be done to prevent potential crises. Initially, all was tranquil, yet who would have thought that the Grand Elder would stir up trouble? "No, please, no." Gazing at the terrifying instruments of torture, the Elder shook his head in a frenzy. Before he could plead for mercy, Su Cheng unceremoniously cast him into a transparent shell, within which arcs of electricity flickered ominously. As the crackling sound of the current filled the air, the Elder nearly lost control of his bladder in sheer terror. "Speak, what is the truth? Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face dire consequences." Su Cheng stated calmly. I cannot say. The Elder's face was a mask of fear. No sooner had he uttered those words than a surge of electricity struck him directly. In an instant, he convulsed and collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes back in agony. Observers watched in horror as beads of cold sweat cascaded down their backs. Good heavens! This Elder was a Tier 3 life form, yet he could barely withstand a single jolt. So, still unwilling to speak? No matter. I shall confine you here for 10 or 8 days. I have all the time in the world. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. This device, while not fatal in the short term, could certainly render life unbearable. Just kill me, please. In my suffering, faced with despair, the Elder yearned only for death, fully aware that whether he spoke or remained silent, his fate was sealed. Chuckling at the futility of his resistance, Su Cheng dismissed further conversation and escalated the electrical torment. The shrieks of agony echoed incessantly as Su Cheng leisurely took a seat before him. If you choose silence, then savor the experience. Half an hour slipped by, and the elder finally reached his breaking point. I will speak. I will tell everything, he cried out in a frenzy. No sooner had he made his declaration than Su Cheng snapped his fingers, and the electricity ceased. Gasping for breath, the elder looked upon Su Cheng not as a deity, but as a devil incarnate. The current had struck at the very nexus of his existence, and he wished to avoid that unbearable torment again. Just as he was about to speak, a scientist burst into the room. Su God, our preliminary research indicates that the elder's blood is strikingly similar to ours. Upon hearing this, the elder spat a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How could this be a jest? Had he complied earlier, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Of course. Su Cheng smiled slyly at the elder. Suddenly, the elder realized he had been led on a wild goose chase. Su God, you are a scoundrel, he raged, repeatedly banging his head against the glass. All's fair in love and war. If one has no guilty conscience, one need not fear the knocking of ghosts at the door. This is your final opportunity, Su Cheng declared. Sighing in resignation, the elder, seeing his chances dwindling, relented and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that just days prior, a shadowy figure had approached him, claiming to facilitate his direct advancement to a Tier 3 life form. The elder had scoffed at such temptation, believing that with Su Cheng's guidance, his ascension would be imminent. To his astonishment, the other party presented him with a crimson pill, claiming that consuming it would enable an immediate ascension to a level 4 life form. At that moment, the Grand Elder found himself in a state of hesitation. It is essential to understand that a level 3 life form and a level 4 life form exist in entirely different dimensions. Yet, guided by his conscience, he ultimately declined the offer. Unexpectedly, the shadowy figure seized his throat without uttering a word and forcibly administered the pill down his throat. In that instant, the Grand Elder felt as though he were enduring a fate worse than death. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, the shadowy figure compelled him to ingest another pill. Instantly, the Grand Elder experienced an overwhelming sense of clarity. Subsequently, the shadow informed him that if he were to strive with all his might, he could ensure his strength continually ascends. However, should he refuse, both he and his family would inevitably suffer the excruciating torment of 1,000 ants scorching their hearts. Chapter 168. The newly appointed Grand Elder. Upon witnessing this peculiar phenomenon, the Grand Elder disregarded all else. The torment he experienced was something he wished never to endure a second time. Yet again, shadows loomed. Hearing this, Su Cheng silently nodded, reflecting on the intrusiveness of this individual. But what, precisely, were their intentions? This left Su Cheng in a state of perplexity. Were it a trivial matter, it would be one thing, yet the shadow undeniably caused him significant distress. It seemed to be targeting him, despite having previously aided him aboard the pirate ship. Judging by the bizarre contraptions it had produced, this individual's prowess was formidable, perhaps even formidable enough to be deemed exceptional. Yet, why would such a powerful entity choose to lurk in the shadows, shunning direct encounters? Are you able to contact her now? Su Cheng inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled lightly before shaking their heads. The shadow appeared and vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Previously, the shadow had assured him it would seek him out when necessary. Ever since he acquired the upgradable pills, the Grand Elder had not encountered the shadow again. He remained bewildered as to why it had offered its assistance without cause. Yet, he understood well that nothing in this world comes without a price. Thus, he had spent the past few days in a state of anxiety, afraid of being discovered by the human race, and equally apprehensive of the shadow imposing an insurmountable task upon him. The sensation of being held captive nearly drove him to despair, yet voicing it brought a semblance of relief. Taking a deep breath, Su Cheng contemplated the situation. Ultimately, one could not place the blame entirely on the Grand Elder. After all, the Shadow's capabilities were extraordinary, not merely a means of intimidating the Grand Elder. If the Shadow threatened to harm his family, it undoubtedly possessed the means to do so. Under such duress, few could maintain their composure. The others expressed their sympathy for the Grand Elder's plight. In conclusion, he had not posed any threat to the human race, a fact for which Su Cheng's timely intervention was fortuitous. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao mustered the courage to step forward, saying, Su God, perhaps we should spare the Grand Elder this time, as he is also a victim of circumstance. Upon hearing this, the other scientists nodded in agreement. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly before acquiescing. Upon learning of Su Cheng's decision to grant him clemency, the Grand Elder was overwhelmed with gratitude, subsequently delivering 2 resounding slaps to his own face. It is all my fault, all my fault. Enough. You two are a victim of circumstance. However, while your life may be spared, your position cannot remain unchanged. I hereby suspend you from the role of Grand Elder, appointing Li Hao as the interim Grand Elder. The moment these words were uttered, Li Hao was taken aback, yet he quickly shook his head, responding, "Su God. My age and experience are insufficient for such a significant responsibility. It would be wise to select someone with greater seniority." Li Hao was wholly devoted to scientific research, harboring no interest in power. Moreover, with great power comes great controversy, much like the Grand Elder, who, despite his previous stability, had suddenly found himself targeted by the shadow, nearly becoming a figure of infamy throughout history. Since Li Hao was adamant in his refusal, Su Cheng chose not to press the matter further. As he disliked forcing others into uncomfortable situations, he surveyed the group around him and remarked, "You may all recommend yourselves." In that moment, everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward as the leader. It was then that the previously silent Elder Zhou stepped forward and declared, "As the eldest among us, I shall take on this responsibility." However, without a stringent management system, the situation would prove untenable to the others. The position of the Grand Elder felt like a hot potato that no one dared to grasp. Thus, Elder Zhou was the first to step up. "Excellent." Su Cheng nodded in approval of Elder Zhou's initiative. He then stated, "For the time being, I shall entrust you with the position of Grand Elder. As for the former Grand Elder, he will remain at the Tongtian Tower, which serves as a form of protection for him." At that moment, Su Cheng felt an immense weight pressing upon his heart, manifesting as great pressure. The threat was no trifling matter. If the shadows could infiltrate the human race, none could guarantee who would be next. "Very well, if there are no further matters, please attend to your own business. Elder Zhou, please remain for a moment." Understood. No one dared to contradict Su Cheng's words, for he had single-handedly rescued the human race and established a new empire. Soon, only Elder Zhou and Su Cheng remained in the dungeon. Su Cheng regarded Elder Zhou and said, "Your willingness to accept this daunting task in times of crisis is truly admirable." Hearing this, Elder Zhou promptly shook his head, replying, "I am of advanced age. Without family or dependents, even if that fellow were to threaten me, I could remain silent." "That is reassuring." Su Cheng nodded, then gestured towards the glass shell, instructing, "Please enter." This surprised not only Elder Zhou, but also the 2 women, who stood momentarily stunned. However, due to their trust in Su Cheng, the 2 women refrained from voicing their concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhou nodded in agreement. "Very well." The instant he settled inside, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. The current was mild and well within his control. As time passed, when the moment seemed right, Su Cheng handed a vial of potion to Elder Zhou, urging, "Drink this." Elder Zhou accepted the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Soon, a wave of warmth enveloped him, akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze, providing immense comfort. An invigorating sensation soon swept through his entire being. Every pore of his body underwent a profound transformation. His once aged visage gradually appeared more youthful, with even fewer wrinkles. This feeling was imbued with a unique energy, causing Elder Zhou to gasp in astonishment. "What is this? Have I broken through?" Unlike the painful experience of his previous breakthrough, this one was seamless and devoid of discomfort. This left Elder Zhou utterly bewildered, for he had always believed that such advancements necessitated enduring countless hardships before achieving a third-tier life form. Such an instance of consuming a potion and experiencing a jolt of electricity to achieve a breakthrough is something he could never fathom. "Congratulations," Su Cheng remarked with a faint smile. Thank you. Mr. Hua was equally astonished that he could ascend to a level 3 life form within his lifetime, unaware of how manyfold his lifespan had just increased. "No need for thanks. Your willingness to accept this critical task has truly moved us." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It is essential to recognize that such courage is not possessed by everyone. It is precisely for this reason that Su Cheng had bestowed upon him the potion that allowed for a direct breakthrough. To the ordinary person, the transition from a level 2 to a level 3 life form may seem insurmountable, yet to Su Cheng, it is hardly a challenge. With his capability, creating thousands or even tens of thousands of such potions would pose no difficulty at all. Chapter 169. Retreat. However, The crux of the matter lies in Su Cheng's ambition to elevate all of humanity to the realm of Tier 3 life forms. This endeavor proves to be quite formidable, as it requires an immense number of exchange points. When Zhou, having successfully made the breakthrough, was in high spirits, Su Cheng instructed him to keep this secret under wraps and not to divulge it to others. Su Cheng was not motivated by fear of theft. Rather, he apprehended that such knowledge might breed complacency. After all, humanity, as an advanced life form, has an affinity for shortcuts. Every invention throughout history has essentially been a quest for an easier path. Upon exiting the Tower of Heaven, Su Cheng hastened his training, a sentiment mirrored by the two women accompanying him as they sensed an intangible pressure looming over them. The vast expanse of the universe is boundless, and true powerhouses often lurk in the shadows. Even Tier 4 life forms are numerous, but only those of Tier 5 can be deemed the supreme beings within the cosmos. At present, Su Cheng stands at a mere 3-5 tier, only capable of contending with Tier 4 life forms through the amalgamation with mech warriors. It was evident that the shadowy figure harbored ulterior motives. Lately, Su Cheng felt as though he were being led by the nose, a sensation that irked him greatly. It is worth noting that the Tower of Heaven boasts formidable defenses, yet the shadow still traverses freely. In the training chamber, Su Cheng gazed at the swirling essence of the primordial energy before him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Why was Li Hao unable to force a breakthrough? Was it a lack of endurance, or perhaps the absence of certain mediators? Or could it be that humanity's innate talents were insufficient to harmonize with the primordial energy? However, Su Cheng swiftly dismissed this notion. The primordial energy represents the essence of the universe. As beings birthed from the cosmos, humans were unlikely to conflict with it. The issue must stem from a deficiency in mediators. With this realization, Su Cheng steeled himself. As the adage goes, one must risk losing in order to gain. No one among humanity was more suited for this living experiment than himself. Only through personal experience could he discern where the fault lay. With that thought, he examined the primordial energy before him and, in a sudden fervor, consumed it. In an instant, Su Cheng felt as though he had swallowed a fireball. The excruciating pain contorted his features, surpassing even the agony of unlocking the memories of the Horse King. His veins felt as though they were being forcibly flooded with magma. A primal scream escaped his lips. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the training chamber was impeccable, muffling his cries from the outside world. As he glanced down, he saw blood mist erupting from his skin, staining his garments crimson. Gritting his teeth, Su Cheng fought against the encroaching darkness. In such dire circumstances, it was imperative to remain steadfast. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to madness. Many a genius had met their demise in the vast universe due to succumbing to the perils of their own minds. This path demanded immense fortitude, a quality Su Cheng possessed. As time inexorably ticked by, Su Cheng realized that the primordial energy could not integrate with his being. Instead, it rampaged within him, desperately seeking an escape. Damn it! Su Cheng clenched his teeth, but the primordial energy was wholly beyond his control. Ultimately, 90% flowed out of his body, leaving him with only 10% forcibly infused into the energy field. This left Su Cheng profoundly dissatisfied. If it were an ordinary person, I fear they would struggle to retain even 1%. It is no wonder that Li Hao, despite exerting himself to the utmost, could not achieve a breakthrough. The inability to absorb primordial energy renders any notion of advancement utterly futile. Su Cheng was perplexed, pondering why this primordial energy was so remarkably volatile. It defied all logic. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Master, this primordial energy has been tampered with. It is entirely unsuitable for human cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why did the system choose to deliver such devastating news at this moment? He had no doubt that if the system were before him, he would be compelled to crush it with all his might. This was infuriating. After enduring the torturous trials of the mortal realm, to be told that it was unsuitable for cultivation felt like a cruel jest. It was not merely a mental torment, but a physical one as well. Damn it! Su Cheng could not help but curse. After a few moments of silence, he regained his composure. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptionally resilient. Any injury was trivial in his presence. Although the preceding agony was unbearable, it was not without its benefits. At least he had made some progress in his strength, drawing closer to the level of a 3-6 tier life form. Xiao Jin, how can I alter the primordial energy? Su Cheng inquired. Due to the master's insults towards the system, it was left without a response. Subsequently, Xiao Jin fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a torrent of expletives surged through Su Cheng's mind. This entity certainly had a short temper. He had only muttered a few curses, yet it chose to ignore him entirely. Humph. One day, when I break through to a level 7 life form, I shall make you recognize your own mother. A level 7 life form. Sucheng pondered, scratching his head. That seemed an insurmountable distance from his current state. With Xiaojin offering no assistance, Sucheng resolved to devise his own solutions. If one attempt failed, he would try again, and if that failed, he would attempt a third time. After all, divinity was not easily attained. Sucheng took a deep breath and made 10 attempts. By the 4th attempt, he had gradually acclimated to the sensation of pain. Finally, during the 10th attempt, he began to unravel the mystery. This primordial energy had indeed been manipulated. Originally, it was an unclaimed substance, but now it had been forcefully infused with consciousness. In other words, this primordial energy could potentially give rise to a new life form. The thought sent a chill down Sucheng's spine. The actions of the Horse King were truly audacious. His aim was likely to cultivate a high-level life form. Indeed, with so many primordial entities coalescing, it was entirely possible that it could directly break through to level 5. Certainly, this is merely an illusion. As for what may transpire, none can ascertain. Given that Fan Ma Wang has forcibly instilled consciousness into the primal energy, it follows that he must eradicate this very consciousness. However, while this may be easily articulated, executing it proves to be a formidable challenge. Sucheng furrowed his brow, utterly at a loss for a course of action. After all, his understanding of the primal energy was exceedingly limited, if not entirely non-existent. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly recalled the residual consciousness left by Fan Ma Wang. Previously, due to the urgency of time, Sucheng had not fully comprehended it, and now, the present moment presented a most opportune occasion. Chapter 170, the deceptive system having gained experience from the previous encounter. Sucheng found himself adept at probing the memories of the king of Fan Ma. However, the king's thoughts were rather chaotic, filled predominantly with inconsequential information. Moreover, having existed across countless epochs, extracting anything of value from his memories proved to be an arduous task. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Sucheng encountered a plethora of inappropriate imagery. He was perplexed that a mere robot could possess such desires. Just as he became engrossed in his observations, an unsettling realization struck him. The king of Fan Ma would infuse his opponent with primal energy prior to engaging in such acts. Yet the magnetic essence absorbed from this energy elicited no discomfort. Subsequently, the king would draw this primal energy back from his adversary. What was the purpose of this? Sucheng furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. Odd occurrences often hint at deeper mysteries. Recognizing the anomaly, he chose to observe meticulously rather than rush to conclusions. After a brief period, he finally grasped the situation. The king of Fan Ma was employing this peculiar method to forcibly inject primal energy into consciousness. Unfortunately, the varying interpretations of this energy among females led to a disordered collection of primal essence. Had a singular consciousness been birthed from this process, it is conceivable that this primal energy might have attained genuine life. More critically, the king of Fan Ma was already aware of his own secret. He resided within a robotic shell. This predicament meant that, despite possessing consciousness, he remained incapable of transcending his limitations, eternally trapped as a level 4 life form. The desires of all beings are boundless. They are never content with their current state. Furthermore, within the king's consciousness lay a profound fear, the figure cloaked in black. This specter represented his shadow, and his deepest yearning was to escape the black-robed entity's control and to possess a body of his own. He even harbored thoughts of challenging this figure. Regarding this foolish notion, Sucheng could only chuckle. The black-robed figure was nearly as powerful as a level 6 life form, the pinnacle of existence within the universe. Even a breakthrough to level 5 would render one no match for such an entity. Moreover, the black-robed figure was no fool. Having created the king of Fan Ma, it would undoubtedly have safeguarded its own interests. Reflecting on the articulate black-cloaked figure, Sucheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Merely locking eyes with its memories was enough to send his blood racing. Regaining his composure, Sucheng took a deep breath. Now that he had identified the source, the dilemma remained. He still did not know how to separate consciousness from primal energy. He took a strand of primal energy and placed it in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he noted its lively nature, as if drawn by some unseen force. Perhaps fire would yield results? After a moment's contemplation, Sucheng summoned a furnace from the system, capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. He infused the primal energy into the furnace. Remarkably, within 10 seconds, The furnace began to tremble violently. Before he could regain his composure, a deafening explosion erupted as the furnace detonated, its force comparable to that of an atomic bomb. Fortunately, Su Cheng had been adequately prepared. Otherwise, this incident would have led to catastrophic consequences. Coughing a few times, he expelled a plume of black smoke from his mouth. Realizing that his current approach was futile, he noticed that the primal energy had grown increasingly ferocious. After tidying his disheveled hair, Su Cheng touched his nose. Deciding that if heat was ineffective, he would resort to cold. He exchanged a cooling agent from the system, capable of lowering the temperature to absolute zero. This time, the explosion did not occur, yet the primal energy remained vibrant, even thriving in its newfound environment. Cursing under his breath, Su Cheng found himself baffled by the situation. If both fire and ice proved ineffective, could it be that this primal energy was beyond his control? The sensation was excruciatingly frustrating, akin to being trapped in a cage for days, with an array of delicacies tantalizingly close yet unattainable. Just as he contemplated giving up, an idea flashed through his mind. Could he annihilate the opposing consciousness with his own? He decided to give it a try. Initially, he encountered a formidable resistance pushing back against him. Witnessing this, Su Cheng felt a surge of joy. This tactic was indeed effective. Most of the consciousness he faced belonged to level 3 life forms, which were no match for his own level 3, 5 vitality. After a standoff lasting less than half a minute, he successfully eradicated the inherent consciousness within the primal energy. Subsequently, the primal energy settled into a tranquil state, hovering silently in midair. Su Cheng opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. This time, his body experienced only a slight sting, and after a brief circulation, the primal energy integrated into his chi field. The impact of this single strand of primal energy was far more significant than that of the previous mass. Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a valuable asset, given that Fan Ma Wang was a level 4 life form. The consciousness of level 3 life forms posed no threat to her. With this predicament resolved, Su Cheng felt a sense of clarity and relief. Thus, the evolution of humanity to level 3 life forms was merely a matter of time. However, gazing at the vast expanse of primal energy, he rubbed his head, pondering that fully refining such a colossal quantity would likely require an extensive period. Suddenly, a notification chimed, heralding the activation of a system reward. The voice of little Jean echoed in his mind. Oh my! Hearing this, Su Cheng could not suppress a surge of elation. Indeed, little Jean held affection for him. The mysterious grand gift was about to be unveiled. Eagerly anticipating the treasures the system would bestow upon him, he recalled the iron sword it had previously provided, which had left him feeling disheartened. He had yet to use it even once, and he imagined it would be deemed too shabby by scrap collectors, rusty, and likely inadequate even for slicing potatoes. With hope in his heart, he opened the reward only to nearly choke on his own frustration. It was a sword sheath, equally dilapidated. Damn it all! Su Cheng finally erupted in exasperation. This is utterly absurd. One would expect a modicum of respect, especially when one has contributed significantly to the human race. If there is nothing of worth to offer, it would be better not to present anything at all. I am not a mere collector of refuse. What next? A pair of tattered shoes? Su Cheng, overwhelmed with fury, experienced a bout of dizziness and tinnitus, but after a fervent outburst, he felt somewhat relieved. Despite his anger, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding this dilapidated sword. Could it truly possess some extraordinary attribute? Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to purify a portion of the primordial essence, ensuring that all the scientists within the Tower of Heaven ascend to the 3rd tier of life forms. Chapter 171. The omnipresent darkness. Time flew by, and 3 days slipped away. During this period, Su Cheng incessantly evolved the primal energy, yet the vast quantity required could not be achieved overnight. Fortunately, he amassed a sufficient amount over these 3 days, allowing him to surpass at least a dozen thresholds without issue. Just as he intended to conclude his work, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. Hastily, Su Cheng opened the door to find Chun Yu standing there, her face wrought with anxiety. What has happened? Su Cheng inquired. Someone has been murdered, Chun Yu replied. What? Su Cheng exclaimed in disbelief, quickly ushering the 2 women with him towards the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, chaos reigned within the tower, resembling a disordered mess. Thankfully, they had managed to contain the news swiftly. Upon Su Cheng's arrival, a group hurriedly approached him. Led by the elder Zhou, Su God, you must see this immediately, he urged. They soon arrived at a modest room. As soon as the door swung open, A pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. The two women instinctively covered their noses. The sight before them was unbearable. A scientist lay on the ground in a grotesque position, head upward yet body prone, his eyes reflecting profound terror. Damn it! Sucheng couldn't help but curse at the sight. This fellow was excessively audacious to dare harm others within the Tower of Heaven. When did this occur? He demanded. I don't know. Everything seemed fine this morning, but just now, when I opened the door. Li Hao lamented, his head bowed in resignation. Based on his estimations, the shadow's strength was at least level 4, 3 and above. Frankly, it was impressive that Li Hao and his companions had survived. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even Sucheng felt a twinge of uncertainty. Noticing that Sucheng did not blame him, Li Hao's mood lightened somewhat. Please step outside for a moment, Sucheng instructed. The group nodded and retreated to wait outside. Then, Sucheng requested the two women to serve as his guardians. Wishing to delve into the scientist's final moments to uncover what he had witnessed. Unlike Fan Ma Wang, Sucheng adeptly infiltrated the man's memories. However, it appeared as though the individual had anticipated this, for his memories had been entirely erased, leaving no trace behind. Terrifying. Sucheng's heart raced in alarm. Growing increasingly wary of the shadow, it seemed capable of executing every deed flawlessly. This was the true horror. With no useful clues in sight, Sucheng decided to withdraw from the scientist's memories. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth from the depths of the man's consciousness. Caught completely off guard, Sucheng felt his mental state shatter in an instant. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a ticking time bomb had been planted within his mind. A violent headache nearly caused him to lose consciousness, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sucheng. Witnessing this, the two women were taken aback. Rushing to support the staggering Sucheng. What is wrong? Xinyu asked, her expression filled with concern. It was evident that Sucheng had sustained significant injuries. It's nothing. Just a little trick from that brat, he remarked, shaking his head. Fortunately, he had broken through to a level 3, 5 life form. Otherwise, that last blow would have been far more severe than merely spitting blood. After a brief respite, Sucheng let out a long sigh. Have you found anything? Chen Shui inquired. No, we've uncovered nothing. The opponent was well prepared, and now we are being led by the nose. Sucheng replied. The shadow had already caused him considerable trouble, and if it couldn't be eradicated swiftly, it posed a significant threat to him. What should we do? Xinyu asked, anxiety evident in her voice. It's akin to a time bomb buried beneath our feet, and we cannot predict when it might explode. Upon hearing this, Sucheng couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle, then resolutely stated, I have no idea how to handle this. We can only take one step at a time. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. Sucheng understood the gravity of the situation. Having such a menace lurking nearby could mean that, at any moment, it might reveal its fangs. Today it was him. Tomorrow it could be someone close to him, or even himself. The urgent task at hand was to transform all humanity into level 3 life forms. Sucheng arranged for the scientist's body to be taken care of and summoned the previously identified level 2, 9 life form scientists. As they sat before him, Sucheng evenly distributed the source energy among them. Observing the floating energy, the scientists displayed visible hesitation, especially Li Hao, whose prior torment had instilled a deep-seated fear, causing him to develop a strong aversion to this energy. He truly feared experiencing that excruciating pain again. Li Hao, you are the strongest among them. You should go first this time, Sucheng urged. Every endeavor must have a beginning, and over the years, Li Hao had the greatest potential to break through to a level 3 life form. His success could also bring hope to the others. What? Upon hearing this, Li Hao instinctively recoiled. Sucheng remained silent, merely observing him. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao steeled himself, recalling the adage that one must risk something to gain something. Perhaps this time he might succeed. As the saying goes, endure the bitterness before savoring the sweetness. Li Hao was resolute, once he made up his mind. He swallowed the source energy whole. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end. However, the unbearable pain he feared did not materialize. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, followed by a surge of pure energy crashing against his energy field. Just as he was taken aback, there was a thunderous sound. Subsequently, Li Hao broke through to a level 3 life form, awash in a power that was starkly different from before. He was momentarily left speechless. This was exhilarating beyond belief. It should be noted that he had previously been on the verge of becoming a level 3 life form. Yet the gap had felt insurmountable, a chasm between heaven and earth. However, Now, having truly experienced the power of the third-tier life form, he finally comprehended why there exists an absolute suppression between each level. Chapter 172. Life is full of surprises, everything unfolds naturally, and Li Hao felt an unprecedented exhilaration. He gazed at Su Qing with profound gratitude, understanding that all of this was bestowed upon him by Su Qing. Witnessing this scene, the other scientists hesitated no longer and began to make their attempts. Soon, several scientists experienced significant breakthroughs in their abilities. However, 2 individuals remained stagnant. It was evident that such success was not guaranteed for everyone. Observing this, Su Qing remarked, "It seems your foundational skills are insufficient. Practice diligently. I am confident you will achieve even greater breakthroughs." The 2 nodded in acknowledgement. Although they felt a twinge of reluctance, they did not succumb to despair. The successes of these individuals ignited a wave of confidence among many. Rather than keeping this news under wraps, Su Qing chose to proclaim it widely. Offering a reward of sorts to the ordinary people, he aimed to empower a small group to inspire the majority, creating a ripple effect. Thus, the scientists gathered a group of individuals in their 20s for training, prioritizing the younger generation and conserving resources for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Qing continuously refined the essence of his origin energy, gradually becoming more adept and significantly increasing his efficiency. This brought him immense joy. Months passed swiftly, and the human race boasted over 100 third-tier life forms, asserting themselves as the unrivaled dominators of the binary star system. However, there was a critical drawback for these newly ascended third-tier beings: a lack of combat experience. It is well known that battles between 2 races are undeniably brutal. They are far from mere excitement. Su Qing did not intend for them to be mere ornaments. However, the majority lacked practical combat skills, prompting Su Qing to invest considerable effort into their training. Fortunately, matters were resolved satisfactorily. This situation resembled that of a hunter and its prey. If one shows mercy, they risk being consumed. All progress was proceeding smoothly until one fateful morning. Su Qing continued purifying the essence of his origin energy, as usual, when Chunyu rushed in, breathless, to inform him of a crisis involving the Green Sphere. The cause was the sudden betrayal of the Interstellar Wanderers, leading to the near annihilation of the Xylan tribe. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was taken aback. The betrayal of the Interstellar Wanderers was a death wish akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. It seemed he had been too lenient previously, failing to impart a lesson profound enough to instill lasting change in Xiao Jinxiang. We must teach him a severe lesson. If he doesn't feel the sting of defeat, he will never learn. Chen Shui exclaimed angrily. Indeed, the old adage rings true. If one does not eliminate the snake, they will inevitably be bitten. Su Qing furrowed his brow and shook his head. He understood Xiao Jinxiang's true nature, a coward at heart. His sudden betrayal must have been instigated by someone else. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, he would not dare to act so recklessly. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Qing found himself once again contemplating the shadowy figure behind these events. Could this matter be related to that individual? Su Qing couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering why this person persistently contrived troubles for him. If he harbored any dissatisfaction, he could simply challenge him to a duel. A duel? As soon as this thought crossed Su Qing's mind, he hastily shook his head. What a ridiculous notion. Should a duel occur, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. A being capable of controlling a level 4 life form, even if not a level 5 entity, must be perilously close to one. Such a formidable opponent was far beyond Su Qing's capabilities. Any confrontation would result in unmitigated torment. He could easily be struck down with a mere swipe. Su Qing was acutely aware of this fact. The pressing matter was to visit the green planet. Perhaps he could extract some information from Xiao Jinxiang. Although this course of action was somewhat perilous, avoiding risk would yield no better outcome. As the saying goes, one either thrives in adversity or perishes therein. With urgency, Su Qing made a trip to the Tower of Heaven, relinquishing a portion of his primordial energy. The trio swiftly boarded a spacecraft and journeyed to the green planet. Upon arrival, the scene before Su Qing was almost beyond belief. The entire planet had transformed into a brownish hue, spinning rapidly. And even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, a noxious odor permeated the air. What could have caused this? For a moment, the 3 were left bewildered. It appeared that trouble was afoot. They needed to investigate the situation promptly. With that, they summoned the golden armored warriors and descended upon the green planet. To Su Qing's dismay, the once lush planet was devoid of any greenery. The ground was entangled with grayish-brown vines, emanating an ominous and terrifying aura. Even in the daylight, A palpable sense of death lingered in the atmosphere, accompanied by the stench of decay. It was evident that the improper disposal of the corpses from the Xylan clan was to blame. Could these vines be connected to them? Su Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brow once more. Finding Xiao Jinxiang was of utmost importance. The trio took to the skies, and before long, a massive palace came into view. Contrary to expectations, the palace lacked opulence and appeared rather dilapidated, clashing entirely with human aesthetics. It was unmistakably Xiao Jinxiang's lair. Given the circumstances, Su Cheng wasted no time. He unleashed a beam of laser energy. A resounding explosion echoed as the roof of the castle was blown off, and the two interstellar drifters at the entrance were sent flying. Yet, within the castle, an eerie silence prevailed. Simultaneously, the surrounding vines began to grow wildly, quickly enveloping the three in a shroud akin to darkness. Realizing the dire situation, Su Cheng felt a surge of dread. He unleashed a barrage of lasers, but to no avail. The moment a breach was created, the vines swiftly converged once more. A child's play. With a cold, disdainful smile, Su Cheng recognized that with his prowess, obliterating an entire planet would be a trivial feat, let alone merely dismantling this cage woven from vines. Ha ha. Simultaneously, a piercing laughter resonated from above. Through the gaps in the vines, a crystalline figure hovered in midair, entirely translucent and dazzlingly bright under the sun's rays. Su Cheng discerned the creature's strength at a level 4. Free life form. No wonder it had the audacity to betray him. Evidently, it had achieved yet another breakthrough in power, bolstering its confidence immensely. One must admit, this little golden figure truly continued to surprise him at every turn. Chapter 173. A contingency plan. With a cold smile, Su Cheng regarded the situation. If this led him to believe that victory was assured, he was sorely overestimating his own capabilities. Although Su Cheng had not made any significant breakthroughs in strength, the two women had experienced remarkable advancements, significantly enhancing their abilities through the essence of origin. They had already transcended to a 3-2-level life form. Thus, when the three joined forces, they could indeed contend even with a 4-3-level life form. After all, Su Cheng was but a mere step away from a breakthrough himself. At that moment, the self-assured Crystal Xiang looked down upon Su Cheng, resembling a hunter admiring its prey. "Did you ever imagine, little ant, that I would rise once more?" Crystal Xiang proclaimed with an air of pride. "Indeed, you have a knack for surprising me. I must admit, I never anticipated your breakthrough," Su Cheng replied candidly. This individual had previously experienced an inexplicable advancement, and it must be acknowledged that sometimes luck proves more reliable than mere strength. Some prodigies, despite their relentless efforts, cannot break through, while others do so effortlessly, blazing a trail of brilliance. Clearly, Crystal Xiang belonged to the latter category. It is essential to recognize the insurmountable chasm between a 3-level life form and a 4-level life form. Presently, the significantly empowered Crystal Xiang was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within. Indeed, even the slightest increment in level could result in vast differences. The gap between 4-0 and 4-3 represented a substantial leap of 3 minor levels. Crystal Xiang was confident that by serving the Dark Lord, he would ascend to become one of the universe's most formidable beings. "Su Cheng, to eliminate any future threats, I intend to deny you any opportunity this time. However, I shall ensure you perish in agony." Armed with previous experiences, little Jin Xiang had grown considerably wiser. As the saying goes, if you do not eradicate the roots, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. Despite their apparent status as 3-level life forms, the combined power they unleashed was enough to instill fear even in 4-level life forms. Previously, due to his own carelessness, he had been thoroughly subdued. No sooner had he spoken than the vines surged towards Su Cheng, ensnaring the trio in their grasp. A closer inspection revealed that the vines were densely covered in barbs. To make matters worse, the time for their fusion had expired, forcing them apart. Fortunately, as 3-level life forms, the damage they sustained was negligible. Yet even so, Su Cheng dared not underestimate the situation. As the saying goes, caution steers the ship for 1,000 years. In no time, little Jin Xiang's palm glimmered with golden light, a clear sign that he was preparing a long-awaited lethal move. The trio felt a shiver run down their spines. Should this strike land, it would be catastrophic. This was a technique crafted by a 4-level life form. "Wait, I have a few words to share," Su Cheng suddenly interjected. "Oh, what do you wish to say? Are you perhaps seeking mercy? If that is the case, I advise you to abandon such hopes. I shall not extend my sympathy to you." Crystal Xiang shook his head, his expression indifferent. That is not the case. Do you think everyone is like you? Su Qing scoffed. Crystal Xiang's temper flared instantly. However, he remained calm, accumulating energy in his hands. You are truly a fool. Do you think that by killing me, you can secure your own survival? Su Qing remarked with a cold smile. What do you mean? Crystal Xiang asked, astonished. Your current strength is formidable. But perhaps you should examine what lies within your own body. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. What lies within? Xiao Jin Xiang, confused, instinctively began to inspect himself. Before long, he discovered a small, inconspicuous black dot in his energy field, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. Surely you don't believe I would trust you completely? Su Qing regarded Xiao Jin Xiang as if he were a simpleton. When God opens a window for you, he often closes a door as well. This fellow is fortunate. But alas, his intellect is lacking. With such a low IQ, he can only serve as someone else's pawn. You tampered with my body. Xiao Jin Xiang, not being foolish, quickly grasped the situation, realizing he had been outwitted by Su Qing. As expected, Su Qing nodded with a smile, saying, if you had discovered it earlier, you might have been able to eliminate it yourself. However, as your strength increases, so too will it. If I die, it will explode in your energy field. And guess what? Even if you are a level 4 life form, you would perish. Upon hearing this, the previously smug Crystal Xiang's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had no doubt about Su Qing's words, given the latter's enigmatic abilities that had caught him off guard. Realizing this, Crystal Xiang's eyes turned red with fury as he howled to the heavens, his roar shattering mountains and earth. In response, Su Qing merely smiled coldly. Although he felt a wave of panic within, fearing that this man might choose to perish alongside him, he had overestimated Crystal Xiang. Before long, the latter cowered, speaking softly. Su God, how about we strike a deal? You help me remove that thing, and I will let you go. Let us transform our conflict into harmony. What do you say? Of course, but I have an additional condition. Su Qing nodded, readily agreeing. What is it? You must answer me one question. Where does your strength truly come from? Do not tell me it is from your own breakthroughs. Su Qing insisted. Ridiculous. Even with the best of luck, one cannot ascend 3 levels consecutively. He was eager to uncover whether this man had any connection to the shadow. This, indeed. Crystal Xiang hesitated slightly, unsure of how to respond. He was explicitly warned against disclosing such matters, or he would be reduced to his original state, suffering unbearable torment. Recalling the terrifying power of the other, Crystal Xiang shivered involuntarily. His meager strength felt like that of an ant before such a formidable force, utterly insignificant. I cannot say. Please ask another question. Crystal Xiang replied. Apologies, but if that is the case, then you may as well end my existence. Su Qing wore an expression of indifference, akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. What a jest! Apart from this matter, he held no interest in anything else. After all, Su Qing was certain of his hold over him. No matter how formidable this individual might be, he remained ensnared within Su Qing's grasp. As the saying goes, once a servant, forever a servant. If Su Qing lacked any means to govern him, how could he possibly allow him to roam unchecked across the entire planet? Su Qing had indeed encountered the peril of a level 4 life form. It was merely that his own intellect was insufficient, and that was all there was to it. Chapter 174. Coercion and Temptation. At this moment, Shui Jing Xiang furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, caught between the dilemma of speaking or remaining silent. He was paralyzed by fear of death, and even more so, fear of a fate worse than death. He found himself in a precarious situation, regretting his alliance with the shadowy figure. Previously, he had enjoyed a relatively high status among the Green Sphere. And though he had been demoted to the position of a slave, the Purple-Blue clan had not truly regarded him as one. Now, however, he felt reduced to a mere dog, led by the nose. His cowardice weighed heavily upon him. Though he yearned to assert himself, his lack of strength rendered him powerless. Otherwise, he would not have been reduced to a wandering vagabond in the cosmos. Not long ago, he had been thoroughly humiliated and cast aside like a drifter. Had he possessed even a modicum of courage, he would not have found himself in such a predicament, just when he thought he had secured a stable existence. His inner turmoil flared with excitement. After all, being a slave as a level 4 life form was undeniably a disgrace. In his mind, if he could just eliminate Su Qing, his days of servitude would come to an end. Soon. The arrival of the shadowy figure instilled a profound sense of determination within him, dispelling his hesitations, particularly as he felt his body transforming and the power coursing through him. He experienced a euphoric sensation. As his strength expanded, so too did his inner confidence. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Su Cheng would outmaneuver him. Now, he found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Should he speak or remain silent? On one hand, revealing the truth might not earn him mercy, but on the other, silence would surely invite retribution from Su Cheng. Observing the other's silence, Su Cheng discerned his internal struggle. He then delivered a chilling remark. Shui Jingxiang, should you choose to speak, I may consider letting bygones be bygones. However, if you choose silence, boom. At this proclamation, Shui Jingxiang shuddered, fully aware that the boom signified his imminent demise. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. After much deliberation, he steeled himself, resolving that it was better to speak than to suffer the consequences. Besides, the shadow was no longer by his side. He doubted it would learn of his revelations. With his life at stake, he divulged the truth. Just days prior, a shadowy figure had approached him, using language strikingly similar to that of the Grand Elder, filled with promises of transcending one's limits through coercion and temptation. The only distinction lay in the fact that this figure had threatened him with the Grand Elder's family. This individual acted out of pure malice, seeking revenge against Su Cheng. Ironically, his attempts had backfired spectacularly, revealing him as a fool. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the insidious nature of the shadow. Although he remained uncertain of its ultimate intentions, one thing was clear: the shadow was likely positioned against him. Until he possessed absolute strength, Su Cheng would refrain from confronting this enigmatic figure, for he was currently merely a level 3/5 life form. The disparity in strength between both parties is exceedingly vast. Before reaching the 4th level of life form, Su Cheng believes it is prudent to bide his time. This is not an act of cowardice, but rather a testament to the adage that without absolute power, impulsiveness is a devil. Just like now, should he rush in heedlessly, he would surely be the one to suffer the consequences. Su Cheng is no fool. He perceives the situation more clearly than anyone else. Unless he harbors a desire to extend his life indefinitely. I understand, he said. Rest assured, I will fulfill my previous promise. However, one condition remains. The pills delivered to you by that shadow must be returned in full. This is your final chance. The next time, you will meet a most dreadful fate. Su Cheng was not attempting to intimidate him. Even his patience has its limits. If provoked repeatedly, he would not hesitate to take a life. Upon hearing these words, Shui Jingxiang nodded vigorously in agreement, not daring to show the slightest hesitation, lest he jeopardize his own life. As soon as he spoke, a surge of fire emanated from Su Cheng, instantly reducing the surrounding vines to ashes. Hiss. Witnessing this, Shui Jingxiang could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Previously, he had foolishly entertained the notion of trapping Su Cheng, but now he realized how naive that thought had been. As he delved deeper into understanding, he found Su Cheng to be far more complex than he had initially perceived. The secrets he harbored were numerous, and he pondered whether that shadow was even a match for him. With this realization, Shui Jingxiang fell to his knees and once again donned the collar around his neck, signifying his status as a slave. Over time, he seemed to have grown indifferent to this identity. I must ask you, are there any survivors from the Xylan tribe? Su Cheng inquired. Yes, indeed. I did not eradicate them entirely. I merely placed them under house arrest, Shui Jingxiang replied. This fellow displayed a modicum of cleverness. Before Su Cheng's demise, he had refrained from complete annihilation, thus securing a potential retreat for himself. Should an error occur, at least a chance for redemption remained. This retreat was indeed timely, enhancing Su Cheng's favor towards him, albeit slightly. A 4th-level life form trailing behind like a timid dog, Su Cheng, from beginning to end, did not cast a single glance in his direction. This individual was merely a troublemaker in the universe. It was a stroke of fortune that he had been spared. However, expecting Su Cheng to treat him as an equal was utterly unrealistic. Before long, under Shui Jingxiang's guidance, Su Cheng and his companions arrived at an underground prison. The members of the Xylan tribe, upon seeing Su Cheng, were instantly filled with joy, for they recognized their savior had arrived. Su Cheng would not abandon them. True to expectation, the prison door swung open, and they were all released. Many of the Xylan tribe members bore severe injuries. Su Cheng glanced at Shui Jingxiang, who, terrified, promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, I was blinded by ignorance before. I see my mistakes now. I was wrong. Su Cheng said little, glancing at Zi Lonling and instructing. Please follow me for a moment. The rest of you may return to your previous residences and attend to your respective duties. Upon hearing this, they knelt on the ground, motionless. Zilan Ling, gathering her courage, replied, Lord Su, our former dwelling has been destroyed. We have nowhere to stay. Before Su Qing could respond, Shui Jingxiang, still kneeling, exclaimed, There is a place for you to stay. Shui Jingxiang knelt fervently, tapping his head in desperation. Why not go there? Su Qing kicked him, sending him tumbling several meters away before he finally came to a halt. Observing Shui Jingxiang scrambling away to arrange accommodations, Su Qing sighed. Chapter 175. Assisting Zilan Ling in breaking through. Shui Jingxiang appeared as a subservient figure, oblivious to the reality that even if he were to eliminate Su Cheng, his freedom would remain an illusion. In the vast expanse of the universe, there are no free lunches. He was merely viewed as a tool. At least Su Cheng had granted him a semblance of liberty, while his adversaries would likely deny him even the chance to breathe. Soon, Shui Jingxiang had everything arranged and returned to his quarters as a slave. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt a profound sense of survival. Gripped by fear that if Su Cheng was determined to take his life, he would have no opportunity to resist. After resolving this predicament, Su Cheng summoned the male Zilan Ling to a secluded location. To express her gratitude, she knelt before him on behalf of her entire clan. Su Cheng had no intention of keeping her in such a position indefinitely, yet her insistence led him to acquiesce. Do you aspire to break through to a level 3 life form? Su Cheng inquired, casting a glance in her direction. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zilan Ling upon hearing his words. Achieving level 3 was her fervent desire. She had dreamed of it countless times. However, she was acutely aware that no rewards come without a price. True to form, moments later, Su Qing doused her with a bucket of cold water. I can facilitate your ascension to a level 3 life form, but you must understand that the process is perilously dangerous, with the potential for loss of life. Su Cheng cautioned. This was not mere intimidation. The essence of origin was inherently volatile, and mishandling it could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, he felt it imperative to clarify the stakes, ensuring there was no coercion. Su Qing's motivation for aiding them stemmed from a desire for additional strength. Aspiring to dominate the galaxy was no simple feat. It required not only one's power to surpass level 4, 5, but also the formation of a formidable legion. As the saying goes, a single thread cannot form a line, nor can a solitary tree constitute a forest. Even the strongest iron cannot drive many nails alone. Otherwise, beings as formidable as the shadow would not hesitate to cultivate their own influence. Of course, absolutes do not exist. Should one achieve level 6 or above, external assistance would no longer be necessary. It could be said that a single individual could shake the cosmos, unbound by the constraints of fate. Yet, such beings have likely not emerged since the inception of the chaotic universe. Though the system claims to be the most potent entity in existence, there are always greater forces beyond, and within the realm of strength, there are always those who surpass the strong. Su Qing could not guarantee that there were no stronger entities lurking beyond the vast universe. Contemplating this, he shook his head. His current power was insignificant even within the galaxy, let alone the limitless universe. One must consume a meal bite by bite, and garments are shed one piece at a time. Zilan Ling furrowed her brow, weighing the risks and rewards. Danger is invariably proportional to potential gain. If she could not master the challenge, only death awaited her. Conversely, should she miraculously survive, a different fate would unfold. The third-tier life forms may appear insignificant within the vast cosmos, yet when viewed through the lens of the entire galaxy, they undoubtedly represent a formidable power. Su Cheng remained silent, allowing his decisions to unfold organically. Before long, Zilan Ling took a deep breath and resolutely nodded, declaring, I am willing. This response was anticipated by Su Cheng. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain. Since she was agreeable, the subsequent matters would become considerably simpler. He directly offered her the essence of origin, saying, give it a try, and good luck. Without hesitation, Zilan Ling swallowed it whole. In an instant, she felt her entire being engulfed by flames, followed by waves of excruciating pain. Her once blue skin transformed into a deep purple-red hue. Bang, bang, bang. Her skin erupted with bursts of blood mist, creating a ghastly and terrifying spectacle. The air was filled with her anguished screams, the torment rendering her desperate for relief. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Su Cheng could not help but cast an admiring glance at her resilience. If only Crystal Xiang possessed a fraction of that fortitude, he would not have met such a dire fate. As time passed, the sensation of agony only intensified. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, a transformation began to occur within Zilan Ling. The purple-red hue gradually faded. Then, with a thunderous roar, a surge of energy erupted, shattering the rooftop. The guards outside were startled and hastily fled. Soon after, Zilon Ling regained her composure, feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through her body, experiencing an indescribable sense of euphoria. Have I truly broken through? At that moment, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Indeed, this was the culmination of her struggles. To attain greater strength, one must first possess unwavering perseverance. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Excellent. Su Cheng nodded in appreciation. We are deeply grateful for the grace of Lord Su. With that, she bowed deeply, striking the ground several times in reverence. Not only had her power advanced, but her appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation as well. Her once blue skin had become smooth and fair, and her previously unattractive features had evolved into delicate and refined traits. It must be said that humans are among the most beautifully evolved second-tier life forms, without exception. This is not merely from Su Cheng's perspective. It is a veritable truth. At the moment of her transformation, every member of the Zilon clan gazed upon her with admiration, creating a stir below. Witnessing this scene, Su Cheng could not help but feel speechless. It was important to note that this was a gathering of females, including several young members of the Zilon clan. They were small, no larger than a palm. Yet a single one could give birth to a dozen offspring. What an impressive yield! Su Cheng marveled inwardly, realizing this was even more prolific than pigs. He bestowed upon Zilon Ling another portion of the essence of origin, instructing her to focus on nurturing these new progeny. Meanwhile, the interstellar wanderers were not quite so amicable. Although they did not voice their disdain, deep within, they harbored a profound loathing for Crystal Xiang. It was this individual who had orchestrated their downfall, causing their status to plummet dramatically. Once, they had at least possessed their own dwelling. Now, they were collectively confined to a cell. The stench of malice was almost unbearable. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, they had no choice but to endure. What alternative did they have? Despite Su Cheng managing to subdue him, they dared not utter a single word in protest. Before long, the two women entered. Chen Yu immediately spotted Zilon Ling, and the latter's transformation startled him. Chen Shui scrutinized Zilon Ling from head to toe and then winked at Su Cheng, saying, "Hey, don't you think she is quite beautiful? Would you like to add her to your harem and warm your bed?" Chapter 176. The ubiquitous darkness. Upon hearing those words, Su Cheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was said that this woman had grown increasingly audacious, daring to utter anything. In comparison to Chen Shui, he harbored a greater fear of his formidable wife, Chen Yu. The latter merely gazed at him with a smile, remaining silent. Yet, the more she remained quiet, the more apprehensive Su Cheng became. "Please, don't speak nonsense. How could I possibly seek an extraterrestrial?" Su Cheng coughed awkwardly, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. However, it seemed Chen Shui had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she remarked, "So that's the case. Does that mean you would still consider taking concubines?" Su Cheng could only respond with exasperation. This woman was undoubtedly being deliberate. There was no room for doubt. Thus, he chose silence. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence," Chen Shui declared. Glancing at Su Cheng's tearful expression, Chen Yu glowered at her sister. "All right. Stop teasing him." Zilon Ling stood quietly to the side. Post-transformation, she looked undeniably stunning. With her rising strength, she felt increasingly confident in her ability to elevate her lineage. They were to coexist within the same sanctuary on the Green Orb. Having quelled the rebellion here, Su Cheng felt a sense of relief. The greater the power, the heavier the burden. To speak candidly, he had been mentally and physically drained from resolving myriad issues during this period. If only the system could bestow upon him something of worth, perhaps it would ignite his latent potential. Yet, the issue lay with that wretched sword, which was truly disheartening. Especially concerning the shadow, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when it might detonate. Su Cheng was filled with trepidation. He feared not only for his own life, but also for the safety of his family. This was why he insisted on bringing both women along wherever he went. In the midst of their conversation, Crystal Xiang hurriedly dashed in from outside, clutching a plastic bag filled with several pink pills that resembled candy. Crystal Xiang was acutely aware of the implications contained within, thus he dared not be careless for even a moment. "This is what the shadow gave me. Take a look," he said. As Su Cheng received the pills, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses, causing both women to gag uncontrollably. This was no exaggeration. The odor was truly unbearable. To put it bluntly, even the foulest scents in a restroom would be preferable to this. What was even more concerning was how Crystal Xiang and his companions managed to swallow such a concoction. It must have been a medley of flavors to be so horrid. However, despite its repulsiveness, the substance undeniably held significant research value. Have you spoken to him about anything else? Su Cheng inquired further. After pondering for a moment, Crystal Xiang replied, not much. He merely advised me to remain cautious, or else I might attract fatal repercussions. Be careful, and notify me promptly of any developments. Su Cheng nodded. If the shadow had said such a thing, it indicated that the adversary had yet to discover his presence. Su Cheng refrained from eliminating Crystal Xiang primarily because there were numerous matters requiring his assistance. Moreover, a pliable individual like Crystal Xiang was easier to manage. In essence, a balance of both fear and gratitude was essential. Crystal Xiang hastily nodded, but scarcely had he uttered a word when a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, his cries resonating with despair. His once translucent skin was now marred by dark, ominous patterns, creating a terrifying spectacle. This sudden transformation left everyone in a state of shock, including Su Cheng, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Help me! Help me! Crystal Xiang wailed in torment. However, the black mist within him surged violently, and before long, he transformed into little black Xiang. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, a foreboding reminder, betray me, and you shall endure a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, little black Xiang was taken aback. The shadow. Indeed, it must be him. Having betrayed the shadow, retribution was inevitable. He never anticipated that this shadow would be so relentless. Xiao Jin, is there any way to resolve this? Su Cheng inquired anxiously. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to neutralize the toxins within little black Xiang. He could only rely on the system. No sooner had he spoken than a black pill materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Su Cheng swiftly placed it into little black Xiang's mouth. Soon, Crystal Xiang became quiet, the black mist within him dissipating at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately converging at the crown of his head. Witnessing this, Su Cheng could not suppress a gasp. What a dreadful poison. Had he not acted promptly, it was likely that Crystal Xiang would have exploded, with catastrophic consequences. Faced with such an adversary, Su Cheng felt a profound trepidation. Clearly, the toxin had merely been suppressed. Completely subduing it seemed a daunting task. The two women were equally astonished by the scene before them. Crystal Xiang's strength had reached a life form level of 4-3. Yet he was still subjected to such torment. Xiao Jin, is there no way to cure this completely? Su Cheng asked. Not at the moment. But a solution will emerge in the future, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could only nod in resignation. With no other options, he had to relent. Alas, he had entered into a dark pact with the entity. Those who engage in malevolence are destined to meet their demise. This individual was fortunate to encounter Su Cheng. Had it been anyone else, 100 lives would not suffice to endure the torment he would face. At this juncture, Crystal Xiang felt a deep-seated allegiance to Su Cheng. He understood that had it not been for Su Cheng's intervention, his fate would have been nothing short of tragic. Though a level 4 life form was theoretically immortal, countless entities in the vast cosmos could obliterate them. The shadow had been well prepared, and he feared that any disobedience would lead to his utter annihilation. Conversely, Su Cheng had repeatedly chosen to spare him. Certainly, Su Cheng is not so magnanimous as to be completely uncalculating. Rather, Crystal Xiang possesses considerable utility. This individual serves as a barrier between him and the shadow. In other words, a confrontation between Su Cheng and the shadow is inevitable. Yet Su Cheng wishes to prolong the conflict, affording himself ample opportunity for growth. Once he attains level 4 vitality, he will at least have the audacity to face his opponent head-on, unlike now when he lacks even the courage to engage. After addressing these matters, Crystal Xiang does not dare to entertain even a hint of rebellion, for he is acutely aware that, apart from Su Cheng, no one can rescue him. Should he continue to be ungrateful, he may very well meet a tragic end. Chapter 177. The Lava Giant. With matters on the green planet largely resolved, Su Cheng continued his quest for a suitable habitat for humanity. Notably, the three clans, rather than disbanding after their previous trials, had forged a stronger unity. After all, those who survived the calamity were undeniably exceptional beings. This is an irrefutable truth. Even if one lacks innate brilliance, fortune can still favor them. Luck. In this context, can be regarded as the providence bestowed by the heavens upon all living things. It is through the interplay of heaven and earth that life emerges, and the essence of all beings is nurtured. Yet, all existence must abide by the cosmic laws, much like how Earth nurtured humanity, which in turn must survive within Earth's confines. The principle remains consistent. Little Jin's ambition to transcend these constraints led to its suppression by the heavenly mandate, culminating in the obliteration of its corporeal form and the transformation of its soul into a system. Its grandest aspiration was to surpass the cataclysm and ascend to a level 7 life form, or even in level 8 existence. Only then could one defy the heavens. Within the spaceship, Su Ching and his companions were in urgent seclusion, seizing every moment to cultivate their abilities. Their current strength was insufficient in the vast universe. The prowess they possessed was formidable, yet it came at a cost, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while sustaining 1,200 points of self-harm. This, in essence, was tantamount to mutual destruction. Su Cheng had no desire for such an outcome. Before long, Su Cheng pinpointed a planet and descended upon it. Unlike the green planet, this one offered an expansive horizon. He scattered a handful of seeds across the soil, which germinated at an astonishing pace. Within mere seconds, they sprouted, and 10 minutes later, a lush lawn unfurled before him. Witnessing this rapid growth, Su Cheng felt a surge of astonishment. Such speed! Although these seeds had been optimized on Earth, they would typically require several days to flourish. The unexploited soil here contained nutrients hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater than those on Earth. Additionally, both the soil and water sources were abundant, complemented by a pleasant climate, truly suitable for human habitation. Throughout the galaxy, there were billions of planets, many resembling this one. He swiftly constructed a rudimentary living space. However, Su Cheng harbored a sense of trepidation towards this unfamiliar world. After all, it was no trivial matter. None could predict what entities might inhabit this strange planet. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Su Cheng led the two women in further exploration of this alien world. The planet completed its rotation in precisely 48 hours. Its orbit around the star required a staggering 730 days. Yet, this was hardly a concern. Once he confirmed its suitability for human habitation, he could utilize the system to double the planet's rotational speed. The trio circled the planet in their spaceship, marveling at the abundant resources. Its quality was thrice that of Earth, and the landmass surpassed the water bodies. How dreadfully dull, Chen Shui remarked, her impatience evident as she yawned lethargically. After a preliminary examination, it appeared that there was nothing amiss. However, further exploration was warranted. Su Cheng led the trio back to their original starting point, where they embarked on their final foot expedition. As they were all third-level life forms, their exploration of the planet would not take an excessive amount of time. Within half a day, they had traversed a significant portion of the terrain, yet encountered no apparent dangers. I told you, what danger could this little bald sphere possibly harbor? You are simply being overly cautious, Chen Shui remarked. Su Cheng is right. Have you not heard the saying? Caution is the mother of safety. All right. You both are correct. Caution. Before she could finish her sentence, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. The earth began to crack inch by inch, and soon, torrents of lava erupted forth. Chen Shui was startled, instinctively covering her rear as she dashed away. The trio swiftly appeared several kilometers away. At that moment, their previous resting spot had transformed into a sea of flames. A thunderous roar reverberated, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Shui instinctively covered her ears. Almost immediately, a lava-like head emerged from the ground. In mere moments, an immense body appeared before them, its surface constantly swirling with molten rock, towering over 1,000 meters high. My goodness! Chen Shui gasped in astonishment, her small mouth covered in disbelief. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. This creature was indeed a third-level life form, and he had previously failed to perceive its presence. With a ferocious roar, the lava giant charged toward them. Each step it took shook the ground, creating deep craters beneath its feet, flames swirling around. Capture it alive and conduct research, Su Cheng commanded. Confronting a third-level life form was effortless for the trio. Despite its imposing size, after a few exchanges, the creature collapsed with a resounding crash. Just as Su Cheng contemplated his next move, the fallen lava giant transformed into a pool of molten liquid. In light of this unexpected turn of events, Su Cheng was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? As expected, each third-level life form manifested by the planets held profound mysteries. Before the trio could react, Another tremendous roar echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of yet another magma giant. Good grief, this is relentless. Su Cheng struck down once more, causing the creature to collapse again. This cycle repeated itself over 10 times, until Su Cheng could no longer contain his frustration. Although these creatures posed no threat to them, they were undeniably untenable for humanity. In a direct confrontation, even a life form rated at 3.0 might struggle to overcome them. Such a scenario would only invite greater complications. With this in mind, Su Cheng steeled himself, recalling the adage, "You cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. We must descend and uncover the truth," Su Cheng declared. All right. The two women nodded resolutely, fully willing to follow Su Cheng wherever he dared to venture. After all, there was nothing to fear. Here, at most, there exist beings of the 4th tier. As long as they do not surpass the 5th tier, even if they cannot win, retreating poses no issue whatsoever. As long as there is no imminent threat to their lives, they are determined to proceed. The trio reached an unspoken agreement and promptly descended underground. The searing magma surged toward them, yet for the three, such heat was hardly daunting. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves amidst a sea of flames, where waves of fire rolled incessantly, revealing nothing particularly extraordinary. Observing this scene, Su Cheng could not help but furrow his brow slightly. What could this mean? For a moment, he felt bewildered, as it was evident that the situation had deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated vast swathes of colossal lava beasts lurking below. Chapter 178. Breakthrough. It was not just him. Even the two women were momentarily perplexed. Ever since their descent, the atmosphere had been eerily tranquil, with even the flickering sparks falling silent, as if nothing had transpired. No, something felt amiss. Su Cheng shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the two women and declared, "You both stay here. I shall venture down to investigate." What? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui was the first to protest, shaking her head vehemently. "No, we must go together. We cannot permit you to face danger alone." "Listen to me," Su Cheng insisted. "I will go alone, while you two remain above to keep watch. Should any peril arise, you can support each other." This, Chen Shui wanted to argue further, but Chen Yu simply shook her head and said, "All right, Su Cheng knows what he is doing. We shall follow his lead." It was not that she lacked concern for him. Rather, she had faith in her man. After all, he had subdued a 4th-level life form like Crystal Xiang effortlessly. So a mere ordinary planet should pose no challenge. With a determined dive, Su Cheng plunged into the depths. His speed was so great that he lost control and collided with a rocky outcrop. "Ouch!" he gasped, instinctively rubbing his head. This flesh and blood body truly felt the pain of such a collision. Then, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Surrounding him was not a sea of volcanic magma, but rather a dark, damp subterranean cavern. The surroundings were cloaked in shadows, while a thin layer of magma floated above his head. "Illusion," Su Cheng muttered under his breath, realizing that something was indeed amiss. He then beckoned the two women to join him. As anticipated, their expressions mirrored his astonishment upon witnessing the extraordinary sight. The depths revealed a hidden paradise. Su Cheng produced a spotlight, illuminating the area in an instant. The vibrant green reflections sparkled before his eyes. Imperial green. The walls were adorned with this rare hue. As a denizen of Earth, even now, he could not help but marvel at this spectacle. It is worth noting that on Earth, even a palm-sized piece of imperial green could fetch an astronomical price. After the initial shock subsided, Su Cheng quickly regained his composure. The value of things lies in their rarity. If such abundance existed, it would likely lose its worth. The trio then embarked on an exploration of this subterranean realm. As they delved deeper, they felt invigorated, enveloped by an indescribable sensation. At first, Su Cheng suspected he was hallucinating, but gradually, he sensed the energy within him surging, hinting at a potential breakthrough. He was not alone. Both women experienced the same phenomenon. Su Cheng had been stagnating at the 3.5 level of life forms for quite some time. He refrained from hastily advancing his power, as he aimed to build a solid foundation. As the saying goes, a towering edifice rises from the ground up. Haste makes waste. Yet now, it seemed an opportunity had presented itself. Feeling the energy flow increasingly quicken, Su Cheng could no longer afford to suppress it. If he delayed any longer, the chance for a breakthrough might be lost indefinitely. Upon contemplating this, Su Cheng glanced at the two women and said, "Assist me in protecting my aura." With that, he entered a state of deep concentration. In less than a minute, a tremendous roar echoed, Instantly, the ground trembled, and massive boulders cascaded down. The tumult arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Moments later, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Suqing gradually opened his eyes. A flash of golden light illuminating his gaze, profound as the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the two women sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Suqing, their hearts racing at the magnitude of his transformation. Each of Suqing's breakthroughs signified a substantial metamorphosis. Exhaling deeply, Suqing slowly rose from the ground. Feeling a remarkable fullness within him, every movement radiated boundless strength. A 3-6-level life form. He had finally transcended to a 3-6-level life form, a long-cherished aspiration. How splendid! He could sense that even without the aid of mechanized warriors, he could contend with a 3-7-level life form. And the outcome of such a battle was uncertain. After his moment of elation, Suqing remarked, "Did you feel that the primordial energy here is incredibly abundant?" The two women nodded in agreement. Although they had not advanced in rank, their abilities had nonetheless improved in a short span. Elated, Suqing reveled in the desired effect. The trio pressed onward, quickening their pace. After 10 minutes, a beam of light pierced their vision, signaling their arrival at their destination. Simultaneously, they instinctively slowed their steps. Holding their breath as they approached, step by step, the sight before them was truly breathtaking. Not far away, a waterfall cascaded down with fervor, yet it emitted no sound. In the heart of the waterfall, flickering points of light danced, creating an exquisite and enigmatic spectacle. What could that be? Jinyu covered her mouth in disbelief. Suqing scrutinized the scene for a while before swallowing hard and declaring, "This is primordial energy." What? Primordial energy? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically. Indeed, how pure the primordial energy is. Suqing couldn't help but exclaim. It was no exaggeration to say that a wisp of primordial energy here was equivalent to 10 times what Fama Wang had collected. Moreover, merely cultivating in this place would yield boundless benefits. While primordial energy held little significance for 4-level life forms, it was undoubtedly a treasure for 3-level life forms. "Should we not take some back to the moon?" Jinyu inquired. "Certainly, but before that, both of you must enhance your strength," Suqing replied. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Having discovered such a rare cultivation paradise, he naturally wished to benefit his companions. Their abilities had reached 2 levels. And should they manage to break through another tier, the combat prowess of the trio would elevate to a new echelon, making the annihilation of a 4-3-level life form seem plausible. Excellent. Such fortuitous prospects were not something the two women could refuse. Su Linlin swiftly maneuvered towards the waterfall, intent on gathering some primordial energy for the two women. As he immersed himself in the pure essence, a surge of excitement coursed through Suqing's heart. This was far superior to the so-called imperial jade found outside. After all, this was the true treasure, capable of guiding humanity towards greater heights of glory. Subsequently, Suqing planned to select a group of exceptionally gifted young men and women to train here. The offspring of 2 level 3 life forms would possess a minimum strength of 2.8 on the life form scale. This aligns with the old adage, dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a rat's offspring will surely burrow. As long as the parents are sufficiently powerful, their progeny are bound to excel. Chapter 179. Cloning. Suqing steadied his mind, preparing to reach out, but a tremendous rebounding force abruptly repelled his hand. How astonishing! Suqing furrowed his brow, realizing that the primordial energy possessed a protective mechanism. However, as a 3rd-level life form, such a defense was trivial in his eyes. But the real drama was yet to unfold. When Suqing attempted to grasp once more, he suddenly felt a chilling wind at his back. Instinctively, he turned around, only to be caught off guard by a fist striking his chest. With a thunderous crash, he was sent tumbling into the water, completely unprepared. The sudden turn of events startled the two women, who were about to assist but found themselves frozen in place. Gasping for air, Suqing wiped the water from his face and looked upwards. Gurgling sounds echoed as torrents of water surged into his body. He coughed violently until he was nearly choking, only then realizing that the figure above him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. For a moment, Suqing thought he was experiencing an illusion. How bizarre. Yet, his doppelganger offered him no respite, advancing with fists raised. In a state of alarm, Suqing swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a punch that splashed into the water beside him. After a series of evasions, he gradually regained his composure. Good heavens! Each blow from his counterpart landed with bone-crushing force, as if determined to reduce him to a pulp. Ignoring the similarities in their appearances, the two engaged in a fierce battle. As the fight progressed, Su Qing realized that he was evenly matched with his clone, neither being able to gain the upper hand. After several hundred exchanges, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, while his counterpart remained unyielding, showing no signs of fatigue. No, this being must be a manifestation of his own essence. Perhaps even a clone. With this realization, Su Qing made a decisive plan. However, in a moment of distraction, his opponent launched another fierce punch. With a resounding impact, Su Qing was sent flying. Just as the two women were about to intervene, he crashed into them, sending all three hurtling backward. After a fit of violent coughing, Su Qing clutched his chest, feeling more battered than ever before. The two women fared little better. Struggling, they rose to their feet just as the clone attempted to charge, only to fade into nothingness upon reaching the edge. How peculiar. Su Qing furrowed his brow again. Without waiting for the women's response, he charged forward once more. In an instant, the dissipated clone reformed, its visage twisted in a menacing grimace as it launched another attack. Su Qing hurriedly retreated, having confirmed his suspicions twice. He understood the underlying principle, combined forces, and swiftly defeat it. He had no intention of wasting time in this confrontation. The golden, armored warrior charged forward, and as it entered, the previously illusory Sioux City vanished, replaced by a genuine mech warrior. Astonished, Sioux City thought, could this entity truly mimic a level 4 life form? The sheer notion was terrifying. Commanding the golden armored warrior, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the surroundings, mirrored by the opponent. With a thunderous crash, the golden armored warrior staggered back, while the adversary was sent flying. Zzz. A surge of electricity coursed through the air, then dissipated. Was that it? Chen Shui was bewildered. She had anticipated a fierce battle, only to see the issue resolved with just a few strikes. It felt almost too effortless. The atmosphere here was eerie. One must not let their guard down. Sioux City remained vigilant. The previous lava behemoth, along with the current spectacle, might all be orchestrated by this place. It seemed every planet harbored its own secrets. Sioux City absorbed a significant amount of primordial energy for the two women, sufficient for them to transcend into level 3 life forms. He then personally safeguarded them. Time flew by, and after more than half a month of relentless effort, both women finally broke through. Witnessing their progress, Sioux City nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, the talents of the two were exceptionally high, undeniably aided by the system. So, what do you think? Chen Shui asked proudly, standing before Sioux City. Impressive, truly remarkable. Sioux City generously praised. He did not linger any longer, having discovered a sacred site. It was imperative to make the most of it. Now, he needed to return to the moon to find some talented youths to bring to this place. After the three departed, the once clear water surface darkened ominously, as if stained with ink. Soon, a shadow emerged from the depths, accompanied by another figure. Had the trio been present, they would have been astounded, for the figure was none other than Lu He. However, the current Lu He was vastly different from before. Aside from his appearance, everything else had changed completely, particularly his eyes, which glowed a blood-red hue. The area around him was shrouded in swirling black mist, permeated by the scent of blood. At that moment, Lu He had entirely broken through level 3 life and stabilized at level 4. Master, why didn't we just kill him earlier? Lu He questioned, his mouth agape. What? Do you presume to instruct me on what to do? A cold voice emanated from the shadow. Startled, Lu He shuddered, refraining from uttering another word. Despite having ascended to a level 4 for life form, he felt as insignificant as a chick before the shadow, utterly powerless. The opponent could eliminate him without breaking a sweat. Your strength is insufficient to kill him, the shadow remarked. What? I can't kill him? Lu He responded incredulously. He had firmly established himself as a level 4 for life form, distinctly different from his previous state, which had been catalyzed by medication. Thus, he now brimmed with confidence, wholly intent on avenging past grievances. Foolish. Upon hearing this, the shadow could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, remarking, if Sioux City were so easily slain, do you think we would still be lurking in the shadows? Have you forgotten the state you were in after our previous encounters? Let me make this clear. Until you possess absolute strength, it is best not to provoke him. Otherwise, you won't even need him to take action. I shall deal with you myself. Upon hearing these words, Lu He instantly became alert, and with fervent conviction, he nodded vigorously, declaring, rest assured, Master, without your command, I shall never act on my own accord. Absurdity. He certainly would not entertain the notion that the other was jesting with him. Chapter 180. The leader now. He has witnessed the formidable prowess of the shadow. Not only is this entity immensely powerful, but it also possesses the uncanny ability to manipulate everything it desires at will. He has observed many creatures that betrayed the shadow, and their fates were nothing short of tragic, caught in a desperate struggle for survival, yet unable to escape death. Thus, he prudently chose to follow the shadow, lest he jeopardize his own life. However, on the flip side, as long as he remains sufficiently loyal, he could enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. In comparison to Su Cheng, who barely managed to elevate himself to a level 3 life form. The shadow is evidently far more reliable. A single pill could easily propel him to a level 4 life form. The two descended into the water, and soon a combat machine identical to Lu he was cloned. Unfortunately, this machine proved to be utterly ineffective, swiftly reverting to its original form under the shadow's might. A level 3, 9 life form appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Naturally, Su Cheng was oblivious to the events unfolding here. His immediate task was to dispatch a group of men and women for training. Upon returning to the moon, he first surveyed the recent batch of trainees. However, he was disappointed to find that these so-called geniuses did not meet his expectations. Even with the aid of the primordial energy, they failed to achieve significant breakthroughs. In fact, some of these supposed prodigies hadn't even reached a level 2, 6 life form. It is essential to understand that this primordial energy acts like a miracle drug, and if they cannot force a breakthrough under such circumstances, it is rather disheartening. Although Su Cheng maintained a facade of composure, his dissatisfaction was palpable. At that moment, several scientists approached, including Li Hao, who awkwardly glanced at Su Cheng and admitted, "I apologize for not achieving the results you anticipated." In response, Su Cheng merely smiled and shook his head. While the aspirations were commendable, reality proved to be unforgiving. Ultimately, he had harbored excessive hopes for them. It became evident that the primordial energy was not a panacea. Nevertheless, not everyone was devoid of progress. At least a select group had attained a level 2, 8 life form. Though few in number, it was certainly better than none. Among them, the two individuals with the most exceptional talent were named Wu Jia and Zhao Qian. Both having surpassed level 2, 9 life forms, they could be regarded as the pinnacle of human capability. Su Cheng was determined to nurture these two with utmost dedication. Previously, they possessed rather unremarkable appearances, but through continuous evolution, they had transformed into exceptional beings. Su Cheng invited them to a private meeting room. Having only seen Su Cheng in a live stream previously, they were now exhilarated to stand before him in person. As a woman, Wu Jia felt an increased curiosity towards Su Cheng. After all, he was the man she had fantasized about countless times. She wished that it were she, not Chen Yu or Chen Shui, who accompanied him. Yet, back then, she had merely been an ugly duckling and dared not hope to attract the prince's attention. However, the situation had changed. Now, in terms of both figure and appearance, she was no less striking than the other two women. As Su Cheng felt the intense scrutiny from the other party, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He touched his face and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" Hearing this, Wu Jia hastily shook her head, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she replied, "No, not at all. I just think you are quite handsome." At this, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue, her heart fluttering like a fawn. Alas, the most challenging emotion to suppress is one's own feelings. Previously, she had contemplated that perhaps being a mistress would be so bad. However, upon seeing Su Cheng, she realized that his expression remained calm and his gaze devoid of any ripples. This subtle indifference left her, with her competitive spirit, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, she was not one to surrender easily. A genius often possesses an inflated sense of self-worth. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, akin to wearing a green hat. He had previously pursued Wu Jia, only to be met with her complete disregard. Now, witnessing the woman he admired exchanging glances and subtle signals with another man was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Even if this man was reputed to be a godlike figure, Zhao Qian considered himself exceptionally gifted, believing he merely lacked the right opportunities. Otherwise, among the multitude, it would not have been just the two of them standing out. Moreover, many whispered behind their backs that they were a golden couple. Yet, now it seemed that the man held affection while the woman remained indifferent. In fact, Wu Jia had taken to avoiding him altogether, choosing to walk around him each time they crossed paths. Over time, the rampant speculation had dwindled. Prior to this, Wu Jia had not been without her admirers, but Zhao Qian had driven them away with brute force. Even if they harbored grievances, they dared not voice them, for the truth remained, might is right. And this was an undeniable reality. Su Cheng was no naive child. He was acutely aware of their every glance. However, matters of the heart are inherently mutual and cannot be forced. Of course, Su Cheng had not come to play matchmaker. Rather, he intended to guide humanity towards a true evolution into a Tier 3 life form. Both of you possess formidable strength, standing out among your peers, yet in the vast universe, there exist countless beings more powerful than you. After uttering this ambiguous statement, both individuals shook their heads, puzzled by its meaning. It's nothing. You will understand in due time. However, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Do you have the confidence to become the new generation of leaders? Su Cheng asked. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with ambition. A leader? They certainly aspired to that role. Despite being the paragons of their generation, both boasting a level of 2.9. It hardly mattered, as they were overshadowed by the elders above them. They received no special treatment, not even a slight increase in their primal energy. Wu Jia was unfazed, willing to comply with their arrangements, but Zhao Qian felt differently. He had long harbored discontent with such distribution, believing that merit should dictate allocation. Everyone diligently cultivates not merely for the sake of acquiring superior resources. However, a grand prospect looms over them like a vast pancake, instilling within them a sense of elation. It is a jest. Should they ascend to the position of leaders, their resources would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. This is inevitable. If they do not receive provisions from above, they shall extract them from below. Zhao Qian strives to suppress his inner exhilaration, endeavoring to maintain an appearance of tranquility. Wu Jia shares a similar sentiment, though her thoughts are not as meticulously woven as Zhao Qian's, and her motivations differ profoundly. From her perspective, she perceives herself as having drawn significantly closer to the grand opportunity that is Sioux City. Chapter 181. The first immigration plan. Su Cheng was unconcerned about the thoughts of the two individuals. His priority was efficiency. In essence, every decision he made was rooted in the welfare of humanity. As he often stated, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Having made up his mind, he convened an urgent meeting with the upper echelons, focusing solely on the list of individuals selected for this mission. He sought quality over quantity, and certainly not mediocrity. After thorough research on extraterrestrial beings, they ultimately selected 50 pairs of young men and women, all possessing abilities rated at 2.7 or higher, an impressive level among humans. Moreover, their youth promised boundless potential. The team would not only include Wu Jia and Zhao Qian, but also Li Hao, as venturing to an unknown planet posed significant dangers, and relying solely on their group of secondary life forms was simply impractical. Initially, Zhao Qian was quite pleased, but upon learning that Li Hao would accompany them, discontent swiftly arose within him. Li Hao was a renowned scientist, having already made a name for himself on Earth, and now held a position of considerable influence. The thought of such a formidable figure overshadowing him was distinctly unsettling. However, the decisions made by these prominent individuals were beyond their control, leaving him with little choice but to acquiesce, though he harbored other plans in his mind. Su Cheng, ever the impatient one, allowed them merely a day to prepare, just enough time to pack and bid farewell to their families, for it was uncertain when they would reunite again. Exiting the conference room, Su Cheng's expression bore a hint of gravity. I sensed something amiss with Zhao Qian, Chen Shui remarked. Orphaned from a young age, Chen Shui had honed her ability to read others, and no subtle glance could escape her keen perception. Zhao Qian's eyes flickered, and his fists were clenched tightly, clearly a manifestation of his discontent regarding prior decisions. Yet, he masked his dissatisfaction well, maintaining a cheerful demeanor that suggested compliance with the organization's directives. Such individuals were the most perilous, as their betrayal could strike unexpectedly. I am aware, Su Cheng nodded. He was not oblivious to these nuances. However, the current circumstances necessitated a level of tolerance. What could he do? Among this group, only these two individuals had ascended to the 2.9 level of life forms. A painfully low efficiency. This thought merely flickered through his mind, for if extraterrestrial beings were to uncover such sentiments, he would likely face dire repercussions. The leap between each level represented a qualitative transformation. Lui was considered a genius among the Chemo tribe. Yet, even he took a century to break through to the 2.9 level. In contrast, this group had achieved it in less than a week. Although aided by the essence of origin, their speed was nonetheless remarkable. The following day, Su Cheng arrived early at the Tower of Heaven, where 50 young men and women awaited him. Each of them was strikingly handsome, a true embodiment of both beauty and talent. The group of seasoned scientists gazed with envy, exclaiming with admiration, Indeed, youth is truly a blessing. Soon after, they set forth on their journey. In a short while, they returned to the planet Saturn. Guided by the landmarks, Su Cheng expertly navigated to the subterranean caverns. For the sake of safety, Su Cheng ventured alone to survey the surroundings, ensuring all was secure before allowing each member to enter. Upon descending into the cave, they were immediately enveloped by waves of pure spiritual energy, invigorating their very beings and bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Truly, this was a paradise on earth. Li Hao, equally exhilarated, recognized that such a haven was unattainable on the moon. Moreover, they were the first to arrive for cultivation, thus able to absorb the maximum benefits available. They offered no resistance whatsoever, with some even achieving breakthroughs on the spot. If their previous training was akin to flying in an aircraft, now they soared through the clouds, leaping vast distances with each bound. Furthermore, several life forms at level 2, 8 subtly hinted at impending breakthroughs, though they still lacked a bit of refinement to fully ascend. However, this revelation startled Zhao Qian. An increase in the number of breakthroughs would inevitably threaten his standing, a scenario he dreaded. Advancing from level 2, 8 to 2, 9 was far simpler than his own ascent to a level 3 life form. Yet, despite his discontent, he still felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Before long, a glimmer of light filtered through the cave. Su Cheng led the way, with Wu He bringing up the rear. As they beheld the breathtaking scene, their mouths agape. They could not help but express their awe at nature's artistry. Each planet bore unique treasures. Su Shen, I can sense that the primordial energy here is far richer than what you provided us. One individual exclaimed with excitement. His words were devoid of malice, merely a reflection of his enthusiasm. Su Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. After all, the primordial energy here was pure and untainted, unlike what he had received from Fanmo Wang, which had undergone processing and thus lost a significant portion of its potency. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Su Cheng encouraged them to acclimate to their new surroundings before organizing them into groups. 10 individuals formed a team, each assigned a leader, with the weakest among them being a level 2, 7 life form. All were to adhere to the unified directives of Wu Jia and Zhao Qian, who themselves would follow Li Hao's commands. This structure aimed to facilitate management while also igniting their latent potential. It was essential to rouse their spirits, for they had previously lived too comfortably, devoid of ambition. Moreover, the allocation of positions was not fixed. The established rule was one of elimination. Only the capable would rise, and anyone stagnating would be sent back to the moon. Conversely, those who excelled would be brought to this site as prodigies. None wished to face the disgrace of being dispatched back. They simply could not afford such a loss of face. After the initial allocation was completed, they were to remain here for an extended period. Once a sufficient number of tertiary life forms emerged, Su Cheng would dispatch ordinary individuals to develop the entire planet, aspiring to transform this place into humanity's second home. His ambitious plan to expand throughout the galaxy was also progressing methodically, all meticulously orchestrated under his guidance. Days slipped by in a blink. During this time, Su Cheng stayed with them, both for his own cultivation and to ensure the safety of this group. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he would be prepared to respond without hesitation. It is imperative to understand that this group consists of the pillars of humanity, and any loss would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 182. Zhao Qian observing that the situation had thoroughly stabilized, Su Cheng decided not to linger any longer. After all, his time was precious, and he could not remain there indefinitely. The others seemed unperturbed, but only Wu Jia lingered in her sentiments. Keep going. As he prepared to depart, Su Cheng gently patted Wu Jia's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Although it was merely a simple phrase, Wu Jia felt an immediate surge of strength within her, and she fervently nodded, vowing not to disappoint Chen Xian's expectations of her. Zhao Qian harbored resentment in his heart. Was this his aloof goddess? Damn it, just wait. One day, I shall have you beneath me, and you will know who truly holds power. Zhao Qian thought viciously. As Su Cheng departed with the 2 women, Zhao Qian found himself devoid of the desire to cultivate, his mind consumed with thoughts of Wu Jia. The pain of unrequited love nearly drove him to madness. At that moment, a wisp of black smoke infiltrated his being, intensifying his rage and rendering his eyes a deep crimson. Yet, everyone else was preoccupied with their own training, leaving his transformation unnoticed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Qian felt as if his body had become weightless, as though his soul were on the verge of detachment. The sudden shift startled him, He attempted to cry out, but found himself utterly voiceless. In an instant, a tremendous force pulled him into the water. As the scene shifted, he beheld a shadow alongside a grotesque creature with a green face and sharp fangs. The subtle pressure emanating from both figures caused him to wobble, and he fought to maintain his stance. After all, as a gifted individual, he possessed a certain pride that would not allow him to kneel before an unfamiliar entity, even knowing it was undoubtedly superior. Seeing his obstinacy, the entity's aura expanded exponentially. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Qian's forehead, and he felt as though a colossal mountain loomed above him, suffocating him. Nevertheless, the last vestiges of his pride compelled him to grit his teeth and endure. As time passed, a stalemate ensued, and Zhao Qian's body became riddled with blood vessels. His white t-shirt was stained crimson, presenting a ghastly sight. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a voice of approval resonated through the air. What an intriguing individual! The shadow turned, resembling a silhouette on a wall, rendering its form indistinguishable. However, the voice was gravelly, evoking a profound discomfort. Concurrently, Zhao Qian's body relaxed, and he fell to the ground with a thud, struggling to rise. He gazed warily at the shadow and the creature, asking, "Who are you?" Upon hearing these words, the shadow let out a hearty laugh, then shook his head with a smile, saying, "You are mistaken. I am not one of your kind. You may refer to me as Lord Hyan. As for the one standing beside me, though you've not laid eyes upon him, his name should be familiar to you. Lu He, the chieftain of the Chemo tribe." Zhao Qian had indeed heard this name before. It was the very tribe that had once thwarted humanity's entry into the Interstellar system, only to be decisively defeated by Su Cheng. They later submitted to humanity, yet how had they conspired together? Unbeknownst to him were the events that had transpired, and he was uncertain whether the figures before him were foes or allies. However, a realization soon dawned upon him. Although he was unaware of the overall strength of the Chemo tribe, he was certain they had not surpassed the threshold of level 4 life forms. He recalled that when they learned of the impending massacre by cosmic pirates, they had been reduced to tears, terrified and helpless. The reason for their fear was evident. The vast majority, like humans, were merely level 2 life forms. Had there been even one level 4 life form among them, their reaction would not have been so cowardly. Yet, Louis now stood before him as a bona fide level 4 life form, surpassing even the formidable Fan Manhwa of the past. It was inconceivable that any being could ascend 2 significant levels in such a short span of time. Hardly anyone would believe it. Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the truth. In the midst of his confusion, the shadow presented him with 2 pink candies, stating, "I can see what occupies your thoughts, and fortuitously, I possess what you require." Gazing at the pink pills and recalling the events that had unfolded within the Tower of Heaven, enlightenment struck him. The very thought made Zhao Qian's heart race, and he could not suppress a hard swallow. He was acutely aware that one tiny pill could enable him to transcend into a level 3 life form. But he also knew that such splendid offerings were often accompanied by peril. Setting aside the potential side effects of the pill, consuming it would place him in direct opposition to Qin Xian. Su Cheng was a man of divine prowess. Should the other party become aware, the consequences would be dire. "You need not overthink. I harbor no ill will towards you. It is merely your talent that I greatly admire, and I wish to extend my assistance, nothing more." The shadow adopted a pose of righteous grandeur, as though his actions were of monumental significance. He himself found this hard to believe, and naturally, Zhao Qian held little faith in it either. "Take your time to contemplate," the shadow added. Zhao Qian remained rooted in place, weighing the pros and cons. Yet his mind involuntarily drifted back to the scenes involving Wu Jia and Su Cheng. In truth, there was no connection between Su Cheng and Wu Jia. It was merely a case of unrequited love on Wu Jia's part. Nevertheless, to Zhao Qian, a simple pat on the shoulder felt like a dagger piercing his chest. Reflecting on Wu Jia's indifferent demeanor towards him sent him spiraling out of control. Before long, Zhao Qian felt as if his head might explode. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching his head. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Zhao Qian screamed with mounting madness, each cry louder than the last. Observing the situation, the shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction. To put it plainly, the outcome he desired was precisely this. He was confident that no creature would refuse what he had to offer. After all, a mere small pill could eliminate all obstacles they had encountered along the way, making this temptation utterly irresistible. As anticipated, Zhao Qian lost his composure. "Give it to me, quickly," Zhao Qian bellowed, extending his hand. With a gentle wave, the shadowy figure sent the pill directly into Zhao Qian's mouth, and before he could ponder further, the pill dissolved instantly. In an instant, a powerful force surged throughout Zhao Qian's entire being. Unlike the agonizing pain of a normal breakthrough, everything unfolded seamlessly. In less than a few seconds, his strength had elevated to a level 3, 0 life form, and there was no sign of it halting. Chapter 183. The assault. Zhao Qian's strength steadily ascended, and before long, he reached the formidable level of 3 for life forms. At this point, his power had finally solidified. Experiencing an unprecedented surge of strength, Zhao Qian found himself overwhelmed with confidence. Observing this, the shadow nodded. Indeed, this individual possessed remarkable talent, and with the aid of his dark psyche, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. Is there any more? Zhao Qian inquired, yearning for another pill, hoping to transcend to the 3-5 level of life forms. Achieving this would allow him to stand on equal footing with Su Cheng, while he knew he could not defeat his rival. It provided a sense of psychological comfort. In his mind, as long as he could break through to the 4th level of life forms, he would vanquish Su Cheng first and claim all his treasures, thereby causing Su Cheng to fall from grace, and he would emerge as the man of legend. Your body remains fragile. It cannot withstand a second impact, or you risk obliteration, the shadow cautioned. Very well. Zhao Qian relented, albeit grudgingly, ultimately nodding in agreement. As the saying goes, a towering building begins from the ground up. Haste makes waste. At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on anything else. He was solely focused on enhancing his strength, willing to comply with any demands. Even he realized that the shadow bore a grudge against Su Cheng. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yet, he soon recognized that he was in no position to forge a friendship with the shadow before him. The instant he swallowed the pill, he had already taken a step into the abyss. Meanwhile, Su Cheng remained oblivious to the events unfolding. He was intent on continuing his exploration of a new homeland. In a leisurely moment, Su Cheng decided to initiate a live stream. Within a mere minute, the viewer count surged dramatically. Su God, how is everything progressing? Is everything going smoothly? Su God, when will I have my chance to join you? Honestly, I also wish to participate. Despite my lack of talent and my ordinary looks, I am quite charming. Reading the myriad comments from viewers, Su Cheng could only shake his head in disbelief. He thought to himself, I know you're charming, but can we refrain from making such proclamations in public? Occasionally, he found joy in live streaming, engaging in playful banter with his audience. Suddenly, the spacecraft began to tremble violently, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. This unforeseen turn of events startled him greatly. Fortunately, the spacecraft was robust. Otherwise, the recent impact could have easily torn it apart. Su Cheng, our spacecraft is under attack. Xin Yu rushed over, visibly anxious. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's brow furrowed immediately. Simultaneously, the entire live stream chat erupted in chaos. What the hell? Who dares to attack Su God? Indeed, it's like an old man eating arsenic. They must be tired of living. Oh my goodness, Su Cheng, you must be cautious. Within the Tower of Babel, upon hearing that Su Cheng was under attack by extraterrestrial beings, a group of scientists felt their hearts leap into their throats. Although Su Cheng currently possesses formidable strength and has vanquished a level 4 life form, the vast cosmos is far more complex than they perceive. In the grand scheme of the universe, a level 4 life form is but an insignificant insect. No one can truly fathom the might of the adversaries that Su Cheng may encounter. To his followers, Su Cheng is a deity. Should anything befall this divine figure, their faith would crumble in an instant. To avert unnecessary complications, Su Cheng opted to cease broadcasting. At this moment, humanity on the moon felt an immense tension, with everyone clutching their chests, silently praying for Su Cheng's safety. The three of them arrived at the monitoring room, where their spacecraft was surrounded by a multitude of ominous cannons aimed directly at them. Observing this dire situation, Su Cheng furrowed his brow. Without first assessing the strength of his opponents, he refrained from striking first and instead called out, seeking to discern whether they were friend or foe. If they were merely strangers crossing paths, Su Cheng wished to avoid excessive trouble. However, as soon as he transmitted his message, they were met with a fierce barrage of artillery fire. Laser beams shot toward them, startling Su Cheng, who promptly activated defensive measures. Fortunately, the spacecraft obtained through the system was exceptionally reliable, rendering the relentless laser attacks ineffective. After approximately 10 minutes of sustained assault, the enemy ceased their fire, frustrated by their inability to breach the defenses. How dare they treat us like soft persimmons? Su Cheng, should we retaliate? Chen Shui, with her fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate such humiliation. After a moment of contemplation, Su-ching nodded calmly, prepared to attack. No sooner had he spoken than the spacecraft extended numerous cannons, unleashing a volley of laser beams. Each beam could effortlessly obliterate a level 3, 0 life form. Before long, the nearest enemy vessels were annihilated, and the remaining ships hastily fled. Unwilling to linger, thinking of escaping? Too late. Su-ching was no pushover. He would not allow them to come and go as they pleased. When diplomacy failed, he resolved to take decisive action. In a brief span, all surrounding enemy ships were shot down, leaving not a single one intact. Su-ching cared little for their species. Those who initiated combat were clearly not of noble character. Unexpectedly, after dispatching these minor foes, a colossal pirate ship loomed nearby. Su-ching was taken aback. Wasn't that the pirate ship of King Fanma? What was it doing here? Confusion washed over him. However, for safety's sake, Su-ching maneuvered his spacecraft to maintain a prudent distance from the pirate ship, which he regarded with great trepidation. He recalled having left the pirate ship on the green sphere. How could it possibly reappear here? There were only two possibilities. Either this pirate vessel bore no connection to King Fanma and merely resembled it, or someone was manipulating the ship from afar. If it were the former, it would be somewhat understandable, but if it were the latter, it clearly seems to be premeditated and malicious. Su-ching is no fool. In a head-on confrontation, his spacecraft would undoubtedly stand no chance against a pirate ship. After all, that vessel possesses the capability to ensnare beings of level 4. Meanwhile, his own spacecraft can barely withstand the assaults of lower-tier level 4 entities. The disparity in strength is glaringly evident. Just as he pondered this, the adversary launched a direct attack. They offered him no opportunity for contemplation. A beam of light as thick as a barrel hurtled towards him, catching Su-ching off guard and sending him flying. He only came to a halt upon colliding with the surface of a planet. Damn it! Witnessing this turn of events, Su-ching was instantly consumed by rage. Chapter 184. The interstellar explorer's Su-ching led the way out of the cabin. He was not a pushover, nor would he allow himself to be easily manipulated by others. Su-ching was eager to discover the nature of the adversary he faced. In an instant, the three of them merged, and a beam of golden light rushed toward him. Su-ching struck forward with a palm. With a thunderous roar, the entire pirate ship trembled violently. At present, the combined force of the three had reached the level of a 4-grade life form, marking their formal entry into the ranks of interstellar beings. Consequently, Su-ching swiftly appeared on the deck of the pirate ship. At this moment, the hatch was tightly sealed. Unfazed, Su-ching resorted to brute force to break it open. It wasn't that he was reckless, rather, the opponents lacked the strength to instill fear in him. One could only wonder, if they were truly formidable, why would they remain aboard the pirate ship instead of confronting him? Upon entering, a multitude of bizarre creatures greeted his gaze. These extraterrestrial beings possessed a peculiar appearance: orange skin, blue hair, and green spots adorning their bodies, reminiscent of sentient oranges. Su-ching quickly assessed their overall strength, which was reasonably formidable. Most of them were classified as level 3 life forms, while the leader had achieved a strength of 3.9. However, what astonished Su-ching was that the leader wielded a laser gun of level 4 civilization. Their equipment was remarkably advanced, far surpassing his own capabilities. This was an unexpected revelation for Su-ching. Typically, one's possessions should not exceed their inherent strength. Otherwise, it could lead to severe repercussions. Moreover, why would one flaunt such an item without fear of it being seized? To be honest, Su-ching felt a pang of envy at the sight of that weapon. After all, were he to exchange it, it would likely cost him a significant amount of exchange points. When the extraterrestrials witnessed Su-ching and his companions forcefully breach the door, astonishment washed over them, mingled with a hint of fear. "What are you?" Su-ching inquired nonchalantly. He had no time for excessive dialogue with these alien beings. He had other pressing matters to attend to. The leader of the extraterrestrial beings took a couple of steps forward and replied, "We are interstellar explorers." Upon hearing this, Su-ching frowned slightly. What new breed was this? Previously, there had been interstellar drifters and interstellar pirates. Now, there were interstellar explorers. In short, any entity related to the stars was not to be underestimated. At least, based on the weaponry they possessed, they posed a tangible threat to his life. "From where did you acquire this pirate ship?" Su-ching further inquired. The leader of the interstellar explorers recounted their tale in detail. They were a group of enthusiasts for interstellar exploration, drawn to danger wherever it might lurk. Having heard rumors of pirates in the binary star system, they sought to witness the pirates in action. Upon hearing this, Su-ching could not help but feel speechless. These individuals truly had audacity, capable of undertaking the most reckless endeavors. It is well known that other extraterrestrial beings would flee at the mere mention of interstellar pirates. Yet this peculiar group displayed an insatiable curiosity to witness the pirates firsthand. However, to be fair, with the laser gun in their possession, they could indeed contend with the formidable Van Ma King. Of course, victory would ultimately belong to Van Ma King, as he possessed the inherent strength of a level 4 life form, whereas they were merely relying on external aids. Rumors circulated that Van Ma King had been slain, and that the pirates had made a hasty escape aboard their ship. Upon receiving this news, the intrepid space explorers relentlessly pursued the pirates' vessel. After all, a pirate ship crafted by a level 4 life form would undoubtedly boast impressive specifications. It remains a mystery how these explorers managed to pinpoint their location, but upon arrival, they discovered that the pirate ship had been commandeered by another faction of extraterrestrial beings. A fierce battle ensued, during which they ensnared the opposing leader using advanced technology, subsequently fleeing aboard the pirate ship. Later, they encountered Su Cheng and his companions, initially intending to eliminate them for no particular reason other than sheer amusement. Such was the course of events, and Su Cheng soon realized that these space explorers were nothing more than opportunistic scavengers, likely acquiring their gear through fortunate finds. This would certainly explain their eclectic arsenal. Moreover, the crystal wing seemed rather feeble. As a level 4 life form, how could it fail to protect its possessions, allowing them to be pilfered so easily? The pirate ship was indeed a valuable asset, and Su Cheng intended to thoroughly examine it. Fortuitously, these extraterrestrial beings had been careless. Otherwise, in the vast cosmos, it would be challenging to locate such treasures again, even within the entirety of the galaxy. Leave the ship, and I may spare your lives, Su Cheng declared. No, we discovered it first. The leader of the space explorers vehemently shook his head. Naturally, he had no intention of relinquishing such a treasure. Possessing the pirate ship would enable them to venture to more distant and enigmatic worlds. Very well, Su Cheng replied with a calm nod. If you refuse my offer, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, and a laser shot forth. The overwhelming power of a level 4 life form was vividly displayed, and in an instant, over a dozen space explorers vanished without a trace. Seeing this unfold, the space explorer leader hastily drew his weapon, aiming it at Su Cheng. Do not go too far, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to retaliate, he warned. Huh, overstep? You think I am beneath you? Su Cheng chuckled softly. When softness fails, one must resort to strength. In an instant, the leader felt a blur before his eyes as Su Cheng vanished like a phantom before him. Suddenly, he felt a chill envelop his head, and the next moment, he was hurled backward, a spray of orange blood erupting from his mouth as his vitality waned. Without waiting for a response, Su Cheng firmly placed his foot upon the man's chest. So, do you agree or disagree? Su Cheng inquired nonchalantly. I agree. The disparity in their strength left no room for dissent. He believed that uttering even a half-hearted refusal would result in his skull being crushed within the next moment. Exactly. Those who understand the times are the wise, Su Cheng nodded, swiftly seizing the laser gun from the man's grasp. Instantly, the interstellar explorer became frantic, struggling desperately beneath Su Cheng's foot. This weapon was his lifeline. If it were taken from him, what hope would they have for their expedition? Alas, no matter how fiercely he fought, Su Cheng remained utterly unmoved. Chapter 185. The Lord of Darkness. After a brief struggle, Su Cheng pressed the laser gun firmly against his temple. Instantly, the interstellar explorer fell silent, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. It was absurd. A mere pull of Su Cheng's trigger would result in his immediate demise. Go on, Su Cheng urged. I beg you, please. Helpless against his opponent, the explorer could do nothing but plead for the return of his belongings. The leader of the interstellar explorers was filled with regret, lamenting why he had provoked such a formidable entity. Now, having attempted to steal, he found himself in a dire predicament. However, Su Cheng paid no heed to his pleas. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the system, Su Cheng would have ended him with a single shot. As a high-level life form, the system had established stringent guidelines for Su Cheng, such as rewarding him for rescuing extraterrestrial beings, while punishing him for senseless slaughter. Despite the system addressing him as its master, any transgression would result in severe retribution. At present, these interstellar explorers posed no threat to him, and Su Cheng had little desire for unnecessary bloodshed. In the next moment, he felt a sudden heat above his head, followed by a net descending upon him. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to flee, but it was too late. The three were ensnared within its grasp. The more Su Cheng struggled, the tighter it constricted. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the interstellar explorers managed to rise to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Su Cheng. In that moment, he regarded him as a caged beast. You think you can contend with me? You are far from capable. The explorer's spirit soared, his previous resentment dissipating. With a resounding bang, before he could revel in his triumph, the net suddenly erupted. Su Cheng swiftly retaliated with a sharp slap. The explorer was sent flying once more. In the blink of an eye, the interstellar vagabonds who had earlier attacked Su Cheng vanished without a trace, caught off guard by the rapid sequence of events. Su Cheng's speed left them no chance to react. After dispatching the insignificant nuisances, Su Cheng scoffed. Did they truly believe they could ambush him? Did they think that capturing a few level 4 life forms rendered them invincible? The crystal variant was merely a level 4.0 life form, while he towered 4 levels above them, existing on an entirely different plane. The leader's heart sank as he realized the gravity of his mistake. He had offended a being of divine caliber. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Cheng's prowess exceeded the limits of their understanding. A simple wave of his hand could extinguish their lives. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance, the explorer longed to strike himself in remorse. How foolish, how utterly foolish. In the midst of his regret, Su Cheng once again pressed the laser gun against his temple. With a thud, the interstellar explorer collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. It would be a lie to claim he felt no fear. Would Su Cheng grant him mercy once more? To speak candidly, he himself could not ascertain the truth. Every creature must pay the price for their foolish actions. Are you prepared? Su Cheng uttered coldly. No, no, no. I implore you, do not take my life. I can offer you a laser gun. I beseech you to spare me. The interstellar explorer bellowed. What a jest. The laser gun pales in comparison to the value of one's own life. Su Cheng regarded him with the disdain one reserves for a fool. I must say, you are truly lacking in wits. If I were to slay you, would that not simply make you mine? He retorted. No, please listen. I possess a secret. A secret concerning the pirates. The explorer, desperate to save his own skin, divulged all he knew. Do enlighten me. This revelation piqued Su Cheng's interest. As he spoke, the interstellar explorer produced a wooden box and presented it to Su Cheng. Upon opening it, Su Cheng was taken aback. Within lay a glass orb, resembling nothing more than a childhood plaything. He remained silent, eager to discern what trickery was afoot. The explorer grasped the orb, channeling his inner energy into it. Almost immediately, the orb began to swell, expanding to a diameter of over a meter. Subsequently, it emitted a radiant glow, and before long, an image materialized before him. The image portrayed an endless expanse of ocean, with a shadow standing tall against the wind, a colossal beast draped at its feet, with fearsome fangs and a menacing countenance. The creature exuded a terrifying aura, molten lava intermittently seeping from its form. The surrounding waters billowed with white steam. Upon glimpsing the shadow, Su Cheng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Was this not the very shadow that had been a source of his troubles? Steeling himself against the shock, he continued to observe. Soon, a pirate ship approached, teeming with creatures that had all surpassed the 3rd tier of life forms. Upon sighting the shadow, the pirates knelt in unison, muttering a series of incomprehensible words. The interstellar explorer provided an explanation. This is a declaration, akin to a pledge of loyalty. In essence, it conveys our willingness to serve the Dark Lord for eternity, to be enslaved forever. We anticipate the Dark Lord's grand endeavors, restoring chaos to the universe. Ordinary beings might find such proclamations laughable, yet Su Cheng held a different perspective. He pondered the identity of this Dark Lord. Could it be the enigmatic figure clad in black robes from before? The scene shifted. The shadowy figure, the king of the horsemen, led the pirates ashore to a desolate island. The island, though not vast, held an enigmatic allure. Upon setting foot on the land, the king of the horsemen clapped his hands, and with a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the island split in two, forming a Taiji symbol. Goodness! Su Cheng was utterly astounded. A Taiji diagram? Was this not a creation of Earth? How could such a phenomenon manifest here? It was simply unfathomable. Notably, due to the king of the horsemen's ascension to the 4th tier of life forms, his size could alter at will, reflecting his every thought. It resembled the cosmic principles depicted in Journey to the West. Subsequently, Fan Mao Wang took the lead and entered. The scene concluded at this juncture, leaving Su Cheng yearning to witness the unfolding events. However, The interstellar explorer shook his head and informed Su Cheng that, given their current capabilities, they could only observe this much. To truly uncover the mysteries, they would need to thoroughly investigate that distant planet. Yet, as simple as it may sound, one must consider whether the interstellar pirates have been eradicated. Even if they have not, where could they be concealed? How could one possibly locate them? It would be utterly impractical to search through the vast cosmos, scouring each individual star, as it could take an eternity to find them. Chapter 186. Observing the changes, it must be said that the interstellar explorers possess a certain ingenuity in some respects. For instance, if this contraption were handed to Su Cheng, it would likely be dismissed as mere worthless glass beads. However, they have ingeniously transformed it into something akin to a camera. Should this device become subservient to him, it could indeed serve as a formidable ally. With this thought in mind, Su Cheng resolved to pursue this course of action. Unlike the interstellar drifters and pirates, the interstellar explorers do exhibit a degree of capability. With their assistance, it may indeed be possible to uncover the true hiding place of the pirates. Su Cheng was particularly curious about the location previously occupied by the manhwa king. Moreover, the shadow, this was what intrigued him the most, without exception. The shadow now posed a significant threat to him, and the nature of that dark lord remained a mystery to Su Cheng. However, one thing was certain: the shadow was certainly not the Dark Lord. Could it possibly be the Dark Robe? Yet, after some contemplation, Su Cheng shook his head. While the Dark Robe possessed considerable power, it lacked the strength to alter the cosmos and revert to chaos. Not even he, nor the system, could exist outside the confines of the universe's rules. Initially, the system sought to defy the heavens, only to be rejected by the celestial order, resulting in the obliteration of its physical form. The Dark Robe was not even as formidable as the system. Merely harboring such ambitions would be sufficient for the celestial order to extinguish it 1,000 times over. Perhaps they were merely the Dark Lord's pawn. Su Cheng was originally a level 3 life form, yet through a series of fortuitous events, he stumbled upon an unspeakable secret. Whether it was mere coincidence or a predestined arrangement remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to locate those pirates to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon the beings of the universe. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the root of the grass, otherwise it will flourish anew with the spring breeze. If they could create one manhwa king, they could produce thousands more. Wishing to survive, Su Cheng cast a cold glance at the interstellar explorers. They nodded in response. After all, they were adventurers, not daredevils. In more flattering terms, they were called explorers, but in truth, they were merely treasure hunters. They bore little difference from the aforementioned groups. If one were to categorize them according to earthly professions, the pirates would be akin to gangsters, the interstellar drifters would resemble rogue factions, while the explorers resembled grave robbers. Why do I say this? These individuals may lack skill, yet they possess audacity. Coupled with the allure of treasure, they would seize opportunities to rob or resort to thievery if they could not overpower their adversaries. In summary, they would go to any lengths to achieve their own interests. Fortunately, compared to the previous two groups, their propensity for violence was somewhat lesser. That was all. Master, I am willing to serve you, and I shall offer you all the female interstellar explorers in exchange for your mercy. Desperation drove him to utter such words. As long as he could survive, he would do anything for this man. However, upon hearing this, the other interstellar explorers immediately changed their expressions, glaring furiously at their leader. This man was truly despicable, willing to do anything to save his own skin. Upon hearing these words, Su Cheng merely chuckled coldly and replied, "No need for that. I have no interest in your trivial pursuits. However, I do require your assistance in taking me to the pirate planet." At this, the interstellar explorer's face fell, resembling one who had just tasted something foul. Was he truly risking his life for this? As interstellar explorers, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of space pirates. While they might muster the courage to gauge the power of a single pirate ship, venturing into the heart of their territory was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, an invitation to death. Yet, if they refused, they likely wouldn't survive even a quarter of an hour. After much contemplation, he finally nodded. A moment of survival was better than none. Master, it is said that among the pirates, there exists a pirate king whose power is formidable. According to our estimates, his strength has reached at least a level 4-5 life form. This is merely a conservative assessment, and I fear we may encounter grave dangers. The leader of the interstellar explorers cautioned. Danger? Su Cheng laughed lightly at this. Are you all truly afraid of danger? Hearing such words from a group of adventurers was rather amusing. The explorers swallowed hard and nodded. They relished adventure but had no desire to court death. It was akin to knowing a pool of molten lava lay ahead yet still choosing to leap in. To them, a level 4/5 life form was an insurmountable challenge. A mere flick of its finger could obliterate them. At this, Su-chung seized the leader by the neck and lifted him off the ground. With a chilling tone, he declared, "Do not question my decisions, or you will meet a most gruesome end." Struggling under his grip, the leader of the explorers nodded with great difficulty, wishing he could slap himself for his own foolishness. Su-chung's peril was no less than that of the pirate king. With a forceful throw, Su-chung cast him aside, then disdainfully brushed his hands. The leader gasped for air, clutching his neck, realizing he should speak less and act more, for any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Su-chung's treatment of them stemmed entirely from their own actions. They were not innocent bystanders. Each interstellar explorer bore the weight of countless lives lost on their hands. Had he been weaker before, he might have already been annihilated. Soon after, the leader of the interstellar drifters gathered a few companions to study the map. Su-chung, waiting nearby, closed his eyes to rest, as he could not decipher the map himself. "Su-chung, do you find them trustworthy?" Qin Shui inquired from the side. "Let us observe the unfolding events," Su-chung replied with a faint smile, admitting that even he was uncertain about certain matters. Nevertheless, this band of interstellar explorers did possess some capabilities. At this juncture, a dead horse must be treated as a live one. In other words, if he were to intervene personally, he might toil for an eternity without yielding any significant results. Thus, the group drifted through the galaxy, with Su-chung continuing his search for a suitable habitat for humanity. In truth, the system possesses the capability to transform planets at will. However, Su-chung is reluctant to do so. After all, it is preferable to conserve exchange points whenever possible. As his strength continues to grow, the system consistently rewards him. An array of treasures is at his disposal, yet regrettably, his current exchange points remain woefully inadequate. For instance, the laser gun obtained through the system can effectively engage level 5 life forms, but the exorbitant cost in exchange points is enough to drive one to madness. Furthermore, there exists a spaceship capable of traversing black holes, and a potion that can instantly elevate an individual beyond level 5 life forms. In summary, there is nothing that the system cannot achieve, limited only by one's imagination. Chapter 187. The particle stellar system. 3 days have swiftly passed. During this time, Su-chung refrained from disturbing the interstellar explorers, who were tirelessly deciphering the enigmatic star map devoid of words or images. To be frank, the sight of this endeavor nearly made Su-chung lose his composure. A group of extraterrestrial beings was engrossed in studying a tattered piece of paper, reveling in their futile pursuit. Honestly, Su-chung found it perplexing how they could face such an absurd task with such audacity. He profoundly suspected he was being toyed with. If that were the case, Su-chung would not be inclined to enlighten them about the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. Nevertheless, prior to taking any action against them, Su-chung found himself in a position of restraint. The two women accompanying him displayed considerable impatience had Su-chung not intervened. Qin Shui's notorious temper would have certainly flared. Finally, on the 10th day, the previously silent interstellar explorers showed a glimmer of progress. Upon inspection, the white paper had transformed into a dark hue, with luminous points flickering upon it. Indeed, there was a breakthrough. Su-chung nodded subtly. "Is it resolved?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, the interstellar explorer shook his head and replied, "Not yet. We have merely unraveled the first layer of the code, while the subsequent second and third layers remain elusive." After uttering this, he cautiously glanced at Su-chung, and upon noticing no signs of anger, he discreetly exhaled in relief. It would not be fair to blame them. Even with additional time, many other beings would likely struggle to decipher it. While the interstellar explorers may falter in various aspects, they possessed a unique insight in this domain. Perhaps this is what is meant by the adage that each field requires specialized expertise and that mastery comes in stages. Su-chung encouraged them to persevere and promised that if they could locate the lair of the interstellar pirates, he would facilitate a direct enhancement of their capabilities to a Tier 3 life form. Upon hearing this promise, their faces lit up with astonishment and joy, albeit tinged with skepticism. Through their interactions over the past few days, they had gleaned that the combined strength of Su-chung and his companions reached level 4/3, while their individual prowess was rather modest. Take Su-chung, for instance, as a level 3/6 life form. He was hardly formidable, even in his own estimation. During this period, Fleeting thoughts of confronting Su Qing had crossed his mind, but what ultimately quelled such inclinations was witnessing Su Qing effortlessly vanquish a level 3/9 life form during their journey. This realization promptly extinguished any notions of rebellion. It would be folly to challenge Su Qing. If he could eliminate others, he could just as easily endanger their own lives. Moreover, the laser gun remained firmly in Su Qing's grip, leading him to suspect that Su Qing was merely feigning weakness. Had he known of Su Qing's illustrious past exploits, he might have been paralyzed with fear on the spot. After an extended voyage, the interstellar explorers finally deciphered the map's significance. It was indeed an interstellar chart, delineating the general positions within the galaxy. The pirates had 3 hideouts, all situated within a single stellar system, the Quantum Stellar System. The infamous Fan Ma Wang was merely one among 7 such figures reigning over this domain of pirates. Their strength is that of 4th-level life forms. However, they were exterminated once a millennium ago. Although they managed to survive by sheer luck, their power has significantly diminished, leaving only 3 kings and 1 emperor. Now, with the death of King Fan Ma and 1 king missing without a trace, only the last Golden Horse King remains alongside the pirate emperor to sustain the interstellar piracy. At this rate, their extinction seems merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, Su Qing has no intention of granting them the opportunity to linger on. With a surge of momentum, he intends to eradicate them completely. Setting aside the shadowy figures, the pirate emperor will undoubtedly pose a considerable threat in the future. As the saying goes, if you do not uproot the weeds, they will sprout again with the spring breeze. He does not believe that the opposing force will simply let him go. Following the interstellar coordinates, Su Qing makes direct for the heart of their lair. In that moment, the interstellar explorers are filled with both excitement and trepidation. They are thrilled at the prospect of witnessing interstellar pirates firsthand, yet fearful of the potential for a one-way trip. Although Su Qing is immensely powerful, the adversaries are not weak either. More importantly, they are venturing into the enemy's stronghold. In other words, even if Su Qing cannot defeat them, escaping should be feasible. But what about them? Now that they contemplate leaving, Su Qing is unlikely to permit their departure. After much contemplation, the leader of the interstellar explorers decides to suppress his inner thoughts, for as the saying goes, you cannot catch a fish without putting bait on the hook. Following Su Qing, there will undoubtedly be spoils to reap. What he did not anticipate, however, is that Su Qing would not go back on his word, instead bestowing upon him a substantial amount of primordial energy. It is worth noting that he has been stuck at the 3rd-level life form for countless years. To be honest, he has tried various methods, but alas, his talent has been stagnant. While he could rely on his efforts and a modicum of talent to break through to the 3rd-level life form, transcending to the 4th level is predominantly reliant on innate ability. This is a hurdle imposed by the laws of the universe, dividing countless beings with a distinct line. Upon entering the realm of 4th-level life forms, one is considered an advanced life form in the cosmos, while all life forms below the 4th level are classified as lower entities. This is why Su Qing is so determined to elevate the overall strength of humanity. Currently, the population residing in the Moon Empire is approximately 1 billion. If all 1 billion individuals could break through to the 3rd-level life form, it would represent a qualitative leap in many respects, coupled with some high-tech assistance. They might even be able to withstand 4th-level life forms. Of course, merely withstanding. The ultimate outcome could very well be inflicting 800 damage to the enemy while suffering 1,200 in losses. After the passage of time, the interstellar explorers gradually abandoned this notion, ceasing to struggle against their fate. Moreover, the laser gun in his hand is his greatest source of confidence. His initial motivation for assembling an exploration team was to seek methods to break through to the 4th-level life form. Yet after countless years, he remains unremarkable. Gazing at the orb of primordial energy in his hand, the leader of the interstellar explorers falls into a state of confusion. After a long while, he opens his mouth and abruptly swallows it. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain nearly causes him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, his resolve was unwavering. As he gritted his teeth and endeavored to maintain his composure, he understood all too well that succumbing to distraction could lead to a perilous fate. At best, the complete destruction of his cultivation, and at worst, a catastrophic demise. As time inexorably ticked away, just as he was on the brink of surrender, the excruciating pain began to dissipate. Gradually, he sensed the energy within him expanding, transforming from a formless void into a radiant golden core. Witnessing this remarkable transformation, the leader of the interstellar explorers was filled with elation. He had finally taken a momentous step toward his aspirations, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. his gaze once more fixed intently upon Su Cheng. Chapter 188, Precious Metals, a Level 4 life form. At this very moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. A profound sense of confidence surged within him. Finally, he cast his fluctuating gaze upon Chen Xian. Was he truly now a Level 4 life form? Did he still need to be constrained by the other? Once the leader of interstellar explorers, it was intolerable for him to be suppressed at every turn. Su Cheng observed the flicker of emotions in his counterpart's eyes and quickly discerned his thoughts. This fellow was somewhat resentful of his superiority. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. Su Cheng smirked coldly and, with a casual glance, remarked, "You've broken through. Take a moment to examine the changes within yourself." The leader of the interstellar explorers paused momentarily, then extended his consciousness into his own body. At first, he felt nothing amiss, but soon he detected a peculiar anomaly. The golden core within him was adorned with a web of black spider-like patterns. Upon witnessing this, he was taken aback. Although he had never encountered a Level 4 life form, he was aware of certain characteristics associated with them. For instance, the so-called golden core is a smooth, golden, pill-like entity that forms and condenses within oneself. Yet now, his golden core was marred by a network of black threads, starkly contrasting the legendary descriptions. He found himself lost in contemplation. Bang! Su Cheng snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly, a heart-wrenching pain erupted within the interstellar explorer's body, causing his golden core to swell dramatically. The interstellar explorer doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen, his entire body trembling as he curled up on the ground. Bang! Su Cheng snapped his fingers once more, and in an instant, the excruciating pain vanished. The leader of the interstellar explorers was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom what had transpired. It is known that a Level 4 life form achieves immortality. Unless struck by a lethal attack, such a situation should not arise. Reflecting on this, the interstellar explorer shuddered involuntarily. He was not foolish. He quickly realized that Su Cheng had tampered with his insides with the intent to control him. His deduction was indeed accurate. Su Cheng looked down at the leader of the interstellar explorers from his elevated position and said, "I advise you to relinquish any ulterior motives. I can facilitate your breakthrough to a Level 4 life form, but I can just as easily take your life in an instant. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me." At this point, the interstellar explorer dared not utter a word of defiance. He ultimately shook his head and declared, "I willingly pledge my eternal loyalty to my master." There was no alternative. It was either death or submission, and he naturally chose the latter. Better to live, even in a less than dignified manner, than to perish. Moreover, achieving the status of a Level 4 life form promised boundless opportunities for his future. Aligning himself with Su Cheng seemed advantageous. Without him, his power would never have reached such heights. In other words, someone capable of propelling him to transcend his previous limitations was certainly not an ordinary individual. From the very outset, Su Cheng emanated an aura of enigma. A 3/9 level life form appeared as insignificant as an ant in his presence, while he himself was merely a 3/6 level being. It is noteworthy that each incremental change of 0.1 in level brings about a cataclysmic shift in power, with the former possessing an overwhelming advantage over the latter. However, Su Cheng transcended this rule. The vast cosmos is replete with countless prodigies, each endowed with the capability to confront adversaries of higher tiers. Previously, he had only heard tales of such phenomena, but today, he bore witness to it in its entirety. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Su Cheng's eyes seemed to possess the ability to penetrate the very souls of others, rendering his thoughts transparent to those around him. Observing the situation, he chose to dismiss such musings. Their proximity to the Ion star system was steadily increasing. Under the guidance of the interstellar explorers, Su Cheng gained a comprehensive understanding of the pirate ship. It was undeniable that while these ruffians may not possess formidable strength, their spirit of exploration was remarkable. It could be said that no corner of the pirate vessel escaped their scrutiny. Meanwhile, Su Cheng uncovered numerous treasures. He had surmised that the infamous Van Ma Wang, being a figure of pillage and plunder, could not possibly possess only meager riches. The treasures existed, but they were concealed so adeptly that Su Cheng could not locate them at that moment. After a thorough search, Su Cheng stumbled upon an object resembling a staff. It was dark and appeared to be rusted, yet it felt smooth to the touch and radiated a pleasant warmth. What could this be? Su Cheng examined it closely but could not discern its nature. Reluctantly, he decided to hand it over to the interstellar explorers to see if they could unravel its mystery. Upon receiving the staff, the leader of the interstellar explorers began to probe it incessantly, and to their astonishment, the staff expanded in size with friction. Goodness gracious. Seeing this, Su Cheng was left speechless. This was no ordinary object. It was a peculiar staff imbued with a will of its own, provoking a myriad of thoughts. Beside him, Chen Shui couldn't help but stick out her little tongue, exclaiming that the staff was rather mischievous. Before long, the interstellar explorer made a discovery. Master, this is a precious metal, a superior treasure. What on earth? Precious metal. Su Cheng nearly choked on his own breath. In his mind, precious metals were synonymous with gold and silver. Of course, the reality was far more complex than he had imagined. The precious metal spoken of by the leader of the interstellar explorers was, in fact, a rare material suitable for weapon crafting, each possessing its own unique attributes. Take, for instance, the laser gun. It was forged from precious metal and could emit lasers capable of inflicting damage on 4-level life forms. During his adventures, he had also encountered other weaponry, such as sword-like implements that, when infused with primal energy, could generate temperatures soaring into the billions. At such terrifying heat levels, even a 4-level life form would struggle to endure. As for the purpose of this object in Su Cheng's possession, it requires careful exploration to uncover its potential. Su Cheng attempted to infuse it with the essence of the source, yet there was no discernible change. Master, this precious metal has not yet been shaped. It remains merely a raw material, the interstellar explorer advised from the side. Oh, Su Cheng nodded, casually remarking, then how can we transform this into a formidable weapon? To be honest, Su Cheng had long desired to acquire a weapon of extraordinary power, yet the arsenal within the system was limited. Most items were merely high-tech gadgets, exorbitantly priced, and their power, when wielded, was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 189, Journey to the Particle Star System. Imagine, with a single shot, half the universe could be obliterated. Such formidable power is something Su Cheng dares not wield lightly. The consequences would be unfathomable. My master, it is likely that no being within the entire galaxy possesses the capability to forge precious metals. The interstellar explorer remarked with a shake of the head. What do you mean? Su Cheng inquired, perplexed. The truth is, precious metals possess exceptional resilience. For ordinary beings, forging them is utterly impossible. Take a level 4 life form. For instance, even with its utmost effort, a single strike may not leave a mere scratch on such metals. Furthermore, the refinement of precious metals necessitates the cosmic flame. For only then can they be shaped. Additionally, it requires a skilled weaponsmith for the subsequent processing. Each step in the procedure is far more intricate than you can imagine. Therefore, I dare assert that no one in the entire galaxy could accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded in understanding. It became clear why the interstellar explorer exhibited such excitement upon encountering precious metals. It was indeed a challenging endeavor to forge them. If this were the case, then truly, no one in the galaxy could create them. The reason is simple. According to Su Cheng's conjecture, the highest life forms in the galaxy are merely level 4. And a level 5 life form could never emerge within the galaxy. Consider this. Merely forging precious metals demands such immense effort, and more significantly, it requires proper shaping and meticulous polishing. It is likely that in the vast cosmos, a weaponsmith is an exceedingly rare existence. Moreover, glancing at the precious metal in his possession, it seemed to serve little purpose at present. My master, to my knowledge, our galaxy constitutes merely a minuscule fraction of the entire universe, so small it can be disregarded. The interstellar explorer continued. Proceed. Given Su Cheng's current prowess, he has merely drifted within the confines of the galaxy and has never ventured beyond its boundaries, thus he remains unaware of the secrets beyond. According to the records of our ancestors, we interstellar explorers do not belong to the galaxy. Rather, we hail from the distant Star River continent, a realm composed of countless billions of planets, which has given rise to innumerable level 5 life forms. In that domain, level 3 life forms are the lowest tier of existence. Only upon reaching level 4 can one possess a modicum of self-preservation. It is the level 5 life forms that truly govern the Star River continent. And it is said that the ruler of the Star River continent possesses an astonishing strength equivalent to a level 5/3 life form. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could not help but take a sharp breath. A level 5 life form, that is an entity of the highest caliber within the universe, capable of traversing entire star systems with a mere thought, and with a casual wave, could reduce a galaxy to ashes. Such a formidable being Su Cheng had only glimpsed once in the memories of the Van Ma King. and even the mere residue of its gaze had caused him to cough up blood, a memory etched vividly in his mind. This was the first time he truly felt the terror of a level 5 life form, a force that was utterly incomparable to a level 4 life form. Subsequently, their species incurred the wrath of a formidable powerhouse from the Star River continent, forcing them to flee. However, the journey was fraught with peril, resulting in substantial casualties, leaving them with a mere team of fewer than 10,000. Upon hearing this, Sucheng felt little sympathy. Instead, he offered them a succinct remark: "Those who court death shall find it." He recalled how these individuals had once attempted to take his life upon their first encounter, rendering their portrayal as indiscriminate murderers not entirely unwarranted. One could only speculate on the heinous acts they may have committed on the Star River continent. Moreover, Sucheng noted the absence of individuality among the interstellar explorers, piquing his curiosity. For instance, the interstellar wanderers are incapable of producing females and must rely on external beings of the opposite sex for reproduction. Frankly, Sucheng had often pondered the evolution of their spiral-shaped heads, and a shiver ran down his spine at the thought, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss it. Subsequently, Sucheng gleaned some insights from the interstellar explorers regarding various extraterrestrial phenomena. They revealed that third-tier life forms are considered the most rudimentary existence in the cosmos. Furthermore, according to the interstellar explorers' conjectures, the universe is not without bounds. It is akin to an ant observing the Earth, where a towering building may appear to be a planet in its view. Observing the universe from a human perspective is tantamount to an ant surveying the Earth. Just as there is no limit to the small, there is likewise no limit to the grand. Even the smallest beings must abide by the cosmic laws. Should they transgress these boundaries, they would be subject to divine retribution, ultimately leading to their obliteration. Such revelations had never been shared with him by Xiao Jin. After nearly half a month of travel, they finally arrived at the particle star system. This system can be deemed the largest within the entire Milky Way, with each planet's diameter being a staggering 100,000 times that of the Sun. They revolve around a colossal red giant star. Suspended in the first orbit is a blue planet, the residence of the Pirate Emperor. The third orbit also houses a blue planet, albeit significantly smaller and featuring land masses. This is likely the domain of the third king. Meanwhile, the planet in the eighth orbit is shrouded in darkness, continuously emanating a sinister black light. Master, I believe we should first deal with the Pirate King. The strength of the Pirate Emperor is unfathomable, and venturing there may yield no benefits. The interstellar explorer expressed with palpable concern. Despite having transcended into a fourth-tier life form, it remained unable to overcome its fear of pirates. After all, interstellar pirates are notorious throughout the Milky Way, having wrought havoc on countless beings. Those who fell under their gaze often met with utter annihilation. Moreover, they sought to abduct all beings of the opposite sex for purposes unknown to anyone. Are you afraid? Sucheng turned back to regard him coolly. No. How could I possibly be afraid? The interstellar explorer hastily shook his head, dismissing the notion with a laugh. Even if he were truly frightened, he would never dare to voice his fears. Revealing the truth would surely result in Sucheng peeling away his skin. That would be best. Let us seek out the Pirate King at once. I am curious to witness his capabilities, as long as he can be dealt with. The rest are merely a disorganized rabble, not worth fearing. Sucheng remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. This was not a matter of arrogance. He was acutely aware of his own strength. So long as he did not encounter a level 5 life form, even if he could not win a confrontation, escaping would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Chapter 190. A new discovery. As for the Pirate Emperor, Sucheng estimated that it would not surpass a level 4/7 life form. However, the sole cause for his concern lay in the shadowy figures and the entity they referred to as the Dark Lord, the nature of which remained shrouded in mystery. Even the well-traveled interstellar explorers appeared perplexed upon hearing the mention of the Dark Lord. Nevertheless, they comprehended that, regardless of the circumstances, this being must possess extraordinary power, so formidable that it was beyond their wildest imaginations. At least, this was the consensus among the interstellar explorers. Sucheng piloted the pirate ship directly towards the first star system inhabited by the Pirate Emperor, with the interstellar explorers trailing closely behind. Though they were reluctant, none dared to voice their dissent, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. On the other hand, he silently prayed that Sucheng would indeed prove to be as remarkable as he hoped. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. As the pirate ship departed, the primary defense system of the planet activated. A beam of violet light surged towards them, followed by a tremendous roar as the entire pirate vessel was deflected off course. Yet, the vessel's resilience far exceeded their expectations. Not a single breach marred its hull. Observing this, Suqing could not help but exclaim in awe. The sturdiness of the pirate ship surpassed all his anticipations. The prior assault could have effortlessly torn apart a life form rated at just over 4. The interstellar explorers were equally astonished, having never anticipated such a remarkable resistance from the pirate ship. As the vessel continued to advance, the planet began to hum ominously. Waves of ripples emanated outward, soon manifesting a violet glow that expanded in all directions. Instantly, the surrounding temperature soared to several tens of millions of degrees Celsius. "Master, shall we proceed?" The interstellar explorers inquired, a note of trepidation evident in their voices. The adversary's seemingly simple attack proved catastrophic for them. After all, at temperatures exceeding millions of degrees, even a level 4 life form could not claim immunity. Moreover, most of the interstellar explorers were merely level 3 life forms. If the pirate ship were to traverse through such unbearable heat, would they not be reduced to mere ashes? However, Suqing remained resolute, pressing onward with unwavering determination and no room for error. Soon, the violet light engulfed the pirate ship. Yet, to their astonishment, the anticipated horror did not materialize. The pirate ship emitted a continuous burst of azure mist the moment it crossed the violet light, rendering the extreme temperature utterly ineffectual against its structure. Witnessing this, Suqing's heart raced. The pirate ship was indeed extraordinary. It was well known that such temperatures could overwhelm even his mech warriors. In no time, the pirate vessel settled upon a vast expanse of ocean. The terrestrial landmass of the planet constituted less than 10%, thus stretching before them was an endless azure sea. The ocean roiled violently, capable of conjuring waves towering over 1,000 meters in an instant. If this were placed on Earth, even an aircraft carrier would be overturned. Yet, the pirate ship remained steadfast, capable of withstanding the tremendous force of over 100,000 tons of seawater. However, in light of the previous scene, this seemed rather inconsequential. After all, they had traversed through extreme temperatures exceeding millions of degrees. Not only did they not rest for a moment, but a few colossal vessels were also spotted floating not far away, their presence formidable, though slightly less than that of the pirate ship. Moreover, the pirate flag was raised at their prow, unmistakably identifying them as local marauders. Upon witnessing this, the interstellar explorer felt a jolt of alarm, fearing that the pirate king might be aboard one of these ships. In contrast, Suqing remained remarkably composed, whether the pirate king was present or not. He felt no need for trepidation. Naturally, a leader of such stature would not easily reveal themselves, for what dignity would remain for a sovereign otherwise? Before long, 10 ships encircled them, directing their laser cannons at the pirate vessel. Without excessive dialogue, beams of light surged forth, bombarding the pirate ship. Initially, the interstellar explorer felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that these pirates might invade and claim their lives. However, as time passed, he grew more at ease. These golden beams were considerably weaker than the previous purple light, akin to a ball of tissue paper striking a person from 100 meters away, causing barely a ripple. Following a relentless barrage, the pirate ship remained undeterred, instead stirring up towering waves that nearly sent them tumbling into the sea. Witnessing this spectacle, Suqing could not suppress a cold smile, thinking to himself how foolish they were. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of their first wave of attacks, the pirates turned to retreat. Yet, Suqing would not grant them any opportunity. The moment they pivoted, a surge of water erupted beneath them. With a deafening crash, several local pirate ships plunged into the depths. Remarkably, these vessels bobbed back to the surface like weebles, demonstrating a glimmer of awareness. Suqing nodded approvingly, and then commanded, "Fire!" With a resounding explosion, the targeted local pirate ship was reduced to ashes. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the pirates were thoroughly terrified, scattering in all directions. Regrettably, Suqing offered them no chance for reprieve. Within mere seconds, their ranks crumbled entirely, with not a single survivor to be found. Suqing estimated that they were all level 3 life forms. Had even one level 4 entity been present, their defeat would not have been so catastrophic. Nonetheless, Suqing felt no sense of triumph, for he knew that the true boss lay yet to be encountered. These were merely a band of petty marauders. Indeed, not long after, several massive pirate ships slowly approached their vicinity. Suqing seized the initiative, launching an attack without hesitation. However, this time, the opposing forces stirred not a single ripple in response. Subsequently, a fierce exchange of fire ensued in this maritime arena. Fortunately, both parties are exercising restraint. Otherwise, the entire planet would likely be torn asunder in an instant. However, this planet has been meticulously altered by the Pirate Emperor, and its mass and stability are incomparable to that of other celestial bodies. Much like the moon, which was transformed by Sioux City, it may merely be a satellite. Yet it has been ingeniously engineered into a habitable world for humanity. At this moment, the enormous pirate ship began to sway incessantly. Just as the battle between the two factions intensified, the leader of the interstellar explorers rushed over with a blueprint, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Master, I have made a remarkable discovery." Chapter 191. The Pirate Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Su-chung couldn't help but glance over, inquiring, "What new discovery?" "Master, this pirate ship can launch super cannonballs, capable of annihilating level 4 life forms," exclaimed the interstellar explorer, brimming with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. "Oh?" Su-chung furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly filled with intense curiosity about this marvel. The ability to eliminate level 4 life forms certainly kept the interstellar explorer from disappointing him. However, as they spoke, the entire pirate ship began to sway violently, nearly capsizing. Outside, another pirate vessel had collided with theirs. Fortunately, their ship sustained minimal damage, while the opposing vessel suffered greatly, with its bow severely crumpled. He chuckled softly. The pirate ship that Van Ma Wong was aboard surpassed local vessels in both size and technology. It was said that the ship was not crafted by pirates, but rather bestowed upon them by a superior life form. The leader of the interstellar explorers meticulously recounted the results of his research. It turned out that cannonballs infused with primal energy could directly obliterate level 4 life forms. The mere thought of this exhilarated Su-chung. If this were true, it would alleviate many of his troubles. Eliminating level 4 life forms would certainly facilitate his endeavors within the galaxy. Moreover, his immigration plans would progress at an accelerated pace. Having gathered this information, Su-chung's immediate priority was to conduct a test. After all, seeing is believing. There was no need for concern regarding the abundance of primal energy at his disposal. He handed a sphere of primal energy to his companion, and then the interstellar explorer commanded the entire pirate fleet. "Aim and fire." With a resounding boom, the foremost pirate ship was struck and plunged into the depths of the sea. Goodness! Su-chung had not anticipated such formidable power. Just as he prepared to fire again, the entire pirate ship suddenly malfunctioned, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. The ship began to spin uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an invisible force. "What is happening?" The leader of the interstellar explorers gasped in astonishment. Su-chung felt a sinking sensation in his heart. At that moment, a colossal pirate ship emerged from beneath the waves. In comparison to this behemoth, Su-chung's vessel felt utterly diminutive, akin to an insignificant ant standing before a towering giant. The once boundless sea transformed into a vast expanse of land, stretching endlessly in all directions. At this moment, the interstellar explorers gazed ahead in sheer terror, their expressions resembling those who had encountered a ghost. These individuals, naturally timid, were likely rendered paralyzed with fear in such a situation. Su-chung, however, remained relatively composed. Not all things of grandeur are necessarily effective. Just like the spaceship previously occupied by the interstellar wanderers, which was indeed large, their overall capability only measured at level 3. 9. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the massive ship's hatch slowly creaked open, revealing a slippery red object, oozing a viscous black substance that was utterly repugnant. The two women could not help but clutch their chests, retching involuntarily. Witnessing this scene, Su-chung furrowed his brow slightly, unable to bear the sight. He thought to himself how nauseating this creature truly was. In no time, the entire form of the creature was fully exposed. Su-chung gasped in disbelief. It was a grotesque sight. The creature's head was completely bald, its body covered in barbed protrusions, and it sported a long tail. It stood towering at over 1,000 meters high, though considerably smaller than the famed king of horses in terms of sheer size. Nevertheless, compared to the imposing pirate ship, it seemed rather insignificant. Yet, at the moment of its emergence, the leader of the interstellar explorers instinctively displayed a visage of terror, trembling uncontrollably. Su-chung turned his head to glance at them, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed unlikely that he could rely on this incompetent group, whose cowardice only fueled his irritation. The two women also wore expressions of concern. If he guessed correctly, this creature must be the legendary Pirate King. Had it not been for the interstellar explorers, their paths might never have crossed. After all, Su-chung had believed he had eliminated this troublesome group. Suddenly, the creature spoke first. When Su Cheng heard its words, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. His astonishment stemmed not from the Pirate King knowing his name, but from the fact that it could articulate human speech. It is well known that a universal language exists in the cosmos, the interstellar tongue, which one learns automatically upon surpassing the threshold of a third-level life form, a sort of starter pack for cosmic beings. Yet here was a pirate that spoke intelligibly, while the nearby interstellar explorers stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the utterances. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, Su Cheng finally inquired, "How is it that you can speak?" "Haha." The Pirate King erupted in laughter before replying, "Not only can I speak, but I also know that you were the one who slayed the King of Horses. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng instinctively turned to glance at the interstellar explorers. This time, the Pirate King had utilized the universal language, and the explorers could understand. Struck with fear, one of them suddenly knelt before the Pirate King, exclaiming, "Master, I know nothing. I swear, I know nothing." With that, he turned to the furious Pirate King, insisting, "I do not recognize you. I do not recognize you." "Of course you do not recognize me," retorted the Pirate King. "For vile insects such as yourselves are not worthy to acknowledge my existence. Interstellar explorers, mere bastards cast out from the Star River continent eons ago." The interstellar explorer opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. This pirate emperor possessed quite a wealth of knowledge. "How did I come to know this, you ask? To speak candidly, my ancestors were once native inhabitants of the Galaxy continent." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could not help but chuckle. It must be said that these pirate emperors are indeed formidable, so much so that they even berate themselves. "Aren't you also a castaway, shamelessly flaunting your power here?" This was the second time Su Cheng had heard of the Galaxy continent, and now, his curiosity about it had grown immensely. What secrets could possibly unfold in a place capable of giving rise to level 5 life forms? Chapter 192, The Great Battle Against the Pirate Emperor Beside Them. The interstellar explorers were akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupting in indignation in an instant. This was no surprise, as the tribulations faced by their ancestors had compelled them to endure countless hardships throughout the ages. It could be said that this was a thorn in their hearts. And now, being insulted so brazenly by their adversary, the leader of the interstellar explorers could no longer contain himself. He charged forward uncontrollably, appearing ready to fight to the death. Su Cheng wished to intervene, but before he could utter a word, the leader had already dashed out in alarm. Observing this situation, Su Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. However, the interstellar explorer had only just broken through to a level 4 life form. How could he possibly contend with the pirate emperor? As he rushed forward, he was swiftly subdued and ground into the ground. Fortunately, as a level 4 life form with robust resilience, as long as his golden core remained intact, he could reconstruct his physical form regardless of the injuries sustained. Though he would not perish, he would undoubtedly endure a painful ordeal. After charging in, the leader of the interstellar explorers began to regret his impulsive decision, lamenting his lack of restraint. He was not Su Cheng and certainly could not engage in a battle beyond his capabilities. Su Cheng observed quietly. The strength of the pirate emperor appeared to be around a level 4. For life form, not as formidable as the leader had claimed, yet still marginally superior to their combined strength. The air was filled with thunderous roars as the leader was beaten to a pulp, unable to mount any defense. He could only howl in desperation, turning his gaze towards Su Cheng. If things continued in this manner, he would be reduced to a mere shadow of himself. It seemed the pirate emperor had sensed the leader's thoughts and intensified his assault. Each punch landed with brutal force, contorting the leader's head. "Su Cheng, this fellow likely cannot endure much longer," Chen Shui remarked from the side. "Patience, patience. As the old saying goes, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will, strengthen their bones, and make them endure hardship," Su Cheng replied, standing there with an air of an aloof sage. Upon hearing his words, the two women could not help but roll their eyes. Yet, with Su Cheng refraining from intervening, they had no choice but to wait. Moments later, the leader of the interstellar explorers could no longer hold back and began to cry out for mercy. "Help! Please save me, I beg you." What a farce! If Su Cheng did not lend a hand soon, his life would surely be in jeopardy. "Act now," Su Cheng commanded as he assessed the situation. With a resounding shout, the three of them instantly merged, and a beam of golden light surged forth toward their foe. With a tremendous crash, the pirate emperor was sent flying, leaving a grotesque wound across his body. Observing this outcome, Su Cheng furrowed his brow. It was evident that the strike had not achieved the impact he had envisioned. In his estimation, that blow should have left the adversary in a state of utter disarray. Simultaneously, the pirate emperor gazed at Su Cheng in disbelief. Until this moment, he had been closely monitoring him, and from the latter's aura, he appeared to be merely a level 3/6 life form. Though they were unaware of the means by which the formidable Vanma King was slain, it was evident that he was merely a strong contender among pirates, with a significant disparity when compared to himself. Particularly due to the physical attributes of Vanma King, his prowess was considerably superior to that of a Tier 3 life form, yet still inferior to an ordinary Tier 4 life form. Therefore, even if Su Cheng had vanquished Vanma King, it held little significance in his eyes, for he believed he could still accomplish everything Su Cheng could. However, to his astonishment, Su Cheng's initial assault had indeed inflicted injuries upon him. Although this was partly due to a surprise attack and his own negligence, it nonetheless indicated that Su Cheng possessed the capability to harm him. Contemplating this, the Pirate King was filled with a desire for vengeance, longing to rend Su Cheng to pieces to assuage his rage. Unfortunately, he underestimated Su Cheng's strength. Even if Su Cheng had not ascended to a Tier 4 life form, it was not impossible for him to pose a lethal threat. Before long, the two sides clashed fiercely. As the saying goes, when gods battle, mortals suffer. The surrounding lesser pirates lamented their fate, as those who lagged behind were swept away by the aftermath, resulting in countless casualties in an instant. Within mere minutes, the pirates suffered losses exceeding half their ranks. The conflict was fiercely contested, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Yet, despite the staggering toll of casualties, the Pirate King remained unfazed, even displaying a glimmer of indifference in his gaze. Star pirates were not a singular race, but rather a collective of formidable individuals plundered from various planets by these pirate leaders. In this ruthless world, the strong thrived while the weak perished. Naturally, the selection process for pirates involved rigorous criteria. Firstly, one must possess a heart of stone, for without such resolve, it was impossible to survive as a pirate. Additionally, the requirements for strength were stringent. One had to be at least a Tier 2 life form, as Tier 3 life forms were relegated to the role of mere lackeys, the lowest of the low with no true rights, akin to slaves. Their lives entirely at the mercy of these pirates. Even now, the demise of these pirates was inconsequential. As long as the Pirate King remained alive, it would not be long before the pirates would once again flourish. Ultimately, the pirate banner was merely a fade. As time relentlessly marched on, Su Cheng found himself grappling with the limitations of his strength. After all, their fusion was bound by time, and once the duration lapsed, the three would be compelled to separate, only able to recombine once a sufficient amount of energy had gathered. This was the most perilous aspect of the mech warriors. When both sides reached parity in strength, it was inevitable that Su Cheng would be the one to falter. Upon realizing this flaw, Su Cheng became increasingly vigilant, intensifying his attacks with fervor. However, regardless of the fervency of Su Cheng's onslaughts, his opponent effortlessly neutralized each assault. Moreover, during the skirmish, the Pirate King discerned this vulnerability. Aware of this shortcoming, he disregarded Su Cheng's frontal confrontations, opting instead to evade continuously in an attempt to buy time. Once the moment arrived, Su Cheng would find himself akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. "Those who dare to hunt my pirate kin shall pay dearly," roared the Pirate King, his voice filled with fury. No sooner had he uttered these words than his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to that of one who had encountered a specter. Chapter 193. The Gathering of Shadows. It is essential to understand that a level 4 life form, in a certain sense, can exist alongside the cosmos itself. At this moment, if he remains unable to control his wounds, it is likely that his demise is imminent. I have not committed any great act. I merely transformed the primal energy into projectiles. This device will not take your life in an instant, but rather, you will witness your own demise gradually unfold. Su Cheng smiled faintly. Observing that seemingly innocuous visage, the Pirate King involuntarily shuddered. Throughout his life, he had battled countless formidable foes, and he had even claimed the lives of several level 4 life forms. Yet now, he found himself on the brink of annihilation at the hands of a mere level 3/6 creature, a reality he could scarcely accept even in death. He was but a step away from ascending to greater heights, and now he was to be halted in his tracks. The Pirate King, filled with resentment, knelt upon the ground and cried out to the heavens, "Lord of darkness, grant me strength. Bestow upon me the power I seek." No sooner had he uttered these words than the tranquil sea erupted into towering waves. In light of this spectacle, Sucheng could no longer afford to linger. He swiftly retreated with the two women, finding themselves several kilometers away in an instant. Subsequently, a shroud of black smoke enveloped the Pirate King. What transpired? Before Sucheng could utter another word, the Pirate King inexplicably vanished before his very eyes, along with the interstellar marauders. Witnessing this, Sucheng was both astonished and enraged. This marked the second occurrence. He recalled how Luo he had similarly disappeared right before him. How brazen of them to dismiss him so readily. Clenching his fists until they creaked, he was not merely incensed by the Pirate King's escape, but mourned the abduction of the interstellar explorer. After spending several days in their company, he had discovered that the explorer was a veritable fountain of knowledge, well-versed in many cosmic matters. Indeed, Sucheng had entertained thoughts of nurturing this individual as a trusted confidant. Now, with Sucheng's continued growth and power, it was imperative that he swiftly forge a force of his own. As the saying goes, a single thread cannot weave a fabric. Nor can a solitary tree form a forest. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot rival the strength of a collective. Presently, with enemies lurking in the shadows and his own position obscured, Sucheng found himself lost in contemplation. Following a series of events, he felt an overwhelming sensation of being watched by countless unseen eyes. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, the scars of past betrayals had instilled a heightened sense of vigilance within him. The pervasive shadows trailed him like phantoms, rendering him restless and uneasy. To be candid, Sucheng harbored a tinge of fear. After all, these shadows were omnipresent. Should they choose to strike at those near to him, he would be caught unawares. Yet, with his current capabilities, he was ill-equipped to discern their movements. The only path forward lay in his relentless pursuit of self-improvement to resolve this predicament. With a long sigh, Chun Xian resolved to dismiss such tumultuous thoughts. For the time being, these shadows posed no immediate threat. If they truly intended to act against him, they would certainly not be in a hurry. The reason the opponent resorts to such underhanded tactics, both overtly and covertly, is, in a sense, rooted in their apprehension of him. Perhaps they fear that in a moment of desperation, they might provoke him into unleashing a catastrophic retaliation. As Sucheng cast his gaze upon the countless pirates, he noticed them cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. These pirates understood that if Sucheng could vanquish the Pirate King, they stood no chance as mere wretches. "Master, how should we deal with these pirates?" inquired the leader of the interstellar explorers, who bore the marks of a recent beating. His once vibrant orange head now swollen grotesquely, presenting a rather comical sight. Let them fend for themselves, Sucheng contemplated. After all, there were billions of lives at stake, and he could not bring himself to slaughter them all. Upon hearing this, the leader of the explorers could only nod in agreement. However, the ringleaders would find it hard to escape justice. The interstellar pirates had existed across countless epochs, amassing treasures beyond measure. Allowing them to survive might lead to further calamities. Thus, it would be wiser to orchestrate a grand confiscation, potentially benefiting humanity in the process. Sucheng seized a 3-9-level life form, the second most formidable among the pirates, just beneath the Pirate King. In a bid for survival, the pirates dared not protest and obediently surrendered their treasures. Before long, the pirate ship was filled to the brim. Among the spoils, the most abundant was the essence of origin, which was far purer than what the previous king of horses had collected. There were also various weapons and treasures of nature. Most of these items eluded Sucheng's knowledge, though he recognized some as plump, red fruits, reminiscent of those found on Earth. Curiosity piqued, Sucheng tasted one, finding it sweet and quite delectable. He mused whether these pirates truly regarded fruit as treasures. If so, he would be both amused and perplexed. Meanwhile, the leader of the interstellar explorers clutched a tablet-like device, fervently cataloging these treasures. Observing the proceedings, Sucheng chose to close his eyes and meditate. At that moment, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. As time passed, this restless sensation intensified. "What on earth?" Sucheng exclaimed, startled by the sudden development. Instantly, he recalled the red fruit he had consumed earlier, and his heart raced. Within a minute, his face flushed and twisted in discomfort. The two women beside him were equally alarmed, though at a loss for what to do. Just then, the leader of the interstellar explorers excitedly approached. Chapter 194. Plan 2. When they witnessed this scene, their expressions changed in astonishment. However, they quickly regained their composure. My lords, there is no need for concern. Su Cheng has merely consumed a substance known as the cloud spirit fruit, a rare treasure of the heavens and the earth, capable of elevating a level 3 life form by 1 tier, albeit through a rather excruciating process. The two women exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Although they were undeniably shaken internally, they maintained an outward appearance of calm, betraying no excessive fear. Yet their nails dug deeply into their flesh. As time passed, an hour later, a tremendous force erupted from Su Cheng's body. Fortunately, the two women had prepared in advance, but the leader of the interstellar explorers was not so lucky. He was hurled away with a violent crash, landing 100 meters away before he could steady himself. With a face of sheer terror, he gazed at Su Cheng, his eyes filled with profound dread. It was astonishing that a level 4 life form like himself could not withstand the shockwave emitted by Su Cheng. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare throughout the universe. It was said that the sovereign of the Star River continent could engage in battles beyond his level in his youth, cleverly masking his strength, ultimately ascending to greatness. Now, he witnessed it firsthand. Su Cheng's terrifying power seemed even greater than that of the legendary sovereign. At least, that was his belief. After a brief moment, Su Cheng exhaled deeply, his gaze returning to tranquility. A formidable energy coursed through his meridians, imparting an extraordinarily mystical sensation. To his surprise, he had achieved yet another breakthrough. At this moment, Su Cheng had become a level 3/7 life form, inching closer to level 4. It would not be long before he completely transcended into a level 4 life form. When that time came, he would settle the score with that shadow. The two women were also elated by Su Cheng's advancement. Su Cheng, we wish to try as well. This way, we want to be a burden to you, Chen Shui exclaimed eagerly. Although the process of breaking through appeared quite painful, the outcome was undeniably remarkable. One red fruit could equate to years, even decades, of cultivation. It was worth noting that breakthroughs among level 3 life forms typically took a minimum of several years and could extend to decades, with some individuals struggling for over a century without making any progress. The limitations for level 4 life forms were even longer, often requiring thousands of years to transcend, as reaching level 4 meant achieving a state of immortality, eternally existing within the cosmos. As for the true strength of a level 5 life form, Su Cheng had yet to fully approach that threshold, thus he could not provide a definitive answer. Indeed, Su Cheng nodded. Although the process was somewhat painful, enduring it would lead to a significant enhancement of his strength. If the overall power of the three individuals increased, the combat prowess of their combined mech warriors would likewise be augmented, as their innate energy served as the fuel for the mechs. The more abundant the fuel, the more formidable the mech warriors would become. At that moment, the previously silent leader of the interstellar explorers spoke up, stating, "Master, I do not recommend that they consume the cloud spirit fruit." What does that mean? Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. You see, while the cloud spirit fruit possesses miraculous effects, it also harbors a deadly toxin. If combined with a masculine entity, it may be manageable. However, if it interacts with a feminine counterpart, the toxicity could amplify exponentially. It should only be attempted in dire circumstances, for such an action could lead to a disruption of the yin and yang balance, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic demise. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Cheng upon hearing this. The two women were equally alarmed. Fortunately, they had refrained from speaking recklessly earlier, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. This realization solidified their trust in the leader of the interstellar explorers, who had no motive to deceive them. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the costs associated with betrayal. Meanwhile, in a neighboring star system, dark mist swirled ominously. At the forefront, a 3/9 life form led a group of trembling pirates. Before them loomed a vague shadow and the severely injured Pirate King. It is well known that the Pirate King reigns supreme in the realm of pirates. Eons ago, a clan attempted to invade the pirate faction, foolishly seeking to engulf the entire pirate domain. However, the Pirate King single-handedly vanquished them all. It was this act that solidified his status among the pirates, and his name became renowned throughout the galaxy. However, with the emergence of the Vama King, the Pirate King's prominence began to wane. As time passed, many came to know only of the Vama King, unaware that above him loomed the legendary Pirate King. Yet today, the Pirate King faced near demise. Even the shadowy figure dared not confront him directly, opting instead to wait for an opportunity to seize the upper hand. Su Cheng had become the most feared name among the pirate faction, destined to cast an enduring shadow over them. Beside him, He observed the scene with a twisted expression. Previously, bolstered by the gifts from the shadowy figure, he had ascended to a 4-5 level life form, securing his place even in the vast universe. In the Star River continent, he was among the lowest tier of the pyramid. Yet, in the presence of Su Cheng, he felt utterly devoid of confidence, gripped by overwhelming fear. The power he had gained through external means now felt utterly fragile. Useless. The shadowy figure could not help but curse. Su Cheng's rate of growth had begun to exceed his control. In just a few days, his strength had surged to such heights that the figure recalled the great cost he had once incurred to confront a mere 4-0 level life form, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet now, the 4th level life form before him was utterly defenseless. Should this trend continue? He might not have to wait long before the adversary came knocking at his door. Contemplating this, the shadow silently resolved to take action, and at that moment, his gaze sharpened. He then commanded, "Initiate Plan 2. He was left in a state of bewilderment. He had never heard of any Plan 2. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet vanish, and his entire body was lifted off the ground, spiraling into the air uncontrollably. Chapter 195. The Shadow's Scheme. In an instant, He was seized by an overwhelming terror. Clutching his throat, he struggled frantically, ensnared by a sensation akin to suffocation. "Let me go, please release me," he pleaded, yet no amount of resistance proved fruitful. In that moment, he yearned to fight back, only to discover that he was as helpless as a fledgling chick in the grip of his captor. Despair surged within him, and at that very instant, the elusive shadow revealed its true form. Draped in darkness, the figure bore a resemblance to humanity, yet towered above it, standing a staggering 3 meters tall. Its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, akin to flames, and an acrid scent of sulfur enveloped its presence. Upon its emergence, it appeared almost like a black hole, an entity capable of encompassing the entirety of the universe, with even light failing to refract off its form. A creature classified as a level 4-9 life form. It was in existence nearly on par with a level 5 life form, rendering it virtually invincible within the Milky Way, though both parties were classified as level 4 life forms. The disparity between them was vast, spanning the entire galaxy. The lower echelon of level 4 beings merely enjoyed longevity, whereas the higher echelon could command entire star systems. Simply put, a mere flick of its wrist could obliterate half the Milky Way, and this being was but a servant of the Dark Lord. It was unfathomable to comprehend the true magnitude of the Dark Lord's power. Do you not crave greater strength? Do you not wish to personally annihilate Sioux City? Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. The shadow intoned coolly. Upon hearing these words, He's countenance shifted dramatically, although the specifics of what was to unfold remained unclear. One thing was certain. He was inescapably doomed this day. The thought of his impending demise filled him with dread, and he desperately shook his head, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you, spare my life. I am the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord, willing to serve him for eternity." Alas, before his words could fully escape his lips, excruciating pain threatened to claim his life. A horrific scene unfolded before the eyes of the surrounding pirates. They beheld as He's flesh began to separate from his bones, and in a fleeting moment, he was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. Blue blood dripped rhythmically to the ground, and within his abdomen, a dark orb pulsated, exuding an eerie black mist. It was an unsettling sight indeed. It is crucial to note that the internal cores formed within level 4 life forms are predominantly golden, while those with exceptional talents may condense a purple-golden inner core. However, this ominous, pitch-black orb was surely no benign entity. As the pirates stood in shock, they suddenly felt an unsettling sensation within their own bodies. The first to react were the more formidable pirates, as their chi began to involuntarily seep outward, despite their fervent efforts to contain it. This unsettling transformation compelled them to cast their gazes toward the shadow, realizing it was undoubtedly the source of their plight. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession, bursts of blood mist erupted from thin air. Subsequently, all the flesh and blood coalesced upon the skeletal frame of He. Run! The remaining pirates instinctively reacted, desperately fleeing in all directions, fearing that any delay would render them mere sustenance. Alas, in the face of a level 4-9 life form, their attempts at escape were futile. Hardly had they taken a few steps when their bodies erupted with a thunderous blast. Countless lives vanished in an instant. It was a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Yet, the shadow's demeanor remained unperturbed, as if such occurrences were commonplace for him. His ascent to this point was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also to his fearsome methods that instilled dread in others. After nurturing you for millennia, it's time for you to show your gratitude. The shadow remarked with a cold smile. He had begun his scheming eons ago, and today, it finally bore fruit. Although Luhi was not his ideal choice, he found a certain satisfaction in the outcome. He had forcibly elevated Luhi's power to a level 4. For life form, precisely for this day, Luhi, blissfully unaware, believed he had latched onto a powerful ally, not realizing that the moment he struck a deal with the shadow, he had already plunged into an abyss of darkness. He felt the might of the level 4. For life form, yet he would pay for it with his very life. At this moment, Luhi was engulfed in profound regret. Reflecting on the past, he thought that had he remained with Su Cheng, content to bide his time, he might have soon ascended to the throne of the Chemo tribe. Freed from limitations, his strength would have surged, and perhaps he could have gradually transcended to a level 4 life form. Yet, driven by ambition, he fancied himself a rare genius of the Chemo tribe, having been idolized since childhood, which led to a shift in his mindset. His aspirations soared high, believing no one could constrain him. Little did he know the wisdom of the adage, there are always greater forces beyond comprehension. In his earlier days, he felt inadequate yet believed he could ascend to a level 6 life form. However, as his power grew, he realized the absurdity of such notions. Even a formidable entity like the Shadow was merely a level 4 life form. His arrogance was a foolish overestimation of his capabilities. Yet, in this universe, there exists no remedy for regret. Time cannot be reversed, nor can even the cosmic forces alter the truth. He would undoubtedly pay the price for his foolishness. As time ticked away, countless blood mists and remnants flowed into his being, leading to further transformations within his dantian. The once black inner core morphed into a vibrant orange hue, with flames erupting, reaching temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius. However, such extreme heat posed no threat to him. A day swiftly passed. The following day, after a night filled with anguished cries, Luhi was utterly silenced. At this moment, a colossal creature towered before the shadow. This beast stood over 1,000 meters tall, exuding a pungent stench of decay that was enough to obliterate low-level life forms upon mere inhalation. However, this creature possessed no thoughts of its own. It stood there silently, akin to a sculpture. A constant droning emanated from within the monster. Observing his creation, the shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction and, licking his lips, remarked, "Perfect, truly exquisite. Yet it still lacks a catalyst." As he spoke, the shadow turned his gaze towards the half-dead Pirate King. Upon witnessing the situation, the Pirate King, without uttering a word, transformed into a streak of luminous energy, hurtling towards the horizon with astonishing speed. The velocity was such that it left merely an afterimage in the air. Yet, in the next moment, a horrifying scream echoed forth as anticipated. Chapter 196. The monster, no matter how swift his movements were, he could not surpass the shadow. In an instant, the body of the Pirate King expanded rapidly, and within mere seconds, it erupted into a mist of crimson. A pungent odor permeated the air. At that moment, the final catalyst coursed into the creature's being. As the formidable monster slowly opened its eyes, an unparalleled aura surged forth from within. In a heartbeat, the entire cavern began to collapse inch by inch, while the creature's form swelled dramatically. With the inflation of its body, its power ascended correspondingly. 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3. Before long, the creature broke through to a level 4, 5 life form, now a high-tier entity. Yet it showed no signs of halting. "Continue, continue, continue," the shadow exclaimed with exhilaration, as if admiring his exquisite masterpiece. Indeed, this was his most cherished creation. It also served as a grand gift for Su Cheng. Finally, when the monster ascended to a level 4, 7 life form, it abruptly ceased its growth. Immediately, it was as if a vacuum within it drew the previously attained 4, 7 level back down to a 4, 6 life form. Excellent, truly excellent. The shadow nodded in satisfaction, far exceeding his expectations. He had anticipated a mere breakthrough to level 4, 5, yet it had surged through 3 tiers. A chilling laughter echoed from the shadow, filled with a sinister terror. The sound alone could obliterate lower life forms. Such was the might of a level 4, 9 being. Even a mere glance or gesture from it could extinguish a level 3 life form. "Go forth, bearing your wrath, and bring devastation." As soon as the words left his lips, the monster let out a thunderous roar, and a colossal black void manifested before it. From the billowing dark mist, the creature vanished without a trace. At this moment, Su Cheng and his companions returned triumphantly. As for the countless lives they had spared, they were momentarily released. However, Su Cheng cast a binding curse upon them, ensuring they would remain eternally confined within the twin star system, preventing them from causing harm to others. Master, all is prepared. We may set forth, the explorer declared. Let us proceed, Su Cheng nodded. Yet at that instant, the previously tranquil sea surged with tumultuous waves. Sounds of monstrous roars echoed incessantly. Following this, a black vortex materialized above them. As the whirlpool churned, a gargantuan figure emerged slowly. Its presence blotted out the sun, instilling fear in countless lives, rendering them paralyzed with trepidation. The four-level life form of the Pirate King could dominate the entire pirate clan, but the creature that now loomed before them was exponentially more formidable. Countless pirates plunged into the depths of the ocean at breakneck speed. The boundless sea offered a semblance of safety, yet should the entity desire their demise, it would require but the slightest effort. However, it was evident that this monstrous creature was not targeting the pirates, for as soon as it manifested, its gaze was fixed upon the pirate ship where Su Cheng resided. Likewise, Su Cheng gazed at this colossal beast, momentarily struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had encountered this entity before. Yet the memory eluded him. The two women accompanying him also felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the creature. A level 4/6 life form. This was undoubtedly the most formidable monster they had ever encountered, with no exceptions. Even if Su Cheng had made some advancements, he felt as insignificant as an ant in the presence of such power. It was likely that even their combined strength would not suffice against this formidable opponent. Just as they pondered this, the creature suddenly lashed its tail with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the pirate ship was sent flying, crashing violently into the depths of the sea. The individuals within the cabin were thrown about chaotically, their heads spinning as they struggled to regain their bearings. What the hell? This is utterly ruthless. Su Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in anger. At this moment, the leader of the interstellar explorers was rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. His expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. He understood the vast disparity between levels, especially after witnessing the creature's breakthrough to a level 4 life form. He feared that he would never achieve a second self-breakthrough in his lifetime. This was precisely why he had devoted himself entirely to following Su Cheng. The pursuit of strength is an unending journey. As long as a life form exists, it will relentlessly seek to enhance its power until its annihilation. Much like Xiaojin, a level 6 life form, which may appear unattainable to others. Yet Xiaojin remained unsatisfied, yearning to contend against the forces of the universe. For no one knows where the limits of strength truly lie. The universe Xiaojin sought to explore was merely a fraction of what lay beyond, with countless mysteries still hidden from discovery. Even with Xiaojin's formidable power, those secrets remained inaccessible. Presently, Su Cheng and his companions were too frightened to venture outside the pirate ship. It would be sheer folly to do so, tantamount to courting death. Unless one harbored thoughts of mutual destruction, no one would be foolish enough to confront a level 4/6 life form head-on. Yet, it was evident that the creature had no intention of sparing them. Rather, it was intent on escalating its assault, determined to annihilate them. With a thunderous roar, the pirate ship was once again hurled into the air. This time, the monster intensified its onslaught, tossing the entire vessel as if it were a mere plaything. Reveling in its malicious game, the cabin erupted into chaos. With a deafening roar, the creature struck the pirate ship with its tail. In an instant, the once indestructible vessel was brutally contorted by the sheer force of the blow. Witnessing this, Su Cheng was profoundly shocked. It was well known that this pirate ship was exceptionally resilient, impervious even to temperatures exceeding 1,000,000,000 degrees, yet it had been ruthlessly warped by this creature. The magnitude of its strength was unfathomable, and Su Cheng struggled to suppress the astonishment surging within him. The leader of the interstellar explorers, Chang, struggled to rise from the ground. Just as he intended to pilot the pirate ship to escape, he was forcefully yanked back. Witnessing this predicament, Su Cheng and the others exchanged worried glances. Continuing on this path was untenable. No matter how robust the pirate ship was, it could not withstand such relentless assaults. It would not be long before it collapsed entirely. Master, what should we do next? They lamented, engulfed in despair. They were powerless to fight back and unable to flee. The interstellar explorer felt a profound sense of hopelessness. After laboriously breaking through to the 4th-level life form, he had barely begun to relish his newfound power when calamity struck. If he were to perish here, it would be an immense loss. All he could do was silently pray that Su Cheng possessed some extraordinary means to turn the tide. Chapter 197, Confrontation with Luhi. Indeed, his prayers bore fruit. Su Qing wielded a laser cannon, a weapon that even level 6 life forms regarded with trepidation. However, its overwhelming power posed a danger. A single discharge could lead to mutual destruction. As long as he remained alive and well, he would refrain from resorting to such extremes unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the creature seemed in no hurry to eliminate Su Cheng. Rather, it engaged in a frenzied display of torment, as if venting its own frustrations. As time passed, Su Cheng managed to steady his nerves. They understood that in such circumstances, haste would yield no benefits. If a direct assault was not feasible, then cunning would be their ally. With a thunderous boom, the entire pirate ship plunged into the depths of the sea. Su Cheng, this figure seemed so familiar. Seizing the moment of tranquility, Lin Shui exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing her words, Su Cheng's conviction solidified. The entity before him was undeniably known to him, and indeed, it was an old acquaintance. However, this being appeared to be a patchwork of sorts. A closer inspection revealed that each fragment of flesh bore a different hue, resembling a grotesque assembly of disparate pieces. A tail? A tail? Su Cheng muttered softly to himself. Moments later, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he recalled something significant: the Quimo tribe. This entity also possessed a lengthy tail, albeit slightly smaller in size. Upon closer examination, it became evident that this creature was merely an exaggerated version of the Quimo tribe. Lu He. Almost immediately, Su Cheng arrived at the most plausible conclusion. It was indeed Lu He. Previously, after that fellow had been rescued, he had not reappeared. As time passed, Su Cheng had nearly forgotten of his existence. Yet now, he materialized out of nowhere, and in light of all that had transpired, Su Cheng firmly reaffirmed his suspicions. What astonished him was the startling revelation that after such a long absence, Lu He had ascended to a level 4/6 life form. A cultivation speed that was simply astonishing. Even Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, he would never believe that this transformation was achieved solely through Lu He's own prowess. The simplest and most effective method was, undoubtedly, the use of drugs. A saying circulated throughout the cosmos: with sufficient drug use, an ant could transform into a swarm. However, these substances shared a common side effect. They could suppress the inherent potential of the organism. In essence, these drugs served to breach the limits of the body. In other words, drugs acted as catalysts, enabling a being to reach the limits of its physical capabilities prematurely. Most of these were inferior substances, while the majority of the items Su Cheng exchanged from the system lacked such detrimental side effects. With this realization, everything fell into place. Although the reasons behind Lu He's grotesque appearance remained unclear, one thing was certain: he was undoubtedly here to seek vengeance. Su Cheng was acutely aware of Lu He's nature. He would certainly repay any grievances. Yet, considering his monstrous appearance, it was likely that this predicament was of Lu He's own making. If Su Cheng was not mistaken, this terrifying visage was surely a result of the Shadow's influence. The adversary would hardly regard him as a being of humanity. Tragically, Louis ultimately transformed into a mere killing machine, which, in the end, could be considered a fitting consequence of his actions. What deeds could such a creature, capable of turning against even his own father, possibly refrain from committing? In the pursuit of power, it is likely that Lu He would stoop to any depths. With this thought, Su Cheng felt a sense of certainty within. Initially, to exert control over this individual, Su Cheng had manipulated certain aspects of his being during Lu He's breakthrough, a precaution taken for unforeseen circumstances. To his astonishment, this seemingly inconsequential act proved advantageous at this critical juncture. Justice, it is said, must ultimately prevail. As he spoke, Su Cheng succinctly conveyed his thoughts to the two women and the interstellar explorer. Upon hearing his words, the explorer was taken aback, subsequently filled with profound admiration for Su Cheng. Without delving into further details, the foresight displayed in his actions was indeed unexpected. In the midst of their conversation, Su Cheng refrained from elaborating further and ultimately shared his plan with the two women. Very well. Listening to Su Cheng's strategy, the two women offered no objections, fully aware that they were at a critical juncture between life and death. Even though Su Cheng had prepared contingencies, the opponent's strength still vastly surpassed theirs. Everything hinged on a desperate gamble, with the outcome left to fate. The three of them swiftly merged, and with Su Cheng's power surging, the mechanized warrior ascended to a level 4 for life form. Now, even when confronting a level 4/5 life form, they possessed a fighting chance. Su Cheng intended to exploit this advantage to detonate the remnants within the opponent's body, subsequently stabilizing Lu He's power at a level 4-5 life form. For only in this way could a semblance of balance be achieved between the two parties. Nevertheless, the situation remained bleak. Lu He was indeed a formidable level 4-6 life form, while they depended on external forces. The primary drawback of the merged golden armored warrior was its temporal limitation. Once the time expired, the mechanized warrior would disintegrate autonomously. Thus, during each confrontation, Chun Xian endeavored to conclude battles swiftly, as prolonged engagements would only worsen their position. As the door of the pirate ship swung open, the monster momentarily paused, only to be overcome by intense excitement. Despite its current existence as a mindless killing machine, the only memories lingering in its mind were those of Su Qing and the golden armored warrior, with its ultimate goal being their annihilation. The towering mechanized warrior appeared as insignificant as an ant before this creature. Countless lasers illuminated the scene, striking the opponent without eliciting any tangible effect, akin to mere tickling. Su Qing felt a weight in his heart, realizing the true might of a level 4-6 life form. Upon witnessing the golden armored warrior, the monster exhibited no restraint, charging furiously towards Su Qing. The small planet was not a battleground, and amidst their pursuit, the two had already ventured into the cosmos. Here, Su Qing could finally unleash his power without hesitation. The leader of the interstellar explorers observed this spectacle, unable to contain his excitement, his eyes filled with boundless yearning. The clashes between formidable opponents, though perilous, are indeed a rare spectacle that occurs once in a millennium, particularly after attaining the 4th level of life form. Unless compelled by dire circumstances, those possessing such power would refrain from engaging in conflict, setting aside their immense destructive capabilities. A confrontation that results in mutual annihilation would ultimately yield no benefit to either party involved, only if one side can decisively overpower the other. Possessing the absolute strength to obliterate it, would engagement be warranted. Presently, Lu He undeniably holds an unequivocal advantage in terms of power level. Chapter 198. Engagement. Su Qing maneuvered the mech warrior with great agility, evading attacks while exerting every ounce of effort to catalyze the residual substance within Lu He. As time ticked away, a sense of foreboding enveloped Su Qing. Despite his relentless efforts, the substance seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. Su Qing, how is it? Is there no improvement? The two women expressed their growing anxiety. If this delay continued, it wouldn't be long before the fusion time of the golden armored warrior reached its limit, leaving the three of them as mere prey on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Do not worry, I'm sure there is a solution, Su Qing reassured the women. Yet, despite his calm words, turmoil brewed within him. To claim that he was untroubled would be a lie. If their adversary remained inactive much longer, their fate would be grim. His estimation suggested that the golden armored warrior could endure for no more than an hour. With each passing moment, he raced against time, but the more he pressed, the more the enemy remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, despair began to creep into Su Qing's heart, leading him to wonder if he had been overly optimistic. Half an hour slipped by in a blur, during which Su Qing could only flee, evading the lethal strikes from his opponent. Yet, this was ultimately an untenable strategy. Every laser that struck Lu He proved futile. A beam pierced his body, yet it healed instantaneously, as if untouched by harm. It's over, it's all over. The leader of the interstellar explorers sat on the ground, his face ashen. If even their master could not contend with this force, calamity would soon descend upon them. The explorers, one more cowardly than the last, found themselves contemplating allegiance to Lu He. However, they quickly dismissed this notion. Setting aside the terrifying visage of their potential new ally, Su Qing harbored too many secrets. Until the final moment, victory was uncertain. Beeping echoed through the chaos as another 20 minutes passed, during which Lu He obliterated countless planets, burying billions of lives beneath his feet. Su Qing felt a profound sorrow for those beings while desperately evading the onslaught. Little Jean, the heat is rising. You must think of something, Su Qing cried out in desperation. Now, the golden armored warrior was flashing red. Fortunately, this creature seemed devoid of intellect, merely a relentless machine of slaughter. Yet, despite this, Su Qing found himself overwhelmed, his heart sinking into despair. The despair stemmed not only from Lu He's immense power, but also from the mastermind behind him. To forge a level 4-6 life form through external means suggested an unfathomable strength. Moreover, since discovering the presence of the shadowy figure, Su Qing felt a metaphorical blade hanging above him, uncertain of when that entity might strike from behind. Nevertheless, until the final second, Su Cheng would not yield and surrender. As Su Cheng retreated under pressure, the red lights on the golden-armored warrior flickered wildly, signaling that the fusion time was about to conclude. The countdown had begun. Chen Shui, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, felt the urgency. "Don't worry, we're here with you." Chen Yu, in contrast, maintained her composure, fully aware of the imminent danger yet exhibiting remarkable tranquility. At this moment, all their hopes rested solely upon Su Cheng. Amidst the frantic blinking of the red lights, the trio's fusion time expired, and they were forcefully separated. "Run in different directions," Su Cheng bellowed, sprinting fervently in one direction. He believed that Lu He, harboring the deepest animosity towards him, would be the first to pursue. As expected, without hesitation, Lu He charged directly at him. As a life form rated 3.7, Su Cheng might have had a chance to escape from beings rated below 4.5, but the chasm between them had widened to an insurmountable extent. He watched helplessly as a colossal hand descended towards him. Su Cheng! Su Cheng! The two women gasped in shock, abandoning all caution as they rushed forward, their sole focus on rescuing Su Cheng. Even if they were to perish, they wished to do so together. In that critical moment, Lu He appeared momentarily stunned, and the massive claw hovered in midair, hesitating to strike. The two women were initially taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. Su Cheng was the first to react, seizing the opportunity to drag the others into a frenzied escape. Although the situation was unclear, retreating to the pirate ship was undoubtedly their wisest choice. Upon entering the ship's cabin, Su Cheng could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though Lu He's earlier strike had not landed, the force of the impending blow had inflicted severe internal injuries. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. "Are you all right?" the two women inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile to reassure them. Truthfully, the previous scene had been overwhelmingly terrifying. He never wished to experience it again. It was a brush with death, where any misstep could lead to utter ruin. At that moment, peering through the pirate ship's periscope, they saw Lu He suspended in the cosmos, as if devoid of a soul. Without the pull of gravity, he drifted aimlessly like a helium balloon. "What is happening?" Jin Yu asked. "I'm not certain. It might be the result of something I previously implanted within him," Su Cheng speculated, shaking his head, unsure of the specifics. "Perhaps?" The two women nodded, opting not to press further. Regardless of the circumstances, surviving was a remarkable feat. At that moment, the entire crew of the Interstellar Explorer erupted in jubilant celebration within the cabin. They had escaped death once more, as yet another miracle unfolded at a critical juncture. However, in stark contrast to the exhilaration experienced by the Interstellar Explorers, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart, akin to a heavy stone pressing down upon him. After enduring a series of events, his yearning for the swift enhancement of his abilities grew ever more intense. Were he to attain the status of a level 4 lifeform, the insignificant beings before him would hardly warrant mention. No longer would he find himself defenseless, fleeing like a lost dog, narrowly escaping with his life. Suddenly, amidst the dark expanse of the cosmos, a glimmer of golden light flickered, and in an instant, Lu He's form vanished into thin air. Chapter 199. Waiting by the tree for a rabbit. In light of this scene, Su Cheng remained unfazed, confident that the shadow would inevitably take action. After all, Lu He was a meticulously crafted creation of his, and he could not afford to stand idly by. This rationale elucidates why Su Cheng refrained from delivering the final blow. He was not a reckless youth, devoid of intellect, merely seeking to display brute strength. Given his current inadequacy in power, he chose to bide his time and cultivate his abilities, with the aspiration that one day the entire universe would tremble at his might. Meanwhile, in a secluded space, the shadow was seen kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, its once mysterious aura now entirely dissipated, replaced by the demeanor of a servant in the presence of its master. Soon, a voice resonated through the air. "Who commanded you to take action?" Upon hearing this, the shadow was taken aback, its body quaking with fear. Previously, it had taken the initiative to forcibly transform Lu He into a monstrous being, believing this would enable it to vanquish Su Cheng. Little did it anticipate that its plan would backfire, resulting in Su Cheng thriving while its puppet, Lu He, morphed into a mindless creature. Consequently, the shadow's scheme had unraveled. "Master, I acknowledge my error. Please punish me. I am willing to bear all consequences," the shadow implored anxiously. Despite being a level 4.9 lifeform, A pinnacle existence in the vast universe, it understood that many could surpass the level 4 threshold, yet without guidance, even the most gifted would find their efforts futile. The universe adhered to its own rules, and all beings were compelled to navigate within these confines to survive. Come here, I shall not hold it against you. Upon hearing this, the shadow momentarily hesitated, but then crawled forward like a dog. At that moment, pride was insignificant. Survival took precedence over all else. Just as it had crawled a few paces, an overwhelming force knocked it flat onto the ground. Gasping, the shadow lay there, breathless, akin to a defeated beast. It had hoped to feign death to pass through unscathed, but its adversary afforded it no such mercy. Filled with regret, the shadow could only silently pray for a chance at survival. Before long, a voice echoed once more from the cave. I can grant you another opportunity. But should you fail again, your head shall serve as a sacrifice. Yes, yes, yes. The shadow nodded fervently, relieved that its life had been spared. Shortly thereafter, it was assigned a new task, to convert half of the biological entities on the Earth-Moon system into their own, while also committing acts of pillage and slaughter against the beings residing on other planets. The surviving females would likely endure unspeakable torment. Remember my words. This is both your first and final chance. Following this declaration, silence enveloped the space once more. Before long, an invisible pressure dissipated, allowing the shadow to exhale in relief. It had been ensnared at level 4. 9 for countless ages, and now its greatest hope rested upon breaking through to level 5. However, due to his insufficient strength, no matter how hard he tried, it was ultimately futile. Moreover, his innate abilities were limited to a level 4 life form. Soon, the desolate cavern was left with only him and Lu He, who lay on the ground, teetering between life and death. He understood well that to gain the Dark Lord's favor, he must eliminate the thorn in his side. Coincidentally, Su Cheng was that very thorn. To be honest, he found it perplexing how a level 3 life form like Su Cheng could employ various cunning tactics. If the Dark Lord were to take action personally, Su Cheng would likely not survive even a second. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and instead focused on fulfilling his duties to the best of his abilities. Previously, he had forcefully enhanced Lu He's powers, which, while appearing impressive, were merely fleeting. Little did he anticipate that Su Cheng had already been wary of Louis from the beginning and had held back a measure of caution. Louis had been transformed into a cold-blooded butcher by him. Yet, his masterpiece turned against him in jest. A wisp of dark smoke enveloped Lu He's body, and soon, the once motionless Lu He exhibited signs of life. Before long, he stood upright again. However, he appeared weak and feeble. It was unlikely he could contend with Su Cheng, and even any level 4 life form could easily overpower him. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and his companions remained undeterred. Louis had indeed caused him considerable trouble, and Su Cheng was determined to eradicate him entirely to prevent any future harm to those around him. However, while it was easy to express intentions, executing them proved challenging. He did not even know Louis's whereabouts, let alone how to eliminate him. For now, he could only wait in silence, biding his time for an opportunity. Master, do you believe we can truly slay him? The leader of the interstellar explorers asked anxiously. Typically, in such scenarios, the first instinct would be to flee. Yet Su Cheng was resolute. Not only did he refrain from fleeing, but he also remained to await the adversary's retaliation. Having grown accustomed to Su Cheng's actions, the two women accepted it as the norm. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Half a month had swiftly passed, and the entire planet remained tranquil. With leisure on his hands, Su Cheng fervently practiced, solidifying his strength at a level 3/7 life form. It is well known that great structures rise from the ground up. Hastiness often leads to setbacks. Su Cheng was no fool. The previous indiscriminate consumption of the cloud spirit fruit had caused an imbalance within him. And now he seized this opportunity to diligently enhance his power. In the cosmos, strength holds the utmost significance. When one possesses sufficient power, the entire universe must bow in submission. After his training, Su Cheng could not help but exhale deeply. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, he was filled with joy. Effort invariably yields rewards. A significant part of his current achievements stemmed from his steady and deliberate approach, prioritizing quality over speed. Master, do you think that creature will return? The leader of the interstellar explorers inquired with a worried tone. For a fortnight, he has been engulfed in trepidation, fearing an unexpected strike from the adversary. Fortunately, the most concerning scenario has not materialized. I cannot comprehend this either. Let us wait 5 more days. If we do not hear from him within that span, We shall withdraw for the time being, Su Chung remarked. After all, he has myriad responsibilities to attend to and cannot afford to linger indefinitely in a stalemate. The one who ultimately suffers will undoubtedly be himself. The decision made by Su Chung was not to be contested by the group of interstellar explorers. Yet they were acutely aware that should the moment arrive, it would inevitably precipitate another fierce confrontation. Chapter 200. The Aftermath Plan Squad Leader 1 expressed his remorse for his deceased wife and his ancestors. However, this man had inflicted suffering upon the children of martyrs. And Shaohua and others had endured his tyranny. With numerous grievances against him, how could Su Chen let him off lightly? Mr. Wu smiled slyly at Chen Xian before remarking. Indeed, you have mastered the art of subtlety, and I must admit I underestimated you. Yet, since you were so generous in hosting, I shall allow you to take the lead today. Otherwise, how could I justify your lavishness? As he spoke, he summoned a waiter over and casually instructed. Bring me 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. No, make it 3. I am accustomed to that flavor and cannot tolerate others. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment and turned their gazes toward Chen Xian, who, evidently, had not anticipated such a disruption. This was no trivial matter. A single bottle of 1982 Lafite was worth 130,000, and 2 would amount to 260,000. Although the onlookers were unaware of the underlying tensions, Wu Xiao's fiery glare indicated that some prior unpleasantness had transpired between the two parties. At that moment, Wu Hao was in high spirits, feeling euphoric. He thought to himself, "You claim to be so ostentatious? Very well, I shall let you flaunt it to your heart's content. This is merely the beginning. The real feast lies ahead. If I don't make you suffer a loss today, I might as well write my name backward." He was still young and had previously been turned down by a lady who had invited him to treat the entire city. Now, witnessing this affront from Chen Xian felt like a slap in the face, something he found hard to accept. Naturally, he was determined to reclaim his pride and humiliate his rival, for failing to do so would leave him discontented. Earlier, he had observed the women in his private booth behaving scandalously, especially when Qinglong announced he would cover the bill for the evening. They seemed eager to throw themselves at Chen Xian. "Today, I have reserved this venue. What drinks are you planning to order?" "You are not in a position to dictate what is served," Chen Xian replied coldly. "You are correct, but what do you intend to treat us to? Sprite, perhaps? If that is the case, I suggest you buy a couple of cans from the convenience store across the street. Here, a cup of Sprite costs 20. Wu Hao shouted loudly, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. At this moment, the crowd began to echo his sentiments. "Boss, since you have booked the entire venue, why not treat us to some fine wine?" "Yes, indeed. I also wish to experience what 1982 Lafite tastes like. I have never had the pleasure." Hearing the clamorous voices of the crowd, Chen Xian smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, since everyone is eager to partake, I shall cover this round. How about a glass of 1982 Lafite for each of us?" No sooner had he spoken than several bottles of 1982 Lafite were brought forth by the waiter. This is indeed a rare treasure. Even in the imperial clubs, it stands as a pinnacle of luxury. Not even the typical affluent second-generation heirs would readily indulge in such an expensive wine. After all, what goes into the stomach is merely a fleeting moment, and 100,000 yuan could accomplish a multitude of things. While they are wealthy, they are not foolish. Most individuals purchasing such Lafite are simply naive with their money, seeking to flaunt their wealth. Sipping a bottle of 1982 Lafite may make one feel as if their life has reached a new zenith, oblivious to the fact that it could impoverish them for years. Goodness gracious, this esteemed individual is remarkably extravagant. Each person with a glass. Just imagine the cost. A single bottle of 1982 Lafite might yield no more than 10 glasses, yet there are at least thousands of attendees here. This could easily amount to millions. Upon hearing this, even the imposing young Master Wu could not help but swallow hard, momentarily feeling like a mere jester in this grand spectacle. The nearby waiter, equally astonished, nervously remarked, "Sir, we don't have that much in stock. After all, it is a 1982 Lafite, and we only have 5 bottles available." Instantly, the surrounding crowd wore expressions of disappointment. Clearly, the dream of having a glass each was unlikely to materialize. To be truthful, the vast majority present had never tasted such a vintage. If only they could boast about it later in front of their friends, it would be quite the feat nevertheless. No one dared to voice their agreement. For those who casually spend millions are not to be trifled with. It is worth noting that even some of the most elite young nobles hesitate to exhibit such ostentation. In the provincial capital, it is not like Beijing. The number of affluent heirs here is still quite limited. Soon, the young server brought all the red wine over. Smiling broadly as he said, "Young master, here are the wines you requested. Would you like us to open them all?" Without the guest's permission. They dared not open such prestigious bottles. Should the guest change their mind after opening, they would be left to bear the consequences. While a few million may seem trifling to Qin Xian, to them, it is an astronomical sum. "Brother, it appears you have a fondness for the 1982 law fight. Let us package a bottle for this brother to take with him." Upon hearing this, young Master Wu was left utterly stunned, as were his entourage. Their mouths agape in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. The level of extravagance displayed by this person was beyond their imagination. Their leader mentioned it so casually. Yet the other party immediately offered them a bottle. Such generosity surpassed their wildest dreams. Witnessing this, the group of followers quickly subdued their own heirs, standing quietly behind, not daring to utter a word. They were no fools and would never recklessly offend a person of such stature. It is essential to recognize that beyond the mountains, there are yet more mountains, and beyond the lofty towers, there are indeed more towers. While the Wu family may be regarded as a distinguished lineage in the provincial capital, there are certainly those who surpass them in stature. Furthermore, should a prominent figure from Yanjing choose to grace this place with their presence for a drink, offending such an individual could result in dire consequences, perhaps even leading to an untimely demise on the way home. The group of subordinates he associates with are, at their core, merely companions of revelry. They may intimidate the ordinary populace with ease, yet when it comes to perilous undertakings, they would undoubtedly refrain from participating. After all, they are not foolish enough to wager their lives. At that moment, Wu Hao felt a searing pain radiating across his face.